Where am I? Chuan's consciousness gradually became clearer, yet he was still enveloped in boundless darkness. His eyelids felt heavy, refusing to open. He recalled that he had indeed died, struck by a speeding motorcycle. In his last moment of awareness, he witnessed his own body being shattered into pieces. The sight was particularly tragic. Just as he pondered this, a vague conversation suddenly reached his ears. Lord Frieza, it seems this Saiyan is regaining consciousness. His vital signs are rising. Oh, really? It appears to be a tenacious little life. Given his good fortune, we shall take him along. Coincidentally, we are headed to Vegeta Star to establish a partnership with those self-proclaimed warrior Saiyans. With this little fellow in tow, they should feel a sense of kinship towards me. Naturally, if the Saiyans on Vegeta Star are ungrateful, we need not be polite with them. They are merely a bunch of filthy monkeys, their combat power a mere 10,000 at best. Oh ho ho ho. Among the Saiyans, there are those who can become Super Saiyans. We must not underestimate them. The voices faded to a whisper until Chuan could hear no more. However, he felt an unsettling chill. What had he just heard? Frieza? Saiyans? Vegeta Star? My heavens! Could this be the world of Dragon Ball? Had he truly traversed into another realm? Chuan found it hard to believe he had crossed over, especially into the world of Dragon Ball, yet. At this very moment, he was undeniably alive, still conscious. Then this cannot be mistaken. It truly is the world of Dragon Ball. Ding. Host detected. System binding in progress. Binding successful. First time binding complete. The system will automatically log in. Congratulations, host, on successful sign-in. Reward, Sabo transformation skill. Before Chuan could fully grasp the concept of his crossing, an unexpected system notification echoed in his mind, causing a buzzing sensation in his head. He felt somewhat disoriented, even suspecting he might be imagining things. He wished to shake his head to ascertain the reality of his situation, yet found he could not move his body. Just as he contemplated giving up, a more horrifying sight appeared before him. A translucent screen emerged in his mind. Host, Chuan. Age, 16 bloodline. Saiyan bloodline sign-in. Completed, can sign in randomly once daily. Combat power, 2,400 skills. Transformation skill, Sabo. Revelation in his mind clarified everything for Chuan. This was no mere illusion. He had not only crossed into the Dragon Ball world, but also possessed his own golden finger, the sign-in system. Though he had only acquired the Sabo transformation skill for now, this was merely the beginning. That if he could master the system's sign-in function, would he not revel in boundless joy? Even though the combat power in the Dragon Ball universe was terrifying, capable of annihilating planets, and even the cosmos, it did not necessarily mean he could not survive. His current strength was indeed somewhat lacking. With a combat power of merely 2,400, he was evidently a mid-tier Saiyan, only slightly stronger than an average cosmic being. Such power would incite concern wherever he went. However, the emergence of the system allowed Chuan to completely overlook these issues. Beep, 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 beep. The alarm of the energy chamber blared, followed by the sound of footsteps and a cacophony of voices. Then, the energy within the chamber was abruptly cut off, and the door swung open, granting Chuan the ability to move. Slowly, he opened his eyes, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. He felt a tinge of confusion. Yet, before he could regain his composure, several cosmic beings materialized before him, each brandishing energy guns aimed at him, their expressions decidedly malicious. Hey, look at this Saiyan, all soft and tender. He probably doesn't even know where he is. Why don't we give him a proper introduction to this place? Don't act recklessly. If Lord Frieza finds out, he'll have you killed. Oh, this fellow is truly fortunate. It seems we cannot play with him after all. These cosmic beings regarded Chuan with utter disdain, brazenly mocking him. Chuan's gaze was momentarily vacant. He had yet to fully process his situation, remaining trapped in his previous memories. Yet, suddenly, a torrent of vast memories surged into his mind, filling it to the brim and causing him a slight headache. He instinctively clutched his head with both hands. This scene caught the attention of the cosmic beings, who erupted in laughter, convinced Chuan's mind had gone awry, given his dazed expression. A wandering Saiyan. Orphaned, his spaceship destroyed by a meteor shower. Now, he comprehended the origins of his current body. The original owner's parents had staunchly opposed King Vegeta's rule, ultimately choosing to wander the cosmos. Unfortunately, they were too weak and were killed by cosmic beings. The original body's owner had been fortunate to escape, but ultimately perished when a meteor destroyed his spaceship, losing consciousness just as Frieza and his entourage were en route to Vegeta Star. Finally, this culminated in the moment Chuan had just awakened. Look, this guy is indeed dazed. Even now, he hasn't grasped why Lord Frieza would keep someone like him around. Probably because of those foolish monkeys. Ha ha. Monkeys. How apt. A monkey with a tail. Ha 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 ha. Have you all said enough? Chuan slowly regained his senses, his eyes flashing with a hint of brutality. Oh, it seems you have something to say. The cosmic beings raised their energy guns, pointing them at Chuan with an air of confidence. However, after familiarizing himself with his body, Chuan had completely adapted, inheriting this body's combat power, combined with the Sabo transformation skill. He could effortlessly annihilate these cosmic beings, not to mention, they were so insufferably arrogant. They were simply asking for death. Whoosh. Chuan vanished in a flash. Before the cosmic beings could fire their weapons, they were struck by a powerful blow, their energy guns discarded in an instant. Bang 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 bang. Several cosmic beings were obliterated in an instant, their brains splattering everywhere, their demise exceptionally tragic. Chuan felt no discomfort whatsoever. Having witnessed his own ghastly end, how could he not adapt? Chapter 2: Confronting Frieza. The cacophony of battle reverberated throughout the spaceship as a throng of extraterrestrial beings surged in, each brandishing their energy firearms. Upon their entrance, they instinctively aimed their weapons at Chuan. However, upon witnessing the fallen extraterrestrials, astonishment engulfed them. What transpired? How could this seemingly feeble Saiyan effortlessly eliminate these extraterrestrial beings? This revelation struck them with a sense of disbelief. Don't move. If you do, we shall not hesitate to show you no mercy. This is the ship of King Frieza. And you, foul monkey, dare to cause a ruckus here? Do you think that just because we saved your life, you can act with impunity? Although the extraterrestrials were taken aback, their predominant emotion was one of rage. How could a tailed creature dare to slay their kin on their own territory? Such an affront was intolerable. Chuan disregarded the extraterrestrials and approached the incapacitated one, squatting down to retrieve a scanner, which he adeptly affixed to his ear. Though he had never encountered such a device in reality, he had seen it numerous times in anime, thus it felt familiar. Each of Chuan's movements instilled a modicum of anxiety among the extraterrestrials, as it seemed he might fire at any moment. He activated the scanner and surveyed his surroundings. Beep, beep, beep. Battle power 1100, battle power 1234, battle power 1400. The highest battle power was merely 1400. Truly pathetic. After surveying the extraterrestrials, Chuan deemed their combat prowess utterly inadequate. The highest among them barely reached 1400, which was quite disheartening. This realization only served to further relax him. Indeed, this was Frieza's spaceship. Yet from the conversations he had overheard in the energy chamber, it was apparent that Frieza had yet to engage the Saiyans. At this moment, they were merely observing. Thus, he felt no need for excessive fear. As for these feeble extraterrestrials, their demise seemed inevitable. Would the cosmic Emperor Frieza concern himself with such insignificant beings? What did you say? Have the audacity to repeat that, you vile monkey. Chuan retorted. Your battle power is truly weak. If I were in your position, I would have long ago aimed my energy weapon at my own head. Weakness must be acknowledged. One should not be ungrateful. Chuan displayed no trepidation, his demeanor impressively resolute. This immediately incited the extraterrestrials into a frenzy. Zing, zing, zing. Bang, bang, bang. The extraterrestrials launched a relentless assault, their energy weapons striking the energy chamber, causing an immediate explosion. They wreaked havoc, enveloping the area in a cloud of smoke. As the machinery within the chamber was obliterated, all connections severed and vision obscured. Ha ha ha, you wretched monkey. Now, you can no longer be arrogant, can you? You dare to provoke me? Go to hell. The extraterrestrial gleefully laughed, particularly pleased by the destruction of the energy chamber. Yet, in the next instant, his smile froze. You should be the ones to descend into hell. A crimson energy blast surged forth, annihilating all the extraterrestrials, obliterating their energy devices to mere dust. What was that sound? Frieza, reclining in his spacecraft, flicked his tail curiously upon hearing the commotion. It seems to be emanating from the energy chamber of that Saiyan, said Zarbin, confirming his observation. Oh, how intriguing. It appears that the little fellow has awakened with quite the temper. Let us pay him a visit, Frieza remarked, steering his spacecraft toward Chuan's location, with Zarbin following closely behind. Having dispatched all the extraterrestrials, Chuan understood that he would soon face individuals of significantly greater combat prowess, and with his current abilities, he would likely not endure for long. Frieza commanded a formidable cadre of extraterrestrials, among them the most powerful, the Jinyu Force, whose battle powers generally exceeded 40,000, with the strongest reaching as high as 120,000. His own meager strength was insufficient to contend with such might. However, he remained undaunted. His Saiyan heritage provided him with a formidable shield. Just as he felt invigorated, the scanner suddenly emitted alarms, indicating a battle power nearing its limit. Yet he had not scrutinized it closely. With a resounding crash, the scanner exploded. At that moment, he sensed someone approaching from behind. Slowly, he turned around, and the sight before him rendered him momentarily paralyzed. "Ah, little one, you seem quite spirited. Just awakened, and already you have slain my man. Pray tell, how shall I punish you? After all, I am your savior." Frieza taunted, his gaze fixed on Chuan, while Zarbin, arms crossed, assessed the situation. "The damage is quite severe. Perhaps we should have him work for us. Since we saved him, and he has just destroyed our energy chamber, he shall labor for us until he can redeem himself." It seemed there was no other choice. "We are en route to Vegeta. I shall take this little fellow along." Without regard for Chuan's thoughts, Frieza turned and departed. To him, Chuan, with such paltry combat power, was scarcely worthy of a second glance. Were it not for his Saiyan lineage, he would have likely been dismissed entirely. Zarbin, however, remained, beginning to assign tasks to Chuan. Since he had mentioned reparations for the damage, he was obliged to follow through. At this moment, Chuan exhibited a semblance of compliance. As a newcomer, he could not afford to be overly arrogant, especially knowing that the seemingly dashing Zarbin possessed formidable strength. Particularly after transforming, his combat prowess became even more astonishing. Currently, Chuan was far from his match, necessitating greater diligence and training. Alternatively, he could wait for an opportunity to surpass Zarbin's strength. Until he could reach such levels, he needed to exercise caution and restraint, lest he be slain. Ultimately, Chuan was assigned to a squad of extraterrestrials, becoming their captain, owing to his battle power of 2,400, significantly surpassing that of the average extraterrestrial. Who else could fulfill the role of captain but him? Alongside his new position, he received a mission, which, while not particularly arduous, required him to leave the spaceship. Chuan found himself without the option to refuse. Chapter 3 Skill, Regeneration of Severed Limbs. Planet Aru. This unremarkable planet was designated as habitable, and Chuan's squad had been dispatched for this purpose. Having just assumed command of the extraterrestrial squad, he was entrusted with this mission, though whether it signified trust or a test remained uncertain. Regardless, he was determined not to leave easily. While departing might offer freedom and a lack of danger, he longed for the opportunity to sign in. Being near Frieza could yield a chance to sign in with him, which would be considerably more rewarding than aimlessly wandering about. The rewards obtained from signing in lacked a fixed pattern, but proximity to stronger beings likely resulted in better rewards. Moreover, there was a degree of specificity involved. Just as Zarbin's transformation indicated, Frieza possessed an ability that Chuan found incredibly enticing. He wondered if he might acquire it. Alas, it seemed this opportunity for signing in would be squandered, a truly regrettable situation. If I could remain by the side of Frieza, it would not merely be a matter of signing in with him. Even aligning myself with the Jinyu Tijendori would significantly elevate my combat prowess. This situation is far superior to languishing in this desolate place. Here, Chuan is using his detector to survey his surroundings, having scanned the entire planet, only to discover that the highest combat power recorded is a mere 3,000. This is only slightly stronger than himself. However, once Chuan transforms into Sabo, his power could easily approach 3,000, or perhaps even exceed it. Regardless, he cannot help but look down upon such low-tier combat strength. It is far too feeble. With a system as extraordinary as his, how could he possibly settle for a life of mediocrity? In this world of Longzhu, danger lurks everywhere. If he does not enhance his abilities, he risks being obliterated by others at any moment. Discarding the unknown fruit in his hand, Chuan rises and addresses the surrounding extraterrestrials. Destroy all life on this planet. It can fetch a handsome price. We cannot disappoint King Frieza, or we shall all face annihilation. The other extraterrestrials snicker maliciously, While they too regard Chuan with disdain, they are acutely aware of their own inadequacies and dare not express their contempt openly. Chuan, however, observes everything without concern. What he needs now is to rapidly enhance his combat strength. These pathetic extraterrestrials are beneath his notice. With a flurry of motion, the extraterrestrials armed themselves and scattered across the planet. Their inherent combat abilities are weak. It is only through their equipment that they achieve a modicum of power, relying entirely on their gear and machinery to unleash energy waves. This reveals the extent of their frailty. Nevertheless, they are stronger than many alien creatures, as most lack sentience and behave more like beasts. Chuan's goal is clear: to confront the strongest combatant on this planet, who possesses a combat power of 3,000. He moves with astonishing speed, following the trajectory indicated by his detector. Soon, he encounters the formidable creature, a centipede-like monster clad in armor, its back lined with menacing spikes, rendering it particularly fearsome. The monster, its body a deep shade of purple-black, is in the midst of feeding when it senses Chuan's presence and looks up with interest. Fascinating. I did not expect to encounter such a creature. I wonder if it can withstand my assault. Without hesitation, Chuan launches himself at the creature, refusing to grant it any respite. The centipede perceives this as a challenge, abandoning its prey and soaring into the sky, targeting Chuan. In that instant, Chuan transforms into Sabo, his muscles swelling dramatically, and thanks to his battle attire, his clothing does not shatter. His facial features do not distort grotesquely as Sabo's do. Instead, they merely round out slightly, giving him a somewhat fuller appearance. Nevertheless, his combat power skyrockets. 2,700, 2,800, 3,400. It stabilizes at 4,000. And Chuan feels an explosive surge of strength. Ah, this is the sensation, this feeling of power. Since his rebirth, he has felt an unprecedented confidence, particularly after having glimpsed the devilish Frieza, which had cast a shadow over his heart. He understands the brutal reality of the Longzhu world. Without formidable strength, one risks total annihilation, especially as the timeline of the Longzhu world resumes its course. If he does not enhance his abilities, he could very well meet his demise. He is determined to prevent such an outcome. His only recourse is to elevate his power, and the signing-in system is his sole reliance. Moreover, he is eager to sign in with Frieza, the cosmic overlord. Although his future strength may not be overwhelmingly powerful, for Chuan at present, it represents a terrifying force. Furthermore, Frieza possesses a crucial ability: survival in the vacuum of space. With this capability, the universe would be his oyster. However, at this moment, he must first deal with the immediate task at hand. Only by completing it can he return to the safety of Frieza's spaceship. "Die, you monster!" he exclaims. Boom. Two powerful energy waves erupt from his hands, striking the centipede's head, which promptly explodes. At this moment, the system's notification chimes again. Ding. Time is up. Signing in officially. Sign in successful. Sign in reward. Limb regeneration. Chuan is momentarily taken aback, surprised that a day has passed so swiftly and that he has signed in. Although astonished, he cannot suppress a smile as he realizes the skill he has acquired. This is truly a stroke of luck. It seems he has obtained the ability for limb regeneration, perhaps akin to the skills possessed by the centipede. This implies that the creature may not be entirely vanquished yet. Regardless, he now possesses such a skill, which is exceptionally beneficial for someone with a Saiyan physique, allowing his power to surge dramatically when on the brink of death. This skill seems tailor-made for him. Chapter 4. Advanced Civilization Planet. After vanquishing the planet's final boss, Chuan can hardly be bothered to tidy up the aftermath. He simply calls back all team members. He issues a direct command: clean up the debris and prepare the planet for sale. Once everything is settled, we shall depart this sphere. The team members rush to comply. Upon witnessing the scene before them, the extraterrestrials display varying degrees of astonishment. While they are aware that Chuan is a Saiyan with slightly superior combat power, the speed with which he dispatched the strongest being on the planet is indeed unexpected. Their previously restless hearts are instantly calmed. "Yes, Captain." The extraterrestrials respond obediently. Chuan, however, pays them no mind. They are merely a group of extraterrestrials with combat power around 1,000, nothing more than cannon fodder. In a matter of minutes, the extraterrestrials have cleared the remnants and packaged the planet for the sales team. Once everything is handled, the extraterrestrials gather obediently, not daring to wander aimlessly or contravene any rules. Chuan, growing impatient, boards his spaceship and swiftly closes the hatch. His voice resonates in the air. Set course for Sulawesi planet. The remaining extraterrestrial beings swiftly boarded their spaceships, rapidly entering commands and launching forth like projectiles. Sulawesi planet, a highly advanced civilization within the Frieza faction, boasts technology that ranks among the finest in the cosmos. However, the inhabitants, the Solarians, are physically frail and thus seek Frieza's protection, surrendering all their technological advancements in exchange. Consequently, they have become a primary source of technology within Frieza's dominion. Chuan, for his part, did not rush to rejoin his comrades. Instead, he yearned to explore this advanced civilization. As a Saiyan, imbued with the blood of warriors, he thrives in the face of adversity and experiences tremendous growth in moments of peril. Furthermore, having recently acquired the skill of regeneration from severed limbs, he realized that failing to exploit this opportunity would be a grave disservice to the system. Upon gaining this skill, his mind was already filled with plans and strategies to enhance his combat prowess. He intended to emulate Vegeta's approach by constructing a gravity chamber, which would allow him to train vigorously within, ensuring a steady increase in his power level. He was confident that he could surpass Jinyu in a short span of time. Although he possessed a Saiyan system, he did not believe he could quickly surpass Frieza, the Cosmic Emperor and formidable early-game boss. Since immediate surpassing was unattainable, he resolved to leverage Frieza's strength to achieve a spectacular ascendancy. At the very least, he aimed to attain the foundational power necessary to transform into a Super Saiyan, thus enabling him to firmly oppose Frieza. The spaceship sliced through the dark void of space, heading directly towards Sulawesi planet. Time seemed to stand still in the cosmos, rendering the passage of time imperceptible. Days later, Chuan and his companions arrived at Sulawesi planet, officially entering the orbit of the spaceship, which was not hastily crashed to the surface, but rather received by a docking system. Being a highly advanced civilization, it was only natural for them to possess such technology. As they disembarked from the spacecraft, a peculiar group of humanoid beings approached. These beings had elongated heads, adorned with a myriad of writhing tendrils that resembled antennas. Their diminutive physiques conveyed an air of eccentricity, yet it was precisely this unique form that facilitated the establishment of such an advanced civilization. The vastness of the universe indeed holds countless wonders. It was Chuan's first encounter with the Solarians, sparking intense curiosity within him. Welcome, esteemed guests. We have prepared everything for your enjoyment, including exquisite delicacies to alleviate your fatigue, the leading Solarian respectfully proclaimed. Even when addressing ordinary extraterrestrials, they maintained a posture of utmost reverence due to their own lack of combat prowess. Chuan cast a glance at them, and the detector instinctively displayed their power levels: 53, 43, 65, 89. The Solarians' combat strength was evident. While respectable, it was woefully inadequate in the vast expanse of the universe, ranking them among the lowest tiers. They were scarcely fit to serve as fodder. No wonder they relied on Frieza's protection. With such feeble combat capabilities, their chances of survival in the universe were slim, and without the Cosmic Emperor Frieza, they would have long been devoured to the bone. In response to the Solarians' deference, the myriad extraterrestrials present wore insidious smiles. However, Chuan waved dismissively, stating, "There is no need for formalities. I require your assistance with a matter." The Solarians were momentarily taken aback. The expressions of the other extraterrestrials froze, revealing a hint of discontent that they dared not voice, stifling their discomfort. Chuan, indifferent to their sentiments, understood his current superiority and strength. He had no obligation to consider the feelings of these lesser beings. Should they disturb his mood, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. "I need you to construct a gravity chamber for me. The gravity does not need to be excessive, but it should allow one person to move freely within. Additionally, create gravity equipment that can be adjusted at will, preferably in the form of wristbands or necklaces." His requests were straightforward and, given the technological prowess of this advanced civilization, not particularly challenging, which was precisely why he had ventured to this planet. The Solarians were momentarily perplexed, unable to grasp the deeper implications of his request. Yet they did not dare to refute him. They quickly responded, "Rest assured, esteemed sir, we will attend to this immediately, though it may take a little time." "That is acceptable. I can wait," he replied before walking away. "Feel free to proceed, but do not cause any destruction on Sulawesi planet." Should I find out otherwise? Chuan cast an impassive glance back at the extraterrestrials, his silence conveying a clear message. The numerous beings shuddered, nodding in agreement and hastily offering their assurances. Despite their internal grievances towards the Saiyans, they recognized their formidable strength, which surpassed their own. Moreover, their captain was even more unfathomable. Upon hearing Chuan's words, the Solarians displayed a glimmer of gratitude in their eyes. Although they had pledged allegiance to Frieza, they remained at the bottom of the hierarchy, often bullied by any extraterrestrial with even a modicum of strength. With Chuan's command, he held a degree of influence within this extraterrestrial team, motivating the Solarians to expedite the construction of the gravity chamber and gravity equipment. Chapter 5. Basic power exceeds 10,000. Ding. Time is up. Automatic sign-in successful. Reward, 1,000 combat power. On a cliff on Salas planet, Chuan was engaged in rigorous training. Suddenly, he heard the system's notification, and a bittersweet smile crossed his face, tinged with a hint of regret. Once again, he realized that without the company of powerful beings, the likelihood of earning substantial rewards through sign-ins was woefully low. During his days of travel through space and his time on Salas planet, he had failed to acquire any significant rewards, merely gaining an increase in combat power. Host, Chuan age, 16 bloodline, Saiyan bloodline sign-in. Completed, once daily. Combat power, 7,100 skills. Transformation skill, Sabo, limb regeneration. After several days without any noteworthy rewards, his combat power had nevertheless risen to 7,100. With this power, he could likely exceed 10,000 during a Sabo transformation, allowing him to contest with King Vegeta. Yet, he found this strength insufficient, as it fell short of even the minimum threshold for the Jinyu force, leaving him dissatisfied. This only intensified his desire to return to Frieza's side. Though being near the Emperor was akin to dancing with danger, the advantages outweighed the risks. At that moment, the Solarians approached Chuan to report on the progress of the gravity chamber and gravity equipment. He immediately rushed to their location. With the gravity chamber and equipment at his disposal, he could continuously train to enhance his strength, and with the regeneration skill, he could rapidly increase his power without fearing for his life. As long as he sustained significant injuries, he could swiftly recover and gain substantial power boosts. The sign-in system was essential, yet he could not neglect his own cultivation. Upon arriving in the main city of Salas planet, the Solarians guided him to a technologically advanced facility. Within the complex stood a metallic structure spanning over 100 square meters, tall and imposing, exuding a sense of advanced technology. Surrounding it were numerous Solarians. Upon witnessing this, Chuan surmised that this must be the gravity chamber. "Is this the gravity chamber?" he inquired. "Indeed it is, my lord. The gravity chamber can reach an astonishing 500 times the normal gravity. Nevertheless, it is advisable for adults not to attempt this lightly, as without ensuring their ability to withstand such immense gravitational forces, a reckless endeavor could lead to dire consequences, potentially reducing them to mere pulp." The Sola person spoke candidly. For if anything were to go awry, the repercussions would be significant. It would indeed be unfortunate to be blamed for such mishaps. Thus, it is essential to clarify this point beforehand. Chuan understood this well, as he was a member of the interstellar forces. At one time, Vegeta possessed formidable strength and could transform into a Super Saiyan, yet even he sustained severe injuries under such extreme gravity. Currently, Chuan's combat power had yet to exceed 10,000. He was merely a minor Karami, so how could he dare to experiment recklessly? A gravity level of 500 times was daunting. Even 100 times would be a considerable challenge. However, with access to this high-gravity chamber, his strength could be rapidly enhanced. Akin to a treasure for the Saiyans. The more he observed, the more he admired it. Could the gravity chamber be relocated into a spaceship? The vessel need not be excessively large, but it must possess the capability to house the gravity chamber, with a speed that is not overly swift. Chuan pondered if such a construction was feasible. He could not remain on this planet indefinitely. Moreover, he would likely spend much of his time traversing the cosmos. It was impractical to fall into slumber like many other extraterrestrials upon entering space. Such a waste of time. He yearned to cultivate every moment. Although staying close to Frieza might offer better opportunities for rewards, it also came with inherent dangers, necessitating constant improvement of his abilities. Furthermore, it was not only Frieza he had to consider. The Cosmic Emperor was often surrounded by many formidable beings, which could pose threats to him. How could one thrive without sufficient power? Upon hearing Chuan's words, the Sola promptly replied, "It is entirely possible, my lord. We will do our utmost to create it, though it may take a few extra days." For a planet of advanced civilization, their technology was remarkably developed. Moving the gravity chamber into a spaceship was, of course, a trivial task. Chuan nodded in acknowledgement. "What progress have you made on the gravity devices? Please look this way, my lord." The Sola guided Chuan to the side of the gravity chamber, where several unfamiliar devices were displayed. Among them were bracelets, ankle weights, and vests, various pieces of gravity equipment you had instructed us to create. Due to their intricate design, we could not produce many in a short time, nor could we achieve excessively high levels of gravity. Each piece of equipment is limited to a maximum of 100 times gravity. This is the utmost capacity. As the Sola elaborated, Chuan gained a deeper understanding of these gravity devices, which did not utilize any special metals, but instead employed their advanced technology to generate a unique magnetic field, achieving the desired gravitational effects. Indeed, the technology of an advanced civilization was impressive. Chuan donned all the equipment, not seeking immediate extremes. After equipping himself, he adjusted everything to 2 times gravity and gradually acclimatized. Once he felt fully adapted, he increased the gravity to 10 times. At that moment, he felt an immense weight upon his body. With a current combat power of 7,100, wearing this gravity equipment likely reverted his strength to its initial state. In fact, without proper acclimatization, his power might be even weaker. Realizing this, he understood the necessity of moderation. Being overly eager could yield unfavorable results. "Very good, you have done well. Now, please assist me in relocating the gravity chamber to the spaceship. I require one that is the most robust, capable of withstanding severe impacts." After stating this, Chuan stepped directly into the gravity chamber. Practicing elsewhere could not compare to training within the gravity chamber. He did not immediately activate the gravity function. Instead, he first adjusted to the equipment he wore, allowing himself to maneuver freely before slowly commencing his training. His training was intense, disregarding consumption and injury. Consequently, his foundational combat power soared. Each injury he sustained, once healed, resulted in a significant boost to his strength. In just 2 days, his foundational combat power had reached 13,000. This improvement was a result of both training and the rewards from signing in. Chapter 6. Frieza's Summons. The increase in power over 2 days was remarkable, though still not as rapid as Son Goku's in the original narrative. At this moment, Chuan could not help but reflect on the phenomenon. Truly, he was the child of destiny. Anyone wishing to enhance their abilities could achieve levels beyond imagination. The increase was astonishing, reaching dozens of times the norm. Now, with the gravity set to 10 times and the chamber at 3 times, his improvement was merely a few thousand. Compared to Son Goku's exponential growth, it was not comparable. Indeed, while the gravity training suited the Saiyan bloodline, it could not achieve the same results as Son Goku. Nevertheless, the enhancement was still substantial. With my current combat power, dealing with King Vegeta should pose no challenge. Facing the Cosmic Emperor Frieza might be somewhat difficult, but King Vegeta of Planet Vegeta was no longer his match. Not to mention, with a foundational combat power of 13,000, utilizing the transformation into a Zuru, his power could nearly reach 20,000. If he transformed into a great ape, his combat power would officially surpass 6 figures. This would almost reach the level of the Ginyu Force. It represented a qualitative leap. If this continued, he felt he would soon possess a combat power in the 6-digit range. With both signing in and training, would not his power grow exponentially? At that moment, an image appeared on the gravity chamber's hatch, revealing a Sola. "My lord, I apologize for interrupting your training. The other lords have communicated that King Frieza has summoned you back urgently." Chuan ceased his training. Instead of feeling displeasure, he exhibited great excitement. Returning to Frieza's side would significantly increase his chances of receiving valuable rewards. Furthermore, he now had the necessary training equipment. Only the spaceship remained. Thus, Chuan inquired, "What is the status of my spaceship?" "It has been completed, though time was rather constrained. Currently, the gravity chamber can only accommodate up to 100 times gravity, unable to reach 500 times. After the Sola spoke, a look of apprehension crossed his face, and his antennae flickered erratically, revealing his nervousness. Chuan took this in stride. To construct such a spaceship complete with a gravity chamber, in just 2 days was already an impressive feat. What more could he desire? It was somewhat regrettable that the gravity chamber he was using was too large to fit into the spaceship. This was indeed a chamber capable of 500 times gravity. After a brief moment of reluctance, he cast a glance around before stepping out of the gravity chamber. Lead the way. The Sola guided Chuan to his spaceship. Due to his specifications, the spaceship had been constructed somewhat larger, yet because of the time constraints, it was only about 10 square meters in size, neither excessively large nor too small. The spaceship of the Frieza Legion is somewhat larger, not merely capable of dormancy, but also designed for cultivation. It is especially equipped with a gravity chamber. Observing this grand vessel, Chuan felt increasingly satisfied. Meanwhile, the other extraterrestrials gathered as well. Although they were mere cannon fodder, they too answered Frieza's summons. During this period, they obeyed Chuan's commands and dared not act recklessly, yet some transgressions were, alas, inevitable, leaving many of the Swola people seething with unspoken rage. Chuan cast a glance at these aliens, fully aware of the malevolence lurking within their hearts. Should the opportune moment arise, he would not hesitate to send them to their demise. After all, there was no need to remain with these pawns any longer. Let us depart. Frieza the Great calls, and we must return swiftly. With that, he disregarded them, boarding his spaceship without a second thought, even while donning gravity equipment. His base combat power could stabilize at 6,000. Once he removed the gravity gear, his power would double. Presently, his base strength was merely suppressed by the equipment, but it also allowed him to train continuously, gradually enhancing his combat prowess. It wouldn't be long before he surpassed Bappalia. As for Sabo, he too would not be a concern. Observing Chuan's arrogant demeanor, the extraterrestrials exchanged glances, their faces betraying a flicker of anger. How dare this insufferable Saiyan act so high and mighty? Frieza the Great was heading to Planet Vegeta, and those wretched Saiyans were restless. If they angered the king, it would spell disaster for them. You are but a stray dog, one of the extraterrestrials muttered indignantly. However, he spoke without deactivating his detector, and the others remained oblivious. Suddenly, a crimson wave of energy flashed by. The audacious extraterrestrial was instantaneously reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. The abrupt spectacle startled all the aliens, and even the nearby Swola people were shaken. The large spaceship, previously soaring into the cosmos, had unexpectedly halted in midair, and its hatch slowly opened, revealing Chuan's figure. At that moment, Chuan stood with his arms crossed, coldly surveying the extraterrestrials below. Who gave you the audacity to gossip behind my back? Speak again, and this will be your fate. I require no oversight from you. Mind your own affairs, you bunch of cannon fodder. With that, he dismissed them. Recognizing that while he could annihilate these aliens at will, they were still members of his small team, and he could not eliminate them outright. To do so would invite accusations of treason. The one who had been obliterated had merely brought this upon himself, daring to challenge authority, thus deserving of punishment, a fact beyond dispute. The extraterrestrials fell silent, too intimidated to speak further, and one by one, they boarded their ships, anxious to depart the gravitational pull of Swolas and ascend into space. At that moment, the Swola people finally breathed a sigh of relief, as if a sword looming over their heads had been removed. The sky cleared. Chapter 7. The Ambitions of King Vegeta. A group of cannon fodder. Were it not unwise to trouble Sabo and the others, they would have had little hope of survival. Chuan closed the hatch of the spaceship, coldly observing the scene outside. This group of cannon fodder was ultimately troublesome and a hindrance. He resolved to seek out several relatively reliable team members, at the very least. They should not be too incompetent. Certain matters could not always be tackled personally. Of course, he was acutely aware of Frieza's target. If he could locate a few dependable Saiyans on Planet Vegeta, he might establish his own foundation, though he feared Frieza's jealousy. Should that occur, it would spell trouble. In the face of overwhelming power, it was unwise to confront Frieza directly. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, a colossal spaceship glided slowly through the void. This was the vessel of the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza. At that moment, Frieza sat in his small flying apparatus, his tail swaying above, inquiring of Sabo beside him. Where is that wandering Saiyan? After completing his mission, he had flown to Planet Swolas, where he commanded the Swola people to construct a gravity chamber and gravity equipment, seemingly for training. His combat power had indeed increased significantly, reportedly reaching around 7,000. Sabo dutifully relayed the information he had gathered. Frieza swirled a glass in his hand, exuding an air of leisure. Oh ho ho, quite interesting, this little fellow. Truly deserving of the title battle race, to elevate his combat power so dramatically in such a short span. It seems his talent is not insignificant. Give him a bit more time, and he may reach King Vegeta's heights. Regardless of his talent, he cannot compare to you. Great King, Sabo flatteringly interjected. Frieza smiled, casting a glance at Sabo before choosing to remain silent. Recently, King Vegeta had shown signs of restlessness. This race, self-proclaimed as a battle race, indeed possessed some skill, yet they remained too proud, never fully submitting. In response to Frieza's words, Sabo scoffed. They are merely monkeys with combat power below 10,000. They presume to be a battle race, yet in the vast cosmos, countless beings surpass them. What do they amount to? How dare they be so arrogant and refuse to bow to you, great king? If they do not recognize their place, they will be less than cannon fodder. Sabo's words were exceptionally brazen, even in Frieza's presence. After all, he was a favored individual before Frieza. Even the Jinyu force could not match his standing. Frieza tacitly accepted Sabo's remarks. Recently, all the Saiyans on Planet Vegeta had exhibited extreme agitation, frequently defying his orders while accepting missions. Although he understood that the Saiyans would not easily submit, their blatant disobedience was unsettling. Moreover, he recalled a piece of information that circulated among the bloodline of the race, that a legendary Saiyan could emerge. This was the mortal enemy of the Ice Demon clan. Therefore, upon witnessing the Saiyans' unrest, he contemplated annihilating the entire Saiyan race. Frieza was arrogant, but that did not imply he was foolish. Though he harbored doubts, he would not allow potential threats to fester in the shadows. Recently, King Vegeta had indeed exhibited restlessness, revealing his ambitions. It was time to deliver a stern warning. Should they continue to defy him, they would be reduced to cosmic dust. Frieza's words effectively condemned Planet Vegeta to obscurity, affirming the purpose of this undertaking. Following Frieza's orders, the entire Legion sprang into action, with forces mobilizing towards Planet Vegeta. All the Saiyans on Planet Vegeta have returned, traveling from various corners of the universe aboard their spaceships. This scene is remarkably magnificent. King Vegeta has summoned a multitude of powerful Saiyans. Recently, Frieza has called all Saiyans back, leaving many to wonder about his intentions, which seem ominous. King Vegeta, with a grim expression, surveys the assembled Saiyan warriors. As the ruler of the planet, his combat power exceeds 10,000, making him an undeniable elite warrior. All present are also elite warriors, albeit with combat powers only in the thousands. Even so, they are formidable compared to many beings across the universe. If they transform into great apes, their strength would increase tenfold. Coupled with their intellect, their power becomes even more terrifying, which is a source of their immense pride. Upon hearing King Vegeta's opening remarks, the expressions of the assembled Saiyan warriors also darken. They consider themselves a warrior race, yet they are overshadowed by a cosmic emperor, which greatly displeases them. One Saiyan, filled with indignation, remarked that since becoming Frieza's henchmen, they have reaped little benefit and have faced oppression in their dwellings. They have even descended into suspicion. Given Frieza's grand summons of all Saiyans, the situation is undoubtedly serious. Perhaps it would be better to revolt. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall fell silent. Although many shared similar thoughts, they dared not voice them. For Frieza, the self-proclaimed cosmic emperor, is terrifying indeed. Such titles are not taken lightly. One must possess immense strength to earn them. They remain unaware of Frieza's true power, only knowing that he is exceedingly strong. King Vegeta, upon hearing this statement, did not react with anger or rebuttal, but instead appeared remarkably calm. When the time is right, I shall overthrow Frieza's reign and make the Saiyans the strongest race in the universe. After King Vegeta concluded, he began to discuss strategies with the gathered Saiyan warriors. During their meeting, they had already turned off their scanners, a basic precaution they would not forget. However, they could never have anticipated that Frieza harbored discontent towards them, even contemplating their annihilation. Most importantly, they had grossly misjudged Frieza's strength, overestimating their own. Chuan, as a time traveler, understood the course of history and Frieza's might, making him hesitant to act recklessly. Had he been as ignorant as King Vegeta, he would have truly been courting death. Chapter 8. Arrival at Planet Vegeta. A larger spherical spaceship has joined the ranks of Frieza's forces, closely followed by numerous smaller spacecraft. This is Chuan's combat team. The spaceship docked successfully with the mothership of Frieza. A logistical alien hurriedly approached. "Sir, Lord Frieza commands you to meet him at once." Chuan nodded and proceeded without surprise. Although his combat power is not formidable, his identity as a Saiyan ensures he stands out in Frieza's ranks. No matter where he goes or how much his power increases, there are always eyes watching him closely. This is why he confidently travels to Swola's planet without fear of Frieza's awareness. Given Frieza's pride and arrogance, he rarely pays attention unless provoked. Moreover, his displayed combat power is only in the thousands, hardly enough to attract Frieza's ire. Upon reaching Frieza, Chuan bowed and greeted, "I have come to see you, my lord." "Ah, it's you. How did your mission fare?" Frieza asked, swirling a glass of red wine, looking quite pleased. For him, the completion of the mission was of little consequence. It was merely a conversation starter. Chuan, fully aware of this, replied without hesitation, "The mission is accomplished. Planet Huang, air has been packaged for sale." Frieza continued, "I hear you also visited Swola's planet?" At this remark, Chuan realized the serious nature of the conversation was about to begin. "I believed myself too weak to assist you, my lord. So I sought to enhance my combat power. Thus, I traveled to Swola's planet, where I had the Swola's people construct a gravity chamber. With the gravity room, I can train better and elevate my combat prowess. If my strength increases, I will be able to assist you more effectively, my lord." Upon hearing this, Sabo and Bapalia narrowed their eyes. This wretched wild monkey even knows how to flatter. Frieza indeed relishes such praise. If the emperor is pleased, this wild monkey might find himself in favor. Sabo understood that Frieza would never welcome new Saiyans, but Bapalia was different. Being narrow-minded, he despised seeing anyone vie for Frieza's attention, which made him regard Chuan with disdain. Regardless of their opinions, Frieza appeared exceedingly pleased. "Ah, splendid. You understand how to lighten my burdens. But do you know where I am headed this time?" Chuan was momentarily taken aback and quickly shook his head. Even if he knew, he would not dare to say, as it would be difficult to explain how he found out. It was better to feign ignorance. Frieza continued, "This time, I am headed to your Saiyan homeworld, Planet Vegeta." Upon hearing this, Chuan displayed a fittingly surprised expression, which did not escape Frieza's notice. Frieza smiled. "I need you to complete a task. Currently on Planet Vegeta, there exists a faction of ambitious individuals who are leading the planet towards destruction. These zealots are reckless and fanatical, posing a threat to the Saiyans' very existence. Your mission is to ensure that the remaining Saiyans, aside from these madmen, sincerely pledge their allegiance to me. Do you believe you can accomplish this?" As Frieza finished speaking, his tail lightly tapped against his small spacecraft, enveloping the room in an eerie silence. Sabo and Bapalia dared not speak, while Chuan hastily lowered his head. A closer look would reveal a hint of a smile in his eyes. He had been preparing to form his own Saiyan team, yet he was unsure how to proceed. To his astonishment, Frieza offered him this opportunity, a stroke of fortune indeed. Moreover, it was a direct command, making it clear that failing to accomplish this task would be unacceptable. Furthermore, he understood Frieza's requirements. The ambitious individuals referred to were none other than the Saiyans led by King Vegeta. Aside from them, he could retain the rest. This ignited a surge of excitement within him. Before his arrival in this world, he had often pondered what might have been if the Saiyans had not faced extinction and had developed normally. They would have grown into a vast and formidable race, a true warrior civilization. However, they had not fully developed and had lost their way. Given the right opportunities and time, and if they progressed in the right direction, they would become the most fearsome race in the universe. What was once mere fantasy and daydreaming now held the potential for realization, and he would be the architect of it all. How could this not exhilarate him? However, he adeptly suppressed his inner thoughts, exhibiting a touch of hesitation before lifting his gaze to meet Frieza's. "I shall certainly fulfill my mission. This king shall await your performance." The Frieza force slowly advanced, unhurriedly arriving at the planet of Vegeta. The entire legion descended with a gradual grace. The logistics department of Vegeta swiftly received and guided the entire Frieza force in their landing. Vegeta was originally named Purant, home to the Purant people who possessed remarkable intelligence and advanced technology, yet were relatively weak and favored peace. When the Saiyans landed on Purant, the Purant people merely wished for peaceful coexistence. However, the Saiyans were an exceedingly savage race, particularly during the full moon. When the full moon graced the sky, All Scions transformed into colossal apes, wreaking havoc across Purant, leading to the complete extinction of the Purant people at the hands of the transformed Scions. Thus, the Scions monopolized the planet. As the first king of the Scions, King Vegeta renamed the planet in his honor while also appropriating the original technology of Purant. Without such advanced technology, the inherently savage Scions could never have achieved such heights. As the Frieza force descended, all Scions emerged, gazing skyward at the imposing legion, feeling an unprecedented pressure. It was the oppressive presence of the Cosmic Emperor. King Vegeta, taking the lead, along with his elite warriors, approached Frieza, displaying an outward respect towards him, masking any hint of ambition. Yet, savagery was ingrained within, making it impossible to remain subservient indefinitely, even to the so-called Cosmic Emperor Frieza. To the Scions, he was merely a stepping stone. Chapter 9. Forming his own Scion team. Ah, is that not King Vegeta? It has indeed been a long while. Frieza's classic opening line. King Vegeta's brow furrowed, a peculiar aversion to Frieza welling within him, compounded by his ambitions, rendering him even more displeased. Yet, now was not the time for confrontation. King Vegeta maintained a facade of utmost respect. I have come to pay my respects to Lord Frieza. Frieza remained silent, merely surveying the surrounding elite Scion warriors, most of whom possessed battle powers nearing 10,000. Should they truly become part of the Frieza force, it would markedly enhance the Legion's strength. Noticing Frieza's silence, King Vegeta's expression darkened. At that moment, Sabo stepped forward, saying, "On our way here, we encountered a wandering Scion whom Lord Frieza deemed worthy of nurturing. For too long, the Scions have been adrift outside the Legion. We now wish to not only observe, but also to form a Scion team. Should any promising individuals arise, we shall recommend them to you." Sabo then gestured for Chuan to step forward. Chuan exhibited no trepidation, confidently presenting himself, his savage aura and swaying tail unmistakable. The assembled Scions instantly recognized his identity as a pure Scion. However, the reason for his wandering remained unknown. Yet, since he had garnered Frieza's attention, he undoubtedly did not belong to their faction. Even if King Vegeta was reluctant, he had no choice but to acquiesce. "We dare not defy the king's command, but we ask for a moment's grace, as we wish to recommend even more exceptional Scions to you." "Then make haste," Sabo replied nonchalantly. In truth, they were more inclined to provoke trouble. If the Scions could not endure, it would provide an excuse to annihilate Vegeta's star. Of course, if unnecessary, they could still be utilized as mercenaries. After bidding farewell to Frieza, King Vegeta and the elite Scion warriors gathered, a heavy silence enveloping them. They had not anticipated Frieza's aggressive approach and the imposition of such an unrefusable condition. In their hearts, they yearned to explode with rage. Breaking the silence, a Scion spoke first. "What shall we do? Are we truly to surrender our kin to Frieza's rule? Perhaps we should revolt now? No, now is not the time. We must wait until he underestimates us, and then we shall strike." King Vegeta firmly dismissed their suggestions, believing the moment was not ripe, particularly as Frieza and his cohorts had begun to harbor some wariness towards them. They had just landed and were yet to lower their guard. The likelihood of failure if they struck now was considerable. Thus, King Vegeta resolved to hand over the imprisoned criminals to Frieza. That wandering Scion wished to form his own combat team, did he not? Then let him take all the criminals. Those were merely a bunch of unrepentant, malevolent rogues. And all were low-class warriors. There were hardly any middle-class warriors, and keeping them was a waste of resources. It was far better to leave them to the opposing party. King Vegeta's decision astonished all present Scions. They had never imagined he would make such a choice. For a moment, they were uncertain whether it was for better or worse. The next second, another Scion remarked, "Will this not aid the tyrant? If we release those vicious Scions, they might turn against us instead. Would that not be disastrous?" To this, King Vegeta scoffed. "They are but low-class warriors. Though they possess Scion blood, they are nothing more than inferior beings on the verge of being discarded. They are unworthy even as cannon fodder. What harm could it do to give them to him?" With these words, immediate silence fell upon all the Scions present. Though some lingering doubts remained, this was already the best outcome they could hope for. When Chuan was informed that he could select individuals, he felt a premonition. Frieza's overwhelming authority, issuing orders without a hint of negotiation, had left King Vegeta rather humiliated. After all, he was the king of a race. Now, Reduced to such indignity, the Scions he commanded could not possibly be formidable. When the Scion leading him brought him to the prison, he quickly realized that this might indeed be his forthcoming contingent. As expected, King Vegeta would not act with kindness. He likely intended to hand him a group of malevolent individuals, and all of them would be low-class warriors. This did not surprise him, nor did he perceive it as unfavorable. While the Scions were deemed a so-called warrior race, categorized from birth into upper, middle, and lower-class warriors based on genetics and battle power, this classification was not entirely accurate. Through diligent training, one could amplify their strength. Yet most Scions were oblivious to the immense power coursing through their veins, effectively squandering their noble heritage. Should he lead them, he could elevate all lower-class warriors to surpass their upper-class counterparts, potentially transforming them into a race feared throughout the cosmos. At this moment, he felt a surge of anticipation. With a resounding crash, the door of the prison swung open, and the Scion escorting Chuan coldly declared, "Select any Scions from within at your discretion. If you can tame them all, you may take them all away." With that, he showed no hesitation and simply turned to depart. Chuan was unfazed by the other's demeanor. It was hardly surprising given the circumstances. Now he stands with the Frieza force, a position that, coupled with his identity, renders him akin to a traitor, who would bestow upon him a kind countenance. Yet, he remains indifferent, for it will not be long before Planet Vegeta faces its demise. Given the temperament of Vegeta, he would undoubtedly be unable to endure his subjects. A rebellion is surely imminent. It is then that he will truly experience the oppressive might of Frieza, the epitome of a cosmic emperor's power. At this moment, Chuan's gaze fell upon the prison. As its massive gates swung open unexpectedly, the inmates within erupted in excitement, their eyes ablaze with murderous intent. A torrent of formidable combat power surged forth, a savage aura overwhelming the atmosphere. Chapter 10, The Evil Scion Legion. Ha ha ha. The prison doors have opened. Though the motives of those responsible remain shrouded in mystery, the opening signifies our true freedom. Additionally, there is one among us. Sinister voices echoed from within the prison, reminiscent of hell itself. An overwhelming wave of potent energy surged forward, distinctly malevolent. However, Chuan maintained his calm demeanor, fully aware of the malevolent Scions he was about to confront. At that moment, his scanner began to register fluctuations in data. 198-016-001-750-2-3002-2141-845. Maximum combat power, 2,300. How pathetically weak. No wonder they are mere lower-class warriors. While he had anticipated this, witnessing the numbers on the scanner clarified why Vegeta and his ilk were so generous. After all, they were merely a collective of low-tier fighters. Regardless of how tumultuous the situation became, they were nothing more than cannon fodder. Nonetheless, Chuan was unfazed. As long as they bore the blood of the Scions, he could forge a formidable legion. However, before he could mold this legion, he must first compel these individuals to submit to him. Upon hearing Chuan's mutterings, the once arrogant evil Scions were rendered speechless. Although they were but lower-class fighters, they could not tolerate such disrespect. Who dares to belittle us? It seems our absence has allowed others to forget our might. Let us demonstrate that rank is not the sole measure of strength. A Scion with a combat power of 2,100 bellowed, conjuring a wave of energy that surged forth towards Chuan. One after another, energy blasts collided with Chuan, enveloping him in swirling smoke. Ha ha ha. You dared to underestimate us. Now you shall descend into the depths of hell. As the energy struck him, a sinister grin spread across his face. Is this all? If this is your level, then you may as well perish. A crimson energy wave pierced through the prison, causing it to collapse instantaneously, obliterating the Scion who had attacked. Several others were caught in the aftermath, and in a single strike, Chuan had dispatched a significant number of evil Scions. The prison lay in ruins. He had shown no mercy to these malevolent beings. Only those who survived were worthy of becoming his subordinates. As for the fallen, their fates were left to chance. As the smoke cleared, only a handful of Scions remained, each bearing wounds and expressions of agony. The commotion had attracted considerable attention, yet onlookers merely observed without intervening. Chuan remained indifferent to the surrounding Scions and extraterrestrials, coldly regarding the injured, evil Scions. Now, I present you with two choices. The first is to join your fallen comrades in the afterlife. The second is to submit to me. Were it not for the Saiyan blood coursing through your veins, your combat power would not even warrant my attention. However, King Frieza possesses a benevolent nature, granting you the opportunity to regain your freedom and rise anew. Should you fail to recognize this blessing, I shall not hesitate to send you on your way. Had Chuan uttered these words earlier, he would have been met with derision. Yet, his ruthless display not only astonished the evil Saiyans, but also instilled trepidation in the Saiyans and extraterrestrials observing from the shadows. He was a being unafraid of anything, capable of taking lives with ease. Those who understood the gravity of his nature knew better than to provoke him without absolute necessity. As for the evil Saiyans, they were inherently wicked, willing to do whatever it took to survive, provided they were under the control of someone stronger. Chuan was precisely that individual. Without hesitation, the evil Saiyans knelt, pledging their loyalty. Your choice is indeed the correct one. Chuan regarded the assembly of Saiyans with icy detachment. However, your combat power is far too feeble. Even within Planet Vegeta, you exist at the lowest tier. I will dedicate time to train you rigorously. Should you falter or fail to meet my expectations, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. As for those who are discarded, the consequences are best left unsaid. In the face of this group of evil Saiyans, Chuan would implement stringent regulations. Though nominally part of Frieza's army, he intended to maintain firm control. He aimed to transform these evil Saiyans into the sharpest blades at his disposal, perhaps even one day dismantling Frieza's legion. Despite Chuan's declarations, the evil Saiyans remained unfazed. They had always danced on the edge of a blade, cherishing each day as it came. Their time spent imprisoned had nearly driven them to madness. Now that freedom was within reach, they saw no cause for hesitation. Each day survived was a day gained. Chuan understood that he could not afford to show any leniency. A hint of weakness would lead to his own downfall at the hands of these wretched beings. After subjugating the evil Saiyans, the evil Saiyan Legion was officially established. After a brief period of healing, he led these evil Saiyans to Frieza's domain. Oh, have you truly managed to subdue this group of Saiyans? Indeed, Chuan maintained an upright posture, even though he possessed a Saiyan system. His current combat strength could not liberate him from Frieza's grasp. Moreover, he had yet to acquire the unique abilities of the Frozen Demon Clan from Frieza, preventing his departure from Frieza's army. Thus, he must remain close to Frieza. Thanks to the Saiyan system and gravity equipment, his actual combat power had already surpassed 20,000. Yet, due to the constraints imposed by the gravity apparatus, his surface combat power was only 9,000. Nevertheless, even this was nearly equivalent to that of Wang Vegeta. Chapter 11. A New Mission. Excellent, excellent. You have not betrayed the trust of your king. Frieza casually surveyed Chuan, exuding an air of nonchalance. Behind Chuan, the malevolent Saiyans felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. Their previously unruly demeanor was instantly subdued. Despite their inherent wickedness, facing the cosmic monarch, Frieza, they resembled docile kittens, not daring to utter a sound. Frieza scrutinized Chuan and the sinister Saiyans behind him before brazenly activating the scouter before him. The device's display fluctuated, revealing the battle power of each Saiyan with clarity. Beside him, Sabo and Bappalia similarly engaged their scouters. The readings indicated that the highest battle power was below 3,000. Weak, indeed, but still stronger than mere cannon fodder. The individuals present regarded the newly subjugated evil Saiyans with indifference. After all, their battle power barely reached a few thousand, relegating them to the status of expendables. However, when the scouter was directed at Chuan, the readings skyrocketed, causing the device to explode with a resounding bang, releasing a cloud of smoke. What? A battle power of 9,400? Bappalia exclaimed, recognizing the formidable strength that such a reading represented. On the entire planet of Vegeta, this was equivalent to that of King Vegeta himself. How could this stray Saiyan, initially a mere pawn, have developed such terrifying power in just a few short days? The rapidity of this growth was astonishing. Not only Bappalia, but even Sabo was left in utter shock. The evil Saiyans behind Chuan were equally taken aback. They knew Chuan was powerful enough to easily annihilate them, but they had only considered him to possess the strength of an upper-tier warrior, at most around 6,000. They never imagined he could reach 9,000. This was beyond belief. In an instant, everyone gazed at Chuan in astonishment. Yet, Chuan remained relatively composed, aware that his battle power was not merely surface level. In reality, his foundational battle power had already reached 20,000, and with Sabo's transformation, it could surge to at least 30,000. However, he kept this under wraps, and the scouter could not accurately gauge his true strength. Nonetheless, this revelation still left everyone in shock. Frieza, on the other hand, did not display much surprise. Instead, he regarded Chuan with a knowing gaze. Observing the peculiar expressions on Chuan's face, Frieza had already begun to speculate. Yet, the reading of 9,400 still took him somewhat aback. Indeed, it was no wonder that I chose this Saiyan. Since you have assembled your own Saiyan team, there is no need to concern yourself with the previous one. Given your impressive strength, I shall assign you a new task. Within the shortest time frame, take control of Vegeta, regardless of your methods. I require all Saiyans to submit to me. Frieza's tone was calm, but those present could feel the undeniable authority in his words. Chuan understood that refusal would result in immediate obliteration. Thus, he nodded without hesitation. Rest assured, my lord, I shall do everything in my power to accomplish this. And all obstacles shall be eradicated. Excellent. I eagerly await your good news. Frieza's decision shifted. It was uncertain whether his presence influenced Frieza's change of heart. But Chuan believed that his actions would inevitably provoke King Vegeta. The notion of taking over Vegeta was inherently unrealistic. It would merely serve as the final straw. Rebellion would undoubtedly ensue swiftly, reverting to the original course. Chuan contemplated this, but still needed to adhere to Frieza's demands. Naturally, he planned to seize this opportunity to cultivate a group of Saiyans, while simultaneously enhancing the strength of his evil Saiyan team. Although they were all lower-tier warriors, with rigorous training, they could rival intermediate warriors. As for the future, that would unfold gradually. Chuan's ambitions were grand. If his evil Saiyan army could surpass even Jinyu, it would meet the most basic standard. His ultimate goal was for each member to attain a status akin to Frieza's. However, this aspiration was a long journey ahead, and the current circumstances rendered immediate attainment impossible. Upon exiting Frieza's mothership, Chuan led his malevolent Saiyan troop to a secluded open area, unveiling the gravity chamber he had prepared in advance. This had been in his plans from the outset. Although the technology of the Saiyans was primitive, the indigenous inhabitants possessed the skills to construct gravity chambers with relative ease. However, the gravity multiplier was modest, set at only 50 times. Yet, this would still provide a significant boost for the Saiyans, especially given the impending destruction of Vegeta. No amount of superior equipment would be of use if they could not escape. All of you, enter this gravity chamber and first acclimatize to the 20 times gravity. Then, engage in rigorous training. Treat each other as mortal enemies until severely injured. There will be appropriate healing measures for injuries, but if anyone dares to slack off, I won't hesitate to turn you to ash. In the face of a group of arrogant Saiyans, Chuan did not believe in employing gentle methods. Thus he spoke plainly. The Saiyans dared not object. They were already filled with trepidation, and now, having heard Frieza proclaiming their leader possessed a staggering battle power of 9,000, a level they could only dream of achieving, they did not dare to utter a word. One by one, they entered the gravity chamber, seeking suitable opponents. Their strengths were comparable, as they were all evil Saiyans, and their attacks held no restraint. Each strike was a lethal blow, as if they bore an unbreakable grudge against one another. Within minutes, a Saiyan was severely injured and dragged out. Witnessing this, Chuan felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Given the current circumstances, it would not be long before these Saiyans grew tremendously stronger, truly surpassing the so-called lower-tier warrior battle power. Chuan observed from the sidelines, occasionally stepping in to deliver harsh lessons, ensuring that his mark was indelibly etched in their minds and bodies. His objective was to ensure that even Frieza could not erase his status and the fear he instilled in these evil Saiyans. This was his means of commanding them. Chapter 12. The final straw for the Saiyans. After 2 days of relentless training, the evil Saiyans were continuously injured and healed, with several advanced medical pods prepared alongside the gravity chamber, all designated for the Saiyans. During these 2 days, the battle power of this group of evil Saiyans surged remarkably. The highest had already reached 5,000 battle power. Though still insufficient, it was barely acceptable. In contrast, Chuan's battle power skyrocketed. During this time, he had not solely remained with the evil Saiyans. While he occasionally trained with them, he spent more time near Frieza. Although he did not acquire the Frost Demon bloodline, His battle power surged dramatically. After 2 consecutive days of signing in, he gained 100,000 battle power, officially surpassing 200,000. Host, Chuan age, 16 bloodline, Saiyan bloodline sign-in. Completed, 1 random sign-in per day. Combat power, 242,000 skills. Transformation skill, Sabo, limb regeneration. Gazing at the translucent screen displaying his personal information, Chuan recognized that the time had come for him to act. His strength had officially surpassed that of the Jinyu force, and his battle squad had also reached the standard of intermediate warriors. It was time to assert some pressure on King Vegeta. Everyone gather, Chuan commanded. With a swift flurry of movements, all the malevolent Saiyans assembled instantly, even those still recuperating in their healing pods, who broke free with a single punch. Within a mere 2 days, they had become adept at following orders without question. Chuan had become an indelible nightmare etched in their minds, and they dared not defy his words, even in the face of Frieza's terrifying power. Yet, his words wielded greater influence than Frieza's. It is time to execute our mission. We shall take control of Planet Vegeta. As Chuan's pronouncement echoed, all the wicked Saiyans wore sinister smiles. They were, after all, a band of frenzied destroyers. Having been imprisoned by King Vegeta for such an extended period, they had long harbored resentment. Their previous weakness had prevented them from seeking revenge, but now, with the right moment upon them and their strength reaching the norm for intermediate warriors, supported by Chuan and Frieza, what did they have to fear? In just a few days, King Vegeta appeared significantly haggard. Frieza's oppression was not solely physical, it was psychological as well. His inner pride was gradually trampled and insulted, inciting immense fury within the Saiyan king, bringing him to the brink of a breaking point. At that moment, a Saiyan reported, "Your Majesty, a wandering Saiyan requests an audience." Upon hearing this, King Vegeta's expression darkened considerably. He knew precisely who the wandering Saiyan was, a traitor aligned with Frieza. Let him enter. I shall see what schemes he harbors. If Frieza cannot teach him a lesson, then I shall. With a disdainful demeanor, Chuan entered the grand hall, flanked by a cadre of malevolent Saiyans, their aura growing increasingly sinister and ferocious. The detection device worn by King Vegeta beeped incessantly, and his expressions shifted rapidly from rage to sheer terror. No, how is this possible? How can you lowly warriors possess such high combat power? How did you achieve this? King Vegeta struggled to contain his emotions. The overwhelming presence of the malevolent Saiyans instilled a profound sense of dread. The weakest among them had already reached a combat power of 4,000. Combined, they represented a formidable force. This was not the end. When King Vegeta aimed the device at Chuan, it exploded, failing to gather even basic data. Although Chuan suppressed his combat power with gravitational equipment, the energy he radiated had already exceeded 40,000, a result of his utmost effort to restrain it. If he could master the control of his ki, he would have little to fear. After all, the stronger his combat power, the more likely it was to attract Frieza's attention. With his current power, transforming into a Super Saiyan was impossible. Yet, he had a compromise: perfect mastery of the transformation into a great ape, enabling him to achieve tenfold combat power without actually becoming a great ape. If he could control it flawlessly, it would effectively be a transformation. This could serve as his trump card, providing a slim chance of escape should Frieza decide to strike. However, for now, his focus remained on King Vegeta. As Chuan drew closer, King Vegeta roared, "You wretched fool! Are you truly willing to be controlled by Frieza? With your combat power, you could certainly resist him. Why do you choose to be a mere dog?" King Vegeta was baffled. With such terrifying combat prowess, why would one willingly become a tool in Frieza's hands? Even the malevolent Saiyans found themselves curious. Chuan chuckled coldly, his expression betraying a chilling disdain. "Foolishness. Do you truly believe that the king's strength is merely superficial? Even if you transform into a great ape, you could never rival even a fraction of the king's power. Why resist? I have come to take control of Planet Vegeta at the behest of the king. I advise you not to be obstinate, or I shall not hesitate to show you no mercy. The Saiyan king will soon have a new successor." Chuan spoke with audacity, fully aware that any words he uttered could reach Frieza's ears. Yet, no matter how cautious he was, it was only a matter of time before Frieza grew wary of him. Nevertheless, he maintained a careful facade, appearing harmless while rapidly growing in strength. He intended to crush King Vegeta's spirit, inciting him to rebellion. As expected, after Chuan's declaration, King Vegeta could hardly believe his ears. No, impossible. Even if Frieza is strong, he cannot be that powerful. We Saiyans are the strongest warrior race. If you wish to be Frieza's lapdog, then you shall be an obstacle in our path. Though your combat power is formidable, what of it? As an elite warrior, transforming into a great ape grants not only strength, but also intellect and reason. How can you possibly compete? With a sinister grin, King Vegeta's hand began to emit a faint glow, revealing a synthetic moon. As he launched the artificial moon into the sky, the rebellion officially commenced. Chapter 13. The Advancing Saiyans. A colossal artificial moon ascended into the sky, illuminating Planet Vegeta in its entirety. All Saiyans instinctively looked up at the heavens. Thump, thump, thump. Sounds of pulsating hearts resonated across the planet. Roar. Thunderous roars echoed throughout Planet Vegeta. Chaos erupted. Everywhere, Saiyans transformed into great apes. Most lower-tier warriors lost their sanity, wreaking havoc on everything around them. Even the intermediate warriors retained only a fragment of reason, while the elite warriors understood that this was King Vegeta's command. As the synthetic moon rose, it signaled the onset of rebellion, aiming to obliterate Frieza's army. Once transformed into great apes, all Saiyan combat power surged tenfold, rendering ordinary beings utterly defenseless against their onslaught. The Frieza force was caught completely off guard. Before Chuan, King Vegeta morphed into an immense great ape. Yet, as an elite warrior, he retained his reason even in this form. Howling at the heavens, he unleashed a devastating punch, shattering the ground beneath him. Chuan deftly dodged the attack. You all must board the spacecraft and enter Frieza's flagship. You are merely lower-tier warriors. If you transform into great apes, you may lose your reason. You need not concern yourselves with what follows. Chuan issued his command, directing all the malevolent Saiyans to board the spacecraft and depart. Now, King Vegeta had risen in rebellion. Frieza would undoubtedly take action, although he had no need to do so, lest he provoke misunderstandings. The numerous malevolent Saiyans, filled with suspicion, covered their eyes in fear that upon witnessing the artificial moon, they too would transform into colossal beasts. At least they possessed some self-awareness. Transforming into a great ape was but a last resort, especially for these lower-class warriors. Once transformed, their lives would no longer be under their control. As they ascended into the cosmos, departing in their spacecraft, Chuan did not linger for long. A surge of energy struck King Vegeta atop his head, providing him with a brief respite. Meanwhile, Frieza and his entourage had already arrived in outer space, observing Planet Vegeta as it erupted in a spectacle akin to fireworks, revealing Frieza's signature grin. Beside him, Sabo and Baboria crossed their arms, reveling in the display. Truly, a flock of foolish Saiyans. One can only ponder how the legend of the Super Saiyan emerged from such a race with combat power barely exceeding 10,000, which could never hope to rival the Frost Demons. Oh, let destruction reign. Whether the legend holds truth or not, your existence has become unnecessary. Vanish into oblivion. Even if the Saiyans transformed into great apes, their combat prowess remained limited, with only a select few elite warriors reaching combat powers in the tens of thousands. Yet, even this would not suffice to dismantle Frieza's forces. Moreover, the notion of defeating Frieza was utterly implausible, for the Saiyans could not survive in the vastness of space. After transforming into a great ape, King Vegeta's combat power soared to 100,000. With a single step, he hurtled forth from Planet Vegeta, confronting Frieza directly. Frieza, today marks your demise. Your oppression and tyranny shall be repaid in full. As King Vegeta unleashed a massive blue energy wave towards Frieza, he underestimated his opponent. Frieza dismissed the energy wave with a mere flick of his tail, sending it careening into the depths of space. What? This is my most formidable power. My combat strength has reached 100,000. How can you so easily fend off my assault? Frieza chuckled, as if he had heard the grandest of international jokes. 100,000 combat power. Such a trivial amount, and yet you are so delightfully overconfident. Do you not realize that my own power is a staggering 540,000? How can you possibly compare to me? Upon hearing this, King Vegeta was utterly astonished. He had calculated every possibility, yet could never have anticipated Frieza's terrifying strength. 540,000. This was 5 times greater than his own after transformation. Why was it so dreadful? At this moment, despair enveloped him. Despite the continuous barrage of energy waves, he could inflict no harm upon Frieza. With a mere gesture, Frieza enveloped the surroundings in a cocoon of purple energy, casting a violet glow across the cosmos. Foolish King Vegeta, now you and Planet Vegeta shall face annihilation. The energy sphere expanded, swiftly engulfing King Vegeta before he could react, swallowing him whole, and then hurtling towards Planet Vegeta. But in the next moment, a figure emerged before the energy sphere, pushing forward with both hands in an attempt to halt its descent upon Planet Vegeta. Frieza, why? All the Saiyans have bowed before you. Why do you still seek to obliterate Planet Vegeta? This was none other than Bardock, the father of Son Goku. At this moment, Bardock's displayed combat power exceeded a mere 10,000. He had long surpassed 200,000 in strength. Although a lower-class warrior, his prowess eclipsed that of all other Saiyans, rendering him an anomaly among them. The legendary golden transformation was indeed a result of Bardock's actions. Chuan, who had been observing from the sidelines, was acutely aware of the historical trajectory. Although slightly altered, the outcome remained unchanged. Unless Bardock could truly transform into a Super Saiyan at this moment. However, Bardock had yet to reach the zenith of Saiyan potential, and no amount of rage could facilitate his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Thus, he was powerless to prevent Frieza from annihilating Planet Vegeta. The malevolent Saiyans gazed in disbelief, recognizing their own wickedness, yet aware of the impending doom as they watched Planet Vegeta face destruction. Their feelings were profoundly complex, especially upon witnessing King Vegeta's formidable 100,000 combat power and Bardock's terrifying presence. Yet even so, they could not withstand Frieza's might for even a fleeting second. At that moment, they truly comprehended the terror of the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza. Chapter 14. The Destruction of Planet Vegeta. Frieza is truly terrifying. One Saiyan could not contain himself and spoke aloud, only to be met with an eerie silence. Having witnessed the demise of the strongest among the Saiyans, the impact upon them was immense. Not to mention their prior lack of strength. Even in their current state, their perceptions were profoundly altered. Chuan too felt the weight of the situation. He understood the formidable nature of the Dragon Ball universe, which was still in its infancy, yet had not yet encountered the higher echelons of power. Nevertheless, he dared not become complacent. Moreover, he sensed Frieza's deep-seated malice. For now, he merely ignored him. But once Planet Vegeta was obliterated, their situation would become exceedingly precarious. With my current combat power, transforming into a Super Saiyan is utterly impossible. Thus, I am left with but one path: to master the perfect Great Ape transformation. By enhancing my foundational combat power while simultaneously mastering the perfect Great Ape transformation, my strength could surge tenfold. This would allow me to establish a foothold in the cosmos, preventing me from becoming mere cannon fodder. Even with a combat power exceeding 200,000, augmented by transformation skills, I could barely reach 300,000. This was still woefully inadequate, insufficient to stand on equal footing with Frieza. Moreover, Frieza was merely a preliminary boss. Even more formidable foes awaited in the future, including adversaries from different dimensions. If I do not grow rapidly, I may very well struggle to survive in this Dragon Ball universe. As he pondered this with growing concern, Frieza's thunderous laughter echoed through the void as he raised a hand, a flicker of purple light emerging from his fingertips, gradually swelling into a colossal orb. The cosmos rippled with the immense pressure. All present felt an unprecedented weight upon them. The energy sphere grew, expanding until it surpassed the size of a spacecraft, and it continued to swell. Everyone sensed the terrifying force contained within. The Saiyans revealed traces of fear, lifting their gazes to behold the cataclysmic power Frieza had unleashed. The purple energy sphere surged towards Planet Vegeta. Oh, let destruction reign. You wretched Saiyans. King Vegeta and Bardock had already been dealt with. Now, not a single Saiyan remained on Planet Vegeta capable of thwarting Frieza. They could only watch helplessly as the energy sphere descended upon their world. When the purple energy sphere penetrated Planet Vegeta, it was as if a stone had been cast into a cake, completely submerging within the planet. In an instant, on the surface of Planet Vegeta, cracks began to emerge, swiftly spreading and engulfing the entire planet in an instant. Simultaneously, all Saiyans on Vegeta were annihilated by this energy wave, reduced to ashes. Following this, a tremendous explosion resonated. Planet Vegeta was obliterated. Frieza, who had initially maintained a semblance of calm, inexplicably felt a surge of excitement upon witnessing the destruction of Vegeta. Haha, look at this, Mr. Sabo, Mr. Paporia. This fireworks display is simply magnificent. With a long howl from Frieza, Planet Vegeta vanished completely from the cosmos, transformed into mere dust. What was once radiant now succumbed to utter darkness. The Frieza force descended into madness, with everyone erupting into laughter as if they had witnessed something exceedingly amusing. Conversely, the remaining Saiyans fell into a profound silence. Although Chuan had anticipated this outcome, witnessing the destruction of Vegeta left his heart in turmoil. He understood that he had merely commenced as an ordinary player, yet with the annihilation of Vegeta, he would officially enter a hellish beginning. Regardless of his actions, he could easily incur Frieza's ire, and a single misstep could lead to his own obliteration. This instilled within him a sense of urgency. The remaining malevolent Saiyans also lapsed into a strange silence, having truly experienced the consequences of their weakness. Countless powerful Saiyans had been reduced to mere gorillas, their battle prowess magnified tenfold. Yet, even so, they had no means to resist the cosmic emperor, Frieza. Furthermore, with the destruction of Planet Vegeta, they had become truly homeless. Like rootless drifters, faced with the grim lesson of their predecessors, they were at a loss for direction, casting glances toward their leader, Chuan. Sensing their gaze, Chuan spoke, "We are unlike the annihilated Saiyans. We still possess some value." Indeed, Chuan's words were strikingly straightforward. Value. Without it, their existence became unnecessary, especially in the eyes of someone as suspicious as Frieza. The actions of King Vegeta and others were not erroneous. At this moment, Chuan spoke slowly, recognizing the need to instill a proper understanding in the Saiyans who followed him, lest they lose all confidence and devolve into mere cosmic beings. He had no use for weak Saiyans. The malevolent Saiyans were momentarily taken aback. Daring to utter such words at such a time seemed audacious. Moreover, to claim that King Vegeta and others had not erred was audacious indeed. After all, King Vegeta had been obliterated, along with the entire planet Vegeta. Could that be deemed correct? As a Saiyan, a warrior race in the cosmos, they were expected to possess pride and resilience, never yielding easily. Yet, the true error lay in acting recklessly without comprehending the enemy's strength and overestimating themselves. Had they possessed the might to vanquish their foes, their choices and actions would have been entirely justified. Alas, victory and defeat dictate all. Upon concluding his remarks, all Saiyans behind Chuan fell silent, grasping his meaning. Chuan bore no apprehension regarding a potential rebellion from these Saiyans. After all, their efforts would be in vain. With the destruction of Planet Vegeta, the Saiyans had no one left but themselves. Frieza's ability to easily obliterate Planet Vegeta indicated his discontent with the Saiyans. At this moment, if they did not band together, they would meet a swift demise. The assembled Saiyans, exhibiting a modicum of sense, refrained from engaging in foolish actions, and in the wake of Vegeta's destruction, no one paid them any heed, allowing them to converse openly. Chapter 15. The Hell Mode commences. Planet Vegeta has been annihilated. Numerous cosmic beings returned to their respective spaceships, preparing to follow the mothership back. On the mothership, Frieza remained in high spirits. "It is truly splendid, isn't it, Mr. Sabo, Mr. Paporia?" "Indeed, a beautiful display." Sabo and Paporia echoed. After a moment of calm, Sabo ventured, "Lord Frieza, with Planet Vegeta destroyed, nearly the entire Saiyan race has been eradicated. Only that one wandering Saiyan's battle squad remains. How shall we deal with them?" Sabo and Paporia understood that Frieza had only spared the wandering Saiyan out of whim, intending to vex King Vegeta. Now that Planet Vegeta was destroyed, those Saiyans were rendered useless. To eliminate potential future threats, it would be prudent to eradicate all remaining Saiyans. Frieza's tail gently tapped against a small spacecraft as he contemplated. While the legends spoke of Saiyans transforming into Super Saiyans, the ultimate nemesis of the ice demons, he was not genuinely fearful. Rather, he felt a flicker of anticipation and curiosity. If all Saiyans were indeed destroyed, would he not be deprived of witnessing the legendary Saiyans? At this moment, he hesitated. Suddenly, a thought struck him. With the destruction of Planet Vegeta, wouldn't that mean a significant reduction in mercenaries for his army? Yes, Sabo quickly replied. In that case, let the surviving Saiyans step up and earn more wealth for me. We cannot afford to pause for even a moment. Haha, I am truly a genius. Sabo and Paporia exchanged glances, harboring a tinge of concern, for the Saiyans possessed formidable strength that was difficult to control. Especially with the emergence of Bardock, their worries had intensified. Moreover, Chuan's battle prowess had skyrocketed in a short period, nearing their own capabilities. How could they feel at ease? As Frieza prepared to make a decision, Sabo steeled himself and stepped forward. Lord Frieza, I have a suggestion. I wonder if it would be appropriate? Oh, please speak, Mr. Sabo. Frieza regarded Sabo with keen interest, eager to hear more. Recently, the cosmic borders have faced incessant incursions from other factions, which are quite troublesome. I believe we should dispatch them to guard the cosmic frontier. We cannot allow others to act with impunity. Frieza's eyes narrowed, and his aura shifted instantaneously. Although he often presented a genial demeanor, he was, after all, the Cosmic Emperor. How could he be so easily appeased? Not only was he the Cosmic Emperor, but he was also the greatest merchant in the entire universe, a true tycoon. At this moment, someone dared to infringe upon his domain. Was that not akin to digging in a tiger's territory? Who? The Mecha Squad. Sabo lowered his head, fully aware of the potential reaction from Frieza upon hearing those words. He dared not breathe a word. With a crisp crack, the small spacecraft was shattered by Frieza's tail, revealing his inner turmoil and burgeoning fury. How interesting. How intriguing. I understand now. Let that wandering Saiyan lead the other Saiyans to guard the borders. If they encounter the Mecha Squad, they are to engage directly. For any consequences that arise, I shall bear the responsibility. Upon finishing his words, Frieza's mood instantly soured. The Mecha Squadron, under the command of his brother Cooler, was akin to Frieza's elite Ginyu Force, boasting unparalleled combat prowess. Their might was sufficient to sweep across the cosmos. Now, this Mecha Squadron dared to encroach upon the cosmic borders, signaling that Cooler was stirring from his slumber. The entire universe was under the dominion of the Ice Demon clan, with Frieza holding a significant portion, while King Cold and Cooler were relegated to a diminutive corner. The emergence of the Mecha Squadron signified a monumental shift. When Chuan learned that he and his companions were to be dispatched to the cosmic frontier, he was utterly taken aback. Furthermore, hearing of the Mecha Squadron's incursions filled him with trepidation. While the Mecha Squadron's combat strength was not overwhelmingly formidable, merely in the range of several 100,000, it could serve as a sharpening stone for his current abilities. However, to perceive the situation as merely this trivial would invite calamity. Behind the Mecha Squadron stood Cooler, another member of the Ice Demon clan, possessing terrifying innate talents, with a combat power reaching an astonishing 470 million. The thought of provoking Cooler left him in a state of dread, for even Frieza, who had never faced death nor grasped the essence of cultivation, was far weaker than Cooler. Despite this, he could not contend with Frieza, let alone Cooler. Chuan fell into a profound silence. The wicked Saiyans were oblivious to the peril they were about to confront. They merely saw their leader's demeanor darkening and sensed an ominous premonition. One Saiyan cautiously inquired, "Boss, is there a problem with guarding the borders?" What problem could there be? Chuan's expression was as dark as the deepest waters. It's a grave issue, for the Mecha Squadron is the one invading the cosmic frontiers. Each member boasts combat power in the range of hundreds of thousands. If that were not enough, a far more terrifying presence looms behind them, Cooler. He is a being even more dreadful than Frieza. Should we encounter him, we would be reduced to mere dust. As Chuan's words hung in the air, the Saiyans were struck with horror, their faces betraying their shock. It was no surprise they were unaware, after all. They were merely lowly warriors who had been imprisoned for violating clan rules and were thus ignorant of the universe's affairs. Moreover, this was no ordinary matter. Chapter 16, Saiyan Demon Transformation. How could this be? Stronger than Frieza. And the Mecha Squadron possesses combat power in the hundreds of thousands. Even King Vegeta only has a combat power of 10,000. In that moment, many Saiyans found it hard to breathe. Frieza had already left them gasping, and now they discovered there existed a creature even more powerful. Facing such a monster seemed like a death sentence. If Chuan were to hear the thoughts of these Saiyans, he would bluntly affirm, "Yes, Frieza desires your demise." It was evident that, with Planet Vegeta utterly destroyed, Frieza's interest had waned, rendering them of no further use. As the Saiyans were engulfed in shock, Chuan took a deep breath. Feeling the urgency of time pressing upon him, it was naive to hope for relocation to Frieza's side. Time was of the essence. He could no longer harbor wishful thinking. Each day spent Saiyan was uncertain as to when he would attain strength sufficient to stand against Frieza. rather than wait. He resolved to engage in rigorous training to master the perfect great ape transformation. Without delay, Chuan set his course to swiftly distance himself from Frieza. At that point, he would be beyond the reach of military orders, the farther the better, and when his strength reached a certain level, he would confront the cosmic borders once more. Perhaps fortune would smile upon him, allowing him to sign in for the bloodline of the Ice Demon clan from Cooler, or perhaps employ other strategies. Should he encounter Cooler before acquiring the power to oppose the Ice Demon clan, he would simply shift the blame onto Frieza, letting them tear each other apart. Once Chuan reconciled his thoughts, the weight of pressure lifted, and he calmed his mind. Observing the Saiyans around him still in a state of suffocation, he reassured them. There is no need for such despair. If it is merely the Mecha Squadron, I alone can handle it without concern. As for Cooler, we cannot be so unfortunate as to cross paths with him. Besides, before heading to the cosmic borders, we will undergo intensive training to enhance our ultimate combat abilities. Chuan aimed not only to perfect the great ape transformation, but also to elevate all Saiyans to the level of the Jinyu Force. At the very least, they should possess a combat power exceeding 10,000. Otherwise, in the vastness of the cosmos, they would easily become cannon fodder. Although several thousand combat power was already formidable, misfortune could still lead them to encounter exceptionally powerful foes. Now, there were few Saiyans remaining, including him, only 13 in total, excluding Vegeta and others. This number was alarmingly small. Losing even one Saiyan would be a grave loss. After reassuring his brethren, although they remained somewhat skeptical, they had no choice but to trust him. As they boarded the spaceship to flee Frieza's legion, a notification sound echoed in Chuan's mind. Ding. Time's up. Automatic sign-in successful. Reward. Ice Demon Clan Level 1 Transformation Skill. Initially, Chuan felt a surge of joy, quickly followed by a haze of confusion. What was this? Ice Demon Clan Level 1 Transformation Skill? While he could grasp the concept of a transformation skill, the specificity of Level 1 transformation left him bewildered. He was momentarily stunned. But as he delved deeper into the system's explanation of this so-called transformation, he felt a mix of excitement and disappointment. To successfully sign in from Frieza was a rare achievement, yet the skill acquired felt somewhat underwhelming, leaving him feeling slightly regretful. This transformation skill was indeed powerful, surpassing even the Cyberman transformation, allowing for a doubling of combat power. With his current strength of over 200,000, activating the demon transformation would elevate his power to 500,000, nearly equivalent to Frieza's first form. Such potential was terrifying. However, if he were to perfectly master the great ape transformation, this so-called demon transformation might become rather redundant, potentially losing its significance altogether. Yet, he remained uncertain whether these transformations could stack. If they could, his combat power would be extraordinarily formidable. However, this would require experimentation to ascertain. At this moment, the acquisition of the demon transformation through sign-in filled him with a sense of fortuitous promise for the journey ahead. This is a promising omen. Perhaps better fortune awaits. Embracing this thought, he led all the Saiyans into the far reaches of the universe. However, aboard their spacecraft, a pre-configured gravity chamber was ready, and during their cosmic voyage, he could not afford to squander time. Daily sign-ins continued unabated, and training was relentless. As they departed from the Frieza force, Sabo and Vaporia closely monitored their movements until the spacecraft vanished entirely from sight. You truly are ruthless. To concoct such a foul idea, sending them to confront the Mecha Brigade, and potentially offending King Gula, Vaporia remarked first. Although his combat power was not particularly high, he enjoyed Frieza's favor, granting him a respectable status. Sabo was in a similar position. Without their standing, their combat abilities would hardly merit a voice before Frieza. Sabo did not refute Vaporia's words, but instead mused. King Frieza might refrain from acting against this group of Saiyans for the sake of face. Yet, these Saiyans are no ordinary foes. Despite the destruction of Planet Vegeta, they remain a menace. Even if they feign obedience, one day they shall inevitably turn against us. And that wandering Saiyans' combat power is already unfathomable. Previously, he had inadvertently detected this individual's power level, which had registered at 58,000 before the scanner exploded. As Sabo spoke, he was taken aback himself. Initially, they had witnessed the pitiful state of Chuan, whose power level had been merely 2,400. How had he transformed into such a terrifying force? He could not comprehend it, which only fueled his desire to eliminate this group of Saiyans and eradicate the threat for King Frieza. Vaporeon, upon hearing Sabo's words, gaped in disbelief, utterly astonished. He had intended to retort, but was rendered speechless by Sabo's profound shock. Perhaps it was indeed justified. How could such a wretched band of monkeys possess such formidable power? Vaporeon felt a deep sense of imbalance within. Chapter 17. Arrival at the Cosmic Frontier. Chuan had sensed the malevolence of the Frieza force. Although he believed he could escape directly, the vastness of the universe harbors innumerable dangers, and one escape might lead to another. Moreover, Frieza was merely the initial boss. If he hesitated now, it would be wiser to find a place to hide and sign in rather than daring to scale the heights. Upon boarding the spacecraft, Chuan commenced his grueling training, indifferent to the conditions of the other Saiyans, as he needed to ensure his combat prowess remained at its peak. He had to be prepared for survival at all times. His equipment multiplier had already reached tenfold, but he refrained from further enhancement, believing that only through evenly distributed force could he achieve greater gains. Consequently, the gravity within the spacecraft was set to 20 times. The combination of these forces was formidable, rendering even his current combat power a struggle to endure, akin to enduring 200 times the gravity. Yet, training under such extreme conditions allowed him to feel his growth every moment. Even a few push-ups contributed to his advancement. This was a testament to the excellence of the Saiyan bloodline. With sufficient effort, their combat power would undoubtedly surge. While Chuan diligently trained, the entire Saiyan squad did not languish in comfort aboard the spacecraft. During their spare time, he had already equipped all the Saiyans with gravity devices. Although the maximum multiplier was limited to 10 times due to the constraints on Planet Vegeta, this arrangement ensured that all Saiyans could steadily enhance their abilities during the journey, preventing their efforts from being entirely wasted. 10 days passed quietly. The Saiyan team reached the cosmic frontier and landed on a desolate planet, barren and devoid of any flora or fauna, presenting a bleak vista. Even the air was remarkably poor, yet they bore no disdain. After all, only a deserted planet signified a lack of other life forms, providing ample space for their training. This planet is truly desolate. Even if sold, no one would want it, sneered one Saiyan. Each Saiyan harbored mercenary inclinations, a habit ingrained from years of existence, shaping their characters. Chuan, however, paid no heed to their remarks and addressed the group. From now on, you must enter my spacecraft daily to train. Should anyone dare to slack off, do not blame me for being unkind. Furthermore, I will periodically assess your progress. You will all spar with me. Upon hearing that they were to enter the gravity chamber for training, the Saiyans felt no aversion, having long since grown accustomed to it. However, when they learned they would have to spar with Chuan, a chill swept through the group, and they instinctively took a step back. Maybe we can skip the sparring? We will certainly train hard and not betray your trust. The prospect of sparring filled all the Saiyans with dread, for every encounter with Chuan had resulted in merciless thrashings, leaving them with no opportunity to retaliate. That was not sparring, it was unilateral domination. The mere thought of being battered again instilled fear in their hearts. What kind of training was this? Certainly, Chuan believed their abilities were too weak. Even with the enhancements from the gravity, their progress remained sluggish. Such feeble strength could not possibly match his own for meaningful sparring. It would be far more effective to simply overpower them, as Saiyan bloodlines guaranteed that those on the brink of death would experience significant boosts upon recovery. Even lower-tier warriors could improve remarkably fast. It was precisely this method that enabled them to achieve mid-tier warrior status in such a short time on Planet Vegeta. Chuan cast a glance at all the Saiyans, saying nothing, merely observing silently. The Saiyans, who had initially intended to argue, fell silent and turned to enter the gravity chamber. They dreaded the thought of beginning a sparring session at that moment, for that would truly be life-threatening. As the multitude of Saiyans entered the gravity chamber, Chuan took the opportunity to assess his own strength after having immersed himself in relentless training during their cosmic journey. Adapting to the relative gravity, he immediately began to increase the multiplier, subjecting his body to overexertion. As a result, he felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Host, Chuan age, 16 bloodline, Saiyan bloodline sign-in. Completed, daily random sign-in available. Combat power, 822,000 skills. Transformation skill, Sabo, limb regeneration, demon transformation. With the translucent interface appearing, Chuan gazed at the combat power figures on his information panel, utterly astonished. Although he sensed his rapid growth and the benefits of daily sign-ins, he had not anticipated such a terrifying increase. His combat power had reached an astounding 820,000. This has already surpassed the first form of Frieza, and if combined with his demonic transformation, his combat power could reach an astounding 1.6 million. Even against Frieza's complete second form, he possesses sufficient strength to crush the opponent. However, this is still insufficient. This only indicates a minor capability within this universe. When confronted with a slightly more formidable boss, he would merely turn to dust. His power remains inadequate. With his current foundational combat strength, he cannot even aspire to become a Super Saiyan. Thus, he must endeavor to harness the might of the great ape. Once he masters the strength of the gorilla, his combat power could multiply tenfold. Possessing such power, he would be ever closer to breaking free from Frieza's control. Once he surpasses Frieza, he would undoubtedly imprison several individuals to serve as his sign-in targets. Daily sign-ins would surely yield the abilities of the Frost Demon Clan. Although Chuan was elated to witness the rapid enhancement of his combat power, he felt his foundational strength was still lacking. There remains room for advancement. Moreover, he is increasingly eager to master the power of the perfect great ape, for that is the true cornerstone of his strength. Simultaneously, he fantasized further. If he could genuinely defeat Frieza, he could entirely use Frieza as his sign-in material. However, he dared not to consider Gula, as that individual currently boasts a terrifying combat power of 470 million, even more formidable than Frieza. For now, he could only contemplate Frieza. Chapter 18. Foundation combat power exceeds 1 million. Chuan adjusted all his gravity equipment to amplify the gravitational force, immediately squeezing his combat power to a staggering 80,000. This overwhelming pressure was unprecedented. At this moment, he was fervently training on this desolate planet, as he could not enter the gravity chamber. Thus, he could only train freely on the planet. The gravity chamber was too cramped, and with so many individuals crowded inside, he could not practice effectively. Therefore, training on the planet became more liberating, and his combat power steadily increased, not only due to his own training, but also thanks to the sign-in system. On fortunate occasions, he would occasionally gain several tens of thousands of combat power. On less fortunate days, it might only amount to a few thousand. Nevertheless, for him, this was a terrifying enhancement. As long as he remained relatively cautious, he could wait until a miraculous moment arrived. Yet, he understood that such a scenario was far from realistic. Not to mention, his lifespan is limited. Even if he eventually possesses hundreds of millions of combat power, it would only barely allow him to scrape by in the early stages. It would be better to train vigorously and master the techniques unique to the Saiyans. That is the true method for enhancing his strength. With such a fervent leader, the Saiyans dared not slack off, dedicating themselves to relentless training. They either endured beatings or were on their way to receive them. This relentless pursuit resulted in their combat power increasing exponentially. The weakest among them had already achieved 8,000 combat power, illustrating their madness. Yet, they now felt as if they were in a dream. It was truly unbelievable that this group of lower-tier warriors could attain a combat power of 8,000. Who would have thought that the leader would employ such a method to elevate their combat power? It was not solely due to the gravity chamber. More likely, it was the experience of enduring beatings that contributed. The Saiyans were acutely aware that their training alone would yield limited results. Conversely, each beating, though initially resisted, ultimately led to a profound realization of their enhanced combat power. This made their pain a source of joy. Although they protested verbally, their bodies were undeniably honest. When it was time for sparring, they would eagerly rush forward. However, their bodies, being mere flesh, had limits. Coupled with the dwindling supply of nourishment, they were on the verge of exhaustion. If they did not exercise restraint, a single injury could require a lengthy recovery period. This was also a drawback of their training method. Of course, on this barren planet, the only Saiyan who remained unscathed was Chuan. After all, no one could inflict harm upon him. Even if he wished to injure himself, it would be quite the challenge. When all the Saiyans emerged from the gravity chamber and beheld Chuan engaging in extreme training in the distance, they could not help but pause to watch. Their leader was truly fearsome. His gravity device likely reached an astonishing 50 times, and with so many gravity apparatuses stacked together. It was unimaginable how much he was suppressing himself. Despite such suppression, he could easily overwhelm them, which was even more terrifying. With such power, he should be able to effortlessly deal with Frieza, right? They had not forgotten the overwhelming pressure they felt when Frieza annihilated Planet Vegeta. Yet, despite merely a month passing, their internal thoughts had shifted somewhat, for they had witnessed an even more terrifying creature, Chuan, a pure Saiyan, clad in such formidable gravity devices. And even without removing them, he possessed an immensely terrifying combat power exceeding 100,000. This was beyond their wildest imaginations. If he were to remove all that equipment, how monstrous would his combat power be? Perhaps it would reach 1,000,000. Just the thought was chilling. Wouldn't that make facing Frieza a trivial matter? Because of such thoughts, they felt an unprecedented sense of ease, even dismissing Frieza with a wave of their hands. As for their previous mission, they had long forgotten it entirely. Suddenly, just as they were lost in their thoughts, Chuan materialized before them in an instant. You say it would be effortless to deal with Frieza? Who said that? Chuan's expression remained calm, his thoughts concealed, yet the intensity of his gaze made all present Saiyans feel a wave of tension, as if something ominous was about to unfold. The Saiyan who had just spoken hesitantly raised his hand, sensing an ominous premonition. He felt that he was about to face consequences. Indeed, just as this thought crossed his mind, Chuan appeared before him in an instant, seizing him and flinging him aside with great force. What nonsense are you spouting? Have you grown overly arrogant, believing your combat power renders you invincible? Each of your combat powers is merely at the threshold of entry. You cannot even compare to the Jinyu force, so what right do you have to be so conceited? Do you think my combat power is so formidable that I can already rival Frieza? The reason Chuan suddenly interrupted his training was that he felt this group had become increasingly reckless. They were heading towards the trajectory of the Jinyu force. This was unacceptable. A group of weaklings with such feeble combat power dared to entertain such arrogant thoughts. They were not far from annihilation. He would not allow such a situation to occur. They needed to face reality. The multitude of Saiyans present were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend their leader's actions. Chuan snorted coldly, silently observing the gathered Saiyans. Your assumptions are correct. My combat power has indeed surpassed 1,000,000. With a single hand, I could crush you all. At this moment, Chuan openly declared that his base combat power had reached over 1,000,000, leaving all the Saiyans present utterly astonished. Their expressions a vivid tapestry of disbelief. Speculation was one thing, but hearing it directly from the source evoked an unprecedented shock within them. My goodness, it is truly terrifying to think that such a combat power could be achieved. Is this the pinnacle that the Saiyans can reach? Though the Saiyans have long proclaimed themselves a warrior race, they had never dared to dream of reaching such heights. Even King Vegeta possessed merely a combat power of 10,000, yet their leader now boasted over 1,000,000. Does this not signify the genuine ascendance of the Saiyans? Chapter 19. Mastering the Power of the Great Ape. The expressions of the gathered Saiyans were fully observed by Chuan, and he understood that this group had indeed never faced the harsh realities of life, or perhaps their horizons were simply too narrow. In the vast cosmos, what does a combat power of 1,000,000 truly signify? For certain formidable entities, 1,000,000 is merely fodder. Moreover, this is just the beginning. In the later stages, even Frieza and cooler cosmic monarchs would barely qualify as anything more than mere cannon fodder. Unless one dedicates months to rigorous training, Chuan slightly shook his head. Disappointment etched across his face. You have greatly disappointed me. Is a mere combat power of 1,000,000 enough to make you lose your sense of proportion? Are you aware of Frieza's true strength? The Saiyans collectively shook their heads, unclear and unable to detect it even with their scouters, relying solely on instinct. Chuan candidly stated, Frieza's current combat power stands at 530,000. Only 530,000. A voice murmured in disbelief. As upon learning of Chuan's million, this 530,000 seemed utterly insignificant. Yet, Chuan remained unfazed, fully aware that these Saiyans had seen too little of the universe to be compared with. Nonetheless, they must recognize reality. In this unfathomable universe, countless monsters exist, and one must approach the Dragon Ball world with a profound sense of reverence. Despite possessing foresight akin to that of a prophet and a sign-in system, he dared not be complacent, maintaining a posture of humility and awe. This illustrates just how terrifying the Dragon Ball world truly is. Only 530,000 combat power. That is merely Frieza's first form. Frieza belongs to the Frost Demon race, a lineage endowed with formidable power. Among this race, Frieza is exceptionally gifted, which is why he wields such terrifying strength. Due to the overwhelming nature of his power, he has sealed away a significant portion within himself, allowing for multiple transformations. Currently, his first form possesses 530,000 combat power, while his second form surpasses 1 million. The third form boasts at least 4 million combat power. As Chuan gradually elucidated the various forms of Frieza and their respective combat powers, all the Saiyans were left in a stupor. They never anticipated that Frieza was so formidable. The first form alone rendered them utterly helpless, and yet there were so many more forms. Truly, he is the Cosmic Emperor. Observing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Chuan was unwilling to relent, determined to impart a crucial lesson. In this universe, anyone who is arrogant and conceited will ultimately be reduced to cosmic dust. Beyond the first three forms, Frieza possesses an ultimate form, his original state, which boasts 6 million combat power. Moreover, as his form transforms, his power increases correspondingly. Once he fully adapts, his strength can soar to tens of millions of combat power. With such might, how do you propose to defeat him? Chuan challenged the assembled Saiyans. All the Saiyans were left speechless, their minds racing to process the staggering data, their intellects momentarily overwhelmed. What a terrifying monster. No wonder he is called the Cosmic Emperor. Without such overwhelming power, he could not possibly dominate the universe. In this moment, they felt as though they were under Frieza's oppressive gaze. Observing the crowd's reaction, Chuan recognized it was time to drive the point home, reminding them, aside from Frieza, there are numerous terrifying beings in the universe, some even more exaggerated than Frieza. Therefore, do not be arrogant or complacent. The path we must tread is still long. While the Saiyan bloodline allows for rapid growth, time is ultimately required. In the face of the universe, one must always maintain a sense of reverence. Otherwise, one will inevitably be reduced to dust. His words resonated like a clarion call within the hearts of all the Saiyans, prompting them to shed their arrogance and truly reassess themselves. They had to admit that their current situation was indeed dire. They could neither flee nor possess the strength to combat their challenges, leaving them with a sense of suffocation. At that moment, Chuan timely remarked, "There is no need for concern, for we bear the warrior blood of the Saiyans. With diligent training, we shall eventually reach the same level. Moreover, during this period, I have developed a unique transformation exclusive to us Saiyans. Once mastered, it will enhance our combat power tenfold." What? A tenfold increase in combat power? The once dazed Saiyans, upon hearing Chuan's words, expressed their astonishment. Such a transformation technique exists, and it is uniquely ours. However, the gathered Saiyans were not devoid of intellect. Some quickly recalled the Saiyans' special ability to transform upon witnessing a full moon. You mean to say we will turn into great apes? They speculated. However, while such a transformation would enhance combat power, it would also mean losing all rationality for lower-tier warriors. Yes, while power may increase, the loss of reason would lead to endless destruction, rendering them unable to control such strength. This is of little use. When one Saiyan voiced this concern, others felt deflated, realizing that if this were the case, it would be futile. Intermediate warriors might not lose their sanity, but they would. The violent factor in their bloodline would cause them to completely lose their reason, becoming mere harbingers of destruction. By the time the enemy was vanquished, they might have already obliterated the planet themselves. Even possessing immense power would be of no avail. As the Saiyans found themselves engulfed in disappointment, Chuan, however, bore a smile. "No, you are only partially correct. It is indeed a transformation into a great ape, but it differs from what you imagine. I speak of mastering a perfect transformation. Although it is a great ape transformation, it occurs in human form. This not only allows one to harness the power of the great ape, but also retains one's rationality, enhancing one's combat power tenfold. This is a transformation I have recently devised, and everyone must learn it. If we can truly master it, we shall gain a measure of self-preservation in this vast universe." Indeed, within this month, he not only elevated his base combat power, but also unraveled the secrets of the great ape power, attaining true mastery over the great ape transformation. Chapter 20. Imparting the power of the great ape. The multitude of Saiyans, upon hearing Mu Chuan's words, displayed expressions of sheer astonishment. Such a method exists? If they could truly harness the power of the great ape, their battle prowess would multiply tenfold. All the Saiyans present would possess combat abilities akin to those of the Jinyu Force, thereby forming a formidable team within the cosmos. Could we, the lower-ranked warriors, also master this power? One Saiyan voiced his insecurities. It was understandable, for during a full moon transformation, all lower-tier warriors would lose their sanity. This is common knowledge. Otherwise, if every Saiyan had the card of transforming into a great ape, it would be utterly terrifying. Mu Chuan observed the myriad expressions on the faces of the Saiyans: doubt, anxiety, anticipation, and excitement, absorbing it all. Fear not. Even lower-ranked warriors can master this power, though it will require considerable effort. Have faith in yourselves. In the past, did you ever envision your battle power reaching tens of thousands? Indeed, none had ever imagined possessing such formidable strength, as lower-tier warriors could not surpass their inherent limitations. A Saiyan nodded in agreement, fully convinced. This was strength they had never dared to envision, and now that it was attainable, what else could not be achieved? Instantly, an air of confidence surged among the Saiyans, alleviating their unease. Mu Chuan sensed the moment was ripe to delve into the main topic. He calmly stated, "Next, I shall demonstrate how to wield the terrifying power of the great ape. However, it is essential to maintain a semblance of sanity during the transformation while preserving human form. This not only allows one to access the great ape's power, but also to sustain optimal combat form without glaring weaknesses." He elucidated for the gathered Saiyans, then proceeded to gradually adjust his gravity equipment to 0, subsequently removing it. In an instant, a tremendous aura surged forth. He felt an unprecedented lightness. Although his time with the gravity equipment was brief, his battle power had increased remarkably in this short span. For a moment, he felt somewhat disoriented. Yet, he soon began to acclimate to his current battle prowess. The aura exploded forth. The barren planet trembled, and faint cracks began to appear, as though the very planet were on the verge of shattering. All the Saiyans were propelled backward. Even those with battle powers exceeding 10,000 felt like mere ants, unable to withstand the shockwave. Such was the terrifying nature of this aura. The oppressive force was so overwhelming that it seemed to surpass even Frieza's might. Was this the battle power that one could unleash? The Saiyans stood in stunned silence, completely forgetting the great ape power they were meant to experience. Instead, deeply feeling Mu Chuan's overwhelming strength. The power was beyond comprehension. Suddenly, curiosity ignited within them regarding the extent of Mu Chuan's battle prowess. At that moment, one Saiyan exclaimed, "No, our current detectors are too outdated to measure such terrifying power. They would explode, unless we have the latest detectors, which are beyond our reach." Thus, they relinquished their curiosity, for conditions did not permit them to witness Mu Chuan's true power. Having removed the gravity device, Mu Chuan felt unencumbered, his strength climbing to unprecedented heights. While the system displayed numerical data, it did not grant him a true sense of his power. He could only ascertain the level he had reached. How terrifying was this level? He had yet to comprehend. In that moment, he felt his battle power stabilize at 1.3 million, equivalent to Frieza's second form. Should he utilize the great ape transformation, his power would soar to 13 million. Although he could not rival Frieza, he had attained fundamental strength, and once mastering the Super Saiyan transformation, he would dare to challenge Frieza directly. A battle power of 1.3 million was formidable. He felt confident that even if Jinyu stood before him, he could crush him with a mere finger, truly powerful. However, while his battle power surged rapidly, his combat techniques were somewhat lacking. The signing-in system was not particularly effective. Mu Chuan expressed a hint of disappointment. His battle power was indeed strong, surpassing limits. Yet his combat methods remained singular, relying solely on his innate strength. If he were to learn, it would be a considerable challenge. The signing-in system's inadequacies left him feeling helpless, forcing him to wait until his power reached a sufficient level before sweeping through all obstacles. After experiencing his full strength, he gradually began to calm down and addressed the still-dazed Saiyans. "Observe closely how I execute this. You shall have your turn next. In this desolate realm, do not fear damaging the planet." In an instant, his body swelled, transforming into a great ape, only to quickly revert to human form. Yet, a crimson glow enveloped him, emanating a violent aura capable of shaking the very foundation of the planet. His aura surged tenfold, Although he had mastered the great ape power, the emotional volatility that accompanied it intensified. Despite the raging aura, he remained unaffected, casting a glance at the Saiyans, who were frozen in place as if struck by a spell. This was the essence of the great ape power. Transforming into a great ape, yet maintaining human form, not only amplified one's battle power tenfold, but also allowed for swift action, unlike a typical great ape. With such a transformation, the Saiyans could firmly establish themselves in the vast universe. However, one must adapt to the increased volatility and fury that could potentially lead to planetary destruction. Chuan continued to explain after utilizing the great ape power. As these were his comrades, the stronger they became, the more challenges he could overcome, allowing him to focus solely on cultivation without the burdens of the mundane world. Chapter 21. All warriors surpassed 10,000. Witnessing the earth-shattering power, all the Saiyans present were filled with exhilaration. A life without goals or hope is the most helpless and despairing existence. Yet now, their leader had set a precedent. Moreover, the path had been laid before them. If they could not achieve it, it was solely their own shortcomings. Chuan retracted the great ape power and took a moment to catch his breath. While it indeed allowed for a tenfold increase in battle power, it equally demanded stamina. If one could not adapt, they would face significant disadvantages during combat. Clearly, mastering the great ape power alone was insufficient. One must refine it further, for if employed during a battle, they might not last long. This demonstration revealed to him the limitations he still faced. Upon discovering any flaws, he would not hesitate to take immediate action to rectify them, diligently experimenting with the power of the great ape. Once his body had acclimatized, he found that the duration of his transformations lengthened significantly. Subsequently, he conveyed his methods and procedures to all the Saiyans. After imparting this knowledge, he donned his gravity training equipment and ventured to the far side of the planet, mindful of his immense strength, which he feared might disturb others. Moreover, each transformation into a great ape caused considerable upheaval, making it prudent to maintain a safe distance. From that point onward, Chuan continually tested his limits, striving to sustain the power of the great ape for as long as possible. This not only allowed his body to adapt, but also pushed the boundaries of his potential. He believed that the Saiyan physique was remarkably resilient, especially since he possessed a unique ability, regeneration of severed limbs. This gave him confidence, as long as he did not face complete annihilation. Every injury would serve as a wellspring for his strength. Feeling the distant, terrifying surge of chaotic power, the assembled Saiyans exchanged glances, each acutely aware of the immense pressure. They were all training fervently, prompting them to reflect on their own efforts. If their leader was pushing himself so hard, how could they afford to be complacent? If they did not grow stronger, they would be unable to share the burdens their leader bore. They were ultimately still too weak. Previously, they believed themselves formidable, but through Chuan's enlightenment, they recognized their own limited perspectives. They had naively thought that a battle power exceeding 10,000 was extraordinarily strong. Now awakened to their own shortcomings, they yearned to spend every moment in the gravity chamber, fully aware of the necessity to master the power of the great ape. As all the Saiyans fervently enhanced their combat abilities, they simultaneously endeavored to gain control over the great ape power. Their primary challenge lay in the inability to maintain rationality during their transformations. This was the crucial hurdle they needed to overcome. Once they achieved mastery, they would truly harness the power of the great ape. Even without complete control, their combat prowess steadily increased. Gradually, 10 days passed, and every Saiyan surpassed a battle power of 10,000, a truly terrifying feat that rendered each one comparable to the former King Vegeta. Yet, instead of succumbing to arrogance, they intensified their training, driven by the knowledge that their leader, despite possessing such terrifying power, continued to strive for improvement. This constant reminder spurred them onward. Meanwhile, on the distant fringes of the universe, within the Frieza force, Frieza inquired of Zarbon about the elapsed time. It has been over a month, and the rogue Saiyans must have reached the cosmic frontier by now. With his head bowed, Zarbon replied, "Indeed, they have arrived at the cosmic border, but they remain on an uninhabited planet. According to our sensors, they appear to be engaged in continuous training. Furthermore, the data indicated a rapid increase in their combat power, with each Saiyan now boasting battle power exceeding 10,000, equivalent to the former King Vegeta." Zarbon's revelation startled even him. Upon receiving this news, he realized the gravity of the situation. Had they remained stagnant and wasted their potential, Frieza might have disregarded them. However, their swift ascension in strength and the collective surge to 10,000 battle power would undoubtedly capture Frieza's attention. As anticipated, Frieza's power intensified, causing the ground beneath him to crack and tremble. Oh, how intriguing! To achieve such battle power in such a brief period, and collectively at that. Quite impressive. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Zarbin? At this moment, Zarbin and Dodoria fell silent, acutely aware of Frieza's temperament. He was undoubtedly furious and alert. Perhaps thoughts of the ancient legend of the frozen demon clan surfaced in his mind, the Super Saiyan. If even the lowly warriors had attained such power, what might the rogue Saiyan they rescued be capable of? Could he become a Super Saiyan? Zarbin could not be certain, but he knew that any possibility of this occurring would not be tolerated. The ship's cabin fell into silence. After a prolonged pause, Frieza slowly spoke. They wish to train. Do they? However, mere training is insufficient. They require worthy opponents to familiarize themselves with their own strengths. Mr. Zarbin, Mr. Dodoria, transmit their geographical coordinates to Guldo. Inform him that my forces have stationed themselves on this desolate planet. Should he dare allow the mecha squad to encroach further, he shall not fault me for my wrath. Exchanging glances, Zarbin and Dodoria felt a chill run down their spines. Their master was indeed irate and was employing underhanded tactics. He intended not only to eliminate the Saiyans, but also to send a warning to Guldo. They dared not defy him and promptly complied with Frieza's orders, issuing a warning alongside the precise geographical coordinates. Far across the cosmic expanse, Guldo received Frieza's warning. Chapter 22. Encounter with the Mecha Squad on a massive spaceship at the remote edge of the universe, a member of the Frozen Demon Clan, resembling Frieza. Listened to the reports from his subordinates. For the first time, a flicker of anger crossed his otherwise impassive face. This was Guldo, a genius of the Frozen Demon Clan and Frieza's elder brother. How amusing. The foolish Frieza dares to send me a warning. Very well, I shall annihilate his entire crew and teach him a lesson, making it abundantly clear that as his elder brother, I am not to be trifled with. Guldo dismissed Frieza's warning with indifference, confident in the overwhelming strength of his mecha squad. Each member surpassed even the captain of Frieza's Jinyu force in power. The prospect of a swift victory was entirely within reach. As for Guldo himself, his power was even more formidable, augmented by an additional transformation beyond Frieza's. This was a clear case of overwhelming superiority. With the precise coordinates in hand, Guldo dispatched his entire mecha squad to confront the Saiyans. Meanwhile, he set off toward Frieza's location. Unbeknownst to Frieza, his actions had drawn Guldo's attention, and he was about to receive a lesson in humility. Chuan, oblivious to the unfolding events, remained focused on his training. Through countless transformations into the great ape, he had truly mastered this ability, capable of transforming at will. Simultaneously, he could sustain the transformation for extended durations, even when utterly exhausted, without experiencing a rapid decline in his combat power. Naturally, his strength continued to rise steadily. Not only has his combat prowess been steadily ascending, but the other Saiyans are also witnessing a gradual enhancement of their abilities, albeit at a slower pace. Thanks to the diligent efforts of this group of Saiyans, two of them have genuinely mastered the power of the great ape. However, due to their status as lower-class warriors, even after transforming into great apes, they exhibit a wild ferocity that teeters on the brink of losing control. Fortunately, they manage to maintain a semblance of self-control. Yet in the heat of intense battle, there is a genuine risk of succumbing to madness. This is indeed unavoidable. Chuan has no recourse but to rely on their practice and acclimatization. On this day, they continued their training as usual, but suddenly, 3 spherical spaceships descended upon this desolate planet, capturing the attention of everyone present. Could these possibly be the spaceships of the Frieza Force? It seems improbable for Frieza to venture here, especially to this barren planet. Does this not suggest that they are the targets? Given the desolation of the planet, if their intentions are indeed malicious, then it must be directed at them. While they were engulfed in confusion, Chuan swiftly materialized beside them. He too had sensed an unfamiliar aura approaching, but due to his inability to control Ki, he could not accurately gauge its strength. However, he perceived that the newcomers were formidable. They stood at a distance, observing the 3 spaceships. A sudden honk pierced the air as the ship's hatches opened. The first to emerge was a being clad in blue battle attire, boasting a head of yellow hair. Following closely was another in earthy tones, and then a third adorned in green. These three were undoubtedly extraterrestrial beings. Upon seeing their appearance, the other Scions immediately deduced that if they were not directly dispatched by Frieza, they were certainly associated with him. The battle suits and scanners were exclusive to the Frieza force. Yet, Chuan was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing them. Were these not members of the Mecha Squad? Captain Frieza, along with his companions Nez and Dre, represented a formidable force under the command of Gula. They were even stronger than the Jinyu force. As Captain Jinyu had once vied for the leadership of the Mecha Squad, but was ultimately outmatched by Frieza, leading him to settle for the Jinyu force instead. Thus, the Jinyu force was, in essence, a tier below the Mecha Squad. Recognizing the arrival of the Mecha Squad, Chuan pondered their motives for seeking him out. Yet he felt that their presence was fortuitous. It would provide an opportunity for this group of Scions to experience true combat. The Mecha Squad's arrival indicated that their tranquil training was about to be disrupted. Their location had been discovered by Gula. Chuan calmly conveyed this information to the Scions, alerting them to the identity of the newcomers. Upon learning who they were, the Scions grew vigilant, for this was Frieza's elite team, a force not to be trifled with. They were acutely aware that Frieza possessed a formidable squad capable of instilling fear throughout the entirety of Planet Vegeta. Even King Vegeta would struggle against them. Although they had grown significantly stronger, facing such a terrifying presence left little room for confidence in victory. As Frieza descended, surveying the group of Scions with tails before him, a look of disdain crept across his face. You are the ones dispatched by Lord Frieza to deal with us. I am astounded that Lord Frieza would exhibit such folly, sending a band of monkeys to confront us, indicating his misplaced trust in you. Alas, while Lord Frieza is indeed powerful, comparable to King Gula, he has underestimated us. We are the Mecha Squad, the ace of King Gula. As he spoke, the trio began to perform a peculiar dance, striking poses during their introduction. The atmosphere grew hushed at the spectacle. Yet, the members of the Mecha Squad remained unfazed. Frieza tossed his hair and casually activated his scanner. 10700124001600013120. How intriguing. I did not expect this band of monkeys to possess such high combat power, with all of you surpassing 10,000. However, your misfortune lies in the fact that you have encountered us. Dre laughed unabashedly, his combat prowess being the most formidable within the Mecha Squad. Yet, he had no aspirations for leadership. He believed that the captain must possess both strength and cunning, a quality that Frieza undeniably possessed. Faced with the Mecha Squad's brazen taunts, the Scions furrowed their brows, anger bubbling to the surface. To be derisively referred to as stinking monkeys was a grave insult, one that no one could tolerate. Yet, they refrained from acting until Chuan gave the word, choosing to ignore the Mecha Squad's provocations. Chapter 23, Training Objects. Observing the Scion's seething rage, Frieza and his companions grew increasingly arrogant, their reckless words igniting the atmosphere further. The tension in the air became palpable. Yet, Chuan remained composed. His silence stemmed from contemplation. Although the Mecha Squad had arrived, Gula was aware of their coordinates. However, knowing did not equate to action, and given Gula's haughty demeanor, he would never descend easily into battle. As long as Gula remained at a distance, Chuan could eliminate the Mecha Squad and swiftly withdraw, or even frame Frieza for their demise. After all, they were currently regarded as Frieza's subordinates. It was a perfect cover. After deliberating, he concluded that there was no need for excessive concern. They could resolve this situation quickly and retreat if necessary. At that moment, the Scions could no longer contain their frustrations. The most powerful among them declared, "Leader, let us take action. These fools are not worth your effort. We shall deal with them. Their insults are intolerable. We will not rest until they are shredded." The other Scions echoed their agreement. Though their power levels barely exceeded 10,000, two of them had already grasped the Great Ape power. Once unleashed, their strength would surpass 100,000, a formidable force indeed. As for the rest, they were insufficient unless they could truly master the Great Ape power, which was not an overnight achievement. Eager to confront the Mecha Squad, Chuan finally spoke. Go forth and test your skills. Treat these three as your training targets, unleashing your full potential. Others should do the same. Let them truly forge your mastery of the Great Ape power. Remember, I will not tolerate weakness. As his words resonated throughout the space, the Scions felt no pressure. Instead, they revealed sinister smiles, an ominous aura radiating from them. They were inherently malevolent Saiyans, and had it not been for the myriad of events they encountered during this period, they would have remained the same wicked individuals. The leader among them was a Saiyan named Kaur, possessing a base combat power of 16,000, making him the strongest among all the Saiyans present, and he was also one of the two who commanded the power of the Great Ape. Among all the Saiyans, aside from Chuan, Kaur was virtually the second in command, held in high regard by the others. Strength is one factor, while capability is another. Your words are exceedingly foul. I nearly wished to tear your mouths apart just moments ago. Now, the opportunity has arisen. A sinister smile crept across Kaur's face, leaving no chance for his opponents to respond. His physique began to swell, expanding to the size of a great ape, only to subsequently shrink back to a human form. Immediately, an ominous aura erupted from his body, enveloped in a crimson energy. That malevolent power spread forth. The hue was not a bright red, but rather a deep crimson, faintly tinged with black. Upon witnessing this, Chuan was momentarily taken aback. This fellow, while utilizing the great ape power, exhibited a uniqueness of his own. Did it imply that the manifestation of this power varied according to individual personality and energy? They were initially quite sinister, inherently possessing a wild nature, and now, wielding the great ape power, their strength seemed magnified countless times. To master such malevolent energy indeed required considerable skill. Yet, it remained to be seen what they would gain from this battle. Chuan grew increasingly eager. He did not fear the volatility and wickedness of his subordinates, for he understood that Saiyans were inherently filled with a tempestuous essence. It was unrealistic to expect them to become truly virtuous. Only the dense-headed Suan Wukong might display such purity. The rest of the Saiyans, to put it bluntly, were evil. To phrase it more delicately, they were proud. With Kaur harnessing the power of the great ape, his combat power surged tenfold, reaching 160,000. Following closely was another Saiyan, Garuda, who could also wield the great ape power, albeit with a slightly lesser combat strength of merely 13,120. However, when he unleashed the great ape power, his combat prowess soared to 130,000, surpassing Jinyu. The mecha team, upon witnessing their terrifying combat strength, were taken aback. The detector emitted a continuous alarm, ultimately revealing their true combat powers. They were genuinely astonished. Delii exclaimed in disbelief. Why did this band of wretched monkeys' strength multiply tenfold in an instant? They seemed to transform into great apes, yet inexplicably reverted to human forms. Could this be related? Frieza speculated. It is said that when Saiyans transform into great apes, their combat power dramatically increases tenfold. Perhaps their displayed power is connected to this. After a brief surprise, they analyzed the information they had acquired, arriving at a nearly accurate conclusion. However, even so, to them, 130,000 and 160,000 were merely figures, hardly enough to fill a gap. The mightiest Kaur was only comparable to the weakest Nazi. As for the more formidable Frieza and Delii, they could easily crush all Saiyans. Moreover, only two possessed the power of the great ape. The battle was imminent. Kaur first formed a glowing energy sphere with both hands and hurled it towards the mecha team. Garuda, not to be outdone, instantaneously appeared before them, executing a hand blade strike. However, as events unfolded, the mecha team seemed to have anticipated their assault. Frieza swiftly deflected the energy sphere with a flick of his hand, then began to summon threads of energy. The thread shot forth, a signature move of his. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, reappearing behind Garuda, aiming to strike him down. Yet, he overlooked the fact that it was not merely the three members of the mecha team opposing Kaur and Garuda. Another Saiyan unleashed an energy wave. Though it did not inflict significant damage, it did disrupt Frieza, allowing Garuda to narrowly evade a crisis. Chapter 24. The Fearsome Anger of the Saiyans. Humph. You narrowly escaped this time. But how many times can you evade? We have yet to unleash our true power, Frieza coolly remarked, indicating that they had not fully revealed their potential. Their previous actions were merely reactive, and he was the principal aggressor. Had Delii taken action, the onslaught would have been even more formidable. The combat strength of the three of them was indeed staggering, a truly terrifying ace team. At this moment, Kaur and Garuda could distinctly sense the disparity. They were utterly incapable of contending against their foes. The recent skirmish had already placed them at a disadvantage. Such a state of affairs could not continue. They exchanged glances and surveyed the other Scions in the distance. Although their combat power was commendable, they could not harness the great ape power and thus were unable to participate. Caught in a dilemma, Chuan observed their predicament from afar. He understood that even if one or two could wield the great ape power, it would still be unrealistic to confront the mecha team. The mecha team was overwhelmingly strong. Moreover, they were not merely powerful. They were skilled warriors, not mindless brutes devoid of combat instincts. The question remained, how would they choose? Two individuals wielding the great ape power were insufficient for the challenge, but if more Scions could harness this power, it would not be impossible. For the multitude of Scions present, breaking the deadlock demanded that more of them master the great ape power. While their combat strength might not surpass that of the mecha team, they would hold the advantage in numbers. They could still engage in battle, especially since Scions thrived in combat. After all, they were known as a warrior race. Chuan anticipated their decision. In the next moment, their actions startled him. One Scion gathered a white orb of energy in his hand and launched it skyward. It was an artificial moon. During this time, they had all truly learned to create an artificial moon, a precaution against unforeseen circumstances. Initially, they had not intended to use it, but now, without enhancing their combat strength, they stood no chance against the mecha team. What if they lost their rationality? All the Scions looked up at the artificial moon in the sky. Thud, thud, thud. The sound echoed like the thunderous rhythm of heartbeats. One by one, the Scions transformed into great apes, howling at the heavens, causing the desolate planet to tremble. The three members of the mecha team, who had previously displayed indifference, now regarded the situation with gravity. If they had been somewhat flippant before, they were now genuinely serious. For once all Scions transformed into great apes, their combat power would double. A dozen terrifying beasts, each with combat powers exceeding 100,000, joining forces, made them feel their demise was imminent. A horde of wretched monkeys resorting to transformation when they could not win, yet their strength had multiplied tenfold. Although sanity has been utterly lost, one must still be cautious. The Scions, transformed into colossal apes, wreak havoc across the desolate planet, occasionally launching attacks on the mecha battalion. Yet, their primary focus remains the annihilation of the planet itself. Carl and Greta, unable to concern themselves with the broader chaos, maneuver around the vicinity, consistently encircling a few of the giant apes, which alleviates much of their pressure. At times, these titanic creatures even turn their ire upon the mecha battalion, inciting the wrath of Dre, who unleashed a powerful energy wave upon one of the apes. Subsequently, he abandoned Carl and Greta, choosing instead to engage directly with a giant ape. Dre, Captain, pay no heed to me. These vile monkeys are utterly despicable. I must slay them all. His fury was palpable, and he disregarded Shavi's words entirely. By withdrawing from the group, he inadvertently reduced the burden on Carl and Greta. With the strongest combatant out of the fray, they were left to confront their adversaries head-on without the threat of being attacked from behind. This was, indeed, an opportune situation. The battle raged on for a time, marked by an exceptionally brutal spectacle, with most giant apes suffering severe beatings. However, perhaps due to their subjective involvement, they failed to notice the shifts occurring on the battlefield. In contrast, Chuan, an outsider to the conflict, observed with great interest, even harboring a flicker of anticipation. He discerned the fury of the giant apes. One must not underestimate their anger. Once provoked, they might regain their senses, and at that moment, it would indicate that they had harnessed the power of the giant apes. Even if not entirely in control, it would be far superior to their current state of madness. How foolish. Had they resolved the Scion issue directly, there would have been far fewer complications. An enraged Scion is indeed a fearsome opponent. As if to validate his assertion, one giant ape, already battered and bruised, let out a roar that resonated through the air, radiating a dazzling dark red light. Under Dre's horrified gaze, all the giant apes began to shrink, ultimately reverting to their human forms, though the sinister aura surrounding them did not dissipate. Yet, they had genuinely grasped the power of the giant apes. This turn of events caught everyone present off guard, whether they were from the mecha battalion or Carl and Greta, who had just been struggling in battle. Now, with the emergence of this new situation, a hint of elation crossed their faces. This is truly fortuitous. Ha! You three wretches. You are finished. This time, you are truly done for. Once we all harness the power of the giant apes, what do you amount to? Carl laughed heartily. appearing particularly unrestrained, having endured relentless pressure moments before. Now, with all his brethren empowered, their combat prowess surged. Soon, the Saiyans who had mastered the giant ape power joined the fray. Though they exhibited extreme volatility, a sliver of rationality remained, leading to an overwhelmingly one-sided conflict. A dozen Saiyans, each boasting combat powers exceeding 100,000, easily overwhelmed a few slightly stronger Mecha Battalion members. The battle concluded swiftly, as the Mecha Battalion was utterly incapable of withstanding the ferocious assault from the Saiyans. Under Chuan's nod of approval, they decisively eliminated the Mecha Battalion, eradicating future threats. Otherwise, should problems arise, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 25. An unidentified planet approaches. Indeed, following this battle, you have all managed to harness the power of the giant apes. You have, albeit barely, acquired a semblance of a trump card. Chuan observed the transformed Saiyans with genuine admiration. Carl, who had just exhibited fierce combat prowess, now appeared somewhat sheepish. Thanks to you, leader. Were it not for you, we would still be a group of lowly warriors with negligible combat strength, possibly facing annihilation alongside Planet Vegeta. The other Saiyans echoed his sentiments. Chuan accepted their words graciously, but then shifted the conversation, now that everyone has improved their strength and mastered the power of the giant apes. It is time for us to depart this desolate planet. Our coordinates have been revealed to Gula, and with the Mecha Battalion out of contact, he will surely suspect our involvement. That monster is more fearsome than Frieza, and currently, we lack the strength to confront him directly. We must evade him. Upon hearing this, the previous joy of the assembled Saiyans instantly evaporated, as if doused with cold water. Even with their newfound power, they were but small fry compared to the Ice Demon clan, rendering their strength insignificant. Chuan, unwilling to place himself in peril, recognized that Gula would be furious upon learning of the Mecha Battalion's demise. It was possible he would come to this desolate planet seeking revenge, so avoiding a confrontation was prudent. He had already determined their destination, Earth. Although the Dragon Ball trajectory had yet to commence, he believed Earth to be the epicenter of turmoil, especially since he had not yet fully mastered the manipulation of Ki. If he could master Ki, transforming into a Super Saiyan would be significantly easier. Moreover, his foundational combat strength had reached extraordinary levels, yet he felt as though he was at a standstill, as if trapped in a bottleneck. Even if his combat prowess were to continue increasing, if he did not become a Super Saiyan, all would be in vain. Thus, a journey to Earth became imperative. Having made his decision, he did not consult with the other Saiyans, instead providing them with precise coordinates. They subsequently boarded their spacecraft. The coordinates had been discovered when he was still on Planet Vegeta, while it would be possible to seek them out anew within the vastness of space. Such coordinates seemed exceedingly minuscule. However, he understood that Earth would become the nexus of the universe, home to the child of destiny. As they set out for Earth, far across the cosmos, Gula received reports from his subordinates. Lord Gula, our recent scanners indicate that the Mecha Battalion has lost contact. Moreover, just moments ago, we detected numerous unidentified powerhouses, most exceeding combat power thresholds of 100,000, totaling 12 individuals. The scanners seem to suggest they are Saiyans. Upon delivering the report, the universe soldier knelt in terror, fearing that Gula's wrath would obliterate him with a mere flick of his finger. However, he was met not with destruction, but with Gula's increasingly oppressive presence. Gula, his visage twisted in fury, found his composure shattered upon realizing that the Mecha Battalion had potentially been eliminated by the Saiyans. The Saiyans were under Frieza's dominion, and now they appeared in the very coordinates given by Frieza, indicating that this calamity was orchestrated by his treacherous brother. This dealt a severe blow to him, leaving his ace team in ruins. Very well. Excellent. Truly splendid, Frieza. If I do not showcase some colors, do you truly believe that I, your elder brother, am merely a decorative figure? You are lauded as the prodigy of the Frozen Demon clan, but I have chosen not to stoop to your level. Consequently, I shall make you experience the profound sense of loss. Gula is enraged, unprecedentedly so. Initially provoked, he merely sensed a slight tremor to his authority. But the current situation is markedly different. His ace team, the Mecha Squad, has been compromised, and this is the most vital unit in his cosmic conquests. Now it is lost. The prospect of recruiting such subordinates again is uncertain, and the ease with which he had acquired them is now a memory. He cherishes them dearly, and now they are irrevocably gone. How can this not ignite his fury? Advance at full speed. I must reach Frieza with utmost haste. With Gula's command, the entire spaceship seemed to surge forward at an astonishing velocity, as if it were traveling dozens of times faster than its original speed, to the point where it felt on the verge of disintegration. Yet, not a single soul dared to defy Gula's orders, which illustrates the intensity of his wrath. Unbeknownst to Frieza, his inadvertent actions have led Gula to harbor a deep-seated resentment. Awaiting him is a fierce brotherly confrontation. Chuan and his companions remain blissfully unaware that they have narrowly escaped disaster, as all blame has been thrust upon Frieza. They have inadvertently avoided scrutiny. Nevertheless, Chuan, having lived 2 lives, is reluctant to entrust his fate to the mercy of others. He prepares for the worst. However, perhaps fate is unkind. As en route to Earth at full speed, they are ensnared by a colossal meteorite. It resembles a planet, hurtling directly towards them. Alarms blare within the spaceship. Warning: an unidentified object is on a collision course with the ship. Initiating emergency protocols. The entire interior of the spaceship flickers with red lights, and the sirens wail incessantly. Chuan hastily peers outside, where he sees an enormous meteorite, akin to a planet, yet logically, a collision should be improbable. Why, then, is it on the same trajectory? Since his spaceship is leading the way while the other Saiyans lag behind, he is now truly at the forefront of danger. He attempts several maneuvers to alter their course, but discovers that it is not so simple. The unidentified celestial body seems intent on colliding with him. This realization astonishes him. Chapter 26. Sherlag. I had said it was impossible for such coincidences to occur. Evading this would be child's play. The trajectory of this unidentified planet is clearly deliberate. Observing the imagery within the spaceship, Chuan's expression darkens. Were he on a planet, he could easily annihilate the opponent. Yet, in the vastness of space, he is undeniably at a disadvantage. At this moment, he fervently wishes to possess the abilities of the frozen demon clan, for at least that would allow him to survive in the vacuum of space, a vital means of self-preservation during cosmic travel. As he watches danger approach, he cannot remain passive. He swiftly dons his spacesuit and opens the spaceship's hatch. A fierce wind rushes in. Even with his combat power exceeding 1,000,000, he struggles to maintain his footing. Almost instinctively, he gathers a formidable energy wave in his hands. He holds nothing back. This is the first time he unleashes his full power, yet in the vastness of space. His attack does not appear as devastating as he had envisioned. The energy wave shoots forth from the spaceship, crashing into the unidentified planet. A dazzling light erupts, peeling away a layer of the planet's surface. However, the damage is minimal. It merely loses a slight outer shell, which, in terms of the planet's overall integrity, is negligible. The speed of the celestial body only accelerates. What is this abomination? Why can it not be destroyed? Chuan is perplexed. Anyone with thousands of combat power can easily obliterate a planet. Yet, here he is, wielding over 1,000,000 combat power, and his full-force energy wave merely strips the planet of its outer layer. This is exceedingly bizarre. He refuses to succumb to superstition and unleashes another terrifying energy wave. To his astonishment, the unidentified planet subtly shifts its trajectory, clearly evading his energy wave. This reinforces his belief that this planet is indeed suspect. As he had surmised, at the core of this unidentified planet lies an enormous spaceship, housing numerous extraterrestrial beings. These aliens are clad in standardized uniforms, mere cannon fodder. However, the most striking figure resides at the center of the spaceship, a colossal being, whose visage exudes an aura of extreme age. This ancient entity slowly turns to face him, Sherlag, a super Namekian, akin to Bic, who once faced unparalleled calamity on Namek and was subsequently dispatched to other planets. However, his malevolent heart renders him an embodiment of darkness. His methods are akin to those of a demon, yet age has diminished his former might, preventing him from wreaking havoc across the universe. As he ages, he feels a growing sense of urgency, prompting him to return to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls to restore his eternal youth and peak combat strength. Unfortunately, fate has it that he encounters Chuan along the way. Upon witnessing Chuan's energy wave, he immediately recognizes that the individual before him possesses formidable strength. Although he cannot compare to Chuan, in the cosmos, such terrifying combat prowess is impressive. Sherlag muses, I did not expect to encounter such a capable ally on my journey. His combat power undoubtedly exceeds 1,000,000. If I can recruit him, it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. From the moment he lays eyes on Chuan, he is intent on making him a subordinate. After all, he is a ruler in the universe, albeit one whose age has diminished his power. Otherwise, few would catch his attention. With this thought in mind, he turns to his companion, Kagaya, and instructs him, force him to land on the nearest planet. I wish to speak with him. Even he, in the vastness of space, refrains from recklessly attacking, as survival in the vacuum is impossible. Only on planets can he move freely. They proceed to forcefully land Chuan's spaceship. Initially, Chuan feels deeply troubled, fully aware that the approaching entity seeks him. However, the prospect of being compelled to land on a nearby planet ignites a spark of hope within him. While he knows not the identity or intentions of this being, it aligns with his own desires. It is improbable that every individual he encounters is as monstrous as Frieza. Presently, his combat power has surpassed 1,000,000 and continues to surge. It is likely that soon, his base combat power will reach 2,000,000. If he could master the control of Chi, then the transformation into a Super Saiyan would be extraordinarily close at hand. This was also the reason he yearned to reach Earth as swiftly as possible. Even if he couldn't cultivate independently, he believed that through the signing-in system, he could attain mastery over Chi. Moreover, there were numerous undiscovered treasures on Earth, which would allow the signing-in system to truly demonstrate its potential, rather than merely augmenting his combat power as it did now. The enhancement of combat power was not particularly rapid. When the spaceship descended upon a nearby planet, the landscape did not appear especially desolate, yet it bore no resemblance to a civilized world. Vast expanses of water were interspersed with mere patches of land resembling rocks, which were almost negligible. Upon landing on this planet, Chuan swiftly removed his spacesuit and stepped out. I am quite curious about what sort of celestial rock dares to obstruct my path. A meteorite had also landed on this planet, initially appearing to be just that. However, as it settled, surrounding stones began to crumble away, ultimately revealing a colossal spaceship. As the spacecraft's hatch opened, a procession of extraterrestrial beings emerged, followed closely by several bizarre figures. Upon witnessing these peculiar beings, a flicker of astonishment crossed Chuan's visage, for their features seemed hauntingly familiar. As a traveler, his memories remained intact, and he felt he had intuitively deduced their identities. When a massive figure appeared, emanating a slightly waning aura while standing at the spaceship's entrance, he was certain. Was this not Slag? Chapter 27, Chuan vs. Slag. I wondered why everything felt so strange and familiar. It turned out to be memories from my previous life. These beings were nameless. Those figures resembled the so-called models spat out by Piccolo Daimao, as if they were all crafted from the same mold. This might indeed be a signature skill of the nameless. At this moment, Chuan could not help but make a quip. Although he acknowledged this skill might possess some utility, he found it profoundly distasteful. Who could endure such a thing? He certainly could not. After his bout of sarcasm, he formally scrutinized Slag, rapidly recalling information about him. Suddenly, excitement surged within him. This appeared to be the most suitable opponent for him at present. An evil super namelessian, possessing incredibly formidable combat power, yet due to age, his condition had long since deteriorated, and naturally, his combat strength had diminished. Nonetheless, he still maintained a combat power in the millions, and with the ability to enlarge. His power would surge tenfold, akin to a Saiyan transforming into a great ape. Having revisited Slag's information, Chuan felt even more confident. Although he did not possess absolute assurance, he recognized that, given his current combat strength, he was not inferior to Slag, especially since Slag was not in peak condition. This would serve as an excellent sharpening stone. While the other Saiyans honed their skills with the mecha team, his combat strength was considerably powerful, leaving him without suitable opponents. Either they were too strong or not challenging enough. The emergence of Slag was perfectly timed. Things were becoming interesting, and Chuan struggled to contain his smile. In the distance, Slag, who had just descended from the spaceship, was oblivious to Chuan's thoughts. As he descended slowly, a formidable aura erupted fiercely. The entire planet began to tremble. Then his aged voice echoed. Warriors traversing the cosmos. I, Slag the Demon King, recognize your strength. How about becoming my subordinate? I shall lead you to dominate the universe, and everything you desire, power, status, strength, and immortality, will be within your grasp. How about it? To recruit powerful subordinates. one must not possess weak strength. Thus, Slag first displayed his terrifying presence, showcasing his combat power in the millions. Chuan was momentarily taken aback, curious as to why Slag sought to halt him. Was it merely for this? What sort of affliction plagued these beings? Anyone with even a hint of strength seemed eager to recruit him. No wonder they all aspired to be emperors of the universe. They shared the same flaw. Unable to restrain his sarcasm, he reflected on how Frieza and others exhibited similar tendencies. Initially perplexed, he realized there was no direct enmity between them. Even if Slag were a super nameless Saiyan, what did it have to do with him? To his surprise, it appeared Slag sought to recruit him. This made sense. However, upon comprehending this, a trace of derision began to surface on his face. Just you? This waning body can hardly endure much longer, can it? On the brink of the grave, you still aspire to dominate the universe. I suspect you are indeed a nameless Saiyan. Shouldn't you be enjoying your waters instead of playing the game of universal domination? Perhaps you are overreaching. Chuan boldly confronted him, disregarding any potential objections from Slag. He felt no obligation to comply with Slag's wishes. Moreover, this was an excellent opportunity for sharpening his skills, and he had no intention of letting it slip away. Fury flickered across Slag's face, and the surrounding extraterrestrials mirrored his anger. Did they not realize he had insulted them all? At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before them. Who else but Chuan? Unconcerned with this group of loquacious beings, he decided that if they could not engage amicably, he would take direct action. Boom. He clasped two massive energy waves in his hands and unleashed them before Slag. The multitude of extraterrestrials present was obliterated, and even Slag's most loyal subordinates were caught off guard and annihilated. The spaceship suffered significant damage as a result. Yet, Slag himself evaded calamity. Regardless of whether such an assault could harm him, he was still a formidable super nameless Saiyan with combat power in the millions. How could he be so easily defeated? Nevertheless, as he gazed at the remnants of his obliterated subordinates and the damaged spaceship, his already grim expression darkened entirely. A wave of even more terrifying energy surged from him. Gritting his teeth, Slag glared at Chuan. You scoundrel! You dare to slay all my subordinates. I shall ensure you do not escape unscathed. Since the spaceship is destroyed, it seems only one of us shall depart this planet. Are you prepared for death? Slag's muscles began to swell, and his visage gradually regained some semblance of vitality, appearing less aged. However, it was merely a forced restoration of his peak power. In truth, he had long since aged, and his prime was a distant memory, capable of maintaining his peak strength for only a limited duration. As Slag spoke, Chuan unleashed the power of the great ape, enveloped in a crimson aura. His combat power skyrocketed. His base strength had already reached 1.5 million when the power of the great ape was unleashed. His combat strength soared to an astonishing 15 million. Such formidable power caused the very planet to tremble, and the waters below momentarily experienced a vacuum. He had no desire for idle chatter or to engage in turn-based tactics. He immediately entered his optimal state. In a flash, he appeared before Sherlake, delivering a crushing kick before unleashing a barrage of energy waves, intent on obliterating both the planet and Sherlake himself. His strikes were executed with remarkable speed. However, Sherlake was not sluggish in his response. Despite being caught off guard, he swiftly crossed his arms to deflect the energy waves. His expression fluctuated between fury and indignation. The opponent exhibited a distinct lack of martial decorum, launching attacks the moment he attempted to speak. The first time, his subordinates were annihilated, and his spaceship was destroyed. The second, he suffered a kick along with countless energy waves. Such transgressions were utterly unforgivable. In Chapter 28, the epic confrontation unfolded. "Damn you, scoundrel!" Sherlake roared, his energy surging to unprecedented heights. This was an unparalleled affront. Yet, just as he sought to retaliate, Chuan materialized behind him, fists clenched, and struck him down from the air. In the blink of an eye, Chuan appeared below, delivering a knee to Sherlake's chin, followed by an uppercut that sent him sprawling aside. An energy wave was unleashed. Sherlake was thoroughly overwhelmed. Any attempt he made to speak was met with brutal punishment. This forced him to become more astute. With a swift turn, he evaded the battlefield, finally granting himself a fleeting chance to breathe. However, he refrained from further conversation. Removing his helmet to reveal his signature Namekian visage, a sinister grin spreading across his face. In an instant, his body erupted in size, transforming him into a colossal giant. His combat strength surged dramatically at that moment. Initially, he had intended to rule the universe alongside Chuan. But since the latter was so oblivious to the gravity of the situation, he would now experience the true might of his greatness. "You foul-tailed monkey." As Sherlake transformed, he immediately sensed his newfound prowess and began to boast. However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, another energy wave struck him squarely in the face, leaving him no room for counteraction. Chuan had sensed the immense power radiating from Sherlake. Were there a detector present, he would wager that Shylake's combat strength had escalated to approximately 30 million. It was worth noting that Shylake's normal state hovered around merely a few million. Now, in this heightened state, his power had magnified tenfold, rendering him truly terrifying. Thankfully, Sherlake had not yet returned to his peak state. Otherwise, his combat strength could have reached at least 60 million. In that case, Chuan would have no choice but to flee. Yet, he was still able to fight. Chuan assessed the power dynamics between them. Despite Shylake's formidable strength, his increased size had rendered him slower and his reactions more sluggish, effectively exposing his vulnerabilities. Moreover, Chuan's continued engagement was driven by a desire to gauge his own combat prowess while seizing the opportunity for personal growth. Mere training was insufficient. Even if he relied solely on the Saiyan system, it would merely augment his combat strength without equipping him with practical battle experience. If that were the case, he would be rendered ineffective. Through combat, he could not only enhance his practical experience, but also gain mastery over his own abilities. Of course, memories of past encounters with Sherlake began to resurface, prompting him to consider alternative possibilities. After all, the Great Ape power he wielded was not entirely reliable and felt too feeble. As he contemplated this, he naturally sought to resolve the situation more swiftly. For Shylake's weaknesses were glaringly evident. Unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from employing such drastic measures. While they could eliminate Sherlake, they would yield no personal benefit. There was no need. Although their combat strengths differed, Shylake's diminished speed and reaction times became evident. Chuan deftly dodged Shylake's attacks while analyzing the situation. This presented a valuable opportunity. Had he been faced with an unknown adversary, Chuan would have exercised greater caution, but Sherlake was devoid of secrets. His techniques, intentions, and even fatal weaknesses were all laid bare. Therefore, when their combat strengths were comparable, this encounter could serve as a valuable training exercise. Chuan launched a relentless assault, his aura radiating with ferocity. Energy waves were unleashed with reckless abandon, splattering purple blood across the battlefield. Accompanied by Shylake's furious howls, the scene was undeniably grim. If this king possessed peak combat strength, what would a foul monkey like you be worth? I am a super Namekian, a true demon race. As he roared, Shylake's arms elongated, reaching for the evasive Chuan, intent on ensnaring him. However, being aware of Shylake's Namekian heritage, Chuan was prepared for such an eventuality. All Namekians possessed the ability to regenerate lost limbs and had self-healing capabilities, with the ability to extend their limbs being an essential trait. This was a fundamental ability inherent to combat-oriented Namekians, and Sherlake was no exception. With a swift movement, Chuan evaded, delivering a punch to Shylake's head before seizing his antennae and hurling him aside. Yet, Chuan had underestimated Sherlake, who seemed to anticipate his actions. Sherlake's hands twisted and grasped him tightly. The grip held the immense strength of 30 million combat power. The constricting force was suffocating, eliciting a cry of agony from Chuan. Sherlake, bloodied and fierce, wore an even more sinister grin, laughing heartily, utterly unrestrained. I've got you now. You are quite slippery. But did you truly believe I couldn't handle you? This is merely the beginning of my true power. As Sherlake tightened his grip on Chuan, a potent energy began to emanate from him, coalescing into a concentrated energy wave. A blue luminescence enveloped the area, and Chuan felt an overwhelming sense of peril, as if a searing force was closing in on him. It was the most dangerous moment he had ever experienced, akin to the instant before his previous life ended. No, I will not allow this. Chuan gritted his teeth. This threat indeed had the potential to claim his life. Despite his ability to regenerate, he sensed that if this energy wave struck him, the consequences would be dire. Seizing the opportunity, Chuan let out a sharp whistle. As a transmigrator, he possessed an intrinsic understanding of Sherlake and would not allow himself to be cornered. While training was essential, he would never permit anyone to take his life. At the sound of the whistle, Sherlake momentarily froze, confusion crossing his face, and pain flickered in his eyes. The energy wave dissipated as Chuan took advantage of the moment to retreat, breaking free from Shylake's grasp. Yet, at this moment, he was genuinely enraged. Ever since his arrival in this world, he felt closer to death than ever before, and his fury caused his pupils to gradually dilate. Slowly, a yellow luminescence enveloped him, and his entire aura began to swell. Chapter 29. The Emergence of the Mimetic Super Saiyan. You have truly angered me. Like a voice erupting from clenched teeth, Chuan's veins bulged, his eyes glimmered with murderous intent, and in an instant, his aura surged exponentially. The yellow light spread, initially forming a small halo. But with his roar, it swiftly enveloped his entire being. His power reached its zenith. Chuan's demeanor transformed entirely. When harnessing the might of the great ape, he appeared in a frenzied state, battling with wild ferocity, often opting for the most direct and violent solutions. Yet now, his current state exuded an unusual calmness, albeit one imbued with terrifying lethal energy. His presence was formidable. Sherlag sensed the shift in Chuan's aura, and his expression shifted dramatically. No, this is impossible. How could your combat power still be increasing? What kind of technique is this? If such a transformation exists, why did you not utilize it from the beginning? Sherlag felt bewildered, even struggling to grasp the reality before him. His own transformation was already rare, capable of amplifying his power tenfold. However, this tailed monkey before him seemed to undergo multiple transformations, each with varying magnitudes, and this current form, radiating yellow light, appeared even more fearsome. The aura had surpassed his, instilling within him a sense of retreat. Chuan glanced at himself, feeling a flicker of astonishment, and then heard Sherlag's words. If he could roll his eyes, he would have done so. Had he been able to transform sooner, he would have certainly done so without hesitation, for he was not one to dither. Chuan examined his appearance and felt the surge of his combat power. He was in an exceptionally peculiar state. He was not a Super Saiyan, yet he was stronger than his normal form. Furthermore, he was not in the state of using the great ape's power. Could this be the mimetic Super Saiyan? No wonder the amplification was so terrifying, even surpassing the might of the great ape. Upon closer inspection, the increase was nearly 30-fold. His current combat power had reached at least 40 million, more terrifying than Sherlag, feeling the abundance of strength coursing through his body. He recalled that he had just been closer to death than ever before. His gaze towards Sherlag grew colder. With a burst, Chuan propelled himself forward, landing a powerful punch on Sherlag, delivering a relentless barrage that left his opponent no chance to catch his breath. He was not foolish enough to engage in idle chatter. Those with strength who prattled often met their demise in their verbosity. Chuan would not make such a mistake. Your life is forfeit. Blame it on having truly provoked my wrath, coupled with your unfortunate luck. A cold smile crept across his face as he gathered a potent energy wave in his hands, instantly engulfing everything. Sensing the terrifying energy wave, Sherlag's face turned pale with fear. No, you cannot kill me. I am still useful. I know of a miraculous object. If gathered in sufficient numbers, it can summon the dragon Shenron, granting any wish. I know where to find this miraculous object. In that moment, Sherlag panicked. Confronted with an unprecedented sense of danger, he realized that if it were anyone else, they might have engaged in further dialogue. However, Chuan was decisive. Upon sensing danger, he immediately sought to extricate himself from it. With his power surging, he showed no hesitation in wanting to eliminate Sherlag. It was precisely for this reason that Sherlag was truly terrified. Yet, he could never have anticipated that the valuable information he believed he possessed would hold no weight in Chuan's eyes. As a transmigrator, he naturally had access to far more knowledge than anyone else. Such information was hardly worth considering. Chuan replied flatly, I am sorry, but I understand far more than you. Moreover, you pose a greater threat to me than any potential benefit. Allow me to send you on your way. Without waiting for a response, Chuan unleashed the powerful energy wave, which enveloped Sherlag, who let out one final scream before being utterly obliterated. Although he was a super Namekian, possessing formidable regenerative abilities, if he were truly annihilated to the point of oblivion, no amount of recovery would save him. As the energy wave annihilated Sherlag, tranquility fell upon the planet, though it had already suffered varying degrees of damage. Stepping out of the mimetic Super Saiyan state, Chuan felt breathless. Though this was not the true Super Saiyan form, the energy expended was still considerable. The amplification was significant, yet the consumption exceeded that of the great ape's power. This made him acutely aware that while Saiyans can transform into Super Saiyans, the strain on their bodies is equally severe. If one's foundational combat power does not reach a certain level, or if bodily strength does not meet a requisite standard, issues will inevitably arise over time. It is clear that my foundational power must be swiftly enhanced. Otherwise, I may not even reach the minimum threshold for transformation, nor endure the immense pressure during the process. Confronted with his shortcomings, Chuan engaged in reflection and prepared for his next course of action. He examined his attire. His battle suit was more than half destroyed, and its gravity device had been rendered inoperative during combat. The battle had indeed been intense, though the duration was short. Each moment was fraught with peril, compounded by the fact that the opponent was indeed formidable. Should they recover to peak condition, even with his mimetic Super Saiyan state, he could not guarantee victory. I must devise more durable gravity equipment, or else the enhancement of my foundational power will progress too slowly. The Saiyan system is utterly ineffective. He couldn't help but vent his frustrations, initially believing that with the Saiyan system, he would ascend to the pinnacle of existence, kicking down gods of destruction and punching angels. Yet, given the current circumstances, even defeating Frieza seemed a daunting challenge, let alone facing even more terrifying entities. Thus, the Saiyan system could only be considered a supplementary tool, failing to play a critical role unless he were to remain close to truly fearsome beings, which might allow him to acquire better skills. Alas, his luck had not been favorable. After making adjustments, he officially boarded the spaceship, breaking through the atmosphere once more, returning to the vastness of space. Chapter 30. King Against King, Gula's Fury. Shortly after Chuan entered the cosmos, a transmission frequency from the spaceship reached him, and he quickly connected. What just happened? Why have I been unable to contact you? The ship's map also indicated that you were not on the designated flight path. Upon connecting with the other Saiyans, Chuan immediately heard the voices of Carl and others. He offered no extensive explanations, merely stating that he had encountered an unexpected situation that delayed him. At this moment, there was no need to divulge further details, as it would only serve to burden them. Thus, they fell back into the monotony of space travel. Chuan, driven by the desire to enhance his foundational combat prowess, did not indulge in a moment's respite even after boarding the spaceship. He engaged in relentless training, increasing the ship's gravity to an astonishing 200 times its normal state. The sudden onset of this immense gravitational force enveloped the vessel in a crimson atmospheric pressure, a phenomenon resulting from the extreme gravitational conditions. Chuan swiftly acclimated to this challenge, though it was exceedingly arduous. He had yet to reach his physical limits and promptly commenced his cultivation. In the distant reaches of the cosmos, Gula piloted his spacecraft to the territory of Fu Li Sha. He traversed the expanse from the cosmic frontier to Fu Li Sha's domain at breakneck speed, the ship nearly disintegrating along the way. However, his inner fury propelled him onward, instilling in him an unwavering resolve. Even if the ship were to fall apart, he would remain unscathed in the vacuum of space. Thus, his wrath eclipsed all else. Upon arriving at Fu Li Sha's stronghold, no one dared to impede his progress. After all, he was also a figure among the cosmic sovereigns. Fu Li Sha, come forth, Gula bellowed on the planet's surface, instantly attracting the attention of numerous extraterrestrial beings. The audacity of someone daring to utter the name of Fu Li Sha incited outrage among them, as they were eager to ascertain the identity of this audacious individual. Yet, upon seeing the familiar spacecraft and the figure resembling Fu Li Sha, they wilted in fear and refrained from showing themselves. Isn't this Gula? He should be at the cosmic frontier. How could he possibly be here? Panic ensued among the extraterrestrials, fully aware that the situation was far from simple, as Gule's furious demeanor was unmistakable. He was clearly here to seek retribution. In times of divine conflict, mortals often suffer the consequences. They feared becoming collateral damage and hurriedly sought to inform Fu Li Sha of Gule's unexpected and seemingly hostile visit. While they could not intervene, they could swiftly relay the message, thus fulfilling their duty without lingering at the scene, a win-win situation. Fu Li Sha soon received the news, and upon hearing of Gule's arrival, he was momentarily taken aback. His confusion deepened upon learning of Gule's volatile state. Oh, how intriguing! When did Gula become so eager to visit me? And judging by his demeanor, it seems he comes with ill intent. With that thought, Fu Li Sha decided to meet his dear brother. He rarely descended from his vessel, but this time, he did so, surrounded by an atmosphere of palpable tension. Despite his composed exterior, the stillness only hinted at the danger beneath. Even Sabo and Bo Liya fell into a hushed silence at that moment, the looming threat unmistakable. As Fu Lisha emerged and beheld Gu La's furious visage, a smile blossomed across his face. "Who do we have here? Is it not my beloved brother? What brings you here with such enthusiasm? Or do you wish to join me for dinner?" Gu La's ire surged anew at Fu Lisha's mocking smile. "You. It is all because of you that my mecha squad was utterly annihilated. Were you not complicit in this?" Gu La's gaze bore into Fu Lisha. Fu Lisha was momentarily stunned. He had initially assumed Gu La sought to confront him over the incessant disturbances caused by the mecha squad at the cosmic borders, which he perceived as an invasion of his territory. He had not yet expressed his anger over this, but to his surprise, Gu La had come to confront him directly. However, he never anticipated that Gu La's opening words would be so alarming. What nonsense! The mecha squad was obliterated? That unit was more formidable than even my Jinyu force, with each member surpassing Captain Jinyu in strength. I envied them greatly. This was a true powerhouse capable of dominating the cosmos, but now you claim they were vanquished? Do you truly believe this? Fu Lisha retorted. Gu La scoffed. Fu Lisha, spare me your pretense. If it were not for your ambush, how could my mecha squad have been defeated? Now that you have crossed the line, do not blame me for being ungracious. My previous indifference was merely due to my lack of interest in you, but your excessive actions have prompted me to reclaim what is rightfully ours. As Gu La spoke, Fu Lisha plunged into a whirlwind of thoughts. He could surmise, to some extent, the implications of Gu La's words, especially since he had relayed the coordinates of Chuan and his companions to Gu La. He had expected the mecha squad to be dispatched, yet now they had been annihilated. This left only one possibility, which he found hard to believe. Could that group of Saiyans truly possess such terrifying combat prowess? Regardless of his doubts, the reality was undeniable, compelling him to acknowledge the threat they posed. It was clear that he needed to regard the Saiyans with greater seriousness and find an opportunity to evacuate the remaining ones, sending them to reunite with King Vegeta. In that moment, Fu Lisha truly felt the menace of the Saiyans. No matter what potential benefits lay ahead, they could no longer remain. Otherwise, their continued growth could pose a genuine threat to him. The legends that flowed through the blood of the frost demons, whether fact or fiction, were best taken seriously. With a resolution forming in his mind, Fu Lisha observed the agitated Gu La, feeling an inexplicable sense of delight. The chilling atmosphere that had enveloped him dissipated. "Oh dear, I apologize. I had no idea your mecha squad had been defeated. Perhaps they were simply too weak." "Not to worry, my dear brother. As the old adage goes, when the old departs, the new shall arrive." This could allow for the summoning of even greater cosmic powers. Chapter 31. History Altered. Fu Lisha must cultivate. Fu Lisha spoke with an air of disdain, igniting Gu La's fury to its peak. Already enraged, he felt compelled to vent his frustration upon Fu Lisha. Now, the audacity to mock him was intolerable. The pent-up anger surged forth, propelling him forward until he stood directly before Fu Lisha, delivering a powerful punch. Fu Lisha was immediately sent reeling, blood spewing from his mouth. "You." Fu Lisha could hardly believe that Gu La would strike him directly, and in such a moment of unpreparedness, no less. He was currently in his weakest form, with a mere combat power of 530,000. Compared to the frost demons, such power was easily extinguishable. Had it not been for his identity, Gu La would have obliterated him in that instant. Onlookers among the extraterrestrials gasped in disbelief, consumed by terror. "Gu La has struck Fu Lisha? My heavens! This is catastrophic. This is dire." Chaos erupted within the Fu Lisha army as they scrambled to escape. The thought of intervening was utterly inconceivable, for the disparity in strength between Gu La and Fu Lisha was insurmountable. Thus, the scene descended into complete turmoil. With each blow, Fu Lisha was treated as a mere punching bag, unable to control his overwhelming power, which compelled him to shift forms. However, it is precisely due to this that, at such a critical juncture, there was no way to unleash his fullest potential. On the contrary, Gu La had maintained his fourth transformation, which inherently possessed formidable combat prowess. He merely needed to undergo one more metamorphosis to reach his optimal state. It could be said that he had a more comprehensive grasp of his power compared to Frieza. With a resounding crash, Frieza was struck once more, his form sinking into the planet's surface, creating a massive crater. He appeared exceedingly disheveled, blood spattering from his wounds. Damn that Gula! As he roared in fury, his body began to swell, and two horns visibly sprouted from his head, instantly doubling his combat strength. However, just as he sought to undergo a third transformation and unleash his true power, Gula abruptly closed the distance and delivered a punch to his face, gripping the newly formed horns and swinging him about. Frieza, my dear brother, you are truly pathetic. Despite possessing the noble bloodline of the Frost Demons, you have neglected your training, unable to even control your immense strength. It is utterly shameful. Allow me, your loving brother, to teach you a lesson, lest you lose your life in the process. Gula, in his current form, surpassed even Frieza's final transformation in combat capability, dominating the encounter entirely. Although he was exceedingly enraged by the destruction of his mech squad, he never contemplated killing Frieza. The Frost Demon clan was already scarce in number. Losing even one more member would bring them closer to extinction. Even amidst any disputes, annihilating one's kin was not an option. However, a mild reprimand was certainly in order. Thus, Frieza truly suffered. In a state of anger and defiance, he was thoroughly beaten, even as he gradually released his power, transforming from his first to fourth forms. Yet, this was of little consequence. Even in his fourth form, his combat strength barely reached 60 million. Compared to Gula's base form, he was vastly inferior, without a doubt subjected to a merciless thrashing, a complete and utter annihilation. After delivering a thorough lesson to Frieza, Gula's inner fury dissipated. As Frieza had stated, old things must be cast aside for new ones to emerge. With the mech squad obliterated, he prepared to seek out even more powerful warriors in the universe to serve under him. Casting a disdainful glance at Frieza, who lay like a beaten dog, Gula remarked, Frieza, you are truly a disgrace, incapable of controlling your own power. How unfortunate it is that you are called the most talented of the Frost Demon clan, yet waste such a noble lineage. Consider this a lesson, strive harder. Do not squander your talent, lest you find yourself in a dire predicament next time. With that, he unhesitatingly boarded his spaceship, soaring into the distant cosmos. On Frieza's planet, although the turmoil had subsided, the remaining warriors dared not approach, fearing they might suffer collateral damage. During the fierce battle, many had perished due to their weak combat abilities and inability to escape. Now, they naturally kept their distance. In the deep crater, Frieza struggled to rise. While his life was not at stake, the relentless onslaught from Gula had left him in a state of utter disarray. He had never experienced such humiliation. From the moment of his birth, he had been regarded as a prodigy of the Frost Demon clan, achieving a combat power of 12 billion with minimal training. He had even surpassed his father, King Cold. His extraordinary talent had led him to neglect his training. Now, he faced the bitter sting of humiliation, which deeply wounded his pride. Rising from the depths of the crater, a sinister smile crept across his face. Ha 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 ha. I, King Frieza, have reached this lowly state. How delightful. The taste of blood is indeed unique and utterly captivating. Gula, I shall remember you. I will make you realize just how exceptional the Frost Demon prodigies truly are. At that moment, Frieza suppressed his desire to dominate the universe. Such ambitions seemed trivial in light of his current predicament. Instead, he yearned to train, to unleash his terrifying potential, and to deliver a crushing blow to Gula, humiliating him in return. He would repay the humiliation he had suffered 100-fold. He ascended into the air, heading deep into the planet, disregarding his entire Frieza force. Gula had not anticipated that his provocation would set Frieza on the path of training, marking the beginning of his tragic journey. Frieza's sudden commitment to training would irrevocably alter the course of history, and once his talent was fully realized, he would become a fearsome presence in the universe. Meanwhile, Chuan remained unaware of Frieza's circumstances, tirelessly training to enhance his own survival. Chapter 32, Arrival on Earth. In the vast expanse of the universe, several spaceships raced forward like comets, each carving through the starry sky, trailing elongated beams of white light. At this moment, Chuan was engaged in intense training, having reached a point where he could withstand 300 times the gravity in his normal state. While it was still somewhat taxing, his relentless efforts had elevated his combat power to 2 million. This was merely his base strength. Should he activate the Great Ape power or the mimetic Super Saiyan form, his combat power would multiply significantly. That would represent his true prowess. Although he consistently maintained his normal training, he occasionally employed various forms to prolong this state. Adapting to this form would allow him to transform more freely when the time came. Now, utilizing the great ape power felt remarkably effortless, nearly indistinguishable from his normal state, not overly taxing on his stamina. Conversely, while he had adapted somewhat to the mimetic Super Saiyan form, it still could not be sustained for long periods, making him acutely aware that his training was insufficient. After completing 5,000 handstand push-ups, he promptly ceased his training and deactivated all gravity. It seemed he had hit a plateau, as the enhancement of his combat power had begun to slow. Chuan halted his training not only for the sake of balance, but also because he sensed he had encountered a bottleneck. Apart from the boosts gained from sign-ins, his own training progress felt negligible. However, the sign-in system was indeed peculiar. Sometimes the combat power gained from signing in was minimal, leading him to pay little attention to it. Unless he was in the company of stronger beings or those with special abilities, he found little excitement in the process. It seemed he would have to wait until he reached Earth. If he could master the control of Ki, a breakthrough would likely follow. His understanding of the information within Dragon Ball was considerable, leading him to believe that his plateau stemmed from the Saiyans' overly crude approach to utilizing their power. Not only was it brutish, but it was also wild, preventing effective control over Ki. Once he could master the nuances of his Ki, it would likely be the moment his combat power surged forth. This thought filled him with an unexplainable anticipation. Immediately, he harnessed the might of the great ape, preparing to maintain this form throughout his training. By cultivating in such an intense state, he not only aimed to adapt, but also sought to master this formidable power. While unleashing such overwhelming strength is relatively easy, wielding it with precision proves to be a far greater challenge. Much like Sun Wukong during the Cell Saga, who achieved mastery through sustained transformation into a Super Saiyan, reaching the pinnacle of Super Saiyan form. The next step would be Super Saiyan 2, demonstrating the utility of this method. As time passed in training, a month quietly slipped away. Chuan and his companions officially arrived in the solar system, reaching the outskirts of Earth, and his combat power experienced yet another breakthrough. This was not solely due to his continuous maintenance of the great ape form as his norm, but also attributed to the sign-in system, propelling his combat power to surpass 3 million. This figure is exceedingly terrifying. It is noteworthy that Sun Wukong's initial transformation into a Super Saiyan began at this foundational combat power. Now, he too had reached this level. Yet he understood that achieving Super Saiyan transformation was not a simple task. However, with such an astonishing foundational combat power, his true transformation into a Super Saiyan would be even more extraordinary. Even in his current simulated Super Saiyan form, his combat power had reached an astonishing 90 million, nearly touching 100 million. This indicated his potential to rival Frieza. Little did he anticipate that Frieza had already evolved beyond his former self, having diligently trained to fully realize his innate talents. At the very least, Frieza could maintain his most powerful form without relying on transformations or unsealing his powers, marking a significant improvement. As he continually actualized his abilities, Frieza would genuinely become the undisputed ruler of the universe. Ignoring Frieza, Chuan and the group of Saiyans descended upon Earth without any buffer. Due to the unique nature of their spacecraft, their arrival instantly garnered the attention of many. The ships, resembling meteors, evoked a sense of wonder. However, from a distance, they appeared merely as falling stars, causing no panic. In the Temple of the Gods, the Supreme Kai and Bubbles wore solemn expressions, having sensed an extraordinary aura, an immense energy that left them breathless. The Saiyans made no effort to conceal their presence. Their baseline combat power was evident. Though not in a state of explosive energy, it was still quite formidable. Presently, the highest combat power on Earth barely reached 1 or 200, far from its peak. This highlighted the terrifying strength represented by these extraterrestrial visitors. Mr. Bubbles, you feel it too, don't you? Indeed, Supreme Kai, replied Bubbles, his charcoal face betraying a serious demeanor despite his usual stoicism. Multiple formidable auras descended upon Earth, each one powerful enough to obliterate the planet. Are they aliens? This is bad. If they are indeed aliens, could they be here to invade Earth? The Supreme Kai's aged face reflected deep concern. If they were merely ordinary foes, perhaps they could be managed. Yet, this was insurmountable. Even Majin Buu could not compare, representing a completely different caliber of threat, leaving only despair. Bubbles remained unperturbed. gazing down from the Temple of the Gods towards the desolate land where Chuan and his companions were landing. Suddenly, as they slowly descended from the spacecraft, Bubbles seemed to witness something astonishing. Is that a tail? He felt a sense of familiarity, recalling a similar entity that had entered Earth not long ago. Though the individual at that time possessed a lower combat power, which explained his lack of attention. However, that child had also borne a tail, strikingly similar to these newcomers. Could there be a connection? Chapter 33. The Supreme Kai meets Bubbles. Upon their initial arrival on Earth, the Saiyans were filled with curiosity about this planet. Having traversed vast distances for a specific reason, this was a low-tier civilization planet, seemingly devoid of individuals with high combat power. Greta retrieved a scanner and conducted a basic scan of Earth, revealing a maximum combat power of just over 200. Any Saiyan child could dominate this planet, indicating that its combat potential was rather low, and its technology was not particularly advanced. What could be so extraordinary about such a planet? Chuan seemed to sense something and turned toward the Temple of the Gods, offering a benevolent smile before addressing the other Saiyans. Come, allow me to take you to a certain place. Once we arrive, please refrain from speaking out of turn and follow my instructions. Chuan soared toward the Temple of the Gods, with Carl and the others closely following. Upon witnessing this group of extraterrestrial beings approaching the temple, the Supreme Kai and Bubbles were struck with a sense of foreboding. This is bad, this is bad. These aliens are heading toward the temple, and the one leading them seems to have noticed us. The Supreme Kai and Bubbles felt an impending crisis. However, bound by their responsibilities, they could not abandon the temple or Earth, leaving them to navigate their anxiety and panic. Moments later, Chuan arrived at the Temple of the Gods. Faced with this terrifying assembly of aliens, the Supreme Kai and Bubbles felt a sense of imminent danger. What business do you aliens have? Why have you come to Earth? This planet cherishes peace and has never engaged in cosmic conflicts. I am the Supreme Kai of this planet, and I implore you to leave at once. Despite his tension, the Supreme Kai stepped forward, for it was his duty to protect Earth. A god? So weak? Not even 1,000 in combat power, and you call yourself a god? How absurd. A blunt Saiyan remarked, believing that a being hailed as a god should possess considerable strength. Yet, this power was profoundly inadequate. Unbeknownst to him, the feeble physiques of Earthlings and the lack of a martial arts culture had resulted in the majority having low combat power, making them incomparable to extraterrestrial beings. Weakness was to be expected. Chuan raised his hand to silence the inquisitive Saiyans. Supreme Kai, Mr. Bubbles, please do not misunderstand. We harbor no ill intentions and come in peace. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Kai and Bubbles were taken aback, their faces displaying a flicker of fear. How do you know us? They wondered. While it was understandable if the Supreme Kai had introduced himself, how could they know Bubbles? In that moment, they felt an unprecedented terror. If it were merely a matter of strength, they could have been anxious due to the disparity. However, the fact that the visitors seemed to possess foreknowledge of their identities was far more daunting. The unknown was the most terrifying aspect. The Supreme Kai and Bubbles fell silent. Yet their widening eyes revealed their inner turmoil, likely facing a tempest of emotions. Chuan, unaware of their thoughts, stated directly, I wish to learn from Bubbles how to master Ki. This should not be too difficult, should it? As for my subordinates, they will also cultivate here in the future, and will rely on Tianxin and Bobo. He stated his purpose directly. At this moment, Tianxin and Bobo were taken aback. Their hearts were rather unsettled, and they felt quite conflicted. Upon learning the true reason for Chuan's arrival, they were momentarily stunned. How to control Qi? Bobo and Tianxin repeated in unison. Chuan nodded affirmatively. Subsequently, Bobo carefully sensed the immense Qi emanating from the extraterrestrials present, which displayed formidable combat power. However, it was as unrestrained as a blazing sun, lacking any semblance of subtlety. This realization made her understand that perhaps the desire to master Qi stemmed from this very reason. Unbeknownst to them, a sense of relief washed over both. It was a good sign that their intentions were not malevolent. Otherwise, given Earth's limited capacity, it would be impossible to withstand such terrifying extraterrestrials. Having reached a bottleneck in their own strength, if they could not master Qi, their skills in battle would remain crude, unable to make efficient use of their power. Aware of Bobo's capabilities, Chuan had traveled thousands of miles to Earth, hoping for their guidance. He spoke earnestly, indicating the seriousness of the matter. The Saiyans behind him also became attentive, although they were unclear about their leader's words. However, Witnessing their leader's earnestness for the first time, especially in the presence of someone who seemed relatively weak, was striking. This individual, resembling a lump of coal, had a combat power nearing 1,000, which was still considered weak compared to them, merely on the level of an average extraterrestrial. Before the destruction of Planet Vegeta, even the lower-tier warriors surpassed this coal-headed being. Nonetheless, their leader's seriousness compelled them to take the situation more seriously as well, knowing they too would need to cultivate here. Should they gain any insights, they would indeed feel closer to their leader. Sensing the respect in the air, Bobo nodded and said dully, "I will. You may stay and cultivate here. As for how quickly you can master it, that depends on your individual talent. I shall impart to you all that I know." However, Bobo had one request. Chuan gestured for her to express it. "If Earth faces any danger in the near future, please lend your aid, for Earth is exceedingly fragile, and its inhabitants are quite weak. Since you can locate Earth, it follows that other extraterrestrials can as well. I merely hope that you can rescue Earth if such a time arises." Chuan would not hesitate to agree to this request, nodding earnestly. Not only would learning how to control Chi from Bobo be a favor, but Earth was poised to become the center of the universe, giving birth to many strong beings, which warranted careful consideration. He also wished to acquire more skills from these formidable beings, such as the infinite energy possessed by the androids, a skill he desperately needed. Chapter 34, The Mastery of Chi. The contract was established. All Saiyans officially remained at Tianxin's temple to cultivate. Bobo's first request was to sit in silence, feeling their own strength and sensing the existence of Chi. Upon hearing Bobo's initial request, the Saiyans, led by Kaur, paused and then questioned, "Is this cultivation? What purpose does this method serve? It does not enhance our combat power, nor does it involve any techniques. Is such cultivation truly necessary?" Their skepticism was understandable, given that in Vegeta or throughout the universe, combat power was of utmost importance, while other methods were often disregarded. Thus, they expressed their doubts. Bobo did not waste words and replied simply, "If you wish to sense the power of Chi, why not close your eyes and spar with me? See if you can perceive my presence." "That should be easy enough." Jaluita promptly stepped forward. Although they lacked mastery over Chi, they still possessed basic judgment. He did not believe that his combat power in the tens of thousands would fail to detect someone with merely a few hundred combat power. Thus, Jaluita slowly closed his eyes. Initially, a hint of confidence graced his face, as he had been fixated on Bobo the entire time. However, once he closed his eyes, it felt as though Bobo's existence had vanished entirely. Yet, to the others, Bobo moved freely around him, but Jaluita remained oblivious. This left many puzzled. What is Jaluita doing? Others are moving around him, yet he remains unmoving and appears confused. Is he perhaps holding back? The crowd began to murmur. Just then, Chuan spoke up. "You are overthinking it. Do you really believe it is so simple? Why not close your eyes and sense for yourselves?" Following this, everyone closed their eyes as well. In the next moment, they finally understood why Jaluita had remained still and appeared puzzled. Upon closing their eyes, Bobo's presence indeed vanished completely. Despite their initial attempts to lock onto him, they could no longer discern Bobo's figure. How astonishing was this? After genuinely experiencing it, they were left utterly shocked. What a remarkable technique. A mere few hundred combat power could obscure their perception. If they could wield such a method in battle, they would undoubtedly gain the upper hand. My goodness. Upon truly sensing this, they slowly opened their eyes, and Bobo's figure came into view. At that moment, they genuinely believed that this coal-headed individual possessed some skill. Thus, disregarding Jaluita, they all sat down to begin their cultivation, quietly sensing their own power, following Bobo's guidance to feel the Chi within them. After numerous attempts, Jaluita, finding no success, finally opened his eyes in confusion, glancing at the Saiyans who had already settled into meditation, and he joined them. Bobo's voice echoed in their ears. "Clear your minds and quietly sense your own strength. With your currently formidable Chi, you should find it quite easy to perceive." This was the first step. Everyone followed his method, silently engaging in the exercise. Chuan did the same. However, as he quietly sensed the Chi within him, a system notification suddenly rang out. Ding! Time's up. Sign-in successful. Reward: Mastery of Chi. Suddenly, upon hearing the system prompt, Chuan opened his eyes wide. He had intended to diligently cultivate, but unexpectedly, the sign-in system had finally proven useful, allowing him to achieve his ultimate goal simply by drawing near to Bobo. The system finally showed some worth. No longer was it merely a cumbersome tool for increasing combat power. Chuan felt overwhelming joy. His reaction caught the attention of both Bobo and Tianxian, who could not help but notice his excessive enthusiasm. Bobo remarked, "You cannot cultivate effectively if you are so restless. You must be fully engaged to sense qi." In response to Bobo's words, Chuan silently stood up. "Mr. Bobo, I have truly mastered the manipulation of qi, and I am immensely grateful for your assistance. I wish to test my newfound formidable power, allowing you to appreciate it as well. Should there be any shortcomings, I would greatly appreciate your guidance. I have long sought to discover the limits of my abilities, but my inability to control qi had hindered any significant enhancement in my combat strength. However, that is no longer the case. I can now experience an exponential increase." Upon hearing my words, Bobo and the Celestial Guardian were momentarily taken aback, unable to react, but in the next instant, they felt an overwhelming surge of qi. The entire sky trembled. Even the earth quaked, though ordinary people were oblivious to this phenomenon. However, those with even a modicum of strength sensed an ominous premonition. Yet, their lack of power left them unable to comprehend the situation. As Chuan unleashed his qi, the other Saiyans opened their eyes, eager to witness the transformation that true mastery of qi would bring. What do you think the leader will demonstrate? While controlling qi seems extraordinary, can it merely be concealed? That would be rather trivial, considering the arduous journey to this planet and the training led by that charcoal-haired individual. It simply doesn't seem fitting. Indeed, let us observe how the leader performs. As they conversed, Chuan's aura began to surge dramatically. His base combat power had already reached 3 million, and now, as he unleashed his qi, his strength soared infinitely. He swiftly ascended to 3.5 million, for 0.1 million, for 0.2 million, ultimately stabilizing at 5 million. It was only upon reaching this threshold that his power began to plateau. This represented his current limit. It could be said that if he were to exert his full strength, he would have the confidence to defeat Frieza, especially since his full power had already surpassed 1.2 billion. Of course, he remained oblivious to the fact that Frieza had evolved beyond recognition. Feeling the terrifying aura he radiated, all the Saiyans present were left utterly speechless. It was incomprehensible. Was this the level that a human could attain? Their leader's combat power was astonishingly formidable. At that moment, they dared not use their scouters, fearing an instantaneous explosion upon activation. There was no doubt about it. Aside from them, Bobo and the Celestial Guardian were equally astonished, as they possessed a deep understanding of qi. The immense energy had nearly doubled. This extraterrestrial was truly formidable. In such a short span of time, he had mastered the manipulation of qi and amplified his power by more than a fold. It was incredibly frightening. Chapter 35, Chuan's Request. Could this truly be the pinnacle that humanity could reach? The Celestial Guardian blurted out in disbelief. Beside him, Bobo, still in a daze, remarked, "Lord Celestial Guardian, they are extraterrestrials, not like Earthlings." This statement rendered the Celestial Guardian silent. There was no comparison. A mere finger from them could easily crush the Saiyans. It was futile to even mention the so-called Demon King Piccolo. Anyone's presence would render their efforts moot. Call and the other Saiyans were equally bewildered. While they were all training at the same time, their leader had completely mastered the art, while they had barely scratched the surface. The disparity was simply too vast. Moreover, observing their leader's explosive energy was utterly terrifying. Greta discreetly took out a scouter and began testing, but he vastly overestimated its capabilities, as it was an outdated model. It ended abruptly with a resounding explosion, emitting a thick cloud of black smoke. This immediately drew the attention of the others. In the face of their gazes, Greta could only chuckle nervously. "I merely wanted to see how powerful our leader is, but I didn't expect this scouter to be so useless. It blew up the moment I turned it on." Call rolled his eyes. "That's obvious. Our leader's initial combat power is beyond what any scouter can measure, let alone considering his current enhancement. What a waste of a scouter." While they spoke, they indeed felt the enhancement Chuan had undergone, even if they could not ascertain the exact numbers. As Chuan reached the pinnacle of his power, he skillfully retracted his qi, having gained complete control over it. He exhaled softly, and at that moment, the others gathered around him. "Leader, just how powerful are you now? It feels unfathomable." The scouter just exploded. Chuan shot a glance at Greta, having witnessed his foolishness. Knowing his strength was immense, he still dared to use a scouter. It was clear that any being with a combat power in the hundreds of thousands or millions could easily cause a scouter to explode. It was evident that an outdated scouter served little purpose. Estimating his combat power, Chuan finally revealed a rough figure. It's difficult to specify exactly, but I believe it is approximately 5 million. Upon hearing this number, everyone present was left in a state of shock, especially the Saiyans, who were acutely aware of combat power values, as they had always measured the strength of their adversaries by it. They also had a standard for gauging their own strength, and upon hearing this, they exclaimed, "My heavens! 5 million combat power! How terrifying!" The highest base power among them barely exceeded 10,000, while their leader had already reached 5 million. This was simply outrageous. With a base power of 5 million, if he were to tap into the Great Ape's power, it would soar to 50 million. The more they thought about it, the more frightening it became. He was nearly at Frieza's level. Amidst their astonishment, they also felt an exhilarating thrill. This was their guiding light. If their leader could attain such heights, then with diligent training, they too could one day reach this level. It was merely a matter of time. Someone took the initiative to demonstrate. It's better than remaining stagnant. Our leader is truly remarkable. To have reached 5 million combat power means that one day, we too can reach such heights. Of course, Chuan nodded without hesitation. He was not attempting to deceive the Saiyans present. Anyone possessing Saiyan blood and training diligently could achieve such terrifying combat power. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. With their leader's affirmation, all the Saiyans promptly sat down, silently attuning themselves to the chi within their bodies. They too wished to rapidly enhance their combat power. Although the progress would be slow, at least they knew they were advancing. Observing all the Saiyans entering a state of focused training, Chuan felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. This would mark the beginning of the Saiyan resurgence. As long as the Saiyans committed themselves, the speed of their power enhancement would not be slow. Once all the Saiyans truly matured and could stand on their own, he would establish his own Saiyan empire. Chuan approached Bobo and the others, who were still in a state of bewilderment. The recent surge of chi had been so violent that it felt as if a mere flicker of power could obliterate the entire Earth. It was terrifying. "Mr. Bobo, Celestial Guardian, thank you immensely. If it weren't for your guidance, I would not have been able to fully master chi." Bobo and Tianshan quickly shook their heads, insisting, No, this is not our doing. We merely offered a slight nudge. Your talent is simply extraordinary, allowing you to grasp it immediately." Chuan did not linger on this point. While his words bore a semblance of gratitude, they were primarily intended to obscure the truth. He had not undergone any training. He had merely accessed a system that enabled him to sign in effortlessly. Of course, without Tianshan and Bobo, he would have been utterly incapable of controlling chi. In truth, it was indeed Tianshan and Bobo who had assisted him. At that moment, he spoke again. "I have one more request. Though it may seem presumptuous, it holds great significance for me. Feel free to ask, as long as Bobo and Tianshan can assist," came the reply. Bobo could sense Chuan's goodwill and was eager to cultivate a solid friendship. Without violating any principles, he was willing to help as much as possible. Such a formidable alliance would be a significant boon for Earth. Upon receiving Bobo's response, Chuan softly expressed, "I wish to utilize the room of spirit and time. I have heard that one day spent there equates to a year in the outside world. I am in dire need of time." The opportunity to gain time for training was invaluable. After all, greater combat power correlates with an increased likelihood of survival. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the number of formidable beings was overwhelming, and he did not wish to find himself powerless in the face of a true adversary. Rather than wait for danger to strike, he sought to seize every opportunity to enhance his strength. Only through personal growth could he secure victory. Chapter 36. Entering the Room of Spirit and Time. The Room of Spirit and Time? Bobo paused, exchanging a glance with Tianshan, each surprised by the other's expression. How could this extraterrestrial be aware of it? Did he truly possess the ability to foresee the future? Despite their curiosity, they refrained from voicing their questions, recognizing that it might pertain to someone else's secret. "That is indeed possible," Bobo continued. "However, although the Room of Spirit and Time has a unique flow of time, each individual may only enter twice in their lifetime. Should one fail to exit within the allotted time, they risk becoming trapped inside indefinitely." Bobo conveyed this critical information. Chuan nodded silently. As a traveler from another world, he was well aware of the significance of the Room of Spirit and Time and was quite knowledgeable about it. While it was true that one could only enter twice, reaching a certain level of strength could allow for additional entries. This ultimately depended on the individual. Chuan had no intention of entering multiple times. He had already elevated his combat power to 5 million within a few months. Given a year, he was confident that upon emerging from the room of spirit and time, his combat power would be extraordinarily formidable, to the point of being beyond his own predictions. Very well, since you have made your decision, please follow me, Bobo said, having already acquainted themselves. Bobo and Tianxun understood that Chuan and his companions hailed from a warrior race in outer space. The criteria for measuring strength differed significantly from those on Earth, underscoring the dangers lurking beyond. This realization fueled their desire to befriend Chuan, as such alliances would undoubtedly prove advantageous in the future. As Bobo guided Chuan towards the room of spirit and time, Tianxun fell into deep contemplation. The universe outside Earth was perilous, necessitating prompt preparations. Any extraterrestrial being could possess combat power far exceeding that of Piccolo, which was indeed terrifying. While familiarizing themselves with one another, Chuan used the formidable Piccolo Daimao as a reference point to help Bobo and Tianxun comprehend the gravity of the situation. Yet, the more they learned, the more they felt a sense of dread. The universe was indeed a terrifying place. If malevolent extraterrestrial beings were to discover Earth, catastrophe would surely follow, especially given the challenges posed by even a single Piccolo Daimao. Bobo led Chuan to the entrance of the room of spirit and time. Chuan, this is the entrance to the room of spirit and time. Beyond this door lies its vast expanse. You must remember to exit within the designated time, otherwise, you risk being trapped inside. As Chuan prepared to enter, Bobo offered a final reminder. Chuan nodded, I understand. He then slowly opened the grand door and stepped inside. Once the door closed behind him, he found himself enveloped in an expanse of white, devoid of any distinguishing features beyond the small room he occupied. Without a resilient spirit, one might succumb to despair in such an endless void. The room of spirit and time not only accelerated the passage of time for training, but also presented an environment that forged true strength. Taking a deep breath, Chuan acknowledged the monotony of ceaseless training, particularly in such an infinite space. However, considering the dangers of the Dragon Ball universe, relentless training was an unavoidable necessity. He resolved to master Super Saiyan within a year. Otherwise, no matter how much he enhanced his foundational combat power, he would be powerless against the terrifying foes that lay ahead. Thus, Chuan formally commenced his training, prioritizing the enhancement of his foundational combat power while also attempting to transform into a Super Saiyan. He understood that achieving true Super Saiyan status required not only emotional activation, but also a profound intensity of feeling. Yet, summoning such extreme anger was no simple task. It could not be controlled at will. Conversely, once he had gained control over Qi, the so-called bottleneck would naturally loosen, especially with the aid of the Saiyan system. In a year, he estimated his combat power could easily double. While he immersed himself in relentless training, significant changes were unfolding on Earth. Recognizing the threat posed by extraterrestrial beings, Tianxun discreetly disseminated some unrealistic information to the lower realms through his authority. He proclaimed that ascending the Kalen Tower would grant divine guidance, enabling one to become an unparalleled martial artist. This was only one of many messages intended to inspire martial artists and exceptional individuals to devote themselves to rigorous training, surpassing the complacency of their current lives. Moreover, after thorough consideration, Bobo and Tianxun resolved to gather all the Dragon Balls to enhance the physical capabilities of Earth's inhabitants, providing a foundational step towards improvement. At the very least, it would significantly elevate the overall combat power. This was the solution Bobo and Tianxun devised in response to Earth's challenges, preparing for potential future threats. While such measures may not suffice against the might of extraterrestrial beings, they aimed to instigate change before Earth was discovered. By the time these beings truly arrived, Earth would be transformed beyond recognition, especially with the presence of the Saiyans. Once everything was settled, Bobo and Tianxun finally turned their attention to the Saiyans. At this moment, the Saiyans had truly immersed themselves in their training. With Chuan as a role model, their focus on cultivation had intensified. Within just an hour, Carl was the first to sense the presence of Qi. However, this was merely a rudimentary perception. Achieving mastery over it remained a distant goal. Yet, this was indeed a promising beginning. Next was the only female in the Saiyan squad. Asiana, a Saiyan woman with long hair. Her combat power was not particularly remarkable, ranking her as average within the team. However, in battle, she displayed an extraordinary ferocity, often surpassing many male Saiyans in terror, which is why she was classified as an evil Saiyan, perhaps due to Chuan's presence. This group of evil Saiyans began to gradually change. Of course, this transformation was only directed towards their own kind and those they regarded with goodwill. Towards others, their dispositions remained rather unkind. The successive sensations of Ki motivated the other Saiyans to be even more diligent. Chapter 37. The Birth of the First Super Saiyan. Someone has sensed Ki, Bobo said in a daze from the side. This remark prompted a sense of admiration. After all, they were indeed extraterrestrial beings. Being labeled as a warrior race signified that this species was extraordinarily formidable in combat, mastering such capabilities from nothingness at a remarkable pace. Furthermore, it seemed that others were also catching up. With their inherent strength and astonishing learning abilities, this race would undoubtedly not be weak within the cosmos. Bobo mused inwardly, unaware that the Saiyans had long been obliterated in the universe. Although they were referred to as a warrior race, it was merely self-proclaimed. Had they followed the original trajectory of the Dragon Ball world, the Saiyans would indeed be insignificant, and if not for Sun Wukong's unique path, they would merely be dust within the cosmos. As time passed, all the Saiyans had not only adapted to Ki, but had also learned to control it. Slowly, they opened their eyes, joy evident in their expressions. At that moment, they truly understood why Chuan could unleash such terrifying combat power upon mastering Ki. Is this what Ki is? Truly miraculous. They had never imagined that one could gauge another's strength merely through perception. This was far superior to a scouter, which required constant updates and could become useless against overwhelmingly powerful foes that could explode at any moment. In battle, they were prone to damage, and sometimes, they could not accurately detect an opponent's strength. Once an individual mastered Ki, the scouter became utterly redundant. This was the knowledge they acquired after mastering Ki. You have genuinely grasped the control of Ki. Now you merely need to adapt well, and you will achieve perfect mastery, Bobo stated as he appeared beside them. The Saiyans nodded in respect, holding Bobo in high regard. Although this black-haired fellow lacked significant combat power, he certainly possessed remarkable skills. Suddenly, Asiana stood up and said to Carl, "I want to see what my current combat power is. Use the scouter to show me." Though the scouter was not particularly practical, it could still provide accurate readings for those of us with lower combat power. "All right," Carl replied solemnly, eager to see how much their combat power had increased after mastering Ki. Not only he, but all the Saiyans were immensely curious. Once Asiana was ready, she began to unleash her Ki. In an instant, the Temple of the Gods started to tremble. Although the intensity was not as terrifying as Chuan's, it was still quite remarkable for an ordinary individual. Beep, 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 beep. The scouter blared incessantly. Ultimately, Asiana's combat power peaked at a critical value. Carl's expression was one of astonishment. Even though he had anticipated this, witnessing the true quality of her combat power before him was still incredibly impressive. Is this the result of mastering Ki? Carl, how much is it? Don't keep it to yourself. Share the joy with everyone. As he was taken aback, all the Saiyans eagerly anticipated the answer, unable to contain their excitement. Asiana felt the same. Previously, her combat power had barely exceeded 10,000. What would it be now? Then, Carl's voice rang out, 23,000. At that moment, the expressions of everyone present transformed at a visible pace, having surged more than double. Did this not imply that their combat power was similarly formidable? At this moment, they truly comprehended the terrifying nature of Ki mastery, capable of unleashing their true combat power from within. Although the scouters' readings were accurate, the power they had controlled had always been dormant within them, only emerging in dire circumstances. However, upon mastering the application of Ki, they could release their peak combat power at any time and place. This method was nothing short of miraculous. Subsequently, everyone expressed their gratitude to Bobo, for he was the one who had taught them to harness Ki. Meanwhile, as the Saiyans mastered the application of Ki, an unprecedented event occurred within the hyperbolic time chamber. When Chuan's base combat power reached a critical point, he found it increasingly challenging to enhance it through his training alone. Even though the sign-in system allowed for gradual power increases, the pace was painfully slow. Ultimately, his combat power reached a staggering 11 million, an extraordinarily exaggerated figure, and that was just his base power. Merely utilizing the Great Ape transformation would grant him a combat power of 100 million. Not to mention the transformation into a simulated Super Saiyan, which was even more extravagant. However, as his base combat power hit 11 million, he realized that further enhancement would be exceedingly difficult. He then attempted to ignite his emotional fluctuations, initially recalling the destruction of the Saiyans, but found that it bore no fruit. He remained utterly calm. Even though he bore Saiyan blood, he was, after all, a person from another world, unable to empathize in the same way as others. Thus, this approach ultimately proved futile. Eventually, an idea struck him. He began reminiscing about the myriad experiences of his past life, not only his own tragic existence, but also the various cold gazes he had endured. Gradually, his ki began to explode. Without even realizing it, as his rage surged, a faint yellow light began to emanate from him, its hue slowly shifting. He was lost in the recollection of numerous events, all of which he had personally experienced, deepening his sense of empathy. Ah, damn it. I no longer wish to live such a life. I refuse to be at the mercy of others any longer. I shall become the one who captures everyone's attention. What he lacked in his past life, he would reclaim in this one. He yearned to live a brilliant existence. He bellowed forth his innermost desires. Though he endeavored to conceal them, ultimately, this was the true essence of his heart. Otherwise, he would not have endured the loneliness of arduous training. Although it was for the sake of surviving in this Dragon Ball world, he genuinely desired to live a resplendent life, to become the one who commanded attention. At the same time, he wished to freely govern his own destiny. Such a simple desire, yet it had eluded him in his previous life. The tragic anger within him transformed into power, and in an instant, his ki surged to its zenith. The entire hyperbolic time chamber began to tremble. At long last, with a thunderous roar, Chuan's hair transformed into a brilliant golden hue, radiating an aura of golden light that enveloped his entire being. His eyes exuded an icy coldness, hinting at an undercurrent of ferocity. This is the manifestation of the Super Saiyan. The first Super Saiyan has officially come into existence. Chapter 38, Frieza's Path of Vengeance. As Chuan ascended to the status of Super Saiyan, Bobo and the Kai suddenly turned their gaze towards the room of spirit and time, their expressions betraying a hint of astonishment. Just moments ago, they had sensed an overwhelming aura, one that was terrifyingly powerful, even more so than Chuan himself. Bobo, did you just feel an immense presence? Bobo nodded, responding, indeed, I sensed a truly horrifying aura. It is not only vast, but also steeped in primal brutality, evoking discomfort. Yet, I feel a strange familiarity within it. After contemplating this, Bobo elaborated, it seems reminiscent of Chuan's presence. The Kai and the assembly of Saiyans were left bewildered. Did you just say that the immense aura belongs to our leader? Grida inquired urgently. The Kai, equally perplexed, acknowledged the existence of a colossal and sinister energy. But whether it was indeed Chuan remained uncertain. Bobo, under the scrutiny of so many, felt a twinge of doubt, for he believed that despite any increase in strength, the aura should not change drastically. However, this sensation was extraordinary, markedly distinct from the initial surge of energy Chuan had displayed. Bobo was certain that the formidable aura emanated from within the room of spirit and time, and thus it could only belong to Chuan. Once Bobo articulated his thoughts, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. They yearned for the passage of time to hasten, eager to witness the truth of the matter. The implications of Bobo's and the Kai's statements suggested that their leader's power had surged tremendously. Otherwise, such expressions would be unfathomable. Having previously witnessed their leader's battle power of 5 million, the current astonishment was palpable, clearly a consequence of an exceptional enhancement. Consequently, the Saiyans present abandoned their training, their eyes fixated intently on the entrance to the room of spirit and time. The same sentiment was shared by Bobo and the Kai. Amid their fervent training, far across the cosmic expanse, Frieza emerged from his prolonged confinement, having endured a rigorous period of training. He maintained his final form, now fully capable of harnessing his complete power, which had even amplified. Oh, how splendid is this power! I, the great Frieza, have emerged from my seclusion. Gula, prepare yourself. It is now my turn to exact vengeance. With a newfound confidence stemming from his immense strength, Frieza remained undaunted, even in light of Gula's formidable battle power of 470 million. for he had transcended mere mastery of his original abilities. After months of rigorous training, his combat prowess had multiplied several times over. He had even begun to tap into the latent powers of the Frozen Demon clan. Though he no longer possessed the patience to wait, vengeance was his driving force, and he yearned to crush his enemies. Naturally, as the boss, Gula would be dealt with later. To eliminate him too swiftly would diminish the thrill of the hunt. Thus, Frieza opted to seek out the true instigators, those responsible for the mecha team. Had it not been for them, Gula would not have sought retribution, resulting in Frieza, the Cosmic Emperor, being thoroughly subdued. The patience of a warrior has its limits. The Saiyans had unexpectedly risen to power within a few months, effortlessly dispatching the mecha team. Time was of the essence. The roots of this threat must be severed. Frieza regarded the son of King Vegeta as negligible. Contemplating these developments, Frieza resolved to confront this lingering threat personally. Chuan, the wandering Saiyan. Ever since his emergence, Chuan's strength had been on a steady ascent, rapidly progressing from a battle power of 2,400 to a level capable of dismantling the mecha team. Should he continue to grow unchecked, he could potentially become the legendary Super Saiyan of the Frozen Demon clan. Such a scenario was intolerable. Frieza summoned his legion of extraterrestrial soldiers to gather intelligence on recent events, utilizing scanners to track Chuan and his companions' movements. Although the tracking function had been disabled during their time on Earth, traces remained, and by pinpointing a location, he could deploy a strategy to find them. These Saiyans were clever enough to disable the scanners, but how could they escape the grasp of the great Frieza? Go. Assemble all extraterrestrial soldiers. I want this expanse of stars searched thoroughly. Conduct a comprehensive search. I demand to uncover the whereabouts and details of these Saiyans. If I do not obtain the information I seek. At this moment, Frieza's tail gently brushed the ground, causing a chasm of unfathomable depth to split the earth, resembling an abyss. This sight struck terror into the hearts of the extraterrestrial soldiers, sending them into a frenzied panic. Such horror. Merely brushing the ground has caused the entire planet to seem as if it has split apart. This realization spurred them into immediate action, hastily obeying Frieza's command. As Frieza prepared to depart, he instructed the base personnel to relay a message to Vegeta, to abandon all tasks and return directly to headquarters. There was no ulterior motive. He merely wished to eradicate the Saiyans to prevent future threats, having acutely sensed their potential for destruction. King Vegeta, perhaps too proud, had remained stagnant, while the wandering Saiyan had maintained a sense of urgency, allowing for rapid advancement. The latent potential of this race instilled genuine unease within Frieza. Following his command, the vast Frieza force mobilized entirely, scouring every planet, resulting in widespread devastation. The galaxy trembled, and numerous planets were obliterated, yielding a true river of blood across the cosmos. Chapter 39, The North Kai's Warning. On North Kai's planet, during the tumult of Frieza's forces, the North Kai suddenly fell from his chair, his antennae twitching as if sensing impending doom. With a grave expression, he rose, disregarding any pain from his fall, and hurried to the edge of North Kai's realm, observing the lower world intently. This is dire. What has Frieza experienced to provoke such a massive military mobilization? How much carnage will this unleash? He had never anticipated that Frieza would descend to such depths of ruthlessness. Observing closely, he recognized that Frieza, as the Cosmic Emperor, usually maintained a sense of decorum, rarely acting without restraint. Yet now, he was sweeping across the entire galaxy without mercy. If Frieza were to act in such a manner, the North Galaxy would truly descend into chaos and devastation. This is dire, indeed. A grave calamity has befallen us. Frieza has not only taken matters into his own hands, but has also dispatched numerous extraterrestrials. Who could have provoked him? The North Kai swiftly surveyed each planet, scrutinizing the actions and utterances of the cosmic beings. Ultimately, he gleaned the information he sought. This group of extraterrestrials was in search of the Saiyans, those notoriously combative apes who pride themselves on being a warrior race. It dawned on him that Frieza had recently obliterated Planet Vegeta, yet a portion of Saiyans had managed to survive. However, it appeared that those survivors had already been absorbed into Frieza's ranks, and now, with this extensive search operation underway, it seemed likely that deeper issues were at play. Having discerned the situation, the North Kai dared not let his guard down. The galaxy is vast, and even he, a Kai, could not guarantee the recruitment of allies. Nevertheless, The sheer scale of Frieza's mobilization suggested that the target must possess formidable strength. Anyone of considerable power would have been easily recruited by now. Thus, the North Kai observed meticulously. When Planet Vegeta was annihilated, he had taken note. As it was a significant race within his jurisdiction, he was well acquainted with the characteristics of the Saiyans. Upon observing Earth, he was startled to discover a group of Saiyans congregating at the sacred temple. This was precisely the target he sought. They had taken refuge on Earth and had even ascended to the sacred temple. He needed to inquire about the situation directly with the deity. The North Kai established a connection with the deity, declaring, "Deity of Earth, I am the North Galaxy's Kai. Can you hear my voice?" The deity, situated far away on Earth, felt a sudden stillness, gazing upward as a voice resonated within his mind. "Surely, this could not be an illusion? This is not a figment of your imagination," the North Kai reassured him. "My voice is indeed manifesting in your consciousness. Should you wish to respond, simply think your reply." He continued, "I wish to inquire about the Saiyans currently residing on Earth. What is their situation?" The North Kai posed his question, maintaining a demeanor befitting his rank, unperturbed by the gravity of the matter. Conversely, the deity appeared momentarily flustered, observing the others around him wearing blank expressions, evidently oblivious to the voice. Moreover, he sensed that the life essence of the voice's origin was superior to his own, prompting him to cast aside his doubts and relay all the information he had gathered. After a brief exchange, the North Kai finally comprehended the issue at hand, exhaling a sigh of resignation. It was indeed this group of Saiyans. "What?" the deity queried, perplexed by the North Kai's cryptic words. At that moment, all the Saiyans and Bobo felt the deity's unusual behavior and turned their gazes toward him. In the next instant, everyone heard the North Kai's voice resound. "Saiyans, you have summoned great misfortune upon yourselves. I do not know how you have attracted the attention of the cosmic tyrant Frieza, but he is currently scouring the galaxy for you. This has led to widespread devastation, and many planets have already been annihilated. If this continues, not only will more planets be destroyed, but entire races will face extinction. Soon, Frieza's forces will arrive on Earth. You are on the brink of disaster." As the North Kai spoke, his mind was racing with strategies. He could not allow Frieza's forces to wreak havoc unchecked. The destruction of so many planets and the loss of countless lives weighed heavily on him. How could he stand idly by while such calamity unfolded in his domain? Yet, he felt powerless, for Frieza's army was overwhelmingly formidable, instilling a sense of despair within him, particularly regarding Frieza himself, the true embodiment of cosmic malevolence. Upon hearing the North Kai's words, the expressions of the Saiyans shifted dramatically, for they were acutely aware of Frieza's might. Their combat prowess had waned significantly over time, yet Frieza remained an ever-present specter of dread. Even their leader, Chuan, despite his best efforts, could not hope to contend with Frieza, a being of terrifying power exceeding 12 billion. Unbeknownst to them, Frieza had undergone a profound transformation after suffering a severe defeat at the hands of Gula. He had no intention of remaining inferior to anyone. Cal, with a solemn expression, inquired, "Is what you say true? Frieza is conducting a thorough search for us?" "Indeed," the North Kai replied. "Frieza's forces claim they are seeking the Saiyans who annihilated the Mecha Brigade. That must refer to you, correct?" His heart trembled as he spoke. "The Mecha Brigade? Is that not Gula's elite unit? And more fearsome than the Jinyu Force? Can this group of Saiyans truly be responsible?" Doubt flickered within him. Yet among the remaining Saiyans, few possessed such capabilities, and the Prince of Planet Vegeta certainly did not meet that standard. The only plausible candidates were these Saiyans before him. The North Kai's words confirmed their suspicions. Frieza was indeed in pursuit of them. A heavy silence enveloped the group as an overwhelming pressure descended. Who could stand against Frieza? Not even the Saiyans, nor the North Kai himself, could find their voices in the face of such dread. Meanwhile, the deity and Bobo exchanged bewildered glances. Was Frieza and his army truly as terrifying as portrayed? Even the North Kai, of a higher life essence, and the formidable extraterrestrials present were rendered speechless. This piqued their curiosity. In Chapter 40, the conversation with the North Kai unfolds. Just how fearsome is Frieza? After a lengthy silence, the deity finally voiced his lingering doubts. What kind of entity could compel a being of higher life essence, such as the North Kai, and a gathering of formidable extraterrestrials into silence? Surely, it must be something extraordinary. The Saiyans remained reticent. The Kai interjected, "Not merely fearsome, the universe is vast, divided into numerous galaxies, each harboring formidable entities. We find ourselves in the North Galaxy, where Frieza reigns as the Cosmic Emperor, commanding various malevolent forces. The Saiyans before you are but insignificant in his presence, unable to even compare to a mere finger of his. To elucidate Frieza's terror for the deity and Bobo, the North Kai drew comparisons with the Saiyans. All the Saiyans present refrained from contesting this assertion, for they were acutely aware of Frieza's formidable nature. Otherwise, they would not have sought refuge on this remote Earth to train. While some may have sought to master their energy manipulation, the primary motivation was undoubtedly to evade Frieza's wrath. Yet, they had never anticipated that Frieza would venture so far to hunt them down. Faced with the Saiyans' silence, the deity and Bobo were astonished. Each of these Saiyans could effortlessly obliterate Earth. Yet, such powerful Saiyans were unable to rival Frieza. In that moment, words evaded the deity and Bobo. Their reaction did not deter the North Kai from continuing his explanation. Under the command of Frieza lies a truly fearsome battalion known as the Ginyu Force. Though it may not quite match the prowess of the Mecha Force, each member possesses a combat power exceeding tens of thousands. This is a dreadfully intimidating team. And what is more alarming is that Frieza commands an array of terrifying extraterrestrial beings. Should they commence a rampant sweep, it would not be long before they locate Earth. If Frieza were to confront them personally, the consequences would be dire. At this moment, the anxiety of North Kai was palpable to all present. It was not just North Kai. Many Saiyans in attendance felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, as if pressure was bearing down from all directions. The initial joy had dissipated entirely. Just as they were nearly suffocated by this mounting pressure, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber swung open with a resounding bang. Out stepped a figure with disheveled hair, none other than Chuan. After a year of rigorous training within the chamber, his aura had become more subdued. Yet when he unleashed it, true terror would ensue. The moment he emerged, all eyes were drawn to him. The Saiyans seemed to have found their pillar of strength, their faces betraying faint smiles of relief. "Boss, you finally returned." Everyone gazed at Chuan, while the Kai and Bobo were pulled back into focus, increasingly astonished as they observed him. Despite the control over his aura, they could sense a burgeoning power within him, one that, if unleashed, would be truly formidable. It was important to note that prior to entering the hyperbolic time chamber, he had already emanated a terrifying aura. Now, after a year within, how much more formidable had he become? No one could fathom. The Kai assessed Chuan, his eyes reflecting a hint of complexity. Chuan, while your emergence from the chamber is indeed cause for celebration, there is rather disconcerting news. Would you like to hear it? Chuan waved his hand dismissively. Kai, there is no need for elaborate explanations. I can hear you just fine. North Kai, I am now the leader of the Saiyans, and I appreciate your update. I shall take responsibility for dealing with Frieza. What I require from you now is to disclose his location. It is not in my nature to remain idle. The transmission from North Kai enveloped the entire Kai's palace, allowing Chuan to hear his voice as well. This revelation surprised him. He had not anticipated that his actions would lead to such a significant shift in the trajectory of the Dragon Ball universe. Yet, he chose not to dwell on it. Elevating his combat power was paramount. Everything else was secondary. Upon hearing Chuan's words, North Kai was taken aback. Are you jesting? Do you truly understand how terrifying Frieza is? Chuan calmly stretched his limbs and replied, I certainly grasp the extent of Frieza's terror. It is precisely because I understand that I must confront him. Moreover, I seek to validate my current combat power, as I have reached a plateau in my training and require a worthy opponent to catalyze my growth. North Kai, you need not elaborate further. Just as North Kai was about to speak again, Chuan swiftly interjected. We have previously encountered Frieza, and we fully comprehend his dreadfulness. Furthermore, we are acutely aware of the Ginyu Force's capabilities, which only solidifies our understanding of their terrifying nature. We know better than anyone else. Now, let us not squander precious time, for delays may lead to even graver consequences. Chuan was resolute in his determination. He did not wish to see unnecessary casualties arise from their inaction. Moreover, having just exited the hyperbolic time chamber, he was eager to experience the full extent of his current combat prowess. He possessed a clear numerical value of his strength, yet he needed a tangible reference point to truly gauge it. Frieza was the ideal candidate. Host, Chuan age, 17 bloodline, Saiyan bloodline sign-in. Completed, can sign in once daily, combat power, 14, 500, 000 skills. Transformation skill, Zarbon, limb regeneration, demon transformation. Taking a rare glance at the system information, he noted that there were no significant changes. Even with his combat power reaching 14 million, it evoked little surprise, merely commonplace. However, he was taken aback to see that he had unknowingly aged a year. Quite a substantial amount of time had passed in the Dragon Ball universe. Indeed, within this vast expanse, exhilaration and adventure were omnipresent, and this was the life he was meant to embrace. As he admired his personal information, a profound silence enveloped the Kai's palace. The audience, including North Kai, was stunned by his declarations. Chapter 41, A Proactive Assault. Goodness, faced with such a fearsome cosmic sovereign, to remain unfazed and even desire to take the initiative in an assault required immense confidence in one's combat abilities. Neither Bobo nor the Kai had a clear understanding of how absurd Mu Chuan's decision was. As for the other Saiyans, despite their shock, they chose to trust their leader. Their survival until this moment was owed to Mu Chuan. Without him, they might have perished alongside Planet Vegeta, and they would not be here today. Thus, they chose to believe. After a moment of silence, North Kai finally conceded. Since you have made your choice, I shall not impede you. However, I must clarify that regardless of the outcome, it is not my concern. Rest assured, this is a private vendetta of ours. With that, North Kai fell silent, scanning the surroundings for Frieza's precise location, given that Frieza's speed of movement was exceedingly swift. While North Kai busied himself, Mu Chuan addressed the assembled Saiyans. You have learned to harness your ki, have you not? They nodded in unison. Saiyan spoke first. We just conducted some tests. Based on our original combat power, we can now unleash more than double our previous might. Truly, our leader is remarkable for knowing such techniques exist. Our previous combat methods were far too rudimentary. Had we learned this sooner, our progress would have been much swifter. The Saiyans exchanged excited words, sharing their exhilaration over the enhancement of their combat power, as this was undoubtedly a moment of joy for them. In response to their fervor, Mu Chuan smiled calmly. Then your next task is to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. As for the arrangements, you may decide among yourselves. The time flow within the chamber is extraordinarily rapid. 1 day outside equates to a year inside. After a year of training, your combat powers will likely reach a staggering level. If any of you can achieve a combat power of 1 million, I shall teach you to master the Saiyans' ultimate power. In his view, to genuinely transform into a Super Saiyan, one must possess a baseline combat power of at least 1 million, otherwise it would be of little use. Thus, he hoped the Saiyans could elevate their strength swiftly without requiring him to exert forceful persuasion. As the multitude of Saiyans absorbed the words of their leader, astonishment washed over them. A battle power of 1 million? Currently, their own might hovered around a mere 10 to 20,000. This meant they would need to enhance their strength nearly 100-fold, an utterly outrageous notion. However, they refrained from voicing their dissent, and instead took note of the so-called spirit time chamber. No wonder their leader had come here. Not only was there a method for mastering ki, but also the remarkable phenomenon of the spirit time. 1 day outside equated to an entire year within. With ample time at their disposal, achieving a battle power of 1 million would surely become a trivial endeavor. At this moment, their confidence surged anew, and they pledged not to betray their leader's trust. They all assured him of their commitment. Naturally, they did not intend to enter the chamber immediately, for they understood what Mu Chuan aimed to do next. Thus, they awaited in silence. After a considerable time, the voice of the North Kai echoed once more. The location of Frieza had been pinpointed, and I shall now transmit it to you. It is not far from Earth. Given the speed of your spacecraft, you should arrive in nearly 2 days. Should any unforeseen events occur, you might even reach it in 1 day, as Frieza is currently heading towards Earth and might encounter you along the way. Instantly, a specific location manifested in Mu Chuan's mind, revealing Frieza's present position along with a dynamic view. As the coordinates were established, Mu Chuan promptly instructed all Saiyans to enter the spirit time chamber for training. As for Frieza, that was beyond their concern at the moment. Without delay, he departed hastily. Observing their leader's sudden exit, the Saiyans felt a mixture of emotions. If only their strength were greater, they could partake in the battle. Alas, their current power was insufficient. After all, Frieza's first form boasted a battle power of 530,000, not to mention his subsequent transformations. This was a disparity they could not contend with. Watching Mu Chuan disappear into the horizon, the group fell into a contemplative silence. It was time to train diligently. As their leader had stated, without reaching a battle power of 1 million, even following him would prove challenging. If they could truly attain such strength, they might yet participate in the fray and could not afford to lag behind any longer. Kar and Grida exchanged a glance, then made their way towards the spirit time chamber, while the others quietly began their training. Observing the Saiyan's fervor, Bobo and the Supreme Kai exchanged glances, feeling entirely out of place, resigned to their own tasks. After departing from the Supreme Kai's palace, Chuan boarded his spacecraft. He had no intention of directly confronting Frieza. Rather, he sought a desolate planet, particularly one along Frieza's path. He aimed to select a strategic location as the battlefield. He believed his current battle power surpassed Frieza's, easily capable of dispatching him. Nevertheless, Frieza held an advantage in the vacuum of space, an environment where Chuan could not survive. Thus, he would not place himself in jeopardy. By taking the initiative, he would maintain control over the situation, freely choosing the battlefield. The spacecraft navigated towards Frieza's position. On North Kai's planet, the North Kai observed quietly, sensing a certain chaos. Yet, what could he do? The Saiyans were inherently a malevolent race, and the fact they could engage in civil discourse was already a stroke of fortune, albeit their malevolence was far from Frieza's level. Ultimately, they were not benevolent beings. He feared provoking these formidable Saiyans, lest they bring trouble upon him. Therefore, the North Kai could only pray fervently that no incidents would arise. As the fate of the North Galaxy hung in the balance, he hoped all would unfold favorably and that no further mishaps would occur, for his fragile heart could scarcely endure it. Chapter 42. A provocation from Chuan. Have you yet to locate those traitors? Frieza hovered outside his spacecraft, his demeanor deceptively amiable as he surveyed the assembly of aliens before him. Though he appeared genial, only those within Frieza's army understood the capricious nature of their king. A mere misstep could cost one their life. Thus, the aliens trembled as they responded, "Great King, we have scoured the areas traversed by the Saiyans. However, oh, is that so?" Frieza's tail abruptly elongated, ensnaring one of the aliens and yanking him closer. The alien was instantly overwhelmed with fear, his courage shattered. "Great King, spare me. We truly did our utmost, but without a precise direction, it is exceedingly difficult to locate them. We implore you for a little more time." Perhaps confronted with the specter of death, the alien spoke swiftly. However, the fury boiling within Frieza could not tolerate any lapse in efficiency. With a forceful flick of his tail, he hurled the alien into the depths of space. A thunderous crash resounded as he collided with the planet, meeting his demise instantaneously. The remaining aliens quaked in terror, not daring to utter a word, let alone tremble, for fear of inciting Frieza's wrath. A group of worthless fools. It takes you this long to find a few stinking monkeys. What use are you to me? Frieza's aura was terrifying, compelling the aliens to lower their heads, unable to meet his gaze. At that moment, a spacecraft returned, and Sabo emerged. "Great King, an unidentified powerful entity has appeared. Upon announcing your name, they audaciously proclaimed their intent to summon you. Faced with such arrogance, I could not allow them to act unchecked, but all those dispatched were swiftly annihilated. Reluctantly, I must report to you." Sabo conveyed the information, standing silently afterwards, fearful of inciting Frieza's ire. Frieza's tail lashed out, creating ripples in the vacuum of space, illustrating the magnitude of his power and his genuine fury. The more tranquil he appeared, the more profound his anger became. "Oh, how amusing! Truly delightful! How dare any life form in this universe challenge me, the Cosmic Emperor Frieza? It seems they have yet to comprehend who their true ruler is." He was furious, enraged, to the extent that his powers surged exponentially. He disregarded the spacecraft. With a roar, he propelled himself forward. In an instant, all nearby planets were obliterated, and those in close proximity suffered devastating blows. Countless indigenous beings were reduced to ash. Only the more distant planets escaped unscathed. The North Kai winced at the sight, his heart aching, yet powerless to intervene. He could only silently pray that Chuan could contend with Frieza. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Indeed, the one obstructing the path was Chuan. To avoid placing himself at a disadvantage, he would never confront Frieza in the vacuum of space. That would be to compare his weaknesses against another's strengths. Moreover, Frieza was no weakling. As Frieza advanced to the area reported by Sabo, he caught sight of a figure in the distance, standing tall and imposing. Though he could not sense ki, an inexplicable aura emanated from this figure. Fixing his gaze intently, Frieza smiled, a delighted, unrestrained laughter escaping him. Ah, how unexpected. I have searched for so long, only to find you filthy monkeys here, daring to provoke me. The great king. How fascinating, truly fascinating. However, this king is rather curious as to why you dare to reveal yourself. Facing Frieza, Chuan remains relatively composed. After all, this time is different from the past, for he now possesses the true combat power to confront Frieza directly. I heard you were looking for me, so I decided to show up. It has been a long time, my king. Frieza is momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared for such an outcome. Does this Saiyan not comprehend the consequences of being found by him? I find myself increasingly fond of you. After a brief pause, Frieza appears unusually calm. Had you not provoked my wrath, I might have allowed you to exist as the second most powerful being in this universe. Alas, it is not to be. Your ability to defeat the mecha warriors demonstrates that you indeed possess some skill, but that is merely the extent of it. I grant you a chance to prolong your existence, so cherish it wisely. What if I refuse? Chuan's patience wanes. After all, if Frieza continues speaking, he cannot fathom how long it might take. Furthermore, since Frieza's appearance, he has keenly sensed a difference in him. In the past, Frieza would still be in his first form, typically seated in a small spacecraft. Yet now, he stands before Chuan in his ultimate form, which, while not fully unleashed, exudes an unmistakable aura. It is a terrifying energy, even more formidable than he anticipated. Indeed, it has changed. Could it be that my presence as a time traveler has stirred the wings of a butterfly, thus altering history? Logically, Frieza should not have fully mastered his power yet, only gradually releasing his inherent strength through transformations. Yet here he stands before me, maintaining his ultimate form, suggesting he has at least gained control over his complete power. Moreover, this moment does not merely reflect a shift. Chuan becomes acutely aware that Frieza's transformation signals that everything he remembers may no longer apply. Stripped of omniscient knowledge, he can only rely on his current skills and combat prowess. At that moment, he attunes himself to Frieza's power. In the next instant, Chuan distinctly perceives a horrifying presence concealed within Frieza, perhaps originating from the Frost Demon lineage itself. The transition from relaxed composure to alertness occurs with remarkable speed. Yet, rather than retreating, he feels exhilarated. Although he understands Frieza's strength, according to the original narrative, Frieza's battle power barely exceeds 100 million, which pales in comparison to his own, thus providing him with a thrilling opportunity for battle. He desperately needs a thrilling clash to shatter his current limitations. Otherwise, his foundational power will stagnate, and he will remain unable to ascend to Super Saiyan. Frieza's emergence is precisely the opportunity he seeks. Chapter 43, The Fateful Battle. With his heart ablaze, Chuan decisively strikes, unleashing a ki blast that illuminates the cosmos. Frieza, who had just appeared eager, suddenly freezes, his expression hardening as if he were a predator ready to kill. You vile monkey. Frieza sidesteps, his tail whipping around to deflect the ki blast. Although its destructive power is minimal, it is laden with insult, igniting his fury. I see you are impatient to meet your end. In an instant, Frieza vanishes from sight, reappearing behind Chuan to deliver a powerful blow. Chuan swiftly grasps Frieza's fist and forcefully pushes him, sending Frieza crashing into a planet. That punch possesses at least tens of millions of battle power. Frieza has not only mastered his strength, but also enhanced it. In that moment, Chuan feels immense relief. Were it not for his inner urgency compelling him to train in the hyperbolic time chamber, he would not have achieved such formidable growth. Without such overwhelming battle power, he would have been left to endure Frieza's attacks passively. Now, as Frieza finds himself bewildered, having been thrust into a planet due to his own oversight, he realizes that this Saiyan's power is indeed formidable, capable of defeating the mecha warriors, suggesting a battle power of at least several 100,000. Yet, Frieza never anticipated that even with his mastery of power, he would struggle to subdue his opponent. What is happening? Lying in the crater, Frieza feels dazed. Far away on North Kao's planet, the North Kao watches the battle unfold with palpable tension, for the outcome could dictate the fate of the North Galaxy. When Chuan strikes Frieza into the planet, disbelief crosses his face. How is this possible? Why is this Saiyan's battle power so formidable? This is the cosmic Emperor Frieza, using his most powerful form, yet he is at a disadvantage? This Saiyan is utterly absurd. The North Kao is astonished. No one knows better than he the terror that is Frieza, Yet witnessing Mu Chuan's counterattack fills him with amazement. That someone can withstand Frieza's assault and even turn the tide is a testament to immense battle power. However, he remains unaware that their previous exchanges were merely probing each other's strength. If Frieza truly unleashed his full might, Mu Chuan could never so easily retaliate or maintain the upper hand. As Frieza remains absent for an extended period, Mu Chuan gathers an enormous ki blast in his hands, gazing down at the planet with a fierce glint in his eyes. Frieza, I know you will not be easily defeated. Come out now. Oh ho ho. This is becoming increasingly interesting. You are far stronger than I anticipated, much stronger indeed. Frieza slowly rises from the massive pit, wiping the blood from his face. Excitement etched across his features. You may indeed become the legendary Super Saiyan. However, I shall not grant you the opportunity. Following his encounter with Gula, Frieza appears to have gained insight, shedding some of his arrogance. Though he wishes to see what the legendary Super Saiyan is truly like, he is restrained by fear. Thus, Frieza resolves to end the battle. Yet, as Frieza finishes speaking, Mu Chuan crushes the ki blast in his hands, the energy surging back into his body. A curious expression crosses his face. What if I do not need your chance at all? Frieza is momentarily taken aback. The North KO also pauses, a premonition stirring within him. In the next moment, golden light envelopes Mu Chuan as his energy erupts, his hair standing on end, and his pupils gradually transforming into a golden hue. In an instant, when his energy reaches its critical point, it explodes forth. His hair turns entirely golden, radiating with a brilliant golden light, and his power surges 50-fold. Originally at 14.5 million, his battle power skyrockets to 7.25 billion. As he transforms into a Super Saiyan, the entire North Galaxy trembles, even distant planets sensing the overwhelming and terrifying aura emanating from him. Even on the distant North Jiawang shake, the North Jiawang could profoundly sense an incomparably terrifying aura. The premonition had come to fruition. He stood there dumbfounded, experiencing that dreadful energy as if he were right in the midst of it. My heavens, this is truly astonishing. Who would have thought that the legendary Super Saiyan was indeed real, and it was this Saiyan who had brought it to life? Does this imply that defeating Frieza is not an impossibility? Following the initial shock, a wave of joy surged forth, prompting the North Jiawang to bounce a few times in excitement. A clear reflection of his elation. Although the Saiyans were equally malevolent, based on the actions of Mu Chuan and others, they were at least far superior to Frieza. Frieza was the epitome of unbridled evil, a madman devoid of mercy. In contrast, this group of Saiyans, despite their wickedness, could be controlled and were not capable of utter destruction. Thus, the distinction between the two was readily apparent. At the moment when Mu Chuan transformed into a Super Saiyan, on the distant Earth, all those who possessed the ability to sense energy felt a tremendous presence resonating throughout the vast cosmos. This energy reached Earth. The god of the heavens and Bobo exchanged glances, both reflecting astonishment. Is this Mu Chuan's energy? It's overwhelming. This aura is immensely stronger than when he first descended to Earth, seemingly reaching us from such a great distance in the universe. With such terrifying energy, it should be sufficient to confront the so-called Cosmic Emperor, shouldn't it? They were genuinely taken aback. This terrifying aura was unprecedented. Now, they felt it firsthand, making them acutely aware of the Saiyans' formidable nature. If they were to become adversaries, who could possibly triumph? However, just as they believed victory was assured, an even greater and more malevolent energy suddenly descended. It felt as if Mu Chuan's energy was clashing with it. In an instant, the previously confident god of the heavens and Bobo fell silent, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Is this the Cosmic Emperor? Chapter 44, Super Saiyan vs. Frieza. Mu Chuan's transformation was remarkably abrupt, startling everyone, including Frieza, who was equally taken aback. His expression was one of shock. However, after the initial surprise, Frieza became more serious than ever. Initially, he had a mocking demeanor, but now he recognized the gravity of the situation, particularly with Mu Chuan's transformation, which made him acutely aware that the Super Saiyan was not merely a legend. This foul monkey had genuinely achieved the Super Saiyan transformation. With this transformation, his combat power surged to an astonishing level. Even Frieza, the Cosmic Emperor, felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. This showcased just how terrifying his power had become. Frieza took a deep breath to steady himself, then moved his limbs, gazing at Mu Chuan in the distance. So that's it. No wonder you dared to provoke me. You have transformed into a Super Saiyan. What a surprise. But do you truly believe that by becoming a Super Saiyan, you can secure victory over me? You are gravely mistaken. Perhaps in the past, I might have faltered, but since that day, I vowed that I would never lose again. No one shall make me submit. Frieza roared, his body enveloped in a purple glow, gradually radiating strands of silvery lightning. Upon closer inspection, one could see a shimmering sheen glistening on his skin. Simultaneously, his energy surged, and his combat prowess escalated exponentially. Even Chuan, now a Super Saiyan, felt a heavy weight upon sensing Frieza's power. Frieza had indeed transformed. His combat power had increased at least 5 or 6-fold. In this moment, Chuan was at a loss for words. Yet he understood that thanks to mastering the first stage of the Super Saiyan transformation, he could contend with Frieza. Otherwise, he would have stood no chance against him. Truly, my king. With a fleeting thought, Chuan vanished from his position, reappearing behind Frieza, launching a powerful punch while simultaneously unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Frieza seemed to have anticipated this. He evaded effortlessly, and the successive energy blasts failed to touch a single hair on his body. The battle was a swift exchange, but due to their exaggerated levels of power, the entire planet was on the verge of collapse. Currently, they fought amidst colossal boulders, but as time passed, Chuan began to feel the strain. The true danger arose after the planet's destruction. Although his combat powers slightly surpassed Frieza's, he was unable to defeat Frieza in a short span. Moreover, once the planet was obliterated, he would find himself at a severe disadvantage. After fighting for a quarter of an hour, he realized he could not continue like this. If the planet were to be completely shattered, he would be utterly exposed to the vacuum of space. Frieza, possessing the bloodline of the ice demon race, could survive in the vacuum of space, but he could not. It would be the end for him. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Chuan consciously restrained his power, for he did not wish for the planet's swift destruction. Boarding a spaceship was not a feasible option, but while he was somewhat constrained, Frieza seized the opportunity, grabbing Chuan with both hands and feet, forcefully hurling him towards the planet's core. So this is the legendary Super Saiyan? If this is all there is to it, it is disappointingly underwhelming. Unleash your true abilities. Frieza, slightly in the lead, laughed triumphantly. Bang! With a resounding crash, Chuan burst forth from the planet's core, bearing some minor injuries, but nothing too severe. Defeating Frieza would require time. Moreover, the battlefield was not conducive to his style of combat, forcing him into a defensive position. After a series of exchanges, from initially being reckless to now feeling restrained, Frieza quickly deduced the reason. Oh, I understand now. I see why you're hesitant to attack. Are you afraid of the planet's destruction? Once the planet is destroyed, you will be unable to survive in the vacuum of space. No wonder you have refrained from causing widespread devastation. Logically, your combat power should not be weak. Having become the legendary Super Saiyan, your power cannot be feeble. Although it may fall short of mine, it should not be this disproportionate. But alas, you are afraid to unleash your full potential. Ha! Frieza laughed heartily, reveling in his advantage. However, I have no such concerns. I possess the noble bloodline of the ice demon race, allowing me to survive in the vacuum of space since birth. Even if I am not on a planet, I can traverse the void with ease. This is where I hold the superiority over you. Frieza displayed an air of unassailable pride. During this time, several beams of destructive energy were intentionally unleashed, each one aimed directly at the core of the planet. The sensation was as if there was an intent to obliterate the entire planet. However, Chuan did not allow this to transpire, as he unleashed a series of energy waves to block the path of the destructive beams. The opposing forces negated each other, effectively halting all the destructive energy. Naturally, this infuriated his opponent. Initially, Chuan harbored some concerns, for in the vacuum of space, his advantages were virtually non-existent. Yet now, Frieza seemed to have him at a disadvantage. How could he endure this? It appeared that a swift resolution was imperative. Chuan's eyes narrowed. Fully aware that the annihilation of the planet would bring about unparalleled peril, yet he was resolved to conclude the battle quickly. His energy surged dramatically, and with a thunderous roar, the golden aura surrounding him intensified, as if no breath could escape its confines, while his formidable presence soared. With a sonic boom, he vanished from sight. In the next moment, his fist collided fiercely with Frieza, sending him soaring into the sky, followed by a downward kick that struck Frieza again. Confused and unable to react, Frieza was tossed around like a mere ball. As Frieza was being battered, his army arrived belatedly from a distance. Upon witnessing the immense energy surging from the planet, they dared not approach carelessly. Sabo and Paporia promptly ordered the other extraterrestrials to gather information about the unfolding events and ascertain who Frieza was battling. They procured the latest model of a detector, the most advanced available. Shortly thereafter, images began to relay from the front. Although the visuals were unclear, it was evident that Frieza was being mercilessly assaulted, unable to escape his captors. This sight left everyone astounded. They had never witnessed Frieza in such a disheveled state. Furthermore, after his training, Frieza had achieved the ability to maintain his ultimate form, with a combat power significantly enhanced. How could he be at a disadvantage? Who was this adversary? This couldn't possibly be real. How could the mighty Frieza be overpowered? Bring me the detector. Sabo bellowed, his body trembling. If Frieza truly was at a disadvantage or had been defeated, everything they had would be rendered futile. This thought filled them with dread. Before long, a frog-faced extraterrestrial brought forth an enormous detector, larger than most spaceships. Such a machine was necessary for gathering the most advanced and extensive data, making it far from a convenient gadget. As Sabo operated the device, numbers gradually began to materialize on the screen, initially focusing on Frieza. Beep, beep, beep. Ultimately, the combat power registered at 700 million. Upon seeing this figure, everyone present widened their eyes. Although they understood Frieza was fearsome, they never anticipated his combat power would reach such staggering heights. This was utterly outrageous. Frieza's combat power was indeed terrifying. Sabo murmured softly. Even they were unclear about Frieza's true strength. Previously, they only knew that Frieza's first form possessed a combat power of 530,000, but beyond that, they were uncertain. Now, facing Frieza at full strength, anyone would feel an overwhelming pressure. The detector then shifted its focus to Chuan. In the next moment, a long string of numbers appeared. What? How could this be? Who on earth was this individual? The numbers represented Chuan's combat power, which now stood at 8.5 billion, a staggering 1,500 million higher than Frieza. The revelation of this true combat power left everyone in shock. While they could comprehend Frieza's terrifying strength as the Cosmic Emperor, how could an unknown individual possess even greater power? This was almost too much to accept, leaving them in a state of disbelief. Sabo and Paporia exchanged glances, uncertainty etched on their faces as they commented. Why does that fighter battling the king bear some resemblance to that wandering Saiyan? Yes, I feel the same way. At this moment, a vague suspicion began to form in their minds, recalling the tales Frieza had shared about a fearsome existence among the Saiyans. This entity, arising from the pinnacle of Saiyan power, could transform into the legendary Super Saiyan, a natural nemesis to the Frost Demon clan, of which Frieza was a member. The situation was becoming increasingly absurd. Meanwhile, Chuan was oblivious to the activities of Frieza's army, as his sole focus was to conclude the battle swiftly. Yet, the more anxious he became, the more prone he was to errors. The entire planet had been shattered, leaving only fragments of meteors, and the planet was no longer recognizable. If these larger chunks were destroyed, he would find himself in the vacuum of space. Nevertheless, he hesitated not, for any delay would grant Frieza an opportunity. He had no desire to see Frieza revel in his suffering, bloodied and battered, with even an arm completely shattered, appearing utterly wretched. However, Frieza, despite his injuries, fought with relentless ferocity, unleashing destructive beams and charging directly at Chuan, ultimately resulting in both of them being pierced by the energy. Even so, Frieza did not relent. Seizing Chuan, he propelled them both into outer space, as if intending to continue their battle among the stars. The advantages and disadvantages were starkly apparent. Frieza aimed to exploit his advantages and swiftly conclude the conflict. Chuan sought the same. You foul monkey, this planet is utterly destroyed. Once these two massive meteor fragments collapse, you will be exposed to the vacuum of space. Let us see how you continue to challenge me, the king. Surrender to your fate, for I shall bury you in this universe. Frieza laughed maniacally, seemingly on the brink of victory, despite his current disheveled and pitiful state. For him, victory often brought joy. However, contrary to his expectations, Chuan showed no signs of panic. Instead, a strange and complex expression crossed his face, leaving Frieza bewildered. He could not discern whether Chuan was terrified or composed. In truth, Chuan was not frightened. Just then, the system notification chimed once more, drawing his attention away from his predicament. The system had proven reliable at last. In the midst of this battle, he had achieved the reward he had long desired. Ding. Time's up. Sign in successful. Sign in reward. Bloodline of the Frost Demon Clan. In the moment when the sign-in was successfully completed, Chuan immediately acquired the bloodline of the Ice Demon Clan, not to mention the enhancement of his combat prowess and talent. His physical constitution now allowed him to function effortlessly in the vacuum of space, freeing him from any concerns about planetary constraints. This was precisely what he needed. Chapter 46. Growing stronger in battle. Combat power breaks 1 billion. What is happening? The battle power of that Saiyan is surging at an astonishing rate. Could there be an issue with the detector? Suddenly, Sabo, who had been intently monitoring the device, exclaimed, drawing the attention of everyone present. Popolia pushed aside the other extraterrestrials. How is this possible? 900 million battle power. 1 billion battle power. 2 billion battle power. It continues to rise, still surging. At this moment, everyone was astonished, having already surpassed 5 billion battle power, which was already extraordinary. It was now inexplicably continuing to soar. This was utterly terrifying. For the gathered extraterrestrials, as well as Sabo and Popolia, even hundreds of thousands of battle power was unfathomably formidable, let alone crossing the billion mark. It seemed that only the Ice Demon Clan could achieve such feats. Yet, the situation had changed. A single Saiyan had reached this level, far surpassing Frieza, throwing everyone present into a state of panic and despair. Then, Popolia, seemingly catching on, swiftly directed the detector towards Frieza, only to find it was not as he had anticipated. Frieza's battle power had not changed. In fact, it seemed to have slightly decreased. At that moment, despite their doubts about the detector, the undeniable truth lay before them, leaving no room for disbelief. The shock within them was indescribable, while the many extraterrestrials were in awe. Far away on North Kai's planet, the North Kai himself wore a look of astonishment. He could never have imagined that events would unfold in such an unexpected manner. That Saiyan not only matched Frieza, but was also overpowering him. The tide of battle had shifted, with the Saiyan gaining the upper hand, his aura evidently stronger than Frieza's. This was truly inconceivable. Oh dear, the tides have turned. The Cosmic Emperor Frieza is actually being bested by a Saiyan. What a world we live in. After his initial shock, the North Kai couldn't help but reflect silently on the unfolding battle, becoming enveloped in a profound silence. He was uncertain whether this was good or bad. It felt as though events had spiraled entirely out of control. Yet, regardless of who emerged victorious, it seemed neither outcome was ideal. Both the Saiyan and Frieza were formidable foes, and this filled him with anxiety. Leaving aside the others, after the sign-in system bestowed him with the bloodline of the Ice Demon Clan, Chuan truly felt a surge of energy coursing through him. His battle power skyrocketed in an instant. Without needing anyone to inform him, he was acutely aware of his escalating strength, rising at a velocity that left even him astounded. At this moment, he did not break free from Frieza's grasp. Rather, he allowed Frieza to drag him along, as he needed these fleeting seconds to comprehend his newfound battle power. Upon reaching outer space, Frieza released his grip, raising one hand slowly, exuding an air of confidence. You foul monkey, prepare to meet your pitiful fate. In this cosmic vacuum, I shall be invincible, no matter how powerful your battle power may be. In this vacuum, only I, Frieza, am the true Cosmic Emperor. Await your annihilation at the hands of the universe. Frieza had no intention of making a move, merely waiting for Chuan to be consumed by the cosmos. However, moments later, the anticipated scene did not materialize. Instead, Chuan wore a playful smile as he regarded Frieza. Frieza instantly sensed something was amiss, an ominous premonition stirring within him. What on earth is happening? In response to Frieza's inquiry, Chuan flicked his hands, his entire being radiating with golden light, intertwined with hints of purple lightning. The purple lightning surged from within him. Have you not noticed that I possess a similar aura to yours? Chuan unleashed his energy without reservation, and his battle power continued to soar. In the distance, a deafening explosion resounded. The new detector, developed by Sabo and the others, had been utterly destroyed. In that moment, Chuan's battle power had reached 1 billion, surpassing the critical threshold and causing the machine to explode. The extraterrestrials present were left utterly dumbfounded, completely at a loss. Some muttered incoherently, 1 billion, 1 billion. Chuan turned to glance at them, having lost interest in the top-tier warriors. Frieza, feeling the weight of the situation, exhibited a face that transformed from arrogance to sheer terror. No, this is impossible. Could it be the bloodline of the Ice Demon clan? What nonsense is this? How could a filthy monkey like you possess the bloodline of the Ice Demon clan? What is happening? He refused to believe that a Saiyan could harbor both Saiyan and Ice Demon blood within him. After all, the Ice Demon clan was not capable of hybridization, making this scenario utterly implausible. Yet, just moments ago, he had indeed sensed the bloodline of the Ice Demon clan within Chuan. This left Frieza completely bewildered. Facing the incredulous Frieza, Chuan merely smiled softly, unwilling to offer any explanations. Too many words often lead to misfortune. As the saying goes, villains perish due to their verbosity. Moreover, his situation was beyond explanation. Let others speculate as they may. In an instant, Chuan moved with lightning speed, taking merely 0.1 seconds to deliver a punch that sent Frieza flying. He quickly caught him again, delivering a volley of blows, but this time, his battle power had become far more terrifying, surpassing Frieza by a considerable margin. Frieza was left with no opportunity to retaliate, his injuries compounding. What began as a mere broken arm had now resulted in 2/3 of his tail being severed, rendering his body a pitiful wreck. He no longer resembled the Cosmic Emperor at all. The extraterrestrials in the distance had long since fled to safety. Once Frieza began to falter, how could they remain in place? That would be tantamount to courting death. They had no time to be shocked. Each one focused solely on their escape. Of course, in the ensuing chaos, many of the extraterrestrials were also annihilated, as the scale of the battle between the two had far-reaching consequences. Fortunately, the surrounding area was largely desolate, devoid of habitable planets. Otherwise, it would have resulted in true devastation. The battle between Frieza and Chuan had taken on an overwhelmingly one-sided nature. The once proud Cosmic Emperor Frieza now resembled a beaten dog, utterly at the mercy of his opponent, his pride and fury long extinguished. The light in his eyes had dimmed, as if his very brilliance had faded, and his aura had become chaotic and disordered. Chapter 47. Attempting to subdue the king. How is this possible? This cannot be happening. Despite being thoroughly beaten, Frieza continued to mutter in disbelief, refusing to accept that Chuan possessed the bloodline of the Ice Demon clan. No, regardless of the circumstances. How could this filthy, wretched monkey exude the essence of the Ice Demon clan? I shall not permit such a thing to transpire. In that moment of despair, the wretched Frieza suddenly unleashed a furious roar, violently breaking free from Chuan's restraints. His eyes turned crimson, and a more sinister power surged from within him. His veins bulging and muscles expanding dramatically. He appeared to have grown in size, exuding an aura of explosive energy, with hues of purple nearly darkening to black surrounding him. Witnessing this spectacle, Chuan silently took 2 steps back, fully aware that Frieza was prepared to fight with all his might. Was this not Frieza's full power? His combat strength had nearly doubled, yet his speed had diminished. He was powerful but slow. However, Chuan remained remarkably composed in the face of Frieza's sudden escalation. At this moment, merely maintaining his Super Saiyan form elevated his combat power to 1.3 billion. Moreover, he had yet to unleash his true potential. When the bloodlines of the Saiyans and the Frost Demons intertwined, the result was not a mere addition, but a genuine doubling of strength. He felt certain that once he unleashed his full power, he would utterly crush the current Frieza. Until now, he had deemed it unnecessary. Now, seeing Frieza's full-powered form, Chuan clenched his fists, and with a resounding boom, his aura intensified, becoming even more brilliant. Golden light enveloped his body, and purple lightning crackled around him, his eyes gradually shifting to violet, emanating an aura reminiscent of Frieza's. In that instant, his combat power surged to the critical point, 1.7 billion. This was his most formidable strength to date, a true testament to the fusion of Saiyan and Frost Demon bloodlines, boasting more than a 2-fold increase. Around them, no one dared to linger. Frieza's army was either obliterated or had retreated far away. In this moment, the battlefield was solely observed by the North Kai, who was utterly astonished, unable to articulate his thoughts. These two monsters had transcended his comprehension. Frieza was one thing, being the renowned Cosmic Emperor of the universe. But how could Chuan, a Saiyan, unleash such terrifying power? It was indeed unexpected, truly horrifying. The demon Frieza harbored such dreadful strength. And even that Saiyan was no ordinary being. It was said that among the Saiyans, there would emerge a formidable warrior capable of becoming a Super Saiyan. He must be that warrior, though no one anticipated the Super Saiyan to be so exaggerated. More terrifying than Frieza. The more the North Kai observed, the more shocked he became, gasping in disbelief on North Kai's planet. Meanwhile, those on Earth had become numb to the events unfolding. In the distant cosmos, two waves of terrifying energy erupted in succession, overwhelming them with unprecedented pressure. Even from such a distance, they could feel the oppressive aura suffocating them. It was too powerful. These two energies were utterly terrifying. Was this the aura of a cosmic emperor? It was not only malevolent, but also fearsome, capable of continuous eruptions within a short span of time. If such a demon were to appear on Earth, there would be no hope for survival. It would surely be annihilated. The deity spoke in astonishment. Even Bobo agreed fervently, though comparatively, Chuan's aura was even more terrifying, surpassing Frieza's in strength. Yet, it lacked such malevolence. However, they dared not make any definitive claims. In the heat of battle, Chuan and Frieza were indifferent to the opinions of others. Following a surge of energy, the battle escalated to a fever pitch. The intensity of their clash surged, yet Frieza remained at a disadvantage. Despite his combat power reaching 1.5 billion, his speed was far too sluggish. His destructive capability could not match Chuan's. In an instant, his situation grew even more dire, exacerbated by his unresolved injuries, leaving him in a state of passive defeat. Frieza, is this truly all your strength? If so, you shall be defeated by the Saiyan you so despise. Chuan's words struck a nerve within Frieza. Ah, Saiyan, had I known this would happen, I should have allowed you to perish in the cosmos. If it were not for retrieving you from the void, we would not be in this predicament. Indeed, I, the great king, was careless. But a filthy monkey remains a filthy monkey. I have never known defeat. You cannot best me. A beam of destructive energy coalesced in his hand, rapidly growing in size, transforming into a formidable sphere of energy. Without hesitation, he hurled it toward Chuan. Chuan, too, gathered his energy into a Kamehameha wave, a blend of yellow and purple, which he unleashed just as the destructive beam was about to reach him. The moment their energies collided, the universe seemed to dim. All sound faded, leaving only the clash of the two formidable energy spheres. Although they appeared evenly matched, it was evident that Chuan held the upper hand, gradually overpowering the destructive beam. At that moment, Chuan, with leisure, remarked, Frieza, I greatly admire your combat prowess. Why not become my subordinate? If you agree to serve under me, I can grant you even more terrifying power, allowing you to truly realize your potential. What do you say? After all, Frieza was a prodigy of the Frost Demon clan, a true genius. If only he understood how to harness his gifts, his combat power would be far greater than it currently was. Yet, he was far too arrogant enough to believe he could possess such terrifying strength without training. Thus, he squandered his talents. Chuan held a unique sentiment towards Frieza. Should he bring him under his command, not only would he have a formidable ally, but he would also secure a powerful subordinate. At the very least, his starting point would be high, and his potential limitless. What could be more advantageous? However, in response to Chuan's offer, Frieza appeared to be deeply offended, bursting into laughter. Ha! How amusing. Do not make me laugh. You think to use this opportunity to ambush me with such a ridiculous joke? Spare me the folly. Frieza's countenance twisted into a grotesque expression, veins visibly throbbing on his face. The proud cosmic emperor Frieza would never submit to another. He would neither tolerate nor accept such a notion. Such a thing would never occur. As if provoked, Frieza's destructive beam intensified in ferocity. The once purple energy sphere darkened to black, a wave of ominous energy enveloping it. Frieza experienced a subtle transformation. Chuan observed this scene, feeling a tinge of regret. He realized that the prospect of subduing Frieza was now impossible. There was only one outcome remaining. Chapter 48, The Fall of the Cosmic Emperor. Destruction. Despite Frieza's astonishing talent and immense charisma, if he were an ally, he would be the ideal partner. However, if he were an enemy, he could not be allowed to remain alive. As for treating Frieza as mere fodder, that was laughable. Frieza's terrifying talent instilled fear even in Chuan. After all, he had yet to realize his full potential. He merely capitalized on the advantage of foresight. Otherwise, he would not have been able to rapidly elevate his combat prowess and suppress Frieza with absolute strength. Since he was unwilling to submit, it is indeed a pity, as I had initially believed we could unite for a grand endeavor, which now appears impossible. Thus, I can only bid you farewell to the underworld. As soon as the words left his lips, Chuan stepped forward, and his energy waves surged, doubling in intensity and enveloping Frieza's destructive beam. Frieza had no means to resist. The disparity in their combat capabilities was insurmountable. Moreover, Frieza was already gravely wounded, naturally finding himself at a disadvantage. Despite all his struggles, the energy wave inexorably pressed closer. In an instant, the two energy waves collided and surged towards Frieza. At that moment, Frieza was engulfed by the shockwave, and his already broken form was utterly obliterated, reduced to mere ashes, leaving not a trace behind. Chuan was not foolish enough to leave any potential threats. Having resolved to act, he did so decisively. Otherwise, should he leave a remnant like Suan Wukong's adversaries, it would truly be an endless ordeal. Furthermore, it would be wise to eradicate a terrifying entity like Frieza as soon as possible. As he witnessed Frieza's complete annihilation beneath the energy wave, Chuan felt a lingering uncertainty. He attuned himself to the surrounding energy, yet the recent shockwave had created such turbulence that he found it challenging to sense anything clearly. The cosmic energy was in disarray, and the recent display of power had rendered him incapable of sensing the atmosphere. Nonetheless, he could not afford to be careless. With a slight furrow of his brow, he gathered a formidable energy wave and unleashed it in sweeping arcs around him. One after another, energy waves cascaded through the cosmos, turning desolate planets into craters, and many of these lifeless worlds were obliterated as a result. Everything around him was swiftly reduced to dust. Far away on Beijiwang's star, the Beijiwang had initially leapt with excitement upon seeing Frieza's demise, as ridding the galaxy of such a malevolent force was a tremendous relief. However, he could scarcely imagine that this Saiyan would engage in such a frenzied act, unleashing countless energy waves, as if surrounded by innumerable unseen foes. Each wave surpassed the last in strength. Even those with slightly greater strength could be reduced to ashes in an instant. What of the planets? Without intervention, they would inevitably face destruction. What madness! What was this Saiyan doing? Did he intend to annihilate the entire North Galaxy? Numerous barren planets had already fallen to his onslaught. Although these desolate worlds held little value, should he continue, he would undoubtedly create a multitude of asteroid belts. Who knows how many inhabited planets would suffer as a consequence? This was utter chaos. Fuming, the Beijiwang could no longer overlook Chuan's ferocity. What are you doing? Do you comprehend the immense repercussions your actions will have on the surrounding planets? Faced with the sudden voice of the Beijiwang, Chuan was not taken aback. He was well aware that the Beijiwang had been monitoring the battle between him and Frieza. However, due to a lack of influence, he had refrained from intervening. Moreover, their relationship was not amicable enough to warrant casual communication. The Beijiwang's intervention now was likely a reaction to Chuan's recent actions. In response to the Beijiwang's inquiries, Chuan calmly replied, "Rest assured, I am fully aware of my actions. I must ensure that Frieza has no chance of survival. For that wretch is far from easy to deal with. He must be denied any opportunity for resurgence." Glancing around, Chuan noted that the barren planets had already been thoroughly eradicated. At the moment he unleashed his power, everything had transformed into an asteroid belt. Any habitable planets would remain unaffected. The remaining desolate worlds would be entirely obliterated in the vastness of space. I am clear in my intentions. With that, he disregarded the Beijiwang and commenced another cleansing wave. Once he was confident of absolute safety, he annihilated all the asteroids before slowly making his way to Frieza's spacecraft. The vessel was in ruins, yet it still held immense value. He had no desire to discard it. For the time being, he needed to remain on Earth, naturally requiring an upgrade in its technology. Otherwise, it would be quite inconvenient for them. Take the spacecraft, for instance. Without relatively advanced technology, repairs would be a daunting task. Not to mention interstellar travel. Furthermore, within Frieza's army, there were numerous technological advancements worth emulating, whether it be battle suits, nutrient solutions, or the much criticized detectors. These were all exceedingly advanced technologies that Earth could scarcely hope to achieve. Thus, he resolved to recover everything. Subsequently, he hurriedly set his course towards Earth. Presently, He was entirely exposed in the vacuum of space, and his speed was far from swift, compounded by the valuable items he had reclaimed. In truth, Chuan's ruthless actions stemmed from his fear that Frieza might find a chance to rise again. Even Gula, having been thrust into the sun, managed to re-emerge as Mecha Gula. A broken body fused with high-tech chips could ultimately transform into Mecha Gula, boasting a combat power reaching 10 billion. Fearing such a scenario, Chuan took extreme measures, ensuring that no similar occurrences could arise. Therefore, his demeanor was one of utter desperation, all for the sake of his own life. Moreover, as he contemplated persuading Frieza, he even considered whether to send Frieza to the sun's core to seek high-tech chips from the cosmic grave of Vegeta. After all, this could potentially lead to the creation of true mechanical life, resulting in a new form of Mecha Frieza. His combat power would undoubtedly multiply tenfold. Of course, since Frieza ultimately refused to yield, he had no choice but to eliminate him, ensuring he had no opportunity for resurgence. With this thought in mind, Chuan found himself contemplating. Now endowed with the bloodline of the ice demons alongside that of the Saiyans, he was undeniably formidable within the Dragon Ball universe. Yet, there were always stronger beings beyond. Countless powerful entities, and his current combat power was hardly noteworthy. If he could procure the high-tech chips from the cosmic grave of Vegeta, could he not assume a mechanical form? This notion suddenly sparked in his mind. After all, he possessed the bloodline of the ice demons. If Gula could achieve it, why could he not? However, despite harboring such thoughts, he dared not act rashly. First needing to ascertain that it was merely a change in form and not a complete bodily transformation. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not allow himself to become a being that was neither human nor demon. The Saiyan bloodline was already potent enough. The ice demon lineage was merely an enhancement. Had it not been for Frieza's example, he would not have regarded it with such weight. Naturally, mastering the golden or black gold forms would signify a true ascension. Chapter 49. The True Purpose of the North Kai's Power. Chuan, burdened with spoils of war, endured countless hardships to reach Earth. Upon arriving at the Temple of the Gods, he cast aside all his trophies. His return astonished both the deity and Bobo, even eliciting a hint of shock. During the previous battle, a terrifying aura engulfed the entire universe, perceptible even from such a distance. Among this ominous energy was a particularly fearsome presence. However, that aura has now vanished, and Chuan has returned unscathed. Does this not signify his victory? Indeed, a resounding triumph. You defeated him? The Universe Emperor? The deity inquired hesitantly. Chuan nodded. By a stroke of luck, I achieved victory. Frieza is indeed formidable. Had it not been for my training in the hyperbolic time chamber, I might not have been his match. He was, after all, the Universe Emperor, Frieza. After this declaration, he refrained from further elaboration. Without witnessing Frieza's true power firsthand, one cannot fully grasp the terror of a Universe Emperor. Merely sensing his energy does not suffice to accurately assess Frieza's menace. At this moment, the voice of the North Kai resonated. Saiyan, your combat prowess exceeds my expectations. I never anticipated the Universe Emperor Frieza would fall at your hands. However, while you have vanquished Frieza, the Frost Demons are not limited to him alone. He has a brother and a father, both of whom are equally formidable. Should they remain unaware of Frieza's demise for long, they may come searching for Earth. The deity and Bobo, hearing the North Kai, were profoundly alarmed. The idea that such a terrifying race had not just one, but two other members was staggering. Is this truly the case, North Kai? The deity asked, visibly shaken. Indeed, in the vast cosmos, while the frost demon race is scarce, there are still a few left. Frieza is the most active, followed by Cooler and King Cold, both of whom possess combat abilities on par with Frieza. However, Frieza is renowned as a genius among the frost demons. His exceptional talent has led to an insatiable ambition to dominate the universe. Historically, this race has been known as cosmic pirates, committing unspeakable atrocities, rendering their lineage not only terrifying but profoundly wicked. As the North Kai elaborated, the deity and Bobo comprehended just how dreadful the frost demon race was. Frieza was merely one of them. If several more monsters akin to Frieza were to arrive, would Earth still endure? The deity was in a state of panic. In contrast, while Bobo's expression remained inscrutable, the turmoil within his eyes betrayed his unease. Though he chose not to display it outwardly, amidst the growing panic, Chuan appeared remarkably composed. Not only was his combat power exceptionally strong, now reaching one. 7 billion. But he also possessed the foresight ability. He understood that Cooler's combat prowess did not match that of Frieza at this moment. According to the original narrative, Cooler was indeed stronger than Frieza, and by a significant margin. Yet, circumstances had seemingly shifted. Frieza's power had surged into the billions. Moreover, Chuan had just slain Frieza. King Cold and Cooler likely did not possess Frieza's immense strength, making them far easier to handle. You need not worry at all, Chuan suddenly stated. The deity and Bobo turned to him, eager to extract some reassurance from his expression, but were met with disappointment. Chuan revealed little. Even the North Kai fell silent, acknowledging Chuan's overwhelming strength. The Universe Emperor Frieza had been defeated by him, making the North Kai hesitant to challenge his words. What do you mean? The deity asked first. Although the Frost Demon race was not limited to Frieza, he was the only one with such innate talent. Cooler and King Cold could not compare to him. Even should those two arrive, it would merely be a matter of dispatching them. I will handle them. Chuan spoke with remarkable calmness. Had he not transformed into a Super Saiyan prior, he would have hesitated. But now, with his fighting capabilities vastly enhanced, possessing the bloodline of the Frost Demons and the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, his power doubled. Faced with the weaker Frost Demons, he had no cause for fear. However, just as the North Kai began to exhale in relief, Chuan's voice rang out once more. Yet, I have one condition. I can deal with those too, but North Kai, you must assist me with something. The North Kai paused, momentarily taken aback, scratching his head in confusion. What could this Saiyan possibly want? Surely he does not intend to make me cross my boundaries? The North Kai was torn, uncertain whether to agree or refuse. Yet, without Chuan, the North Galaxy would truly be in peril. As the North Kai, if the galaxy were destroyed, he would bear the blame. After considerable contemplation, he finally murmured, "You may speak. If it poses a genuine difficulty, I shall not oblige. Rest assured, it will not be a burden." Upon hearing the North Kai's consent, Chuan's eyes sparkled with interest. "Help me locate an object. This object may be within the solar system or perhaps within the sun itself, a technological chip produced by an advanced civilization. If you can find this and deliver it into my hands, I shall ensure that King Cold and Cooler do not destroy any planets within the North Galaxy." Chuan stipulated his condition, clarifying what he would accomplish. He was not suggesting immediate intervention in any crisis, merely addressing Cooler and King Cold. After all, the universe is vast and unpredictable. Who knows what other menacing beings might emerge? Perhaps a terrifying entity like Beerus the Destroyer? The North Kai shuddered at the thought. Sending him to confront such a being would spell disaster. Thus, he employed a touch of cleverness. Chapter 50. The Rise of the Saiyans. In light of Chuan's request, the North Kai pondered briefly, needing to assess whether there were any underlying issues. Ultimately, he discerned that the request seemed reasonable and devoid of the traps he had feared. While uncertain of this Saiyan's intentions, if it did not breach his principles or boundaries, it was not an impossible task. Furthermore, enlisting a powerful ally to counter the Frost Demons was a prospect too advantageous to ignore. After some reflection, the North Kai finally acquiesced. "Very well, I accept your request. I shall do my utmost, though I cannot guarantee success. No matter, should it be found, the remaining 2 Frost Demons will be my responsibility." With the North Kai's affirmation, Chuan felt an inexplicable joy. The North Kai's abilities were commendable. Throughout the North Galaxy, he could explore most areas, albeit with some effort. Now, with a precise objective in mind, Chuan was poised for action. With the capabilities of Beiji Wang, the quest for discovery is not overly arduous. Should he succeed in locating the advanced technological chip within the Kexida Xing universe's grave, he could engage in thorough research, whether or not he chooses to utilize it. Possessing such knowledge would prevent the emergence of a formidable adversary. Naturally, if his transformation did not render him an abomination, merely a different form, it would indeed be a substantial gain. Regardless of the approach taken, the ability to find such an item would be a boon, which is precisely why he articulated this request. Every potential crisis must be eradicated in its infancy, and all opportunities must be seized to become the wellspring of his heightened combat power. Given his foresight, it would be a waste not to capitalize on it. After reaching an agreement, Beiji Wang severed communication and commenced a meticulous search within the solar system, gradually drawing closer to the sun, intent on discovering the high-tech chip spoken of by Chuan. Although Beiji Wang found it perplexing how this Saiyan possessed such knowledge, Seemingly with unwavering certainty that the chip resided within the solar system, he chose not to inquire further. Asking would yield no answers. There was no need to face rejection. Chuan, indifferent to Beiji Wang's speculations, remained focused solely on enhancing his combat prowess and survival in the Dragon Ball realm. Despite his current limit of 1.7 billion in battle power, he felt woefully inadequate. The universe was populated with formidable beings far more powerful, and even on the humble Earth, terrifying entities existed that warranted his attention. Thus, he must leverage his foresight and exhaust all efforts to elevate his combat strength, securing his position within the Dragon Ball universe. Once Chuan had concluded his affairs, he sought a tranquil spot to rest briefly. Knowing that it would not be long before the Saiyans emerged from the room of spirit and time. Due to their inability to assist, all Saiyans took turns entering the room, and even those who remained outside were entirely oblivious to external information, fully engrossed in their training. Despite Chuan's return, they seemed unaware, a testament to their dedication. They had sensed the widening gap in their power. Once, they could offer some assistance, but now they were rendered spectators. A situation unacceptable to their proud race, especially as they aspired to follow Chuan. As time flowed silently, 3 days passed unnoticed. The doors of the room of spirit and time swung open, revealing a cadre of Saiyans exuding primal energy. Their battle suits lay in tatters, their hair had grown considerably, and their aura resembled that of a great ape, unable to be contained due to their dramatic increase in power. Upon sensing the Saiyans' presence, Chuan slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, they were worthy of being the Saiyans he had chosen. Upon entering the room, each one had achieved a battle power of at least 1 million, indicating they could master the transformation into the Super Saiyan. Once their foundational power reached its apex, they could strive to become Super Saiyans. Such a rise among the Saiyans was inevitable, enabling them to assist him in procuring more potent items to enhance his strength and conquer the cosmos. Chuan had long contemplated this path. Although he poured his energy into augmenting his own battle power, he did not overlook the Saiyans. While they had yet to fully mature, their preliminary strength was notable. As they continued to grow, they would ultimately become formidable warriors, providing him with valuable support, particularly in the search for items that would bolster his strength. Chuan merely needed to concentrate on his cultivation, elevating his combat prowess as per his long-standing plan. Emerging from the room, Carl and the others immediately sensed Chuan's presence, their faces lighting up with joy. "Boss, you're back." This could only mean that Frieza had been dealt with. In that moment, all the Saiyans encircled Chuan, their excitement palpable. Their battle power had surged, and they were now witnessing their leader's return, a double blessing. When they entered the room, they were prepared to face death, determined to avenge Chuan should anything happen to him. Regardless of Frieza's might, they would not relent. Fueled by such resolve, they rapidly ascended in power from thousands to millions, a qualitative leap. As the exuberant Saiyans gathered around him, Chuan welcomed their enthusiasm. "Indeed, Frieza has been vanquished. You need not worry. Focus on enhancing your combat strength, for I shall contend with the more formidable foes." As Chuan's words resonated, the Saiyans fell into a stunned silence. Even if they had speculated, hearing it from him was astonishing. Frieza, the emperor of the universe, had been slain by their leader, a notion that felt surreal. Yet, Chuan had no reason to deceive them, affirming the truth of the matter. In the wake of their shock, a sense of pride welled within them. This was their leader, the king of the Saiyans. Chapter 51. The announcement of the transformational Super Saiyan. The admiration and exclamations from the Saiyans did not lead Chuan to lose himself in hubris. Rather, they deepened his awareness of the significance of strength. You need not be overly dramatic. Should you train diligently and harness the innate prowess of your warrior bloodline, you will one day conquer such foes. However, before that, he needed to impart a brand new form to them. If they could master it, survival in the universe would be assured. His confidence stemmed from the early battle power dynamics of the Dragon Ball universe. Yet, this applied to the Saiyans, not to himself. He held himself to a higher standard. Upon hearing Chuan's proclamation, the Saiyans were astounded. Another form? Is it stronger than the great ape power? If not, why learn it? Boss, is this new form indeed more potent than the great ape's strength? Indeed, it is significantly more powerful. I shall demonstrate it for you now. After receiving confirmation, the Saiyans were filled with anticipation. Nearby, the Kai and Bobo observed silently. recognizing that these Scions were already formidable and were now becoming increasingly extraordinary. Moreover, Chuan's words piqued their curiosity about this new form. Chuan did not keep them waiting long. He clenched his fists and let out a low growl, his entire being enveloped in a golden radiance. However, unlike the Super Saiyan transformation, his hair color remained unchanged, while his aura surged 30-fold. This was the transformational Super Saiyan. Although he yearned to impart the transformation method of the Super Saiyan directly to these Scions, he was acutely aware that such a feat was not easily attainable. One must either confront the pinnacle of rage or experience profound emotional upheaval. Otherwise, the transformation into a Super Saiyan would remain elusive. At this moment, revealing such knowledge would be futile. It was merely inappropriate to disclose it now. Once they mastered the mimetic Super Saiyan state, he could enlighten them about the true path of advancement for the Scions. With the emergence of Chuan's mimetic Super Saiyan state, the floor of the Temple of the Gods exhibited a slight fracture, as if the atmosphere were being suppressed by an ominous energy. The surrounding earth trembled momentarily. The onlookers could not help but gape in astonishment. They no longer needed a detector to gauge strength through the essence of a single individual. Although the Scions were not yet adept, the disparity in power was palpable. That aura surged exponentially. It was utterly terrifying. In the state of mimetic Super Saiyan, Chuan's combat power soared to 1 billion, a staggering level indeed. After acquiring the bloodline of the demon clan, his normal state had already reached a combat power of 34 million. This was an exceedingly formidable figure. Currently, his strength was nearly on par with that of Suin Wukong, who had maximized the first form of the Super Saiyan. This illustrates just how exaggerated his combat power had become. Furthermore, this was not even the full capacity of the Super Saiyan transformation. From this, one could infer that his potential was astonishingly high. Chuan showcased the mimetic Super Saiyan state comprehensively before relinquishing it. Sustaining such a state would impose excessive pressure on those present, especially the Scions and the gods, Bobo among them. Do you see? This is a transformation even more powerful than the great ape form, the mimetic Super Saiyan, harnessing the fury of emotions to manifest an alternative transformation. This must be personally experienced. However, the manipulation of emotions is crucial. In this form, our combat power can be amplified 30-fold. I have merely demonstrated it. From here on, it is entirely up to you. Chuan did not intend to provide meticulous guidance. Everyone must forge their own path. Even though he wished for the Scions to rise, he would not assume the role of a caretaker, offering only a modicum of guidance. The multitude of Scions present were still reeling from the shock, unable to fully comprehend the magnitude of what had just transpired. Even the gods and Bobo were momentarily dazed. What manner of technique was this? How could it be so terrifying? What kind of race were the Scions? Were all beings in the universe so formidable? The god of the heavens murmured to himself. At that moment, a voice suddenly interrupted. What nonsense! How could the races in the universe be so outrageous? Even among the Scions, not everyone can reach such heights. It was indeed the voice of the North Kai. Following Chuan's return, he had devoted most of his attention to Earth, while still adhering to the agreement to seek high-tech chips. However, his primary focus remained on Chuan, the one who had vanquished the cosmic tyrant Frieza. It was precisely for this reason that he was attentive when Chuan exhibited the mimetic Super Saiyan state. The North Kai had now concluded that it was not that the Scions were extraordinary, but rather that this Saiyan named Chuan was exceptionally terrifying, having completely pioneered a unique combat style for the Scions. Not to mention the current transformation state, which resembled the form he had assumed during his battle with Frieza. Either state was profoundly fearsome. The form displayed now might merely be a diluted version. The thought alone left the North Kai speechless. When had such a prodigious talent emerged in the universe? Reflecting on the Scions of yore, although they were merely known as a warrior race, their maximum combat power barely reached 10,000, rendering them hardly a threat. In contrast, this new generation of Scions instilled considerable apprehension in the North Kai, each possessing combat power exceeding 1 million, along with such an outrageous transformation. If this could be widely adopted, it was unfathomable to consider how far the Scions could advance. Hearing the North Kai's voice, the god of the heavens inquired with curiosity, "What do you mean, North Kai? What is the true situation in the universe?" Due to the information blockage on Earth, they were naturally oblivious to the cosmic circumstances. Now that there was such a channel, they could not afford to miss it. The more they understood, the more prepared they would be, at the very least to mount a defense. The North Kai was eager to elaborate. In the universe, not all beings possessed terrifying combat power. The most basic levels were typically in the range of dozens to hundreds. Any being with a modicum of strength could potentially be recruited into cosmic factions, and previously, within Frieza's army, one had to possess at least 1,000 combat power to be considered for recruitment. Chapter 52, Seeking Dr. Gillo. 1,000. Upon hearing this from the North Kai, the god of the heavens was even more astonished. He had previously been informed by the Saiyans regarding combat power. Currently, Piccolo Daimao's combat power barely exceeded 200. When he learned that such a powerful Piccolo only had around 200 combat power, the god of the heavens was profoundly shocked. Now, the North Kai claimed that 1,000 combat power was exceedingly common in the universe. At that moment, the god of the heavens was left in a state of disbelief. North Kai, surely you do not intend to discourage me? As if he had heard the god of the heavens' unspoken thoughts, the North Kai continued. To possess a combat power of 1,000 is already a remarkably formidable existence. Most beings have low combat power, often merely possessing intelligence. Even among the Saiyans, the strongest once barely exceeded 10,000 combat power, recently annihilated by Frieza. Little did anyone expect that among the Saiyans, an outlier would emerge with such formidable strength, completely forging an unprecedented path to transformation. With such means, he defeated Frieza. Such monsters are rare in the entire universe. With the North Kai's lamentations, the god of the heavens finally understood that not all beings in the universe were so fearsome. It was merely this group of Saiyans. No, it should be said that it was Chuan who was the most terrifying. His heart was profoundly shaken. Observing Chuan as he taught other Saiyans to master the mimetic Super Saiyan state, his emotions were exceedingly complicated. Yet, there was also a flicker of relief. Although he was immensely powerful, at least he was not an enemy. And having this group of Saiyans on Earth could ensure that the planet would not face invasion during this period. This was the best outcome. Chuan succinctly explained the essence of the mimetic Super Saiyan. The Saiyans listened with increasing astonishment, never imagining that they possessed such a technique. It was known that their combat power had already reached over 10,000, and if they could master the mimetic Super Saiyan, everyone's combat power would base at 30 million. It was an inconceivable thought, yet it filled them with motivation. With a clear direction and objective for cultivation, their progress would be swifter, not merely an endless pursuit of combat power. After conveying all that needed to be said, Chuan addressed the assembled Saiyans, stating, "Whether you can master the mimetic Super Saiyan depends on you. From here on, this is your goal. I have other matters to attend to and cannot remain here indefinitely." He did not disclose what he intended to do next. The assembled Saiyans did not inquire further. They merely expressed their excitement. "Rest assured, boss. We will undoubtedly master the mimesis Super Saiyan." One declared, "Isn't it just about emotions? We all harbor anger. We simply never realized it. I believe we can all master it. We will not hold you back. You can focus on your own matters." The crowd chimed in, each voice adding to the chorus. Observing their fervor, Chuan did not perceive their words as mere bluster or exaggeration. After all, they had previously been labeled as the evil Saiyans, confined endlessly to prison. Not to mention, their most cherished planet, Vegeta, had been obliterated. If emotions were to be stirred, they were perhaps the most suitable candidates. Following Chuan had seemingly elevated their spirits. However, their pent-up anger had not dissipated. This group of Saiyans were indigenous to their homeland, unlike Chuan, who was a traveler indifferent to the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Although they feigned indifference, that place was the root of their suffering, and ultimately, it remained their homeland. The destruction of their home still ignited their fury. Such emotions lay dormant within them, waiting for the right moment to erupt. Chuan felt no concern over potential issues. After bidding farewell to the group, he set forth into the distance. His training was not solely for the enhancement of his combat prowess, but also to uncover the ultimate potential of Earth. While he continued to train, he had not forgotten the purpose of the signing system. He was now prepared to advance the development of Earth. Notably, only Earth possessed artificial beings. Currently, due to Sun Wukong's immaturity and lack of adventure, the Red Ribbon Army was steadily evolving. Dr. Gero's research had yet to reach a frenzied phase. Now, he intended to give it a push. Of course, without stimulating methods, the approach would be too gentle for a mad scientist, rendering it ineffective. Therefore, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. In an instant, Chuan arrived at the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Observing the meticulous organization of the army, he found himself unexpectedly moved. He had not anticipated such a wealth of talent within a mere army, which would ultimately stir a storm in the Dragon Ball world. However, his presence would alter everything. Chuan was no benevolent figure. He would not hold back against such an ambitious army. Moreover, the Red Ribbon Army was inherently evil. Stained with bloodshed, he conjured a ki blast, directing it towards the headquarters below. In an instant, before anyone could react, the buildings were reduced to ashes, and the unfortunate souls caught in the blast were obliterated. This unforeseen calamity left the entire Red Ribbon Army in shock. A short, one-eyed man clad in a black suit crawled out from the rubble. Damn it, what just happened? Why did all the buildings collapse? Surely, there isn't some fool trying to oppose us, right? He was the commander of the Red Ribbon Army, a ruthless individual. As he emerged, several figures gathered around him. Colonel Black, Major Silver, and General White, all significant figures of the Red Ribbon Army, appeared. Chuan scanned the area but did not find the doctor he sought. Instead, he was surrounded by the army's high-ranking officials. He vanished and materialized beside the commander. "Excuse me, may I ask where Dr. Gero is?" The black commander was taken aback, never expecting someone to suddenly appear beside him. After a brief moment of shock, he let out a sinister laugh. "Who do you think you are? Do you believe I must answer your question? Where did you spring from? Our headquarters has been destroyed. Was it you who did this?" The black commander glared at Chuan with gritted teeth. Chuan expressed regret at the response. "Your answer is incorrect. Thus, I must regrettably send you to hell." With a ki blast, the black commander was instantly obliterated. He had no qualms. For such a merciless individual, a swift end was a justice served. The surrounding officials were left in shock. What is this? Is he really attacking without warning? They trembled as they gazed at the crater left behind. What kind of power is this? Chapter 53. The Earth's Artificial Human Project. As the high-ranking officials of the Red Ribbon Army quaked in fear, Chuan turned to face them, his expression devoid of emotion. In that moment, they felt death closing in. General White panicked. "Dr. Gero isn't here. He's in the underground laboratory at the division." To avoid being killed, General White did not hesitate for a second. Who would dare confront the unknown danger? Especially a group accustomed to living on the edge. Satisfied with General White's response, Chuan seized him and moved away. The others present breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, a blinding light engulfed the entire Red Ribbon Army, reducing everything to nothingness. Buildings and people alike seemed to vanish. In the grasp of Chuan, General White was paralyzed with fear, his mind blank as he could only passively direct their course. Upon reaching their destination, he sensed several key signatures in a concealed underground area. Had he not been guided, he might have overlooked it entirely. Once he confirmed the presence of individuals in the underground laboratory, Chuan, with General White's terrified visage in view, unleashed a ki blast at point-blank range, sending General White to join his comrades in hell. Chuan never showed mercy towards such ruthless individuals. He bore no psychological burden. Slaying such people was, in fact, a service to justice. With a resounding crash, the division of the Red Ribbon Army collapsed, exposing the buried laboratory. A throng of Red Ribbon Army soldiers emerged, appearing disheveled, yet displaying fierce expressions. Who dares to invade the Red Ribbon Army? They must be seeking death. They scanned their surroundings, but found no one. Chuan frowned as he looked at the soldiers. He had not found Dr. Gero among them. Just as he pondered this, a researcher clad in a white lab coat was brought forth, surrounded by others. Upon seeing the researcher, Chuan smiled. Although he appeared somewhat youthful and donned different attire, it was undoubtedly Dr. Gero. "Found you." In an instant, Chuan was at Dr. Gero's side, creating a barrier that isolated them from everyone else. "You must be Dr. Gero, correct?" Dr. Gero was momentarily stunned, eyeing the suddenly appearing Chuan. With quick perception, he swiftly grasped the gravity of his predicament. Dr. Gero nodded vigorously. "In that case, come with me. Do not entertain thoughts of resistance. It is futile. I will be your employer, and you shall create artificial beings for me." Grasping Dr. Gero, Chuan headed directly toward the Heavenly Temple, while the remaining Red Ribbon Army soldiers were left to disintegrate into nothingness behind them. Dr. Guluo's attention was suddenly captivated by the concept of artificial humans mentioned by Chuan, rather than his own circumstances. Artificial humans? This notion had only just been introduced. How could you possibly know about it? Do not concern yourself with how I acquired this knowledge. I shall provide you with the requisite technology and formidable biological entities. But there is one stipulation. Create artificial humans to the best of your ability. The stronger, the better. The more terrifying, the better. Chuan refrained from disclosing the models of artificial humans from the original text to Dr. Galuo, for any direction provided would confine his creativity. Now Dr. Galuo would have the platform bestowed upon him by Chuan to fabricate these artificial beings. Perhaps they would be exceedingly fearsome constructs. Moreover, in a realm of uncertainty, no one could guarantee what kind of artificial humans Dr. Galuo would ultimately create. If they could serve my purposes, that would be ideal. If not, they could be utilized as tokens of achievement. Chuan had begun to grasp the patterns. As long as he spent time with powerful entities, it seemed he would absorb their essence, ensuring successful endeavors. His desire to create artificial humans stemmed from this being a shortcut. If there existed models capable of absorbing or releasing energy, or akin to the infinite energy of subjects 17 and 18, then his combat prowess would multiply exponentially. Of course, the artificial human project was merely a plan. Success would be optimal, but failure would not be a concern. Upon hearing Chuan's explanation, Dr. Galuo fell into silence. Fully aware that everything was beyond human control, yet he could hardly suppress his excitement. For a scientist whose aspirations lay in research, possessing the right technology and materials made the creation of successful works far from insurmountable. As for his internal thoughts, they remained a mystery. Chuan did not concern himself with the extent of Dr. Galuo's ambitions. Who among us lacks ambition? It is ambition that fosters growth, and for Dr. Galuo, it would propel him to craft ever more reckless and terrifying artificial beings. Regarding materials and resources, he would utilize extraterrestrial beings. After all, they possessed a higher starting point and more robust physical capabilities. If he could frequently produce legions with combat powers in the hundreds of thousands, or even millions, then the conquest of the universe would not be out of reach. However, Chuan held little interest in such ambitions. His primary focus was on attaining strength sufficient to safeguard his own life. Before long, the two arrived at the Tian Shindian. The Saiyans, upon encountering the individual brought back by Chuan, were filled with curiosity and surrounded him. Dr. Galuo appeared somewhat nervous. He had never imagined that humans could fly, especially at such altitudes, where a temple existed. It was utterly absurd. Moreover, there were some peculiar beings present, whose aura commanded attention, even if their nature remained elusive. More ferocious than wild beasts. Dr. Galuo understood that these individuals were certainly not ordinary. Boss, who is this person you've brought back? You even made a special trip for him. Yeah, he doesn't seem impressive at all. He appears weaker than those extraterrestrials. In response to the Saiyan's curiosity, Chuan waved his hand. He is indeed inferior to the extraterrestrials. He is merely a scientist. From now on, he shall serve as our dedicated scientist. His sole objective is to create technological warriors. You will be required to assist him, which also presents you with an opportunity for training. Seek out powerful extraterrestrials. With Chuan's introduction, the Saiyans quickly lost interest in Dr. Galuo, as they were only intrigued by those with formidable strength. A mere scientist, after all. However, they were eager to pursue strong opponents. Finally, they could venture out. With combat powers exceeding 1,000,000, and utilizing the power of the great ape, they could achieve tens of millions. Such formidable strength would be wasted if not tested against powerful adversaries. Chapter 54. Establishing one's own technological empire. Boss, this mission is on us. We will undoubtedly complete it. They could finally stretch their limbs, and although their combat power had increased, they had fought less. Without combat, how could they be considered a warrior race? Excitement surged among the Saiyans, as they relished the prospect of freedom. Possessing such immense power without an opportunity to showcase, it left them feeling rusty. While training together was essential, they had sparred too many times. Naturally, they yearned to challenge even stronger foes. Chuan's mission aligned perfectly with their desires. However, Chuan was not entirely at ease with Dr. Galuo. He discreetly informed all the Saiyans of the situation, assigning each a month of vigilance over Dr. Galuo. As long as he did not cause chaos, there should be no significant issues. After all, they were Saiyans. As long as Dr. Galuo did not create powerful artificial warriors akin to Subject 17, they could maintain control over him for the time being. Once he produced formidable artificial warriors, their combat prowess would have reached unfathomable heights. Chuan held this confidence. Doctor, Guluo was stationed aboard Frieza's spaceship, which housed the most advanced resources and technology in the universe, allowing him to rapidly expand his knowledge base. Upon seeing the spaceship, Dr. Guluo's eyes sparkled. He was eager to explore it, further solidifying his willingness to remain aboard. Chuan had also made arrangements beyond Dr. Guluo. He had enlisted Dr. Bei, another exceptionally talented scientist, albeit one whose talents had gone unrecognized compared to Dr. Guluo. Chuan truly saw potential in him. Dr. Bei would develop all the necessary equipment, from spaceships to combat suits and various facilities. The entire Tianshun seemed to transform into their base of operations. The Tianshun and Bo harbored no complaints. They were pleased to witness this development. With this formidable cadre of Saiyans, Earth gained additional layers of protection, making it a safer haven, deterring ordinary individuals from daring to infringe upon its sanctum. A month slipped by unnoticed. Dr. Bei had mastered cosmic technology, constructing the largest gravity chamber ever, designed for Saiyan training. Healing pods had also been developed. The spaceship underwent modifications. Although it retained a spherical shape, it now boasted an area of approximately 10 square meters, equipped with various facilities. Most importantly, it contained a training room. In fact, the entire spaceship could be considered a training facility. For the Saiyans, this was paramount. Carl and Greta, upon witnessing Dr. Bei's creations, found themselves increasingly impressed by him. They eagerly rushed aboard the spaceship, eager to test it out, and in the blink of an eye, the ship powered up and vanished into the sky. Saiyan and the other Saiyans watched in astonishment, gradually coming to their senses. How infuriating! We were tricked. They were determined to make an early escape. Not wishing to fulfill their watch duties, they aimed to complete their boss's mission. In that moment, realization dawned upon them. With Dr. Bei's addition, their technology had become remarkably advanced, standing in stark contrast to the rest of Earth's technology. Previously, a lack of facilities had hindered their exploration of the cosmos. Now that the spaceship had just been completed, these two had slipped away without a word. It was utterly intolerable. Soon after, a group of Saiyans turned their gaze towards Dr. Bei. Dr. Bei, momentarily at a loss for words, then spoke with a hint of resignation. There is no alternative. These two spacecraft have just undergone modifications. If you wish to embark on a journey aboard a spaceship, you will have to wait a while longer. We must simply adjust our schedules accordingly. However, there is no need for excessive concern. We can observe the movements and trajectories of these two individuals as part of our experiment. This will allow us to ascertain whether the spacecraft is functioning successfully. Dr. Bei's light-hearted jest eased the tension among the assembled Saiyans. Meanwhile, Chuan sensed that the time was ripe to enhance his combat prowess. His technological empire was gradually taking shape, and with time, he could amass a logistical force even more formidable than Frieza's army. Moreover, with Frieza's mothership in play and such technological reserves at his disposal, he stood upon the shoulders of giants, ensuring a swifter development. While the logistical support was being secured, he too needed to rapidly elevate his combat strength. Merely being ahead by a step would not suffice. He aimed to surge ahead by leaps and bounds to find peace of mind. The North Kai was still proving to be unhelpful, as he had yet to locate the advanced technology chip within the cosmic graveyard of Vegeta Star, which was essential for testing the potential fusion with the Ice Demon clan. Achieving a combat power of 10 billion seemed a distant dream. Chuan felt a sense of disappointment regarding the North Kai's efficiency. Despite his daily check-ins over the past month, his combat power had only increased sluggishly. With a baseline combat power of 40 million and a maximum output of nearly 2 billion, he hardly considered himself formidable. Furthermore, he had yet to fully unlock the potential of Super Saiyan 1. Thus, he felt compelled to seek opportunities to fully develop his Super Saiyan 1 form, subsequently beginning to attempt the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. This was the path he intended to pursue. Since the North Kai had failed to locate the high-tech chip within the cosmic graveyard of Vegeta Star, Chuan settled for finding the geographical location of Namek. Naturally, he would continue the search for the advanced technology chip. With the geographical coordinates of Namek secured, Chuan prepared to embark on a journey to this wondrous planet, where his fortunes awaited as well as opportunities for development. After informing his companions, he boarded the spaceship and set course for Namek. As the spacecraft sliced through the sky, the god of the heavens was momentarily taken aback. Am I not from Earth? Could it be that I am a Namekian? As Chuan departed from Earth, He took the time to inform the god of the heavens about his identity, hoping to dispel any doubts. To further alleviate suspicion, he even mentioned the North Kai, which left the god of the heavens momentarily bewildered. After a long pause, he finally inquired, "North Kai, am I truly a Namekian?" The North Kai's voice resonated at the opportune moment. "Indeed, you are unmistakably a Namekian. Initially, I was perplexed upon discovering Namekians on Earth while searching for Saiyans. However, considering the current situation on Namek, it is not entirely unfathomable." Chapter 55, The Current State of Namek. The current state of Namek? The god of the heavens expressed his confusion. From a young age, he had been curious as to why others had parents while he did not, and why he resided in such an unusual dwelling. His environment was harsh, and had it not been for his unwavering will, he might have succumbed long ago. Now, upon hearing the North Kai's words, he felt a burgeoning curiosity. The North Kai sighed. Alas, Namek has endured tremendous hardships. Now, as Chuan ventures to Namek, one cannot tell if it is a blessing or a curse. Why do you say that, North Kai? The North Kai continued, "It is a lengthy tale. Hundreds of years ago, Namek experienced an unprecedented calamity, a disaster that swept across the planet. This catastrophe wreaked havoc, resulting in immense casualties and nearly leading to the extinction of the Namekian race. To ensure the survival of their lineage, some of the most primitive Namekians placed their children into spacecraft, randomly launching them into the cosmos. Perhaps some Namekians survived on other planets, but that remains uncertain. However, dear God of the heavens, you may very well be one of the children who came to Earth during that tumultuous time." As the North Kai recounted this tale, the god of the heavens began to truly comprehend his identity, and he felt an urgent desire to learn more about the Namekian people. Thus, the two engaged in a profound exchange, entirely neglecting the discussion about Chuan's journey to Namek. Meanwhile, what transpired on the distant Namek? Following the unprecedented disaster, the only Namekian left standing was the Grand Elder, apart from Slag. For the sake of the Namekian race's propagation, the Grand Elder sacrificed his vitality to continuously reproduce, resulting in approximately 30 descendants. However, this was already pushing the limits of possibility. After producing over 30 different types of Namekian offspring, the Grand Elder created the Dragon Balls. At this point, the Grand Elder felt his strength waning, gradually retreating into the shadows to guide his kin in restoring their homeland. The remaining Namekians, adhering to the Grand Elder's directives, diligently worked to restore Namek to its original ecological state, transforming the ravaged terrain back into habitable land. However, the Grand Elder had put a stop to the propagation of the Namekian race. While it was indeed possible to create a vast population instantaneously, doing so would not only deplete his own vitality, but also exhaust his innate gifts. The Grand Elder understood that all things must progress gradually. Hence, the population had remained at around 30. One day, the Grand Elder summoned Mu Li, his firstborn child, and the most authoritative Namekian aside from himself. "Grand Elder, what is your command?" At this moment, Mu Li appeared youthful, and although he was a wise Namekian, his combat power was formidable. After all, Namekians possessed a unique racial advantage, their physiques surpassing those of ordinary beings. Addressing Mu Li's inquiry, the Grand Elder responded slowly, "Gather all Namekians and prepare to welcome a guest from afar. This visitor comes from a distant planet, and we must not be negligent." Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, Mu Li paused. "A guest from afar?" "Yes, a very powerful extraterrestrial. However, my children, there is no need for concern. This individual harbors no malice and is quite benevolent. We must treat their arrival with the utmost seriousness, for in the future, we will require their assistance." The Grand Elder possessed a unique ability to glimpse fragments of the future, though these glimpses were often disjointed. Had his foresight been more coherent, his power would have been truly extraordinary. Yet, each encounter with the future drained significant energy and vitality, which explained why his once mighty form was now deteriorating. Mu Li, aware of the Grand Elder's ability to foresee the future, took his words to heart, swiftly gathering all Namekians to prepare for the arrival of their distant guest. As for Chuan, the journey from Earth to Namek took a full month. During the past month, he did not engage in particularly intense training. Rather, he was immersed in the cultivation of strength, allowing himself to fully adapt to the transitions between various forms. This was most evident when he transformed into a Super Saiyan, as the enhancements among Super Saiyans were not the sole contributors to his power increase. The influence of the bloodline from the Frozen Demon clan also played a significant role, resulting in a terrifying enhancement of his abilities. Of course, his potential remained immeasurable. Thus, throughout this month, he was engaged in the exploration of the latent power within him. However, his methods were rather rudimentary, failing to truly unearth the hidden strength within, which made him even more eager for his journey to Namek. He wondered about the current state of Namek. Nevertheless, with the presence of the Grand Elder, the most primitive Namekian, it was likely to develop gradually. Yet, the exact situation remained uncertain to Chuan. After all, it had been several decades since the timeline of the original story began. Everything was shrouded in mystery. As he felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation, the spaceship gradually approached Namek. Chuan first maneuvered the spacecraft in a circle around the planet, detecting no issues. Although parts of the planet were still in disarray, most areas had undergone some form of restoration, indicating that Namek had not deteriorated significantly. Consequently, Chuan guided the spaceship to descend gradually, and as it neared the planet's surface, he observed the surroundings with greater clarity. At that moment, a group of Namekians appeared on the ground. The presence of the Namekians took him by surprise, as if they had gathered specifically to welcome him. What was happening? Just as he pondered this, he suddenly recalled the Grand Elder's abilities. There were rumors that the Grand Elder possessed foresight, although this power was relatively weak, only allowing glimpses of fragments of the future. Yet, possessing such an ability was still quite formidable. Perhaps he had already foreseen Chuan's arrival on Namek. This thought brought Chuan a sense of reassurance, as he would not need to prepare elaborate explanations to persuade the Namekians. Chapter 56. Unleashing Potential. The spacecraft officially landed on Namek. Chuan slowly disembarked. Li was the first to lead all the Namekians towards him, welcoming the distant guest. "We have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Please follow us, as the Grand Elder has summoned you." Li spoke directly, clearly taking the initiative. However, while he appeared calm on the surface, his inner thoughts were tumultuous. It is worth noting that Namekians can also sense a person's strength through their aura. Since Chuan stepped out of the spacecraft, they felt an overwhelmingly terrifying aura that, if unleashed, could be likened to the impact of a planet colliding. The very thought was chilling. Is this the distant guest the Grand Elder spoke of? Surely, he cannot have come with good intentions. The Namekians discreetly exchanged glances, concealing their apprehension. In contrast, Chuan remained relatively composed. Not only did he possess the maturity of one who has lived 2 lives, but his understanding of the Dragon Ball world also made him aware that Namekians were generally benevolent. They would not resort to treachery against him. Moreover, despite their unparalleled talents, they were still far weaker than he was at present. His strength was his confidence. This naturally allowed him to exude a sense of calm assurance. Following the Namekians, Chuan gradually arrived at the Grand Elder's residence. As he approached, the Grand Elder preemptively spoke. "Haha, welcome, esteemed guest from afar. Your journey has been arduous." Upon hearing this, Chuan looked up to see the Grand Elder appearing somewhat younger than in the original story, emanating a robust vitality. The aura he radiated was formidable, comparable to Frieza's first form in terms of battle power, if not superior. Clearly, the Grand Elder possessed considerable strength. Truly, he was a primitive Namekian. "It seems you were aware of my impending arrival. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a Saiyan from the long-destroyed planet Vegeta. I apologize for the intrusion. I wonder if my presence will cause any impact?" Chuan initiated the conversation with polite formalities, even though such courtesy was unnecessary. However, he believed in the principle of reciprocity and did not wish to appear overly domineering. The Grand Elder's expression momentarily shifted in surprise. Even though he could foresee certain fragments of the future, it did not grant him omniscience. He never anticipated that Chuan would casually mention the destruction of his homeland. And even more astonishingly, he spoke of it so lightly. Was this a display of cold ruthlessness or mere indifference? For a moment, the Grand Elder found himself at a loss for words. Witnessing the Grand Elder's reaction, Chuan secretly chuckled. He would not allow himself to be led by the nose. What a joke! With so much information at his disposal, he could not afford to be manipulated, even by the Grand Elder, who possessed the ability to glimpse fragments of the future. Observing the Grand Elder's silence, Chuan did not intend to wait. "Esteemed sage, I do not know if you have foreseen my purpose for visiting your planet, but regardless, I propose a simple transaction. I do not wish to owe anyone a favor." Chuan gazed intently at the Grand Elder, his expression grave. It was undeniable that Namek, possessing the Dragon Balls, would inevitably face turmoil, especially after prolonged use, which would ultimately yield negative consequences. His offer was to assist the Namekians in one endeavor. A transaction? The Grand Elder remained silent, but Mu Li, standing nearby, was the first to speak, displaying signs of confusion. In response, Mu Chuan stated plainly, "I require your assistance, Grand Elder, to help me unlock the potential within me. Do what you can. In return for this favor, I will owe you a debt of gratitude, and in the future, you may call upon me for assistance. Naturally, aside from unlocking my potential, I also require your Purunga." Mu Chuan articulated his intentions in one breath, and as he did so, the surrounding Namekians were left utterly astonished. How could this extraterrestrial be so knowledgeable about Namek? Even the Grand Elder's abilities were laid bare before him. Who was this individual? They were stunned, unable to conceal their expressions. The Grand Elder, however, remained relatively composed, pondering for a long while before finally responding. "How do you know of Purunga? And how do you know of my abilities?" "This is a long story. On the planet from which I departed, there was a Namekian who was also a wise Namekian. On that planet, he created an artifact known as the Dragon Balls. If one gathers 7 Dragon Balls, one can make a wish to Shinran. However, due to his relatively weak abilities, he could only grant a single wish. Therefore, Purunga can grant multiple wishes, and they are considerably more powerful." "I see." The Grand Elder nodded silently, acknowledging the validity of Mu Chuan's words. After all, Namek had indeed undergone great changes in the past, and he was the sole survivor, the last remnant of this planet. The remaining individuals have sent their children to various corners of the universe, and whether they can survive remains an uncertainty. Upon hearing this news, the Grand Elder felt an immense sense of comfort. "Very well, I shall grant your request. Although I am unsure how you came to know of my capabilities, I perceive you to be no malevolent being. However, I implore you to honor your word. If, at some future juncture, Planet Namek faces a crisis, I hope you will extend your assistance." The Grand Elder remained silent for a considerable time before articulating these words. His trust in Mu Chuan was not absolute. Rather, he recognized that regardless of belief, the power possessed by this extraterrestrial was undeniably formidable, and faith might yield significant opportunities. To doubt could potentially lead to the annihilation of the recently restored planet. After much contemplation, the Grand Elder chose to heed his instincts. Mu Chuan smiled and took a couple of steps forward. The Grand Elder was an imposing figure, towering nearly to the top of the dwelling when standing. In contrast, Mu Chuan appeared exceptionally diminutive before him. The Grand Elder slowly extended his hand, making contact with Mu Chuan. At that moment, an overwhelming aura surged forth. Golden light enveloped the surroundings, and Mu Chuan instinctively transformed into a Super Saiyan, causing the very fabric of Planet Namek to tremble. A thunderous boom resonated as ripples spread across the planet's periphery. Chapter 57. Terrifying Limitations of Combat Power. Such frightening potential. The Grand Elder was taken aback. Having never witnessed such terrifying capabilities before, it was as if he gazed into an abyss, unfathomable and profound. Was this truly the potential of a Saiyan? In truth, it was not solely that. Although Mu Chuan, as a Saiyan, possessed considerable potential, it was not without limits. His extraordinary potential stemmed from his inherent Saiyan lineage, coupled with the transformative experience of becoming a Super Saiyan. Moreover, the additional bloodline of the Frozen Demon clan further amplified his innate gifts beyond mere description. The Grand Elder's exploration of Mu Chuan's potential continued for 10 minutes, yet it was far from over. The entire planet quaked. The more he delved, the more the Grand Elder felt a sense of dread. This level of potential was simply unimaginable. At that moment, Mu Chuan suddenly stepped back, breaking the Grand Elder's touch. Instantly, the terrifying aura dissipated. The Grand Elder wore an expression of confusion. He had not yet concluded, and Mu Chuan's actions left him somewhat disoriented. However, Mu Chuan appeared amused. "This suffices. I now feel an abundance of power coursing through me, and my bottleneck has loosened. Developing one's potential must consume considerable vitality. Does it not? While it may seem selfish, allowing you to push my potential to its limits would not deplete my life force. Nonetheless, it is unnecessary. I do not wish to owe you a significant debt." Even after becoming a Saiyan, Mu Chuan retained the modern perspective that made it clear one must be ruthless in the face of adversaries. Yet, for those who harbor goodwill, it is wise to retain a measure of benevolence. Upon hearing Mu Chuan's words, the Grand Elder's expression was complex, as this statement carried profound weight for him. Even among the Namekians, few could achieve such a level of understanding, let alone in the broader universe. Consequently, the Grand Elder found himself more inclined to believe Mu Chuan's promise. You are indeed a remarkable individual. Perhaps, Mu Chuan did not deny or affirm this, adhering simply to his own convictions. Unlike others who, upon acquiring great power, transformed into entirely different beings, he remained himself, not allowing power to dictate his identity. Host, Mu Chuan age, 17 bloodline, Saiyan lineage, frozen demon lineage sign-in, completed, can sign in once daily, combat power, 80 million skills, transformation skill, Sabo, limb regeneration, demon transformation, great ape power, mimetic super Saiyan transformation. Opening the long-awaited system interface, Mu Chuan was taken aback by the displayed data. 80 million? His base combat power had reached 80 million, equivalent to Frieza's final form. If he transformed into Super Saiyan 1, would that not equate to 4 billion combat power? The realization was staggering. Merely having his potential unlocked by the Grand Elder had doubled his combat prowess. At that moment, he truly believed that the Grand Elder's ability to unlock potential could indeed drain life force, given that even his formidable combat power had been amplified. While Mu Chuan was reviewing his data, the Grand Elder suddenly remarked, "A visitor from afar. Although you forcibly interrupted the unlocking of your potential, I still harbor a lingering question. Is there a nefarious force lurking within you?" Mu Chuan, drawn back to the Grand Elder's words, pondered that perhaps he was referring to the bloodline of the frozen demon clan. How so? The Grand Elder continued, "Though we haven't fully explored your potential, I can sense a distinctly malevolent force within you. This dark power eludes my abilities, and you must exercise extreme caution when wielding it. Do not ignite a fire that could harm you." Mu Chuan's actions had garnered significant trust from the Grand Elder, prompting this warning. The Grand Elder did not perceive him as a villain due to the latent evil within him. Understanding this, Mu Chuan acknowledged the strength of the frozen demon bloodline, which could grant him unparalleled enhancements if harnessed correctly. However, misuse could lead to backlash, diminishing his potential, a fact he was acutely aware of. While an ordinary individual might struggle with such a dilemma, he possessed a system that had already addressed these concerns. Therefore, he graciously accepted the Grand Elder's well-intentioned advice. "Thank you for the reminder, Grand Elder. I will exercise caution." Mu Chuan refrained from disclosing the nature of the dark power within him, as everyone harbors their own secrets, and it was not his place to reveal all. The Grand Elder did not press further. As Mu Chuan began to familiarize himself with the power within, he turned to the Grand Elder and expressed his second objective. "Grand Elder, I would like to borrow your Dragon Balls." He sought to utilize the power of the Dragon Balls to locate a technological chip which would significantly enhance his combat strength, while also leveraging other wishes to elevate the remaining Saiyans. This had been his plan from the outset. However, he had not anticipated that upon voicing this desire, the Grand Elder would not acquiesce immediately. Instead, he fell silent for a moment. "My sincerest apologies. We have already utilized the Dragon Balls once, and all 3 wishes have been granted. We must now wait a year before we can use them again. If you can endure, perhaps you could remain on planet Namek for a year?" The Grand Elder's words left Mu Chuan momentarily stunned. He had envisioned countless scenarios, even contemplating the possibility of refusal, yet he never expected this outcome. The Dragon Balls had already been used. Logically, the Namekians should be reluctant to employ the Dragon Balls. Why had they been used prematurely? Although perplexed, he felt it unwise to inquire further. With the Grand Elder's declaration, he had only 2 options, either to acquiesce or to depart from planet Namek. Mu Chuan sat in contemplative silence, ultimately nodding in resignation. It appeared he would have to remain here for some time, and he hoped for their continued support in the days to come. With no specific destination, running about aimlessly would only waste time. It was better to adapt to his powers on Namek. He aimed to elevate his state to its zenith, ever ready for the transformation into Super Saiyan 2, while also awaiting the restoration of the Dragon Balls. Chapter 58. Forced to wait for a year. After bidding farewell to the Grand Elder, Mu Chuan found himself in a relatively desolate area of Namek, sitting cross-legged as he quietly attuned himself to his newfound strength. Though the system facilitated a swift grasp of his combat capabilities, to fully unleash his potential, he needed to acclimate to his body, especially since his power had nearly doubled in an instant. Without adaptation, he could not harness his full power of 4 billion. Prolonged discomfort could lead to complications. Thus, this opportunity allowed him to adjust to his strength while gradually aiming for the full power of Super Saiyan 1. This power was indeed formidable. Presently, his combat strength might even rival that of Cell. However, Chuan was uncertain, based solely on his understanding of the Dragon Ball universe. He sensed that Cell was quite fearsome, likely possessing far more than just tens of billions of combat power. Consequently, upon reflection, he felt that his current power of 4 billion was not particularly impressive. If he could not defeat Cell, how could he confront even more terrifying beings? Moreover, he had a nagging feeling that there were even more dreadful entities lurking in the cosmos, waiting for the right moment to strike. If he were to encounter a god of destruction or an angel now, he would be utterly insignificant. Ultimately, he was far too weak. Chuan erupted in frustration, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 1. Simultaneously, his energy surged, reaching an astounding 4 billion combat power. At that moment, he maintained his current state, preparing to adopt Sun Wukong's methods to train while in the Super Saiyan 1 form. This might enable him to swiftly attain the full power of Super Saiyan 1. If he could break through to Super Saiyan 2, it would provide him with a semblance of security. As he transformed, the entire Namek quaked. All the Namekians turned their gazes toward him. However, due to the Grand Elder's announcement, they understood that this extraterrestrial being had not departed, and they felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from his unmatched aura. Each of them stared in awe. This extraterrestrial was incredibly powerful. Could it be that all beings from the outside universe were equally terrifying? My goodness, who would have thought this extraterrestrial's energy could be so immense, making us feel like mere fireflies? Among them, a combat-oriented Namekian remarked, possessing a power level of 4,000. He believed his strength was commendable, yet in the face of Chuan's aura, he felt an overwhelming despair, devoid of any inclination to resist. This illustrated just how terrifying Chuan truly was. Li gazed seriously into the distance, his expression filled with concern as he spoke. Grand Elder, is it truly safe to allow that extraterrestrial to stay on Namek? His power is immense. If we are not careful, he might obliterate our newly restored planet. The Grand Elder chuckled. My child, do not judge solely by appearances. Though this Saiyan possesses formidable strength, he harbors good intentions. At the very least, he understands gratitude. I have expended my life force to enhance his potential, and he remembers this. Assisting such a powerful ally is beneficial for our entire planet's race. In the event of an irreparable disaster, perhaps we can rely on him. The universe is vast. The longer one lives, the more one understands that mere talent cannot contend with the entirety of the cosmos. The broader the universe, the stronger the life within it. No one can remain evergreen. The Grand Elder's actions were also a means of securing a pillar of support for the Namekians. Li neither contradicted nor affirmed the Grand Elder's words, accepting them as a matter of course. The Grand Elder was not surprised. Some truths could only be grasped through experience. Having survived since ancient times, he had witnessed cycles of rise and fall. Understanding that having one more friend means one more path, especially with a being of such terrifying strength. With the Grand Elder's consent, Chuan officially settled on Namek. Undisturbed and unbothered, he quietly acclimated to his power while also exploring his potential. Unbeknownst to him, a month slipped by. His strength had reached its pinnacle, and he sensed he was on the brink of achieving Super Saiyan 2. Of course, he still required a catalyst. As he maintained the Super Saiyan 1 state, his control became increasingly proficient, and his combat power rose swiftly. This month was not solely due to his personal growth. The system had also proven quite formidable, as being on Namek allowed him to acquire various skills. Healing techniques, enhanced hearing, superior healing, minion creation. Over the course of a month, obtaining these skills was quite practical. Both healing techniques and superior healing were like divine gifts to him. However, enhanced hearing was more difficult to assess. It had its pros and cons. At times, it could even be an inconvenience, though he could selectively filter it, preventing it from becoming unbearable. Upon acquiring enhanced hearing, he could even hear conversations from afar, indicating just how formidable this ability was. Yet, to him, it felt somewhat superfluous. As for minion creation, it seemed less impactful. It required him to siphon off a portion of his energy to create subordinates. While these minions possessed considerable strength and could assist him, dividing his power made his overall strength feel incomplete. This quickly extinguished his initial desire to endlessly create minions, as he aimed to confront Super Saiyan 2 in the most perfect form without risking any flaws. Ultimately, the abilities of the Namekians were rather intriguing. Yet, there was a lingering regret. Chuan gazed toward the Grand Elder's dwelling in the distance, murmuring in mild frustration. If only I could acquire the ability to enhance potential or possess foresight into the future, how splendid that would be. At the very least, having the power to create Dragon Balls would be quite exceptional. His musings might seem fanciful, but he deemed them reasonable, considering the effectiveness of the signing-in system. In just a month, he had acquired so many skills. Who could say what might happen if he stayed longer? Should he acquire the ability to create Dragon Balls? It would indeed be fascinating. The mere thought filled him with delight, envisioning the possibility of carrying his own Dragon Balls with him. Chapter 59. The plea for help from Sabo, hatred from the demons. Achu suddenly, the Grand Elder inexplicably sneezed, even shuddering slightly, sensing that someone was thinking of him. He gazed into the distance, where Chuan was located. He had a premonition that it was undoubtedly that Saiyan who was preoccupied with him. Yet he could not fathom what exactly was on his mind. The ability to foresee the future proved futile, leaving him somewhat vexed. Chuan was unaware that his errant thoughts had inadvertently resonated with the Grand Elder. After all, those endowed with the power of foresight are indeed extraordinary individuals. Let us not dwell on Chuan, who awaited with bated breath on Namek. Consider instead the aftermath of Frieza's demise, which resulted in the complete disintegration of the Frieza force, with each faction vying for supremacy, leading to rampant warfare. Among them, the Ginyu Force seized the initiative, possessing unparalleled power that allowed them to rally a significant portion of Frieza's former forces, establishing themselves as a formidable power in the cosmos. However, there were exceptions, most notably Sabo and Bappalia. Upon learning of Frieza's downfall, they fled without a backward glance, eschewing any attempts to claim control over the Frieza force. They understood that their previous favor with Frieza would incite fury, especially given their limited combat prowess, rendering them incapable of asserting dominance. Thus, escape was their only recourse. But where did they flee? Having spent considerable time by Frieza's side, they were well acquainted with his network and identity. They recognized that Frieza belonged to the race of frost demons, of which there were others, including his brother Cooler and their father, King Cold. With Frieza vanquished, it was imperative for them to seek a new ally and inform others of Frieza's demise. After enduring a long and arduous journey spanning several months, Sabo and Bappalia finally arrived at the outskirts of the galaxy, stepping onto Cooler's territory. Upon receiving reports from his subordinates, Cooler felt a twinge of surprise. Why had Frieza's subordinates come seeking him? To clarify the situation, he summoned Sabo and Bappalia. Upon witnessing the deference with which Sabo and Bappalia approached him, Cooler remarked with intrigue, "A rare visit. What brings Frieza's favored minions to my realm?" Reclining on his throne, he exuded a sense of ease. Although the destruction of his formidable Ginyu force had incited considerable anger, subordinates could always be replaced, merely a nuisance. Moreover, he had already taken Frieza to task. Now, the very subordinates of Frieza had come to his doorstep, which piqued his interest. Were they perhaps here to issue a challenge? However, as soon as Sabo and Bappalia spoke, Cooler could no longer remain composed. "Your Majesty Cooler, grave news. Frieza has been slain." Cooler was momentarily dumbfounded. Initially, he had anticipated a challenge from Frieza, but hearing Sabo and Bappalia's words left him stunned. Frieza had been killed? What a jest! Despite his lack of regard for Frieza, often claiming to be the genius of the Frost Demon clan, he knew well that every member of their race possessed formidable potential. No one was inherently more talented than another. They simply shunned such accolades. Nonetheless, the Frost Demon clan was undeniably powerful across the universe. Now, someone claimed that Frieza had been vanquished? How could this be? Suddenly, Cooler stood, emanating a terrifying aura. "What are you saying? Repeat that." It was best not to jest about such matters. If he discovered that they were trifling with him, he would not hesitate to unleash his wrath. As he spoke, his energy surged, causing cracks to appear in the ground beneath him. With a resounding crack, the earth shattered. Sabo and Bappalia were startled by Cooler's overwhelming presence. Yet they trembled as they replied, "We dare not deceive you, Your Majesty. Frieza has indeed been killed by a Saiyan." This Saiyan was incredibly formidable. Even with Frieza's combat power reaching 1 billion, he was not a match for this Saiyan. Ultimately, he fell. Moreover, This Saiyan seemingly transformed into the so-called legendary Super Saiyan, radiating golden light, with hair turning golden in an instant. It was terrifying. Sabo, fearing that he might be obliterated by a single energy blast from Cooler if he hesitated, hastily divulged all the information he possessed. After all, the atmosphere had turned oppressive upon his announcement of Frieza's demise, a pressure he had never felt before. Thus, he could not afford to delay. Bapalia, naturally less articulate, shrank back, striving to diminish his presence. Cooler remained silent, his tail flicking as a manifestation of his inner turmoil. After chastising Frieza, he was aware that his brother had been training fervently, likely preparing to teach him a lesson. Hence, upon returning to his domain, he too had been training vigorously, achieving a combat power of 11 billion. Yet, hearing Sabo and Bapalia's words, he recognized that even this formidable power would be inadequate against that Super Saiyan. After a prolonged silence, with a resounding thud, his tail struck the ground, creating a massive crater. Frieza is worthless, utterly incapable of handling even this. The Saiyans were inherently troublesome, though not particularly strong. They had long been associated with the legend of the Super Saiyan, a harbinger of doom for the Frost Demon clan. Given that Planet Vegeta had been obliterated, why had they not eradicated all Saiyans? Allowing such an enemy to persist was a grave error. They deserved their fate, Cooler muttered, as if speaking to himself, yet perhaps addressing someone else. Sabo and Bapalia lowered their heads further, daring not to look up, even their breaths hushed. Chapter 60, Seizing Control of the Frieza Force. As Sabo and Bapalia attempted to shrink into the background, Cooler continued to mutter to himself. His emotions were a complex tapestry of anger, disdain, and confusion. They, the Frost Demons, had long dominated the universe, now vanquished by a mere monkey. The very thought sparked humiliation. Although a legend existed, it remained just that, a legend. Their current combat prowess far surpassed that of their ancestors, who were unlikely to have been as formidable. Naturally, they dismissed the legend. Yet now, Frieza had been defeated by a Super Saiyan. This realization demanded his utmost attention. After a lengthy pause, Cooler finally spoke. Since Frieza has been eliminated, what of the Frieza Force? Your Majesty, Cooler, the Frieza Force has disbanded, with all factions battling for power, and the Ginyu Force currently holds the upper hand. Sabo replied earnestly. In that case, we shall seize control of the Frieza Force and recruit the strongest in the universe. I will rule the entire galaxy. Since Frieza has fallen, I shall take over in his stead. As for that Super Saiyan, keep a close watch on their movements and report any news to me immediately. Do not act recklessly. After issuing these commands, Gula departed without a second thought. Naturally, no one dared to contradict him, especially since the Ginyu Force would never dream of contesting Frieza's dominion upon learning of Gula's involvement. They simply dared not. Once Gula had left, he swiftly established contact with King Kurd. He conveyed the news of Frieza's defeat and noted this act of enmity, vowing to seek vengeance once his training reached fruition. Gula was exceedingly proud, perhaps even arrogant, yet he understood the gravity of the situation. If Frieza's power had reached 1 billion, and he had still been vanquished, then it was evident that his adversaries possessed even greater strength. At present, Gula's own power was a mere 1.1 billion, rendering him potentially outmatched. Thus, training became an urgent necessity. Regardless of destiny, anyone daring to oppose the Frost Demon clan would inevitably pay the price, no matter their identity or location. Soon, once I master another transformation, your demise will be imminent. Gula descended into the depths of the earth, neglecting any further concerns about Frieza's forces. Whether they accepted his rule or not was of no consequence to him. Only immense strength could secure true control over the cosmos. Without it, all one possesses will eventually be relinquished. Apart from Gula, King Kurd was also awakened by this event. If he did not enhance his strength, he would not only fail to claim dominion over the galaxy, but might also lose his life. Consequently, the previously idle King Kurd embarked on a journey of self-improvement, determined to unlock the potential within his Frost Demon heritage. As Gula and King Kurd engaged in their training, the universe descended into chaos before gradually settling into tranquility. Despite the presence of many rebellious elements within Frieza's army, they obediently complied with Gula's commands, for he instilled far greater terror than Frieza, not merely through strength, but through sheer ruthlessness. The slightest act of defiance would lead to utter annihilation. Under such authority, no one dared to oppose him. and gradually the entire universe seemed to fall under his dominion, even as he remained unseen. Even so, the struggles within the cosmos reached a temporary cessation. On planet Namek, Chuan remained oblivious to the inner thoughts of Gu La and King Kurd. Even if he were aware, he would not be overly concerned, for his own combat strength was formidable, while Gu La and King Kurd possessed the bloodline and talents of the Frost Demon clan. They still fell short in fully realizing their potential. Furthermore, Chuan himself was not devoid of the Frost Demon lineage. Since arriving on planet Namek, with the Elder's guidance, his Saiyan bloodline had reached its zenith. He sensed that, apart from mastering his power, any further enhancement would prove challenging. This prompted him to contemplate awakening his Frost Demon heritage. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, the dormant Frost Demon bloodline within him began to stir. His eyes gradually shifted to a deep purple, shimmering with flickers of purple lightning amidst a golden glow. As he adapted to this state, a faint silver radiance began to emanate from him. He maintained this form for a month, and with the passage of time, his sensations grew more pronounced. Purple lightning, gold, and silver luminescence alternated around him, with a glimmer of silver emerging beneath his golden hair. His combat power surged by 20 billion, reaching an astonishing 60 billion. Indeed, my assumptions were correct. This was another manifestation of the Frost Demon lineage, albeit inferior to Frieza's golden form. It was somewhat weaker, yet it could be termed the silver form. When combined with Super Saiyan, it unleashed an overwhelming combat power of 60 billion, with a baseline of 12 billion. Such a phenomenon was truly remarkable. At that moment, he genuinely realized how terrifying the fusion of the Saiyan and Frost Demon bloodlines could be. Few could achieve such a feat. However, he possessed the unique advantage of a signing-in system that allowed him to genuinely merge the two bloodlines. This realization ignited a sense of anticipation within him. If he could transform into the golden or black gold forms combined with Super Saiyan, how formidable would that be? The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, leading to a slight loss of control over his power, resulting in a bottomless chasm forming beneath him. Planet Namek trembled in response. Oh no, I inadvertently exerted too much force. Chuan felt a pang of guilt upon realizing the damage he had inflicted on the planet, which had just been repaired. This left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Just as he pondered how to make amends, the Elder's voice resonated. Chuan, do not worry. Once the Dragon Balls are available, we can restore the planet. But Elder, did you not discourage the use of the Dragon Balls? Since it is necessary, it is of no concern. It merely consumes an additional wish. I only need 2 wishes. Chuan replied nonchalantly, with the Elder's reassurance. He felt a sense of relief and became increasingly cautious, as his immense power was proving difficult to manage. As he gradually acclimated to his strength, far across the universe, an old spaceship drifted aimlessly, enveloped in a faint golden light. In the center of the vessel, a mysterious chamber bubbled with energy, housing a humanoid creature slowly maturing. The machinery emitted an automated alarm. Suddenly, 2 beams of purple light flickered. The creature within the chamber slowly opened its eyes. Power, power. I need power. The being in the nutrient pod gradually awakened, muttering as if emerging from the depths of hell. As it shifted its form, the entire pod shattered, spilling nutrient fluid throughout the spaceship. This peculiar entity, adorned in dark purple, appeared to be an immature life form, still not fully formed. It was the clone of King Plant, the native ruler of Planet Plant. The Plant people were also known as the Zephyr people. Once a serene and peaceful planet, Planet Plant had fallen into turmoil due to the invasion of the Saiyans, leading to the near destruction of the Zephyr people. In pursuit of vengeance, King Zephyr integrated advanced technology and his own genetic material into this clone, sending it forth into the cosmos filled with hatred. Now, the spaceship had drifted through the universe for quite some time, battered and worn. The clone was finally taking shape, yet it lacked sufficient energy to truly develop. The clone slowly rose, disregarding the viscous substances on its body, and began operating the control panel, equipped with the most advanced technology. At this moment, to effectively gather energy and facilitate its growth, it needed to create a mutant robot to collect energy for it. After all, it was a unique life form. Only with ample energy could it truly thrive. As it operated, the entire spaceship's energy began to respond to its commands. However, just as it prepared to execute a series of maneuvers, the spaceship suddenly came under attack. The clone slowly crawled to the window of the spaceship, and before his eyes lay several large spacecraft, each adorned with distinctive insignias. Had Chuan been present, he would have recognized them as belonging to the Frieza force. The clone spotted an old and worn spacecraft, uncertain of its salvage value. Regardless, since it was capable of traversing the cosmos, it must possess significant technology, and he planned to destroy it for resale. This group was indeed part of the Frieza force. After being taken over by Gula, the Frieza force began its aggressive expansion, gradually seizing numerous planets and spacecraft. At this moment, they were engaged in relentless expansion. Faced with these unwelcome guests, the clone revealed a cruel smile. Although still young and not particularly strong, confronting a few insignificant extraterrestrials was a trivial task. He chose not to act immediately, but instead awaited the slow approach of the Frieza force's spacecraft. Soon after, he unleashed a beam of purple light, catching the aliens off guard and inflicting severe injuries upon them. Following this, he transformed into a liquid and infiltrated their bodies. In the next moment, all the aliens exhibited malevolent glances. Ah, the power! What a marvelous power! Entering their bodies granted him a surge of energy, albeit meager, yet still a boon. Furthermore, during this invasion, he acquired a crucial piece of information: the Saiyan. The Saiyan homeworld had been destroyed, formerly known as Planet Plant. However, the Saiyans had not been extinguished. Survivors remained, and they were not far from his position. Upon receiving this intel, an evil grin spread across his face. From the moment of his creation, he had been imbued with memories of vengeance, for he was the clone of King Zifu heir. He named himself Baby. The Saiyans, unexpectedly resilient, had not been eradicated. Yet now that he understood their predicament, a thrilling spectacle awaited. Armed with essential information, Baby slowly returned to his spacecraft. Despite its somewhat dilapidated appearance, it housed the pinnacle of technology from Planet Plant, replete with abundant energy sources. However, to navigate the cosmos, he could not harness the energy from this location. Nevertheless, upon returning to the spacecraft, he continued his previous endeavors, for he needed to create a mutant robot to provide him with greater energy. Only by truly growing could he exact his revenge. After 2 months, having consumed half of the spacecraft's energy, he finally succeeded in creating the mutant robot. Dr. Mio, Baby declared, gazing upon his most remarkable creation with immense satisfaction. Very well, from now on, you shall be known as Dr. Mio, and your sole task is to collect various energy sources to sustain my growth. This is of utmost importance. Yes, Lord Baby, Dr. Mio responded, placing a hand over his heart in a gesture of loyalty. Baby then entered another nutrient chamber. Although he could freely enter and exit, he had yet to fully mature and required additional nutrient solutions to amass even greater energy. With the successful creation of the mutant robot, it indicated that he would soon gather a multitude of energy sources. Thus, he felt secure in his slumber, allowing his combat prowess to increase. Dr. Mio complied with Baby's wishes, and the spaceship set its course for Earth. From the intelligence gathered regarding the Frieza force, it was clear that the Saiyans were located on Earth. For Baby, who was steeped in profound hatred, discovering the Saiyans' whereabouts would not allow him to remain idle. Even in his incomplete form, he sought vengeance upon the Saiyans. This was his mission as a clone of King Zifu heir. At that moment, neither the Saiyans on Earth nor Chuan were aware of the impending danger, for none could have anticipated such a formidable enemy lurking amidst the chaos of the Saiyans, continuously gaining strength. Meanwhile, what was Chuan up to? He had maintained his usual state, fusing his silver form with Super Saiyan form, achieving a stable equilibrium. His combat power stood at 6 billion. However, as he honed his control, he sensed that he had completely mastered the Super Saiyan form, reaching its limits. He understood that only by transforming into Super Saiyan 2 could he attain further growth. Otherwise, he would remain stagnant. It seemed he must attempt this transformation. For remaining stagnant was not an option, and the timing of danger was uncertain. This world was perilous. The stronger one became, the greater the sense of security. Thus, he needed to strive for advancement. Chapter 62. The Technological Chip Within the Sun. Recognizing that his Super Saiyan form had reached its peak, Chuan refrained from excessive training. Instead, sitting cross-legged on the ground, immersed in contemplation. His transformation was unlike that of others. Moreover, the fusion of Super Saiyan with silver form, along with his striking purple eyes, rendered him distinctly unique. Yet his combat power was undeniably formidable. As he delved deeper into his thoughts, his aura intensified, causing Namek to tremble once more. What is happening now? Muli exclaimed in terror. My heavens, the entire planet is shaking. Could this be the doing of that Saiyan once more? Across the planet, all Namekians could feel the ground quaking, and the frequency of the tremors was alarmingly intense, far more exaggerated than before. The Grand Elder was also stirred, gazing into the distance at Chuan, who appeared lost in thought, pondering deeply. Is he on the verge of breaking through his limits? However, such a breakthrough is not easy. Let me lend you a hand, the Grand Elder muttered. His abilities were extraordinary, albeit at the cost of his life force. He felt it necessary to assist, for this Saiyan's combat power was fearsome. If he could serve as a pillar of strength, it would enhance the safety of Namek. Moreover, Chuan's character was trustworthy. Thus, the Grand Elder pointed from afar, and an unseen force enveloped Chuan. What had previously eluded him now seemed to unlock the path to greatness in an instant. Boom! Chuan opened his eyes, a terrifying aura enveloping him. His hair turned a more vibrant shade of gold, and the golden light surrounding him intensified. Purple and yellow lightning flickered, intertwining, while his eyes radiated both colors. A cold and resolute expression graced his face. In that moment, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, the evolution of Super Saiyan 1, amplified 100-fold. His baseline combat power of 1.2 billion, equivalent to 1 unit of Frieza, now surged to 12 billion, a level he had never dared to imagine. Previously, he had considered Gula's combat power of 10 billion to be formidable, yet now he had reached such heights. As he reveled in his newfound power, he nodded toward the distance, for in that fleeting moment, he clearly understood that it was the Grand Elder who had intervened. The Grand Elder's abilities were indeed formidable. However, each transformation exacts a tremendous toll on his vitality. Perhaps the metamorphosis into Super Saiyan 2 has already drained a significant portion of his life force. If this continues, whether he can survive long enough to align with the original timeline remains uncertain. For this reason, he is deeply grateful. Nevertheless, he must now acclimate to this formidable combat prowess. Otherwise, possessing a powerful physique without knowing how to wield it would be a tremendous waste. As Chuan transformed into Super Saiyan 2, a damaged spacecraft approached the solar system slowly. Upon its entry, it triggered a cacophony of alarms. What could this mean? An unprecedented energy was detected emanating from this star. Could it be that this star harbors the energy required by Lord Baby? Dr. Meow detected a mysterious and immense power within the sun, which filled him with delight. Although he had indeed discovered several energy sources along the way, these were merely drops in a bucket compared to what was needed for Lord Baby's full formation. Thus, as a mutant robot created by Lord Baby, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Now, having identified a terrifying energy within the sun, he could not afford to overlook it. Therefore, Dr. Meow commenced calculations. Given that the surface temperature of every star is extraordinarily high, and considering that this star is still in its prime, extracting anything from it is no simple task, regardless of technological advancement. After extensive supercomputer calculations, he concluded that it was possible to harness this energy, albeit at the cost of severely depleting the spacecraft's energy reserves. After much contemplation, Dr. Meow decided to take the plunge, as this was a golden opportunity. Should he miss this chance, even if he could reach Earth, it would be in vain if Lord Baby had not fully formed. Thus, he made a bold move, to utilize all the energy from the spacecraft to extract that force from the sun. After executing his plan, which consumed a staggering amount of energy, he successfully drew forth the power from within the sun. At that moment, Dr. Meow beheld a diminutive chip in his hand, and he was utterly astonished. This small chip contained an astonishing amount of energy. What kind of technology could produce such a marvel? The advancement was simply unparalleled. With his knowledge and expertise in the pinnacle of plant technology, he quickly discerned the terrifying level of technological sophistication embedded within this high-tech chip. Even at the height of plant civilization, it could not compare, leaving him both astounded and vindicated. The spacecraft had now ceased its journey, as its energy had been fully expended. Yet, having acquired such a high-tech chip was not a loss. Dr. Meow placed the chip into a nutrient chamber, and it seemed to undergo a chemical reaction, causing Baby's form to slowly dissolve and envelop the chip. In the next moment, brilliance erupted. The once embryonic Baby appeared to have truly matured, his body gradually enlarging until he reached the stature of an adult male. However, he bore a slight divergence from the Baby of the original narrative. At this moment, his entire being was enveloped in a mechanical skin, exuding an aura of advanced technology. and the immense power he possessed was almost suffocating. Of course, despite his newfound mechanical form, his parasitic abilities remained intact, albeit with a more peculiar twist. Feeling the surge of power coursing through him, Baby expressed his satisfaction. Indeed, he was the exceptional product of Dr. Meow's creation, capable of harnessing such colossal energy. With an abundance of power now at his disposal, he envisioned further growth, aspiring to become the supreme entity in the universe. Chapter 63, Baby's Ambition. Splendid. At long last, Lord Baby, you have entered the growth phase. Such immense power, Dr. Meow exclaimed, his face alight with joy, as if he had accomplished an incredibly significant mission. Baby flexed his mechanical limbs, and his agile form belied any visible signs of its intricate construction. This power is capable of obliterating everything. Excellent. Having adapted to his new body, Baby felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He turned to Dr. Meow and said, "The spacecraft has depleted its energy. We must devise a swift means to replenish it. Only by restoring our energy can we navigate once more." The immediate priority was to replenish the energy consumed by the spacecraft, followed by a journey to the planet inhabited by the Saiyans. Though Baby's consciousness was infused with notions of vengeance, he remained discerning regarding priorities. Despite being a clone and a unique organism, he ultimately lacked the capacity to exist in the vacuum of space. Without the spacecraft, he would be unable to journey anywhere. Therefore, he still required the vessel. Upon receiving his command, Dr. Meow promptly complied and began operating the control screen. Although the spacecraft had run out of energy, the control panel remained functional. As he worked, a series of numbers gradually appeared, leading him to a final conclusion. Dr. Meow turned slowly to Baby, stating, "I have found a solution, but we must modify the spacecraft. Currently, we can only rely on the energy emitted by this star for replenishment. However, we are uncertain how long this will take. Once energy levels increase, we can implement modifications to enhance the absorption rate." In response, Baby waved his hand dismissively. "It matters not. It's merely a matter of time. The grievances of my people have lingered for so long. A little more time is of no consequence. Soon, I shall eradicate all the Saiyans. Those barbaric, wretched monkeys do not deserve to exist in this world. They should become mere cosmic dust." Baby harbored deep-seated animosity towards the Saiyans, rooted in the beliefs of the Surfa people. Beyond seeking revenge, he also harbored aspirations to restore his homeland, to see Planet Plant revived. Though such aspirations were undeniably unrealistic, they nonetheless lingered in his mind. Dr. Meow, following the calculated results, began to modify the spacecraft. Positioned near the sun, they could harness abundant energy. With advanced technology, the immense star should have melted into liquid, yet the spacecraft's hull remained remarkably resilient, capable of withstanding the heat radiating from the star. Chuan remained ignorant of Baby's existence. In his view, such a formidable adversary could not possibly emerge within this timeline. Little did he realize that his seemingly innocuous actions would set off a chain reaction, igniting chaos throughout the Dragon Ball universe. The original timeline had already been disrupted, and as he lingered on Namek, his power continued to swell. Not only had he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, but the potential for growth was augmented by a sign-in system. Although it appeared somewhat trivial, it granted him a remarkable ability each day, ensuring at the very least a boost in his combat prowess. He has mastered the skill of replenishing energy simply by drinking water, a natural ability inherent to the Namekians. However, he has been subjected to a rather lackluster signing system. The very thought of it leaves him speechless. System, are you truly incapable? How is it that, every time I receive such bizarre abilities, wouldn't it be more beneficial to grant me enhanced combat power? Yet, the system remains silent. He has come to realize that this signing system is exceedingly rigid, akin to a fixed mechanism, devoid of communication or adaptability. Such inflexibility does bring him a sense of relief. It assures him that if it were even slightly intelligent, he might suspect ulterior motives aimed at undermining him. Surviving this life already feels like a gain, but who desires to have their life dictated by another? After the system's lack of response, Chuan finds himself at a loss for words. He has already discerned the nature of this system, rendering further soliloquy unnecessary. Next time, when I have the opportunity to traverse all the universes, I refuse to believe that I cannot acquire more formidable skills. If I could encounter a few destroyers or angels, might I not obtain their abilities? If I could deconstruct the inherent skills of the Namekians, I would truly be impressed. If all else fails, I could always seek proximity to the Omni King. At this moment, Chuan's thoughts drift far and wide. After all, this seems like a splendid idea, considering the signing system's rigidity. As long as he approaches someone powerful, there is a significant probability of acquiring their skills. Naturally, he must seek out those of even greater strength. However, he is cautious about flaunting his own capabilities, especially with beings like destroyers, unless he possesses considerable strength himself. They would have no interest in him, and he could easily be eliminated without a second thought. Thus, it is imperative to sustain himself long enough to execute a move or two, allowing for a chance to persuade them. Otherwise, all endeavors would be in vain. Consequently, Chuan prefers to steadily enhance his abilities, mindful that taking overly ambitious steps may lead to calamity. He casts aside all distractions and focuses on his cultivation. As he adapts to the power of Super Saiyan 2, his combat prowess reaches terrifying heights. However, he is acutely aware that Super Saiyan is a transformation of the Saiyans. The most rapid enhancement occurs through battle, and mere training is insufficient. Growth through combat is the essence of a Saiyan. After all, how could they be regarded as a warrior race otherwise? Upon adapting to the Super Saiyan 2 state, he also focuses on mastering his silver form, a unique ability bestowed upon him by the lineage of the Frozen Demon clan, granting him a new form that can indeed be stacked with Super Saiyan. Yet, as he trains alone, he senses a swift improvement in his strength and even begins to notice faint yellow patterns emerging. Although minuscule, this discovery fills him with exhilaration. Chapter 64. The Dragon Balls and Wishes. Could it be? Is it truly possible to cultivate to the golden form? Chuan is astonished. His understanding of the situation provides him with a clearer objective, and he recognizes the formidable nature of the Frozen Demon clan's bloodline. It rivals that of the Saiyans. If utilized correctly, his combat power could become extraordinarily fearsome. Initially, he approached this with a mere experimental mindset, never anticipating that he would glimpse even a glimmer of hope. Despite the insignificance of the golden patterns, this marks a beautiful beginning. It is well known that the combat power of Golden Frieza is exceedingly daunting, often unmeasurable by conventional metrics. Thus, this tiny hint of potential does not strike Chuan as particularly daunting. Rather, it seems quite reasonable. To truly cultivate into the golden form, how could it be as simple as Frieza's casual training for a few months in the original tale? That would be absurd. Even exploits do not yield such extraordinary results. After all, he is the one wielding the advantages. Realizing the possibility of achieving the golden form, Chuan approaches this endeavor with utmost seriousness. Even though the Grand Elder has warned him of the evil nature of the Frozen Demon clan's power, he believes that, if harnessed correctly, it is of little consequence. Thus, Chuan dedicates himself to relentless training to reach the golden form, making sure not to neglect his Super Saiyan training either. This year-long interval appears to have been a period for him to assimilate his powers. Before long, the year has passed. The Dragon Balls of Namek have officially regained their capabilities. On this day, a young warrior Namekian arrives at Chuan's training location. Chuan, the Grand Elder requests your presence. Very well. With a swift motion, Chuan appears directly within the Grand Elder's chamber. Over the past year, he has grown intimately familiar with the entirety of Namek. Moreover, his combat power has surged at an astonishing rate, almost akin to instantaneous travel, albeit limited to this planet. You have arrived. The Grand Elder speaks slowly, his face now displaying an increasing number of wrinkles, revealing signs of aging. His repeated assistance to Chuan has taken a toll on his lifespan, and he appears to be reverting to his original timeline state, showcasing the frightening consumption of his vitality. Thus, each time Chuan sees the Grand Elder, he expresses profound respect, acknowledging his own shortcomings while remaining grateful. He remembers the debt of gratitude he owes. It has been a while, Grand Elder. You appear to have aged further? Chuan observes earnestly. Ha ha ha, no matter. It is of no concern. I have lived long enough. As long as I can witness Namek gradually recovering, what does true death matter? I have long since come to terms with it. Chuan does not doubt the Grand Elder's words. Whether from the original text he has read or from his current first-hand experiences, he has discerned that the Grand Elder is indeed a remarkably magnanimous individual. Having transcended the trivialities of life, he embodies the spirit of self-sacrifice. Were it not for witnessing this with his own eyes, Chuan would have found it hard to believe such a person existed. Not to mention for the sake of my homeland. I would never sacrifice my own life for anything, He holds the Grand Elder in high esteem. Sensing Mu Chuan's emotions, the Grand Elder states, "The Dragon Balls have been restored. You may now formally make your wish. Consider carefully what you wish for." Mu Chuan nods. "I have long since decided, and I prepared my wish a year ago." "Ha ha ha, is that so? Then I shall summon the dragon now." Dragon Shenron, appear. As the Grand Elder's words resonate, the 7 colossal Dragon Balls shimmer, and in an instant, the entire sky darkens. Witnessing this spectacle fills Mu Chuan with a sense of wonder. After all, he had only seen it on screen before, but experiencing it firsthand is truly enchanting. Furthermore, he senses an inexplicable aura. It seems as though a presence envelopes the entire planet, yet it does not appear to emanate from the dragon. In that moment, he understands. This aura is undoubtedly linked to that being, for all Dragon Balls were created by that entity, granting them such capabilities. However, through this clue, it remains uncertain if he can locate that being's presence. If given the opportunity, perhaps he could sign in and acquire the means to forge the ultimate Dragon Balls, which would indeed be remarkable. Mu Chuan mused to himself, but before he could indulge in his daydreams for long, a colossal figure materialized in the sky. Its body seemed interminably long and was entirely green, radiating an overwhelming sense of power. Witnessing this spectacle, Mu Chuan felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. Could this be Shenlong? Truly extraordinary, and this particular Shenlong was created by the most primitive Namekians, not to mention the immense capabilities of the Grand Elder, ensuring that this dragon was indeed formidable. Once Shenlong appeared, it slowly nodded towards the Grand Elder, as if sharing an unspoken understanding. Following this, a series of Namekian words resonated, urging him to state his wishes, allowing for 3. Given the presence of the Grand Elder, Shenlong offered no superfluous words, nor any additional steps. Although Mu Chuan could not comprehend the language, he grasped the general meaning. Without hesitation, he declared, "For my first wish, let the potential of all Saiyans in this universe be enhanced." Indeed, all Saiyans. He was well aware that this universe contained more than just himself and his subordinates. However, he believed that these Saiyans could prove useful to him in the future. Thus, he did not mind utilizing such a modest wish. After all, it was still a wish. The Grand Elder expressed slight surprise. After all, possessing such terrifying combat power and extraordinary talent, one would still desire to enhance their potential. What could this Saiyan possibly intend? Yet, the Grand Elder refrained from further inquiries, promptly using the Namekian language to address Shenlong. In response, Shenlong stated, "I can only enhance the potential of the Saiyans to the best of my ability, but the extent of this enhancement remains uncertain." The Grand Elder nodded in acknowledgement. Then, with a flash of light, Shenlong had already fulfilled the wish. In an instant, Mu Chuan felt a subtle change within himself. Chapter 65. The Saiyans Who Stumbled into the Demon Realm. The Demon Realm, a place where all demonic beings converge, can be described as the very source of evil. Here, the strength of any demon is extraordinary. When ordinary beings fall into the demon realm, their power dramatically increases. At this moment, Carl and Greta found themselves within this realm. Seizing the moment while all the Saiyans were distracted, they had commandeered a spaceship to venture into the cosmos, cherishing the rare opportunity for freedom. However, given their strength, finding a suitable opponent in the vastness of space was no simple task, as the more powerful beings were increasingly scarce. During their search, they inadvertently stumbled upon the gateway to the demon realm, crashing through it and discovering the true nature of this world. It was simply blissful. Both strong and weak beings existed here, with even those they had never encountered in the outside world. Beings with battle powers in the tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands were commonplace, which thrilled them immensely. At that moment, they were in pursuit of a member of the demon realm, a creature covered in barbed spikes with a hideous gray-brown skin. Despite its grotesque appearance, it was considered a minor warrior within the demon realm, boasting a battle power exceeding 1 million, easily manageable by Carl and Greta. They maintained their usual demeanor, playfully toying with their prey. "Run faster. If you don't, we'll catch up to you." Greta cackled, her expression lewdly gleeful. Carl mirrored her enthusiasm, both of them being equally mischievous. The demon creature was infuriated but dared not retaliate, fleeing desperately. If caught, it would surely lose its life. It had witnessed these two deranged individuals slaughtering many demons, their brutality surpassing even that of the demons themselves. It was bewildering where such ruthless killers had emerged from. "You will regret this. If you continue, You will attract the attention of the Demon King, and then it will be the end for both of you. Should the Demon King awaken, you shall become mere skeletons in this realm." Facing the demon, Carl coldly replied, "Regardless of whether your Demon King awakens, you must answer for your actions here." Feeling the formidable aura behind him, the demon creature felt a chill run down its spine. Gritting its teeth, it suddenly accelerated with all its might, running for its life. Little did it know that it was merely a mouse being toyed with by a cat. After all, Carl and Greta, with their battle power exceeding 1 million, could easily multiply their strength tenfold by tapping into the power of the great ape. This was a terrifying prospect. Just then, Carl and Greta froze momentarily as a peculiar sensation surged from within them. In an instant, their battle power soared, reaching 2 million. It happened in the blink of an eye, leaving them momentarily stunned. What was this? Why had their battle power inexplicably increased, and why did it feel so innate? Did you feel that? Indeed, our energy has strengthened, and in that fleeting moment, it surged by a factor of 2. Our battle power had already exceeded 1 million. And now, wow, this is absurd. How can such a thing exist? It feels off. They paid no heed to the demon creature, captivated by the mysterious surge in their power, leading them to a state of unease and bewilderment. However, they soon realized that nothing had changed. Ultimately, they uncertainly remarked, "Could this be the work of our leader? He seems omniscient and omnipotent, perhaps perceiving our battle power as too weak and finding ways to assist us. Besides, having over 1 million in battle power is already quite formidable. Who could have imagined it before?" In that moment, they seemed to reach a consensus, feeling considerably reassured. Regardless of whether they were right or wrong, at least it brought peace to their hearts. They exchanged glances, excitement radiating from their smiles. As they watched the retreating demon creature, they suddenly unleashed an even more terrifying aura, leaving no room for concealment. They felt an urge to impress the surrounding powerful beings. Come on, come on. With our battle power doubled, what do you insignificant beings even amount to?" Their arrogance was unrestrained. The limit of 10 million in battle power had rendered them invincible, as they remained blissfully ignorant of the terrifying might of the universe's powerful beings. In their eyes, 1 million in battle power was already astonishing, let alone 10 million. Consequently, they exhibited brazen arrogance without a hint of modesty. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that the demon creature, initially fleeing in terror, had found a moment to breathe and realized that it was being toyed with by the two Saiyans, much like a cat playing with a mouse. Thus, it gradually led its pursuers astray from their intended path. Heading towards a certain destination, there lies a portal capable of traversing to another planet, a planet inhabited by a fearsome creature. No one dares to set foot on this planet unless absolutely necessary. However, the demon from the infernal realm realizes that if it does not make this perilous decision, it will surely perish. Thus, it chooses to take the risk. A sinister smile spreads across the demon's face. "Come on, chase me, you two insignificant beings. Soon, it will be your demise. Let me show you just how terrifying a true demon can be. I belong to a clan with power far surpassing mine, and even in death, I shall drag you down with me." Life in the demon realm is inherently brutal, a survival of the fittest where the weak are annihilated by the strong. A savage society where humans are devoured by one another. This harsh reality has forged the formidable and terrifying demon realm we know today. Those who survive here have climbed over countless corpses, their hands stained with the blood of many. Cruelty and madness have been imprinted in their minds. Even in death, they will bite off a piece of flesh from their adversaries. This epitomizes the madness of the demon race. Chapter 66. The Discovery of Baby's Trail. Carl and Greta remain oblivious to their predicament, yet their sudden surge in power fills them with overwhelming confidence. Their spirits soar high, believing that the demon realm is of little concern to them. This inflated sense of confidence renders them indifferent to the methods of the approaching demon. Unbeknownst to them, danger is gradually closing in. Meanwhile, across various corners of the universe, the Saiyans experience a simultaneous surge in strength when Chuan makes a wish to Bo Luanjia. Concurrently, all Saiyans sense an unusual feeling, a peculiar sensation indeed. On the planet Wanpa, the young Broly suddenly radiates a brilliant green light, enveloping his entire being. As his combat power skyrockets, he begins to levitate, and his pupils gradually fade away. At that moment, Paragus returns, witnessing this alarming scene. This is bad. Broly has lost control again. What on earth is happening? He was fine just a moment ago. How could he lose control so suddenly? I just felt something strange. His combat power has inexplicably increased. Could this be the cause? Paragus is bewildered, yet he knows that if he does not stop Broly, the entire One Pa planet will face destruction, and they too will perish in the cosmos. At that point, thoughts of revenge will be meaningless. They would merely become cosmic dust. Hence, Paragus rushes forward, determined to subdue the rampaging Broly. On planet Namek, Bo Luanjia, having fulfilled one wish, announces, "To the one who summoned the dragon, your first wish has been granted. Please state your second wish." The elder gazes at Chuan, realizing that the second wish belongs to him. However, the elder is surprised by Chuan's seemingly hasty first wish. Although the dragon is omnipotent, the scope of its wishes is limited by the creator's capabilities. Enhancing potential is indeed the elder's forte, applicable to the dragon as well. It is akin to exploiting a loophole. Meeting the elder's gaze with calmness, Chuan states, "My second wish is to help me locate the technological chip from the cosmic grave of Vegeta. This chip should be within the sun of the solar system." Upon hearing Chuan's second wish, the elder translates, and the massive Dragon Ball emits a brief glow. Ultimately, Bo Luanjia responds, "I am sorry, but I cannot fulfill this wish. Please choose another." The elder relays this information. Chuan is momentarily stunned. What? Why can it not be realized? Because it no longer exists. Therefore, I cannot locate it. Please select a different wish. Chuan is left bewildered. Logically, this should not be the case. As the timeline has not yet begun, the chip should not have been discovered by anyone. Could it be that Gula possesses the ability to foresee the future and has obtained the technological chip in advance? Yet, this seems improbable. At that moment, a sense of urgency dawns on him. The situation is evidently complex. The technological chip resides within the sun. If it no longer exists, then this individual must possess the strength to extract it from the cosmos. With Earth so near, does this not imply that danger is approaching? The more he contemplates, the more plausible it appears. Although he does not harbor profound feelings for Earth, it is not merely the center of the Dragon Ball world, but also home to many Saiyans. If calamity were to strike, it would be disastrous. Engrossed in thought until Bo Luanjia shows signs of impatience, the elder finally reminds him. After the elder's prompt, Chuan gradually regains his composure, feeling conflicted. His second wish had been decided long ago, yet he never anticipated that the technological chip would no longer exist. Suddenly being asked to choose another wish leaves him at a loss. However, in the next moment, inspiration strikes. Since he senses an ominous premonition, and the disappearance of the technological chip may herald the emergence of a formidable enemy, it is essential to ascertain the identity of this foe. With his understanding of the Dragon Ball universe, knowing who this enemy is would facilitate devising an appropriate strategy, preventing him from being caught off guard. My second wish is to know who has obtained the technological chip. This wish is exceedingly simple. At that moment, Bo Luanjia's eyes glimmer, and an image materializes, which words cannot adequately describe. The visual is far more direct. Thus, Chuan and the elder witness the actions of Baby and Dr. Mio. Stunned, he exclaims, "How is this possible? How could he appear here? This is absurd. Given the current timeline, he should not be present, and he has even created Dr. Mio in advance, entering his growth phase ahead of schedule. Unlike the original narrative, he has chosen to merge with the technological chip, which likely elevates his combat power to billions. I cannot ascertain whether he remains as terrifying as before, but if given the opportunity, would he not wreak havoc?" Recognizing the figures in the image, Chuan instantly identifies Baby and Dr. Mio. This is no ordinary individual. Although a mutant robot, he commands the pinnacle of technology from the Zif people and, alongside Dr. Goro, has birthed the formidable Android 17, culminating in an extremely fearsome creation. Even Super Saiyan 4 Son Goku would be no match, highlighting the extent of his terror. Now faced with the emergence of these two figures, Chuan is genuinely taken aback. Although he has already attained the transformation of Super Saiyan 2, with an ultimate combat power reaching 12 billion, he does not consider himself invincible, especially against Baby, a truly terrifying entity. As he lapses into silence, the elder slowly remarks, "These two individuals before us seem extraordinary, emanating an unsettling aura of dread. They possess an undeniable malevolence. A misstep could potentially impact the entire galaxy. Indeed, these two individuals are exceedingly formidable, and the location they currently occupy is remarkably close to the planet from which I embarked. Perhaps they are nearing their destination. Mu Chuan spoke solemnly, his mood evidently quite dismal. Seemingly anticipating Mu Chuan's true thoughts, the elder spoke softly. Do not hesitate. Your demeanor has already conveyed your intentions to me. Go forth. This final wish shall be entrusted to you. Chapter 67. Return to Earth, preparing to intercept baby. Earth, the temple of the divine. Ashiana idly observed Dr. Guoluo, her eyes heavy with fatigue, stifling yawns. She pondered the rationale behind their leader's decision. How could robots possibly rival the might of the Saiyan warrior race? It seemed a colossal waste of effort for negligible returns. Ashiana's disparagement appeared to provoke Dr. Guoluo, who, in his despondency, suddenly turned with piercing eyes. The androids are not weak. They now possess battle powers in the tens of thousands, capable of annihilating planets with ease. Is that weakness? Not weak? Ashiana retorted. They cannot even withstand a mere finger of mine, and after expending so many resources on formidable cosmic beings. We have only produced a handful of androids with battle powers in the thousands. They are less than cannon fodder. Her remarks left Dr. Guoluo in a state of vexation, yet he found himself unable to counter her claims, for the truth lay bare. During this time, aside from the two who engaged in deception, the remaining Saiyans diligently adhered to the regulations set forth by Mu Chuan, performing their duties without complaint. They took turns guarding Dr. Guoluo while others ventured into the cosmos, seeking more specimens. Throughout this period, Dr. Guoluo's technology advanced rapidly, creating androids from scratch, albeit with relatively outdated models and diminished combat capabilities. The strongest beings retrieved from the cosmos boasted a battle power of 100,000, yet after modifications, they barely reached 90,000. Such alterations were met with scorn by the Saiyans, who deemed them not only a waste of time, but utterly futile. Despite their grievances, they dared not defy the orders of Mu Chuan, thus resorting to venting their frustrations to Dr. Guoluo. The doctor, however, found himself increasingly disheartened, as the taunts of the Saiyans led him to realize that the androids were not as powerful as he had hoped. Nonetheless, his conviction propelled him to continue his research. At this juncture, a thought sparked within him. Why not create a special android? If one could not surpass the enemy in strength, then perhaps by employing unique methods to weaken them while enhancing oneself, victory could be achieved. With this notion in mind, he set forth to implement it, disregarding Ashiana's presence. Just then, a figure materialized within the temple of the divine. Instantly, all eyes fluttered open. Ashiana, who had been lethargic moments before, was suddenly invigorated by the aura that permeated the air. With a keen sense, Ashiana swiftly darted to the other end of the temple. Upon arrival, she discovered that the other Saiyans and Divine Bo had gathered, all focused on the figure that had emerged, none other than Mu Chuan, returned from Namek. His final wish was to return to Earth. Though such a wish seemed somewhat extravagant, he could not afford to be careless in the face of the impending foe. Even with a battle power of 12 billion, and potentially more when fully unleashed, he felt no absolute assurance against Baby, a being capable of contending with Super Saiyan 4 Son Goku, even if he had not yet reached his zenith. Moreover, Baby was augmented with technological enhancements. Should he continue to evolve, his potential for devastation was unfathomable. Only by confronting him before he reached full power could they eliminate the threat once and for all. Seeing the stunned expressions of the gathered crowd, Mu Chuan greeted them first. Long time no see. How have you all been? As his words resonated, the group gradually regained their composure. Boss, Mu Chuan, Mr. Mu Chuan, they exclaimed in unison. Mu Chuan scanned the assembly, noting the significant changes among the Saiyans. Their battle powers had evidently increased substantially. At the very least, they had all surpassed 2 million, with Ashiana particularly standing out at an impressive 3 million. This revelation astonished Mu Chuan, prompting him to exclaim, Ashiana, how have you elevated your battle power so rapidly? You have surpassed the others. In response to Mu Chuan's astonishment, Ashiana displayed a hint of pride. Although initially unremarkable, she had now truly come into her own, an accomplishment worthy of pride. A nearby Saiyan remarked, Ashiana has been training diligently. Her efforts have been exceptional. Recently, she mastered the Miao Tai Super Saiyan transformation. Since then, everything has changed. Her cultivation speed has remarkably accelerated, surpassing ours. Moreover, it seems we all experienced a sudden doubling of our abilities not long ago. Upon hearing the Saiyan's explanation, Mu Chuan grasped the situation. It was likely that mastering the Miao Tai Super Saiyan had unleashed her latent potential, facilitating her accelerated growth. The recent surge in power was undoubtedly due to the Dragon Ball's wish, enhancing the potential of all Saiyans. Understanding the circumstances brought Mu Chuan a sense of relief. Well done, Ashina. Your performance has been commendable. Continue to strive for excellence. Now that you have mastered the Miao Tai Super Saiyan, I will share more intriguing insights with you all. However, the rest of you must also exert yourselves, otherwise, you risk falling behind. The other Saiyans had yet to master the Miao Tai Super Saiyan. Although their battle powers had reached 2 million, they remained reliant on the Oozuru transformation, which, while powerful, only provided a 10-fold increase. Mastering the Miao Tai Super Saiyan would grant a 30-fold boost. Ashina's current battle power was nearly equivalent to King Cold's full strength. A truly formidable force. After their discussion, Mu Chuan gained a clearer understanding of their collective strength. Just then, Bobo interjected, Mr. Mu Chuan. You returned via the Dragon Balls, did you not? Bobo had sensed the presence of a dragon, yet it was unlike the one from Earth. It must belong to the divine homeland of Namek. Chapter 68. The Arrival of Terror. Bobo's remark left the crowd in a state of bewilderment. A dragon? The divine scrutinized Mu Chuan closely. Hearing Bobo's words, Mu Chuan's expression grew increasingly somber, reflecting an unprecedented seriousness. Mr. Bobo was indeed correct. I had just harnessed the power of Shenlong to teleport back to Earth. The urgency of my return suggests that something significant has transpired. Indeed, not long ago, a terrifying entity was born within the solar system. This being is a clone of the former native resident of Planet Vegeta, Zephyr. What? Suddenly, Axiana and the other Saiyans gasped in astonishment. Planet Vegeta? King Zephyr? Was that not the original name of Planet Vegeta? The Saiyans expressed their shock. Wasn't King Zephyr already annihilated along with his entire race? How could a clone possibly exist? What on earth is happening? At this moment, the group exhibited not only profound astonishment, but also deep confusion. Boss, you can't be joking, right? A clone of King Zephyr? But the Zephyr people were already extinct long ago. How could such a clone still exist? In response, Mu Chuan patiently elucidated. When we Saiyans invaded Planet Vegeta, we indeed exterminated the Zephyr people, including King Zephyr himself during that invasion. Yet, he was unwilling to succumb to annihilation, embedding all his knowledge and genes into a unique life form, thus creating a formidable clone. This special life form was released into the cosmos, awaiting its maturation to exact vengeance on the good-hearted beings. Now, this creature has entered its growth phase and is alarmingly close to Earth. Its target is likely Earth, or rather, it is specifically the Saiyans. As Mu Chuan recounted this tale, all present Saiyans comprehended the gravity of the situation. Given the mysterious nature of this clone, it was evident that its power was exceedingly formidable. This is rather ominous. Nearby, the Kaioshin and Bobo listened in a daze, their expressions alternating between furrowed brows and moments of relaxation. To them, the concepts of planetary invasion and genocide felt unbearably harsh. This left them at a loss for words. Yet upon hearing that the clone was approaching Earth, their brows furrowed once more. Noticing the silence among the crowd, Mu Chuan revealed a faint smile, assuring them, "You need not worry. Even if its strength is considerable, we merely need to exercise caution. I shall confront it myself. It is a tenacious being, and I too wish to gauge my current battle prowess. There are few left who can truly push me to my limits." With this reassurance, the tension in the room eased somewhat. However, he merely sought to alleviate their worries. In truth, he was acutely aware that his strength was hardly extraordinary. What does it mean to say there are few who can compel him to exert his full power? In the world of Dragon Ball, that number is far beyond count. He was only saying this to prevent undue concern among his companions. Subsequently, to ensure that everyone was adequately informed of Baby's capabilities, he laid bare all information regarding Baby, even detailing the various methods he employed. This revelation elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. My goodness, he can frequently parasitize others and absorb their powers to grow? Such an ability is utterly monstrous. If he continues to develop, who could possibly stand against him? Mu Chuan nodded in agreement, well aware that in the original tale, Baby indeed possessed such powers, even forcing Son Goku to confront everyone alone. The overwhelming sense of isolation and despair washed over him. Mu Chuan's eyes hardened with resolve. Rest assured, I will not allow you to face Baby directly. I will handle him. After establishing the stakes, Mu Chuan awaited Baby's arrival. He was uncertain of when Baby would descend, but he had inferred it from Baby's acquisition of a technological chip. Still, he could not guarantee whether Baby would land on Earth. Meanwhile, on the surface of the moon, a damaged spacecraft was slowly navigating, gradually approaching Earth. After a prolonged period, the vessel finally absorbed enough energy. Given its severely damaged state, merely managing to activate it was a stroke of luck. Its current speed was exceedingly slow. Yet, Baby harbored no grievances. Instead, gazing upon the distant azure planet, a sinister smile curled upon his lips. "Science, you wretched monkeys, hiding on this planet, I shall make each of you experience the agony of loss, compelling you to taste the despair of annihilation. Tremble." Baby's menacing words flowed effortlessly. Yet when one observed the sluggish pace of the spacecraft, it appeared somewhat comical. It glided towards Earth at a leisurely pace. At this rate, it might take days to arrive. Yet, he projected an air of imminent arrival. Nearby, Dr. Mio was rendered speechless, simply observing the view ahead. The spacecraft's speed could not be increased further due to its severe damage, compounded by the fact that all energy was drawn from the sun. This endeavor had consumed an entire year. Otherwise, they would have landed on Earth long ago, but it was not too late. Time ticked away. On North Kai's planet, North Kai suddenly sprang up from his recliner, sensing an unusual and vengeful aura that was exceedingly powerful. Why did this energy carry an air of twilight? North Kai sensed danger and swiftly focused on the terrifying energy, catching sight of the slowly approaching spacecraft. The aura emanating from it was utterly chilling. He staggered back in alarm. This energy was malevolent and frightening, a harbinger of doom. It was far more terrifying than Frieza. There was no comparison. Why had such a sinister creature appeared here? Moreover, it seemed to be heading towards Earth. What was happening to Earth? Why did it continuously attract such monsters? North Kai was truly alarmed. He had not anticipated the emergence of such a dreadful being and hastily contacted the Science on Earth. Chapter 69. The First Strike. This is bad. This is bad. In a flurry, North Kai directly communicated with Chuan, for he believed that Chuan was the only one capable of addressing such a crisis within the entire northern galaxy. Chuan, an exceedingly malevolent force, is approaching. This energy is drawing near to Earth. The voice of North Kai echoed in Chuan's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. But soon, his eyes sharpened. Is it really coming? Indeed, Baby must be aware of the Science existence. Otherwise, he would not be heading directly for Earth. North Kai, stop your shouting. I am already aware of it. Did I not return from afar? North Kai. At this moment, North Kai finally grasped the situation. Wasn't Chuan supposed to be on Earth? How did this happen? You borrowed the Dragon Balls from Namek to return. Chuan did not allow North Kai the opportunity to speak. This left North Kai feeling quite flustered. However, he quickly followed up with, "You seem to know the origins of this malevolent aura?" At this point, North Kai finally connected the dots. Why had Chuan returned early, even going so far as to use the Dragon Balls? Why, upon hearing of a powerful evil force approaching, did he appear so calm? If not for prior knowledge, he would not have been so composed. This malevolent force, if all goes as anticipated, is undoubtedly the handiwork of the Science. Chuan's expression was exceptionally grave. At this moment, the deities, including Tian Shun and Bobo, had already gathered around him. Initially, the voice of the North Kai had merely echoed in Chuan's mind. Yet, whether by design or happenstance, the North Kai's voice resonated throughout the entire divine temple. Consequently, everyone became aware that an extraordinarily terrifying entity was about to descend upon them. Upon hearing Chuan's remarks, their curiosity intensified. This entity, known as Baby, was the embodiment of the sins left behind by Planet Plant. He was a clone of the King Zifu from that very planet. Created through the pinnacle of Planet Plant's technological advancements, he had now reached a growth stage, boasting formidable combat prowess. Moreover, he had been instilled with an overwhelming hatred for the Science, likely seeking vengeance upon them. At this revelation, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Such a situation existed? Even the Science present found it hard to believe. Furthermore, this Baby was held in such high regard by their leader, which implied that his strength was equally terrifying. Leader, is he truly that powerful? One Scion inquired. Chuan nodded. I am uncertain of the full extent of his combat abilities, but with my current strength, I do not possess complete confidence in confronting him. Thus, we must prepare thoroughly. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. They were acutely aware of Chuan's immense aura, yet such a powerful presence lacked absolute assurance. My heavens, this was truly terrifying. At that moment, a sense of suffocation enveloped the crowd. Even Tianxun and Bobo sensed the impending doom. Could they truly contend with such a dreadful adversary? Amidst the collective anxiety, Chuan abruptly lifted his head, and in the next instant, he vanished from the divine temple. In the distance, a damaged spacecraft drifted slowly through space. Chuan surged forth from Earth at remarkable speed, appearing before the battered vessel and gathering an immense energy wave in his hand, which he hurled forward without hesitation. With a thunderous roar, the sky illuminated. He understood that this mere attack would not vanquish Baby. Thus, he transformed into Super Saiyan 1, amplifying his power 50-fold. He quickly ascended to Super Saiyan 2. This was not the end. His pupils gradually shifted to a vivid purple, surrounded by dazzling purple, yellow, and golden lightning. His hair turned golden with a hint of white, and his combat power reached its zenith. Although he was a purebred Saiyan, he was also a time traveler, and he had no intention of squandering his potential, especially regarding Baby, whom he regarded with utmost seriousness. Even if his opponent had not fully matured, he was not to be underestimated. With this series of enhancements, his combat power surged to an astonishing 15 billion. This was his limit. The explosive energy radiating from him caused the entire earth to tremble. The individuals still in the divine temple felt an inexplicable strangeness, wondering why he had suddenly vanished, only to be met by an overwhelming aura that left them speechless. Whether among the deities or the Saiyans, everyone felt an intense and terrifying energy. Was this the leader's aura? It was unfathomably fearsome, akin to the power of a star, making their own strengths seem insignificant. What had their leader endured? Unbelievable, inconceivable. While they understood that Chuan's combat prowess far surpassed theirs, they had never anticipated such a vast disparity, even feeling the terrifying energy akin to that of a star. With such formidable strength, what of the enemy's capabilities? It was unimaginable. On North Kai's planet, the North Kai himself was flabbergasted, unable to fathom that Chuan had grown to such an extent, far surpassing even Frieza by countless folds. Was this a level attainable by a mere mortal? Could he truly be a Saiyan? It was hard to believe. As a deity, he never expected to encounter such a fearsome monster within his domain. However, the North Kai quickly regained his composure. Despite Chuan's strength, it was still on par with that malevolent force, indicating a significant probability of confrontation. The expression on the North Kai's face remained serious. Yet he felt a strange sense of relief. At least there was a glimmer of hope, lest the situation become overwhelmingly oppressive. Chuan was too preoccupied to heed the reactions of the others. After reaching his maximum potential, he charged into the black smoke, fully aware that such a minor attack could never obliterate Baby. Underestimating the enemy would lead to his own demise. He concentrated his energy into an enormous destructive wave and unleashed it toward the distance, ensuring it did not impact Earth as he swept through. Again and again. Suddenly, a flash of purple light flickered, and a beam shot forth from afar, hurtling directly toward Chuan. Chapter 70. Baby's Combat Power. The clash of energy waves erupted in the smoke. Chuan, witnessing Baby's counterattack, thrust his hands forward to block, deflecting all incoming energy waves and preventing them from approaching Earth. With a leap, he maneuvered to another location. The residual energy waves followed closely, and as Chuan both defended and retaliated, they engaged in a series of exchanges within mere seconds. When the smoke dissipated, they stood face to face. At that moment, Baby revealed his mechanical skin. Who dares to strike at me? Ah, a Saiyan monkey. How amusing, exceedingly amusing. It seems I need not expend effort to locate you. You have delivered yourself right to my doorstep. Baby scrutinized Chuan from head to toe, finding him peculiar compared to the Saiyans from his memories, especially given his formidable combat power. Had the Saiyans truly evolved to such heights? It was genuinely hard to fathom. Were it not for that tale, Baby might not have recognized Chuan as a Saiyan, which piqued his curiosity. Chuan regarded Baby with an impassive expression, aware that he could not afford to underestimate this dangerous monster. Carefully assessing, he estimated Baby's combat power to be at least 13 billion, a preliminary estimate. Should it have increased, he could be even stronger, which offered Chuan a slight sense of relief. Thankfully, Baby had not fully matured yet. His early emergence, thanks to Chuan's intervention, coupled with the technological enhancements he had received, placed him at a higher starting point. Should Baby continue to grow, it would spell disaster. Chuan was well aware that his own combat power of 15 billion did not grant him the right to be reckless. There were always stronger beings beyond his comprehension. Thus, he resolved to strive for greater heights to maintain the upper hand. Facing the newly emerged baby, Chuan dared not be careless. On Earth, the Saiyans, utilizing their exceptional vision, observed baby. Gazing at the mechanical figure before them, they felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment and disbelief. Such a terrifying existence was a unique life form. It was truly incredible. As they expressed their sentiments, they remained oblivious to the fact that Dr. Galuo, who had been trapped aboard Frieza's spaceship, had quietly emerged. Utilizing a specialized instrument to gaze into outer space, he was particularly captivated by the mechanical form of Bai, and an involuntary longing flickered within him. A perfect physique. A perfect physique. How terrifying it would be to transform into an artificial human with such formidable strength. At that moment, my plan would come to fruition, creating the most powerful human. A manic glint flashed in Dr. Galuo's eyes. Ever since he devoted himself fully to the development of artificial humans, his ambition had been ignited and his madness awakened. He had succumbed to a state of frenzy. Though it had yet to manifest outwardly, his obsession and stubbornness gradually drove him to insanity. Even if he could not acquire such a flawless body, he yearned for a degree of that genetic material. Once he possessed that gene, he could create exceptionally powerful artificial humans. At that point, no one would be able to restrain me, nor influence my research. Dr. Galuo's madness knew no bounds. Ultimately, he returned to the spacecraft. But he was far from at ease, as he activated a concealed artificial human nutrient chamber. This was the Zero Artificial Human, a brand new creation. During this period, he had indeed produced several artificial humans, officially numbering 5. However, their combat capabilities were disappointing and did not meet expectations. Yet, his ingenuity extended beyond that. Stealthily crafting this particular artificial human was his gambit to turn the tide and break free from constraints. This artificial human was not as powerful as anticipated, possessing a combat strength of only around 500,000, yet it was still formidable. It bore a unique ability, replication. As long as it could acquire the cells and genes of others, it could duplicate their abilities, a rather fearsome power, albeit somewhat cumbersome to execute. It was not unexpected. Dr. Galuo would never reveal the hidden artificial human prematurely. He was desperate for Bai's genes. He deemed it the most perfect genetic material. No one anticipated that Dr. Galuo would be so deranged, lacking in strength, yet already scheming so astutely. His ambition was evident. Chuan, however, was unaware of Dr. Galuo's aspirations and had no inkling of his intentions. His mind was solely preoccupied with Bai. If he could resolve the matter effortlessly, it would be ideal. Yet, Bai was no simple adversary. Underestimating him could lead to disastrous consequences. Observing Chuan's prolonged silence, Bai smirked, finding the situation rather dull, and arrogantly declared, "Since you're acting like a wooden log, I shall swiftly dispose of you." How tiresome. Just as Bai was about to speak further, Chuan, who had been fixated on him, seized an opportunity and struck decisively, delivering a powerful blow to Bai's abdomen. The sound was crisp, and Bai's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated anyone could be so vile as to launch a sneak attack while he was unguarded. And the Saiyans' strength was overwhelming. In an instant, he was rendered dazed. Chuan landed another punch on Bai, who, caught off guard, was quickly subdued. Unable to retaliate, Chuan would not grant him many chances, swiftly restraining Bai while maintaining control, though expeditiously resolving the situation proved more challenging than anticipated. However, in that fleeting moment, Bai was nearly obliterated. A purple light shot forth from his eyes, directly aimed at Chuan. He swiftly retreated 2 steps, widening the gap between them, thus evading the attack. He remained vigilant, fully aware that Bai possessed not merely terrifying combat prowess, but also parasitic abilities. If any wounds were inflicted, and he seized the opportunity, it would spell disaster, especially given the relatively minor disparity in their combat strengths. In that brief moment, Chuan felt a surge of dread. Should he be successfully parasitized, he could find himself implanted with a controlling egg, rendering him defenseless against Bai, who would only grow stronger. Chapter 71. Strive, Gula. In the cosmos, the two locked gazes, igniting an unprecedented spark, as the once silent void erupted with their clashing energies. Boom! Surrounding meteoroids disintegrated into dust. Only the vacuum remained around them. In such an environment, Chuan held an absolute advantage, possessing the bloodline of the Ice Demon clan, while Bai was merely a unique life form. After a lengthy exchange of glances, Bai finally spoke. The Saiyans are indeed a peculiar race. Peculiar? Are you any less peculiar? Chuan observed him with a semblance of amusement, as if he could see through Bai entirely. In an instant, Bai was taken aback. You know me? How did you know I would appear in this vicinity? It's as if you were aware of my arrival and my very existence. How did you come by this knowledge? At that moment, Bai suddenly regained his composure. Previously, he had assumed it was mere coincidence, but the more he pondered, the more unsettling it became. He felt as though this Saiyan had been aware of him beforehand and had intercepted him. This realization invigorated him, and his expression soured. Chuan, however, offered no response, merely stating, the sins left by the Saiyans indeed deserve retribution, yet Planet Plant has been destroyed, and most Saiyans have perished alongside it, sinking into the annals of history. That is the price paid. As for you, Bai, meet your doom. As his words fell, Chuan's energy surged once more, vanishing from his original position. Bai's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated that this Saiyan seemed to possess an omniscient awareness, leaving him utterly astonished that even his name was known. How could this be? No, it must all be a fabrication, an illusion, he thought to himself, yet faced with Chuan's fierce assault, he could only struggle to defend himself, his confusion rendering his movements sluggish. He was perpetually on the defensive. No, it is impossible for anyone to know of my existence. Those who did are long gone, sent to the depths of hell. You Saiyan, I care not from whence you came or how you know of my existence. Your body shall be mine. With a furious roar, Bai transformed into a silvery liquid, surging towards Chuan to envelop him. Having anticipated this attack, Chuan retreated a step, conjuring an enormous energy wave that he hurled forward with great force. The impact met the advancing silvery liquid, which promptly began to coalesce into a humanoid shape. Bai appeared quite disheveled. Seizing the advantage, Chuan unleashed a barrage of energy waves, surrounding Bai completely. Amidst their intense battle, they remained oblivious to a minuscule robot observing them from a distance, recording their every move and transmitting it to the far reaches of the cosmic frontier, Gu-La's domain. Fully aware of the Saiyan's formidable strength, Gu-La was not merely engaged in frenzied training, he was also commanding Frieza's army. Regardless of technology or strength, he has already ascended to the pinnacle of the galaxy. To ensure absolute success, he cannot afford any mistakes. Thus, acquiring knowledge about his enemies is paramount. This has led to the creation of countless miniature robots that traverse the entire galaxy, allowing for the documentation of the battle between Chuan and Bai. The Super Saiyan, along with this extraordinary life form, is truly formidable. If caught off guard, it is likely that these two would swiftly eliminate him. When did such powerful beings emerge in the cosmos? Gula gazed at the footage transmitted by the robots, his heart tumultuous. After enduring rigorous training, his combat power had only multiplied a few dozen times. Yet, upon witnessing this, he was astounded. He felt like a mere Kalami, utterly incomparable to these two monsters. Not only was he internally shaken, but he also felt a profound sense of defeat. The once dominant Ice Demon clan now found itself feeling inadequate. Such thoughts had never crossed their minds before. Gula clenched his fist tightly, shattering the wine glass in his grip, the red wine spilling onto the ground in a cascade. He turned away without looking back. Initially, he believed that upon emerging from his seclusion, he would possess overwhelming combat prowess, but now he felt it was not yet time. He needed to bide his time a little longer. No one knew that Gula had been secretly observing, enduring the solitude while truly harnessing the bloodline of his Ice Demon clan. Of course, his strength did not solely derive from his training. Much of it relied on the advanced technology of the Frieza Force. The combination of the two had allowed his power to surge rapidly. However, when compared to the seemingly invincible Chuan, he felt woefully inadequate. Chuan, observing the beleaguered Bai, was not as composed as he appeared. He indeed held the upper hand. Yet he could not secure a decisive victory. Should the standoff continue, unforeseen complications could arise. Such occurrences were common, especially with a troublesome foe like Bai. Delays could grant the opponent an opportunity to turn the tide. Furthermore, Bai's genetic strength was formidable. If given even greater energy, he might truly reach unparalleled heights. Chuan pondered this, yet his actions remained unceasing. He understood he must leverage his strengths. Suddenly, his aura expanded dramatically, his muscles bulging as he sacrificed speed for sheer power. He believed he required more overwhelming strength. Though his speed diminished, he was aware that as long as his opponent remained unaware, he maintained an absolute advantage. Concentrating an immense energy wave in his hands, it felt as though he could obliterate the universe itself. The force rippled even towards distant Earth. He prepared to strike before his opponent noticed, for time was of the essence. The energy wave grew, as if he could wield a planet in his palm. Chapter 72. The Reunion of the Mad Doctor. How is this possible? This aura. Baby snapped back to reality, his expression one of sheer terror. He had never anticipated that after such a prolonged battle, Chuan's energy would not only remain steady, but actually increase. The overwhelming aura and the energy wave coalescing around him filled him with despair. He felt as if he had been ensnared, unable to catch his breath or move. He struggled mightily, yet whether it was due to an actual confinement or a paralyzing fear, his efforts proved futile. Observing from the shadows, the North Kai was equally astonished. This Saiyan's power is extraordinary, terrifyingly so. While the North Kai marveled at Chuan's strength, he also felt a measure of relief, believing at least this malevolent entity posed no threat. Little did he know that Chuan was merely holding on. Had his combat power not doubled in an instant, he would not have been able to unleash such a fearsome energy wave. This was the pursuit of ultimate power. Strength had increased, yet speed had diminished. Were it not for his own awareness, the situation could have spiraled out of control. Baby was engulfed in fear, yet he was powerless to act, forced to watch as the two colossal energy waves slowly consumed him. When the waves enveloped his body, he felt his very essence dissolving, even the vital chip within him disintegrating into nothingness. He had no opportunity left, not even a final scream escaped his lips, given time to develop. He could have evolved into the most formidable of foes, but Chuan, well versed in the narrative, would never allow such a scenario to unfold. All threats must be extinguished in their infancy, lest they endanger him. Witnessing Baby's demise, Chuan finally exhaled, reverting from Super Saiyan form, his entire presence slightly diminished. The ordeal had concluded. Although the process had been somewhat perilous, he had eliminated an uncertain factor. Resolving this without reaching his utmost potential was indeed the best outcome. However, this incident served as a reminder. Gazing into the distance at the gradually calming cosmos, Chuan realized that while his combat power was commendable, it was insufficient in the vast universe, and his methods were too singular. Whether in combat or retreat, his techniques were exceedingly limited. He suddenly recalled Sun Wukong's instant transmission learned on Yatalate Star. If he could acquire this ability, he would no longer need to rely on the Dragon Balls for movement. Should any issues arise, he could instantly arrive at the battlefield, and even escape with remarkable speed. Moreover, the Yatalate beings possessed not only instant transmission but also unique skills. Regardless of whether he could learn them, simply being in their presence would allow the signing system to grant him similar abilities. Thus, Chuan resolved to find time for a visit. This could not be delayed. Skills that allow both offense and defense are always welcome. After summarizing the events, Chuan made his way back to Earth. However, unbeknownst to him, a peculiar robot lingered in the distance, Dr. Mio. As a robot, he emitted no discernible energy. One would need to observe closely to detect him. He had sustained severe injuries when his spacecraft was destroyed, yet he remained intact, his program still operational. As numbers flickered in his eyes, his systems gradually activated, and he slowly rose to his feet. Just as he was about to fully stand, a figure appeared beside him, artificial human number 0, the ultimate trump card of Dr. Jeluo. Though not powerful in combat, it bore significant implications, as it could collect any genetic material. All collected genetic cells would be swiftly transmitted to Dr. Jeluo's repository. Simultaneously, this entirely new artificial being possesses the remarkable ability to absorb energy. It can harness the energy that dissipates into the air, which in turn enhances its combat prowess. In the recent skirmish, it not only acquired the genes of Baby, but also gathered a wealth of technological information. At this moment, gazing at the severely damaged robot, Ling Hao established a remote connection to relay the information he had obtained to Dr. Guo. Ultimately, the voice of Dr. Guo resonated from the mouth of the artificial being. Greetings, extraterrestrial life form. I am Dr. Guo from Earth. I wonder if you would be interested in a collaboration? Dr. Miao observed Ling Hao intently, his expression shifting through a myriad of emotions. Logically speaking, he was indeed the creator of Baby. However, upon being granted life, he could no longer remain under the control of others. He had secretly liberated himself from Baby's grasp. Initially, he sought an opportunity to harness Baby's immense power. But before he could act, Baby was already destroyed. He narrowly escaped death himself. Thus, he had accumulated substantial information, but creating another Baby was beyond his capabilities. Nevertheless, he could utilize the same methods to forge a warrior of equal strength. This realization instilled a sense of confidence in him. Upon hearing Dr. Gua's proposition, he fell into deep contemplation. The extraterrestrial technology before him seemed promising. Confronted with various challenges alone, he pondered the unimaginable advantages that could arise from collaboration. After considerable reflection, Dr. Miao nodded in agreement. I am open to the idea of collaboration, but you must present me with technology that meets my expectations. Otherwise, I shall decline your offer. Thus, the two reached a preliminary consensus. Ling Hao discreetly led Dr. Miao back to Earth, concealing their actions from everyone. All were still immersed in joy, celebrating the defeat of such a formidable adversary. However, no one noticed the subtle maneuvers of Dr. Gua. The collaboration between Dr. Gua and Dr. Miao was officially established. The fusion of these two mad scientists promised to ignite terrifying sparks of innovation. With a triumphant smile gracing his face, Dr. Gua gradually entered the spacecraft. Chapter 73, Evaluation of Results. Chuan returned to Earth, greeted by a throng of adoring gazes. Boss, you are truly extraordinary. How did you achieve such strength? It is astonishing that even such a terrifying foe could hardly withstand a few of your strikes. The onlookers only witnessed the outcome, naturally concluding that Chuan was immensely powerful, capable of effortlessly vanquishing enemies. Yet, only he understood that the process was far from simple. Had he not possessed intimate knowledge of Baby, he might have faced a grueling battle, possibly even perilous defeat. The clash of blades remained concealed in the shadows. Unbeknownst to the gathered crowd, Chuan offered no extensive explanations. Even if he did, no one would genuinely heed them, especially as Baby appeared so feeble in his hands. With diligent training, you too can attain such formidable combat power. Did you witness the earlier spectacle? A chorus of Saiyans nodded in agreement. That was the transformation into Super Saiyan, a state attainable through the Saiyan bloodline, though it necessitates mastery over extreme rage or emotion to reach such heights. My previous transformation was Super Saiyan 2, which amplifies base combat power by 100-fold, while Super Saiyan 1 offers a 50-fold increase, surpassing the power of the regular form by 20 times. Through this battle, Chuan elaborated on the might of the Saiyans, particularly the enhancements gained from transformation. In that moment, all present felt not only astonishment, but also a glimmer of yearning in their eyes. Is this truly achievable? If so, the potential of our combat power is unfathomable. If they could indeed reach such a level, their combat prowess would ascend to terrifying new heights. Considering their current base power was already formidable. However, as excitement waned, they gradually regained composure. Some in attendance could not even execute the regular Super Saiyan transformation, let alone the Super Saiyan 1 form. So this is the unique power of our Saiyan lineage? A Saiyan Na murmured to herself, one of the few adept in the regular Super Saiyan transformation. Moreover, her combat strength was exceedingly formidable. For a female Saiyan to truly shine was no small feat. Beside her, Shin and Bobo felt a surge of unease. The ability to amplify one's base combat power several times over through transformation was astonishing. What sort of race could possess such terrifying potential? If their base power was already formidable, what would it mean after a 100-fold increase? The implications were staggering. This realization clarified just how exaggerated and extraordinary the Saiyans truly were. Few extraterrestrials could ever reach such heights. In the face of the crowd's astonishment, Chuan maintained an air of nonchalance. Anyone would be amazed to learn they could amplify their base power exponentially. Yet, he emphasized that while amplification is significant, one's inherent base power remains crucial. Otherwise, no amount of enhancement would suffice. As he observed the crowd gradually processing the information he had shared, Chuan casually remarked, "Transformation is indeed a Saiyan technique, but it is not the sole means of strength. If one's base power is lacking, no transformation will yield substantial combat prowess. Personal strength is equally vital. In the pursuit of ultimate transformation, one must not overlook this." After imparting this wisdom to the gathering, Chuan chose to step back, leaving the success of their transformations to their own efforts while merely guiding them in the right direction. The path remained for them to tread. Furthermore, not everyone could transform into a Super Saiyan. Even those of pure blood experienced variations in talent. Even with the dragon's enhancements to their potential, without diligent effort, their limits would remain. Hence, Chuan entrusted them with the choice. After bidding farewell to the assembly, Chuan made his way to the main ship of the Frieza force. At this moment, Dr. Gua had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Chuan's arrival, a sycophantic smile spread across Dr. Gua's face. Regardless of his eccentricities, he was acutely aware of who held the reins of power. Moreover, Chuan's displayed strength was beyond anything he could hope to match. He doubted even the most advanced artificial beings could contend with Chuan. Master Chuan, you have arrived. Please allow me to showcase the results of my research during your absence. I have heard you have developed numerous artificial beings. It seems your efforts have borne fruit. As Chuan stepped into the spacecraft, he immediately noticed the transformed interior, a reflection of his own contributions. The spaceship had undergone significant changes, becoming more mechanized and populated with various robots. While the combat capabilities of these robots were modest, their intelligence was striking, serving as effective assistants to Dr. Gua. Observing Chuan scrutinizing the robots, Dr. Gua explained, "These are newly designed intelligent robots. Each possesses the strength of contemporary martial artists, with the most powerful reaching combat levels of over 100. However, they are primarily assistant-type robots, lacking significant combat prowess. The true combat-oriented robots must be the artificial humans, endowed with extraordinary abilities and agile physiques that confer a distinct advantage in battle." Under Dr. Gua's guidance, Chuan has gained some understanding of his current system. Perhaps having been the first to acquire extraterrestrial technology, Dr. Gua's techniques have matured significantly, resulting in both robots and artificial humans boasting remarkably advanced technology. Even a mere auxiliary robot possesses hundreds of combat power. The artificial humans, undoubtedly, should be even more formidable. However, Chuan is not overly concerned with the strength of the artificial humans. His primary desire is for them to possess an array of functionalities. This is precisely what he hopes to witness. Subsequently, Dr. Gua led him to the laboratory dedicated to artificial humans, which housed numerous specimens, both failures and successes. This area contained the failures, all of which fell short of his expectations, yet they possessed unique traits, with combat power reaching into the thousands. They could serve as cannon fodder, although controlling them proved somewhat cumbersome and they lacked any particular strengths. In a slightly more advanced section, there were specimens that exhibited some prowess, albeit with inferior energy resources, which remained an undeniable shortcoming. Dr. Gua meticulously introduced his experiments, perhaps to demonstrate their utility, showcasing all of his research achievements, which left Chuan quite satisfied. Chapter 74. Farewell to Dr. Bela Bay. Indeed, it seems there are some results. Albeit not as formidable as anticipated, yet your technology is commendable. Chuan felt a deep sense of satisfaction, for he had witnessed Dr. Gua's growth. However, these research outcomes held little significance for him. Thus, he inquired once more, "Are there any noteworthy results? I have heard that you have created several powerful artificial humans. Although their combat power may not be exceptional, their abilities are quite remarkable." Indeed, Dr. Gua proceeded to present his findings. This is the true success, artificial human number 1. Boasting a combat power of 70,000, with energy issues resolved, it can absorb energy dispersed in the surroundings, although its recovery is somewhat sluggish. Nevertheless, it surpasses most artificial humans in strength. This particular specimen is an alien, robust in stature, adorned in an unusual blue hue. Its combat prowess is indeed formidable. Most importantly, the energy recovery signifies a groundbreaking advancement. Of course, this merely represents an improvement from nothing to something. In his view, this method of energy acquisition is not particularly sophisticated nor advisable. His own recovery capabilities far exceed those of this artificial human, let alone acquiring skills from it. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, Dr. Gua has made significant progress, and it is essential not to dampen his enthusiasm. Aside from artificial human number 1, are there any other specimens? Please present all your finished products. If any stand out, failures are also acceptable. Chuan's motivation for encouraging Dr. Gua to develop artificial humans was not rooted in the belief that they possessed infinite potential, but rather in his desire to extract diverse skills from them. As for whether Dr. Guo might rebel, that was not within his considerations, as long as his own power ascended rapidly. He would forever remain the sword of Damocles above Dr. Guo's head. Upon hearing Mu Chuan's words, Dr. Guo introduced further specimens. Artificial humans number 2 and No. 3 share the same model as number 1, with relatively low combat power, yet they possess the ability to autonomously recover. However, by the time they reached artificial human No. 4, some modifications had been made. It could extract corresponding energy from enemies, albeit at a slow rate, only managing to acquire 1/10 of what was available. Upon hearing this, Mu Chuan's eyes lit up. This is precisely what he desired. At the very least, reaching this level of research is commendable, prompting him to regard Dr. Guo with newfound respect. Excellent. Please continue. Dr. Guo sequentially introduced more specimens. By the time they reached artificial human number 8, notable differences emerged. This specimen could freely reorganize its body, allowing it to split into various parts. This ability bore some resemblance to baby's powers, yet it differed in execution. With each division, it could absorb distinct energies from its surroundings, subsequently reassembling to enhance its combat power slightly. This capability belongs to an alien race, and Dr. Guo has ingeniously utilized it to create a formidable artificial human. Following this, Dr. Guo presented all his research results, though whether this was a complete account remains uncertain. After evaluating the outcomes, Mu Chuan expressed his profound satisfaction. He had indeed witnessed the progress of artificial humans. Should a legion of artificial humans be formed, the implications would be terrifying. Very well, you have made significant strides. At the very least, the technology you command is no longer comparable to that of Earth. However, further efforts are required. What you need to do next is to mass-produce every model of artificial human while designing a self-destruct protocol to be implemented at any time. Mu Chuan gazed intently at Dr. Guo. He harbored no fears regarding an overabundance of artificial humans, for he had already demonstrated his formidable prowess. Until Dr. Guo surpassed him, any rash actions would be utterly inconceivable. Of course, he also intended to utilize the artificial humans to venture into the cosmos. Particularly with the Frieza army under the control of Gula, the entire North Galaxy had entered a state of vulnerability. Without powerful mercenaries, chaos would ensue. The time for his artificial human army to emerge has arrived. Dr. Guo, confronted by Mu Chuan's fiercely aggressive gaze, dared not exhibit a hint of hesitation and promptly nodded. Hand over all models of artificial humans to Dr. Bela Bey. I have other uses for them. Having spoken, Mu Chuan departed without affording any opportunity for rebuttal. And at that moment, Dr. Guo did not dare to contradict him. The reason for transferring all models to Dr. Bela Bey was to ensure that backups were retained. Moreover, he intended to experiment to ascertain if he could successfully sign one of them. If he succeeded, it would grant him an additional skill, as his skill slots were rather monotonous. Both combat and recovery skills were somewhat lacking, necessitating various methods to gradually enrich his repertoire. Artificial humans were one avenue, but not the sole one. He also needed to prepare for a journey to Yade La Xing, a truly formidable planet. Though not particularly strong, it possessed an array of bizarre abilities, which would significantly diversify his skills and transform him into a versatile warrior. Exiting Dr. Guo's laboratory, Mu Chuan proceeded without hesitation towards Dr. Bela Bey's lab. Dr. Bela Bey had also acquired extraterrestrial technology, yet his research diverged, focusing more on assistance and support rather than combat. Consequently, most supply-related innovations were developed by Dr. Bela Bey. The laboratories of both men were somewhat distinct. While Dr. Bela Bey's facility appeared high-tech, there were no robots in sight as he tended to engage directly in his work. Upon Mu Chuan's entry into the lab, alarms sounded. Before long, Dr. Bela Bey approached. Mu Chuan, it has been a long time. Dr. Bela Bey. Their relationship lacked any hierarchical structure, leaning more towards collaboration, which rendered their interactions refreshingly straightforward. Dr. Bela Bey sought to explore alien technology, while Mu Chuan had the means to procure it. Thus, the two individuals found a remarkable synergy, resulting in their current collaboration. Dr. Bela Bey is not as illustrious in his introductions as Dr. Guoluo, for the majority of the resources at their disposal have long been in the hands of the Saiyans. Dr. Bela Bey, however, does not harbor any secrets and merely observes with mild interest. After touring the laboratory, Dr. Bela Bey, whether intentionally or not, made a notable remark. What do you think of Dr. Guoluo? Mu Chuan cast a glance at Dr. Balabi, realizing that considerable events had indeed transpired recently. Logically, a scientist of Dr. Balabi's caliber should focus more on technological research rather than external affairs. Typically, even other doctors would not pay much attention without a common language. Yet, Dr. Balabi's sudden inquiry about Dr. Guoluo indicated that the latter must have done something noteworthy to capture his attention. Dr. Guoluo is a rare talent, albeit one with considerable ambition, unlikely to be easily satisfied. Mu Chuan did not conceal his thoughts. Drawing from his recollections of the original work and his interactions with the Guoluo clan, he rendered an objective assessment. Dr. Balabi nodded silently. Indeed, Dr. Guoluo is gifted, his ideas being nothing short of ingenious and highly referenceable. However, his overwhelming ambition poses a risk. One could surmise that his aspirations might eventually backfire. Dr. Balabi's tone was serious, devoid of jest. Mu Chuan met his gaze, then smiled. Setting aside the potential consequences of Dr. Guoluo, Dr. Balabi's demeanor was sufficient to warrant significant trust. He was not merely an ambitious dreamer. Why do you smile? This is a grave matter, Dr. Balabi inquired, puzzled. Mu Chuan shook his head in response, clarifying, "It is not that I do not take this seriously. Rather, your words assure me that you are a trustworthy individual. Therefore, I shall be candid. I recognize Dr. Guoluo as an ambitious figure, yet I require such ambition. Only through relentless drive can we develop increasingly formidable androids. As long as my power exceeds his, he poses no threat to me. I have always believed that my progress outstrips that of anyone else." In that moment, Mu Chuan radiated confidence. His combat prowess had surged to over 10 billion in a remarkably short span, which bolstered his self-assurance. Moreover, thanks to his memories from the original narrative, he was advancing at a pace faster than most, coupled with the immense potential afforded by his lineage. This constituted his foundation of confidence. Dr. Balabi, momentarily taken aback, typically a rational individual who refrained from placing faith in others easily, found himself almost swayed by Mu Chuan's statements and unwavering confidence. After a brief silence, Dr. Balabi remarked, "Very well, you are indeed the true boss. I shall assist you to the best of my abilities, while keeping a vigilant eye on Dr. Guoluo. Regardless of your perspective, I must fulfill my responsibilities. I will not allow him to wreak havoc. Should he pose any danger to Earth, I will be the first to intervene, regardless of your wishes." Although Dr. Balabi is a kind-hearted individual, primarily focused on developing supportive products, he is by no means weak. His inventions carry revolutionary significance, and he possesses the capability to restrain Dr. Guoluo, which is why he feels emboldened to make such declarations. Mu Chuan refrained from disputing this, silently informing Dr. Balabi of the progress regarding androids gleaned from Dr. Guoluo's laboratory. Simultaneously, he entrusted Dr. Balabi with the androids acquired from Dr. Guoluo. Subsequently, Mu Chuan exited Dr. Balabi's laboratory, with two distinctly specialized doctors collaborating. Their foundation was exceptionally stable, with logistics and equipment already at the forefront of cosmic technology. Furthermore, due to the Science, Bobo, and the Supreme Kai's interventions in Earth's development, Earth's martial artists had made significant advancements, with their strength having doubled from its previous state. While they still lagged far behind extraterrestrial beings, this was merely the beginning. Notably, renowned martial artists seem to have undergone a remarkable awakening. It is essential to note that this transformation was not solely due to the influence of the Supreme Kai and Bobo. They had also acquired valuable insights from extraterrestrials. Without such knowledge, the Supreme Kai and Bobo would have struggled to propel Earth into a phase of rapid development, as their abilities are ultimately limited. Regarding Earth's evolution, Mu Chuan chose not to intervene deliberately. He believed that as Earth's martial artists grew stronger, so too might Sun Wukong, who could potentially forge a unique path. This prospect filled him with anticipation. Upon exiting the laboratory, Mu Chuan found a Saiyan Na and Bobo waiting for him. A Saiyan Na was the first to speak. "Boss, what is your current level of combat power?" Initially, Mu Chuan contemplated deflecting the question. He wished to enlighten the Saiyans about the harsh realities of the universe without demoralizing them. Unless necessary, he had no intention of revealing his true capabilities. However, upon observing a Saiyan Na's serious expression, he reconsidered. "Do you truly wish to know?" A Saiyan Na nodded earnestly. "You have always borne the brunt of our battles, whether against Frieza or the previous monster. All of these events have seen you take the lead. We should have been fighting alongside you. Yet at some point, we found ourselves unable to assist. We are all Saiyans. Even though you have revealed to us the true utilization of our bloodline powers, we remain hindered by our innate gifts and are unable to manifest them. This is our shortcoming, but we wish to understand the extent of the gap between us. What level must we achieve to genuinely aid you? For every Saiyan, pride resides deeply within their hearts, even among lower-tier warriors. However, the brief span of time had presented numerous challenges, leading to feelings of inadequacy as their combat power reached tens of millions. Yet, when faced with adversaries, they found themselves retreating, unable to assist, a situation they could not bear. Among them, a Saiyan had mastered the transformation into a Super Saiyan, yet even so, during Chuan's duel with Bebe, she felt utterly powerless. The thought of merely approaching the fray seemed insurmountable. This was precisely why, upon seeing Chuan emerge from the laboratory, a Saiyan felt compelled to voice such a request. She yearned to confront the overwhelming pressure of supreme combat power. Only by facing their fears could they unlock their potential. The assembly of Saiyans nodded solemnly, in agreement with the Saiyan. Chuan surveyed the serious expressions around him, realizing he could no longer evade the inquiry. With a hint of resignation, he stated, "Since you wish to confront my true strength, prepare to face the formidable power of a Super Saiyan. This is the might of the Saiyan race." Chapter 76. Demonstrating power. Chuan's eyes narrowed, and the previously concealed aura erupted forth in an instant. The sky changed dramatically, and his combat power soared to its zenith. A regular fighting capacity of 1.5 billion left everyone in astonishment. This power, more terrifying than Frieza. The Saiyans widened their eyes, disbelief etched on their faces, as they thought they had already imagined the most exaggerated scenario. Yet, they could never have anticipated the sheer terror of Chuan's combat prowess. His regular fighting capacity surpassed Frieza's. The implications of him transforming into a Super Saiyan were unfathomable. Before they could recover from their shock, Chuan's aura exploded once more, amplifying tenfold. Just as they were about to voice their astonishment, Chuan calmly stated, "This is the power of the great ape, enhancing my regular fighting capacity by 10 times. At that moment, his combat strength reached 1.5 billion, his aura appearing somewhat wild. But this was not the end. Before the crowd could fully comprehend, Chuan's combat power surged again. The brutal aura that enveloped him gradually dissipated, replaced by a golden radiance. With a resounding boom, it seemed as though the Temple of the Gods had triggered a sonic boom. The clouds around the Zhou family dispersed, revealing a cerulean sky. This was the mimetic Super Saiyan form, a state that lies between the Super Saiyan and the great ape power, boasting a 30-fold enhancement of regular combat strength. The power appeared less chaotic, relatively easier to control. Not only was he showcasing his might, but he was also elucidating the transformation and characteristics of the Saiyans to the gathered crowd. After all, not everyone was well-versed in the Saiyan transformations. He explained based on his understanding from the original work, gradually exploring and combining it with practical experience. As he elaborated, the numerous Saiyans present gained a more intuitive understanding of the mimetic Super Saiyan. A few Saiyans, who were on the verge of mastering it but had struggled until now, began to feel their own auras rising. In an instant, 2 more formidable auras emerged in the Temple of the Gods. 2 Saiyans transformed into the mimetic Super Saiyan, their bodies radiating golden light, their combat strength directly amplifying 30-fold. Witnessing this scene, Bobo and the God of the Heavens stared wide-eyed. This race was truly terrifying. Initially, they thought this transformation was merely an anomaly, but it turned out to be relatively common. If everyone possessed such a fearsome transformation, how exaggerated would that be? The God of the Heavens was dumbfounded. The more he observed, the more he felt the terror of this group of Saiyans. If the universe were filled with such a race, it was truly unimaginable how dangerous it could be. Of course, this notion was unrealistic. The Saiyans were inherently a unique existence, not universally applicable. Bobo and the God of the Heavens were mistaken. Had it not been for Chuan's use of the Dragon of Namek, most Saiyans would not have had the potential to transform into the mimetic Super Saiyan. This required talent and insight. Average lower-tier warriors certainly did not possess such abilities or gifts. Not everyone is a Sun Wukong. However, with the enhancement of all Saiyans' innate potential, they had long since surpassed the limits of lower-tier warriors, and reaching the level of upper-tier warriors was now a possibility. Thus, the scene before them unfolded. Chuan gazed at the two who had mastered the mimetic Super Saiyan with a sense of satisfaction. His display of power was not in vain. Yet, he did not intend to conclude here. As the golden light enveloped him, his gaze gradually filled with a murderous intent, his eyebrows and hair transitioning from black to gold. When his black hair transformed into golden locks, his combat power surged once more to 7.5 billion. This was the might of the Super Saiyan form, also referred to as Super Saiyan 1. Chuan's cold gaze scrutinized the crowd as he spoke slowly. With his transformation into a Super Saiyan, his aura and presence underwent a complete metamorphosis, exuding an air of danger. This transformation left everyone present in a state of astonishment. However, what truly shocked them was what Chuan stated next. They had heard of this Super Saiyan transformation, but upon hearing Chuan's words, they felt both awe and confusion. Super Saiyan 1. Could there be a Super Saiyan 2? Just as they pondered, Chuan did not leave them waiting long. Golden lightning began to gather around him. This was the Super Saiyan 2 form, based on the Saiyan bloodline, commonly referred to as the second level of Super Saiyan. His combat power doubled once more. It surged to 15 billion, a testament to the Super Saiyan 2 transformation, which represented a doubling of strength from Super Saiyan 1. At this moment, the venue fell into silence. The crowd felt incredulous. They had initially thought the Super Saiyan transformation was already exaggerated, only to find that there was another level of transformation beyond that. The combat power had doubled again. Unbelievable. Truly astonishing. Bobo and the God of the Heavens were nearly speechless, and it was not just them. Even the assembly of Saiyans were overwhelmed by disbelief. Was this truly within their reach? At that moment, they could scarcely fathom the terrifying potential of the Saiyan bloodline. If they truly aspired to reach such heights as their leader, how immensely powerful would that be? Is this a level we can attain? A Saiyan murmured, finding it hard to believe. After all, before the destruction of Planet Vegeta, the strongest Saiyans barely reached tens of thousands. The thought of any greater strength seemed unfathomable. Now, their combat power had not only reached millions, but could also be exaggerated through transformations. There were even more outrageous transformations ahead, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. On North Kai's planet, North Kai was equally focused on Earth. Upon witnessing Chuan's transformation, he was left utterly astounded, feeling as if his understanding had been shattered. A Saiyan could achieve such heights, surpassing countless Friezas. How terrifying was that? What kind of race was this? Not only did they possess incredible potential, but they also had such peculiar transformations. It was utterly absurd. Was it the race itself that was terrifying, or was Chuan an anomaly? North Kai wanted to attribute it to Chuan's uniqueness, but the other Saiyans, while not as formidable, displayed commendable talent. They had all mastered the mimetic Super Saiyan. How far were they from mastering the Super Saiyan transformation? Chapter 77. New Skill, Energy Reservoir. In the face of everyone's astonishment, Chuan remained relatively composed. He had anticipated their reactions when preparing to demonstrate his power. However, this was not his full strength. Even though Super Saiyan 2 had reached a combat power of 15 billion, it was merely a manifestation of the Saiyan bloodline. If he were to combine it with the bloodline of the Ice Demon clan, he would attain another form, resulting in a further increase in combat power. However, this transformation was not universal, which is why he refrained from showcasing it. Moreover, it was his trump card. Such a card must not be revealed easily. His full fighting capacity could potentially exceed 20 billion, and if he sacrificed speed for strength, his combat power could double again. However, this ability can only erupt for a brief period and cannot sustain prolonged combat. For this reason, when facing Baby, he did not use it at the outset but chose to double his combat power at a crucial moment, which proved to be decisive. Sensing the astonishment of the crowd, Chuan cast a glance at the assembled Saiyans and remarked, "Provided the timing is right, you too can achieve this. Believe in yourselves, anything is possible." Yet, it is essential to understand that regardless of how many transformations we Saiyans possess, they merely serve as a means of enhancement. The foundation of our inherent combat strength is paramount. The stronger one's base combat power, the greater the enhancement will be. At this moment, Chuan also took the opportunity to remind them that he feared the Saiyans might get lost in the pursuit of ultimate transformations while neglecting their original combat abilities. If one solely pursues transformations, it would indeed be a case of losing sight of the fundamental in favor of the trivial. Having memories from his past life, He possessed a profound understanding of the original narrative, allowing him to discern what is truly important and what is secondary. Consequently, he would not find himself in confusion. Rather, it was the other Saiyans who needed constant reminders. Straying from the path could lead to irreversible consequences. The group of Saiyans, amidst their shock, pondered his words. Chuan's statements indeed forced them to confront their own issues. Although the Saiyans had means to amplify their combat power through transformations, if their base combat strength was lacking, no enhancement would significantly elevate their prowess. They were well aware of this fact. A Saiyan scoffed, saying, "Even Super Saiyans have not fully mastered their transformations. It seems premature to consider these matters now. Currently, none of us can achieve Super Saiyan transformation. If we reach that level, it will not be too late to contemplate these issues. Moreover, there is still the Super Saiyan too." Her words garnered consensus among the group, as they had not yet reached such heights and thus did not need to ponder these matters prematurely. The ability to transform into a Super Saiyan was the priority. Chuan shook his head in resignation. He did not elaborate further, having already given the necessary reminders. The path they chose was ultimately up to them. After all, true understanding comes from personal experience, and others' advice can only serve as guidance. At this moment, the group's combat strength was not robust. Attaining a higher amplification was indeed of utmost importance. With a swift motion, Chuan exited his Super Saiyan 2 state, as maintaining that form would exhaust a considerable amount of his stamina. "I have demonstrated the transformation of a Super Saiyan to you. Now the next steps are up to you. While our Saiyan bloodline is indeed potent, it is crucial to utilize our emotions judiciously. Emotions will be the sole criterion for becoming a Super Saiyan. This is something you must explore for yourselves." Due to the complexity of the explanation, Chuan provided only a hint, leaving the interpretation to them. Shortly thereafter, Chuan announced his intention to venture into the universe, which immediately captured everyone's attention. The god of Earth quickly inquired, "Chuan, are you heading into the universe?" "Indeed, for there are many formidable monsters in the cosmos. If we remain stagnant and fail to seize the opportunity to train, we will surely encounter such beasts one day. I do not wish to appear powerless and helpless when faced with an adversary. A unique life form like Baby has already posed a significant threat. I hope to find ways to enhance my combat power in the universe." He articulated his purpose clearly. However, he did not disclose which planet he intended to visit next. His statement left everyone present in a state of astonishment. They were already so powerful, yet still not satisfied? The implication that there might be even more terrifying entities in the universe was unfathomable. Whether it be Bobo, the god of Earth, or the Saiyans present, they found it difficult to believe. Are there truly more fearsome beings in the universe? One Saiyan asked hesitantly, echoing the collective sentiment. In response to the inquiry, Chuan did not hesitate. "Indeed, in the distant cosmos, there exist many powerful beings, capable of crushing me with a mere finger. However, they do not awaken easily. Some may already be active in the universe, but we remain unaware. Do not underestimate the universe, nor confine your perspective. Otherwise, regret will inevitably follow." Chuan spoke with grave seriousness, providing no opportunity for contemplation. His words made it clear to all present that while their combat power was formidable, it was insufficient to dominate everything. Thus, they must exercise greater caution. The numerous Saiyans were indeed awakened to a new awareness. If their leader spoke thus, it signified the existence of truly terrifying monsters in the universe. They must strive even harder. In that moment, all dismissive attitudes vanished, replaced by gravity and caution. As the group pondered in thought, Chuan suddenly paused. Just moments ago, the system had completed another sign-in, which was somewhat different from before. This time, he did not gain combat power, but rather acquired a special skill. Ding! Time S up, sign-in successful. Reward skill, energy reserve. Chuan never anticipated that just before leaving Earth, he would receive a sign-in skill, and this particular skill took him by surprise. What kind of skill was this? Why had he never heard of it before? In the realm of Dragon Ball, it seemed that such a skill had never appeared. Could it be? Chapter 78. Heading to Planet Adela. In the context of the Dragon Ball universe, Chuan had never encountered such a skill, and for the system to validate the sign-in, it had to be quite close to a specific condition. At this moment, he remained in the God of Earth's palace. Thus, there was only one possibility: Dr. Gero. Chuan glanced back at Dr. Gero's laboratory. He understood that this individual was certainly concealing something. During their introduction, There had been no mention of such a model of android. Not even a semblance existed. However, he was well aware of Dr. Gero's grand ambitions and that he would not be easily controlled. With this sign-in, Chuan truly comprehended that Dr. Gero harbored considerable hidden power. Yet, he did not intend to expose him. Instead, he planned to allow Dr. Gero to develop, for only by leveraging Dr. Gero's ambition could truly terrifying androids be created. At that point, he could intercept them midway. Of course, this also stemmed from his strong confidence in the speed of his own power growth. He believed he could elevate his strength significantly in a short period. Currently, the primary focus remained on enhancing his capabilities. Planet Vegeta was the first choice. After exhibiting his strength, Chuan conveyed several matters, with the most being entrusted to a Saiyan, given her superior abilities. I will be away for a considerable time, and I leave everything on Earth in your hands. However, you may also allow others to take turns in guarding. Focus on strengthening yourselves, but above all, keep a close watch on Dr. Gero. That man is not to be underestimated. Should any issues arise, contact me first through the spacecraft's communicator. Chuan provided a thorough explanation. The Saiyan nodded solemnly. As for the surveillance of Dr. Geluo, it has been consistently enforced since the moment he arrived at the Tianjin. However, with Chuan's repeated emphasis, it is only natural that they exercise even greater caution. A Saiyan has always been stationed to ensure that no unexpected incidents occur. This is a source of reassurance. And Dr. Bela Bay is also vigilantly monitoring the situation, ensuring that our base remains secure. This is the best approach. However, under this premise, you must prioritize enhancing your strength. Only by becoming more powerful can you effectively handle any unforeseen circumstances. The methods for Saiyans to elevate their abilities have been fully demonstrated to you. Strive in that direction, but do not forget your base combat prowess. Aside from engaging in battles with one another, make ample use of the gravity chamber. This will keep our bodies in a state of resilience, and our standard combat power can increase rapidly. Chuan feared that the Saiyans might forget their training or become negligent, so he expressed everything clearly, even placing special emphasis on the gravity chamber. For him, the enhancement in the gravity chamber was relatively slow and did not achieve the desired effect. However, for the other Saiyans, it remains an excellent method, capable of providing prolonged training. After all, the remaining Saiyans are primarily lower-tier warriors. Their innate talents are not particularly strong. Even with the Dragon Shenlong's enhancements to their abilities and potential, the improvements remain limited. In the absence of strong innate gifts, they must rely on their own efforts to reach a certain level. Currently, their combat power is indeed among the stronger tiers in the universe. However, considering Chuan's understanding of the Dragon Ball world, he does not regard them as exceptionally powerful, even as he feels a sense of urgency himself. With his emergence, it is as if the flutter of a butterfly's wings is subtly altering everything. If they continue to act according to past memories, they will undoubtedly face significant losses. After Chuan's careful briefing, a Saiyan took it seriously, preparing to summon all Saiyans to discuss upcoming training and patrol matters collectively. Particularly, mutual combat is of utmost importance. After all, Saiyans are renowned as a warrior race. Without combat, they cannot rapidly enhance their abilities, nor can they reach their peak potential. Therefore, in the absence of suitable opponents, they must engage in practice battles among themselves to fully unleash the talents of their bloodline. A Saiyan gladly accepted the suggestion, and Chuan expressed satisfaction, at least feeling that his efforts were not in vain. Subsequently, after making some adjustments, Chuan boarded the spacecraft and set course for Planet Vegeta. Previously, he had already located the interstellar coordinates of Planet Vegeta from the Frieza Forces system. His proactive search yielded quick results, as he naturally found his desired target. This was a location marked by the Frieza Force, making it relatively easy to track down. Thus, his objective was clear as he gazed at the spacecraft soaring towards the sky. At the Tianjin, everyone displayed various expressions. A Saiyan exhibited an unprecedented seriousness. The more Chuan explained, the greater the pressure she felt. After all, matters entrusted by the leader are undoubtedly significant. It seems our strength remains too weak. If we were slightly stronger, our risk resilience would not be so poor. We always need the leader to intervene. Super Saiyan, I will master this transformation. A Saiyan's eyes shimmered with an unprecedented determination. She then entered the training room. The other Saiyans, according to their respective duties, were also engaged in their activities. Those without patrol assignments were notably serious, diligently training even harder than before. The more they understood the gap, the more they recognized their weakness. Meanwhile, Chuan possessed such terrifying combat power, yet remained unrelenting, truly serving as an exemplary model for them. Consequently, they dared not become complacent. Besides them, Bobo and Tian were guiding the Earthlings in their martial arts training, albeit with relatively slow progress that still yielded noticeable results. Among them, Wu Taido had already reached a combat power of 600, which is quite formidable. However, this also gave rise to another issue: the malevolent Piccolo Daimao, whose combat prowess was somewhat lacking and could potentially be eliminated by Wu Taido at any moment. Moreover, Piccolo Daimao shared a life link with Tian, which complicated Tian's ability to intervene. Bobo, observing the situation, felt uncertain about how to proceed, striving to prevent Piccolo Daimao from causing destruction while ensuring that the other martial artists avoided contact with him. This was merely a temporary measure and did not provide any real solution. However, if they were to inform Chuan about this matter, it could be resolved more effectively. Yet, they preferred to keep Science from becoming too involved in Earth's affairs, as it could easily lead to unnecessary complications. Chapter 79. The Urgency of Strengthening Power. Compared to the others, Chuan's departure inevitably evoked a sense of sadness, accompanied by an inexplicable pressure. However, one individual felt an unprecedented sense of relief: Dr. Galuo. Watching the spacecraft ascend into the sky, he could not help but reveal a knowing smile. Simultaneously, he continued to operate the main control computer, which was connecting with another life form, Dr. Mio. Following the battle, the Zero artificial being dispatched by Dr. Galuo had retrieved Dr. Mio from the battlefield. The two reached a cooperative agreement to jointly develop artificial beings, united by a common goal: revenge. Although Dr. Mio was not wholly loyal to Baby, as he was still his creator, and given that he had nearly lost his life in that battle, he was naturally inclined to seek vengeance if the opportunity arose. Meanwhile, Dr. Galuo sought to break free from control. To do so, he needed immense power. Thus, they found common ground and began their frenzied research, combining their knowledge. However, Dr. Galuo failed to anticipate that he was already under careful scrutiny. Within the main control computer, a program was being activated. On the other end, Dr. Bei's main control computer displayed Dr. Galuo's actions. Not only that, but Dr. Bei also documented everything as incriminating evidence, while simultaneously copying the research of the two mad scientists. Although he disdained such experiments with artificial beings, he recognized their potential utility as a backup for future use. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy leads to victory in countless battles. It is uncertain what Chuan truly thinks, allowing such an ambitious individual to remain. A misstep could lead to dire consequences. While the situation is manageable for now, the unpredictable chemistry that could arise from the alliance of these mad scientists poses a significant risk. Dr. Bei bore a grave expression, feeling that despite the current control, the situation remained precarious. Until these two crazed individuals are dealt with, he could not shake the feeling of unease. However, Chuan specifically emphasized that no matter how insane Dr. Galuo's actions may become, they should not intervene lightly. They only need to observe and relay the gathered information to him. This also caused Dr. Beibai a deep sense of concern. In truth, Chuan was well aware that his actions were perilously dangerous, yet he felt compelled to proceed. Without the mad scientists like Dr. Galuo creating even more terrifying artificial beings, he would be unable to sign in for more exaggerated skills. The methodical approach to cultivation and enhancement was far too slow, and he needed to acquire more formidable bloodlines and skills through alternative means to enrich his skill repository. A persistent urgency resided in his heart. The adversaries he faced at present were not exceptionally formidable, but should he ascend to the next level, the situation could become dire. It was imperative to plan ahead, to genuinely grow stronger, and to possess a greater array of strategies to bolster his resilience against risks. As for Dr. Galuo's madness, perhaps it would indeed forge a different breed of artificial beings. However, having witnessed the consequences of hasty advancement, one could only speculate about the nature of the artificial beings Dr. Galuo would create. With broadened horizons, it was unlikely he would merely produce a collection of worthless scraps. Dr. Beibai transmitted all of his meticulously prepared backups and observations. He then allowed the mainframe to operate normally, embarking on his research. In the cosmos, Chuan was the first to receive Dr. Beibai's message. Upon reading it, a look of surprise did not grace his features. After battling with Baby, he had not encountered Dr. Meow. He certainly did not believe that Dr. Meow could be so easily vanquished. That individual possessed an extraordinary vitality. However, he did not anticipate finding him within Dr. Gillot's laboratory, which indeed took him aback. Nevertheless, he perceived this as a promising beginning. The union of two mad scientists could conceivably yield a dreadfully powerful artificial being. He recalled that these two characters in the original work had created the most formidable of artificial beings, Hell Number 17, a foe that even Sun Wukong in his Super Saiyan 4 form found exceedingly challenging to confront. Of course, given their current capabilities, they would be unable to create such beings in a short span of time, yet they should not be underestimated. It seemed imperative to enhance his strength swiftly, otherwise, he might find himself in a precarious situation. However, before that, he needed to master the instant transmission technique of Planet Yadla. With instant transmission, returning to Earth would be expedited, rather than enduring the current cosmic navigation. Chuan pondered silently. In his view, Planet Yadla offered a plethora of skills, not only instant transmission, but also fusion techniques, which, while not particularly beneficial to him, could be taught to other Saiyans. When exploring the cosmos in pairs, should they encounter insurmountable dangers, they could utilize fusion techniques, a truly advantageous ability. Additionally, there were abilities to enlarge or shrink one's form, which could significantly enhance combat effectiveness. Beyond these, skills such as power multiplication, energy control, and healing techniques were invaluable. Mastering these skills entirely would elevate one's combat prowess to an astonishing level. Though the Yadlans themselves were not particularly strong, their ancestors were exceptionally intelligent, having harnessed their wisdom to create numerous skills that significantly improved combat capabilities. Unfortunately, the decline of subsequent generations rendered Planet Yadla weak, ultimately leading to its subjugation by Frieza. What Chuan valued most were the instant transmission and energy control techniques, as these were the two most potent skills for his current advancement. Instant transmission would enhance his evasion and mobility, while energy control would bolster his combat strength. It is noteworthy that in the original narrative, Vegeta had trained on Planet Yadla, resulting in a transformative enhancement. Chuan believed that with his current combat strength, if he could learn the energy control of the Yadlans, he could at least reach the third tier of Super Saiyan, if not become even more formidable. With his normal combat power, coupled with the amplification from the third tier of Super Saiyan, he would confidently face the terrifying artificial beings created by the Mad Doctors, Dr. Gillot and Dr. Meow. However, he considered this strategy somewhat precarious. The pursuit of power is unending. Only by becoming stronger could one hope to survive longer. After all, the world of Dragon Ball is exceedingly perilous. Chapter 80, Arrival and the Benevolence of the Yadlans. Realizing that his strength was insufficient, Chuan devoted himself to training with fervor. Cosmic travel was inherently tedious, yet he adeptly transformed the entire spaceship into his training chamber. Nevertheless, he was aware that his current combat strength was formidable, and the spaceship could not withstand his relentless exertions. Thus, he engaged in only basic training, maintaining himself in optimal condition. Additionally, he focused on familiarizing himself with his newly acquired power and assessing the success rate of achieving the Super Saiyan tier. As time passed, unknowingly, the spaceship reached its destination, Planet Yadla. It was a peculiar planet. When the spaceship's alarm sounded, Chuan gradually concluded his training. Gazing down at Planet Yadla, a surge of excitement welled within him. He was on the verge of mastering instant transmission. Furthermore, he would acquire many other meaningful skills. This was the very purpose of his journey. During his time in cosmic transit, his foundational combat power had increased, albeit at a somewhat sluggish pace, compounded by his lack of combat experience. A Saiyan without battle experiences sees their growth stunted, regardless of their progressive outlook. Thus, over the 2 months of cosmic travel, his improvement was minimal. His normal combat power reached an astonishing 2.3 billion, a figure that was undeniably formidable. However, he remained dissatisfied. Soon, upon reaching Planet Yadla, not only would his methods become more diverse, but if he could obtain energy control techniques, the third tier of Super Saiyan would be within reach. At this moment, Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He envisioned immense power beckoning him. Although his combat strength had ascended rapidly, he maintained a strategic outlook on his development. The Saiyans inherently possess 2 distinct paths. One is the primal transformation, focused on conquering combat strength, which, when when elevated to a certain tier, could be terrifying. Yet, that level is only attainable by the most formidable. The other path is divinity, to become the Super Saiyan God. However, this path presents its own challenges, as he could not achieve it alone. Moreover, it has its drawbacks. While it may not yield explosive power, it elevates one's life tier, regardless of the chosen path. Each bears its advantages and disadvantages. However, Chuan harbored additional thoughts. If he were merely a pure Saiyan, he might have been limited to these few paths. Yet, he was different. Not only did he possess Saiyan blood, but he also bore the lineage of the ice demon race within him. Furthermore, he had the Saiyan system. If utilized wisely, he could attain an extraordinarily formidable combat strength, with even more advantageous paths to choose from. Moreover, he harbored a rather audacious thought within his heart. Yet given his current combat prowess, he found himself unable to actualize it. He could only await the moment when his strength reaches a certain level before daring to act. For otherwise, it would pose a considerable risk. The spacecraft descended slowly. As it appeared in the skies above Yadala Shing, it had long since drawn the attention of the Yadala inhabitants. They observed from a distance, their curiosity tinged with a hint of trepidation. The design of this peculiar spacecraft bore an uncanny resemblance to the vessels of the Frieza force, even though it bore no insignia of that infamous legion. The shape was indeed misleading. Among them, an elder with graying hair furrowed his brow. Is it fortune or misfortune? If it is misfortune, it cannot be avoided. Observing this individual, who did not appear to be affiliated with Frieza, we shall watch and wait. Subsequently, the Yadala people dared not approach. Chuan slowly emerged from the spacecraft, his presence causing the pupils of the Yadala inhabitants to constrict sharply, as though they had witnessed something profoundly terrifying. Yet, in the next moment, Chuan took the initiative to speak. Greetings, esteemed Yadala people. I am a humble traveler from the distant planet Earth. I come with no ill intent, merely driven by curiosity. Might I inquire whether you would welcome my presence? Upon hearing Chuan's words, the elder sensed the goodwill emanating from him and glanced around, noticing the expressions of the surrounding Yadala inhabitants softening considerably. Though the Yadala people were not particularly formidable in combat, their peculiar abilities were manifold, especially their capacity to discern a person's intentions. By the time Chuan descended, they were nearly able to gauge his benevolence. His words further reinforced this perception, allowing all present to feel his goodwill. Thus, the Yadala people warmly welcomed someone who bore goodwill. Chuan truly integrated himself among the Yadala, openly discussing his reasons for arriving on Yadala Shing without any reservations. The elder, upon hearing this, did not decline. Instead, he responded with remarkable enthusiasm. This friend from afar may certainly enter the cave of inheritance. However, each individual may only learn a maximum of 2 abilities, as this has been a long-standing tradition. It is not that one can only learn 2, but rather that one can learn only 2 abilities at a time. If you are capable of mastering more, then that is certainly permissible. However, I have one condition, spoke the elder of the Yadala people. While they were hospitable and well-meaning, their inherent weakness made them particularly cautious. To their request, Chuan nodded and replied, "Speak freely. If it is within my power, I shall endeavor to fulfill it. Should Yadala Shing find itself in peril, I hope you will extend your hand, whether to safeguard the entire planet or to ensure the legacy of the Yadala people, depending on the circumstances." At this, Chuan fell momentarily silent. He had not anticipated that this elder among the Yadala would make such a commitment. Was this not akin to the thoughts of the Grand Elder of Namek? Did every wise race possess similar methods and ideals? He could not say, but he was profoundly moved by such a noble gesture, particularly as it posed no detriment to him. Thus, he acquiesced. Chapter 81. An impressive system, instantaneous movement achieved. Having secured the promise he desired, the elder of the Yadala displayed a contented smile. From the moment Chuan first set foot on their planet, he had sensed an immense energy. For the Yadala were exceptionally skilled in the manipulation of chi. This was their forte. They could easily discern an individual's strength or weakness. Even though Chuan had genuinely learned to control chi, his grasp was still rather rudimentary. The Yadala's mastery of chi manipulation was truly ancestral in nature. Consequently, the elder had already deduced that Chuan possessed formidable combat prowess. Upon realizing that Chuan bore no malice and understanding his intentions, he was inspired to forge a connection with such a powerful being, which would undoubtedly benefit the entire Yadala race. Might our distant guest wish to rest before proceeding to the place of inheritance? No need, let us proceed directly. Chuan had never been one to concern himself with trivial matters, and rest, to him, was of lesser importance than enhancing his combat abilities. Moreover, during his cosmic journey, he had devoted ample time to cultivation and felt adequately rested. As long as he was not engaged in battle, it was virtually indistinguishable from resting. Having fully adapted to the circumstances of the Dragon Ball world, he had become enamored with training, particularly as he witnessed his combat strength visibly escalating at an astonishing rate. This filled him with anticipation and excitement. The elder of the Yadala appeared somewhat taken aback by Chuan's response, yet he respected the choice of his guest. Very well. Then, follow me. The other Yadala people followed suit. However, as they traversed a distance, they arrived at the settlement of the Yadala. A group emerged from their dwellings, each carrying an assortment of garments. While the quantity was considerable, the styles varied greatly with little consistency. Upon witnessing this scene, Chuan's expression shifted slightly, for it evoked a sense of foreboding within him. Especially as he recalled the attire of Sun Wukong upon his return to Earth, he instinctively slowed his pace. Yet, the elder of Yadala remarked, "You have journeyed from the distant planet Earth, solely to learn skills, enduring the solitude of cosmic travel. Your pursuit of power is truly admirable. And we Yadala have always held great respect for the strong. Please accept the friendship of the Yadala." The elder received the garments and presented them to Chuan. The predominant hue was a dull yellow, accented with red and white, rendering it rather unappealing. It was far less comfortable than his battle attire, which was not merely aesthetically pleasing but also suited for combat. Should he don the garments of the Yadala, in the event of a battle, would he not be at a disadvantage? After all, ordinary clothing could hardly withstand the rigors of fierce combat. Just as he was about to decline, the words caught in his throat, for every Yadala bore expressions of eager anticipation, their eyes shimmering with a hint of longing. Glancing around, he ultimately sighed. "Thank you very much," as he accepted the peculiar garment. For him, the design was not particularly objectionable, merely less comfortable and secure than his battle attire, which was optimized for combat, allowing him to be battle-ready at all times. Conversely, wearing the Yadala's attire would indeed give him pause. However, considering that conflict was unlikely on Yadala's Shing, it seemed unnecessary to offend them, especially as he sought to learn their skills. Yet, just as he accepted the clothing, suddenly, the system notification chimed. "Time's up. Sign-in successful. Reward, instantaneous movement." Chuan. The sudden surprise left him momentarily stunned in place. Just a moment ago, he had appeared somewhat awkward, but in an instant, his face illuminated with astonishment. The expression of joy was impossible to suppress. However, the Yadila people perceived an entirely different scene. As they handed the clothing to Chuan, he displayed an unmistakable surprise that was visibly apparent. This elicited a wave of joy among the gathered Yadila. The feeling of being respected and acknowledged was profound. Even the elder of Yadila felt immense delight, as this represented recognition and affirmation. Indeed, splendid. If given the opportunity, he could teach him the remaining techniques. For one could not learn all skills within the land of inheritance. He was a kind-hearted and innocent warrior. Chuan remained unaware that his transformation had sparked unimaginable goodwill among the Yadila. At this moment, he was simply overwhelmed with surprise. It was entirely unexpected. He had originally planned to stay on Yadila for an extended period before he might learn teleportation, as he did not truly believe he could acquire it solely through his innate talent. After all, Yadila was not solely accessible to Sun Wukong. Yet, after such a long time, few had managed to master teleportation, highlighting the significance of talent. Therefore, he had contemplated a protracted struggle. However, he never anticipated that merely accepting the friendship of the Yadila would directly grant him teleportation. It must be said, this was truly remarkable. Excellent. This could be considered a goal achieved. At the very least, it would make returning to Earth much more convenient. Gradually regaining his composure, Chuan gladly accepted this reward from the system, yet he had no intention of experimenting just yet, as he was surrounded by Yadila. It would be rather difficult to explain if he were observed. After compelling himself to focus again, he glanced around. Suddenly, he felt a searing gaze upon him. All the Yadila appeared to gaze at him with tear-filled eyes. Their deep affection startled him. "What is the matter with you?" one Yadila inquired. "Thank you for your recognition. Your acknowledgement is our greatest motivation. We will strive earnestly." Chuan was momentarily bewildered, utterly clueless about the meaning behind their words. The elder of Udila spoke, "Come. I shall take you to the place of inheritance. Kind and determined warrior, you have gained the friendship of the Udila. During your cultivation on Udila, should you have any questions, feel free to inquire. Do not hesitate to disturb us. Your friendship is our greatest comfort." Chuan found himself equally perplexed by the elder's words, yet it did not hinder him from realizing that he had genuinely acquired the friendship of the Udila. Henceforth, matters on Udila would be considerably easier. He had but one goal: to enrich his repertoire of skills. Chapter 82. The Inheritance of Udila. Following the elder, Chuan arrived at a grand hall filled with numerous Udila. At the forefront stood a Udila with a blue head. There are several types of Udila. The most common are the red ones, adorned with many white spots, appearing somewhat unattractive. In contrast, the other types of Udila were comparatively more intriguing. Besides the prevalent red Udila, there were also green and blue ones. The blue Udila seated at the forefront was Elder Pabala, the very one who had taught son Wukong the art of teleportation. It is rare to encounter guests from a distant planet. "I am delighted to meet you. I am Elder Pabala of Udila," exclaimed the blue-headed Udila, casting a glance around before continuing. "I will randomly select someone to teach you Spalito." Spalito refers to chi, and for the Udila, it is the foundation upon which many skills are built. Only by truly mastering chi can one naturally acquire the rest. Naturally, this is a capability accumulated over many years by the Udila. In response to Elder Pabala's words, Chuan shook his head. "Elder Pabala, it would be better for you to take me directly to your place of inheritance. I wish to experience it firsthand." Chuan's refusal stemmed from his belief that only by witnessing it himself could he make a more informed choice. Moreover, he was merely pretending, as his primary reliance was on the signing-in system. As long as he remained on Udila for a day, the system would sign him in daily. In due course, he would undoubtedly fill his skill repertoire. However, upon voicing this, Pabala appeared somewhat surprised. "You must think carefully. Allowing us Udila to teach you is indeed the most prudent choice. Every Udila possesses various skills, all adept at mastering the same techniques and proficient in their control of chi. Ultimately, these skills are merely products that arise after mastering Spalito to a certain degree. Once you control Spalito, mastering the rest will come swiftly." Pabala elaborated, while the other Udila echoed his sentiments. Even the elder of Udila contributed his opinion at this moment, suggesting that going to the place of inheritance would be less beneficial than having them teach him, as it would enable him to swiftly grasp Spalito. Only by mastering Spalito would it become easier to acquire other skills. The elder's words held merit. Nevertheless, Chuan had his own objectives. If he were exposed to the Udila, he would be constrained in all his endeavors. He could not afford to appear too extraordinary. Conversely, in the inheritance place, no matter how many skills he acquired, he could freely practice them. Moreover, as long as he remained on Udila, the system would continue to sign him in, and one day he would undoubtedly glean all the skills of the Udila. He firmly believed this. Therefore, he remained steadfast in his convictions. The Udila felt somewhat helpless, but ultimately respected his wishes. Subsequently, the elder of Udila led Chuan to the place of inheritance. The inheritance place was located in an extremely secluded area, typically accessible only to younger Udila who had yet to master Spalito. After all, the younger ones had not yet mastered Spalito and thus were not as adept with other skills. Upon arriving at the inheritance place, Chuan first expressed his gratitude to the elder before entering. As he stepped inside, he was immediately enveloped by an ancient and storied atmosphere. It was a sense steeped in history. Upon entering the inheritance place, he beheld numerous patterns. This place could be deemed the true treasure of Udila. Although the Udila had long since mastered all skills and each individual was proficient, this inheritance place remained an invaluable treasure. It recorded the history of Udila, as well as the development of the Udila people. As he observed, he delved deeper, discovering increasingly rich content. Ultimately, he encountered various skills. Among them are restoration techniques, fusion techniques, teleportation, and manipulation of energy, an array of skills that are truly dazzling. In addition, there are numerous abilities not even mentioned in the original work, which speaks volumes about the genius of the Udila people, akin to children of fortune. Yet perhaps it is precisely this that renders their combat prowess not overwhelmingly formidable. If they were to harness these skills and their terrifying combat abilities, the consequences would indeed be alarming. However, they possess creative potential without the accompanying terrifying combat strength, leading them to frequently encounter peril. Truly extraordinary. This place is unlike any other, as it authentically records all the history of Udila and its most precious skills. Nonetheless, it holds little significance for me. Chuan casually selected a spot and commenced his self-cultivation. This cultivation is distinct from others. He was aware that his innate talent was not particularly strong, making it impossible to learn the skills within this heritage site. He could only rely on the system. Presently, he did not even glance at the skills in the inheritance site. After a brief period of cultivation, he activated his body, brimming with vitality. Eagerly, he yearned to try out teleportation, having just acquired it and yet never truly experienced the sensation it offered. He placed 2 fingers on his forehead, quietly attuning himself to the energy around him. On this planet Udila, he sensed a multitude of Udila people, though their combat abilities were lacking. Yet they could manipulate energy at will. If one did not pay close attention, it would be nearly impossible to detect these Udila individuals. Chuan concentrated in the direction he sensed, for the distance was indeed considerable, and there were not many formidable beings on Earth. Sensing energy proved to be a challenge. However, after a short while, Chuan's eyes suddenly widened, a smile gracing his face. He had found Earth. This must be a Saiyan's energy. Without her presence, he might not have been able to ascertain Earth's location. Now that he could pinpoint it, regardless of unforeseen circumstances, he could swiftly arrive. What delightful fortune! Chuan felt an immense thrill and joy within, recording Earth's direction and position to ensure he could utilize teleportation promptly should anything arise. With such a skill, no destination is beyond reach. Chapter 83, 60 Billion Combat Power. After confirming Earth's location, Chuan gazed upon the skills within the inheritance site, treasures belonging to the Udila people. However, after a brief examination, he began his own cultivation. The path of cultivation he chose was indeed more pragmatic. No matter how he viewed it, truly mastering these skills was unfeasible. He might as well wait for the system's rewards. Chuan maintained a clear mind. Mastering these skills required exceptional talent, which he did not possess to the extent he had hoped. He understood this well, which is why he held no expectations, seizing this opportunity to swiftly enhance his own power. However, at this moment, he had not transformed into a Super Saiyan. Instead, a hint of purple light emanated from his eyes, and silver lightning enveloped him. His hair was a striking blend of black and white. In this instant, he unleashed the bloodline power of the frozen demon clan. Yet, due to his mutation, it had become a power uniquely his own, remarkably potent. Akin to a Saiyan transforming into a Super Saiyan. As he sensed his current strength, Chuan truly felt the might of the frozen demon clan. Their power was extraordinary. Even in its mere silver form, he possessed a combat power of 10 billion, and that was without fully unleashing it. It appeared there was still much to uncover. While the power of a Super Saiyan was indeed formidable, reliance solely on it would not suffice. A comprehensive development was necessary. He understood that with the system he possessed, he had far more avenues for growth than others. Even though Saiyans wielded terrifying power, they were not invincible and had evident weaknesses. With his potential for multifaceted development, he could genuinely become a versatile warrior. Particularly with the presence of a Saiyan system, such possibilities were not beyond reach. He had already begun to contemplate his future development. While it was possible he would always advance towards the most primal form of the Saiyan, that is, through transformations, pursuing divine aspects was also a viable path. Moreover, he was aware of how the Super Saiyan God came into being, but currently, the Saiyans were not capable of achieving it. They needed to be enlightened on Earth. Although they had improved significantly compared to the past, they had yet to meet his expectations. The Super Saiyan God represented an immensely powerful force, and without progressing towards the divine, facing the god of destruction or angels would not be an easy task. Additionally, there existed many terrifying entities across other universes and timelines. His strength remained inadequate. A glimmer of determination shone in Chuan's eyes. Even though his combat power had reached an impressive 20 billion, he was not truly satisfied. Of course, if he exerted his full strength, his combat power could undoubtedly soar to around 50 billion, but that was not the outcome he desired. Whether it be the third or fourth tier of Super Saiyan transformation, his combat power would ascend to unprecedented levels. Simultaneously, if he could master divine power, at the very least, he would be able to stand invincible in many situations, yet he was still far from that reality. He merely pondered briefly. After contemplating his future development, he resumed his cultivation, focusing on the bloodline of the frozen demon clan. As he cultivated, time flew by unnoticed. A month passed, and his combat power saw significant enhancement, particularly as he had genuinely mastered the bloodline of the frozen demon clan. At this moment, he had reached the true silver state. His eyes transformed into a deep purple, surrounded by a radiant white light, hinting at flashes of white lightning, and his hair had turned silver. He appeared exceptionally unique. Simultaneously, his combat power surged to 20 billion. Although there remained a significant gap compared to Golden Frieza, it was evident that through his own cultivation, he could elevate his combat power to terrifying heights. Yet, he understood that achieving the combat power of Golden Frieza would not be an easy endeavor, nor a swift one. Conversely, attaining Super Saiyan status might be relatively easier for him. However, combining both paths allowed for rapid escalation of his combat power, as demonstrated by his complete mastery of the silver power of the Frozen Demon Clan. Merging this with the combat power of a Super Saiyan, his combat power had reached an astonishing 60 billion, an utterly exaggerated figure. Using his normal state combat power, he had already achieved 600 million. This was due to the bloodline of the Frozen Demon Clan fully integrating into his being, granting him constant access to this formidable strength. Even his normal state combat power was already extraordinarily impressive. He himself was taken aback. So strong, so terrifying. It seemed that even in the original work, Sun Wukong and Vegeta did not possess such overwhelming might. It was truly unfathomable to imagine what level he would reach if he could transform once more. Terrifying. I can continuously augment my base combat power. Could it be due to the infusion of the Frozen Demon Clan's bloodline? Chuan pondered within himself. It is no wonder he harbored such thoughts. Even Sun Wukong's base combat power has its limits and cannot grow infinitely. Consequently, when he transforms into a Super Saiyan, he does not exhibit overwhelming strength. The situation is even more dire for the Saiyans. Thus, Chuan found this phenomenon quite astonishing. However, he did not delve too deeply into it, for he was preparing for comprehensive development. Therefore, the stronger his combat power, the better. The more formidable his base combat power, the more terrifying his explosive potential would be. Hence, it is only natural that his combat power should continue to grow. The sense of urgency compelled him to strengthen himself relentlessly. After all, he did not believe that the two mad scientists, when combined, would merely produce space debris. Who knows what kind of monstrous beings might emerge next? If he did not elevate his abilities swiftly, he could not guarantee that such terrifying entities would not claim his life. Of course, he felt a slight thrill of anticipation. If exceedingly fearsome androids were to appear, he could undoubtedly derive unimaginable energy from them. Over the past month, not only had his combat power soared to 60 billion, but he had also amassed an astonishing reserve of energy. This was the source of his newfound skill, energy reserve. Originally, 60 billion combat power could only sustain a single battle. However, with the activation of his energy reserves, he could engage in combat once more. When invigorated, his combat power could further enhance. This skill was truly remarkable. Chapter 84. The Crisis on Planet Yadla. The enhancement of combat power was not the sole harvest of this month. The greatest gain was undoubtedly the acquisition of skills. In merely a month, Chuan had nearly mastered all the techniques of the Yadla people. Restoration technique, transformation technique, instant transmission. He had essentially signed off on every skill created by the Yadla. However, the most crucial skill of chi control eluded him throughout. This led him to a conclusion. The distance was simply too great. After slightly sensing his newfound formidable combat power, he made a decision. He would exit the place of inheritance and integrate himself among the Yadla people. Particularly, he aimed to interact more with Elder Pai Ba-La, for he was a venerable elder of the Yadla, highly esteemed, and considered a half-master of Sun Wukong. Such a remarkable individual was worth connecting with, as he might impart even more exceptional skills. It was time to emerge. As Chuan exited the place of inheritance, he was greeted by numerous Yadla people. Chuan, you are out. It has been a long time since we last met. How was your learning in the place of inheritance? If it was not satisfactory, we can teach you, for we know everything. A throng of Yadla people encircled Chuan. Witnessing their warm hospitality, Chuan smiled involuntarily. Indeed, the Yadla were exceptionally welcoming. Having met just once and with no malice on his part, they almost regarded him as one of their own. Trust was implicit. Chuan reciprocated their greetings and showcased his transformation technique and instant transmission before them. At that moment, he felt as though he had become the star of the show. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Wow! Incredible! to have learned so much in just a month. Chuan, you are truly remarkable. Even your mastery of the Spirito is not as proficient, yet you managed to learn so many techniques in a month. You are a genius. As the accolades from the Yadla people flowed, Chuan's lips gradually curled into a smile, although he was not particularly concerned. Receiving compliments in person was undeniably uplifting. Of course, he understood why these newcomers of Yadla remarked on his Spirito mastery being lacking. After all, even on Earth, chi control was not particularly refined, and for Saiyans, it was even more challenging. Moreover, their chi was inherently volatile. Achieving control was no small feat. Even if one could manage it, the execution would be rather crude compared to the finesse exhibited by the Yadla newcomers. No, I am not a genius. You are the true geniuses for having created so many techniques. Chuan stated earnestly. His ability to learn so many skills so quickly was entirely due to the system. To be frank, Chuan held great admiration for the Yadla people. Upon hearing Chuan's praise, the Yadla felt immense joy, insisting that it was all due to their ancestors' merit. They were merely reaping the benefits. After a round of mutual compliments, one of the Yadla spoke up. Chuan, Elder Pai Ba said that if you emerged, you should find him. He has important matters to discuss with you. Important matters? Chuan felt a flicker of confusion. Could it be that danger had arisen? However, since the Frieza force had already been annihilated, it should not pose a threat. Nevertheless, he pondered briefly and decided not to dwell on it. He would discover the truth upon arrival. Thus, guided by the Yadla people, Chuan once again arrived at the grand hall where he had first reached his destination and encountered Elder Pai Ba. Elder Pai Ba, I hear you are looking for me? Chuan inquired. Elder Pai Ba nodded. I have heard that you have learned many techniques. That is commendable. However, these techniques are merely adjuncts of Spirito. If you can master Spirito with greater precision, you will be able to acquire even more and at a faster pace. Would you be interested in learning from me? Pai Ba spoke candidly. This left Chuan momentarily at a loss for words, for even though he had expressed goodwill, he could not possibly reach such heights. This left him uncertain about how to respond. If it were merely ordinary goodwill, he could easily accept it. However, such an extraordinary offer left him at a loss. Thus, he hesitated for quite some time. As if sensing his uncertainty, Pai Ba spoke again. It seems you have some reservations. However, I cannot withhold the truth from you. I wish to propose a transaction. I will teach you to master true Spirito, and you will assist me in resolving a troublesome matter. How does this transaction sound? Upon hearing Pai Ba's proposition, Chuan felt a quiet relief within. After all, if a transaction were involved, it would afford him some measure of comfort. No reward comes without effort. If he accepted too many favors, even he would find it hard to bear. However, he was then puzzled. What issue was the Yadla facing? What sort of assistance did they require? If I possess the capability, I shall do my utmost. But why do you believe I will be of help? Because you are strong enough. When Chuan voiced his doubts, Pai Ba responded without hesitation. This revelation set Chuan's mind ablaze with thoughts. Could it be that Planet Yadla was truly in peril? It is known that Planet Yadla had indeed faced crises before, albeit caused by the Frieza force. But those were merely recorded events. The real crisis emerged after the arrival of the Jinyu force. Now, such a situation was impossible. So what kind of crisis could Planet Yadla be facing? His curiosity was piqued. What do you mean by that? Elder Pai Ba, please enlighten me. Pai Ba's adorably blue head now bore a rather serious expression. To speak frankly, there was already a semblance of crisis even before your arrival. It just had not fully manifested. In this past month, Yadila Star has been subjected to relentless disturbances from various sources. The adversaries possess formidable strength. Yet their allegiance remains shrouded in mystery, surpassing even the infamous Frieza's army. Thus, in desperation, assistance was sought. A hint of helplessness crossed Pabala's face. If it were possible, he would not easily solicit aid from others. However, without external support, the Yadila people would be utterly incapable of overcoming this threat due to their inferior combat prowess. Upon hearing Pabala's words, Chuan's curiosity was piqued. Who could this enemy be? Since altering the original narrative, everything seemed to have become convoluted. The entirety of his memories felt rendered obsolete, serving only as a loose reference. Nevertheless, this uncertainty ignited a growing excitement within him. Chapter 85. The Art of Key Control. Chuan slightly steadied his elated heart and turned his gaze toward Pabala. Crisis? Please elaborate. I can only agree to assist once I ascertain the extent of my capability. I am not one to easily acquiesce. Mu Chuan's words were delivered with a certain forthrightness. Although he had acquired numerous skills on Udila Star, the gravity of such matters warranted careful consideration before making any commitments. Pabala understood this well. After a moment of silence, his typically cheerful demeanor transformed into an uncharacteristic seriousness. Some time ago, a catastrophic earthquake had struck the northern region of Udila Star, initially presumed to be a mere natural phenomenon. However, it unexpectedly heralded an unprecedented crisis. Following the quake, a seemingly bottomless chasm appeared, originally measuring a mere 20 centimeters in radius. Yet, as time progressed, it had expanded to a staggering 10 meters, and current trends suggested continued growth. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Mu Chuan pondered the implications of this inexplicable void. Could it potentially lead to the disintegration of the planet? Even more alarmingly, it might provoke catastrophic disasters. Thus, he recognized the seriousness of the matter. Yet he questioned what assistance he could truly offer. His combat abilities, while slightly superior, appeared insufficient in the face of such an unknown peril. He voiced his doubts, only for Pabala to respond. As we discovered the abyssal void expanding, we swiftly initiated a response. Utilizing technological means, we sought to explore it. Yet all machinery sent into the chasm lost communication entirely. This highlighted the terrifying nature of the void. Some even attempted to venture within, but upon entering, they completely vanished without a trace. As Mu Chuan absorbed Pabala's account, his confusion deepened. Although the chasm seemed exceedingly dangerous and could bring unimaginable calamity to Udila Star, it appeared he had no role to play. His combat prowess, while notable, would be futile against such an enigmatic danger. Exploration seemed essential, yet what could he contribute? He remained silent, patiently awaiting the Elder's further revelations. Indeed, Pabala did not withhold further information. He continued, after thorough investigations, numerous indicators confirmed this is a highly perilous location. Consequently, we sealed off the entire northern region, prohibiting any entry. However, prior to this, we need to devise a method to seal the gaping abyss. Recently, the chasm has reached an alarming radius of 100 meters, and we inadvertently detected the presence of a spirito within it. Suddenly, Pabala shifted his tone, revealing the true nature of the crisis. Mu Chuan's expression shifted dramatically. If there existed a spirito within the abyss, it implied the presence of some form of life. This revelation was nothing short of astonishing. Could this indeed signify the authentic peril? Before he could voice his inquiry, Pabala continued. Preliminary assessments indicated the emergence of a remarkably peculiar creature within the chasm. Its essence is exceedingly dark, yet its combat prowess is not particularly formidable, appearing to be a vanguard. However, it possesses a combat strength exceeding 100, and our sensory readings suggest there are even more terrifying entities lurking within. Their combat capabilities could rival those of the cosmic tyrant Frieza, yet specifics remain unknown. Should they truly manifest, the implications would be dire. Thus, I dared to request your assistance in neutralizing this threat to the Udila people, albeit not without compensation. I shall personally impart to you the knowledge of Spirito. As Pabala divulged the genuine crisis, he also revealed his bargaining chip. Mu Chuan fell into contemplation. While he could harness the control of Ki through the acquisition of a signing mechanism, such an option was inherently unstable. Despite the passage of time, he had yet to secure a signing. Although proximity to more Udila people might increase his chances, he ultimately chose to acquiesce. After all, regardless of circumstances, they were Udila people, affording him an opportunity to enrich his skill set and diversify his offensive strategies. Thus, he resolved to investigate the matter further. Should circumstances prove insurmountable, he would not force the issue, yet if a resolution were attainable, it would constitute a favor. Without hesitation, he agreed. Upon receiving his affirmation, a smile illuminated Pabala's face. Mu Chuan, you have earned my friendship. I shall now dedicate myself to imparting to you the art of Spirito. I hope you will engage earnestly in your studies. Mu Chuan nodded. I will. Thank you, Elder. We ought to be thanking you. Had you not consented, we would have been at an impasse, unable to compel you. Mu Chuan refrained from further platitudes, believing that actions spoke louder than words. Moreover, he harbored a keen interest in the unknown, curious whether he might encounter even more formidable foes. For one possessing the bloodline of a Saiyan, combat was the catalyst for enhancing one's strength. Progress through battle was the swiftest route to power. Furthermore, he was on the verge of mastering the art of ki control, which was the true source of his excitement. In the ensuing days, Chuan remained closely by Pabala's side, eager to swiftly master the art of ki control. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Chuan achieved impeccable mastery of the technique, astonishing Pabala to the point of disbelief. Chuan, you are nothing short of a genius. Previously, I heard others mention that you acquired numerous techniques within a mere month. At the time, I could not fully grasp the extent. Yet you have learned Spirito in just 1 week. This is truly remarkable. While Udila people inherently possess a natural affinity, they too require learning. Across the entire planet, few can compare to your prowess, and even throughout the cosmos, very few can match your capabilities. You are extraordinary. Pabala expressed his genuine admiration, devoid of flattery, as he recognized the unparalleled talent before him. In just 1 week, Chuan had refined his rudimentary skills to such precision. Furthermore, mastering the art of ki control slightly enhanced Chuan's combat strength, an elevation that provided him with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Chapter 86, Super Saiyan 3rd Stage. Chuan, faced with the praise of Pabala, appeared unusually indifferent, for in that fleeting moment, a flicker of enlightenment swept through him. Pabala seemed to sense this shift. Chuan, I feel your sapilitude is on the rise. Indeed, it was ascending, a sensation both exquisite and exhilarating. Has there been a breakthrough? Pabala inquired. Chuan remained silent, merely nodding in affirmation. Then let us strive for a full breakthrough. This will enhance your strength, allowing you to explore that unfathomable abyss. A smile graced Chuan's lips as he replied, I intend to do just that. This may be the most significant enhancement in history. Coming here was undoubtedly fortuitous. He felt a premonition, as his energy surged uncontrollably, a sensation he found eerily familiar, and he understood the cause. His combat prowess was already extraordinary, with a baseline strength of 600 million. Now, mastering the control of energy, his baseline strength soared to 700 million, a feat truly beyond human capability. Even without transforming into a Super Saiyan, he could effortlessly overwhelm the former Frieza. Of course, had Frieza still been alive, he would not remain stagnant. A mere period of training might have birthed a golden Frieza, a true terror. Thus, the enhancement of his baseline strength did not lead him to hubris. Yet the current surge of energy forewarned him of impending changes. At that moment, Pabala's voice reached him. Release it all. Unleash the hidden power within you. Only then can you shatter the bottleneck and reach unprecedented heights. Do not fear for the planet. Yadlaxing is not so fragile. With Pabala's consent, Chuan relinquished his control over his energy, which began to ascend dramatically. 700 million combat power, 1 billion combat power, 10 billion combat power. As his strength escalated, his hair transformed to a golden hue. After mere seconds, he attained the full power of the Super Saiyan 2nd Stage, amplified by the bloodline strength of the Frozen Demon Clan, catapulting his combat power to an astonishing 70 billion. This was a staggering figure, remarkable in any era. Yet, his ascent did not cease there. Combat power continued to climb. 80 billion, 90 billion, 100 billion. As his strength surged, his hair lengthened from short to medium, then abruptly began to curl, crackling with electricity. Inside the grand hall of Pabala, an overwhelming power pervaded the space, with lightning engulfing the entire chamber. The elder, once composed, now appeared horrified, questioning his earlier words as naively ignorant. What did it mean to release freely? This could very well dismantle the entire planet. Terrifyingly so. Overwhelmed, he fled the hall, and upon his exit, the structure emitted a resounding crack, collapsing entirely, leaving him in shock. My heavens! My grand hall! His heart sank. He never anticipated that a mere phrase could lead to the swift demise of his opulent sanctuary. In that moment, Pabala's eyes glazed over as he gazed upon the ruins, as if everything had lost significance. On Yadlaxing, numerous inhabitants gathered, drawn by the tumultuous sounds and the palpable, terrifying sapilitude. They converged, only to encounter a despondent Pabala. Elder, what transpired? Are we under attack? Has an enemy emerged from the abyss? Faced with their inquiries, Pabala mechanically shook his head, his eyes devoid of emotion, as if his very soul had been extracted. Yet within the hall, that immense aura persisted, growing ever stronger. Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed. All turned to witness as the ruins of the grand hall were blown apart, an immense radiance emerging. Lightning crackled. A figure began to materialize, characterized by a stoic visage. golden hair cascading to his waist, his gaze imbued with a hint of menace, exuding an unprecedented pressure. Who is this? The inhabitants of Yadlaxing were left bewildered, unable to identify the source of such overwhelming energy, which felt utterly foreign to them. Yet Pabala jolted awake. Chuan, Chuan, is this your breakthrough? No longer concerned about his hall's destruction, Pabala recognized the enormity of the aura, a truly remarkable phenomenon. Moreover, as a valued ally, this signified that they would possess a formidable support. Chuan nodded slightly, feeling immense gratitude towards the inhabitants of Yadlaxing. Without them, his rapid rise in combat power and acquisition of skills would have been unattainable. Now, he too was on the verge of a breakthrough, poised to transform into a Super Saiyan third stage, a formidable phase that could double his combat prowess. With a baseline strength of 700 million, this would elevate his total combat power to an astounding 28 billion, a figure that was undeniably staggering. Even he found it hard to believe. Yet he understood that sustaining such a state was not feasible. It would deplete his stamina and energy excessively. He could endure several hours of combat, but beyond that, he would surely falter. The Super Saiyan second stage, however, offered better endurance, albeit with lesser strength. Now, with his power at this level, he felt confident against even the most formidable creations of the two mad scientists. Yet he remained vigilant, determined to ascend to the pinnacle of strength. For only through relentless advancement could he avoid being left behind. Moreover, he needed to investigate that unfathomable abyss. Without formidable combat power, he could not ensure his own safety. Even with such overwhelming strength, caution was paramount. Chapter 87. The Distress Signal from Cal. Such an immense superlative. The gathered Yadlaxing inhabitants gasped in awe. Pabala's eyes sparkled with hope. With such a powerful ally, even the most fearsome foes lurking in the depths of the abyss might not pose a significant threat to Yadlaxing. At this moment, Chuan appeared to be the savior of Yadlaxing. After absorbing the overwhelming energy, he returned to his baseline state, exhaling softly. This sensation was rather unsettling. The exertion had been tremendous, leaving him unable to sustain prolonged combat. It was no wonder that in the original tale, Sun Wukong rarely utilized the Super Saiyan third stage. Although he understood the physical exertion involved, he never anticipated it would be so taxing. His combat power was formidable, yet it lacked endurance. Such strength could only serve as a trump card. Only by truly experiencing the might of the Super Saiyan's third level did he grasp the reality that a lack of stamina was to be expected. However, this left him feeling somewhat insecure. Indeed, this was not his ultimate destination. It seemed he ought to make an attempt to ascend to the fourth level of Super Saiyan, though this phase appeared to be rather complex. For lower-tier warriors, it certainly posed a degree of peril. However, for a warrior of his caliber, it was hardly a significant concern. Chuan pondered whether he should take the risk. Yet, that would merely be a consideration for the future. He deemed it prudent to refrain from premature action, opting instead for caution. Thus, it remained merely a thought, as he had no genuine intention of attempting to attain the fourth level of Super Saiyan. Progress must be made step by step. Chuan, with your current formidable combat strength, I wonder if we might explore that mysterious black hole and uncover its dangers? Paibala suddenly interjected. He had long been eager to investigate. The uncertainty of potential threats was indeed disconcerting. Now, with a warrior of such prowess backing them, curiosity naturally urged them to take a closer look. At the very least, they could ascertain the nature of the threats involved. Chuan nodded. With his present combat capabilities, most dangers would pose no threat to him. Moreover, he too was intrigued to take a look. No problem. We can indeed venture forth and discover the nature of the crisis. However, just as he verbally assented, an Ardaean rushed over in haste. Something terrible has happened. Something terrible has happened. The alarm on Chuan's spaceship has been sounding, indicating that urgent information is incoming. This was alarming news. The expressions of those present shifted instantly, for an alert from a spaceship signified highly significant information. Chuan's demeanor also changed. Any communication reaching his spaceship could only be from his own people. And if the alarm was triggered, could it be that the two mad scientists, Dr. Guoluo, were behind it? This thought compelled him to abandon the Ardaean and hastily return to his spaceship. Yet, upon entering, he discovered not the anticipated message from Earth, but rather an unexpected communication. It was from Ka-Air. Ka-Air. Chuan's face betrayed his confusion. He had not expected Ka-Air to contact him at such a moment, especially to send a distress signal. This warranted his utmost attention. He reviewed the distress signal sent by Ka-Air, initially perplexed as to why Ka-Air was calling for help. He soon realized that the message lacked any explanation for the emergency, providing merely a specific location. The Demon Realm? How could those two have ended up in the Demon Realm? Was their initial training ground truly the Demon Realm? Chuan was taken aback, never imagining that Ka-Air and Gurue Ta would find themselves in such a perilous place. Although the current combat power within the Demon Realm was not overwhelmingly strong, it still harbored numerous terrifying entities, such as the Demon King, a formidable adversary indeed. Generally, mere mortals would struggle to contend with him. Hence, upon learning that Ka-Air and Gurue Ta were in the Demon Realm, a wave of anxiety washed over him. At that moment, Pai Ba La and other Ardaean warriors slowly approached him. Considering he had just pledged to explore the unfathomable black hole, he now faced the urgent need to rescue his comrades, leaving him uncertain how to articulate his dilemma. Sensing his internal conflict, Pai Ba La spoke first. Chuan, do not be troubled. If there is an urgent matter at hand, prioritize it above all else. The black hole has existed for quite some time. It will not erupt immediately, and the creatures within have yet to emerge. I only hope that once you resolve your pressing issue, you can explore it afterward. With Pai Ba La's endorsement, Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. Although he still felt a tinge of guilt, he recognized there was little he could do. He expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Elder, for your understanding. Once I have addressed my matters, I will come to aid you in resolving this crisis at the earliest opportunity. Having gained so much on Artistar, he felt somewhat remorseful for the sudden change of plans. Yet, he dared not linger. For Ka-Air and Gurue Ta had already sent out distress signals, and any delay could lead to dire consequences. Utilizing his instantaneous movement ability would be advantageous now. Thus, he began to sense Ka-Air's energy. However, after numerous attempts, he could not detect either Ka-Air or Gurue Ta's presence. Strange. Could it be that the distance is too great for me to sense their energy? He found it hard to believe. Just as his confusion deepened, Pai Ba La interjected. While instantaneous movement is indeed an excellent technique, it requires certain conditions. At the very least, one must know the direction and be able to sense the target's energy signature. Chuan furrowed his brow slightly, acutely aware of this requirement, yet he was currently oblivious to the direction of the Demon Realm. He suspected that Ka-Air and Gurue Ta's distress signals might simply be a desperate attempt for help. Had he not learned instantaneous movement, the distress signals would have likely been too late to respond to. Chapter 88. Arrival at the Demon Realm. After several attempts to pinpoint Ka-Air and Gurue Ta, Chuan, feeling helpless, called out to the North Kai. Lord North Kai, I may need your assistance once again. As if in response to his thoughts, North Kai immediately replied, I understand what you seek. Allow me to locate the geographical position of the Demon Realm for you. Without hesitation, North Kai began his search. In truth, locating the Demon Realm was neither exceedingly difficult nor overly simple. Although it was a separate dimension, entering it proved quite challenging, nevertheless. The universe contained numerous entry points, seemingly designed to lure others into its depths. However, any being of sufficient strength was well aware that falling into the Demon Realm would yield unimaginable consequences, and thus, few would willingly take that plunge unless absolutely desperate. After some searching, North Kai finally identified the Demon Realm. However, its concealed nature meant that simply finding it did not guarantee entry. Suddenly, North Kai exclaimed, It appears there is an entrance to the Demon Realm nearby. How is this possible? You should be on Artistar. Why is there a proximity to the entrance of the Demon Realm? Upon hearing the words of the North Realm King, Chuan was momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared for such a revelation. Could it be that the entrance to the Demon Realm truly lay in his vicinity? However, just as confusion enveloped his mind, a sudden epiphany struck him. He swiftly made his way to the northern part of Yadila Star. There, he stood before the unfathomable black hole that Elder Pai Ba La had often mentioned. As he drew nearer, the voice of the North Realm King resonated louder in his mind. Indeed, you are approaching the entrance to the Demon Realm. The proximity of such an entrance is unmistakable, for otherwise, the sensations would not be so vivid. The North Realm King had come to the firm conclusion that a portal to the Demon Realm undeniably existed on Yadila Star, albeit its exact location remained unknown. Yet, his ignorance did not extend to the others present. The inhabitants of Yadila Star had not arrived. However, Chuan, acutely aware of the new predicament facing Yadila, comprehended the reason behind the emergence of the demon realm entrance. It was undoubtedly this abyssal black hole. As he approached, the clarity of the entrance's presence intensified in the North Realm King's perception, illuminating the truth that this was indeed the threshold to the demon realm. No wonder there were such numerous traces of life. As this unfathomable void gradually expanded, bizarre creatures would emerge. They must be the true denizens of the demon race. The realization brought him relief, while excitement began to surface on his face. If this truly was the gateway to the demon realm, he would not be breaking his promise. Not only could he rescue Ka-Er and Guru-Eta, but he could also aid the inhabitants of Yadila Star in exploring this profound black hole. A double-edged benefit. After a considerable time, Pai Bala and the others arrived once more. However, before they could catch their breath, Chuan spoke directly. I must delve into this unfathomable black hole, for it leads directly to the demon realm. You must exercise utmost caution, for should you fall into the demon realm, the consequences would be dire. Chuan earnestly advised. Pai Bala, taken aback, could hardly fathom that this abyssal void served as a portal to the demon realm. Thankfully, they were forewarned. Otherwise, if the demon race were to emerge from within, the situation would escalate dramatically. In the vast cosmos, even the majority of beings were acutely aware of the terror that the demon race embodied. Should they appear, it would herald a true desolation. The demon realm. Here lay the entrance to the demon realm. Would the creatures of the demon realm materialize? In response to Elder Pai Bala's inquiry, Chuan slightly shook his head, revealing his own uncertainty. Thus, he could not provide a definitive answer. Observing Pai Bala's despondent demeanor, he added, Do not fret excessively. I shall enter and explore, striving to eradicate all threats at their inception. There shall be no issues. And I will ensure that no demon race reaches Yadila Star. At that moment, Chuan made a solemn vow. His assurance was not without merit, for it granted Pai Bala a measure of tranquility. Nonetheless, Pai Bala continued to regard Chuan with a hint of concern. Should circumstances become untenable, it would be prudent to distance oneself, for the demons within were merciless. They were all beings of twisted minds. One must prioritize personal safety. Do not take unnecessary risks in addressing this entrance. Should it come to it, alternative methods could be employed to seal this black hole. While he felt Chuan's formidable strength, Pai Bala still harbored apprehensions. In light of Pai Bala's worries, Chuan smiled reassuringly, saying, Rest assured, while the demon realm does possess its dangers, and its inhabitants are indeed fearsome, they pose little threat to me, especially given my current combat prowess, which far exceeds theirs by countless magnitudes. Chuan spoke with unshakable confidence, for he had now achieved the transformation into a Super Saiyan at the 3rd level. His battle power had soared to an astonishing 280 billion. Such power was truly formidable. If he were ever to ascend to the 4th level of Super Saiyan, he could multiply that strength tenfold. The mere thought was exceedingly exhilarating. However, without such formidable power, one could hardly stand unscathed. After calming Pai Bala, Chuan once again attuned himself to the unfathomable black hole, sensing the auras of Ka-Er and Guru-Eta. At that moment, his perception shifted dramatically, and he could keenly detect their presence within the abyss. This confirmed his belief. Ka-Er and Guru-Eta had indeed entered the demon realm. At last, I have found you. It appears you are truly within the demon realm, and this deep, dark chasm is undoubtedly the entrance. How intriguing. After exchanging a brief greeting, Chuan vanished through instantaneous movement. In the next moment, he found himself in the demon realm. Chapter 89, Dazzling Golden Radiance. Bang! A golden beam of light struck an asteroid, instantly enveloping it in a cloud of dust. Another figure, radiating with golden light, charged into the asteroid, seizing the individual within and fleeing into the distance. They were none other than Ka-Er and Guru-Eta. At this moment, they had genuinely transformed into Super Saiyans. However, despite this transformation, their battle power was not as formidable as they had anticipated, for their base combat strength was relatively low, barely exceeding 2 million. Yet upon becoming Super Saiyans, they experienced a 50-fold increase, bringing their battle power to an impressive 100 million. But their adversaries were even stronger. Ka-Er, you should flee quickly. I will hold them off for you. Our spaceship has been destroyed, leaving us unable to send any distress signals to the boss. If this continues, we will both meet our demise here. Guru-Eta spoke with a grave expression. At this moment, both were severely injured, engulfed by a profound sense of despair. Previously, within the demon realm, they had relied on their formidable combat prowess, occasionally transforming into a simulated Super Saiyan, and had thrived without caution. However, their reckless abandon had led them to encounter a formidable race. This terrifying race did not possess merely individual strength. Rather, each member wielded terrifying battle power, with the majority boasting strengths exceeding 100 million. This overwhelming force had compelled them to break through to Super Saiyan status in their dire straits. Yet even so, they found themselves relentlessly pursued, unable to reach their spaceship to send a distress signal, which was promptly obliterated. They could not even escape the demon realm. Despair loomed over them both. Kair suddenly shook his head. I will not abandon anyone, even if I cannot persuade you otherwise. If necessary, I will fight to the end. His adversary may have been powerful, often toying with them, but he would not concede. Do not give up on me either. We are noble warriors of the Saiyan race, Kair declared through clenched teeth. He turned to glance at the figure behind him, a being that perpetually lurked in the shadows, never allowing itself to be illuminated by the light. In darkness, its combat prowess was formidable. Both its speed and attack power left others in awe. Conversely, beneath the sun, the opponent's capabilities diminished sharply, yet they remained beyond the reach of mere mortals. Even if the two of them joined forces, their chances were slim. If Chuan were present, he would recognize this entity as a member of the Yaij clan. Although strikingly similar, it was not the same being. In the realm of demons, there indeed existed a race that thrived on the consumption of light, with their combat strength being extraordinary. Among them, the Yaij possessed the most terrifying power, often exceeding 1 billion. However, the combat strength of its kin did not reach such terrifying heights. The one pursuing Karl and Greta boasted merely around 200 million in combat prowess. Nevertheless, it was still immensely frightening, instilling a palpable sense of despair within them. Delicious. This is the power of light. The original light was not so potent, yet now its power seemed to have nearly doubled. If pressed further, could it emit an even more intense radiance? This demon, a relative of the Yaij, thrived by devouring light, and the higher the quality of light, the quicker their strength would augment. Thus, they had set their sights on Karl and Greta, who had been brazenly flaunting their power, repeatedly showcasing their Super Saiyan forms. Because they had revealed such forms, they had been targeted with precision, leaving them oblivious to the reason behind their unwarranted pursuit, while the entity behind them clung to them like a persistent leech. With its already formidable combat strength, it toyed with them, which was infuriating. Had they been aware that the being behind them sought to absorb their light energy, they would have understood the reason for its reluctance to strike decisively. It was a classic case of baiting a big fish. They were that fish. Their escape continued. Yet unbeknownst to them, a figure had already appeared nearby, remaining silent throughout. This was Chuan, who had arrived from Yadila Star. Upon entering the demon realm, he immediately witnessed the scene before him. Karl and Greta had transformed into powerful Super Saiyans, and there stood a being resembling a Yaij. Is this the Yaij? No. The Yaij cannot be this weak, and that creature should not be in the demon realm. It was likely a member of the same clan, also feeding on light. No wonder they had fixated on Karl and Greta. This clan had an insatiable pursuit of light, and for every Super Saiyan, the quality of light energy they exuded was remarkably high. Observing the current situation, he quickly deduced why Karl and Greta were in peril. This race fed on light, and with the serendipitous transformation of these two into Super Saiyans, it was akin to a plump lamb flaunting itself before wolves. Moreover, their baseline combat strength was not particularly formidable. Even with the 50-fold boost of a Super Saiyan, their power barely reached 100 million. Against the demon, such strength was utterly insufficient. How intriguing! Upon entering the demon realm, he encountered such a captivating spectacle. The other Saiyans had indeed grown, yet they still fell short. Although this demon's power was slightly daunting, it was not insurmountable, especially if the two of them could achieve a breakthrough. There was still a chance to fight. Despite perceiving the slight danger surrounding Karl and Greta, he had no intention of intervening. Each Saiyan must enhance their abilities through battle. If he were to always rescue them, they would never truly grow. Thus, having grasped the situation, he opted not to take action. Chapter 90. Fight, Saiyans. Are you simply going to keep fleeing? While he chose not to intervene, he did not wish to witness Karl and Greta in a constant state of retreat. Therefore, he spoke up. Karl and Greta suddenly halted. astonished to hear Chuan's voice in that moment. Their fleeing figures came to an abrupt stop as they exchanged incredulous glances, ultimately spotting Chuan nearby. "Boss, how did you end up here?" Both Carl and Greta felt a wave of joy, momentarily forgetting the demon behind them. However, the demon, confronted with Chuan's sudden appearance, hesitated to act, observing him from a distance with heightened caution. It sensed an ominous aura emanating from this unexpected newcomer. Chuan had never regarded this being as a threat. Seeing Carl and Greta so animated initially brought a smile to his face, but it gradually faded into seriousness as he addressed them. "How long do you intend to run? Is this really your plan?" His words struck like a bell, causing the previously buoyant spirits of Carl and Greta to plummet. They realized that Chuan's presence was likely a result of their distress signal. The embarrassment of being seen in such a disheveled state weighed heavily upon them. While the demon behind them was indeed powerful, they were not entirely helpless against it. They had merely chosen not to engage after careful consideration. Now, faced with Chuan's inquiry, they lowered their heads in shame. As Saiyans, a warrior race, they must never flee from battle. True growth comes from combat. Training is merely to maintain their state. Only through fighting can they genuinely develop. Avoidance is futile. In the vast universe, numerous powerful beings exist. Would they seek to evade every formidable opponent? Furthermore, with their combined strength, they still had a fighting chance. If the disparity were truly insurmountable, fleeing might be understandable, but why retreat in a combat scenario? Chuan's words resonated like a clarion call, prompting Carl and Greta to adopt a serious demeanor as they glanced back at the demon. They realized that perhaps their initial mindset had been misaligned, leading them to consider escape rather than confrontation. Recognizing their own shortcomings, their expressions transformed, and a fighting spirit began to radiate from them. The distant demon stood bewildered, unable to comprehend the sudden shift in demeanor of these individuals. Why, after just a few words, did they seem like entirely different beings? Were they undergoing some sort of ritual? Though confused, it did not hinder its excitement. Since these two were no longer fleeing, it could indulge freely in its feast. "Delicious. Originally, I intended to keep both of you, but it appears that you two wish to resist. Thus, I shall not retain you." Although this demon clan member is exceedingly arrogant, he is also discerning, constantly mindful of Chuan as he speaks. Among the trio, only Chuan exerts a certain pressure upon him, which causes him to pay even greater attention to Chuan. However, Chuan has never contemplated intervening, opting instead to stand aside and observe. Carl and Greta exchanged glances, their mutual tension reaching its zenith. Their combat prowess surged. Previously, they had not harbored any thoughts of battle, maintaining a certain limit which allowed for prolonged endurance. Yet, since they were prepared to fight, there was no need for restraint. In that moment, their fighting power began to escalate. 110 million, 120 million, 130 million. Eventually, their combat power stabilized at 130 million. This was a formidable level of strength, and they had reached their limit. Witnessing this, Chuan felt a sense of satisfaction, at the very least. Their combat power had attained the level at which Frieza would emerge. They could be deemed capable of standing on their own. However, it was still insufficient. Further training was required, and this demon clan member would serve as an excellent target for their practice. The demon sensed the dramatic increase in the energy emanating from the two individuals before him, their radiance intensifying. Rather than feeling fear, his eyes gleamed with excitement and greed. High-quality light. He had not anticipated that you could control the quality of the light you emitted. It seems I have underestimated you. Yet, at your current level, you remain unable to escape my grasp. Become my sustenance. In an instant, his figure vanished, reappearing above Carl and Greta. His speed was astonishing. To the naked eye, his movement was imperceptible. However, Carl and Greta had mastered the manipulation of energy, allowing them to clearly discern his trajectory. As if in unison, they deftly sidestepped his attack. Immediately, they coalesced terrifying waves of energy in their hands, launching them towards the demon. Yet, instead of evading, the demon opened his mouth wide and consumed the energy waves they had unleashed. He let out a repulsive laugh. "Ha ha ha, this is simply exhilarating. This high-quality light is exceedingly rare. If I could feast on such light continuously, I would undoubtedly become the mightiest warrior in my clan. And what is a go?" The demon laughed boisterously. Their race, the beasts of the demon realm, primarily sustains itself by consuming light, and they predominantly dwell on dark planets. The light sources have been entirely devoured by them. Only the most powerful beings can consume greater amounts of light. The more they consume, the stronger their combat power becomes. Gu is merely one of the strongest. Everyone aspires to be the mightiest, but due to insufficient consumption, their strength remains lacking. This beast, in his eyes, perceives that if he could continually devour such high-quality light, one day, he would indeed become the most powerful beast. Excitement is inevitable. Chapter 91. The Demise of the Beast. The beast was exhilarated, and so were Carl and Greta. They shed their previous avoidance. At this moment, their faces were filled with exuberance. Though they witnessed the beast consuming the light around them, even the recent energy wave was devoured, they remained unfazed. They exchanged glances, acknowledging that this beast possessed formidable strength, capable of devouring powerful light sources. However, if that was all it could do, they would see how much it could consume. While they might struggle against the beast's combat prowess, if the demon truly believed it could weaken them by consuming light, it was gravely mistaken, for the Saiyans grow stronger with each battle. Without delay, Carl took the initiative, swiftly appearing beside the beast and seizing its arm, hurling it into the distance. Greta followed suit with a flying kick from the opposite side. They aimed to demonstrate what a vast light source truly meant, but first, they needed to show their synergy. Furthermore, as long as they refrained from unleashing energy waves, the beast would be unable to consume their energy. Although it could still absorb some of their light, it would be minimal. Their cooperation was remarkably harmonious, and they did not genuinely unleash energy waves. Instead, they allowed their energy to envelop them, especially around their fists. A single punch struck the beast, causing it to spew blood. The beast's combat strength was indeed formidable. Yet, faced with their relentless assault, it found itself at a disadvantage, appearing particularly disheveled amidst the bright light surrounding it, hindering its ability to fully unleash its true combat power. On the other side, Chuan observed Carl and Greta's performance, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Though there had been a hint of trepidation earlier, they now showcased remarkable synergy, indicating growth. Excellent, excellent. They understood how to leverage their strengths while evading the opponent's advantages. At this rate, the battle would likely conclude soon. Their synergy was commendable. Watching their fight was quite entertaining, and each blow landed with palpable force. After all, the beast could consume light. Relying on energy waves to vanquish it would not be an easy task, and could even turn against them. Therefore, their combat remained a display of martial prowess. However, Carl and Greta knew that true victory could not be achieved through mere physical strikes. Instead, they harnessed their energy to enhance their attacks, inflicting exponentially greater damage. The beast struggled to cope, blood splattering across the sky. Moreover, it was daytime, not within the dark planet's depths. Thus, its speed had slowed considerably, and its condition was deteriorating. This provided Carl and Greta with an opportunity. A resounding crash echoed as the beast was struck into the planet's core. In that moment, even this beast, with its tenacious vitality, appeared somewhat on the brink of collapse. After all, they grew stronger with each battle, their combat power seemingly limitless, now reaching 150 million. This was an extraordinarily fearsome figure, and together, they surpassed the beast's strength. However, even upon witnessing the beast's weakened state, they refrained from employing energy waves to annihilate it, for doing so would allow it to consume their energy. Should it recover, all their efforts would be rendered futile. Thus, they exchanged glances, as if having devised a plan. They nodded and suddenly vanished from their original positions. In the next moment, they appeared beside the beast, delivering a unified strike imbued with unparalleled power directly towards the creature. A thunderous roar erupted as the beast's head shattered into fragments, piercing through a nearby planet. In an instant, an eerie silence enveloped the entire demon realm. Witnessing this, Chuan felt a profound sense of relief. At the very least, they were not foolish enough to attempt defeating this beast solely with a Kamehameha wave, even though he was not edge. Nevertheless, their combat prowess was formidable. If it were merely a defensive maneuver, they might have found themselves in dire straits. Only those with truly terrifying combat capabilities could obliterate their opponent. Yet, with the strength of Carl and Greta, such a tactic was evidently unattainable. Thus, the method they employed now was the most fitting and practical for their situation. Initially, Chuan had assumed these two were simple-minded, brawny individuals, but he was pleasantly surprised to discover their cleverness. Indeed, they had devised a method to eliminate their foe directly. Had they resorted to a Kamehameha wave at the last moment, they would undoubtedly have regretted it, given the beast's unique abilities. If it were to absorb the energy they released, it would significantly restore its strength. Consequently, facing it would become even more challenging. Chuan offered a fitting commentary. Carl nodded, fully aware of this fact, which was why they refrained from employing any energy attacks after witnessing the beast's capacity to absorb their Kamehameha wave. Instead, they focused on delivering powerful strikes, leaving the beast unable to respond to their relentless assault, effectively forcing it into their combat rhythm. Were it not for this, the battle would not have concluded so swiftly. Carl and Greta returned to their normal states, though they felt slightly winded, as transforming into Super Saiyans was exceedingly taxing. Especially for them, who had yet to fully master the Super Saiyan transformation, their combat power was not particularly strong. This resulted in a rather poor condition for them, though it was an unavoidable consequence. Now that they could transform into Super Saiyans, all that remained was to adapt, allowing them to fully harness the power of their transformation. Just as they finished dispatching the beast, a powerful creature in a distant part of the galaxy opened its eyes. This was Edge. Chapter 92, The Sorcerer Babidi. Edge, a beast from the demon realm, possessed an incredibly terrifying combat power, reaching 1.3 billion at full strength. Among its kind, it was a kingly figure, wielding absolute control over its entire race. Just moments ago, it sensed the life force of one of its kin extinguish, leaving it momentarily stunned. Subsequently, it relayed the information to Babidi. At this moment, Babidi was still quite young, but had already begun to exhibit his father's demeanor. Lord Babidi, during my recent sensing, I felt the life force of one of our kin vanish. Please, allow me to be transported to the demon realm. Edge communicated directly with Babidi through remote transmission. Inside the spacecraft, Babidi was taken aback, never expecting Edge to make such a request. However, before he could respond, the demon realm's king, Dabura, interjected. Is it possible that someone has slain a beast? This individual must possess extraordinary strength, or perhaps an even more powerful entity has emerged in the demon realm. If so, Lord Babidi, I believe it is necessary for us to investigate. Should we find this individual, we could gain a formidable subordinate and, if fortune smiles upon us, collect a substantial amount of energy. The demon king Dabura spoke with immense confidence, for he was among the most formidable figures in the demon realm. Having climbed to the top through a sea of corpses and blood, he was a true warrior, having emerged victorious from countless battles. Babidi pondered briefly before ultimately agreeing with Dabura's suggestion. With Dabura's presence, they could navigate the demon realm with ease. Furthermore, should a battle ensue, they could harness the energy released to assist Majin Buu. If they could awaken Majin Buu, that would be truly formidable. Since you have made such a suggestion, let us venture into the demon realm and discover what has transpired, while also bringing Edge along. Babidi declared brightly, and soon after, he transported Dabura, himself, and Edge to the demon realm. Meanwhile, Chuan's expression suddenly shifted. Initially relaxed, he had nearly mastered the essence of the entire demon realm. However, just moments ago, he sensed several powerful auras approaching. One of these auras bore a striking resemblance to the previous beast, yet its combat power was incomparably greater, infinitely more terrifying. The disparity was beyond comprehension. Moreover, what he sensed indicated the presence of even more formidable entities. Based on his deductions, this could only mean that Babidi had arrived. Although this moment had not yet aligned with the original timeline of events, Babidi had long been plotting. He had been seeking the means to awaken Majin Buu, but had yet to find the appropriate energy, which had delayed Buu's awakening. Now, with Babidi's arrival, accompanied by two exceptionally powerful individuals, Chuan recognized their identities. The demon realm's king, Dabura, the beast Edge. These two were formidable adversaries. The joy that had illuminated Carl and Greta's faces vanished in an instant as they sensed the impending threat. They too felt the overwhelming auras approaching. However, they were puzzled, as they could not comprehend why these two auras were so immensely powerful, infinitely stronger than their own. Transforming into Super Saiyans seemed a distant dream, even with time to train. Reaching such heights appeared improbable, causing them to feel a wave of panic. Boss, are we hallucinating? We just sensed two immensely powerful auras descending upon the demon realm, and they seemed to be rushing toward us. It was no wonder they entertained such thoughts. The auras they sensed were not only exceedingly malevolent, but also terrifying. Evil is indeed the nature of these beings. They are undoubtedly the strong of the demon realm. In response to their inquiries, Mu Chuan rarely displayed a serious demeanor. He gently shook his head and said, "Your senses are not mistaken. Indeed, two extraordinarily fearsome entities are approaching us. And these beings are far from ordinary. One is the strongest beast you just defeated, but that is not the most powerful presence. The true might lies with another." Another? Carl and Greta were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances. In their understanding, the beast they had just vanquished was already terrifying. Now, a king among beasts had appeared. This was utterly absurd. Moreover, to ascend to the status of a king among beasts indicated that its combat prowess was undoubtedly fearsome, potentially even surpassing that of the beast they had just slain. Such a formidable creature, yet it is not the most powerful of all. Who, then, is the mightiest? As the two men expressed their astonishment, their inner curiosities spilled forth. Mu Chuan spoke slowly. The most powerful being is known as the king of the demon realm, Dabura. As soon as he uttered these words, both individuals were struck dumb with disbelief. The title of king of the demon realm signified an entity of tremendous terror, a being that stood atop the hierarchy of the demon realm. How could such a fearsome figure possibly seek them out? A sense of unease washed over them. While they possessed formidable combat prowess, amplified by the Super Saiyan transformation to exceed a fighting power of 100 million, they knew it paled in comparison to a true powerhouse. However, their alarm was fleeting, for their leader appeared equally astonished, seemingly prepared for the imminent arrival of this adversary, which suggested they might have an opportunity to engage in combat. Excitement flickered in their hearts, yet they discreetly positioned themselves behind Mu Chuan, aware that the one who stands out is often the target. They had not considered that if the opponent were to focus on them, who among them could withstand such an assault? The very thought was terrifying. As they conversed amidst their anxious anticipation, three figures gradually emerged: Babidi, Dabura, and a colossal creature known as the demon beast Ego. Upon their arrival, they beheld the shattered remnants of stars and the unmoving figure of Mu Chuan in the foreground. Shifting their gaze back, they noticed Carl and Greta. In that moment, the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. Chapter 93, Babidi's Orders. What overwhelming energy! Babidi's eyes sparkled with golden light. His sensitivity to immense energy was acute. The residual energy from earlier clashes still lingered in the air, intoxicating him. If he could absorb it all, would not Majin Buu awaken? Babidi's audacity irked Carl and the others. Who was this man, so brazen and dismissive of their presence? Just as Carl was about to voice his indignation, Mu Chuan raised a hand to signal them to fall back. "You too, retreat. This is beyond your capability." At this, Carl and Greta were taken aback. They had just vanquished a demon beast, their combat strength formidable at 100 million, surpassing that of the former Frieza. Yet, was it truly insufficient? Confusion filled their minds, but they dared not speak further, silently retreating a few steps. Babidi, intrigued by Mu Chuan's emergence, observed keenly. "How interesting. Your appearance is quite peculiar, yet you must belong to the same race, given your strange tales. You possess significant energy. Dabura, it is up to you now? I require an immense source of energy," Babidi declared. In his view, with the demon realm King Dabura at his side, he was invincible, easily capable of dispatching ordinary foes. Yet, Dabura remained serious. Despite his belief in his own might, the presence before him exerted formidable pressure. "Yes, Lord Babidi." Although the weight of the pressure was immense, he accepted without hesitation. Suddenly, a terrifying aura enveloped him, his combat power swelling to an astonishing 200 billion. Carl and the others, who had previously harbored doubts, now understood the vast chasm between them. My heavens, such colossal combat power. It must be at least 100 times greater than ours. Thank goodness for our leader, otherwise, we would be utterly doomed. But can he truly withstand such overwhelming strength? Doubts crept into their minds, yet they did not disguise their thoughts, speaking freely. Mu Chuan rolled his eyes at their brazen remarks. These two had the audacity to speak so openly before him. However, he said with a smile, "The being before us is the king of the demon realm. If he were not powerful, how could he hold such a title? The king of the demon realm?" They exclaimed in unison. Their long association with the realm had granted them insight into its terrors, and they knew all too well how many formidable beings lurked within. The notion that one could reign supreme among them was staggering. Mu Chuan remained unperturbed throughout. Hearing his words, Dabura's face betrayed a hint of scorn. "Since you acknowledge my status, your calm demeanor suggests you possess some skill." "Indeed," Mu Chuan replied nonchalantly, assessing Dabura. Dabura, the king of the demon realm, wields extraordinary combat power and possesses a unique ability to petrify others with his saliva. As he calmly articulated this, Dabura's previously composed expression shifted to one of astonishment. Few had ever encountered his abilities, and he did not recognize this individual. Yet this stranger seemed to grasp his strength and identity, remaining unfazed. Did he possess a hidden advantage? Knowing my abilities, you still maintain such composure? Dabura sneered. Chuan merely shook his head, dismissing the challenge. Throughout, he had never regarded Dabura as a threat. With his current combat prowess, overwhelming him would be effortless, especially as he had mastered the third level of Super Saiyan. Suddenly, Chuan's energy surged dramatically, his combat power multiplying 50-fold, reaching 350 billion. Behind him, Carl and Greta's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Their transformation into Super Saiyan barely yielded a combat power exceeding 100 million, yet their leader had surpassed them by an unfathomable margin. The horror of it all was staggering. My heavens, our leader is extraordinary, only recently transformed into a Super Saiyan, and his power is already so terrifying. This is truly frightening. Though shocked, they also became acutely aware of the widening gap between them. They had assumed that upon transforming, the disparity would lessen, yet it had only grown more pronounced. Meanwhile, Dabura was equally astonished. In his experience, no one had ever exhibited such overwhelming strength. Surely, this individual surpassed him in power. Yet, despite his surprise, it did not instill fear within him. Babidi, however, was exhilarated. The surge of combat power is undeniably formidable. One can sense a force even more potent than Dapula's without the aid of an energy detector. Strength, pure and untainted strength. A force surpassing even that of Dapula. This power must be mine. It is certain to resurrect Majin Buu. Babidi's eyes sparkled with determination, and he immediately extended his hands forward. Dapula, I command you. Employ any means necessary to inflict injury upon the opponent. I shall transport you to a battleground favorable for combat, and even if it costs you your life, ensure that you wound him. This energy is absolutely essential for the revival of Majin Buu. Babidi murmured, and in the next moment, the scene transformed, transporting everyone to another planet. Here, the air was saturated with crimson light, and the gravity had reached a staggering 50 times that of normal. It was enough to make one feel slightly strained. Even Kair and Gelida were momentarily taken aback upon their sudden arrival, but they quickly adapted. In contrast, Chuan remained remarkably calm, having anticipated this outcome. Chapter 94, A Frantic Idea. Where's this? Just a moment ago, weren't we in the demon realm? How did we suddenly change locations? Kair and Gelida were stunned. However, Babidi erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha! Look at your bewildered faces. It is merely a change of battlefield. Here, combat is more straightforward, free from interruptions. Fight to your heart's content. Babidi declared arrogantly, placing immense trust in Dapula. For he was indeed the king of the demon realm. Few could rival Dapula. Confidence was inevitable. At this moment, Dapula also wore a look of self-assurance, moving his body as if preparing to unleash his full potential. Meanwhile, Kair and Gelida were astonished. They had never imagined such a peculiar method existed, and the combat prowess of the two before them appeared exceedingly strong. Does our leader stand a chance? Just as this thought crossed their minds, Chuan's voice resonated. Fight to your heart's content. You surely intend to replenish energy for Majin Buu, do you not? Chuan gazed at Babidi with a knowing smile. As if everything were under his control, Dapula paused, his face a mask of disbelief. After all, they had not uttered a word. So how could this individual know of Majin Buu's existence? Babidi was equally taken aback. How is this possible? How could you know of Majin Buu's existence? Are you sent by the Kaishin? Babidi was genuinely frightened at this revelation. He had initially perceived Chuan as a potential source of energy, but now it seemed he was aware of Majin Buu's existence. This changed everything. If they could develop in secrecy, allowing Majin Buu to awaken gradually as energy accumulated, he would possess an unfathomable power upon his full awakening. However, if their actions were discovered, it might attract the attention of the Kaishin. Should Majin Buu be unable to awaken at full capacity, it would be a grave misstep. He was not afraid of Majin Buu failing to awaken because the latter had merely been sealed. Over the course of this prolonged imprisonment, too much energy had been depleted, preventing his awakening. Once energy was adequately replenished, his revival was imminent. Even without the replenishment, Majin Buu could awaken, albeit at a diminished strength compared to his peak state. This was something Babidi wished to avoid. Do not involve the Kaioshin in this, Chuan calmly remarked. Compared to the panicked and astonished Babidi, his demeanor only heightened suspicion. So composed, faced with Chuan's tranquility, Babidi's expression shifted dramatically, revealing a riveting display on his once pale face. Then, through gritted teeth, he declared, "No matter who you are, since you know of Majin Buu's existence, you shall not escape. I shall use your energy to replenish Majin Buu. Dapula, eliminate this person." Babidi's sharp voice rang out. Dapula grew serious. However, Chuan regarded both Babidi and Dapula with utter disdain, for even in his current state as a Super Saiyan, he could easily vanquish them. Moreover, he possessed even greater transformations. In that fleeting moment, a thought ignited within him. Majin Buu is indeed powerful. Furthermore, he possesses remarkable talents in certain aspects. He could be considered immortal. If I could harness Majin Buu's abilities, would it elevate my combat prowess to new heights? Setting aside raw strength, acquiring Majin Buu's diverse skills would undoubtedly transform my fighting style and enhance my power. His means of self-preservation are commendable. The more he pondered, the more enticing the prospect became. Additionally, his current combat power was already formidable. In facing Majin Buu, he felt he had a considerable chance of victory. In the original storyline, even Son Goku as a Super Saiyan 3 could hold his own against Fat Buu. Now, his combat power exceeded that of Son Goku from the original narrative by more than double. Thus, he did not believe he could not contend with Majin Buu. Should he acquire the formidable strength and skills of his opponent, especially that incredible regenerative ability, he would wield an insurmountable power. Although he had previously gained the ability to regenerate lost limbs, it paled in comparison to Majin Buu's skills. This was the root of his audacious thoughts. Moreover, if Majin Buu did not require a complete energy replenishment to awaken, his combat power would certainly not be as overwhelming. Controlling the situation would thus remain effortless. Furthermore, he needed a formidable opponent. He vaguely sensed the power of the next stage approaching. For him, combat was the most effective means of enhancement. If a thrilling battle were to unfold, he was confident he could seize the opportunity to transform into a golden great ape. Once that transformation succeeded, achieving Super Saiyan stage 4 would be within his grasp. This thought filled him with unbridled joy. Upon receiving Babidi's command, Dapula lunged toward Chuan. Yet, Chuan evaded effortlessly. A flurry of strikes followed, but each missed its mark, failing to even graze him. Dapula, realizing this approach was futile, attempted a surprise attack by spitting saliva. The spit sprayed forth. Had he not known that Dapula's saliva could petrify individuals, he might have succumbed. Chuan, well versed in the narrative, dodged instantaneously. Useless. With your combat power, you cannot even come close to me. As for your saliva, I am well aware of its petrifying properties. But so what? As long as you cannot touch me, you cannot harm me. Chuan played with Dapula and Babidi with a calm demeanor. Observing Dapula and Babidi glaring at him with fury, he finally said nonchalantly, "Dapula is far too weak. You are no match for me. And you even less so. Do you dare to guess whether I will kill you in the next moment?" Although Chuan bore a smile, his words sent shivers down their spines, unleashing an overwhelming aura. In an instant, the entire planet trembled. Without hesitation, he transformed into a Super Saiyan of the second tier, a colossal aura enveloping him. Babidi's pupils contracted as the ominous specter of death loomed near. This was the first time he had felt death so intimately, and in a moment of panic, he began to recite incantations. Meanwhile, Chuan revealed a triumphant smile. Chapter 95, The Early Awakening of Majin Buu. No, you cannot kill me. Babidi's eyes widened in genuine fear as he felt the threat of death closing in, with Dubra unable to intervene in time. His heart raced. His expression contorted in horror as terror spread across his features. If you kill me, Majin Buu will awaken prematurely. The entire universe will suffer. Huh, you really think I would show mercy? Chuan glanced at Babidi, his gaze condescending. Whether I kill you or not, Majin Buu will awaken. Allowing you to exist while he gathers all his energy would be a far more troublesome affair. An early awakening of Majin Buu is not something I find unacceptable. With that, a ki wave immediately condensed, enveloping Babidi. In an instant, the entire planet seemed to dim. Babidi frantically recited spells. In the next moment, he vanished from his spot, reappearing on the opposite side of the planet. Just as he intended to taunt, A voice echoed in his ear. What? Did you think I would be merciful? You have yet to awaken Majin Buu. Chuan's voice resonated around him like a sinister melody. With the ability of instant transmission, he moved faster than anyone could react. As long as he desired, no one could escape his grasp. Babidi was truly terrified at that moment. His speech faltered. He had assumed he could escape, but he never expected his opponent to keep pace with him like a relentless shadow. Anger and fear etched across his waxen face. Fine. 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 You have forced my hand. I will make you regret this. Even if Majin Buu awakens prematurely, he is beyond your feeble capabilities. Trembling, Babidi resigned himself to his fate. He knew that if he did not awaken Majin Buu, death awaited him. However, if Majin Buu awakened, he would have a sliver of hope. Therefore, he no longer considered the consequences of Majin Buu's energy awakening. All that mattered was to teach this detestable foe a lesson. Chanting fervently, a mysterious power began to emanate from him. The space around him shimmered, and a massive, grotesque form appeared. Babidi's hands touched the creature, and his incantations quickened. Witnessing this, Chuan smiled and slowly retreated. He was in no rush, especially since Majin Buu was not yet capable of fully gathering his energy. Otherwise, he would feel quite threatened. After all, Majin Buu's abilities were extraordinarily unique, and one wrong move could lead to disaster. Currently, Majin Buu's early awakening would not yield overwhelming power, and he would initially appear as Fat Buu. Wasn't this akin to a mere training session? He could even practice his skills, and as long as he acquired those skills, his efforts would not be in vain. As for his combat prowess, he had just unlocked the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan of the 3rd tier, yet after mastering ki control, he felt confident in achieving the 4th tier. Moreover, with the knowledge of how to harness immense power, this was merely a stepping stone. However, a far stronger adversary loomed ahead, and Majin Buu was his primary target. Strong combat prowess, diverse abilities, resilient. Such a formidable opponent was perfect, especially since Fat Buu was inherently kind-hearted. With a little manipulation, perhaps he could avoid becoming an enemy. Thus, Chuan found himself eagerly anticipating the encounter. On the other side, Dabra was utterly astonished by the unfolding events. That fellow was so powerful. He completely disregarded his presence and directly engaged Lord Babidi, and he was powerless to intervene. Ultimately, he had compelled Lord Babidi to forcibly awaken Majin Buu. Initially, when he sensed Chuan's overwhelming strength, he felt a twinge of retreat. But now, with Majin Buu on the verge of awakening, what was there to fear? Ha! You are all finished. You are doomed. Once Babidi releases Majin Buu, you will all meet your end. He is a being of unparalleled might. It was as if a dog had found its master, and at that moment, he began to bask in misplaced confidence. Nearby, Carl and Greta frowned but remained silent, as they were attempting to minimize their presence. They had initially believed that transforming into Super Saiyans would allow them to partake in their leader's battle. But they never anticipated such a daunting first encounter. How terrifying! Why were these foes so incredibly strong? Even they struggled to cope. Of course, another beast was present, but they could indeed handle it. However, given the current circumstances, they were hesitant to act recklessly. Should they attract the attention of King Dabra, they would be finished. To avoid hindering their leader, they truly did their utmost to diminish their presence. However, Carl and Greta could not silence Dabra, but Chuan would not indulge him. Shut up. In an instant, Chuan teleported beside Dabra and unleashed a powerful punch. Before Dabra could react, a ki wave struck him directly. With a combat power just over 2 billion, he could not withstand even the 1st tier of Super Saiyan, let alone the current 2nd tier. It was an effortless annihilation. However, just as he struck, the system notification chimed. Ding. Time is up. Sign-in successful. Reward. Saliva petrification skill. Chuan. At that moment, he was utterly taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. Who would want such a useless skill? This skill might be suitable for minor foes, but against stronger opponents, it would be practically ineffective. Moreover, it lacks practicality. What kind of image does one maintain while spitting during combat? Only the king of the demon realm would disregard his image to enact such behavior, but I would never stoop to that level. Upon hearing the system notification, his mood soured as he gazed at the nearly defeated Dabra, his expression contorted with frustration. He wished to dismantle this demon king piece by piece. Damn it! I was waiting to sign in with Majin Buu, only to have you, this waste, ruin my plans. Go to hell and repent. Chapter 96. A warning. A devastating ki wave surged forth, enveloping Dubra. In the blink of an eye, Dubra was reduced to ashes. This scene left everyone present in utter shock, their eyes wide in disbelief. Carl and Greta could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Wow, our leader is too ferocious. Such a powerful demon king was instantly annihilated at his hands. The demon realm king is exponentially more powerful than we could ever imagine. Yet, this formidable being stands before our leader like an ant. It is truly unfathomable how terrifying Chuan must be. Who would have thought that after just a brief absence, he would have grown so fearsome? Not to mention Carl and Greta, Babidi was utterly terrified. Even his incantation speed had increased. In his mind, if he didn't summon Majin Buu quickly, his life could very well be at stake. Even the demon realm king, Dabura, was utterly ineffective, swiftly vanquished. Who could he rely on now? Only the true Majin Buu. At this moment, Babidi chanted his spells with the rapidity of a machine gun, unleashing a series of formidable incantations. Soon, a thick mist enveloped the surroundings, and a surge of pink mist erupted forth, enveloping the entire creature, subsequently ascending into the sky. Witnessing this scene, Babidi's eyes sparkled with excitement. It's almost here. Majin Buu is about to awaken. You shall all become his targets. Faced with this transformation, Carl and Greta wore expressions of seriousness, as they genuinely sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from the creature, one that surpassed even that of the earlier demon realm king. They felt it was beyond comparison. Gradually, they approached Chuan. Leader, aren't you going to intervene? The entity within that creature is exceedingly terrifying, emanating a powerful aura that is countless times more dreadful than the previous one. In that moment, both of them wished to flee. As the pink mist thickened, they felt an insurmountable evil presence pervading the air. They could not fathom what manner of being this was. Chuan gently shook his head and said, "It's of no concern. I am well aware of the caliber of that being. Indeed, it is potent, and had it gathered its energy, I might have had to consider my options. However, it is not only lacking in energy, but has also been prematurely awakened. With its current strength, it poses no threat whatsoever. It is precisely such entities that provide intrigue." Carl was momentarily taken aback, surprised by their leader's unwavering confidence and his knowledge of the creature within the orb. How extraordinarily perceptive. At this moment, they could not help but admire Chuan, who possessed immense strength and appeared to have profound understanding of everything around him. No wonder he was their leader, endowed with such formidable combat prowess. They fell silent. Yet, their silence did not extend to Chuan, who regarded Carl and Greta with grave seriousness, as if conveying something of utmost importance. You two must listen closely. As pure-blooded Saiyans, only through battle can we truly awaken our ancestral bloodline. It is only through continuous combat that our power can grow. As warriors, we must never shy away from a fight. Should there come a day when fear of battle grips you, you shall no longer deserve the title of Saiyan. Since both of you are among the more gifted individuals aside from myself, I hope you grasp this concept. Chuan understood that his own formidable strength might allow him to outpace all Saiyans for a considerable time. However, if he did not warn the others, they might grow accustomed to hiding behind him. Over time, this could lead them to forget the fighting spirit that defined the Saiyan race. Should a warrior race forsake battle, true peril would ensue. Sensing the weight of Chuan's earnest tone, Carl and Greta nodded solemnly. "Fear not, leader. We shall never forget the true lineage of being a Saiyan, for we are a race born for combat. Without battle, how could we be called a warrior race?" They both declared in succession. Observing their earnest expressions, Chuan felt a slight sense of relief. At least they could transform into the first stage of Super Saiyan, a significant achievement. Yet, they still lacked a bit of finesse, particularly in their base combat strength. If their base power were truly formidable, the situation might differ. Just as they were conversing, the distant pink mist fully enveloped the creature, unveiling its contents. However, when Babidi beheld the emptiness within, his eyes widened in disbelief. No, it cannot be. How could it be empty? Is it possible that Majin Buu has completely perished in this long passage of time? Babidi's shock and fear stemmed entirely from this unexpected turn of events. Carl and Greta were equally stunned, but soon erupted into laughter. "Ha! We thought we were facing a powerful entity, only to find it was merely an empty shell. Is this your dependable ally?" They laughed heartily, casting a glance at Chuan, eager to share their joy. Yet, when they saw the grave expression on Chuan's face, their laughter abruptly ceased, and their expression stiffened. Following his gaze, They noticed the sky had become shrouded in thick pink mist, which showed no signs of dissipating. What is happening? This seems to be the very mist that erupted from the creature. Could it be that there is something amiss with this mist? They were momentarily at a loss. Chuan slowly stated, before reaching any conclusions, do not become overly complacent. This world is vast, and anything can happen. As you can see, the being has truly awakened, albeit not fully restored. Yet, it has indeed manifested. Just wait a few moments, and it will surely present itself. Chuan's resolute words made it clear to Carl and Greta that the foe had not perished, but was concealed within the pink mist. Chapter 97. Emergence. The pressure of Majin Buu. As if to validate Chuan's statement, the moment his words fell, the distant pink mist began to coalesce. Before the astonished gazes of all present, it gradually formed a figure. With a pink body, a plump physique that appeared quite adorable, and a head adorned with a tail-like appendage, it was none other than Majin Buu. Majin Buu. Majin Buu has appeared. Splendid. This is my Majin Buu. Babidi exclaimed with delight. Although Majin Buu had not awakened due to absorbed energy, his inherent strength was not something ordinary beings could rival. At the very least, Babidi's safety was assured. To avoid being attacked, Babidi quickly positioned himself beside Majin Buu, and upon seeing the creature, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Immediately, he cast a challenging glance at Chuan. Majin Buu paid him no mind, instead observing his surroundings with great curiosity. Carl hesitated before speaking. Is this truly Majin Buu? They spoke of such power, yet he doesn't seem particularly formidable. No, there is something peculiarly intriguing about him. His aura is quite strong, yet lacks the typical presence of a powerful being, Greta added. Confronted by the actions of his two subordinates, Chuan cast a helpless glance. He never anticipated committing such a grievous error. You too, calm down a bit. Do not forget that even the demon king of the demon realm, Dapula, was merely a mere nuisance before me. You should not judge others by their appearance. This is the true demon. After uttering these words, Chuan paid no heed to the astonished gazes of Carl and Greta, who, despite sensing the terrifying aura of the demon Buu, habitually judged based on appearances. Had he not been present, these two would undoubtedly have met a grim fate. Under his reprimand, Carl and Greta appeared to awaken to the reality, instantly adopting a defensive stance against the demon Buu. They fully absorbed the overwhelming pressure emanating from him, which rendered them breathless. At that moment, they genuinely regarded the demon Buu with newfound seriousness. Was this his source of strength? A fearsome creature indeed. In contrast to Carl and Greta, Chuan's perception of the demon Buu was far more acute. The power of Fat Buu could potentially reach a staggering 100 billion. Although this might not seem excessively high, it was, without a doubt, formidable. It was crucial to note that he had not fully gathered his energy. Had he managed to do so, his combat prowess would have escalated to an even more terrifying level, which alleviated Chuan somewhat. This was still within his manageable range. Thankfully, it was not insurmountable. With the right strategy, he could contend with it. Moreover, Fat Buu was relatively easier to handle compared to other more malevolent forms, such as Evil Buu or Super Buu, which would pose a greater challenge. Chuan had already devised a plan regarding Fat Buu, primarily focusing on deception. After all, he sought to acquire the skills possessed by the demon. Regardless of the circumstances, there was always a possibility that the malevolent aspect would manifest. However, if he could obtain the skills of Fat Buu, it would all be worthwhile. Furthermore, Chuan was rather eager for Buu to unleash his evil identity, as only then could he fully exert his own power. This opportunity might even allow him to ascend to the 4th level of Super Saiyan. Without a sufficiently strong adversary, it would indeed be difficult for him to make any significant progress, for the Saiyans could only grow in strength through battle. The warrior race thrived in conflict. Tranquil cultivation was ultimately a path of solitude. The serene atmosphere was abruptly shattered by Babidi's voice. Buu, you have observed and acclimated. Now, eliminate these detestable individuals before you. They dare to threaten me. They cannot be allowed to escape unscathed. Babidi's voice was particularly grating, prompting all present to furrow their brows. Even Carl and Greta, had it not been for the presence of the demon Buu, would have relished the opportunity to dispose of him. His incessant prattle was utterly tiresome. However, the demon Buu merely glanced over, showing no intention of taking action. I refuse. I do not wish to act recklessly. I have not gathered sufficient energy. If I engage now, what will I do when hunger strikes? Moreover, that individual possesses a tremendous amount of energy. I cannot guarantee victory against him. The demon Bu candidly expressed his thoughts. Despite his immense power, he could sense an equally formidable force lurking within Chuan. Should a confrontation occur, the outcome was uncertain. Thus, the demon Bu declined Babbidi's command. Yet, how could Babidi possibly tolerate such defiance? Although he yearned for the demon Bu's allegiance, it was merely the desire for another powerful subordinate. Upon hearing Bu's refusal, his expression soured significantly, and his tone rose sharply. What did you say? No. Repeat that. If you do not obey my orders, I will put you back to sleep, and you will never awaken again. Without me, you would never have been able to awaken. Do you not understand who is responsible for your revival? Babbidi's words were painfully brusque. He believed that the demon Bu was entirely within his control. If he dared to disobey, he would not hesitate to administer punishment. This statement caused the previously content demon Bu to fall silent, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. Though he did not allow it to manifest outwardly, nor did Babbidi notice. Very well. Since Lord Babbidi has spoken, I shall deal with them. The demon Bu suppressed his carefree demeanor, stepping forward, as if the very essence of his being surged to its zenith. Carl and Greta's expressions turned grave. What? This fellow possesses immense strength. Why does he heed that hideous alien? They pondered in disbelief. With such terrifying combat capability, it seemed unnecessary for the demon Bu to follow Babbidi's commands, especially given Babbidi's blatant disrespect. What kind of strong individual could tolerate that? Chuan smiled at Carl and Greta's remarks, finding this development quite favorable. Babbidi was inadvertently providing him with the perfect opportunity. Without Babbidi's presence, Chuan would have found it challenging to persuade the demon Bu. However, it now seemed that matters were indeed falling into place. Chapter 98. The Death of Babbidi. Fat Bu seemed oblivious as he engaged in his exercises, while Babbidi wore a sinister grin. Kill them. Kill them. How dare they mock me, threaten me? I shall ensure they all meet their demise. Down to hell with them. Babbidi's voice was piercingly shrill. Not only was it sharp, but it was also unpleasant, causing everyone present to involuntarily frown. Even Fat Bu's movements paused momentarily. In contrast to the others, Chuan could hardly contain his delight. The more reckless Babbidi became, the greater his chances. Bu, do you not desire to live freely? To lead a carefree life, unbound by any restrictions? Do as you please, eat what you wish. Chuan spoke casually, as if engaged in light conversation, fully aware that Bu yearned for freedom, particularly Fat Bu, who despised being constrained by someone like Babbidi. Chuan's words incited immediate ire in Babbidi. You despicable wretch. Do not attempt to sow discord here. It will be in vain. Bu will always remain my most loyal servant. Freedom? Huh. What a joke. Without me, Bu would never awaken. I am his rebirth parent. If he does not obey me, then who will he heed? Babbidi's harsh voice reverberated in the ears of all present, causing Carl and Greta to furrow their brows in disbelief. Such a powerful demon was referred to as a servant? This grotesque individual was far too arrogant. Showing disrespect to a loyal subordinate and insulting him so egregiously was simply unforgivable. Even Carl and Greta were discontented, let alone Chuan. However, Chuan understood Fat Bu's inner thoughts well and seized the moment to stoke the flames. You see, he does not even understand how to respect you. Why not allow me to act on your behalf? Chuan's words immediately resonated with Fat Bu, instilling within him a palpable desire to take action. Barbading felt an ominous sense of foreboding. Majin Bu, I command you to kill him. Now. Immediately, a wave of crisis enveloped his heart. If he allowed these monkeys to sway the masses any longer, Majin Bu might truly turn against him. Even if that did not happen, complications would surely arise. Watching Barbading grow increasingly frantic, Chuan recognized his success. At the very least, he had planted the seed of rebellion in Majin Bu's mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into Super Saiyan's second stage, a brilliant light radiating around him, accompanied by crackling lightning. His overwhelming aura left everyone awestruck, revealing a battle power of 70 billion. In the instant when all were captivated by his presence, he vanished from sight. The next moment, his figure reappeared behind Barbading, launching a radiant ki blast. By the time the ki blast enveloped Barbading, he had no chance to react, and in an instant, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area, silencing any cries. Barbading had officially exited the stage. Immediately, Chuan returned to his original position, and the scene fell into a profound silence. No one expected him to act so decisively. his speed surpassing all imagination, leaving Barbading utterly bewildered. Ka and Gelita stared in disbelief. They understood Mu Chuan's intent to eliminate Barbading, yet moments ago they were bickering, and suddenly he struck. Did the leader not fear Majin Buu intervening? If he did, the resolution would not have been so seamless. However, the real question arose. Majin Buu was not weak. He should have reacted. Why did he not intervene? The two were utterly baffled. After dispatching Barbading, Mu Chuan did not revert from Super Saiyan second stage. Instead, he fixed a serious gaze upon Fat Buu. I have dealt with Barbading for you. You must hate him more than anyone, as he has restricted your freedom and even insulted your dignity. Now that the nuisance is gone, shall we have a little contest? If I defeat you, you will accompany me for a time, and I shall introduce you to a new world. If I lose, you will be truly free and also experience genuine delicacies. Mu Chuan's serious demeanor directed at Fat Buu was compelling. Given Buu's character, wagers concerning other matters might not pique his interest, but the allure of freedom and food would surely entice him. Regardless of the outcome, Mu Chuan had nothing to lose. He sought not merely a powerful subordinate, but rather the skills of Fat Buu. With time spent together, the probability of acquiring Buu's abilities would become inevitable, significantly enhancing his own strength. Fat Buu tilted his head, innocently stating, as long as I win, even if you refuse to take me, you must. Otherwise, I will kill you. Although this proclamation emerged in an oddly endearing manner, his expression was devoid of jest. Had it been anyone else, one might have thought Buu was joking. Yet Mu Chuan never believed Fat Buu would jest. Despite his good intentions, it did not equate to pure innocence. Otherwise, how could he be dubbed a demon? He was undeniably decisive and ruthless. Mu Chuan remarked, regardless, you have been sealed for so long. You must feel quite restless. You may think you are free alone, but being accompanied brings a different sensation, specially crafted chocolates, exquisite cakes, and smooth jellies that melt in your mouth. Their sweet flavors irresistible. The more he spoke, the more enticing his descriptions became, even evoking vivid images of desserts in his mind. Initially unfazed, Fat Boo's inner turmoil stirred, and his face lit up with eagerness. Let us have a match. Just as you said, if you do not keep your promise, I will turn you into chocolate and eat you. The exchange between Mu Chuan and Fat Buu left Ka and Gelita in stunned silence. What strange dialogue was this? Did the strong converse in such a manner? They could not comprehend it. Though they did not understand, they felt they had learned something valuable. Chapter 99, Super Saiyan Third Stage vs. Majin Buu. Fat Buu assumed a fighting stance, eager to discover the extent of this tailed human strength. Throughout, he sensed this human was exceedingly dangerous, which is why he had not readily obeyed Barbading's commands. Mu Chuan maintained his Super Saiyan second stage, exuding a formidable aura. Yet compared to Fat Buu, it was insufficient. Therefore, he clenched his fists, a silent roar surging his energy. In an instant, his hair lengthened, his expression grew increasingly serious. And soon, lightning crackled around him, revealing a hint of purple in his eyes. Within 3 seconds, he achieved his optimal state, embodying not only Super Saiyan Third Stage, but also maximizing his lineage from the Ice Demon clan. His battle power soared beyond limits, nearing 300 billion. As Mu Chuan transformed into Super Saiyan Third Stage, the entire demon realm trembled. Even the Milky Way inexplicably quaked. On the distant King Kai's planet, the North Kai fell from his chair. What is happening? Why is there suddenly an earthquake? Is the galaxy facing another catastrophe? He searched but found no answers. Merely feeling the entire galaxy shake as if enduring a violent collision, which startled him greatly. Babu Lu and others were equally alarmed. On Earth, the Supreme Kai and Bobo gazed towards the demon realm. In just a fleeting moment, they sensed Mu Chuan's immense energy. It's Mu Chuan. I did not expect his power to have grown so vast. Even across the vast cosmos, that terrifying aura is palpable. He is incredibly powerful. If unleashed on Earth, he could shatter it. The Supreme Kai was astounded, utterly unable to fathom that one individual's might could reach such heights. Bobo silently nodded in agreement. Deep within the Supreme Kai temple, the once ambitious Dr. Jelu had grown impatient. However, upon sensing an overwhelming energy surge, deducing it was Mu Chuan, his restless heart calmed. Heavens, what a colossal energy! Though separated by an immense distance in the universe, the fear it instilled was undeniable. Glancing at the artificial beings in the nutrient chambers, he shook his head. Not enough, still not enough madness. With this level, freedom remains unattainable. I must refine my skills further. Dr. Jellu and Dr. Mio exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with wild notions, akin to beasts stripped of reason. No one knew their inner thoughts, yet they were certain of their ruthless intent. The madness was etched into their very bones. Chuan subtly adjusted to the form of Super Saiyan 3rd stage, then looked expressionlessly at Fat Buu. My apologies for the wait. Now we can commence. As his words fell, a dark light flashed in the distance. In Chuan's eyes, a flicker of astonishment flashed. He had almost forgotten about this fellow's presence. That beam of black light belonged to Yi Ge. Ever since the awakening of the demon Buu, the others seemed to have lost their vibrancy, completely disregarded by him, perhaps due to their significantly weaker power. Had it not been for Yi Ge's actions, Chuan might not have noticed him at all. However, with a concentrated energy wave in his hand, Chuan shot it forth without even a glance. Yi Ge didn't even have time to react before being pierced through. A creature that thrived on consuming light energy was utterly engulfed by the energy wave. Not only was it unable to consume, but it was remarkable that it could withstand the attack at all. Instantly eliminated. Chuan then turned his attention to the plump Buu. At this moment, the rotund Buu gazed at Chuan with great intrigue. For witnessing a short-haired individual transform into one with long hair was akin to a magic trick. Moreover, the terrifying power displayed during the transformation was simply astonishing. You are truly fascinating. Even if I defeat you, I shall not kill you. I want you to be my subordinate. Transform for me every day. I wish to see your magic tricks. Change, change, change. The plump Buu seemed to have found something amusing, bouncing around energetically. Carl and Greta exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a hint of disbelief, as if questioning whether this could truly be the demon Buu. Could he be a fool? Yet, they dared not speak, for fear of attracting ire and drawing attention to themselves. Chuan, however, understood that although the plump Buu was immensely powerful, often ruthless in his actions, it stemmed merely from a lack of proper understanding. Had someone guided him correctly, he would not have become this way. Perhaps this was why Chuan had no intention of obliterating him entirely. If truly guided, he could become an invaluable and formidable ally. His potential was not to be underestimated. The battle has commenced. Are you preparing to concede? Chuan said coldly, seizing the moment when Buu was momentarily distracted. Chuan suddenly flashed to his side and delivered a fierce kick. In the next instant, as if predicting Buu's response, Chuan intervened with a powerful energy wave that struck with tremendous force, passing through Buu's body. Immediately, Chuan grasped Buu's arm and executed a spinning kick that sent him crashing into the ground, creating a massive crater. The demon realm trembled as a result. In mere seconds, the battle escalated in intensity, with Buu completely suppressed, largely due to his overconfidence. Otherwise, how could he have found himself in such a predicament? Beside them, Carl remarked, "Is this the extent of Majin Buu's power? Why does he seem so weak? He has no room to retaliate against our leader." Greta replied, "Indeed. Is it possible that our leader is simply too strong for Majin Buu to handle?" At that moment, both fell silent. Despite the simplicity of each move, the speed and power behind them were such that a single blow would be enough to incapacitate anyone. They had initially thought that their experiences in the outside world would have allowed them to transform into Super Saiyans, believing they could be of assistance. Little did they expect that they were still mere novices. Chapter 100. The Emergence of Evil Buu. Buu was being soundly suppressed. Throughout, Chuan kept his grip firm, knowing that to defeat Buu, he could not afford to give him an ounce of respite. However, Chuan ultimately underestimated Buu's ferocity. Aware that he could not easily escape, Buu decisively swung his arm, severing the captured limb from his body, and in an instant, he vanished from the battlefield. His eyes rolled back, and several energy orifices on his head emitted thick smoke, as his aura began to waver significantly. "I am angry. The consequences will be severe." With a thud, the severed arm instantly regenerated, albeit with a slight decrease in his energy. Nevertheless, he glared at Chuan with unwavering intensity. "You have provoked my wrath." As Buu's fury intensified, pink smoke enveloped the entire sky. At that moment, no one paid any heed, only staring fixedly at Buu. However, Chuan sensed something. Glancing at the lingering pink smoke, a subtle smile graced his face. "Is it about to emerge? It seems I must exert myself further." With this determination, Chuan stepped forward, unleashing a terrifying aura as yellow, white, and purple lightning flickered, presenting him in an extraordinary state. His power was anything but ordinary, instantly suppressing Buu. No matter how furious Boo became, it was of no avail, and he found himself enduring even greater punishment. During this onslaught, the pink smoke continuously emanated, akin to a pervasive aura that most would fail to detect. In contrast, Chuan's strength only grew in response. Suddenly, Carl remarked, "Why does our leader's form appear so peculiar?" Peculiar? Greta mused, observing the battlefield thoughtfully. Even if it is somewhat unusual, it is not surprising. After all, he is in the third stage of Super Saiyan transformation, which is beyond our comprehension. But don't you find it odd? Even in the third stage of Super Saiyan, the long hair might be a characteristic, yet it has shifted from the usual golden to a striking white and purple. That is quite strange. In fact, during our leader's transformation, I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, though I cannot quite place it. Carl expressed his frustration, sensing the familiarity yet unable to articulate it. Thus, he posed the question. At this, Greta focused intently, ultimately shaking her head. "I still cannot grasp your sentiment." Unmoved by the lack of understanding, Carl felt no disappointment, simply harboring a profound sense of curiosity. To him, it was unsurprising for Chuan to exhibit such a unique form, for he was the one leading all Saiyans forward, unveiling a new chapter as the strongest Saiyan. In truth, Carl's instincts were correct. He simply could not break free from his established mindset. Had he been aware that Chuan's current state not only encompassed the Super Saiyan transformation, but also the fusion of the bloodline of the Frost Demon race, he would have been utterly astounded. This represented a transcendence of racial boundaries, merging two immensely powerful lineages. As the battle progressed, Chuan sensed that the burden of the third stage of Super Saiyan was gradually diminishing. Were he merely a Saiyan, he might not have been able to sustain such prolonged combat. Yet, he was much more than a mere Saiyan. After all, he possessed a system. This was a distinct advantage he held. As the two bloodlines began to merge more seamlessly, the duration of the battle would ultimately lead to a true fusion, erasing any distinction between them. With such a formidable mindset on display, he would not encounter any burdens. There was a possibility of further advancement ahead. Although Fat Boo's combat power is not formidable, and he poses no real threat, he is indeed a rare opponent of considerable strength, serving as an excellent sharpening stone for him. However, he has not forgotten his ultimate goal, to bring Fat Boo under his command while awaiting the miraculous activation of the Saiyan system. As for the true sharpening stone, Chuan gazed upward at the sky, where the atmosphere had grown increasingly dense, transitioning from a faint presence to one that could no longer conceal itself. With his gaze, everyone else also sensed the anomaly and looked up in unison. What is this? What on earth is this entity? How did this inexplicable thick smoke suddenly envelop the entire sky, as if shrouding the entire demon realm? What is happening? Those, like Carl, who were closely monitoring the battle, felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment. There was an ominous aura, a distinctly malevolent presence. Could there be another embodiment of evil? Even Fat Boo, who had been consumed by anger, was momentarily awakened, his brow furrowing slightly as he observed the pink mist in the sky, feeling a wave of confusion wash over him. "This aura is so wicked yet strangely familiar," Fat Boo murmured. Chuan, who happened to overhear, couldn't help but smile knowingly. Of course, it is familiar. After all, the two share the same origin. One embodies benevolence while the other is the epitome of evil, the true form of Majin Buu. In contrast, although Fat Boo has long been referred to as Majin Buu, he possesses none of the so-called characteristics of a demon, and with slight guidance, he can easily walk the righteous path. As for the one about to emerge, he is the very embodiment of malevolence, the true Majin Buu that instills fear in all living beings. This is precisely the sharpening stone Chuan desires, unafraid of being damaged in the process, as he is merely an evil entity. Whether he lives or dies is of no concern to him. With Fat Boo's presence, the potential for a successful sign-in is ever present. Thus, he had anticipated this moment, and now he eagerly awaited it. As their battle ceased, the aura of evil in the sky seemed to seize the opportunity, gradually coalescing before everyone's eyes. The thick smoke began to form a humanoid shape, and as the figure became clearer, expressions of horror spread across all faces. Gradually, a terrifying and malevolent energy permeated the air. Boom! The atmosphere trembled as the evil aura could no longer be contained. Chapter 101. Overwhelming Power. Under the watchful gaze of all, a sinister figure slowly materialized. It was a gaunt, brownish-gray silhouette, dressed in clothing similar to Fat Boo's. yet radiating a far more malevolent essence. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. How did it seem that a rather different entity had appeared? And the aura was so wicked. Even Fat Bu was equally perplexed. Who are you? Why does your aura resemble mine? As he stared at the figure emerging from the pink mist, a tumult of emotions surged within Fat Bu, accompanied by a vague sense of familiarity. This unusual feeling arose within him. The figure, however, paid no heed to the astonished expressions of those present, surveying his surroundings with an expression that epitomized wickedness. Exuding an air of indifference, he was the true embodiment of Bu, in his pure evil form, a manifestation born from the nefarious thoughts of Majin Bu. After taking in the surroundings, the evil Bu swiftly appeared beside Fat Bu, scrutinizing him from head to toe before executing an action that left everyone in shock. With a cold smile, he delivered a punch that pierced through Fat Bu. You fool! I am you. Did you not even realize that? What utter foolishness! I am ashamed to possess such benevolent thoughts as yours. You shall become my strength. Before the astonished eyes of all, he seized Fat Bu by the head, delivering a brutal onslaught that left Fat Bu with no room for retaliation. This scene left Carl and Greta in a state of shock. Both were dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how the situation had escalated to such complexity. The mere appearance of Majin Bu had already been hard to believe, and now another Majin Bu had emerged. Even more astonishing was the fact that these two Majin Bus were engaging in mutual destruction. What on earth is happening? However, as they struggled to make sense of it, they glanced at Chuan, who appeared to be in complete control, and felt a sense of reassurance. Observing their leader's expression, it was clear that everything seemed to be under control, albeit with secrets unknown to them. Carl cautiously approached. Boss, what exactly is going on? Why is it becoming increasingly incomprehensible? Are these two really both Majin Bu? Although the outcome seemed evident, Carl still felt uncertain, as if it were all too extraordinary to grasp. Chuan nodded, affirming his suspicions. Indeed, these two are both Majin Bu. However, they represent different forms of him. The initial one is Fat Bu, possessing benevolence and purity, yet lacking proper guidance, leading to naivete in his actions. The latter, the slender Majin Bu, can be considered a distinct manifestation that has emerged from Fat Bu, or his second form, commonly referred to as the pure evil form. The bifurcation of malicious thoughts has granted evil Bu immense power, far exceeding that of Fat Bu. If Fat Bu possesses a combat power of 100 billion, then evil Bu boasts an astonishing 160 billion. As Chuan explained, both Carl and Greta were left speechless. What a miraculous transformation is this? And what are these figures they are hearing? 100 billion combat power. 160 billion combat power. How terrifying is that? They could scarcely fathom the magnitude of such power, as they had only recently managed to ascend to Super Saiyan first form, with their combat power barely exceeding 100 million. They had felt proud of this. Yet now they were confronted with these staggering numbers. However, upon reflection, it seemed that such a formidable Majin Bu appeared less threatening before their leader. Although they did not know who was stronger, Evil Bu or their boss, the previous battle had completely overwhelmed Fat Bu. What difference was there now with the emergence of Evil Bu? In such a comparison, it was evident that their leader was at least comparable to Evil Bu. This realization left them in awe. They had never imagined their leader could be so terrifying. Are we now waiting for them to exhaust each other? No. This is not their final form, and their strength is still insufficient. I require an even more formidable adversary, Chuan stated calmly. As for the current Majin Bu, he posed no threat to him. Even if Evil Bu unleashed his full power, his combat power would not surpass 200 billion. To him, this foe was merely an enemy he could easily eradicate. Far from enough. Of course, if Evil Bu were to devour Fat Bu, he would then transform into the most powerful form, Super Bu. Only then would he pose a genuine threat to him. However, this would be considered the ultimate form, as the so-called absorption form depends on the opponent's strength. Insufficient strength? The two individuals echoed the words spoken by Chuan, momentarily rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond. Chuan, fully aware of their predicament and the thoughts swirling in their minds, asserted that as a Saiyan, the essence of existence lies in combat. While diligent training can indeed enhance one's fighting prowess, it is through battle that one can experience the most rapid advancement. To ascend to higher realms, one must endure relentless confrontations. If worthy adversaries are scarce, one must create them. Moreover, It is only when the malevolent Bu has truly consumed the fat Bu that a formidable opponent will emerge. Chuan articulated his intentions clearly. If the goal were merely to eliminate an adversary, it would be a trivial task, one he could easily achieve. Even united, the two would pose no challenge to him. Yet he craved a worthy opponent. It is a rare opportunity to hone his skills and elevate his combat abilities once more. He has reached the pinnacle, yet a sense of urgency gnaws at him. Despite his current strength, many in this universe surpass him. He yearns to break through, to transcend the limits of Super Saiyan, and return to the source, the fourth stage of Super Saiyan. This form, wild and primal, possesses the potential to challenge even divine beings. Without achieving this fourth stage, his current strength is insufficient to reign supreme across the cosmos. Chapter 102, Poised for Action, Gula's Revenge Plan. The evil Bu completely dominated the fat Bu, whose inferiority was exacerbated by the emergence of his own dark thoughts, diminishing his combat capability. Following their recent battle, he had yet to recover, appearing even more vulnerable. Under the astonished gazes of all present, the evil Bu unleashed a purple lightning bolt that enveloped the fat Bu and transformed him into delectable chocolate, which he promptly devoured. Carl was left dumbfounded. Such a powerful Majin Bu met his end in such an absurd manner, reduced to chocolate and consumed. This was utterly preposterous, as Carl stood in disbelief. The evil Bu underwent a transformation. Having swallowed the fat Bu, his previously gaunt figure expanded slightly, taking on a more rounded hue. Yet the malevolent aura surrounding him remained unchanged, even intensifying. The newly formed Bu scanned his surroundings with an impassive expression, ultimately fixing his gaze on Chuan. A sinister smile gradually forming on his lips. You have granted me the most formidable combat power. Your audacity is commendable. Therefore, I bestow upon you the opportunity to merge with me, to become a part of my power. From the moment the evil Bu appeared, he understood his position, being one with Bu himself. Thus, he sought to quickly consume the fat Bu to attain peak strength, and now his desire was fulfilled. Faced with this resplendent Bu, Chuan's excitement began to surface. This was the opponent he had longed for, a powerful adversary. The terrifying pressure was what he had yearned for. This was precisely the caliber his opponents should possess. Chuan stretched his limbs, invigorated by the encounter with this newly transformed Bu. He felt no trepidation, but rather an exhilarating anticipation. The battle would push him to his limits and enable him to achieve the full power of Super Saiyan third stage. Was the fourth stage of Super Saiyan not within reach? 240 billion combat power. That was the strength of the new Bu. However, it still fell short of Chuan's own. As they prepared for an epic confrontation, a dreadful evil force was slowly consolidating in a distant part of the universe, culminating in a formidable power. The mastermind behind this was Gula. Realizing he was ill-equipped to face the Saiyans, Gula devoted himself to rigorous training, fully realizing his extraordinary potential. Yet, despite his formidable combat strength, he lacked the confidence to confront Chuan. The more he understood, the clearer it became. Consequently, after mastering his silver form, Gula's combat power reached 10 billion, yet he still felt uncertain. Ultimately, he opted for an unexpected strategy, assembling a terrifying evil legion composed of the most fearsome beings from various galaxies. Only by uniting these formidable warriors could he hope to vanquish the Saiyans. Initially, he explored various avenues to locate the strongest galactic warriors, including Bojack, enduring considerable trials to finally release him from his seal. The two formed an alliance, intent on conjuring a terrifying evil power to dominate the universe. Yet, they remained unsatisfied, drifting through galaxies in search of their desired targets. Gula, are you truly certain such a terrifying existence exists? Indeed, it is said that on planet Naz, a formidable warrior known as Chuan once appeared. If we can control him, our conquest of the universe will accelerate. No one can stand in our way. Exactly. The entity Gula seeks is Chuan Sierra de Gang. This monstrous being, birthed from the dark sorcerer's transmission of evil thoughts to a statue, possesses tremendous combat power and lacks complete autonomy. If controlled, they would wield terrifying capabilities. Aware of this, Gula searched relentlessly. Bojack, however, was indifferent. He had but one goal, to slay the four Kais. Having suffered greatly while sealed at the edge of the galaxy, he sought only to eliminate those Kais. Gula's ambition to dominate the galaxy held little significance for him, yet he recognized the necessity of collaborating with Gula. Without it, his individual strength would prove insufficient. Thus, during their partnership, Gula took the lead. Hearing Gula's words, Bojack waved dismissively. It matters not whether we find him. I only need to fulfill my purpose. In response to Bojack's apathetic demeanor, Gula furrowed his brow. Had it not been for his desire to harness Bojack's power, he would never associate with someone so reckless. Was this not akin to inviting disaster? Although Bojack's combat prowess was formidable, it was not insurmountable. The outcome between them remained uncertain. Therefore, Gula understood that their combined strength would still fall short against the Saiyans. How then could they seek revenge? Bojack, you must take this more seriously. If you wish to seek vengeance on those who sealed you, you must possess greater power. Currently, the identity of the strongest being in the galaxy remains unknown. Yet a formidable entity stands in our way. Surely, they will also impede your revenge. Do you not desire retribution? Oh, who possesses such remarkable ability? Bojack's curiosity was piqued, for during the time he was sealed, no such beings existed in the entire galaxy. Now he was undeniably intrigued. Zanjia and the others nearby shared his curiosity, but their skepticism prevailed. Gula Wang, although it was somewhat impolite to refute your words, who in this vast galaxy could possibly rival the two of you? I believe you are greatly exaggerating. Bojack's four subordinates echoed in agreement. As they could not fathom the existence of such powerful entities, the presence of Gula was already a tremendous aberration. Moreover, Gula did not appear out of thin air. The frozen demon clan had navigated the cosmos since ancient times, being a truly fearsome race. This they could accept. However, the notion of even stronger beings was utterly beyond their belief. Chapter 103, The Evil Legion. Faced with the still arrogant Bojack and his companions, Gula did not hesitate to present a video he had long preserved. It captured the fierce battle between Chuan and Bai. Although their combat power at that time was merely a few hundred billion, the spectacle was utterly astonishing. Furthermore, how long had it been since then? Who could claim not to have improved? Especially the Saiyans, who prided themselves as a martial race, were unlikely to remain stagnant. At the very least, they must possess combat power in the hundreds of billions. Observing the intense combat displayed in the video, even Bojack began to rein in his demeanor, his expression gradually growing serious. If he were to battle one of them, perhaps he could emerge victorious. But against both, he could not guarantee his success. This realization also made him acutely aware that the universe harbored many formidable beings, far from the barren landscape he had envisioned. To his astonishment, it was indeed as you had said. This universe contained numerous terrifying powers. This was intriguing, indicating that he could not afford to be careless, lest he find himself in dire straits. Bojack momentarily adopted a more serious attitude. However, this shift in demeanor did not sit well with Gula. Gula was an exceedingly cautious individual. Having truly witnessed great terror, he dared not act recklessly without absolute assurance. Furrowing his brow, Gula remarked, "Do not underestimate anyone in the universe. The current cosmos is rife with undercurrents and countless strong adversaries. I once believed that our strength could easily dominate the universe, especially since no powerful foes appeared across several galaxies, leading me to mistakenly assume we were immensely powerful. That was merely a narrow view. The true strong ones would not even acknowledge our existence, viewing us as mere clowns. The individual in the video, however, represents a martial race in the cosmos, possessing the most terrifying lineage and the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, a truly formidable race." Upon concluding his statement, Gula played another video, showcasing the entire process of Frieza's demise. This was not to prove a point, but merely to ensure Bojack's group understood that Saiyans should never be underestimated. They were a ludicrous race. Their baseline combat power might not seem impressive, but upon transformation, it could multiply exponentially. Currently, it was understood that they could amplify their combat power by 50 times. Just ponder that, 50 times the combat power. Even Gula found it exaggerated. No wonder they were the sworn enemies of the frozen demon clan. At that moment, Bojack began to adopt a more serious demeanor. Given the current state of affairs, defeating him seemed improbable. But what if the opponent's strength had also increased? Such possibilities were beyond anyone's conjecture. He fell silent. Meanwhile, his four subordinates stared in disbelief, realizing how drastically the universe had transformed during their lengthy confinement, leaving them utterly astonished. The world had become so exaggerated. Such beings had never existed before. If such power truly existed, Had they not already dominated the galaxy? The disparity made them feel akin to frogs at the bottom of a well. Simultaneously, they confronted their own limitations. Seeing that everyone finally faced their own capabilities and abandoned their arrogance, Gula silently breathed a sigh of relief. This was the evil legion he desired. Although he was committed to vengeance and aimed to rule the entire universe, he did not wish to lead a group of arrogant fools. Fortunately, they were gradually coming to terms with their situation. Now, let us not belittle ourselves. While our combat power may not guarantee victory, we are certainly not weak and need not be overly cautious. Moreover, if we can locate the seal of the illusion demon, we shall possess the most terrifying weapon known to humankind. After guiding them to acknowledge their strength, Gula then offered them a glimmer of hope to prevent them from descending into true despair. Gula had already obtained the most concrete information. To unseal the illusion demon, one must first locate the sorcerer Hui, the only one knowledgeable about the seal's whereabouts. Of course, such an individual could only be an ally. True collaboration was highly improbable, for they wished to wield the illusion demon themselves. A weapon of mass destruction must reside in one's own hands to hold any significance. At that moment, Chuan was engaged in a standoff with Sabo, entirely unaware that a gathering of the evil legion was convening in another corner of the universe, with objectives far from pure. Their primary aim was to annihilate the Saiyans, as their existence had become an obstacle to their ambitions. Regardless of their awareness, Chuan never concerned himself with such matters. He was solely focused on reaching the pinnacle of his combat power, for everything else was mere illusion. No one could rival him. Come, let me witness the combat power you have gained after absorbing Fat Buo. Do not disappoint me. In an instant, Chuan erupted with energy, revealing his Super Saiyan third-stage combat power, showcasing his full capacity without a hint of hesitation. The bloodlines of both the Saiyans and the Frozen Demon clan intertwined seamlessly at this moment. Super Saiyan third stage, Frozen Demon clan silver form. Both were exceedingly formidable forms, and their combination propelled his combat power to an astonishing 360 billion. His baseline combat power was 9 billion. This was his full power. When he unleashed his full combat power, the entire demon realm quaked, even fissures appearing within it. His aura reverberated throughout the galaxy, causing tremors on all planets. Many beings gazed skyward in terror, as if a calamity was about to descend. The North Kai, witnessing this spectacle, was utterly flabbergasted, for this energy was so terrifying that it engulfed the entire galaxy. The magnitude of its terror was unimaginable. Even the North Kai stuttered in shock, not to mention the other life forms within the galaxy. At this moment, they all felt a profound tremor, confronted with the fearsome Chuan. Sabo felt not merely fear, but also a flicker of excitement. Chapter 104, The Science Limit. A colossal power. In this world, there exists an even greater power than mine. How astonishing. However, all of this shall soon belong to me. Sabo licked his lips, his entire visage radiating an unnerving charm, with an unmistakable aura of malevolence. Even in the face of a staggering battle power of 360 billion, he remained unfazed. Ripping a chunk of flesh from his own head, he hurled it forward, watching as it expanded into an enormous collar that surged toward Chuan. Boss, be careful. Carl and the others, ever vigilant on the battlefield, could not help but exclaim. However, Chuan seemed to have anticipated this, fully aware of every tactic employed by the demon Sabo, even more so than Sabo himself. He had sensed that the moment Sabo aimed to unleash his utmost combat prowess, the demon intended to consume him. Yet, Chuan was resolute in preventing such a fate from befalling him. With a swift movement, he darted forward in a straight line, transforming into a streak of light. Before Sabo could react, Chuan's fist pierced through the demon's abdomen. Following this, a barrage of energy blasts ensued. While these strikes did not inflict substantial harm upon Sabo, they effectively suppressed him, causing a rebound effect. He yearned for a mightier adversary, one who sought to devour him, and thus intended to shatter the demon's defenses. This was precisely his course of action. You wish to absorb me? How naive. Chuan's voice echoed in Sabo's ears. Despite his words, his onslaught did not relent. Within mere seconds, Sabo was left battered and bruised, appearing utterly wretched. If one were deceived by his appearance, they would undoubtedly plunge into despair. Sabo possessed an astounding regenerative capability, even more formidable than that of the Namekians. What did these injuries truly signify? A deafening explosion erupted as the two separated. Chuan gazed at Dabuo. Noting the demon's grotesque expression, a slight smirk gracing his lips. It was rare to encounter such a formidable opponent, allowing him to showcase his full strength. This sensation was exhilarating. Ever since he had surpassed all others, he had found it increasingly difficult to unleash his full potential. Of course, while he could exert his full power, it often came at a perilous cost. This was why he had struggled to find a worthy rival. Dabuo was a contender, albeit a reluctant one. During this brief interlude, Dabuo swiftly regained his composure, his expression hardening into one of ferocity. He had never experienced such humiliation, being so thoroughly subdued by another. Anger was a natural response, yet mere fury would yield no results. Dabuo adjusted his mindset. Don't get too cocky. A sinister smile spread across his face. Despite being at a disadvantage, he still found the capacity to grin, a notion utterly unfathomable. Greta furrowed her brow, commenting, "This fellow is peculiar. The disparity is so vast, yet he remains so arrogant despite being relentlessly pummeled by the boss. Could he possibly have a hidden card up his sleeve? It feels off." Nevertheless, in any case, the boss's strength is unparalleled. No one can match him, regardless of how formidable the foe may be. Both were steadfast in their belief that Chuan was the most powerful among them, and he had never disappointed them. As they conversed, Dabuo made his move. Just as everyone anticipated an attack, he abruptly retreated in the opposite direction, moving with remarkable speed. Did you truly believe I would be foolish enough to walk into my own demise? Right now, I am certainly no match for you, but I will return soon. Await my arrival." Dabuo's actions left everyone dumbfounded. Chuan furrowed his brow, sensing that this creature harbored a nefarious secret. What was he plotting? Just as he pondered this, a flash of insight struck him. He realized Dabuo aimed to consume greater numbers of beings. The more he absorbed, the stronger he would become, potentially acquiring their abilities. This was undeniably a broken power. At present, he was indeed pursuing this strategy. Chuan's expression subtly shifted. Though he considered his own combat prowess formidable, allowing Dabuo to run rampant would be exceedingly dangerous. "You wish to absorb others? Not on my watch." Chuan instantaneously teleported before Dabuo, launching a powerful kick that sent the demon flying. Almost instinctively, he reappeared before Dabuo once more, executing a fearsome spinning kick. As Dabuo soared through the air, Chuan channeled a formidable energy blast, merging two energy waves into one. A blinding radiance erupted, compelling all present to involuntarily shut their eyes. The energy blast struck Dabuo with tremendous force, shattering him into countless fragments. Witnessing this scene, Carl and Greta exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with exhilaration. "We've won. That guy was nothing but a nuisance, daring to provoke the boss. He's been thoroughly crushed." They believed Dabuo had been vanquished. Yet, Chuan's words sent them crashing back to reality. It is premature to celebrate. He has not been eliminated, and he possesses formidable regenerative abilities. This is merely the beginning. Against such terrifying regenerative power, anyone would find themselves at a disadvantage. Unless one could obliterate him entirely, it was impossible to kill Dabuo. His recovery capabilities were akin to an insurmountable cheat. Had he not desired such an extraordinary ability himself, he would not have entangled himself in this predicament. After all, with his strength, had he aimed to conclude the battle decisively, Dabuo would never have stood a chance. Observing the writhing mass of flesh in the distance, Chuan let out a slight sigh. Initially, he had intended to push himself to his limits, for it was only through reaching such extremes that he could truly attempt to break through. However, time was of the essence. It seemed that opportunity had slipped away. Chapter 105, The Golden Great Ape. He had hoped to find a truly potent adversary, yet it seemed impossible at present. Chuan's mind was already formulating a plan. He intended to wait until he attained Super Saiyan limit before attempting a breakthrough, transcending to Super Saiyan 4th stage. However, currently, he found it exceedingly difficult to encounter a worthy opponent. Either they were far superior, or they were simply inadequate to pose a challenge. Even Dabuo, without absorbing a stronger being, could not contend with him. Yet, he could not allow Dabuo to grow stronger. Otherwise, he himself might find the situation perilous. As Dabuo's potential was indeed terrifying. Regrettably, he had not reached his limits. Yet, he was unwilling to stagnate. He sensed that if he did not swiftly enhance his combat power, he might find himself devoid of options. Thus, he resolved not to wait any longer. As Dabu-O continued to recover, Chuan prepared for the next phase of battle. In his hands, a colossal sphere of light gradually coalesced, manifesting as an artificial moon. For the elite warriors, possessing such an artificial moon was practically a necessity, as it represented their fighting capital. Indeed, for the contemporary Saiyans, this skill was essential, given that not all of them could transform into Super Saiyans. Thus, the majority relied on the might of the great ape. This was already a formidable means of survival. Beside him, Call and Jirita were momentarily stunned, witnessing the artificial moon conjured by Chuan. They could hardly fathom their leader's intentions. Surely, he could not be contemplating utilizing the great ape's power while in the third stage of Super Saiyan transformation. Such an action would risk nullifying his existing advantages. What on earth was he doing? The two struggled to comprehend, eager to intervene, yet it was too late. Chuan hurled the artificial moon into the sky and promptly commanded, "Close your eyes." The long-standing trust between Call and Jirita compelled them to obey, despite their myriad doubts. Neither desired to transform into a great ape. While the increase in combat power was considerable, the sheer size of the transformation rendered them unwieldy, potentially leading to a disadvantage. Moreover, if one could become a Super Saiyan, why resort to becoming a great ape? They were perplexed. As the artificial moon ascended, Chuan unhesitatingly gazed upward. Upon setting his eyes on the moon he had created, a thunderous heartbeat resonated within him. Subsequently, an overwhelming force erupted from his being, causing his physique to expand. His once handsome visage morphed into that of a fearsome great ape. However, due to his current form as a third-tier Super Saiyan, even in his great ape state, his fur gleamed a golden hue, cascading like long hair, evoking incredulity. With a deafening roar that shook the very foundations of the demon realm, his already terrifying combat prowess was magnified exponentially. Call and Jirita, upon reopening their eyes, could not suppress their astonishment. Although they had anticipated Chuan's transformation into a great ape, they were utterly unprepared for the sight before them. Was this truly the visage of a Saiyan? My heavens, was this really their leader? Why had he transformed into a golden hue, appearing so ferocious? The aura emanating from him was primal and overwhelming. What in the world was happening? Was this still their leader? Their astonishment was justified. They had never witnessed a Saiyan transform into a golden great ape, akin to a new breed altogether. Could this transformation be a consequence of becoming a Super Saiyan? The notion was unfathomable. Nevertheless, they could sense that under these extraordinary circumstances, their leader's power was indeed terrifying, exponentially surpassing that of a third-tier Super Saiyan. Was this truly what their leader sought? To directly transition into great ape form while in Super Saiyan transformation, augmenting his combat power tenfold? Perhaps not precisely tenfold, but his strength was undeniably unfathomable. The magnitude of this power was astounding, rendering even them incapable of measuring it. As for the reason behind this transformation, they could not be certain. They could only observe the golden great ape in the sky, seemingly intent on wreaking havoc upon the demon realm. Nearby, the somewhat restored Majin Buu was once again shattered into pieces amidst the relentless onslaught, a sight of utter devastation. Gazing at the frenzied golden great ape, no one dared to approach. Due to the intense battle within the demon realm, the entrance had been obliterated, and the events transpiring there resonated throughout the galaxy. The first to sense it was the North Kai, well acquainted with Chuan's energy. Upon detecting Chuan's presence, he followed the energy trail, only to be left in a state of shock at the sight of the golden great ape. The power radiating from this form was deeply fearsome, enough to make the very galaxy tremble. Was this truly the extent of human potential? How had Chuan become so formidable in such a short span? Was it the transformation into the great ape that caused this? My heavens, this was utterly terrifying. Never had anyone exuded such an alarming aura, a force that could potentially annihilate the entire galaxy. Moreover, the situation felt dire. If Chuan had indeed transformed into a golden great ape and retained even a modicum of reason, the North Kai would not sense impending doom. However, the sheer horror of Chuan's transformation, coupled with the ferocity of his aura, led everyone to believe that such overwhelming power could very well strip him of his sanity. This was a perfectly natural assumption, and thus, panic ensued. Chapter 106. The despair of Majin Buu in the distant cosmos. A flash of insight struck the Kaishin, compelling him to gaze toward the demon realm, his expression betraying profound astonishment. This was the energy of Majin Buu. Yet, it appeared significantly weakened, overshadowed by an ominous force. Who could it be? The Kaioshin had long sought Majin Buu in vain, but the sudden surge of energy left him astounded. Majin Buu had awakened, and within the demon realm, no less. What was most astonishing was that Majin Buu seemed to have endured a cataclysmic storm, rendering his energy extraordinarily feeble. Could this be attributed to that powerful aura? The Kaioshin marveled. Regardless, after such an extensive search, Majin Buu had unknowingly awakened, leaving him in a state of disbelief. No matter who the source of that energy was, he felt compelled to investigate and uncover the truth behind Majin Buu's circumstances. Jebbet, we must journey to the demon realm. The demon realm? Jebbet responded, perplexed, as he could not sense Majin Buu's presence. The Kaioshin's sudden command left him bewildered. I have sensed Majin Buu's energy. It is indeed within the demon realm, though something seems amiss. The situation has exceeded my expectations, and we must see for ourselves, the Kaioshin asserted. Upon hearing this, Jebbet was taken aback, a sense of inexplicable dread creeping in. Majin Buu was undoubtedly fearsome, known as the most terrifying demon in the universe. How could he have awakened? What was happening? Jebbet found himself puzzled by the Kaioshin's demeanor. Why was there not a more pronounced reaction, instead of an air of uncertainty? He led the Kaioshin with a sense of bewilderment, and in an instant, they arrived at the Maggia. The journey was exceedingly long, and he had not perceived any trace of the energy belonging to Morin Buo. Thus they could only reach the Maggia first. Upon their arrival, they were immediately engulfed by an exceedingly ferocious aura. This presence was not only wild but also brutal, causing even them to change countenance. What could this be? This aura was terrifying. Could it belong to Morin Buo? Upon their arrival, Jebbet was taken aback, never having anticipated that anyone could possess such a fearsome energy, to such an exaggerated degree. My heavens, could it be that this entity intends to obliterate the Maggia? While Jebbet gasped in astonishment, the Kaioshin furrowed his brow and remarked, this is not the energy of Morin Buo. Although Morin Buo is indeed formidable, he could never reach such a magnitude. An aura of this scale could effortlessly annihilate the entire galaxy. What is happening? Jebbet, Kaioshin-sama, are you saying that this is not Morin Buo's energy? Then where is his presence? The Kaioshin shook his head. I can only sense the vicinity surrounding that violent aura, but what has transpired remains unknown. Let us proceed to investigate. To be frank, Jebbet was quite anxious. To venture into such a dangerous place was daunting, yet he dared not defy the orders of the Kaioshin, guiding him towards that overwhelming energy. As they approached the vicinity, they soon beheld a tremendously ferocious great ape, which had already wrought havoc upon the Maggia. This great ape was entirely golden, and its aura had shattered the very fabric of space. It was utterly terrifying. The pressure was palpable from afar. Even the Kaioshin exhibited a radical change in expression, a sight most riveting. Jebbet gaped in disbelief. Despite being well-versed in many matters, he was taken aback by the scene before him. When did such an exaggerated creature emerge in the universe? It was frightening to behold. At this moment, Morin Buo appeared almost endearing in comparison. Kaioshin-sama. Suddenly, Jebbet's voice rang out, though he stuttered in his speech. The Kaioshin, appearing puzzled, followed Jebbet's gaze, and his expression momentarily froze. What had he just witnessed? Was that not Morin Buo? Uncertain, he took another glance. This time, he was able to confirm it. This was indeed Morin Buo. After their long acquaintance, he could easily recognize him. The reason for his earlier hesitation was due to the fact that such a powerful Morin Buo now appeared in such a pitiful state. His body was fragmented, desperately attempting to restore itself, yet was continuously disintegrated by the violent energy surrounding him. It was a sight most tragic. Morin Buo had never suffered such a fate before. They could hardly fathom that he would be reduced to such a state of disarray. This was absurd. It shattered their understanding. No, it cannot be. How could Morin Buo possibly become so weak? And this was too tragic. Jebbet found it hard to believe. Yet the figure before him was undeniably the once fearsome Morin Buo. Now he fell silent. The Kaioshin was equally speechless, quietly observing the distant, wildly ferocious golden giant. If this destruction continued, who knew if the Maggia would be obliterated? And after the Maggia's destruction, would the galaxy follow? It was unimaginable. Yet, both understood that if even the immensely powerful Morin Buo had become so vulnerable, then in the entire galaxy, no one could possibly be his opponent. Silence reigned in that moment. Morin Buo was engulfed in despair. He could neither flee nor fight back. He had never encountered such a situation before. Once he ruled the cosmos, no one could inflict harm upon him. He was the one who toyed with others at will. Yet, he never imagined that such a dismal day would come. He was so beleaguered that he did not know what to do. After all, he found himself in a predicament. Even if he wished to absorb energy, it was impossible, especially with no formidable foes near him to absorb from. As for the rampaging golden giant, he dared not approach. Even from a distance, he felt utterly wretched. Should he draw nearer, the outcome could be even more disastrous. Chapter 107. Reversion, Super Saiyan 4th Level. Damn it! Where did this monster come from? Morin Buo roared internally. He did not wish to hold back, yet the disparity in power was overwhelmingly disheartening. It was so vast that escape seemed impossible. Amidst everyone's shock, the rampaging golden giant suddenly ceased its destruction. It then slowly turned around, surveying all present. After the preceding chaos, everyone had already distanced themselves. Even Karer and Gelida had fled as far as possible. In the face of the frenzied giant, no one dared to approach, let alone attempt to rouse its sanity. The sheer magnitude of its combat prowess was simply too extraordinary. Who would dare to come near? One could be eliminated in an instant. Thus, all maintained a significant distance. Observing the golden giant's peculiar behavior, everyone was taken aback, for it seemed almost wise. This was entirely different from its previous ferocity. What could this mean? Could it have regained its sanity? Carter questioned, logically deducing that a higher warrior transforming into a giant would not lose its reason. However, Chuan's golden giant was somewhat unique. Not only did its form differ greatly from the usual Saiyan transformations, but it also transformed into a giant while in its Super Saiyan state. This was even more distinct. Therefore, they were utterly bewildered by the situation, yet they felt a premonition that their leader had regained his senses. In truth, things were not as they imagined. Chuan had never lost his sanity. The destruction was merely a release of the pent-up rage within him, as the sudden surge of power was overwhelming, making it difficult for him to maintain control. Unable to contain himself, he needed to vent, while simultaneously mastering the formidable strength he now possessed. Otherwise, even if he truly transformed into a Super Saiyan 4th level, he would struggle to control it initially. To avoid future complications, he had to expel all that ferocity and gain control over his newfound might. Now, he felt he had nearly achieved that mastery. A force was stirring within him, ready to revert to human form at any moment. Building upon that foundation, he would undergo an unprecedented transformation. Under the gaze of all, his form gradually began to shrink. The once colossal golden giant gradually diminished to a human size. Yet, the golden radiance that had emanated before was now replaced by a crimson hue. And his hair had also turned red. Clad in a vibrant red fur, the figure radiated a wild ferocity, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure upon all present. Even in the absence of a deliberate display of power, the atmosphere was so charged that one might feel compelled to kneel in reverence. This transformation marked a stark departure from his former self, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished. The Kaioshin and others were at a loss to comprehend the nature of this change. Yet they refrained from exaggeration. They merely sensed that the being had transitioned from a golden gorilla to a humanoid form, accompanied by a surge in power that seemed almost excessive. Conversely, the others, particularly Karer and Garuda, who were Saiyans themselves, were left dumbfounded at their leader's transformation. Leader, how have you changed so drastically? From a gorilla to a human form. Shouldn't you revert to your original state? Why this new appearance? And it exudes an even greater sense of intimidation. Their exchanged glances revealed their inability to confront Chuan, as the immense power radiating from him rendered them unable to look him in the eye. It was utterly terrifying. On the distant side of the universe, atop Bei Jiawangxing, the North Ko observed the unfolding events with growing dismay. Words could no longer encapsulate his emotions. Beyond the tremors that rippled through the galaxy, this transformation astonished him as well. What could this mean? Why do Saiyans constantly undergo such metamorphoses? This was indeed alarming. The Saiyan seemed to grow even more formidable, his visage radiating menace. Was this a regression to a primal state? The North Ko had some understanding of Saiyans, yet he remained perplexed by this new form. In his turmoil, he could not decipher whether this was a positive or negative development, his heart heavy with uncertainty. In stark contrast to the collective astonishment, Majin Buu was engulfed in sheer terror. This display was beyond comprehension. Even he felt a tremor of fear, preferring to face the golden gorilla rather than this now diminutive human. Despite his reduced size, The energy contained within was unmatched, rendering all present unable to meet his gaze. At this moment, he found himself paralyzed with fright. Regardless of his previous arrogance, it was born from a lack of encounter with true strength. Now, witnessing Chuan, he recognized his own position with clarity. If an opponent was merely slightly stronger, he might seek to absorb their power. However, facing an adversary of such magnitude left him feeling utterly dwarfed. Absorb? Would that cost him his life? All remained silent, daring not to breathe. Chuan reveled in the abundant power coursing through him. It was exhilarating. If his strength as a golden gorilla had been wild and untamed, the power he now possessed was feral, exponentially exceeding that of the golden gorilla. Yet, it was also effortlessly controllable, indicating that his increase in power was not merely chaotic. Was this the fourth level of Super Saiyan? Indeed, it was formidable. This was a direct comparison to the realm of Super Saiyan God, a pinnacle of sheer violence. Having successfully transformed into the fourth stage, he felt he had acquired the means to survive in this world. To be on par with divine beings was already a remarkable feat, with a base combat power of 900 million. His transformation into the fourth stage granted him a staggering 4,000-fold increase, a level unattainable by the third stage. His combat power soared to 36 billion. This was merely his initial state. As he fully mastered this transformation, there remained potential for further enhancement, illustrating just how powerful he had become. As Chuan glanced toward the distant Majin Buu, he recalled how the latter had suffered relentless torment since his initial transformation into a golden gorilla. Now, even the prospect of recovery seemed too burdensome. Each attempt at restoration only led to further devastation by the overwhelming might he now wielded, depleting his strength significantly. Although his regenerative abilities were formidable, the continued strain left him feeling increasingly feeble. With disdain, Chuan remarked, "You'd better recover promptly, or I shall not hesitate to eliminate you." As his words fell, Buu quickly reassembled his form, gradually returning to his original appearance. However, his expression had soured considerably, stripped of its initial malevolence. The existence of such a being in this universe was indeed unexpected and formidable. You will find there are many things you did not anticipate. Who do you think I am? There are countless who surpass me. Chuan spoke nonchalantly, and his assertion rang true. Many beings were indeed more powerful. Leaving aside the slumbering destroyer gods, even the angels were exceedingly terrifying, and there existed many more formidable entities. Those were the true paragons of strength. Although Chuan could now transform into a fourth-level Super Saiyan, it felt akin to merely possessing a ticket to the grand event. To truly measure up to those titans was still a distant dream. Majin Buu expressed skepticism, yet regardless of his belief, Chuan had no desire to elaborate further. "Release Fat Buu immediately, or I shall not hesitate to erase your existence." Chuan regarded him with an air of superiority. Buu's face contorted with conflict. Though he did not comprehend Chuan's motives for wanting Fat Buu released, it could serve as a bargaining chip. Just as he was about to speak, Chuan seemed to anticipate his words, swiftly cutting him off. "No more trivialities. I demand to see Fat Buu within 3 seconds. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to destroy you." A cold smirk crossed Chuan's face, his expression wild and fierce, leaving no room for hesitation as he gathered a red energy wave in his hands. The energy intensified, coalescing into a formidable force. Should this energy wave strike, the resulting destruction would be unimaginable, perhaps even obliterating the very cosmos. 3, 2. Having barely counted to 2, Majin Buu instantly expelled Fat Buu. In that moment, a transformation unfolded. The once plump form became gaunt and emaciated as evil Buu reemerged, albeit now with a significantly weaker aura, as much of his power had returned to Fat Buu. Upon Fat Buu's emergence, a complex expression crossed his features. Though he had indeed been absorbed by evil Buu, he had observed everything occurring in the external world. Thus, upon being expelled, his expression was marked by turmoil. Yet, Chuan offered no further words. Casting a glance at evil Buu, a hint of a smile graced his lips, provoking a tremor of dread in evil Buu, a foreboding sense of impending doom. However, before he could act, a beam of destruction surged forth, enveloping evil Buu entirely. He aspired to harness his formidable regenerative powers, yet Chuan had anticipated every aspect of this confrontation, denying his opponent any opportunity. He unleashed his full strength, coalescing an extraordinarily powerful energy wave that swept through the battlefield, obliterating all remnants of flesh without leaving a trace. The adversary was rendered incapable of recovery, a testament to the sheer dominance he exhibited. As the smoke dissipated, the malevolent Majin Buu lay utterly defeated. Fat Buu opened his mouth several times, only to remain silent in the end. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. According to our prior agreement, I have lost. Therefore, I shall follow you. Fat Buu's candor was striking. Given that they had wagered from the outset, he had no intention of reneging on his word, especially since it was Mu Chuan's assistance that allowed him to see the light of day again. Otherwise, he might have perished alongside the evil Buu. He demonstrated a certain wisdom in his understanding. Upon witnessing Buu's genuine willingness to follow him, Mu Chuan's face broke into a sincere smile. Although his combat prowess had reached an extraordinary zenith, subduing Majin Buu would have been a simple task. However, he preferred not to do so. After all, Buu could serve as a valuable ally, and their collaboration could yield numerous beneficial skills. He was not inclined to overlook such an opportunity. At that moment, two figures soared in from the distance, Call and Greta. Following the conclusion of the battle, they had hurried over, but due to the vast distance, their arrival was delayed. By the time they reached the scene, everything had transpired. Their interest lay not in the battle itself, but rather in the astonished gazes they directed at Mu Chuan, as if they were encountering him for the first time. Their expressions conveyed an incomprehensible awe. Call and Greta circled around him, their eyes scanning every detail. Their leader's appearance was undeniably striking and wild, exuding a unique Saiyan ferocity. Yet they pondered how such a transformation had occurred. Was it a result of becoming a Super Saiyan, evolving into a gorilla, and then reverting to human form? They could not ascertain the truth, but it did not hinder their admiration for Mu Chuan's Super Saiyan 4th stage form, which was simply breathtaking. They had never anticipated such grandeur in a transformation. While the Super Saiyan form was impressive, it paled in comparison to this magnificent visage. The overwhelming aura emanating from him left them in wonder. "Leader, how did you achieve this?" Greta inquired, unable to contain her curiosity, especially since they could barely attain even the Super Saiyan 1st stage. Mu Chuan, unreserved and forthright, shared his knowledge, revealing all that he knew. This left them feeling deflated, akin to a punctured balloon. To reach the pinnacle of Saiyan power would require attaining the Super Saiyan 3rd stage, a feat they deemed unattainable, given that they had yet to fully realize the potential of the 1st stage. Chapter 109. The Illusory Demon Hildag. It seems we are out of luck. Call and Greta expressed, their disappointment evident. They were self-aware, recognizing the arduous path to strength that lay before them, which would require relentless training, a daunting prospect. Yet, their disheartenment was fleeting. Even if they could not reach such heights, their leader had done so, making him a reliable support. Mu Chuan observed their emotions keenly and comforted them. There is no need for despair. Even if you cannot transform into Super Saiyan 4th stage, there are alternative paths for you to enhance your abilities. You need not worry. Really? Greta exclaimed in surprise. Mu Chuan nodded affirmatively. Given their current foundation, with a few more years of rigorous training, they could certainly achieve Super Saiyan 2nd stage. As for 3rd stage, that would depend on individual capability. Even if they could not reach that level, they could pursue the path of the gods, which was also a commendable route. All roads lead to Rome. With Mu Chuan's acquisition of Majin Buu, a chapter had come to a close. However, the recent events had already sent shockwaves throughout the galaxy. Not just from the ferocious aura of the Golden Great Ape, but also from the overwhelming presence of the Super Saiyan 4th stage, which left all in a state of breathlessness. Even Gula and his cohorts fell silent, having just liberated the illusory demon Hildag. They had anticipated ruling the galaxy, yet they were unprepared for the terrifying aura that suddenly enveloped them at that moment. Despite possessing the most advanced detectors, they were rendered incapable of measuring the extraordinary battle power, with devices malfunctioning in rapid succession, plunging their spirits into despair. As they gazed upon the illusory demon Hildag, now fully under their control, their initial joy had dissipated entirely. Hoi observed the silent group and queried, "Have you all been intimidated? Fear not. As long as the Magus, exist, I will create even more illusory demons. Dominating the galaxy will be a mere formality, provided you all remain obedient." With the illusory demon Hildag liberated, Hoi stood tall, empowered by the strength of his new minion. Yet, as he spoke, the gathered individuals cast him sidelong glances, their silence palpable. Just as he turned away, a destructive beam of light erupted, obliterating his head without a trace of reprieve. Gula seized the control flute of the illusory demon Hildag, muttering, "This fool thought he could command us." What was he thinking? If not for his assistance in locating this illusory demon, we would hardly need a clown like him. However, after uttering those words, Gula fell silent. Observing the formidable illusory demon Hildag, he had to concede that the Magus possessed considerable skill in creating such a potent entity. Initially, they had believed that controlling Hildag would grant them dominion over the galaxy and eliminate the Saiyans. Just moments ago, they had felt an unprecedented aura, one that had stifled them, only to dissipate and allow them to regain their composure. Nonetheless, the lingering psychological impact remained. What now? Bojack brooded. Even with the power of the illusory demon, those two auras were overwhelmingly strong. I doubt the illusory demon could withstand them. It might not even last a second against them. As he spoke, Bojack felt an acute sense of frustration, as his own strength fell significantly short of that of the illusory demon, placing him in a vastly inferior tier. The might of the illusory demon, in light of the overwhelming auras they had just encountered, seemed almost insignificant. This left him devoid of confidence. However, while Bojack was speaking, Gula remained silent throughout. His fists involuntarily clenched. How could this be? How could it possibly be the aura of that detestable monkey? It must be a deception. Absolutely false. How could he possess such terrifying power? Even the entire galaxy trembled in response. Gula murmured to himself, his voice so faint that one would hardly notice he was speaking. Yet, Bojack caught part of it, sometimes doubting. What on earth are you doing, Gula? Are you truly frightened by that aura? Although it was indeed terrifying, as someone who aspired to conquer the entire galaxy, how could he easily submit? After all, we now have a formidable ally. It is a promising start. Bojack spoke in reassurance. Yet Gula was not swayed, shaking his head slightly. You do not understand. If it were merely a powerful being, we could keep our distance and remain unaffected. However, the two auras I sensed earlier were eerily familiar, as if they were destined foes. Initially, I thought it was an illusion, but after what I just perceived, I am certain it is them. A horde of tailed, wretched monkeys. As he uttered the last sentence, Gula's teeth ground together in rage. His expression was ghastly. After all, for the Saiyans, they were ingrained enemies. Now, witnessing the immense power of their foes left him somewhat disheartened, for no matter how hard he tried, he could not keep pace with them. The distance only grew. This was no longer a simple matter of conquering the universe. This was the true essence of a fated nemesis. If they discovered his whereabouts, he would undoubtedly be obliterated. He could guarantee that. This filled him with both fury and dread, and ultimately, he dared not linger, retracting the Huanma run and retreating into the distance. Bojack and the others followed closely behind. Chapter 110, The Pursuing Kaishin. Having successfully subdued Fat Bu, there was no longer any need to remain in the demon realm. Moreover, the realm had become exceedingly fragmented after their battle. The demons dared not utter a single complaint, having long since hidden in some corner. Let us depart. We shall return to Earth directly. Chuan did not wish to waste time, as he aimed to adapt to Super Saiyan level 4 through time. However, no sooner had he spoken than Carl and Greta chorused, "But our spaceship has been destroyed. There is no way for us to return." The two wore expressions of dismay. When they were being pursued, they hardly thought of their spaceship, and after sending a distress signal, it had already been obliterated. At that moment, their only thought was to escape. Whether the spaceship would survive was no longer their concern. Now they realized they were faced with a dilemma. Chuan, however, displayed indifference. "I never said we must use a spaceship. Everyone hold my hand, and I shall take you back to Earth." Carl, Greta? The two were momentarily stunned. What did that mean? Do not dawdle. Hurry up. This is a skill I learned on another planet. I can teleport through sensing energy. Although the demon realm is somewhat distant from Earth, as long as I can sense the energy, we can arrive in an instant. Let me see if I can locate the energy. Ignoring Carl and Greta, who were wide-eyed in astonishment, Chuan placed his hands on his forehead, quietly sensing the energy. While sensing another's energy might be exceedingly difficult, the other Saiyans were presently on Earth. Their energy was not weak. After a moment of concentration, Chuan's eyes suddenly flew open. Got it. It's a Saiyan Na's energy. Everyone, hold my hand. Carl and Greta were skeptical, but dared not question, gripping tightly. Fat Bu, too, did not lag behind, holding on. In an instant, the four vanished. Wait. Just as they disappeared, Kaishin and Jebet finally reacted, but by the time they spoke, the others had already vanished. They disappeared. Kaioshin looked astonished. Not only did they possess unfathomable combat prowess, but they also wielded such outrageous abilities. How did they vanish? As he pondered, Jebet suddenly remarked, "Instant transmission. They must have mastered instant transmission. When he vanished, he must have utilized instant transmission, and it was even a long-distance move. If I do not know their exact direction, I may not be able to pursue them." Jebet wore a grave expression, tinged with astonishment. After all, they were within the realm of the gods. How could this mortal from the lower world be so formidable? Majin Buu appeared so fragile in their hands, and it was astonishing that he even understood instant transmission. This was simply preposterous, incredibly exaggerated. Kaioshin frowned. Facing such a powerful human, he wanted to establish a rapport, especially since the other party had taken Majin Buu with them. Was there truly no way to track their current location? We may not have the means, but we could seek out the Kai, who should be aware, given that it is his jurisdiction. They were currently within the northern galaxy overseen by the North Kai. Heeding Jebet's prompt, Kaioshin nodded, preparing to contact the North Kai. However, before he could speak, a voice resonated in their ears. "Lord Kaioshin, you need not ask. I have been closely monitoring the situation and will now inform you of Chuan's location. But you must remember, although he belongs to the Saiyans, known as a warrior race, he is a person of great kindness. Do not provoke him under any circumstances." The North Kai earnestly advised, having gleaned some understanding through observation. He knew what kind of person Chuan was. It is best to approach him gently. If the attitude is too forceful, it may provoke his displeasure. And that would not bode well, especially considering Chuan's formidable strength. Upon hearing the North Kai's warning, Kaioshin nodded. "I understand." In truth, Kaioshin was also aware that with such immense energy, he was unmatched throughout the galaxy. If such a terrifying Majin Buu could not withstand more than a few rounds in his presence, then how could he dare to adopt an air of superiority? Even with a higher level of existence, facing such an unfathomably powerful individual, he set aside his inner pride. After relaying the acquired location to Jebet, Jebet silently sensed it before vanishing from the demon realm. The North Kai observed this scene with a slight sense of apprehension. He understood that every god harbors some degree of pride, and should such arrogance be directed at the Saiyans, it would indeed spell disaster. Whether it is a blessing or a curse, one cannot escape misfortune. I hope they can negotiate well and not let matters fall apart. Otherwise, the entire galaxy would be unable to withstand their conflict. With a tinge of worry, he felt powerless as a mere minor official, lacking strength or status. He could only fret idly. After letting out a sigh, the North Realm King cast his gaze upon the earth below. He was utterly taken aback. Has the earth undergone such significant changes? It is no wonder the North Realm King reacted this way. Even Chuan, upon descending upon the Temple of the Gods, was momentarily stunned. The Temple of the Gods had transformed beyond recognition. It was not in ruins but had evolved into a more futuristic marvel, brimming with advanced technology. At its center stood an enormous screen displaying the most formidable martial artists on the planet. In the original tale, the inhabitants of Earth were not particularly strong. However, with the arrival of the Saiyans, they had already advanced significantly ahead of schedule. Countless beings possessed battle powers in the hundreds. The most powerful had even reached a battle power of 1,000, making them a formidable race in the universe. This was merely the smallest of changes. The most substantial transformation lay with the Saiyans, who had all acquired the ability to become Super Saiyans. No, that is incorrect. Only Saiyan Na had achieved this, while the others merely exhibited a pseudo-Super Saiyan form. Yet, their base battle powers were considerably stronger, and upon transformation, they could manifest extraordinary might. Chapter 111. The Super Saiyan Legion. The general base battle power reached an astounding 2 million, under the enhancement of the pseudo-Super Saiyan form. Even the weakest among them boasted a battle power of 60 million, marking them as significant forces in the universe, albeit still the lowest tier among the Saiyans. Nevertheless, the Saiyans had not forgotten their roots. They remained steadfast in their training, recalling Chuan's words. The rate of growth was slow, yet their combat talents had improved, as they not only trained but also engaged in fierce battles with the strong across the universe. With advancements in technology, they had also faced numerous androids, whose combat powers had significantly escalated, reaching formidable levels. Upon Chuan's arrival at the Temple of the Gods, he witnessed this scene. All the Saiyans were engaged in combat with an android, whose battle power was estimated to be around 20 million. This was an astonishing figure. However, recalling Dr. Jero, Chuan suspected he must have been holding back. He might have already created millions of android warriors by now. Yet, Chuan felt elated at this sight, realizing that his investments had indeed borne fruit. Goodness, has such a tremendous transformation occurred in such a short time? Each individual's strength has surged, making it seem as though we, who have wandered, have made the least progress. Greta, witnessing this scene, widened his eyes in astonishment, unable to contain his exclamation. It truly dazzled him. Why did they flee early? Was it not because they wished to venture forth rather than guard their home? Only through genuine combat could they enhance their battle prowess. Yet, he never anticipated that the brothers who remained at home would experience such rapid growth in their combat abilities, some even surpassing their own. If only they could master the technique to transform into Super Saiyans. Otherwise, they would surely not possess such limited battle power. Greta's voice rang out, drawing the attention of all. After all, while Chuan had returned to Earth via instant transmission, his presence remained well concealed, enveloping everyone around him. Had they not revealed their presence, no one would have realized they had descended upon the Temple of the Gods. Many androids and Saiyans turned their gazes toward them. The androids displayed expressions of confusion, soon followed by a hint of hostility. However, the Saiyans waved their hands, halting the androids' movements. Do not advance. These are our people. If you dare to step forward, we cannot guarantee your safety. After uttering this, witnessing the fierce demeanor of the Saiyans, the tension eased, and excitement filled the air as they rushed to Chuan's side. Boss, you have finally returned. We missed you dearly. Although our battle power has become terrifying, something we could never have imagined before, we still feel uneasy without you by our side. It has been so long without any news of you. We were quite worried. The Saiyans spoke in turns, expressing their feelings with palpable emotion. Carl observed silently from the side, his expression reflecting pride and relief. This was truly home. This was the land of their people. Although only a few Saiyans remained, they were like family, always thinking of one another even during long journeys. In contrast, Greta felt slighted, shouting from the sidelines. Hey, you guys are being too much. Do you not see Carl and me right here? While it is understandable that you have not seen the boss for so long, is it fair to completely ignore us? Do we not exist? In response to Greta's remarks, everyone rolled their eyes. How dare you complain? We could have easily pinned you to the ground. You chose to abandon your home and sneak away when we were not looking. It is simply outrageous. Facing the collective rebuke, Hirue gradually began to join the fray. Amidst the camaraderie radiating from everyone, Chuan remained silent, a faint smile gradually appearing on his face. Initially, all the Saiyans were labeled as evil, their auras indeed reflecting such. However, perhaps due to the destruction of Planet Vegeta, all the Saiyans had become exceptionally united, assisting one another. After a round of pleasantries, Carl and Greta recounted their journey, sharing tales as if telling a story. The Saiyans present were left in awe, feeling as though they had faced numerous perils, escaping time and again, even culminating in their transformation into Super Saiyans. It was undoubtedly something to be envied. As they noticed the looks directed at them, Greta finally stood tall. Although most Saiyans had slightly surpassed his base battle power, he could still transform into a Super Saiyan. That was his advantage. Once everyone had exchanged greetings, Chuan surveyed his surroundings and could not help but exclaim, "You have all grown stronger. With your current abilities, you would undoubtedly be formidable forces in the universe. A few of you working together could easily overpower even the former Frieza. This is truly the Super Saiyan Legion." Receiving praise from their leader, the Saiyans felt somewhat bashful, having heard Greta boast that their leader had ventured far beyond the realm of Super Saiyans. They had yet to master the first stage of transformation, while their leader had already attained the fourth level of Super Saiyan. Simply contemplating this was terrifying. However, it invigorated their spirits, as they now glimpsed a path ahead. With effort, achieving such heights was not impossible. At this moment, Chuan suddenly inquired, "Where has Saiyan Na gone? At first, I sensed her energy, but now I do not see her. What could have happened?" As soon as the name Saiyan Na was mentioned, the laughter of all the Saiyans present faded into a profound silence, leaving everyone exchanging anxious glances. Witnessing this reaction, Chuan and Carl felt an ominous premonition stir within them. Could it be that something has gone awry? Chapter 112, The Defector Scientist. The sudden silence solidified the previously vibrant atmosphere. Chuan furrowed his brow, an inexplicable sense of foreboding emerging in his heart. Greta, unable to contain herself, spoke up. Has something happened? Why do you all look like this? Is a Saiyan Na in trouble? Instantly, the thought crossed the minds of everyone present. Among them was a Saiyan named Adam, known for his distinctive bald head and formidable physique. However, at that moment, he appeared rather anxious as he said, "Actually, during the time you were away, many events transpired on Earth. Although we have several doctors, each with clear responsibilities in training, combat, and logistics, they have performed remarkably well. However, Dr. Galo is an exceedingly ambitious individual. Even after developing numerous powerful androids, he never revealed his true ambitions, maintaining a low profile. This led us to mistakenly believe he was diligently pursuing advancements in high-tech products. Recently, he secretly collaborated with another mysterious individual and developed a particularly powerful android, which they have dubbed No. 10. At this point, Chuan grasped the situation's gravity. It was clear that the ambitious Dr. Galo had developed ulterior motives, having never truly submitted but rather been coerced by formidable power. Now that he possessed such strength, he likely harbored other intentions. But who had he allied with? It couldn't be Dr. Bella Bay, for otherwise, there would be other androids around. These were perhaps androids that were manageable. Chuan remained silent. While Carl and Greta shared the same sentiment, their brows furrowed tightly and expressions growing increasingly fierce, their auras rising ominously. The surrounding Saiyans felt a wave of trepidation. In just a short time apart, they had become so powerful. If it were just their leader, it would be understandable, but why were both of them so terrifying? The many Saiyans present could not comprehend. Adam cast a furtive glance at Chuan and, seeing his leader's impassive demeanor, felt a surge of anxiety. That android No. 10 possessed extraordinary strength, infinite energy, the ability to absorb energy, and remarkable regenerative capabilities. Its combat prowess was fearsome, even as Saiyan Na, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan with a battle power exceeding 100 million, had fallen in battle. The two adversaries had opened another portal and vanished before everyone's eyes. Since that incident, a Saiyan Na had vowed to reclaim her honor, and Dr. Bella Bay was currently assisting her in tracking down Dr. Galo. Adam and the other Saiyans continued to piece together the narrative, finally grasping the crux of the matter. It was not that a Saiyan Na had faltered, but rather that she had been betrayed, a relatively better outcome. After absorbing all the information, Chuan secretly exhaled in relief. As long as no one had been harmed, that was what mattered. He had long recognized Dr. Galo as an ambitious character who would never relent. However, he hadn't anticipated such swift treachery occurring before his return. Initially, he had hoped to use this opportunity to admonish Galo, but it seemed unnecessary now, as Galo had likely defected to escape his control. Although he had foreseen this, the reality of the situation still ignited a profound anger within him. Fortunately, there had been no casualties. Adam paused, and the other Saiyans mirrored his astonishment. They had expected their leader to be furious, perhaps even directing his ire towards them. Yet, contrary to their expectations, he exhibited remarkable calmness. Sensing their unspoken thoughts, Chuan remarked coolly, "I know Galo better than you do. He is inherently ambitious. Controlling him is no easy feat unless one possesses absolute strength. During my absence from Earth, you lacked that power, allowing him to exploit the situation. Nonetheless, it matters little. At least there were no casualties. And as long as you remained unharmed, everything can be resolved." Witnessing such a significant upheaval, their leaders still prioritized their feelings and safety, which moved the group of Saiyans deeply. Carl and Greta were indeed furious, yet they were not overly concerned about Dr. Galo. Although his displayed strength surpassed that of a Super Saiyan, so what? Had they not witnessed their leaders' battles in the demon realm, they might have harbored genuine worries. After witnessing such a defection, Galo had truly strayed from the path of righteousness. Should they find him, regardless of what he had accomplished, the outcome would undoubtedly be dire. Presently, they yearned to see a Saiyan Na, as escaping from someone with a strong sense of responsibility would surely burden her with guilt. Thus, they were mentally prepared. They made their way to Dr. Bella Bay's laboratory, where they found a Saiyan Na and Dr. Bella Bay engrossed in research. They sought to uncover the nature of the portal that had been breached. Though the adversary had escaped, ample data and footage provided evidence, allowing them to gather proof. Upon entering, the two engrossed individuals paused their work. A Saiyan Na, upon seeing Chuan, could not help but display a hint of shame. Entrusted with safeguarding the home, she had failed, allowing the traitor to slip away. Such betrayal is universally despised, and for them, it was no different. Yet, the traitor remained at large, evading capture. This was a reflection of her own inadequacy. Failing to protect their home and unable to apprehend the traitor, how could she face their leader now? Saiyan Na's heart was tumultuous, and just as she was about to speak, Chuan interrupted her. It's all right. He is but a mere clown. Chapter 113. The Potential Development Machine. However, Saiyan Na still wished to express something further. Yet, Chuan had already grasped her determination upon entering Dr. Bella Bay's laboratory. Otherwise, the other Saiyans would not have displayed such expressions. To him, there was no need for concern. After all, he regarded Dr. Gilo as insignificant. Even if he had developed an android with infinite energy, it posed no threat to him now, as he had attained the combat power of a fourth-tier Super Saiyan. He held no regard for ordinary opponents. Gilo's defection had no bearing on her, as he was inherently ambitious. Even if he hadn't betrayed them now, he would eventually do so. It was merely a matter of time, and she should not shoulder all the blame. Certainly, based on my understanding of him, I have a fair idea of his whereabouts. After entering the laboratory of Dr. Bilabi, Chuan witnessed the continuous playback of videos by Dr. Bilabi, alongside various analyses of a vanished portal. At that moment, he was able to conclusively determine the whereabouts of Dr. Gilo. Externally, he feigned indifference, yet internally, he felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety, as events seemed to spiral out of control. What on earth was happening? It appeared to be a passageway to hell. If the other party indeed possessed a means to access hell, the situation could become quite precarious. He never anticipated that the adversary could execute such maneuvers. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly saw an unusual figure. Who could this be? Dr. Mio, how could he be here? Moreover, he was still alive. Hadn't he been killed during the elimination of Bebe? How could he possibly be alive? Furthermore, he was now entangled with Dr. Gilo. This evoked a sense of impending danger, especially since, in the original narrative, the combination of these two characters had given rise to a terrifying artificial being. However, that required the fusion of two entities designated as 17. Now, the circumstances were different. The merging of these two individuals, coinciding with their arrival in hell, raised questions about the potential chemical reactions that might ensue. Even he was uncertain of the outcome. Nevertheless, his internal tension remained unexpressed. Chuan's composure served as a source of reassurance for everyone present. Even Dr. Bilabi was keenly curious about the whereabouts of Dr. Gilo and others. Dr. Bilabi recognized his own negligence, remaining silent out of a sense of responsibility for his oversight. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Chuan remarked, "The portal leading to hell, they might currently be in hell." Hell? Surely this was no jest? The gathered individuals were taken aback. For them, hell was an exceedingly unfamiliar concept. At that moment, Mr. Bobo and the celestial deity stepped forward. In truth, the universe encompasses numerous layers, including the mortal realm, the celestial realm, and hell itself, with each layer inhabited by distinct beings. The celestial realm, sometimes referred to as the divine realm, is home to those whose life forms have ascended to the divine level. The mortal realm is more easily understood as the universe we inhabit. Conversely, hell is the destination for all deceased beings or races. Following Mr. Bobo's explanation, all the Saiyans present gained clarity regarding the nature of this so-called hell. Yet, this revelation caused their brows to furrow. A place designated for the deceased. Did this mean that the actions of Dr. Gilo and his associates could be interpreted as a form of death? Such a notion was unfathomable. Yet it left them profoundly shaken. Was there truly such a place? They had initially believed this universe to be vast, yet it housed so many layers beyond their comprehension. Was it then impossible to locate the traitor? At that moment, Saiyan Na felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. She had thought that knowing the enemy's location would allow her to take decisive action. Yet, she never anticipated that they would venture to such a place. How could she bring them to justice? Chuan refrained from making any rash assurances, as his words could instill confidence in those present. Should he fail to deliver, it would severely undermine their morale, potentially diminishing their resolve. Thus, he needed to ascertain the facts. Had Dr. Gilo defected for a considerable time? It had been a while. Upon reaching this conclusion, a faint smile finally graced Chuan's lips. If that were the case, then we must act accordingly and strive to enhance our strength. I believe that individual will soon seek vengeance. Before long, Chuan brimmed with confidence. The adversary was entirely unaware of his return, compounded by their limited experience. With even a modicum of enhanced power, such an ambitious individual would undoubtedly refuse to remain confined to hell. When the opportunity arose, they would not hesitate to seize it. Then, a spectacle would unfold. In response to Mu Chuan's remarks, all present yearned to delve deeper, yet upon witnessing their leader's reluctance to elaborate, they fell silent. Nevertheless, their inner thoughts echoed a desire to rapidly bolster their combat prowess. They could not afford to lag behind. Saiyan Na felt the same urgency. Dr. Balabi recognized that he currently had no means to contend with Dr. Gilo, so he chose to place his faith in Mu Chuan, understanding the necessity of time. Observing all the Saiyans deliberating on how to expedite their strength enhancement, Dr. Balabi gradually refocused his attention. In truth, if you truly wish to augment your combat capabilities, I possess an extraordinary device that can unlock your latent potential. This is a culmination of research conducted by both Dr. Gilo and myself, which had been temporarily shelved while pursuing Dr. Gilo's whereabouts. Now, it can be put to use. After articulating this, Dr. Balabi produced a substantial machine. While the device appeared remarkably intricate, it bore a resemblance to a massage chair. As the crowd beheld this spectacle, curiosity surged among them. Mu Chuan was no exception. He too wished to ascertain whether this machine would prove beneficial. If it did, the battle power of a Super Saiyan at full capacity would undoubtedly instill despair in Dr. Gilo. This is a potential development machine designed to unlock the full extent of one's current potential. Each individual may utilize it only once within a certain time frame. Afterward, unless a significant accumulation is achieved, further usage would yield minimal enhancement. Moreover, the energy expenditure required is substantial. Does anyone wish to give it a try? Dr. Balabi, brimming with confidence in his research, fixed his keen gaze on the assembled crowd, eagerly anticipating their responses. Chapter 114. Saiyan Na's Explosive Growth. I will. Saiyan Na interjected before anyone else could speak, stepping forward resolutely. She remained deeply troubled by Dr. Gilo's defection and had been unable to track him down. Now that she had an inkling of where he might be, if she wished to redeem herself, she needed to enhance her combat strength. Otherwise, even if she found him, what good would it do? Dr. Balabi's research was perfectly suited for her needs. The others exchanged glances, but refrained from voicing any objections. They could clearly sense Saiyan Na's determination. Observing the lack of dissent, Dr. Balabi secured Saiyan Na to the potential development machine and proceeded to operate the main control screen. Once the adjustments were complete, Dr. Balabi glanced at Saiyan Na and asked, "Are you ready?" "Always ready. You may begin. Now, experience the sensation of your potential being unlocked." As Dr. Balabi's words fell, the entire machine commenced its operation, proving far less complex than the onlookers had anticipated. It merely harnessed another form of energy to draw out an individual's latent abilities, but it did not unlock everything all at once. The process was gradual, tailored to each individual's constitution. If all potential were to be unlocked at once, the individual might be unable to withstand it. The screen displayed a percentage, currently at 50. As the machine whirred to life, an astonishingly formidable aura erupted from Saiyan Na. Originally, Axiana's baseline combat power had already reached an astonishing 3 million, and now it has exceeded 4 million. Observing the combat power tester nearby, all the Saiyans present gasped in disbelief. My goodness, is it truly that effortless to enhance one's combat power? An increase of 50 in an instant, seemingly without any side effects. This revelation ignited a surge of eagerness among everyone present. After all, who could resist such an enticing temptation? Since their inexplicable increase in combat power previously, their growth has been minuscule. Rarely did they encounter foes capable of matching their strength, and without the experience of life and death battles, significant progress was difficult to achieve. Now, with this machine, the path to enhancement seemed remarkably efficient. Mu Chuan observed from start to finish, and he was now convinced that this machine was akin to the abilities of the Grand Elder of Namek. Yet, the potential drawbacks remain unclear, nonetheless. The capacity to augment an individual's potential and instantly boost combat power is undeniably formidable. This compelled him to reassess Dr. Balabi. Indeed, as long as technology keeps pace, it will yield beneficial returns. Mu Chuan felt fortunate about his past decisions. After all, his previous efforts in researching extraterrestrial technology had not yielded substantial contributions. It was merely a matter of identifying the right individuals and entrusting him with the technology of the Frieza Force, which ultimately led to the development of this extraordinary machine. With adequate logistical support, the ability to enhance combat power was now at hand. Mu Chuan was uncertain if he could utilize it, But regardless, it was of little concern. At the very least, the Scions were growing stronger. Dr. Belabe, can this potential development machine reach full capacity? Are there any inherent drawbacks? It can indeed achieve 100 development, but it depends on an individual's willpower. Furthermore, reaching full capacity does not imply that one's potential is entirely depleted. Rather, it merely uncovers the latent abilities hidden at this stage. By thoroughly guiding the potential of the current phase, there will be no adverse effects. Dr. Belabe explained that the delay in disclosure was due to the lack of means to announce it in time. Otherwise, the Scion's combat power would have been even greater and they would not have been caught off guard by Dr. Gero. As if in response to Dr. Belabe's words, Axiana, who had been experiencing some discomfort, suddenly adopted a resolute expression and struggled to utter a command. Increase the power. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward Chuan. Axiana declared with difficulty, I need immense strength to capture that traitor. Chuan cast a deep glance at her. Increase the power. Should any issues arise, administer the sins of beans promptly. Dr. Belabe nodded. Regardless of the current technology or the miraculous sins of beans, unless the injuries were extraordinarily severe, recovery was essentially assured. As long as there was a breath of life left, salvation was possible. Thus, there was no reason for concern. Initially, the crowd harbored some apprehension, but excitement soon surged among them. How had they not thought of this sooner? They understood that they too would have to undergo the same process to keep pace with the main forces. As the power of the potential development area increased, Axiana uncontrollably transformed into a Super Saiyan, emitting a roar akin to that of a beast. Consequently, her combat power inevitably surged. When her baseline combat power reached 6 million, her Super Saiyan form ascended to an astounding 300 million. The combat power skyrocketed. Everyone present was filled with exhilaration at this spectacle. A new tier of combat power had been breached. Yet, shortly thereafter, Axiana seemed unable to withstand the surge and fainted. Dr. Belabe hurriedly checked her condition, then called for an assistant to place Axiana in a nutrient chamber. Perhaps her body could not adapt to the sudden change. A brief period of nutrient absorption would likely allow her to awaken shortly. Who shall be next? With a successful case in hand, everyone appeared eager and rushed forward. Dr. Belabe systematically developed the potential of each individual, resulting in the combat power of all Scions reaching unprecedented heights. Even Carl and Greta were unable to contain their anticipation, eager to enhance their abilities, and their improvements were indeed remarkable. Witnessing this scene, Chuan's resolve regarding technological advancement intensified. There could be no room for stagnation. He pondered whether he too could enhance his power. After all, he had previously experienced an increase, but after such a considerable passage of time, his potential likely remained underdeveloped. Particularly at this stage. Once everyone had attempted it, it would not be impossible for him to try as well. Although Chuan was quite confident in his strength, the involvement of Dr. Gero and Dr. Mu inevitably caused a twinge of unease. Moreover, they had ventured into Hell. Would they inadvertently create a Hell 17? Even if they had diverged from the original narrative, those two individuals could still conjure a truly terrifying entity. Without an enhancement in his strength, he felt a lack of security within. Chapter 115, Truly All Super Scions. As Chuan contemplated these thoughts, a surge of violent energy abruptly interrupted his musings. Is this a Super Saiyan? A fleeting joy crossed Chuan's face. Although most Scions had achieved a semblance of Super Saiyan transformation, it was ultimately an incomplete metamorphosis, and the multiplier was not substantial enough to match the true first stage of Super Saiyan enhancement. However, he had not anticipated that these individuals, after unlocking their potential, would inadvertently transform into Super Scions. This unexpected delight indicated that they would not lag behind in the upcoming battles. Following Axiana's transformation, both Carl and Greta quickly followed suit, their combat powers soaring to 500 million and 400 million respectively, a truly fearsome feat. Yet, for them, this was merely an incremental enhancement of their combat power. For the Scions who could not transform into Super Scions, their advancement represented a transcendence to a new pinnacle. This revelation astonished everyone. Dr. Belabe himself had not foreseen that this potential development area possessed such capabilities. Even the inventor had not anticipated such an outcome. After some contemplation, Chuan suggested, it is possible that the baseline combat power has reached its zenith, allowing them to unknowingly transcend into Super Scions. Moreover, they have been diligently training. They were merely a step away from achieving this transformation. Otherwise, regardless of how much potential they unlocked, they would not be able to become Super Saiyans. Chuan articulated his hypothesis, and the crowd unanimously concurred. While it is true that becoming a Super Saiyan requires intense emotions, their current emotional state was equally elevated, albeit characterized more by joy and excitement than by anger, fear, or dread. It was as if the transformation was a natural progression. Witnessing a successful case, the remaining Saiyans became equally thrilled. If one could become a Super Saiyan, then surely they too could achieve success. The anticipation was exhilarating. Once that individual completed their turn, the other Saiyans could hardly contain themselves, eagerly taking their seats on the potential development machine. As expected, with each individual seated upon the machine, their potential was indeed unlocked, and their baseline combat power surged. Some individuals may endure up to 100, while others barely manage to reach 90. This variance can certainly be attributed to individual differences. However, regardless of the circumstances, the enhancements they have experienced are indeed formidable, propelling them to an entirely new echelon. Most significantly, everyone has transformed into Super Saiyans. A true collective of Super Saiyans. This is absolutely splendid. I had been concerned about your ability to ascend to Super Saiyan status, but now I find my worries unfounded. You are truly exceptional. Chuan felt a profound sense of relief. As long as they could become Super Saiyans, their path ahead would undoubtedly be smoother, and their strength would continuously escalate. The road has been laid bare before them. It is merely a question of whether they can seize the opportunity. The Saiyans gradually regained consciousness, and they exhibited remarkable excitement. Having broken through to another level, their base combat power could now be elevated. This was a significant difference. Prior to their transformation into Super Saiyans, their base combat power increased at a sluggish pace, but now that they had truly reached the pinnacle and transformed into Super Saiyans, everything had changed. It felt as though every cell in their bodies was ablaze, communicating to them that their power could be further augmented. How could a warrior race driven by combat not be exhilarated? Observing the collective enthusiasm, Chuan too felt a surge of eagerness. Could he also enhance his abilities? He was uncertain, but he yearned to give it a try. If he could improve, it would be magnificent. Currently, his full power stood at 36 trillion combat strength. Even a slight enhancement would catapult his combat prowess to unimaginable heights. His sleight was not comparable to anyone else's. Dr. Beyblade and the others present simultaneously turned their attention to Chuan, their eyes glimmering with anticipation. Chuan, would you care to give it a try? As the Saiyan King, your current combat power must be nothing short of terrifying. Any improvement would be a boon. Dr. Beylab's words ignited the hopes of all the Saiyans present. Their leader was their king. If he could enhance his strength, it would bolster their confidence. Especially since they had always been curious about just how powerful their leader truly was and what gap remained between them. Carl and Greta were equally thrilled, well aware of their leader's immense strength, though they lacked the precise figures. Leader, please step up and see if you can enhance your abilities. Show us your full power. With the crowd buzzing with excitement, Chuan felt a rising anticipation. Without hesitation, he approached the potential development machine. Dr. Beyblade, exercising caution, set the power to a modest 10. Unlike the other Saiyans, Chuan was exceptionally powerful, and even without a clear understanding of his capabilities, everyone present recognized that his strength was beyond compare. Hence, they were reluctant to increase the power too much. Yet, even with just a setting of 10, the resulting figures left them in awe. A barrage of numbers emerged, overwhelming them. When the count reached its conclusion, everyone was astounded. The figure had soared to 30 trillion, nearly breaching 40 trillion combat strength. 39.6 trillion combat strength. How astonishing was that? As his power surged, Chuan involuntarily transformed into a Super Saiyan of the 4th tier, showcasing an unparalleled level of combat prowess. The sheer magnitude of his strength left everyone dumbfounded, as their understanding of power had previously been limited to mere billions. Even when they imagined greater possibilities, they rarely conceived that their leader might possess combat strength in the tens or hundreds of billions. This was truly extraordinary. Carl and Greta, having prepared for the revelation, were nonetheless overwhelmed with exhilaration upon witnessing the actual figures. It was unbelievably staggering. Caught off guard by Chuan's transformation into a 4th-tier Super Saiyan, the remaining Saiyans momentarily overlooked his metamorphosis, their focus solely on the astonishing combat strength displayed. Chapter 116, 100 Trillion Combat Strength. A mere enhancement of 10 yields such terrifying combat power? My goodness, just how formidable is our leader? All eyes were fixed on the display screen, where an unending series of numbers rendered them breathless, too awestruck to exhale. The sight was suffocatingly powerful. However, Dr. Baleb abruptly turned towards Chuan, astonished. What has happened to his hair? It has turned red. Furthermore, his entire body is covered in fur, exuding a primal energy that sets him apart from the typical Saiyan. What could this mean? Could it be another transformation? Carl interjected. Indeed, this is another transformation of the Super Saiyan, but it remains distant from our current capabilities. His words sparked a wave of curiosity among all present. What does this transformation entail, Carl? Since you returned with the leader, surely you possess some insights. Please share. The anticipation among the Saiyans was palpable. To wield such formidable strength suggested that this transformation was extraordinary, unlike anything they had encountered before. Observing the collective curiosity, Carl felt inclined to provide some enlightenment. After all, it would be misguided to assume that the first tier of Super Saiyan was the pinnacle of strength. As a warrior race, they must strive for advancement and not grow complacent. While I am not fully informed, our leader has previously demonstrated that aside from the first, second, and third tiers of Super Saiyan, there exists the fourth tier. The transformation process is quite unique and not as straightforward as one might think. It requires transforming into a great ape while maintaining one's rationality to achieve the true form of a fourth-tier Super Saiyan. Numerous pitfalls exist in this process. Even our leader, despite being a high-level warrior, could potentially lose control due to the overwhelming power he possesses. As Carl spoke, he fell silent. For everyone present understood that they were all low-level warriors. Before the destruction of Planet Vegeta, they had been prisoners, and had it not been for their leader's intervention, they too might have perished alongside their home. This act of kindness was a debt they would never forget. Yet, recognizing the chasm separating them from the fourth-tier transformation evoked a sense of disappointment. Perhaps they would never reach such heights. It seemed futile to harbor such aspirations, as even mastering the transformation into a great ape was a challenge, and they had only regained a semblance of rationality through the mastery of that power, which ultimately proved insufficient. They felt a sense of disappointment. However, they also understood that this could perhaps be a path for development, and despite this, they were not disheartened. They could not transform into a Super Saiyan at the fourth level, but they could certainly strive to become Super Saiyan at the second level. At present, they had only taken their first step and were still quite far from the second, yet as long as they held a goal in their hearts, achieving it was not impossible. Instantly, they were all filled with fighting spirit. Dr. Balabi listened attentively while operating the machinery, never truly setting aside his work. One must remember that the King of Science was still on the potential development machine. Neglecting him could lead to serious issues. As Dr. Balabi worked, the power began to slowly increase, rising from an initial 10 to 20, with each increment representing a substantial leap. Everyone watched as the numbers danced on the display screen, their hearts momentarily halting in shock. It was truly terrifying. Each increase was measured in the billions, and their strongest battle power was barely comparable. An increase of thousands of billions in battle power. All present Saiyans were uncertain if they could reach such heights, yet their leader achieved such terrifying increases in power. It was extraordinarily fearsome. How powerful! They wondered if they could ever attain such levels. If one could reach thousands of billions in battle power, they could walk unchallenged. How remarkable! Everyone expressed their astonishment. Possessing such formidable battle power was already a rare feat from the thousands of battle power of lower-level warriors to this present state. What more could they desire? Yet, they remained unaware that their potential had already been enhanced. Otherwise, with the potential of mere lower-level warriors, reaching such heights would be exceedingly challenging. Currently, they could all essentially achieve the status of intermediate warriors, but they had yet to fully come to terms with this. Their rigid perceptions led them to believe that their potential was rather low. They all silently observed. Axiana's eyes gleamed with determination. She believed that if she could possess her leader's formidable battle power, capturing Dr. Galo would be a breeze. No one would be able to slip through her grasp. Just as various thoughts swirled among the crowd, the power reached 100%. Chuan's battle power surged to 72 trillion, crossing a critical threshold, yet in the next moment. To everyone's astonishment, the battle power continued to rise. It did not cease. This startled everyone. It was still increasing. The power had already reached 100%. and yet it was still climbing. What was happening? Would there be a problem? A Saiyan expressed his concerns. Dr. Vilabi was equally perplexed and quickly began to operate the machine. No matter how he adjusted it, the machine showed no signs of stopping. Simultaneously, the percentage continued to rise. 110, 120, 130. As the percentage increased, Chuan's battle power skyrocketed at an astonishing rate, leaving everyone dumbfounded. This was entirely different from what they had experienced initially and exceeded their expectations. Why could it keep increasing? Was this due to a difference in potential between them and their leader? Suddenly, as everyone was left at a loss, the machine finally came to a halt. The battle power no longer increased. Chuan slowly opened his eyes, and at that moment, his battle power had reached 10 trillion. 100 trillion battle power. Chapter 117. The skills of Majin Buu? Bring them on. Is this the potential developed at this stage? Indeed, formidable. 100 trillion of battle power. Chuan gradually rose from the potential development machine, acutely aware of the terrifying power coursing through him. At that moment, he sensed not only an increase in his battle power, but also a newfound mastery over the power he now wielded. It was indeed second nature. This revelation took him by surprise. He had not anticipated that technology could reach such heights, granting him immediate command over such immense power. It must be noted that his battle power had doubled, yet even so, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. This astonished him. Such tremendous power with no hint of unease. How miraculous. Dr. Balabi beamed, stating that this was to be expected, although the potential development machine unlocked his latent potential in an instant. It did not mean that this power did not belong to him. These powers had always resided within him, and through the machine's guidance, they were indeed enhanced. But since they were inherently his, how could there be any discomfort? This method of enhancing power was indeed a reliable approach. Chuan felt a sense of wonder, but he soon acclimated to his newfound strength. He then instructed everyone to adjust to their battle power before making further plans. Knowing that Dr. Gilo had fled to hell, he could not afford to be negligent. No matter how strong his power became, he could not allow enemies to roam free. Otherwise, he might find himself in dire straits at any moment. Even if he possessed an innate advantage, such advantages could easily be surpassed, especially in the world of Dragon Ball. Any advantage could easily become irrelevant. After dismissing the others, Chuan began training with Majin Buu, as he was eager to acquire the skills that Majin Buu possessed. His usual training yielded only battle power gains, which were minimal and not particularly significant. He desired a more profound enhancement. Although Majin Buu's skills would not grant him monumental increases in power, they could provide essential means of survival. Even in the face of gods, these skills were undoubtedly formidable. Understanding this, Chuan was even more eager to acquire such a skill. This would eliminate any concerns when pursuing Dr. Gilo. One day, after an extended period of training, Majin Buu's battle power also grew stronger, and he truly adapted to life on Earth. Chuan finally achieved his goal, successfully obtaining Majin Buu's skills. Ding! Sign in successful. Reward: Majin Buu's extraordinary regeneration skill. Hearing the long-awaited system notification, Chuan felt a surge of confidence. No matter the adversary he faced, he could easily resolve the situation. Buu, let us conclude today's training here. Later, you can ask Adam to accompany you for a stroll. Upon hearing this, Majin Buu instantly became more spirited. While training could enhance his strength, nothing was as important as enjoying food. Hearing these words was like music to his ears. Adam had recently been Majin Buu's personal bodyguard, not a combatant, merely to prevent others from disturbing him. Of course, on another level, he also served as a guide, introducing Majin Buu to the culinary delights of Earth. Chuan, you are so kind, Majin Buu exclaimed before soaring towards the sacred temple. This left Chuan chuckling in amusement. Majin Buu was still quite innocent, especially in his Fat Buu form. With just a little guidance, he could undoubtedly become a champion of justice. After Majin Buu departed, the expression on Chuan's face gradually became solemn. Having acquired Majin Buu's skills, it was time to address certain matters. It is time to address the traitors. Lord Bei Jia Wang, I trust you can hear my words, correct? I can hear you. Lord Bei Jia Wang has been vigilantly monitoring Earth, never daring to let his guard down, especially with the Kaioshin watching closely. It is akin to having a superior observing your every move while you neglect your duties. He cannot afford any oversight. He stands ready at a moment's notice. Chuan spoke again. I wish to journey to hell, and I would like to take a few individuals with me. I wonder if that would be permissible? If it is truly unfeasible, perhaps we could discuss it with the Kaishin to determine the best course of action. I implore you, Lord Beijia Wang, do not refuse. For there are two dangerous individuals in hell who may currently be conducting horrifying experiments. If their endeavors succeed, the resulting chaos could be monumental. It is imperative to resolve this matter swiftly before they unleash their havoc. The two individuals Chuan referred to are Dr. Galuo and Dr. Miao. The combination of these mad scientists could yield terrifying outcomes. No one knows what kind of dreadful artificial beings they may create, especially considering the abundant materials at their disposal within hell. These resources could elevate their technology to unprecedented heights. Had Chuan not been cautious, he would have acted long ago, and there would be no need to delay until now. While Beijia Wang was in a quandary, the voice of the Kaishin echoed in his mind. Lord Beijia Wang, proceed to accommodate his request. This is for the greater good of the lower realm. Not only is his current power beyond our reckoning, but he is also accompanied by the formidable Majin View. The two deranged individuals he mentioned may also possess significant strength. It is wise to let him handle this. Otherwise, if trouble arises in hell, it would be catastrophic. The voice of the Kaishin resonated within Bei Jiawang's thoughts. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately acquiesced. After all, how could he refuse when the Kaishin had spoken? He swiftly contacted Yan Luo Wang, the true gatekeeper to hell. Though the process was somewhat convoluted, once this was resolved, Chuan felt a surge of anticipation. This time, he intended to lead all the Saiyans into hell, not for any particular reason, but to provide them with the opportunity to engage in intense battles against the numerous masters residing there. Each one is fearsome, a culmination of terrifying entities forged over countless years, and even after such time, they remain formidable. However, while Chuan was preoccupied with training, he remained unaware that a scheme targeting him was quietly unfolding. Chapter 118. The Evil Legion of Hell. Hell. Ever since Frieza descended into hell, he has been consumed by a desire for redemption, engaging in fervent training. Possessing an already formidable talent, he has not only managed to retain his original appearance, but has also enhanced several of his forms. This has endowed him with immense combat prowess. Firstly, he achieved a complete silver form, with combat power magnified 1,000-fold compared to before. However, this is not his most formidable strength. He has also begun to grasp a new form, albeit without full mastery. This is the golden form. Currently, he can transform into a golden form. Though not in its entirety, only a portion of his body takes on a golden hue. His combat power has reached a staggering 20 trillion. With such power, he gradually established his own faction in hell, ruling over it entirely. Yet, even with his dominion, he remains trapped within hell. Recently, two elderly men arrived in hell, accompanied by a relatively powerful individual. They claimed to possess the ability to open a passage between the mortal realm and hell. Initially skeptical, Frieza began to harbor hope. If a connection to the mortal realm could indeed be established, vengeance would be within his grasp. Thus, Frieza officially allied with Dr. Galuo. They shared a common objective, to eliminate Chuan. Dr. Galuo, how is your research progressing? You assured me you would open the passage to hell. If you fail, you know the consequences. Despite being in hell, Frieza remains a sovereign, unyielding to anyone. The entirety of hell has become his territory, with countless subordinates, many possessing combat powers exceeding 1 billion, stronger than those he had while alive. He pays little regard to the artificial beings created by Dr. Galuo and Dr. Miao. Even aware of their research, he feels no fear of losing his position. He is solely focused on opening the passage to hell. Dr. Galuo, without looking up, replied, "Rest assured, my lord, the passage will be opened soon. Currently, the individual we seek is slightly lacking in power. Once he attains sufficient strength, he will resonate with the artificial beings from the mortal realm, and we will undoubtedly be able to open the passage to hell. Eventually, we will be free. They are destined to escape. Even Dr. Galuo does not wish to remain in this eternal darkness. However, until he successfully creates a sufficiently powerful artificial being, he feels an overwhelming sense of unease, especially given that others possess far greater strength than his own. Back on Earth, some Saiyans overshadowed him. Now, with Frieza's presence, his discontent grows. Though this serves as a means of deflection, it also presents an opportunity to create his own formidable artificial warriors. Dr. Miao is similarly involved. Frieza seemed to see through his thoughts, a mocking smile appearing on his face, yet he did not rush or reveal the other's intentions. Dr. Miao, be swift. I am not a patient man. I am eager to shred that group of filthy monkeys. Had it not been for them, I would never have been thrust into this dark abyss. I eagerly anticipate their astonishment upon witnessing my formidable prowess. After delivering his statement, Frieza did not afford Dr. Galuo the chance to respond. He had said all he needed to say. Any further delay would lead him to demonstrate his methods. After Frieza departed, he did not indulge in idleness, but rather engaged in relentless training. Upon realizing his vast potential had been squandered, Frieza has never wasted a moment. It is precisely this determination that has allowed him to amass such immense power in a short span. Yet, even with this strength, he remains unsatisfied. He must achieve the complete golden form. Otherwise, his mind cannot find peace. If Chuan were to learn that Frieza had undergone a profound transformation due to his influence, he would undoubtedly be astonished. Frieza, a natural genius, had long squandered his potential. Now, as he finally realizes it, he is on the brink of possessing terrifying combat power. Witnessing Frieza's departure, Dr. Galuo and Dr. Miao exchanged glances. We will undoubtedly succeed. We are nearly there. Once we create the hellish artificial beings, we can produce them in bulk. Each will possess combat power akin to his silver form. With such formidable warriors at our disposal, dominating Earth will pose no challenge. Yet, they still have a considerable distance to cover. This alone will still subject them to constraints. Two doctors engaged in a fervent conversation, for at this juncture, their relationship with Frieza was merely one of collaboration, devoid of any subordination. Naturally, they harbored no desire to be perpetually overshadowed. Having witnessed the true extent of Frieza's might, they remained perpetually dissatisfied with the artificial beings they had created. Logically speaking, these creations were indeed formidable, more than sufficient to contend with the Saiyans. Yet, the looming presence of the fearsome Frieza instilled profound discontent within them, giving rise to a torrent of wild thoughts and ideas. They observed their creations growing increasingly terrifying. From the traitorous number 10 to the present iteration, number 27, each artificial being possessed remarkable strength and unique characteristics. They had now assembled a formidable legion, though their elite combat capabilities still fell short. Currently, they were on the verge of completing number 28, which, if successful, would unlock the gateway to hell and potentially wield a combat power exceeding 1 trillion. This was a revolutionary creation. As time passed, a month swiftly elapsed. The two manic doctors gradually realized their ambitious visions, integrating numerous hellish entities, each of which had existed in their realm for an extraordinarily long time, boasting terrifying powers. Upon the culmination of their efforts, Hell number 28 emerged from its chamber. It was a warrior of imposing stature, with flowing white hair cascading to its waist. Reminiscent of Ladizi, exuding an oppressive aura that compelled onlookers to instinctively recoil. Only upon seeing Dr. Guolaw and Dr. Miao did its gaze soften slightly. Chapter 119. The Hell Gate Opens. I am your creator. I am number 28, the entity from Hell. A voice devoid of emotion resonated as Hell No. 28 surveyed its surroundings, taking in the entirety of the scene. Dr. Guolaw gazed at this flawless creation with a sense of gratification. This was his magnum opus. Even Dr. Miao recognized it as an exceedingly successful endeavor, surpassing even Bei Bei in perfection. Although Bei Bei possessed great potential, it was nothing before its growth. In contrast, Hell No. 28 boasted an initial combat power reaching several trillion, rendering it a truly fearsome entity. Furthermore, it could enhance its strength by absorbing energy, and those assimilated would contribute to its ever-increasing combat power. This was a pinnacle of artificial creation, a masterpiece. Through it, communication with the gateway to Hell was assured, and the denizens of Hell could not indiscriminately absorb energy. However, should it penetrate the mortal realm, then number 28 could voraciously absorb and augment its combat strength. At that point, even Frieza would be easily manageable. The two placed immense hopes upon Hell number 28, and shortly thereafter, they disseminated the news that the gateway to Hell was about to be opened. Before long, Frieza arrived. Ah, so this is your most perfect creation? Indeed. A remarkably powerful warrior. 2 trillion in combat power, quite impressive. It seems you have developed an extraordinary work. Even before he arrived, his voice had already resonated. Frieza, aware of the impending opening of the Hell Gate, summoned all his most capable subordinates, fresh recruits from Hell, each possessing a minimum combat power of 10 million. Even among these formidable allies, some boasted combat powers exceeding 100 million, adorned with advanced detectors capable of instantly measuring combat power levels, reaching limits of 100 trillion. They would swiftly unveil the true strength of Hell Number 28, a staggering 2 trillion in combat power. Such a figure was terrifying. Even Frieza in his silver form appeared inadequate in comparison, compelling him to regard the two doctors with renewed respect. Indeed, they were truly skilled. Setting aside the remarkable Hell Number 28, the previous artificial beings were likewise formidable, each possessing a diverse array of abilities. With these powerful warriors, reclaiming the mortal realm would be a relatively effortless endeavor. Dr. Guoloa turned to Frieza. Your Majesty Frieza, we are genuinely prepared. All our artificial warriors are ready. What of your preparations, my lord? I am ready at any moment, and I have brought all my warriors as well, Frieza replied nonchalantly, unconcerned about whether his subordinates would accompany him. Witnessing Frieza's readiness, Dr. Guoloa and Dr. Miao secured Hell Number 28 and proceeded to operate their machinery, establishing a connection to the mortal realm through Hell Number 28. This was their method. As they executed commands on the main control screen, a wave of terrifying power began to envelop the surroundings. Hell Number 28 leapt into action. The air shattered like fragile glass, and a radiant beam of light surged forth from a distance. Observing this spectacle, all within Hell felt an exhilarating thrill. Could they truly escape this interminable darkness? If they succeeded, they would truly be alive. Such an anticipation was bound to incite excitement. As the energy of Hell Number 28 grew increasingly formidable, the air appeared to fracture like a mirror, gradually forming a vast black hole. Initially, it was no larger than a sesame seed, but it swiftly expanded to the size of a watermelon, then to a diameter of 50 meters, the speed so rapid that everyone struggled to comprehend it. Yet, upon witnessing this black hole, exhilaration shone on every face. Was this the gateway to hell? Would passing through lead them to the mortal realm? Frieza stifled his inner tremors, his voice betraying a slight quaver, revealing that beneath his calm facade lay a tempest of emotions. After all, they were truly the deceased. Should they traverse this gateway, they would be resurrected. This was a prospect they scarcely dared to imagine. Frieza understood that the doctors possessed such capabilities, which prompted his collaboration with them. Now, it was finally coming to fruition. Dr. Guoloa, equally exhilarated, declared, "We have succeeded. We have finally succeeded. Not only have we created Hell Number 28, but we have also connected with the artificial beings from Earth through it, and now this gateway to Hell is open. The call for counterattack has sounded. What are we waiting for?" Dr. Guoloa was the first to charge forth, offering no opportunity for hesitation to anyone, closely followed by a legion of artificial warriors, each crafted by him. Each warrior was wholly obedient, possessing formidable combat capabilities. As Dr. Guoloa and his companions entered the Hell Gate, Frieza gradually levitated, also making his way toward the black hole. At that moment, the faces of all Hell's denizens bore cruel and mocking smiles. They had endured torment in this realm for far too long, the years blending into an indistinguishable blur. The distortion of the heart can no longer be described merely in simple terms. As one after another from the Hell Legion traversed the black hole, they materialized upon Earth. Chuan had undergone a significant enhancement in his potential, his combat prowess reaching formidable heights. Yet he did not allow this progress to render him complacent. Upon realizing that he could not transform any further for the time being, he found that his typical combat capabilities could not be improved either. Reluctant to squander his time, he journeyed to Beijia Wangxing. Without seeking counsel from others, he engaged in leisurely cultivation, during which he acquired numerous skills. The Kaioken and the Genkidama were among the powerful techniques he mastered. Particularly, the Kaioken, while it could not directly double his current combat power, offered substantial amplification, granting him an array of new methods. Chapter 120. The collision of Earth and Hell in the western capital of Earth. A bustling peak hour transpired. Unbeknownst to the throngs of people, a small black dot appeared in the sky, gradually expanding. Within a mere 10 minutes, it swelled to the size of a football, slowly spreading outward. Suddenly, one individual looked up at the sky, his face contorted with confusion. How strange! Why is there a massive black hole in the sky? Could it be a crow? Yet it does not resemble one. Overwhelmed by curiosity, he took out his phone and utilized the zoom function of the camera to examine the anomaly in the sky, eager to discern the situation. Upon gaining clarity, A look of shock swept over his face. The sky has ruptured? In that moment, he comprehended the reality before him. It was not as he had presumed, but rather a genuine black hole. Moreover, he observed it was steadily expanding, filling him with alarm. He hastily shouted, "This is bad. A black hole has appeared in the sky and is slowly expanding. What on earth is happening? Could this be the end of the world?" His cry attracted the attention of all nearby, prompting them to gaze upwards. Shock etched on their faces. They were enveloped by an inexplicable sense of crisis. Before they could react, the black hole abruptly expanded to the size of a basketball court. One by one, figures emerged from the abyss, each exuding a terrifying aura, as if they had crawled forth from the depths of hell. Ha ha ha. Finally emerged from that lightless realm. Earth. What a nostalgic scent. The figure was indeed a member of the evil legion from hell, unable to suppress the wicked grin upon his face. Glancing around, he noted the frailty of humanity, their expressions rife with panic at that moment, which only served to heighten his delight. What a pitiful swarm of ants. Since we have met, allow me to present you with a welcome gift. With a flourish of his hands, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, raining down like droplets of rain. Under the terrified gazes of the humans, each droplet detonated upon impact, sending them sprawling. An instant catastrophe had descended. Ha ha ha. Ants, revel in your fear. Embrace your terror. This member of the evil legion wreaked havoc, unleashing the pent-up frustrations of his heart. The others emerging from the black hole mirrored his destructive tendencies, causing widespread suffering. As these denizens of hell manifested, a series of artificial beings began to emerge as well. However, these constructs had been issued strict commands and were not engaging in indiscriminate slaughter. Instead, they hovered in the air with arms crossed, gazing down with indifference. An array of malevolent figures descended, their overwhelming presence instilling profound despair among the humans. Simultaneously, within the divine hall, Mr. Bobo and the deity were momentarily taken aback, for they possessed unique authority to perceive the movements and circumstances across the earth. Just moments prior, they sensed the arrival of numerous formidable energies, a phenomenon that persisted for an extended duration. If it were merely the artificial beings, they might have remained oblivious. Yet the malevolent legion from hell exuded a powerful and wicked aura. Their unrestrained destruction made it impossible to overlook. This is dire. It appears a multitude of villains has suddenly emerged, and many lives are slowly fading away. Mr. Bobo's brows knitted tightly as he sensed not only the presence of formidable auras, but also the gradual disappearance of ordinary souls, enveloping the entirety of the Western capital. This compelled him to take notice. The deity hurriedly made his way around the divine hall, an action that drew the attention of the other Saiyans. Greta inquired, "Deity, what is happening? You seem quite flustered." "This is bad. This is bad." The deity explained. "There are a group of evil beings that have inexplicably appeared, wreaking havoc without restraint. The entire Western capital has been devastated. Who knows how many lives have been lost? Are these creatures demons?" The deity relayed everything he had witnessed. The expressions of the Saiyans shifted dramatically. How could anyone dare to disrupt their territory? Was this not an affront to their dignity? Moreover, their audacity was intolerable. Greta and the other Saiyans declared, "How outrageous! How dare they act so recklessly on Earth? Whoever they are, they must understand whose domain this is. Let us teach these lawless beings a lesson, and perhaps engage in some much-needed exercise. It has been far too long since we last moved," Greta casually remarked, leading all the Saiyans toward the Western capital. In their view, there were hardly any formidable opponents on Earth, and their collective action was merely a sign of respect. However, upon their arrival, they were met with a scene far removed from their expectations. The Western capital lay in ruins, casualties beyond reckoning. Yet a colossal black hole loomed in the sky, from which a continuous stream of figures emerged. Each individual varied in strength, while those responsible for the initial chaos had long since vanished. Faced with the devastation before them, the Saiyans were taken aback. What is happening? How could there be such a gaping hole in the sky? Moreover, these malevolent beings emerged solely from that black hole, their auras sharing a commonality of pure evil. Adam furrowed his brow. He recognized the essence of this aura as eerily reminiscent of their former selves, now reformed. This realization stirred an inexplicable aversion within them. Confronted with the unfolding chaos, they found themselves at a loss for how to proceed, but their arrival had undeniably attracted the attention of the evil legion from hell. After all, with the Western capital reduced to rubble, The presence of strong individuals was not to be overlooked. Chapter 121. The Oppressive Aura of Frieza. To my surprise, a few individuals of notable caliber have arrived. It seems that this planet is not devoid of merit, as there are indeed a handful of formidable beings. Just moments ago, I genuinely believed that everyone here was utterly worthless, but it appears there are a few ants with considerable strength, which makes things quite intriguing. One individual with a spiky hairstyle shamelessly mocked others, oblivious to the true combat prowess of the Saiyans due to the absence of a detector. Observing the ruins of Shidu, it became apparent that the collective strength of the humans there was rather feeble, and their technological advancements were far from impressive. This led them to prematurely conclude that the inhabitants of this planet lacked power. Even those with a modicum of skill could not possibly compare to them. The ones who clawed their way out of hell, they believed it was simply impossible. In their eyes, hell is a world where the weak are mercilessly oppressed, and only the strong can survive. They considered themselves among the strong. The Saiyans exchanged glances, transitioning from shock to a gradual unveiling of sinister smiles. It was certainly amusing that for the first time, someone dared to look down upon them. It seemed they had been dormant for too long. While they were unaware of the origins of these intruders, their audacity to wreak havoc on the planet they called home would not go unpunished. All the Saiyans were engulfed in fury. Although they were not native Earthlings, having settled here, they regarded this place as their home. Yet these intruders were wantonly destructive, engaging in the ruthless slaughter of humanity. This was an affront to their sanctuary. How could they possibly endure such insolence? Kara was the first to act, swiftly appearing before the enemy, and before they could react, he delivered a punch that pierced through them. Following that, a powerful energy wave obliterated the foe, reducing them to nothingness. Among the Saiyans, Kara exhibited a certain composure. Even when faced with relatively weaker adversaries, he approached the situation with efficiency, resolving it with precision. He then turned to the others. His decisive action served as a signal, prompting all the Saiyans to engage, exterminating every adversary within sight. In a short span, the enemies of Shidu were utterly annihilated. Despite the formidable strength of this malevolent legion from hell, with combat abilities estimated in the millions, they were woefully outmatched by the Saiyans. If they had not enhanced their powers, they might have posed a challenge, but with the use of the potential development machine, their baseline combat strength had soared into the millions, even without transforming into Super Saiyans. They could easily crush their foes, especially as they possessed the ability to transform at will. Great Ape Power, Mimetic Super Saiyan First Stage. Each transformation would exponentially amplify their strength. Dealing with these insignificant pests was a trivial task, yet as they vanquished the malevolent legion from hell, none bore a trace of joy on their faces. Instead, they gazed gravely at the ominous black hole in the sky. "Can you feel it?" one inquired. There seemed to be several powerful presences there, and one, in particular, is exceedingly terrifying. This bodes ill. Kara furrowed his brow. The other Saiyans sensed it as well, and this urgency spurred them to eliminate their enemies swiftly. Yet it left them feeling apprehensive. Their current combat prowess was formidable, yet the very notion of a threat so overwhelming that it rendered them defenseless was profoundly unsettling. The situation was becoming precarious. With their strength, they likely could not handle this. "We must call for assistance." Garuda acknowledged their limitations. The energy they sensed indicated that their opponents were beyond their capacity to contend with, and they were unaware of their true capabilities. This passive state was far from comfortable. Naturally, they could not directly contact their superior. They could only resort to contacting the Kai through the heavens, who would relay their message to Beiji Wang, subsequently informing Chuan. However, just as they completed their communication, the black hole in the sky trembled violently. They then witnessed countless shadowy figures emerging from the void. These were powerful silhouettes, yet they felt no discernible energy from them, which caused varied expressions of concern among the Saiyans. No energy detected. Before they could articulate their astonishment, two familiar figures materialized, Dr. Guolo and Dr. Mio. The two mad scientists had emerged from the black hole. This revelation illuminated the source of these malevolent beings, hell. They had undoubtedly come from the depths of hell, for these two mad scientists had previously fled there. Now, their reappearance suggested either they had acquired unparalleled strength or possessed some assurance. The expressions on the faces of the gathered Saiyans turned grave. It seemed the situation had truly deteriorated. These two lunatic doctors had previously created terrifying androids, and now they had returned from hell, Who knew what horrific creations they had devised this time? Their audacity to swagger onto Earth indicated they were emboldened. The Scions felt a profound sense of helplessness. Clearly, their adversaries were traitors, and logically, they should be apprehended. Yet, the obvious confidence radiating from them was disconcerting. Could they truly succeed? Carr observed closely. Each of the Mad Doctors was flanked by androids, one with red hair and another with white hair. The oppressive aura they exuded was palpable, even without the ability to sense energy, inciting a sense of alarm among the Scions. Axiana's fury reached a boiling point upon seeing the two Mad Doctors. Had it not been for the greater good, she would have lunged at them without hesitation. Just as they prepared to speak, they noticed Dr. Guolo and Dr. Mio step aside, as if to welcome someone. This action caused their pupils to constrict, and a wave of unease washed over them. A violent surge of purple lightning crackled, and even before the figure's arrival, a terrifying aura enveloped the scene. The androids that had just emerged instinctively recoiled, revealing the sheer magnitude of this power. Then, all the Scions beheld a sight that filled them with dread. It was a figure so familiar it was haunting, once the ruler of the universe, Frieza. No, this cannot be. Frieza had been vanquished by their leader, so how could he reappear now? Chapter 122, The Return of the King. Roar, roar, roar. The air was delicious, making for a truly delightful day. Even before his arrival, his voice heralded his presence. Frieza gradually emerged from the black hole, followed by numerous powerful warriors from Hell, each capable of dominating their own realms within the galaxy. Yet now, they obediently followed behind King Frieza, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Carr and the other Scions were visibly shaken. If the previous enemies posed merely a moderate threat, Frieza represented a deep-seated terror that resonated within their very souls. Even just hearing his voice sent waves of panic through their hearts. Upon seeing the assembled Scions, Frieza's expression shifted to one of surprise, quickly replaced by a sinister smile. Oh, what a delightful surprise to encounter Scions here. How amusing it is. I have missed you all dearly, day and night, and at long last. That longing has culminated in this moment. Oh, the aura of Frieza surged explosively, his combat power escalating at an astonishing rate, reaching the unprecedented level of trillions in mere moments. A purple radiance enveloped the surroundings, causing the very earth to tremble. The Scions, upon sensing this overwhelming presence, were filled with dread, and one by one, they transformed into Super Scions. Although their efforts seemed inadequate against such might, they had no choice but to give their all. As the Scions transformed, Frieza narrowed his eyes slightly, his tail involuntarily writhing in the air. Once again, that vexatious yellow glow emerged. For so long, it had been the source of his relentless pursuit, the very motivation behind his training. I, Frieza, a prodigy of the Frost Demon race, have endured endless torment in the darkness of that infernal realm, all because of you wretched monkeys. Now, I have returned to the mortal realm, and the true king has come back. A sharp sound pierced the air, as if it sought to shatter the very fabric of space. The newly transformed Super Scions were instantly blasted away, unable to put up any resistance, reverting back to their normal states in a heartbeat. Terror swept across their faces as they realized the vast chasm that separated them from Frieza's power. Despite their transformations, they found themselves utterly outmatched, akin to facing their own leader. The surrounding artificial beings also cast curious glances. Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew exchanged knowing looks. They had never fully submitted to Frieza and had always sought to break free, especially after returning to the mortal realm. However, witnessing Frieza's formidable power quelled their inner turmoil. Even deploying all their strategies might not suffice against him. Even if they managed to hold their own, it would likely result in mutual destruction, compelling them to approach the situation with utmost caution. This truly was dire. Frieza had grown even stronger. In the past, they could have easily overpowered him with their Super Saiyan forms, but now, before he had even made a move, they had reverted from their transformed state. How could they possibly fight back? Gyurita was profoundly frustrated, feeling as though no matter how hard he trained, he could never catch up, a sentiment that weighed heavily on his heart. The other Scions shared his sense of helplessness. Not only Frieza, but even the warriors from Hell were proving to be formidable adversaries. This stark realization struck them. Indeed, the world is vast, and there are many who surpass them in strength. They could not afford to relax. Asiana's eyes were fixed intently on Dr. Gero, her fury palpable enough to consume him whole. Yet, at this moment, her own diminished combat power rendered her incapable of taking action, a bitter pill to swallow. She loathed her own powerlessness. Have you contacted the leader yet? Someone suddenly inquired. Carl glanced ahead, erupting with energy as he transformed once more into a Super Saiyan. He had already reached out to the Kaioshin, though it remained uncertain whether contact was made. However, they could not rely solely on their leader. If they continued to depend on him, they would never grow, never learn to stand on their own. Fighting was their mission. Only through battle could they develop. They were, after all, the warrior race of Saiyans. With a roar, he unleashed all the emotions that had been pinned up inside him and charged towards the warriors of the evil army, intent on battling fiercely. Though he was not foolish enough to confront Frieza directly, that was beyond his capabilities. Even the artificial beings were too difficult to handle, especially since he could not sense their energy. This made it even more challenging to gauge their strength. His actions left the other Saiyans stunned momentarily, but soon they regained their senses and surged forward once again. They may have had slim chances of victory, but they would never yield. Moreover, they still had senzu beans. As long as they remained alive, they would inevitably become stronger. This might just be the best way to enhance their combat prowess. Carl, having reached this understanding, charged forward without hesitation, viewing these foes as his stepping stones. Since they could not confront Frieza, they would enhance their strength against these lesser foes. Frieza, witnessing this, felt a profound boredom. His only desire was to locate Chuan. The other Saiyans were, in his eyes, mere monkeys, insignificant. Whether they could transform into Super Saiyans now or were once powerful warriors, he could easily crush them. Confidence surged within him once more. As Frieza refrained from attacking, Carl and the others exchanged subtle smiles, their energy peaking. Every hellish warrior that approached them would be swept away. However, their actions infuriated the hellish warriors, who quickly surrounded them. The battle intensified. Although the Saiyans were powerful, they could not withstand the sheer number of their adversaries. They found themselves at a disadvantage, battered and bruised. Chapter 123. The Saiyans never shy away from battle. The conflict raged on with fervor. Had they not been careful to avoid unleashing energy blasts towards Earth, it would have been obliterated by now. Yet even so, varying degrees of destruction marred the landscape. Each Saiyan bore wounds. Yet every injury was accompanied by the demise of a hellish warrior. As their injuries worsened, the Saiyans quickly consumed senzu beans, instantly restoring their energy and healing their wounds, resulting in a significant surge in their combat power, approximately a 10% increase. Though they had not approached the brink of death, this was still a terrifying enhancement. The more they fought, the stronger they became. This spectacle piqued Frieza's interest immensely. How intriguing! He had not expected the Saiyans, though reduced in number, to display such resilience and to be enhancing themselves furiously. Truly, they were a warrior race. However, after observing for a while, Frieza lost interest. While their tenacity was commendable, he held them in disdain. In contrast, Dr. Gero was exceptionally intrigued. Although he had spent considerable time with the Saiyans, most of it was in the laboratory, and he had never fully grasped their terrifying potential. Now, witnessing the Saiyans recover from grievous wounds and their combat power visibly escalating, his eyes gleamed with possibilities. This could be immensely beneficial material. If harnessed, it could empower the artificial beings even further. For mad scientists like them, anything with potential would be exploited to its fullest. As he scrutinized the Saiyans, one could only wonder what nefarious plans he concocted, undoubtedly detrimental to the Saiyans. Meanwhile, on North Kai's planet, the Kaioshin had urgently contacted North Kai, imparting every detail of the situation with palpable urgency. The gates of hell have swung open, unleashing a terrifying horde of infernal warriors. Most astonishingly, the cosmic tyrant Frieza has returned, rendering the situation utterly dire. Upon receiving this alarming news, the North Kai took a brief glance and was immediately struck with fear. Unbelievable! Frieza has returned, and he is more powerful than ever, countless times stronger than before. Earth is in grave danger. The North Kai, akin to an ant on a hot pan, scurried frantically around North Kai's planet, and Barbarous and others were equally agitated. This commotion disturbed Chuan, who also heard the North Kai's cries of alarm. On this day, he gleaned crucial information. Frieza has returned, and he has appeared on Earth. This revelation startled him. Although he had not overly concerned himself with Frieza, it was only because Frieza had been trapped in hell. Even if he was powerful, there was no way to reach him. However, now that Frieza had truly emerged, it was likely that his combat prowess had vastly outstripped what it once was. Chuan had not anticipated Frieza's return. What could this mean? In an instant, Chuan teleported beside the North Kai, placing his hands on him to quell his agitation. What has transpired? Let me see. Without waiting for a response, he utilized the North Kai's abilities to peer into the events unfolding on Earth. The sight that greeted him was one of utter devastation. Humanity had endured unprecedented calamities, even with the guidance of Mr. Popo and the Supreme Kai. Most had embarked on the path of martial arts. The mightiest among them had combat powers in the hundreds, yet against such a multitude of fearsome infernal warriors. They were no more than ants, one by one being slaughtered. Turning his gaze to Frieza, he observed a multitude of powerful warriors at his side, each boasting combat powers in the billions, while Frieza himself was unfathomably formidable. In the distance stood Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew, surrounded by numerous artificial warriors whose true strength remained unknown, though their tenacity suggested they were not to be underestimated. Chuan furrowed his brow. This scenario exceeded his imagination and posed a considerable challenge. It seemed Frieza had truly returned as a king, but to what extent had he evolved? If he had not yet attained his golden form, perhaps there was still hope for confrontation. Chuan was acutely aware of Frieza's terrifying potential. Once he dedicated himself to training, his combat strength could become extraordinarily frightening. Yet, after facing setbacks, Frieza would undoubtedly have trained diligently. But the extent of his progress remained uncertain. Chuan felt compelled to thwart Frieza. Even if he could not ascertain the full scope of Frieza's power, he would not retreat. The Saiyan ethos is to grow bolder in battle. Moreover, he did not believe he would be defeated, especially considering he had mastered the Super Saiyan 4th stage. To bolster his combat prowess, he had even journeyed to North Kai's planet to acquire new skills. Combined with the Kaioken, his power could potentially reach staggering heights. As for whether he could harness even greater strength, that depended on his body's resilience. Could Frieza's golden form withstand his full power? Chuan was uncertain. Nevertheless, he knew he had to return. North Kai, I must return to Earth, or it will be utterly destroyed. The North Kai hastily interjected, what are you planning? While your power is indeed formidable, how can you possibly contend with Frieza in his current state? His aura is terrifying, and he commands a host of infernal warriors. This is beyond your capacity to handle. As long as there is life, there is hope. Even those who have perished can be resurrected with the Dragon Balls from Namek. There is no need to take such risks. The North Kai implored, believing Chuan to be the only Saiyan with substantial strength, asserting that survival was paramount. If he acted impulsively now, who could withstand Frieza's wrath? The North Kai was in despair. However, Chuan disregarded the advice and instantly teleported back to Earth. He understood that his actions were ill-timed, yet he had his reasons. After all, combat is the swiftest path to a Saiyant's ascension, and Saiyants never shy away from battle. Chapter 124. The fated rivals reunite. A surge of energy erupted. Someone suddenly exclaimed, and a figure materialized in the sky. The once chaotic scene fell into a profound silence. Even Frieza was captivated. Ha ha ha, long time no see. Frieza greeted Chuan, his smile appearing all too genuine. Yet, those present felt this was no expression of joy. Rather, the atmosphere grew ominously cold. They instinctively stepped back, with Dr. Gero and others also retreating, sensing impending doom. Chuan surveyed his surroundings. The area had been reduced to rubble. What was once a bustling city with a dense population was now eerily deserted. Only a gaping black hole loomed overhead. Upon seeing the black hole, Chuan felt a sense of déjà vu. Was this reminiscent of the events in Hell Saga 17? Despite some discrepancies, it was undoubtedly a portal connecting to Hell, especially with Frieza's presence. What a chaotic situation. After observing the surroundings, Chuan concluded that due to the reckless actions of Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew, events had spiraled out of control. With the Hell portal open and warriors emerging in droves, failure to send them back would undoubtedly transform Earth beyond recognition. Chuan's gaze fell upon Frieza, his eyes narrowing slightly. Although Frieza remained motionless, his aura was overwhelmingly vast, exuding a dangerously formidable presence. Frieza, feeling ignored, unfazedly remarked, "It has been a while. I find myself inexplicably nostalgic. Oh ho ho, the planet of the Saiyans has been obliterated. Why did you Saiyans not perish alongside your world?" Chuan retorted, "Such foul words. Yet, your Ice Demon clan lacks a home planet. How do you persist in this universe? Do you not feel shame towards your ancestors?" Frieza was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure, adjusting his demeanor. I have no time for idle chatter. I have risen from hell to exact revenge, and let you filthy monkeys understand that I am not easily trifled with. My previous failure was due to underestimating the competition in this universe, which led to my lax training. After a period of intense dedication, I have fully realized my potential. Are you prepared to meet your demise? Frieza spread his arms wide as if to embrace the sky, and his aura surged dramatically. As his power escalated, his previously white and purple form was enveloped in a brilliant silver hue. This was his new transformation, known as the silver form. As he was enveloped in a silvery sheen, an aura of terror permeated the atmosphere. His battle power surged to an astonishing 300 billion. Let the battle commence under my formidable strength. No one shall rise above the ground beneath my feet. The words dripped with arrogance. Chuan frowned, feeling that Frieza had indeed grown significantly stronger, yet it was still insufficient. With a thunderous step forward, he transformed into Super Saiyan Level 4. He had no intention of engaging in a tedious exchange. It was clear that, beyond his desire to avoid delay, he was ill-equipped to contend with Frieza's terrifying prowess without assuming his most powerful form. Even at Super Saiyan Level 3, his battle power paled in comparison to Frieza's, leaving him no choice but to assume his ultimate transformation. His battle power skyrocketed to 10 trillion. A surge of overwhelming force erupted as Chuan launched a devastating punch. Before Frieza could react, Chuan seized his head and propelled him towards the ground with tremendous speed. The impact was catastrophic, creating a massive crater upon collision. Yet, he was not finished. He conjured a destructive energy wave, hurling it downwards. The explosive sound reverberated throughout the battlefield, leaving everyone in stunned disbelief. The suddenness of the combat left them reeling. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? They were all left in a state of shock, particularly given Frieza's newfound strength, only to be utterly overwhelmed. How is this possible? How can a Saiyan be this powerful, even with transformations to boost their battle power? Such an increase is unfathomable. Dr. Galo was taken aback, a tinge of fear creeping into his heart. He understood that Saiyans do experience a certain enhancement upon transformation, but it was typically only 100-fold. In his eyes, that was hardly formidable. Yet, the scene before him shattered his understanding. Frieza, the mighty emperor of the universe, was being crushed. Even in death, Frieza remained a ruler in the underworld. To witness such a fearsome king being mercilessly dominated, and with his fate uncertain, was utterly astonishing. However, the astonishment among the onlookers was short-lived. A boulder crashed down with a thunderous roar, and a figure emerged. Though disheveled, it was unmistakably Frieza. His appearance might have suggested disarray, yet his demeanor exuded an unusual elegance. Floating in the air, Frieza flicked his tail and fixed his gaze intently on Chuan. How intriguing. I had no idea the Saiyans possessed additional forms. I once thought Super Saiyan was the pinnacle of their power. It seems my knowledge was lacking. However, you, foul monkey, have truly provoked my ire. I shall make it clear that my time in the underworld was not spent idly. I had intended to grant you an honorable demise, but since you have angered me, I will bestow upon you death itself. His sharp voice rang out as Frieza hovered in the air, unleashing his fury. A golden radiance enveloped him. The transformation from silver to gold occurred in an instant, altering his aura significantly. As the golden light spread, Frieza's appearance underwent a dramatic change, blending yellow and white hues in a peculiar fashion. Yet, the energy emanating from him was terrifying. Even Chuan's expression shifted slightly. Golden Frieza? He exclaimed, genuinely startled. If Frieza had indeed mastered this golden form, his situation would be dire. Although he had attained Super Saiyan Level 4, it seemed his absolute power might still fall short in comparison. However, upon observing that Frieza's transformation was only partially complete, Chuan felt an inexplicable sense of relief. The fact that Frieza had not fully transitioned into the golden form suggested that he was not at his full capacity. Thank goodness. If he had fully transformed, the consequences would have been dire. Yet, Chuan could not shake the sense of urgency that lingered. The course of history had shifted. Frieza had genuinely recognized the importance of training, and the mere time spent in the underworld had rendered him incredibly formidable. If allowed to continue, he could become even more exaggerated in power. Soon, the full manifestation of Golden Frieza might indeed emerge. Who knows? He might even reach a form beyond that of Diamond Black Gold. At that point, Even a god of destruction could be overwhelmed, let alone Mu Chuan's meager Super Saiyan level 4. Feeling the pressure, Mu Chuan realized he could not rely solely on the enhancements from the signing system. He needed to pursue both the transformation and divine direction simultaneously. Only then could he secure his position of invincibility. As he reveled in the augmentations brought by his formidable strength, Frieza finally ceased his movements. So, how does my transformation compare to a Super Saiyan? This is a gift tailored for you, as you have made me experience pain like never before. I shall repay it tenfold. Though you, foul monkey, have improved rapidly, you are still vastly inferior to me. The powerful battle aura instilled Frieza with renewed confidence, and the regal demeanor of the king returned. Yet Mu Chuan paid little heed. Instead, he scanned the surroundings, particularly the androids, and an overwhelming aura surged forth from him. Everyone assumed Mu Chuan was preparing to confront Frieza. Yet, his next actions left them agape. A barrage of terrifying energy waves erupted from him, each striking an android with devastating force. If the warriors from hell were fearsome, these androids were merciless killing machines. Not only could they not sense energy, but their battle power was also extraordinarily formidable. The androids had surpassed the terror of their counterparts from the original narrative, and they could not be allowed to remain. Clearing the field was imperative. Moreover, Mu Chuan sensed that the two mad scientists would not simply concede. They were undoubtedly plotting something sinister. Their survival depended solely on these androids. And if he could annihilate them all, their schemes would be rendered futile. Frieza, on the other hand, would be easier to handle, as he posed no significant threat. His actions took everyone by surprise. Dr. Gelo and his associates had no chance to escape, instantly engulfed by the onslaught of energy waves. Whether they survived or not was uncertain, but their situation was undoubtedly dire. Frieza, witnessing this outcome, felt insulted. This foul monkey, in the face of his overwhelming power, dared to disregard him and deal with mere trash. What an affront. Damn you, foul monkey. I had intended to play with you, but since you seek your demise, I shall grant your wish. With a swift motion, Frieza vanished from sight, reappearing before Mu Chuan in an instant, delivering a powerful punch. He then swiftly maneuvered to intercept Mu Chuan's trajectory, ensnaring him with his tail and delivering a brutal elbow strike. The entire being was violently struck down to the ground, the sensation akin to piercing through the very core of the earth. The speed of the battle was astonishingly swift, leaving one utterly bewildered. Yet it was predominantly Frieza's relentless assault that rendered Mu Chuan entirely passive, akin to a mere punching bag. Within mere seconds, he was already battered and bruised, suffering grievous injuries. Boss, witnessing Mu Chuan's tragic state, all the Saiyans were taken aback. They had never seen their leader in such a disheveled condition. He had always exuded an effortless dominance. Even when facing equally matched adversaries, he had never appeared so wretched. Of course, this was merely because they had never witnessed Mu Chuan in earnest combat. After all, most of the battles they observed were characterized by overwhelming superiority. They had never truly witnessed the essence of a real fight. Mu Chuan was indeed dazed from the onslaught. He had only contemplated eliminating future threats, never anticipating that his actions would thoroughly enrage Frieza, resulting in a relentless barrage that left him disoriented. Seizing a moment to breathe, he unhesitatingly consumed a senzu bean. Each Saiyan possessed these beans, as they were essential strategic items, particularly vital for survival. Upon swallowing the bean, his injuries began to mend at a visibly rapid pace, and his battle power surged to an incredible 1.3 million. While formidable, this was still insufficient compared to Frieza's current power. Oh, it seems you have consumed something extraordinary, Frieza remarked. Such a severe injury can heal so swiftly. I had no knowledge of such miraculous items. It appears I am somewhat out of the loop. Hand over what you just ingested, and perhaps I shall go easy on you. With a cold snort, Mu Chuan spread his arms, channeling an immense energy wave, then brought his hands together, unleashing an even more powerful energy blast, as if intent on obliterating the very heavens. Frieza extended his hands forward. A purple radiance enveloped him as he conjured a death beam, effortlessly penetrating Mu Chuan's energy wave. Yet, in the next instant, a figure appeared above him, delivering a kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Frieza quickly evaded, but as if foreseen, Mu Chuan hurled another energy wave, immediately enveloping Frieza's escape route. The two engaged in a fierce back and forth, the sounds of sonic booms resonating through the air. The battle was so intense that none dared to linger nearby. Even the warriors emerging from the depths of hell kept their distance. Kar and the other Saiyans shared the same sentiment, their astonishment palpable. What tremendous power! It was overwhelmingly formidable. Should they dare approach, the residual shockwaves from the battle could inflict severe injuries. The sheer magnitude of their combat prowess was unfathomable. The violent clash of energy caused the very earth to tremble. All inhabitants felt as though they were on the brink of apocalypse. "This is too powerful, isn't it?" someone suddenly exclaimed, and others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the sentiment. The two combatants on the battlefield transcended all common understanding, striking terror in their hearts. The outcome of the battle was uncertain, yet their fighting capabilities surpassed the comprehension of all observers. Boom! Chuan was sent hurtling by an energy wave, his body unable to stop its momentum, now riddled with injuries. In contrast, Frieza appeared to be in complete control, even casually gliding through the air. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the brilliance emanating from Frieza was intensifying, expanding in magnitude. As the battle escalated, not only did Chuan grow stronger, but Frieza also gradually began to harness his own formidable power, using Chuan's energy to expedite his mastery of the golden form. He relished the process. With each step Frieza took, his energy surged, as if it could grow infinitely. The oppressive aura reached its zenith. The exhilarating feeling of immense power. Do not presume that only you Saiyans can grow stronger through battle. I too possess that capability. Had I not previously deemed training beneath me, I would not have found myself in this predicament. Now witness my true might. While speaking, Frieza's golden aura reached approximately 50%, coating him in a dazzling layer of gold, radiant in the sky. All eyes turned towards him. Even those with ambitious hearts like Dr. Gero couldn't help but express their awe. Truly, he was the cosmic emperor, his battle power terrifying. His form was becoming increasingly refined, though he had yet to fully manifest the golden state. Nevertheless, his combat strength had undoubtedly doubled, and without some means to contend with him, it was impossible to defeat him. Dr. Gero contemplated that now was not the time to confront such a powerful Frieza, for he lacked the confidence to challenge him. As Frieza revealed his overwhelming strength, all the Hell Warriors erupted in excitement. This was their king. His graceful form and formidable power captivated all. "Our king is truly mighty. No one can rival him." Everyone was awestruck by Frieza's display, including Chuan, who was equally taken aback. He had never expected Frieza to grow stronger with each passing moment, realizing that this being was indeed a prodigy of the Frost Demon race. Yet, this was too exaggerated. The battle was escalating without reason. How could one justify this? The Saiyans, at least, experienced a recovery after suffering injuries. But Frieza? He simply grew exponentially stronger mid-battle. It seemed that he had no choice but to fight with all his might. A glint of determination shone in Chuan's eyes. He refrained from hastily consuming another Senzu bean, not because he lacked them, but because he believed he should not excessively rely on them. He craved more intense combat. Without it, he would stagnate. This was precisely why he found himself in such a precarious situation. Only through experiencing fierce battles could his strength truly elevate. Now, despite his grievous injuries, he was resolved to confront Frieza with all his might rather than simply healing. Facing Frieza head-on, he exhaled softly, and a brilliant red aura enveloped him. Kaioken. With a gentle utterance, his battle power surged once more, reaching an astounding 2.6 million. After utilizing the Kaioken technique, his power had doubled, yet even so, he felt immense pressure. Although he could employ a higher multiplier, the overwhelming strength posed too great a strain on his body to adapt. Nevertheless, his combat prowess was still formidable. Just as a flicker of shock appeared on Frieza's face, Chuan had already closed the distance, standing before him. A powerful fist struck mercilessly against the opponent's face. In the next instant, an elbow strike sent Frieza crashing to the ground. Without allowing the adversary a moment to react, an even more formidable energy wave surged forth. It was only then that Frieza realized the imminent danger, but the energy wave had already reached him. By the time he sought to evade, it was far too late, and he could only thrust his hands forward in a futile attempt to deflect it. The earth trembled with a thunderous roar. To think you could so easily vanquish me, what a delusion. Truly, you, a Saiyan capable of ending my life, possess considerable skill. Yet, to believe that such power could defeat me is to greatly underestimate my capabilities. Frieza's fury ignited. The energy wave gradually dissipated in his grasp. Chuan swiftly appeared beside Frieza, But before he could strike, Frieza's tail lashed out violently, landing a direct blow to Chuan's face. With a resounding crash, Frieza leapt into the air, one foot planted firmly on Chuan, performing an aerial spin that drove him into the ground. The earth itself was left riddled with cracks, and it was nothing short of a miracle that the planet could endure such a clash. For the two combatants, however, the existence of Earth mattered little. They could survive in the vacuum of space. As for the others, their fate remained uncertain. In the heat of battle, Chuan fought with reckless abandon, trading injuries blow for blow, yet his combat power had diminished significantly. Desperation could hardly compensate for such a disadvantage. Observing Chuan rise time and again, wounded yet relentless, filled all the Saiyans with an unparalleled awe. His indomitable spirit stirred something deep within them, as if some unseen boundary was slowly shifting. Their emotions became contagious. Leader is still fighting. How can we slack off? How can we concede? They felt compelled to join the fight, to battle incessantly. Only by fighting continuously could they keep pace with their leader, ensuring he would not face the enemy alone. With each declaration from Karl, his stature grew more resolute, and the energy surrounding him intensified. Influenced by his fervor, all nearby Saiyans seemed to forget their own selves. Gradually, a tempestuous energy began to emanate from them, their power surging once more. In an instant, their combat strength doubled, and they officially ascended to the second level of Super Saiyan. In any other circumstance, they would have been ecstatic, yet now, joy eluded them. Even with this breakthrough, they felt powerless to assist the figure battling in the sky. Acutely aware of their own inadequacies, they were too weak to defend themselves, too weak to offer aid, too weak to do anything but hinder progress. With a fusion of anger and determination, their energies united, and they turned their gaze toward the Hell Warriors. As if in unison, they charged toward their foes. The battle ignited. The Hell Warriors were caught off guard, bewildered by this sudden surge of ferocity from the Saiyans. What had transformed these beings into such formidable opponents? It was as though they had been rejuvenated, their power amplified, and they had become utterly feral. The Hell Warriors panicked. Although they were strong and fought with ruthless ferocity, they had never anticipated such terror from the Saiyans. They were genuinely frightened. The Saiyans' power, now greater than before, overwhelmed the Hell Warriors, causing them to falter. Meanwhile, Chuan's battle attire was in tatters. Realizing he was no match for Frieza and witnessing the latter's transformation gradually taking shape, a sense of urgency gripped him. If this continued, he might be the first to succumb. Should Frieza complete his transformation, his combat power would become horrifying. Chuan understood all too well that once Frieza achieved his golden form, his strength would exceed 100 million. How could he possibly withstand such power? He was uncertain, even afraid, of his ability to endure. Therefore, he resolved to eliminate Frieza before he could transform into his golden state. Triple Kaioken. Chuan bellowed, his face contorting as a crimson glow enveloped him. His formidable power surged within, yet he still felt inadequate to confront Frieza with overwhelming force. As he charged forward, he amplified his power once more. Quadruple Kaioken. Upon unleashing his fury, his fist struck Frieza with all the wrath he could muster. Embodying his fury and all his combat prowess, the blow landed solidly, yet he remained relentless, denying Frieza any respite. Frieza, you who have tasted death, why do you crawl out from the depths of hell? If you had remained quietly in your grave, we could have coexisted peacefully. Why must you return? If I can extinguish you once, I can do so again. You will never defeat me. Chuan endured the side effects of the Kaioken. With each punch, he felt as if his body might shatter. If he had not ascended to the fourth level of Super Saiyan, he could have utilized higher multipliers of the Kaioken without such a burden. Now, however, his power surged to 52 million, but even that was insufficient to obliterate Frieza. This was not the outcome he desired. Boom. Five-fold Kaioken. His power soared to 65 million. He surpassed Frieza in strength, causing the tyrant to widen his eyes in disbelief. How could this Saiyan grow increasingly powerful and surpass him by such a margin? What sorcery was this? On North Kai's planet, the North Kai had been closely monitoring the events on Earth. Initially, witnessing such a formidable foe, he had felt a sense of hopelessness. Yet, with Chuan's repeated comebacks, while not overly arduous, it was nonetheless astonishing. But upon realizing that Chuan had invoked the Kaioken, the North Kai grew anxious. Under no circumstances should the Kaioken be employed, as its side effects were severe. The strain on the body was immense. Without successfully vanquishing the opponent with the Kaioken, there would be no strength left to continue fighting. Victory was imperative. If he failed, the entire galaxy would once again be shrouded in the shadow of Frieza, the Dark Overlord. Do not lose. The North Kai felt a deep sense of dread. In this moment, he prayed fervently, fully aware of the immense toll the Kaioken could take. Yet what choice did he have? Without utilizing the Kaioken, he would be unable to even defend himself. The opponent was simply too powerful, exceeding all expectations. And yet, at this moment, the battle intensified further. Regardless of whether it is Frieza or Chuan, at this moment, both are fully engaged in battle, casting aside all else, risking their lives in a fierce exchange of injuries. Such a confrontation has utterly pushed the Earth's tolerance to its limits, and with a resounding crack, the planet has fractured. This shocking scene leaves everyone in utter disbelief. Has the planet truly been obliterated? Everyone is bewildered. Yet, the two protagonists are oblivious to everything else, consumed by the flames of battle, their focus solely on their adversary. Chapter 128. Ascending to the Cosmos. It is not that Chuan is cold-blooded. Rather, the Earth has long been riddled with wounds. Ancient texts prove futile, and a single misstep could cost him dearly. Even if the Earth shatters, as long as the Dragon Balls remain, restoration is possible, along with the revival of those lost. Boom. The intensity of their conflict escalates, their speed increasing to such an extent that onlookers can barely discern their forms, only perceiving two brilliant beams of light colliding, one golden and the other crimson. Their power is immense, transcending human capabilities. Doctors Jeluo and Miaoji truly feel the weight of their strength, and upon glancing around, they notice most of the artificial beings have been annihilated. However, formidable warriors still exist. Seizing the opportunity while others are distracted, they swiftly gather all remaining artificial beings, their foundational support. At this moment, they are not merely consolidating their forces. They are also organizing those who have not yet been destroyed. Their actions are subtle, going unnoticed by others, who remain fixated on the two radiant lights, leaving them free to act. Now is the time to unveil their trump card. If this depletion continues, their super hellish artificial beings may never see the light of day. Dr. Jeluo whispers, and Dr. Miaoji nods in agreement. They then instruct the remaining artificial beings to commence a process of absorption and fusion. One by one, they merge. Their physical forms unchanged, yet their appearances undergo significant transformations, with the most pronounced change being in their strength. Each fusion doubles their combat power. This is not merely a matter of 112. As they manipulate the fusions, they remain vigilant of the ongoing battle in the sky, acutely aware that if those two monsters notice their every move, all could be for naught. They dare not allow any lapse in focus. Chuan bears the might of the five-fold Kaioken, yet even so, he is only marginally stronger than Frieza. This formidable power is limited. It strains his body, which struggles to withstand the overwhelming force. The increase in combat power is too great, and his adaptability is insufficient. Conversely, Frieza gradually grows stronger in battle, his golden aura expanding, becoming even more formidable the more he is injured. He does not require recovery. This terrifying rate of growth makes Chuan's pupils constrict. He never anticipated Frieza to be so fearsome. Initially, he believed him merely a typical boss character, not a true demon lord. Yet now, as he experiences it firsthand, he realizes just how terrifying Frieza truly is. I cannot allow this to continue. My body will not withstand it. And the opponent may achieve his final form through this battle. Chuan's thoughts race, for his temporary enhancement is unsustainable, and his combat power does not match Frieza's. Even with his extraordinary talent, any recovery after battle will only yield limited improvement. This is the crux of his concern. However, he cannot conceive of any method to enhance himself. In his understanding, true elevation requires stepping into the realm of gods. Yet, he knows that reaching such a state demands assistance from other Saiyans or a direct encounter with divine essence. Regardless, both options currently elude him. In a moment of desperation, he resolves to take drastic measures. He will not be deterred from using the opponent as a stepping stone. I refuse to believe he wishes to return to hell. Thus, he steels himself for a life-for-life exchange. With renewed determination, Chuan seizes Frieza's tail and hurls him skyward, following closely behind. Waves of energy blast forth. Their battle intensifies, terror mounting, as fissures in the ground become increasingly pronounced. Subsequently, they ascend into the sky, launching their conflict into the cosmos, battling amidst the vacuum of space. In the void, there is no sound, only the dazzling lights, leaving those on Earth utterly stunned. They are completely at a loss. Have they truly fought their way into space? How can this be so powerful? It is well known that ordinary beings cannot breathe in the vacuum of space. It is said that only Frieza possesses the ability to do so. Yet, how is it that Chuan can as well? What? Saiyans can also survive in the vacuum of space? What on earth is happening? The realization dawns on Doctors Jeluo and Miaoji, who are now profoundly shocked. For them, the cosmos is a far more perilous realm. Each of them is well-versed in theoretical knowledge, while for most, space remains an enigma filled with terror. They had understood that Saiyans could not exist in the vacuum without a planet to sustain them. Yet what is unfolding now? This revelation jolts them into awareness. They have already faced defeat once. Another failure would spell disaster. Alongside Doctors Jeluo and Miaoji, the remaining Saiyans and Hell Warriors are equally astounded by the spectacle before them. Though their battle power is formidable, they cannot linger in outer space, not due to a lack of strength, but because of their racial characteristics and life stages. They never anticipated that the two combatants would take their struggle to the cosmos. As Chuan and Frieza's battle rages, the intensity escalates to terrifying levels, with each passing moment resulting in catastrophic destruction. Both combatants bear various injuries, yet they continue to exchange wounds and risk their lives. Their ferocity captivates all who witness it. The North Kai observes this scene with growing concern, realizing that if this combat persists, not only the Earth, but the entire galaxy will suffer. Is there still hope? They must not lose. The North Kai finds himself at a loss. Within the galaxy, only Chuan seems capable of overcoming Frieza. On a higher plane, several pairs of eyes are also fixated on this intense battle. Chapter 129, Awakening, Attention from the Destroyer God. The Kaishin, who followed Chuan and the others back from the demon realm, has remained vigilant on Earth. With Majin Buu's presence, he dares not let his guard down, constantly monitoring Buu's movements. However, it was discovered that Majin Buu had not been causing havoc on Earth. More often than not, he merely wandered about, savoring exquisite delicacies, which was indeed a great relief. Although Majin Buu had awakened, he did not engage in misdeeds or slaughter the innocent, which was the best outcome imaginable. Yet, they could not foresee how little time had passed before the gates of hell swung wide open, unleashing even more formidable demons upon the world. Amidst the ensuing chaos on Earth, they found themselves compelled to rescue humanity. However, their meager strength rendered them largely ineffective. They could only rely on Jebite's instantaneous movement to save numerous ordinary lives. But when the true battle commenced, they found themselves utterly helpless. This was especially true as the clash between Chuan and Frieza intensified. In the far reaches of the cosmos, in a mysterious location, a pair of eyes slowly opened atop a colossal tree. It seemed as though the violent energy collisions had stirred them from slumber. The disturbance caused by Alil was certainly not favorable for Lord Beerus' rest. A rather peculiar individual with an unusual hairstyle and eccentric attire remarked with surprise. Nonetheless, he continued his actions unperturbed. This was Whis, the Angel of Universe 7. When the god of destruction, Beerus, opened his eyes, his first instinct was not to sense the powerful energies clashing, but to notice the delectable food in Whis' hands. His discontent manifested in a complaint. You dare to indulge while I slumber? Why not leave a morsel for me? Whis, while speaking, continued to eat without any desire to share. The god of destruction, Beerus, paid no heed to such trivialities and attempted to seize the food. Whis, however, made no effort to resist, as if he had already prepared to offer it to Beerus. It could be said that among all the deities in existence, Beerus was the most unfortunate, as Whis hoarded all the delectable treats, leaving him bereft of any culinary pleasures. Consequently, anything with a hint of flavor was perceived by Beerus as a divine delicacy. Whis deftly managed Beerus, ensuring that the god of destruction remained grounded and did not completely lose himself. After Beerus had devoured the food, he casually wiped his mouth and remarked on the comfort of his slumber. However, the battles between two individuals had disturbed him, piquing his curiosity about the nature of the beings now present in the universe. Feeling quite intrigued, he was in a jovial mood, unaffected by the interruption of his nap due to the prospect of food. Whis smiled gently and suggested, since Lord Beerus is so inclined, let us descend and observe these two formidable beings. Their development on the lower realms has been remarkably swift. With a tap of his staff, the two vanished from their location. In the next moment, they appeared in the vicinity of Earth, observing the devastation surrounding it, yet they paid little mind to the chaos. As the god of destruction, annihilation was but a skillful endeavor for Beerus. It was merely another day. However, upon their arrival, the North Kai, who was acutely aware of the ongoing battle, felt a sudden sense of dread wash over him. As the North Kai, who was superior in life force to even the deities, caught sight of Beerus and Whis, he realized their life levels surpassed his own by a considerable margin, rendering him unable to even aspire to their heights. He knew his superior was the Grand Kai, and the implications of their presence bewildered him. These two beings possessed a life essence far beyond his comprehension. Could their arrival be a consequence of the clash between Chuan and Frieza? In that moment, the North Kai sensed two piercing gazes upon him, the oppressive aura sending a shock through him. He had been detected. Hastily, he spoke, "I beseech your pardon, esteemed lords. I am the North Kai of the North Galaxy. The gates of hell have opened, and the cosmic tyrant Frieza seeks to obliterate Earth. This is the cause of the current conflict. May I inquire as to your purpose for being here?" Despite suspecting their arrival was linked to the battle, he felt compelled to feign ignorance. Beerus merely glanced at him, showing little interest, as he vaguely recalled having crossed paths with this individual long ago, though the memory was too distant to grasp. Whis, on the other hand, appeared contemplative, recalling a long-ago encounter with the North Kai, during which he had altered the Kai's memory, explaining why the North Kai could not recall them. Perhaps, if memories were restored, he would remember everything. However, Whis and Beerus did not dwell on this. Whis waved his hand dismissively, urging the North Kai to cast aside any burdensome thoughts, redirecting their focus to the ongoing battle. Beerus sat cross-legged in the void, pondering as he observed the two combatants. Although their power was not particularly formidable, it was still worth watching. He was surprised to discover such beings existed in the universe, and one of them seemed to be the intriguing individual from the past, the Frost Demon. Indeed, Lord Beerus. Yet it appears he has made significant strides in power. Upon seeing Frieza, Beerus instantly recognized him, which piqued his interest further, since he was an acquaintance. This made the situation all the more engaging. But then, his gaze fell upon Chuan, whose tale triggered a sudden shift in his demeanor, abruptly causing him to rise from his previously relaxed position in the void. The sight of that tale evoked memories from his dreams, Saiyan. As Chapter 130 unfolds, Beerus' expression shifted upon seeing Chuan. The Saiyan, a race that posed a threat to him, albeit only in dreams, now commanded his utmost attention. He licked his lips, feeling a surge of eagerness. Throughout the encounter, Whis maintained a gentle smile, exuding a demeanor of calmness. When Beerus and Whis initially appeared, they went unnoticed. Yet Beerus' reaction inadvertently revealed their presence. As Frieza turned to look, he froze, his face betraying a subtle fear. Despite his current strength, the overwhelming might of the god of destruction loomed over him like an insurmountable boulder. Lord Beerus? Frieza's reaction afforded Chuan a fleeting opportunity, enabling him to land a powerful punch on Frieza. This momentarily shifted the tide in his favor. However, Chuan also paused, his peripheral vision catching an unexpected sight. Was that truly the god of destruction, Beerus? And Whis? Their presence had genuinely exceeded his expectations, especially considering his current power was not as formidable as he had hoped. He did not truly believe he could contend with Beerus. To the Saiyans, Beerus seemed to harbor varying degrees of sentiment, and it was he who initially proposed the concept of the Saiyan god. It remains uncertain if the events will unfold as they did in the original narrative. Chuan ceased his movements. Frieza, naturally, dared not act recklessly, even though his combat prowess had significantly improved. However, Beerus was a god of destruction, and their levels were entirely different. As the two halted, Beerus and Whis slowly approached. "Long time no see, little one from the Frost Demon clan." Beerus greeted first, although he appeared to show little concern, directing most of his attention toward Chuan. "Saiyan. To my knowledge, the Saiyans are extinct, aren't they? Even their planet was destroyed, yet it seems some still live." Frieza hastily interjected, "Lord Beerus. This is all due to my oversight. Otherwise, such a situation would never have arisen. Planet Vegeta was indeed obliterated, and most Saiyans perished, but a few survivors remain, currently living on Earth. I intend to send them all to hell." In the presence of Beerus, even the proud Frieza appeared somewhat subservient. given the vast disparity in their standing. Chuan remained indifferent, contemplating how to navigate the current predicament. Setting aside Virus's attention, he found it impossible to replicate Goku's actions from the original story, as he could not gather enough benevolent Saiyans. Moreover, his own strength was insufficient, with Virus's unpredictable temperament. It was anyone's guess what he might do. As for the destruction of Planet Vegeta and the information surrounding Virus, these matters were of no concern to him, for he was merely an outsider. Whether the Saiyans faced extinction was irrelevant to him. His focus lay solely on himself and his current companions. With Frieza's words, certain inquiries became unnecessary, as the situation was already largely clear. The long-standing enmity between the Frost Demons and the Saiyans was well known. However, while Frieza and Chuan were each preoccupied with their thoughts, Virus spoke up. I have heard there exists a so-called Saiyan god among the Saiyans. Is there any truth to this? In response to Virus's inquiry, Chuan replied, I sincerely apologize, Lord Virus. Currently, the Saiyan population is quite small, and their combat strength is not formidable. There is no such entity as a Saiyan god, and I am the strongest among them. Chuan stated this quite practically. With nothing to conceal, to the formidable Virus, his power was hardly noteworthy. As he anticipated, upon hearing this, the god of destruction Virus exhibited a hint of disappointment. After all, while Chuan's combat power was indeed considerable, it fell short of the level he desired. And the distinction between divine and non-divine realms represented two entirely different planes. Virus had recently awakened from an unpleasant dream about the Saiyan god, and now learning of its apparent non-existence not only disappointed him, but also rendered the situation rather dull. At that moment, Weiss chimed in. It seems Lord Virus is in a rather foul mood, having been awakened for no apparent reason, and there are no entertaining matters at hand. What shall we do? Virus glanced back at Weiss, displaying an expression of exasperation. Weiss, be silent. Since it was you two who awakened me, why not exert yourselves fully and let me witness your capabilities? It would serve as a fine wake-up call. Virus clasped his hands behind his back and began to levitate slowly in the cosmos. Observing his imposing figure, both Frieza and Chuan felt an immense pressure. Weiss quietly stepped aside. Although he was Virus's mentor, he would not readily intervene in the actions of the god of destruction. Virus was quite capricious, often acting according to his own whims. At times, he could indeed be reckless, but as long as one understood his character, significant issues could usually be avoided. A silence enveloped them. Chuan had a reasonable understanding of Virus's temperament, yet he did not feel particularly anxious. Since Virus had made such a request, he wished to test whether he could contend with Virus using his current strength. Although the disparity might be vast, only by experiencing pressure and difference could his abilities be enhanced. Frieza seemed to sense something as well. The two exchanged a glance and silently nodded in agreement. In that moment, the two sworn enemies forged an unspoken alliance. Chuan released his Kaioken, and a wave of excruciating pain washed over him, as if his entire body were on the verge of collapsing, having endured an overwhelming strain. Yet, he had no intention of feigning weakness. Such tactics against Virus would be futile, nor would he act so foolishly. Chapter 131, The Kaishin's Inquiry. Can you still endure? Frieza furrowed his brow, sensing Chuan's aura diminish abruptly, which contrasted sharply with his state during battle. Do you still have that bean you consumed earlier? Quickly take another, otherwise, given your current state, you 1 TB of any practical use, and merely not being a hindrance would be an achievement. Frieza spoke without hesitation, his tone brimming with disdain. Chuan disregarded Frieza's remarks, retrieving a senzu bean and consuming it. This strategic resource, known to him since his arrival on Earth, had been plentifully acquired and meticulously preserved, with even Karen-sensei producing them in bulk. As a result, the senzu beans were quite filling. Upon ingesting the bean, his injuries healed at a visibly rapid rate, and his combat power surged to an astonishing 20 million. It was a terrifying enhancement, even surpassing his previous capabilities. Had he relied solely on his prior training, he would have had no idea how long it would take to reach such a level. But after engaging in a thrilling battle, his strength escalated swiftly. This was the Saiyan's shortcut to enhancement. However, such formidable power remained insufficient. From any perspective, he could not overcome Virus. Although his power had increased significantly, even with the use of Kaioken, his combat prowess would reach an incredibly daunting level. Yet, he understood that he could not contend with Virus. But this was not the time to dwell on gains and losses. Even if he could not win, He had to fight. Otherwise, if Beerus were to be in a foul mood, both of them would face dire consequences. Once prepared, the two hovered in the air, gazing at Beerus from afar. At that moment, they were uncertain how to proceed. No matter how they looked, they could not discern any vulnerabilities in Beerus, nor could they sense his aura. This was the most troubling aspect. The levels of life were entirely disparate. What should they do? It felt as though there were no openings, rendering them incapable of making a move. Chuan murmured, "If I were facing merely a powerful warrior, I could act with ease. A reckless charge could yield some chance. However, when the levels of life are not on the same plane, and I cannot even sense them, how can I strike?" Frieza wore a similarly grave expression. As they stood at an impasse, two figures soared through the vast expanse of the earth. These were Jibite and the Kaioshin. Just moments ago, they had sensed the cessation of combat within the universe, yet two strange auras had emerged, strikingly similar to their own, captivating their attention. Consequently, the Kaioshin approached, leading to an authentic encounter with Beerus and others. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. The Kaioshin gazed at the unfamiliar faces before him, feeling not only a sense of strangeness, but also an inability to recall their identities. However, their life forms were on par with his, leaving him bewildered. "Who are you? How do you possess a life level equal to mine? Yet I have no memory of you?" Beerus and Whis exchanged puzzled glances, having intended to speak upon noticing the Kaioshin, but the latter's inquiry rendered them speechless. They were taken aback, questioning the Kaioshin's apparent ignorance of their identities. What is going on? Why does this Kaioshin appear so dim-witted? Has the current Kaioshin's legacy truly deteriorated to such an extent? Has the lineage been severed? Whis maintained a gentle demeanor, yet he too felt somewhat at a loss. It seemed the Kaioshin's inheritance had encountered issues, as they were now oblivious to even their presence, which piqued his interest. Upon Whis's utterance, the expression on the Kaioshin's face shifted dramatically, realizing that the other party could immediately identify him, while he remained oblivious to their identities. This revelation left him feeling unsettled. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Chuan interjected, "Lord Kaioshin, the individuals before you are none other than Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, and Whis, the angel. They exist at the same level as you, albeit with distinct roles, and typically do not intersect. Your unfamiliarity may stem from the severance of your lineage." Chuan's explanation illuminated the identities of the visitors for the Kaioshin, yet his expression remained a tumult of confusion and distress. The lack of understanding in this situation troubled him greatly. After all, when he inherited the position of Kaioshin, all connections had been severed, leaving him to navigate his path alone. Now, he faced circumstances beyond his control. The title God of Destruction seemed to embody destruction itself. Meanwhile, on Beja Wanxing, the North Kai was observing intently. Though initially detected by the newcomers, he felt an uncanny familiarity. As their identities became clearer, fragments of memory surged within him. "I remember now. It is indeed Lord Beerus, the god of destruction," the North Kai exclaimed, casting a glance at his planet, which had once been grand in size. Long ago, when Lord Beerus descended, his planet was annihilated. Reluctantly, he salvaged a larger fragment, transforming it into its current form, which, while aesthetically pleasing, still left him feeling rather disheveled as a North Kai. Recognizing Beerus filled him with a sense of helplessness regarding Chuan and Frieza. This was not a battle of equal standing. Lord Beerus, with his immense prowess, was not a foe to be trifled with. Engaging in combat with Chuan was akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. Only a deity comprehends that as one's life level ascends, it transcends mere combat prowess. Sometimes, it becomes impossible to even make contact with another. The North Kai shook his head slightly, feeling there was no need to witness further. The sudden arrival of the Kaioshin interrupted what was to be a fierce battle. However, Beerus showed no interest in the Kaioshin, instead focusing on Chuan and Frieza. Whis discreetly approached the Kaioshin's side. Chapter 132, Complete Domination. "Are you two prepared?" Beerus, with his hands clasped behind his back, wore an expression of indifference. Although he anticipated the outcome, after such a long slumber, he sought to stretch his muscles. Moreover, he was curious to gauge the current strength of the elite in the seventh universe. Chuan and Frieza exchanged a silent nod. In the next instant, Chuan unleashed his fury, transforming into Super Saiyan 4th stage at full power, augmented by 5 times the Kaioken, elevating his battle power to an astonishing 100 trillion. An overwhelming aura enveloped the surroundings. Quite impressive. There's a semblance of excitement, Beerus remarked, sensing the formidable energy. Immediately after, Frieza let out a fierce roar, causing the entire universe to tremble in response. Even the distant Earth shook violently. His battle power surged, his body gradually turning golden, though he still had a long way to go. At this moment, both had reached their peak. Yet, despite their might, they dared not take any rash actions. Gazing warily at Beerus, "That's more like it. If you can't muster this much power, it would be utterly tedious." Beerus gestured nonchalantly. Chuan and Frieza understood that Beerus was not belittling them. He possessed that level of strength. With precision, they seized the opportunity and launched a fierce assault, their speed remarkable. In the presence of the god of destruction Beerus, they held nothing back. For to withhold their full strength would not be an act of disrespect, but an invitation to demise. The powerful shockwaves from their clash sent ripples through the universe. Yet amidst such intensity, Beerus remained effortlessly composed, using merely one hand to deflect their relentless attacks, occasionally countering with ease. This display left onlookers in utter astonishment, as it felt like a mockery. Chuan and Frieza exhibited terrifying power, an existence they could only aspire to reach. Yet now, they were being subdued by Beerus. With no chance to retaliate, their fierce strikes, albeit vigorous, were effortlessly thwarted by Beerus, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. "Is this all the strength you possess?" Beerus queried, his tone devoid of malice, yet it weighed heavily on their hearts. They were soon met with another wave of relentless attacks. Energy blasts flew, and Frieza unleashed his signature death ball. However, upon striking Beerus, it seemed to have no effect, merely creating a cloud of smoke while Beerus remained unscathed. It was as if the attack had no substance at all. Some skill, but still insufficient. Beerus hovered in the air, utterly unfazed by the recent onslaught. With one hand, he barely moved, allowing them to attack without invoking his destructive power. The disparity was staggering. It was not merely a difference in battle power, but a chasm in life levels. The Kaioshin and Jaibite, witnessing this spectacle, were left in utter shock. This was the god of destruction? Their strength is indeed formidable. Although they belong to the same realm of existence, the disparity in their combat prowess is as vast as the heavens and the earth. His fighting capability is not particularly impressive, perhaps just slightly superior to the former Frieza, but still limited. In comparison to the three currently engaged in battle, the gap is unimaginable. Is this the power of a destroyer? Astonishing. Chuan and Frieza can be regarded as the strongest beings in the universe. Yet they are utterly incapable of inflicting even a scratch upon the destroyer. Had the destroyer not been lenient, they would have faced immediate defeat. The difference is staggering. The Kaioshin murmured to himself. However, Whis responded with a gentle smile, stating, "Lord Kaioshin, do not underestimate yourself. While it is true that Lord Beerus possesses formidable strength, he is, after all, a destroyer, endowed with the power of destruction. Moreover, under my tutelage, his strength has naturally flourished. Unlike your responsibilities, which involve preservation, he solely embodies destruction, which grants him such immense power." Whis's words left the Kaioshin and Jebit in utter shock. Such a powerful destroyer was the result of an angel's training? Is this truth or mere fiction? They yearned to inquire, but ultimately suppressed their thoughts, recognizing that observing the battle was of utmost importance. Boom. When they regained their focus and turned to the battlefield, Chuan and Frieza had already been vanquished, lying on a cluster of meteors in a most pitiful state. Initially, the clashes were fierce. However, once Beerus intervened, they had no means of defense whatsoever. The quintuple Kaioken was a mere illusion. They were swiftly reverted to their original forms, and even Frieza was not faring well, his aura becoming particularly feeble. In that fleeting moment, Beerus had utterly dominated them. He showcased overwhelming power. The two had no time to react before their defeat was sealed, as if all their previous efforts were rendered futile in the face of their opponent. The battle concluded in an instant. This evoked a profound sense of defeat within them. Indeed, the destroyer is overwhelmingly powerful. With their current strength, it appears they are utterly incapable of contending with the destroyer. Recognizing the lack of opportunity, Frieza withdrew from his transformed state and candidly remarked, "Lord Beerus is truly formidable. We cannot hope to triumph over you." Frieza was remarkably forthright. Defeat is defeat. And he had long ceased to be overly sensitive. After some reflection, he realized that there was no need for stubborn resistance. Conversely, Chuan grew anxious. for their swift defeat suggested that Frieza's unpredictable temperament might soon lead to madness. Just as he had anticipated, a brilliant light illuminated the cosmos. It was a dark purple energy, the power of destruction. Beerus concentrated a powerful and terrifying force of destruction in his hand, which could be felt even throughout the universe. Since they had already been defeated and he had not yet found satisfaction, he resolved to obliterate a few planets for entertainment. Chapter 133, Desperate Measures, Taking a Chance. As the power of destruction coalesced, tension was etched upon every face, with an overwhelming desire to intervene, yet they found themselves utterly powerless. Anxiety surged through them. Even the Kaioshin felt similarly, but he was restrained by Whis, rendering him incapable of advancing. What do you intend to do? Do you not see that the Destroyer wishes to annihilate this planet? This planet is home to countless lives. If it is destroyed, the carnage will be unimaginable. The Kaioshin was filled with rage due to his inability to comprehend the situation. Yet, Whis merely shook his head with a smile. No, you must not disturb Lord Beerus. He has his own methods of handling matters. It would be best not to complicate things. Whis would not permit anyone to disrupt Beerus's enjoyment. Thus, no one could approach the battlefield. As the power of destruction intensified, Frieza stood by, observing without any intention to intervene. After all, whether Earth was destroyed or not held little significance for him, nor would it affect his interests. He appeared entirely indifferent. As the power of destruction grew stronger, Chuan gritted his teeth and suddenly appeared around Beerus. Lord Beerus, please wait. Beerus regarded him with keen interest, patiently awaiting his next words. Chuan laid his cards on the table. Lord Beerus, since you have yet to achieve complete satisfaction, might you grant me a moment? I will demonstrate my most formidable fighting power in battle with you. I believe a brief interval is something Lord Beerus can afford, is it not? He refrained from directly voicing his inner thoughts, fearing that doing so would not astonish Beerus but might instead lead to his annihilation. It was prudent to avoid arrogance in the face of insufficient strength. Upon hearing his words, Beerus indeed paused for a moment. The power of destruction in his hand gradually began to retract, flowing back into his body. You claim there is a stronger form? Now that piques my curiosity. Your previous fighting power was already quite remarkable. Could there be another transformation? Beerus was genuinely intrigued, for in his eyes, the Saiyans were an exceptionally peculiar race. Initially lacking in combat prowess, yet capable of amplifying their strength through transformations. Such a phenomenon was rare. However, Beerus continued, if your transformations are merely akin to the one you just displayed, no matter how many times you change, you will likely never be able to contend with me. Gods exist on a different plane. You cannot even perceive the aura of a god. What does it matter how strong your combat power is? Unless you can break through the dimensional barrier, which is impossible due to your insufficient power. Beerus had no qualms about expressing this. After all, he was benevolent. Chuan was acutely aware of the truth. He understood better than anyone the might of a god. A power that transcended mere combat prowess and touched upon the very essence of existence. This realization illuminated the fact that no transformation could enable him to even touch Beerus. To defeat Beerus, one must first stand on the same level. Otherwise, the struggle would be excruciating. Acknowledging Beerus's admonition, Chuan solemnly nodded. Rest assured, Lord Beerus. I am fully aware of this. I will unleash my most potent strength, allowing you to engage in a truly exhilarating battle. Very well, then I shall await your display. Beerus said, poised to observe. Chuan, however, exhibited a glimmer of resolve, preparing to take a risk. He flew back to Earth, and Frieza watched the entire scene unfold, his face revealing a hint of confusion. What on earth is this fellow planning? His previous state was already sufficiently powerful, yet he believes he can summon even greater strength? If this is merely a delay tactic, he may provoke Lord Beerus's wrath, bringing calamity upon the entire universe. Frieza understood all too well the terror of Beerus, particularly the unpredictability of his temperament. Strength alone was one matter. The capriciousness of his nature was far more daunting. Upon returning to Earth, Chuan gathered all the Saiyans and shared their current predicament, as well as his thoughts on the matter. Upon hearing this, the Saiyans exchanged glances. Uncertainty etched upon their faces. Boss, is this really possible? Can we succeed? Chuan revealed to everyone the method to achieve the divine state of a Saiyan, asserting that he did not require the assistance of the Dragon Balls, though he was acutely aware of the inherent risks. After all, The current Saiyans were not the benevolent beings of the past. They were once the malevolent Saiyans. This realization instilled a sense of trepidation within him, leaving him uncertain of the outcome. However, he could not betray a hint of emotion, as he was the pillar of strength for all present, and thus he resolutely nodded. Rest assured, I am confident. Transfer all your energy to me. From here on, it depends on me. Determined to take a leap of faith, he was prepared to try anything, even if it meant treating Lord Beerus to Earth's delectable cuisine should he fail. This served as his safety net. Yet he remained eager to attempt the challenge. Witnessing Mu Chuan's unwavering resolve, the others had no choice but to cooperate, joining hands and encircling him. At that moment, Beerus and his companions descended slowly from outer space to Earth, witnessing the scene before them, their expressions reflecting a mix of astonishment. What is this? Are they attempting to unite all Saiyan powers? But that seems futile. Their strength is so feeble. How could they possibly contend with Lord Beerus? Whis was momentarily taken aback, utterly perplexed by the actions of the Saiyans, while the others were equally at a loss, silently observing. Under their watchful gaze, all the Saiyans collectively channeled their inner power. Although they were not the virtuous Saiyans of old, their fervent dedication and slightly improved temperaments allowed their energy to radiate brilliantly at that moment. The light coalesced around Mu Chuan, who gradually transformed into a Super Saiyan of the 4th level, exuding an intimidating power. Yet, it was still insufficient, as this transformation alone could not match Beerus. As even more energy flowed in, all the Saiyans reverted from their Super Saiyan forms, their strength diminished to a mere whisper. In the next moment, Mu Chuan underwent a transformation. A blinding radiance erupted, capturing the attention of all, who fixed their gaze on the center of this luminescence, where a tall figure began to materialize. A few weary silhouettes lay on the ground around him. As the light subsided, astonishment enveloped the crowd. What kind of technique is this? Frieza's eyes glinted with a hint of wariness. In this state, even he hesitated to confront Mu Chuan directly. Even Beerus and Whis exchanged glances of surprise, not expecting such a transformation from the amalgamation of Saiyan energies. Was this Mu Chuan's trump card? At that moment, Mu Chuan had changed significantly. His red hair remained, yet it had grown longer, nearly reaching his waist, and upon closer inspection, hints of purple intertwined with the red. His appearance mirrored that of a Super Saiyan of the 4th level, though his aura had evolved, becoming enigmatic and unfathomable. While others could not sense his energy, the deities present displayed expressions of shock as they recognized the divine essence emanating from him. But how could this be? This was not merely an enhancement of power. It was a transformation of his very life essence, an occurrence that seemed utterly fantastical to them. Had he transcended to the divine realm? The Kaioshin was left astounded. He had always believed that divinity could not be attained through mere cultivation. Yet, what was unfolding before his eyes? Mu Chuan had not only bypassed the path of cultivation, but had transformed into a deity through the energy bestowed upon him by others. Was this a jest? The Kaioshin's mind was in turmoil, struggling to comprehend this unprecedented phenomenon. Beerus observed with a smile, his initial astonishment giving way to amusement. Now this is intriguing. No matter how formidable a warrior's power, if they do not ascend to the divine realm, they cannot truly be my adversary. This could be quite enjoyable. His excitement grew. The power dynamics were secondary, but sharing the same level of existence would surely provide a thrilling experience. Whis too was filled with interest. Remarkable. To witness the birth of a Saiyan deity is a rare sight. Though this method may be somewhat unconventional, it undeniably signifies a leap to the divine realm. With this experience, he should soon reach divinity himself. Truly, the lower realm is teeming with extraordinary talents. In contrast to the gods, Mu Chuan maintained a serene demeanor. Although this transformation deviated from his expectations, he had long anticipated it. Setting aside the challenge of uniting benevolent Saiyans, he recognized the chaos within his own bloodline, making it difficult to predict the outcome. However, one thing was clear: his power would undoubtedly increase, ushering him into a realm of profound mystery. Now, he felt a formidable strength coursing through him, not only amplifying his combat prowess, but also elevating him to the divine realm. At this moment, he truly sensed Beerus's aura, a colossal presence that instilled a flicker of despair within him. Despite his newfound strength, he felt the weight of inadequacy. Taking a deep breath, Mu Chuan cast aside all doubts. How could he succumb without a fight? He understood Beerus's might. Yet it was precisely this strength that compelled him to confront the challenge head-on. Otherwise, how could he grow? Adjusting his state of mind, he began to attune himself to his newfound power, realizing that he had not only ascended to the divine realm, but elevated his combat strength to an astonishing 50 trillion. Initially, his base combat power had reached 5 billion, and upon transforming into a Super Saiyan of the 4th level, it surged to a terrifying 20 trillion, equivalent to 200 trillion. Though utilizing the Kaioken would amplify his strength, it came at a considerable cost to his body. Now, through this unique method, he had reached the divine realm, experiencing a 10,000-fold increase in power. Logically, the divine realm should only provide a maximum boost of 7,000 times. Yet the nature of his enhancement was distinctly unconventional. Observing his current form, it became evident that he was no longer a pure Saiyan. He sensed the influence of the Frost Demon lineage guiding him, allowing him to harness the benefits of both bloodlines. Otherwise, his combat power could not possibly be so formidable, despite his current power seeming insufficient. Not even matching his 5-fold Kaioken, he now stood in the divine realm, an enigmatic state, and he could sense the auras of Beerus and other deities surrounding him. This was of paramount importance. Otherwise, no matter how powerful he became, confronting Beerus would remain a daunting task. The strength he felt was profound and mysterious, and should he achieve this state through his own efforts, his combat prowess would likely increase further. Chuan gained a clear understanding of his current condition, feeling a slight sense of regret, but also recognizing the invaluable experience of sensing the divine realm. This early acquaintance served as a precursor for his future cultivation. After familiarizing himself with this new power, Chuan slowly raised his head, meeting Beerus's gaze. "Lord Beerus, I apologize for the wait. I am now ready." Beerus scrutinized Chuan from top to bottom, finding him quite intriguing, unable to suppress the smile that adorned his face. How fascinating. Is this what they refer to as the god of the Saiyans? His combat prowess may be somewhat lacking, yet his aura is commendable, and the ability to elevate a mere mortal to the divine realm is indeed a remarkable technique. If you can satisfy me in the ensuing moments, I would not hesitate to impart some skills to you. It appeared that his interest was thoroughly piqued, as he expressed a desire to mentor Chuan. Of course, that would depend on his satisfaction, yet even so, Chuan felt an exhilarating thrill. This was an unparalleled opportunity. Given Beerus's character, he would undoubtedly delegate the teaching to Whis, making this a splendid chance for Chuan. Who is Whis, you may ask? He is the true master of Beerus, the one responsible for honing his skills to such an extent. Even a few words of guidance from him would benefit Chuan immensely. Beerus's declaration had ignited a fervor within him. The spirit of battle surged. Chapter 135, The Clash of Gods. Chuan maximized his energy, refraining from utilizing the Kaioken, as he intended to fully experience the divine realm. He might achieve tremendous gains. The crimson aura enveloped him, resembling a blazing flame. Waves of energy rippled outward. With a thunderous sound, Chuan struck first, launching a punch toward Beerus. Just as Beerus attempted to catch it with one hand, Chuan executed a swift instant transmission. Appearing behind him, with both fists clenched, he delivered an elbow strike to Beerus. In the next moment, he condensed a massive energy wave in his hands and sent it hurtling towards Beerus. Energy waves erupted one after another as Chuan did not remain stationary, following his attacks into the cloud of smoke. He understood that his combat strength was inferior to Beerus's, who had been concealing his true power. How formidable it truly was remained a mystery, but it was undoubtedly terrifying. Since he could not match strength, he would rely on speed to secure victory. While Chuan's speed was not exceptional, he possessed the ability of instantaneous movement, granting him superior mobility. He capitalized on this to seize the upper hand, evading any chance for Beerus to land a hit. However, his attacks were akin to mere scratches, inflicting minimal damage on Beerus. Nevertheless, his efforts were enough to earn him newfound respect. Whis observed with approval, acknowledging Chuan's cleverness, recognizing his inferior combat strength. He opted for a strategy that played to his advantages in speed. Quite impressive, indeed, showcasing considerable battle talent. Yet, Beerus had not yet unleashed his full power, and even the destruction energy remained untapped. The battle was far from over. Whis's anticipation grew. As for the others, they remained unaware of Beerus's true might, merely observing Chuan seemingly dominating the fight, leading them to mistakenly believe he had the upper hand. That Saiyan is remarkably strong. Has he surpassed the god of destruction after ascending to the divine realm? The previously unremarkable Jebite suddenly spoke up, though his power was not weak. It paled in comparison to the others present. Particularly in the face of the two combatants, he was utterly bewildered. While the Kaioshin could not discern the situation either, he did not believe that the god of destruction was so feeble. The battle could not possibly conclude so swiftly. Meanwhile, Frieza watched the duel with a grave expression, internalizing the reality of the situation. Engaging either combatant would result in certain defeat, and the prospect of losing in a matter of moments weighed heavily on him. Each time this thought crossed his mind, his countenance darkened. His tail lashed furiously, producing sonic booms in the air. How infuriating! A mere monkey possesses such strength, capable of clashing with Lord Beerus. While he acknowledged that defeating Beerus was unlikely, even reaching this level was astonishing. He could not fathom how this individual trained. As a member of the esteemed Frost Demon lineage, he found himself unable to rival this monkey, inciting his rage. Frieza's fury was palpable. Yet he could not deny Chuan's formidable power. Even if they were to clash again, victory seemed elusive. Chuan's combat abilities were ordinary, fluctuating around 50 trillion. Yet his ascension to the divine realm granted him a substantial advantage. Moreover, during the battle, Chuan's strength steadily increased, as he engaged in tactical combat rather than relying solely on brute force. Aware of his limitations, he refrained from recklessly challenging his opponent's strengths. The battle intensified, each clash resulting in cataclysmic explosions, leaving the ground marred with colossal craters. The earth, already beleaguered, faced further calamities from their confrontation. Thunder roared, volcanoes erupted, and oceans surged. Natural disasters erupted instantaneously. Humanity suffered grievously, resembling a scene from the apocalypse. The initial opening of the Hell's Gate was terrifying, but now it felt as if they were truly in hell. Yet, the onlookers were unfazed. The situation was dire enough, and they could simply use the Dragon Balls to restore everything. There was no need for excessive concern. Initially, Beerus fought with one hand, but as the battle progressed, he gradually began to utilize both hands, and his demeanor shifted from solemnity to a more relaxed expression, a smile breaking through. He was genuinely enjoying himself. After such a lengthy slumber, awakening to such a thrilling battle was invigorating. While he could not unleash his full potential, few could elicit such a response from him. This exceeded his expectations. Ha! Remarkable, truly worthy of the Saiyan god. At last, I have experienced a truly exhilarating battle. You are the second strongest individual I have encountered in all my years. However, this alone is insufficient, as I have yet to unleash even half of my power. Push harder, and compel me to wield even greater strength. Beerus grew increasingly exhilarated as the battle unfolded, his speed quickening to the point that even Chuan's instantaneous movement could scarcely evade him, reversing their positions in an instant. The spectators could hardly keep up with the rapid exchanges. Their initial perceptions of the battle had drastically shifted. In the distance, the exhausted Saiyans stood, their faces illuminated with exhilaration. Is this the path that the Saiyans must tread henceforth? Astounding. Simply astounding. They could now transform into Super Saiyan second grade. A feat already fearsome, yet the prospect of further transformations loomed ahead, each one stronger than the last. This was truly extraordinary, illuminating a path forward and revealing the essence of true strength. They are, after all, Saiyans, and thus will not be easily disheartened. Rather, this will only serve as a catalyst for their growth. Almost simultaneously, their gazes underwent varying degrees of transformation, brimming with the spirit of battle, unwavering resolve, and determination. Chapter 136, The Power of Destruction. In the face of Beerus's praise, Chuan felt not a shred of pride. Instead, he was engulfed in a profound sense of gravity. Even having transformed into a Super Saiyan god, he remained at a disadvantage, merely sensing Beerus's aura. Yet, what use was that? Beerus, the true master of the situation, had often claimed he was on the verge of unleashing his full power, yet his strength seemed boundless, perpetually growing stronger. From the moment he learned of Beerus's existence, Chuan had never considered him a mere opponent. Therefore, regardless of what Beerus proclaimed, he took little to heart. Instead, seizing the moment while Beerus spoke, Chuan launched a relentless assault, each strike more terrifying than the last. A barrage of energy waves surged forth, each one delivered with utmost effort. After unleashing such a torrent of energy waves, Chuan felt his own power wane slightly. However, he did not believe his onslaught would vanquish Beerus. Following the flurry of energy waves, he executed a sudden teleportation, anticipating Beerus' movement. Yet, this time he miscalculated. Beerus did not evade. He withstood the full brunt of the attacks, every energy wave crashing against him. A thick cloud of smoke billowed forth. How splendid! Such a formidable attack struck the god of destruction directly. Surely this meant victory for the boss? Adam clapped his hands in excitement, feeling the tension of the battle that had kept everyone on edge. The oppressive aura of Beerus was palpable, rendering them breathless. And witnessing Chuan gain the upper hand filled them with exhilaration. If such a powerful enemy could be bested, who in the universe could possibly threaten them? However, Adam's exuberance was met with silence. His thoughts were deemed too far-fetched. Chuan possessed formidable combat strength, but not to such an extent. The onlookers regarded the scene with solemnity. Noticing their expressions, Adam blinked in confusion, asking, "Why do you all look so serious?" The boss's attacks landed squarely on the god of destruction, and such power should surely conclude the battle. Can't you be a bit happier? Greta, however, wore a grave expression and offered no response. Oksana rolled her eyes. "Fool, can't you see clearly?" While the boss's attacks were indeed terrifying, the god of destruction withstood them all. She refrained from voicing her next thoughts, but everyone present understood the implications of her words. While Adam remained oblivious until he turned his gaze forward once more. As the smoke cleared, Beerus stood unscathed in the air, not even a scratch upon him. This outcome shocked everyone. How incredibly powerful! To withstand such a terrifying assault without a scratch was unfathomable. Was this the true prowess of a god of destruction? Only those who had encountered true strength could comprehend the terror it embodied. The residual energy alone could obliterate them, and yet, such a fearsome attack had left him untouched. It was simply unimaginable. While they were still in shock, Frieza's expression mirrored their astonishment. He mused that had he endured such an attack, the aftermath would have been dire. If he survived at all, he would be gravely injured. This made him acutely aware of Beerus's terrifying might, and he felt fortunate not to be the one engaged in battle. Otherwise, facing such a formidable foe would have been utterly despairing. Of course, Frieza would not succumb to despair so easily. He simply lacked a means to counter the threat for now. His golden form would be the key to his resurgence. Beerus brushed off the dust from his attire, his smile growing ever more radiant. "Ah, how delightful! You have rekindled the thrill of battle within me. Truly a remarkable feat for a Saiyan god forged from so many Saiyans. However, while you have performed admirably, this is where it ends. I have gauged your strength, yet you still fall short." Beerus's smile faded, his aura suddenly swelling with intensity, enveloped in a purple haze. He raised his right hand, a glimmer of purple energy beginning to coalesce. In the next moment, a sharp sound rang out as the energy sphere in his hand expanded, obscuring everyone's view. This spectacle left all in stunned silence. Chuan gasped, "The power of destruction? Must you be so ruthless? We were merely sparring, and yet you unleash your true strength. Are you intent on annihilating me?" Chuan was utterly bewildered. Sparring had escalated to life-threatening seriousness. Did he truly hold such a low opinion of him? Beside him, Whis displayed a hint of surprise, never having anticipated that Lord Beerus would take such a drastic measure. Did he intend to obliterate this planet? The reactions of the crowd were profound. They could genuinely feel the terrifying energy wave, imbued with the essence of destruction capable of annihilating everything. Initially taken aback, Chuan quickly thrust his hands forward, gathering an immense energy wave with remarkable speed. He understood he could not match Beerus in strength, yet he refused to yield. A battle must be fought to the fullest. What of the power of destruction? He would not believe he could not resist. His expression hardened, visible veins marking his face, indicating his exertion. As the energy wave coalesced and swelled, he disregarded when Beerus's power of destruction would strike and launched his attack. He could not allow his opponent to seize the initiative. However, the strategy he had employed earlier was no longer viable. While teleportation granted him speed, it merely allowed him to keep pace with Beerus's battle rhythm. Moreover, if he teleported away, the Earth would undoubtedly explode in an instant. Though the planet had endured numerous disasters, it had not yet reached a point of no return. Yet, should the power of destruction descend, all bets were off, which was why he stood resolute in his refusal to retreat. The energy wave shot forth, piercing through the power of destruction, colliding with it. In the next moment, brilliance erupted. The power of destruction and the energy wave intertwined, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Chapter 137. The initial application of the power of destruction. The shockwave of the explosion was terrifying. Everyone struggled to comprehend what had transpired, but in the moment of the explosion, Whis shielded everyone, protecting them from harm. Yet, in their eyes, the entire universe seemed to plunge into silence. Engulfed by the power of destruction, the sheer terror was unimaginable. The Saiyans were rendered speechless, never having anticipated that an energy wave could be so devastating. Naturally, this was to be expected, for it was the power of destruction, the very force that only a god of destruction could wield, a power synonymous with annihilation, was quietly explained, having transitioned from a state of relaxation to a more serious demeanor. Although he could not pose a threat to Beerus, the fact that he was able to compel Beerus to unleash his destructive power speaks volumes about his prowess. Chuan was caught in the explosion, his clothes utterly tattered, and his body bore heavy injuries. His combat strength had diminished significantly. Truly formidable. Only those who have genuinely experienced Beerus's overwhelming combat prowess can understand that no matter how many times one's power is amplified, defeating Beerus is no trivial task. His destructive power alone is exceedingly troublesome. If Beerus is this powerful, then the other universes must be equally terrifying. As a traveler, Chuan was well aware that the world of Dragon Ball is far from simplistic. The story in the original work takes place solely in the 7th universe. Yet it is already populated with numerous formidable beings, with the primary antagonist being the god of destruction, Beerus. He is indeed a challenging adversary. His temperament is unpredictable, and one misstep could lead to dire consequences. Furthermore, there exist many other terrifying entities in the other universes. While they may not compare to Beerus, they are still fearsome in their own right. It is evident that Chuan's current combat strength is rather insignificant. Just as he was pondering his next move, a sudden voice echoed. Ding! Daily sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in and received the initial application of destructive power. When this voice resounded, Chuan felt as if he had been struck by lightning, standing frozen in shock. It had been a long time since he had heard a system prompt, or rather, a rare useful system, which had once again come to his aid. Previously, his daily sign-ins yielded meager rewards, hardly worthy of attention, and certainly not as effective as his training. Consequently, aside from when he specifically needed to acquire a certain skill, Chuan rarely considered the system. However, today he had fortuitously forgotten to sign in. At this critical juncture, not only had he successfully signed in, but he had also gained the destructive power. Albeit in its initial form, it was still destructive power. Could it be that he was destined for greatness? While he stood there in a stupor, Beerus did not relent. Instead, he seized Chuan and unleashed a barrage of attacks. The onslaught left Chuan's breath in disarray, nearly causing him to slip out of the divine realm. However, after Beerus's relentless assault, Chuan gradually regained his composure and, in an instant, grasped everything. With a swift motion, Chuan teleported, vanishing from his previous location, narrowly evading Beerus's attack, and then he laughed unabashedly. Ha ha ha, luck is on my side. Even the goddess of fortune stands with me. How could I possibly disappoint her? In the face of Chuan's sudden exuberance, even Beerus was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, they were engaged in a fierce battle. Yet now it felt as if something was amiss with Chuan. Could he have been struck senseless? Beerus muttered to himself, uncertain about how to proceed. However, Chuan's resolve did not waver. He focused his gaze, casting aside his earlier joy, and a surge of even greater power erupted from within him. His combat strength was soaring. The rate of his enhancement was astonishing, and in the heat of battle, he was continuously evolving. Albeit these enhancements were minimal compared to the immense power of Beerus. Yet, in that moment, his explosive energy drew the attention of all, and soon after, a profound and enigmatic force began to emanate from him. A pure form of destructive power. Although it was not overwhelmingly strong, it was undeniably destructive power, causing his combat strength to ascend to an incomprehensible level. Initially, those witnessing his peculiar behavior were left guessing, for after reaching such a peak in battle, his actions seemed almost deranged, a difficult reality for anyone to accept. Yet, upon sensing the authentic destructive power surging from Chuan, everyone was left in a state of shock, especially Beerus, who was closest to him, nearly gasping in disbelief. This is destructive power? What a jest! Virus felt as though he were trapped in a nightmare. The individual before him was manifesting destructive power. This was utterly outrageous. Just moments ago, everything seemed normal, and the opponent had only reached the divine realm through the transfer of power from others. Yet now he had learned to wield destructive power. What a farce! While Virus was astounded, others were equally taken aback. In particular, the Kaioshin and Whis were both left dumbfounded. Their senses could not be mistaken. That was indeed destructive power. Yet a being from the lower realms had somehow learned to harness it. Not only had he learned it, but the speed of his acquisition was astonishing, having developed to such a degree in the midst of battle. Utterly terrifying. I cannot have misinterpreted this, can I? The power emanating from Chuan is indeed destructive power. Albeit not as formidable as that of a god of destruction, yet it must be destructive power. The Kaioshin spoke with a hint of uncertainty. Whis nodded in affirmation. Indeed, that is destructive power. Its application is rather rudimentary, yet this force is not weak. If utilized properly, his combat strength could multiply exponentially. Moreover, he should not have possessed destructive power initially, but after Lord Virus demonstrated it, he too could wield it. Could it be that he learned it in such a brief span of time? Whis found this to be astonishing. If it were true, then Chuan's capacity for learning was indeed extraordinary. Should this individual be granted time to develop, he would reach an alarmingly formidable height, and at that moment, Whis finally began to regard Chuan with genuine seriousness. Initially, he had merely found him interesting, but now he was truly taking him into consideration. Chapter 138, Whis's Invitation. Chuan felt the destructive power surging within him, a wild and terrifying force. However, it was merely the initial form of destructive power, and its application remained somewhat coarse. Yet it was sufficient to significantly enhance his combat strength. Amidst the astonishment of the onlookers, Chuan teleported to Virus's side, his fists enveloped in destructive power, striking mercilessly. Even in the vastness of the universe, it felt as though a glass had shattered. In the silent cosmos, waves echoed forth. His own combat strength had reached an unfathomable level. Each punch carried a fragment of destructive power. Although his application was lacking, the terrifying force exhibited was still palpable. Moreover, Virus had yet to fully react to Chuan's sudden invocation of destructive power, relying solely on instinct to evade the blows. Nevertheless, Virus still found himself on the receiving end of several strikes. This sudden shift left the Saiyans utterly bewildered, as their own strength was lacking, and they were unaware of the intricacies at play. They simply felt that the tide had turned dramatically. Oddly enough, why does it seem that our leader's strength has surged so dramatically? What on earth is happening? Could it be due to that earlier surge of power? Have you noticed that the force surrounding our leader bears a resemblance to that of a god of destruction, albeit less potent and not entirely pure? It seems so. This revelation left them in a state of utter confusion, exchanging glances that reflected their astonishment. What on earth is happening? Let us set aside the initial inability to contend with the opponent. It is indeed astonishing that one has suddenly mastered the adversary's strength. Even they perceive this as remarkably exaggerated. What an extraordinary talent this is. While everyone stands in disbelief, Chuan launches a series of strikes, each infused with a terrifying power. Moreover, he assumes a dominant role, directly suppressing Bai Lu Si, though the exertion of destruction energy slightly drains him. He gains a clearer understanding of this formidable force. With every punch, his combat prowess amplifies variably, resulting in attacks that are nothing short of fearsome. The increase may be twofold or fourfold, and on rare occasions, it may only reach a single fold. Nevertheless, the devastation wrought is equally terrifying, igniting an exhilarating thrill within him. Is this the power of destruction? It is simply unimaginable. It is extraordinarily potent. With such a formidable ability, who could possibly stand against him if his own fighting strength were to increase even slightly? At this moment, Chuan is brimming with confidence. Despite the substantial toll on his energy, he is growing increasingly familiar with the power of destruction. This is an entirely new force. Yet, he remains unaware that the destruction energy he wields, while seemingly akin to that of Bai Lu Si, is fundamentally different. At the very least, Bai Lu Si possesses destruction energy but lacks any potential for amplification. It is merely an exceptionally powerful force. This distinction is significant, yet Chuan is oblivious to it. He mistakenly believes that the power of destruction should inherently include such capabilities, which only fuels his excitement. Meanwhile, Bai Lu Si finally regains his composure. He takes a deep breath, gradually calming his mind. How intriguing. I never expected to encounter such a promising talent. Merely observing my use of destruction energy, you can grasp its intricacies. If only Wei Si were to properly mentor you, what might you achieve? Allow me to witness the extent of the destruction energy you have comprehended. Bai Lu Si adopts a serious demeanor. In an instant, he vanishes, his aura surging to a terrifying level. Before Mu Chuan can react, he is struck by a tail, leaving him utterly bewildered. Bai Lu Si provides him no opportunity to respond. A series of swift attacks renders Mu Chuan completely dumbfounded. He is unable to retaliate. Initially, Bai Lu Si approached the encounter with a playful spirit, but now he is somewhat earnest. It is a decisive battle. Amidst the astonishment of all present, Mu Chuan is swiftly brought to the ground, his state vanishing in an instant. Bai Lu Si lightly claps his hands. Not bad, not bad. You have finally allowed me a modicum of enjoyment, yet your strength still falls short. Even with the destruction energy you have grasped, it does not enable you to unleash your full power. Ultimately, the distance to the realm of the divine remains vast. While the combined strength of all may surpass the divine realm, it is still not your own power. Only when you truly master it can you fully express it. Your journey is still long. After delivering his critique, Bai Lu Si prepares to depart, waking from his slumber only due to the disturbance caused by Mu Chuan and Fu Lisha's battle. Now that his morning irritability has dissipated, he intends to return for a proper nap. Wei Si, let us go. Wait, Lord Bai Lu Si. Wei Si interjects, swiftly appearing beside Mu Chuan. Observing Mu Chuan's severe injuries, he gently touches him with his staff. Instantly, Mu Chuan's wounds heal, and even his stamina is restored. This ability is almost indistinguishable from the mystical Shindo. Mu Chuan stands in astonishment, realizing the immense strength of the angel, coupled with his plethora of abilities, is indeed extraordinary. However, he is left perplexed as to why Wei Si would rescue him and senses that Wei Si has something further to convey. Just as he ponders this, Wei Si, with a smile, states, "Your ability to comprehend the power of destruction during battle is truly remarkable. I wonder, Mr. Mu Chuan, do you wish to engage in serious training?" Mu Chuan's eyes widen in surprise. Is this an invitation from Wei Si? After all, Wei Si is the mentor of Bai Lu Si. To train under such a figure, even a few pointers would yield immense benefits. He had been troubled about how to proceed with his training, and now, an opportunity presents itself. Without hesitation, he nods vigorously. Such chances are rare, and missing this would be regrettable. Meanwhile, Bai Lu Si scoffs to himself, deeming it unnecessary fuss. Chapter 139, The Apprentice God of Destruction. After accepting Wei Si's invitation, Mu Chuan realizes he will be training in the realm of the God of Destruction, with the uncertainty of ever returning. He hastily bids farewell to Bai Lu Si and Wei Si before appearing before the group of Saiyans. He explains his current situation and urges them to collect the Dragon Balls to restore Earth. After imparting these basic instructions, Mu Chuan teleports to stand before Fu Lisha. His expression complex. Fu Lisha, I know you are undoubtedly feeling quite indignant at this moment. However, it matters not. We are currently unable to contend with each other. But next time, we will surely determine a victor. Prepare yourself. Mu Chuan boldly declares, his demeanor exuding arrogance. Though his combat power is now considerable, enhanced by the power of destruction, it remains insufficient, particularly against Fu Lisha, whose body gleams with a golden hue. This amplifies the pressure Mu Chuan feels. Thus, he understands that upon his return from the realm of the God of Destruction, his strength will have dramatically increased. As long as Fu Lisha has not mastered a new form, even his golden state poses no threat. In response to this audacious monkey, Fu Lisha dismissively retorts, "Oh, how arrogant. Even if you train with Lord Bai Lu Si, it changes nothing. I can easily eliminate you." Without another word, Fu Lisha turns and departs. The hellish warriors on Earth are of no concern to him. They are merely fodder, unworthy of his attention. After witnessing Fu Lisha's departure, Mu Chuan approaches Bai Lu Si. His strength has grown considerably. A mere tremor would cause the entire Earth to shake. Though many foes remain on Earth, he chooses not to confront them. He leaves them as a sharpening stone for the Saiyans. Regardless, the Saiyans will thus grow stronger if they do not strive. They will inevitably fall behind. Moreover, he harbors no fear of their demise. At worst, he can resurrect them with the Dragon Balls, whether from Earth or Namek. It is for this reason that he boldly allows the hellish warriors to remain alive, Otherwise, he would have eliminated them all long ago. Upon reaching Bai Lu Ci's side, he addresses Wei Si, stating, "I have resolved all matters. We may depart now?" A glimmer of anticipation graces his face. For this is the most effective means to enhance his strength. Then let us be on our way. Wei Si strikes his staff, and in an instant, they vanish from sight. The three traverse the vast expanse of time and space. The departure of the three was witnessed by all, and it can be said that the indomitable seed of determination had already been sown within them, especially after witnessing one astonishing battle after another. This profoundly broadened their horizons, making them acutely aware that there are beings beyond them, realms beyond their own. Even their formidable fighting prowess was insufficient in the face of such overwhelming strength. What reason did they have to refrain from striving? Calming his inner turmoil, Karer clenched his fist. "I must train diligently. The Super Saiyan second level is not our limit. We can become even stronger, following in the footsteps of our leader. We cannot afford to remain at this level when our leader returns. That would be truly shameful. We cannot concede defeat." Indeed, Jaluita felt a twinge of melancholy, having been deeply impacted by the sight of so many powerful beings. Each one was more terrifying than he had imagined, shattering his previous understanding and overwhelming him with immense pressure. He had thought his own combat strength was considerable, yet in the presence of true warriors, he felt utterly helpless. The terrifying aftermath of the battles still left him in awe. Axiana also clenched her fists, yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts, instead glancing back at Earth. The planet had suffered immense devastation, and it seemed likely that it would meet its demise soon. "We must heed our leader's instructions and swiftly locate the Dragon Balls. Otherwise, if Earth is destroyed, we will have to seek out a more suitable planet. Moreover, once we find the Dragon Balls, we will be free to act." A cold smirk appeared on Axiana's face. She was not inclined to allow the warriors from Hell to remain alive. Those who dared to wreak havoc on Earth would be sent back to Hell. This was indeed their sharpening stone. Since they wished to enhance their strength, combat was the most effective means. After all, they were Saiyans, a warrior race. Only through battle can they elevate their power with the utmost speed. The group of Saiyans shared a knowing smile and then dispersed in different directions. Their objectives crystal clear: to eliminate the hellish warriors wreaking havoc. Following that, they would address all those who had emerged from Hell. This would be a monumental task, yet it would also serve as a trial for them. As the Saiyans departed, the area fell into complete silence. The Kaioshin and Jaibite were momentarily stunned, as the development of events had exceeded their expectations, and they had not anticipated such a turn of circumstances. "Lord Kaioshin, what should we do now?" After a moment of contemplation, the Kaioshin replied, "We shall proceed as usual and keep a close watch on Majin Buu. Although he has shown some improvement, no one can predict his future actions. It is prudent to observe him closely, and we must also seek out the legacy of the Kaioshin. Otherwise, being unaware would be disastrous." The Kaioshin felt a pang of distress. Ever since encountering the god of destruction and Whis, he had come to realize how much he did not understand. However, the legacy of the Kaioshin had long been severed. How could he seek it out? Thus, he wished to take this opportunity to clarify matters. What? A trainee god of destruction? Upon hearing Whis's words, Chuan was taken aback, unable to contain his surprise, and quickly covered his mouth, glancing at the slumbering Beerus in the distance. He feared that his voice might disturb Beerus. After all, this was a trainee god of destruction. Did it mean they would have to displace Beerus? Chuan had not expected that Whis, who appeared so kind and gentle, would utter such chilling words. Was this a sign of moral decay or a loss of humanity? Chapter 140. A brand new identity. Chuan's reaction did not surprise Whis. In fact, through his response, Whis almost instantly discerned what was on his mind. Whis gently shook his head. "The situation is not as you imagine. The reason for bestowing upon you the identity of a trainee god of destruction is that you have perceived the power of destruction. The ability to independently grasp this power indicates that your talent is quite remarkable and you possess the potential to become a god of destruction. Whether you can realize this potential depends on your future endeavors." Upon hearing this, Chuan inexplicably sighed with relief. Just the title was manageable, had it entailed replacing Beerus. He had no idea what Beerus might do. Moreover, his strength was insufficient to challenge Beerus. Understanding that he was not to replace Beerus, Chuan became curious about the rights and responsibilities that came with being a trainee god of destruction. He posed the question. "The rights are quite simple. You may exercise a portion of the functions of a god of destruction. Of course, during this period, I shall serve as your teacher." Almost as soon as was finished speaking, Chuan eagerly replied, "I am willing." How could one hesitate at such an opportunity? Any delay would be tantamount to questioning Whis. Having an angel as a mentor, especially one who trained a powerful god of destruction like Beerus, would undoubtedly provide him with unparalleled knowledge. He had been troubled about how to train and enhance his combat capabilities. With Whis's guidance, at least in many aspects, the journey would be considerably easier. He would no longer have to navigate blindly. In response to Chuan's swift reaction, Whis was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a chuckle. "Do you not wish to know what obligations you will need to fulfill?" Whis regarded Chuan with a bemused expression. Chuan candidly replied, "As long as it is not overly burdensome, I believe there will be no problem. After all, receiving your guidance is a privilege." Whis did not take this straightforward praise to heart. He composed himself, and for the first time, a hint of seriousness graced his countenance. This was the first time Chuan had witnessed such an expression from Whis, prompting him to adopt a serious demeanor as well. "The obligation is quite simple. It is to serve the seventh universe. However, this does not mean you must do everything. Rather, when the time comes for you to make sacrifices, I hope you will not hesitate. In simpler terms, it is to fight for the seventh universe." At that moment, Chuan seemed to grasp the significance. If he had initially been unclear, Whis's words had now made it evident. Chuan nodded earnestly. "It is my honor. For us Saiyans, battle is the greatest enjoyment. And it is only through the process of combat that we can enhance our strength. Otherwise, how could we be called a warrior race? A battle of equal footing is something I would eagerly anticipate, even seek out." He expressed his genuine thoughts, not intending to show off before Whis, but rather sharing his true feelings. In this world of Dragon Balls, without formidable strength, one could only become cannon fodder. His combat prowess, while terrifying in the eyes of many, had not yet reached a certain level and could only be considered barely adequate. As for truly stepping into a higher realm, he needed to train further. Relying solely on himself would not suffice, as he had taken an unorthodox path. With Whis's assistance, the speed of his growth would be accelerated. After a brief confirmation, Chuan officially became a trainee god of destruction. While Beerus slumbered, he would assume the responsibilities of the god of destruction, bringing devastation to the universe. Destruction meant obliterating all superfluous planets. Otherwise, with too many planets, the entire universe would bear an excessive burden. Only by destroying certain planets can the universe truly enter a virtuous cycle, preventing overcrowding. The Kaioshin brings forth new life, while the god of destruction brings annihilation. It can be said that these two deities complement each other, fostering the cyclical nature of each universe. During the time when Chuan was not instructed by Whis, he spent most of his time in solitary cultivation, as he had yet to fully comprehend and digest the divine power attained after his ascension to the divine realm. Although his combat strength had improved, he had not completely transitioned into the divine state autonomously. Whenever he attempted to reach the divine realm, he was met with a peculiar sensation. Despite the enhancement in his fighting capabilities, he had merely entered a somewhat esoteric state. Yet, this was not the divine realm. It felt as though he had only accomplished half of what was necessary, which caused him great distress. Thus, he not only engaged in introspection but also observed Beerus from time to time, who was, after all, a living embodiment of a god of destruction. Perhaps he might glean something from him. What was the underlying issue? Was the attainment of the divine realm only achievable after a leap in the level of existence? Chuan sat cross-legged nearby, overwhelmed with frustration. Not only was he at an impasse concerning the divine realm, but his combat prowess had also stagnated, leaving him uncertain of how to proceed. Just then, Whis appeared beside him. "Your troubled expression suggests you have encountered some difficulties. Why not share your confusion? I may be able to assist you," Whis said. Upon hearing Whis's voice, Chuan's spirits lifted. "Lord Whis, you see, my previous ascension to the divine realm was a result of borrowing power from other Saiyans, and now that there are no other Saiyans to lend me their strength, I find myself unable to comprehend anything. I am only left with an ambiguous feeling, as if I have only achieved half of the necessary understanding. I wonder if you have any methods to resolve this?" Chuan expressed his concerns. If there was a reason he wished to become an apprentice god of destruction, it was for moments like this, to have someone to guide him and illuminate the path forward, thus alleviating much of his troubles and providing him with a clearer objective. Whis was not surprised by this. To genuinely master the divine realm and the divine power is not particularly challenging. Although you have currently grasped the power of destruction, the divine power should not be underestimated. Previously, you sensed the strength of all Saiyans. Now, I shall allow you to experience a purer form of divine power. After doing so, you will surely gain your own insights. As Weiss finished speaking, he tapped his staff, and a surge of pure divine energy flowed into Mu Chuan's body. In an instant, Mu Chuan paused. Chapter 141, Mastering the Divine Realm. The pure divine power coursed through Mu Chuan's body as if it were his own energy, demonstrating an astonishing compatibility. However, Mu Chuan remained focused. His goal was to feel and simultaneously master the divine realm. Weiss did not engage in any other activities but quietly observed while savoring the delicacies he had brought back from his recent culinary expedition across the universe. He had not departed for any significant task, but rather to seek out fine cuisine. In his search, he eventually returned to Earth, which had already recovered and thrived more than before, though it still faced challenges from numerous Hell fighters and androids. While the Saiyans were formidable, defeating the Hell fighters and androids, who banded together, was no simple task. This led to a stalemate. Nonetheless, the Saiyans held the upper hand. Having experienced battles at a higher level, they remained humble, never becoming complacent about their improvements. After all, their journey was far from complete. Consequently, even though their combat strength had increased, they remained diligent and proactive, which caused considerable distress among the Hell fighters, whose numbers were gradually dwindling. Weiss observed all of this, clearly recognizing that the Saiyans were a fearsome race, seemingly without limits. As long as they engaged in battle, they could continue to improve. The thought alone was terrifying. They were indeed a remarkable race. It was uncertain just how far they could ascend. What level could you, Mu Chuan, ultimately reach? A glint of anticipation flashed in Weiss's eyes. Do you truly believe he will achieve greatness? Beerus remarked skeptically. While he has mastered the power of destruction, it is still rather rudimentary. In a confrontation with other gods of destruction, he would likely find himself at a disadvantage. This level is hardly impressive. He felt that investing time and effort into Mu Chuan was unnecessary. Suddenly, Beerus's figure appeared. He too observed Mu Chuan, who was in the midst of comprehending divine power. Beerus had not been sleeping. It was merely an excuse, but he was curious about Weiss's choice. Even if Mu Chuan had grasped the power of destruction, it could be said that his innate talent was exceptional, yet his combat prowess still left much to be desired. Was he truly worthy of cultivation? Beerus harbored doubts. Weiss replied, Lord Beerus, you should not underestimate him. Perhaps you have not closely observed this race. Although they may not be strong at present and utilize some unconventional methods to enhance their combat strength, if we disregard these, their potential is indeed remarkable, especially their innate aptitude for battle. With proper guidance, they could become the finest warriors, continually growing stronger. With an abundance of such powerful warriors, what challenges could they not surmount? Unless they encounter a monster even you, Lord Beerus, cannot handle. Huh? Beerus scoffed. Do not underestimate me. How could I be so weak? Do as you wish, but I suspect it won't be long before those fellows come looking for you, so you should make haste. Rest assured, Weiss replied, narrowing his eyes, with a smile that belied a hint of danger. Look, has he not mastered it? As their conversation unfolded, Mu Chuan truly comprehended divine power, and in an instant, he entered the divine realm with greater ease than before. However, this transformation was distinctly different from his previous transformations alongside other Saiyans. Not only did his strength experience a significant enhancement, but his appearance also underwent a remarkable change. His hair began to shift towards a purple hue, evoking a gradient effect from red to purple. This unique manifestation of the divine realm left both Beerus and Weiss astonished, as they sensed something peculiar about Mu Chuan's divine aura, which felt somewhat unconventional. Yet, it was undeniably the divine realm. They found themselves at a loss for words. What they did not realize was that the reason for their confusion stemmed from the fact that Mu Chuan possessed not only the bloodline of the Saiyans, but also that of the Frost Demons. The combination of these two bloodlines had significantly amplified his potential. Now, as he transitioned into the divine realm, the bloodlines within him began to surface, and his innate talents were gradually being realized. Mu Chuan clenched his fists, and a series of crackling sounds erupted, making him feel an unprecedented strength, even greater than when he had battled Beerus. Upon fully mastering the divine power, one's combat prowess has undoubtedly strengthened, and in this state of explosive energy, it is plausible that I possess a staggering combat power of 100 trillion. It is truly unfathomable. The amalgamation of the two mightiest races in the seventh universe is indeed a formidable force capable of sweeping everything away. Chuan is aware of his advantages. His innate talent is rather average, relying predominantly on the Saiyan system. While he has fortuitously transformed into the realm of the divine, this is not the culmination. He must amalgamate all powers to forge his own path. Naturally, he must seek to engage more with the destroyer gods and Whis. For only through frequent interactions can the possibility of successful Saiyans arise. When that moment arrives, his strength will become exceedingly terrifying. His proactive approach also stems from a desire to gain the trust of Beerus and Whis. Only through such trust can he connect with higher-tier individuals. Once that occurs, with a mere sign-in, he could acquire anything he desires. The calculations in his mind are astutely precise. While he indulges in these thoughts, Whis suddenly interrupts his reverie. Now that you have grasped the method to transform into the divine realm, it could be said that you have somewhat met the qualifications of an apprentice destroyer god. Henceforth, we must engage in a thorough discussion regarding your path to enhancement. If you aspire to elevate your strength, it is imperative to clarify the methods through which you intend to cultivate. For instance, take Lord Beerus, who specializes in the power of destruction within that domain. He is truly unparalleled, and most destroyer gods would find it challenging to contend with him. You must contemplate this carefully, for you possess the unique transformation of a Saiyan, and now you have acquired the power of destruction. Moreover, I have observed that you wield other powers as well. How do you plan to address these? As Whis throws one question after another, Chuan falls into silence. He has pondered this issue but has not arrived at a definitive conclusion, merely adopting a step-by-step approach. Now confronted with this dilemma, he finds himself at a loss for words. Chapter 142, Whis' Guidance. I will not forsake the path of transformation, for it is a unique talent of mine. As for the divine realm, I shall not abandon that either. Chuan expresses his thoughts without much hesitation, as he has always believed and acted accordingly. Whis is not taken aback by this. However, Beerus, standing nearby, scoffs slightly. Are you not aware of the perils of being broad yet shallow? Yes, you can transform and cultivate the divine realm, which indeed sounds promising. Yet, you must understand that only specialization can lead to greater strength. Being broad yet shallow will only scatter your focus. Even if you use longevity as an excuse, others can do the same. Beerus's words are strikingly incisive. In his view, even specialization may not allow one to reach an immensely powerful level, let alone being broad yet shallow. Would that not render you mere cannon fodder? An apprentice destroyer god who only attains such a level would indeed bring disgrace to the title. Beerus is greatly displeased with such a prospect. Otherwise, he would not have spoken out. Whis chuckles and adds, as Lord Beerus has mentioned, being broad yet shallow is indeed a taboo and makes it difficult to achieve greatness. Chuan, you must think this through. I understand the principle of being broad yet shallow, yet I also have faith in myself. Chuan nods, unwavering in his conviction. As a traveler from another world, he possesses a profound understanding of Dragon Ball. In the realm of Dragon Ball, anything is possible. Being broad yet shallow? That merely applies to the average person. He is anything but average and possesses a system. So what is there to hesitate about? Just charge forward. For those obstinate individuals, Beerus has no desire to engage and turns away, returning to his exclusive bed. Whis nods, recognizing Chuan's determination. He finds it inappropriate to counter his opinion and can only comply. Henceforth, let us develop in both directions. You have fully mastered the divine realm, which is promising and merely requires some familiarization. However, regarding your transformations, do you really intend to enhance your combat power solely through the different transformations? Chuan. To be candid, Chuan is momentarily perplexed. As if sensing his confusion, Whis elaborates further. What I mean is, why not maintain the combat power attained through transformation as a constant? Truly master each transformation completely. For instance, you can now transform into Super Saiyan 4th stage, where the combat power at this stage is your strongest post-transformation power. You can absolutely sustain this peak combat power as your constant combat power. This reflects your understanding and comprehension of transformation. If you can truly reach such a level, your strength will surely increase. In an instant, Chuan feels as if a light bulb has gone off in his mind. Initially, he had not considered this, even with his knowledge of the Dragon Ball world. He merely adhered to the principles of transformation. He believed that once a certain transformation was achieved, a corresponding level of combat power would be amplified, without contemplating other methods. With Whis' guidance, he suddenly perceives clarity. Who says there is no way to further enhance combat power? Even if he cannot transform in other directions or advance further in the divine realm, by mastering the Super Saiyan transformation more adeptly, his combat power will remain formidable. This revelation grants him a newfound direction. Lord Whis, the method you propose is indeed feasible. Although it may be somewhat challenging to execute, it is certainly actionable. The more Chuan reflects, the more he senses its potential, for he had previously maintained a Super Saiyan lifestyle, learning from Goku's training methods in the original work. This was also aimed at enhancing his combat power. However, as his strength grew, he had not focused as intently on cultivating this aspect. Now, Whis' perspective is based on this foundation. Perhaps it holds significant feasibility. Of course, executing it will undoubtedly be quite challenging. It is not as simple as one might imagine, but he is not in a hurry. He can take his time to cultivate. With such a life mentor by his side, he certainly cannot waste opportunities or time. Chuan prepares to first attempt maintaining the power of Super Saiyan first stage as a constant. If successful, he could extrapolate this to ultimately sustain the strongest combat power as a constant. Boom. Without further ado, he transforms into Super Saiyan first stage. 500 trillion combat power. If he can maintain this as a constant, his strength will see a monumental increase, always wielding the strongest combat power. Observing Chuan immediately begin his training, Whis quietly departs, choosing not to linger. As the saying goes, a master leads one to the door, but the journey of cultivation is up to the individual. As for whether he can cultivate further, that depends on himself. From a distance, Beerus discreetly opens his eyes, a flicker of anticipation crossing them, despite his outward disdain. If Chuan truly accomplishes this, it could indeed be quite entertaining. Otherwise, spending his time merely sleeping and eating would be exceedingly dull. Let me witness your potential. The days of training always pass swiftly. Unbeknownst to Chuan, a year has quietly elapsed. His arduous cultivation has yielded results. He can now maintain the full power of Super Saiyan third stage as a constant, an achievement that is quite commendable. Remarkably, it has only taken a year. Yet, this progress still leaves him somewhat unsatisfied. Now it is the year 742 of the age, with 7 years remaining until the official timeline of Dragon Ball. During this period, if he fails to cultivate to an extraordinarily powerful level, he risks being ensnared by some peculiar force. It is even possible that he might unwittingly become mere cannon fodder, a scenario he ardently wishes to avoid. Despite his diligent training over the past year and the considerable combat prowess granted by the system, he still feels a sense of dissatisfaction. He has yet to attain the ability to maintain the full power of Super Saiyan 4th stage in a stable state, always falling just short, and he cannot discern the reason behind this. Just as he was mired in frustration, a figure suddenly appeared before him. It was Beerus. What a delightful slumber. Now that I am awake and feeling lively, why not engage in a sparring session with me? It has been quite some time since I last had the pleasure of testing your progress. If you haven't improved at all, it would certainly reflect poorly on me as a destroyer god. Chapter 143, Super Saiyan 4 at full power. Faced with the unexpected arrival of Beerus, Chuan paused momentarily but quickly nodded in agreement upon hearing Beerus's words. If clarity eluded him, perhaps battle would provide the answers he sought. Lord Beerus, let us engage in combat. Without any prelude, Chuan instantaneously teleported beside Beerus, completing his transformation into Super Saiyan 4th stage in the process. His combat power surged to an impressive 60 trillion. This was the culmination of his year's worth of training. Not only had his ordinary combat power improved, but all his metrics had also seen a boost. Although he had not achieved his ultimate goal, his strength had undeniably increased. Sensing the looming danger behind him, Beerus smiled slightly, swiftly intercepting Chuan's punch and countering with a kick. Not bad, not bad. It seems you have been training diligently, and your combat power has indeed increased. However, you may be underestimating me. With a leap akin to teleportation, Beerus appeared at Chuan's side, unleashing a flurry of attacks that were of a notably high caliber. At this moment, he was not holding back. He was genuinely fighting. Aside from his initial offensive, Chuan found himself on the defensive, even sustaining serious injuries during the clash. Nevertheless, he did not relent. He refrained from transforming into the divine state. as he wished to master the combat power of Super Saiyan 4th stage through this battle. Consequently, he could not tap into the divine state. And despite his growing familiarity with Beerus, he could not sense the divine aura without transforming. He soon found himself at a disadvantage, receiving a thorough beating. At this juncture, Weiss quietly appeared nearby to observe the fight. A bit of progress. It seems your training over the past year has been quite rigorous, leading to an increase in both combat power and techniques. Yet, you still cannot achieve full power, Weiss commented. Chuan remained oblivious to Weiss's presence, as the battle had escalated to a fever pitch. Even while being relentlessly attacked, he refused to give up. Each time he was knocked down, he managed to rise again. And on several occasions, a flicker of surprise appeared in Beerus's eyes. This only fueled his resolve. As time passed, he gradually found his rhythm and prepared to counterattack. Unexpectedly, Beerus called for a pause. This left Chuan feeling as though he was holding his breath, unable to exhale or swallow. No more fighting. It seems we have exercised enough. It's time to rest. Continue your training, Chuan. With that, Beerus vanished in an instant, leaving Chuan yearning to shout for another 300 rounds. Yet, considering his condition, he felt deflated. Just as despair began to envelop him, Weiss approached slowly. You seem to be in low spirits. Is it because of the loss in battle? Chuan shook his head. That is one aspect, but more so. After such a long period of training, I still have not fully mastered maintaining my peak combat power in a stable state. A year has passed, yet I can only sustain the combat power of Super Saiyan 3rd stage. Although my ordinary combat power has improved, I have yet to reach my ultimate goal. This is a completely new endeavor, and thus the system cannot assist. While my combat power has increased, the speed at which I am growing is not sufficient for my desires. I wish to embark on a new journey. Just then, Weiss's voice rang out once more. Have you not taken a good look at yourself? Chuan abruptly looked up to see Weiss smiling gently at him, and before him appeared a mirror. To his astonishment, he was in a stable state. Indeed, during your recent battle with Lord Beerus, you were consistently in Super Saiyan 4th stage. However, as Beerus increased his intensity, you gradually became overwhelmed, retreating from the transformation. Yet, it seems your subconscious aimed to maintain your peak combat power in a stable form. In that recent confrontation, you indeed managed to sustain your highest combat power in a stable state. Now, take a moment to appreciate it. After Weiss's explanation, Chuan began to grasp the situation. Carefully reflecting on his experiences, his combat power had not diminished. In fact, it had slightly increased. Remarkably, he was in a stable state without any Super Saiyan transformation. Yet his combat power was fearsome. Had he truly succeeded? A wave of joy washed over Chuan, as this was utterly unexpected. No wonder Beerus had exhibited surprise during their battle. Perhaps he had noticed this change, but chose to remain silent. Chuan surmised that Beerus had observed him revert to a stable state while still unleashing his peak combat power, which might explain why Beerus abruptly concluded their skirmish. Everything seemed to connect. The delight of this revelation caught Chuan off guard. It was an unforeseen stroke of fortune. After so long without a breakthrough, he had inexplicably advanced following his bout with Beerus, a notion he could hardly fathom. Weiss, with a smile brightening his features, remarked, your elation may be premature. While you can now maintain your peak combat power in a stable state, that is merely a foundation. If you wish to elevate your Super Saiyan transformation to its zenith, you must transcend your current mindset. Now that you can sustain the combat power of Super Saiyan 4th stage in a stable state, could you not consider advancing further? The smile on Weiss's face grew increasingly pronounced, imbued with an enigmatic significance. Are you implying indeed? I speak of Super Saiyan 5, a transformation that transcends your current form. Chuan's eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 144, The Concept of Super Saiyan 5. Is it truly achievable? Chuan furrowed his brow slightly, aware that perseverance ultimately yields results. However, the question remained, what direction should he pursue? From where should his efforts stem? This posed a critical dilemma. Since Weiss had brought it up directly, did that not imply he possessed the knowledge of the method? Even if he were not entirely certain, he must have some inkling. Whether or not it could be realized would only be clear after an attempt, Weiss remarked with a smile. I have also studied the transformations of the Saiyans, he continued, and they are indeed a remarkable innate talent, allowing substantial increases in combat power with each transformation. Yet, such transformations impose significant strain on the body. This is precisely why I insist you maintain your strongest combat power in a constant state. Once your body adapts to this immense strength, it will no longer bear such a heavy burden. Chuan appeared to have an epiphany, realizing there was profound reasoning behind it. Although maintaining his strongest combat power had indeed enhanced his abilities, it still fell short of his aspirations. Weiss's insights connected all the dots for him. Could this be the key to transcending Super Saiyan 5? In my vision, if you could sustain the full power of Super Saiyan 4 in a constant state, and then transform into Super Saiyan, you might break through the bottleneck and directly ascend to Super Saiyan 5. Weiss's proposition was audacious, something most would scarcely dare to contemplate. But who was Chuan? A traveler from another realm, equipped with an innate system. What was there to fear in such possibilities? Given Weiss's hypothesis, it was not beyond the realm of implementation, prompting Chuan to embark on this endeavor. With the opportunity to maintain his normal state and retain his peak combat power, he felt compelled to advance swiftly. Perhaps he could indeed succeed. Without a moment's hesitation, he clenched his fists and began to roar, a primal force surging from within him as if striving to break free from his own confines. Yet, breaking through a bottleneck was far from a simple feat. Regardless of his efforts, a colossal barrier seemed to obstruct his path, preventing him from transcending, even though his current combat power was formidable. Weiss merely glanced at him, ultimately choosing not to dwell on it further. The master opens the door, but the disciple must walk through it alone. He merely offered some constructive suggestions. Whether they bore fruit was of little consequence. Moreover, his understanding of the Saiyan transformations was still in its infancy. Had he been tasked with instructing the divine realm, he could have readily spoken on the matter, and general training would be swiftly grasped. Ironically, his comprehension of the Super Saiyan transformations was limited, gleaned from observing Chuan and other Saiyans. While Chuan engaged in his training, the galaxy was undergoing a significant upheaval. The resurrection of Frieza was an unavoidable occurrence, with the Cosmic Emperor's return causing turmoil throughout the galaxy. Initially, Cooler sought to enhance his own power for revenge, but his progress lagged. Now, he faced an even more formidable challenge. His brother Frieza had returned from the depths of hell. Although this was a seemingly unbelievable turn of events, Frieza stood before him, leaving Cooler at a loss regarding how to proceed, particularly concerning the authority he wielded. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Frieza approached with a swagger. "Oh, is that my dear brother Cooler? Long time no see. Have you missed your beloved brother?" Frieza exuded an air of nonchalance, seemingly unfazed by the numerous powerful allies surrounding Cooler. After all, his emergence from hell demonstrated his formidable combat prowess. Following his battle with Chuan, his strength had surged rapidly, nearing the threshold of his golden form, albeit still a tad short. Before Cooler could respond, Bojack interjected, clearly displeased. "Where did you crawl out from, you insolent fool? You speak so arrogantly. Yet do you even know who we are?" "Oh, your words pique my curiosity. Do enlighten me about your identities," Frieza replied, taken aback, yet intrigued by Cooler's entourage. While he perceived them as weak, their past strength was indeed formidable. Even in the underworld, the notion that someone of Cooler's caliber could assemble such a powerful team was amusing. "We are the Cosmic Emperor Corps, wielders of dominion over the entire galaxy. Who dares disregard our authority? You are so audacious as to speak before us without even knowing our names." Bojack retorted with a chilling smile, flanked by his 4 loyal subordinates, each casting a malevolent glare at Frieza. However, they failed to notice the sudden stiffness in Cooler's expression, tinged with embarrassment. After all, the Cosmic Emperor was his brother, and uttering such words before Frieza was utterly humiliating. Moreover, he sensed that Frieza's strength had dramatically escalated. In their face-off, the overwhelming power was palpable, especially the pressure emanating from their bloodline, making it abundantly clear that their tiers were no longer comparable. Cooler recalled how he had previously reprimanded Frieza. He had to reconsider, hence his silence. Little did they know, Bojack's words incited a hearty laugh from Frieza. "You are all exceedingly amusing. So amusing that I wish to play with you. Do you not know my illustrious title? I am the Cosmic Emperor Frieza. What you refer to as the Cosmic Emperor Corps is merely a remnant of my former might. If I desire, who could possibly stop me?" Chapter 145, Mission Initiation. Silence. The atmosphere abruptly fell into a hush. Bojack blinked in confusion, glancing at Cooler as if seeking answers in his expression. Cooler, true to form, nodded slightly, leaving Bojack bewildered. What was happening? Was Cooler not the Cosmic Emperor? Was it the figure before him, resembling Cooler, who held that title? At that moment, the ambience was decidedly peculiar. In contrast to their astonishment, Frieza, having delivered his proclamation, paid them little heed and took a step forward. My dear brother, since it has been so long, allow me to see how much you have progressed. With each step Frieza took, his aura intensified, and the hue of his body gradually shifted to a radiant golden. It was as if he was enveloped in a layer of gold, an awe-inspiring sight. Cooler recoiled instinctively. He had sensed that Frieza's combat power had reached an alarmingly terrifying level, and he understood that despite his claims of being a genius of the Frost Demon race, the reality was starkly different. Only he himself truly understands. Frieza is indeed the genius. Moreover, at this moment, this genius has comprehended the essence of power. Having returned from the depths of hell, one can only imagine the terror of such a being. He dared not even brush against him. Yet, he overestimated himself. Even though his combat power had become exceedingly formidable, having attained the silver form, it paled in comparison to Frieza's might, rendering him utterly weak. Before the astonished gazes of all, Frieza crushed Gula's head beneath his foot, and with just a slight exertion, Gula would be sent back to hell. The majesty of his return left everyone in a state of bewilderment. It is noteworthy that Gula is not weak. Even though he had sought the illusionary demon, Gula's strength had been on the rise, which is precisely why Bojack was willing to acknowledge him as superior. Gula's innate talent was indeed extraordinary. Day by day, his combat prowess surpassed even that of Bojack, though he still lagged slightly behind the illusionary demon. However, none present could have anticipated that such a powerful Gula would be dispatched in an instant, the speed of which was beyond their imagination. How could this be? What a jest! Gula's strength exceeded my own, and with such rapid enhancement, how could he have been defeated so swiftly? This must be a fabrication. Bojack could hardly believe it. He had previously contended with Gula and, having been bested, had willingly relinquished the strongest throne. But now, witnessing Gula's defeat before his very eyes stirred tumult within him. In his shock, Frieza slowly bent down, a mocking expression on his face as he regarded Gula. My dear brother, you are truly pathetic. I never imagined that after such a long time, you would show so little progress. Is this what you call the most gifted bloodline of the Frozen Demon clan? Ridiculous. After delivering his scathing remarks, Frieza, amidst the astonished stares of all, forcefully kicked Gula away. He had no intention of killing Gula. He held no interest in the weak, and he did not plan to eliminate anyone present, as they were all members of the Galactic Emperor's army. First and foremost, they should not be easily dispatched. Moreover, their strength was not negligible. Frieza scanned his surroundings, taking in the expressions of all, and then spoke leisurely. This great king shall officially return, and we all belong to the Galactic Emperor's army. And the Galactic Emperor is I, Frieza. Declaring his sovereignty, an immense aura emanated from him, causing the entire universe to tremble. The countenance of all changed dramatically. No one dared to oppose him. Even Bojack felt an unprecedented pressure. This was the true disparity. Under the weight of this overwhelming force, one by one, they chose submission. The North Kai, who had been observing, felt his face grow increasingly grim upon witnessing Frieza once again amassing a legion. The former Frieza had already been a formidable adversary. Now, he was even more outrageous, his strength frighteningly potent, and improving by the moment. He could scarcely fathom who could possibly defeat him. Chuan, if you do not resolve this swiftly, it will become increasingly difficult to contend with. This fellow's power is growing ever stronger. I must complete my golden transformation. I cannot delay any longer. The North Kai muttered, aware that no amount of prayer would alter the situation. He could only hope that Chuan would soon return from the God of Destruction's training to prevent the annihilation of the entire universe. Meanwhile, the one he prayed for had concluded his training and was now assigned his first task as an apprentice God of Destruction. The task was deceptively simple, to obliterate a planet. However, this held little impact for him. It was merely a matter of time wasted. He intended to go swiftly and return. As Chuan struggled to enter the right state of training, was assigned him a task, marking his first apprenticeship. This involved the destruction of a planet. The coordinates were provided, and for him, aside from the time spent traveling, everything else should be easily resolved. With his immense power, destroying a planet was a trivial endeavor, especially since he had grasped the essence of destruction. He prepared to execute this swiftly. After departing from the realm of the gods of destruction, Beerus secretly opened his eyes, glancing at Whis not far away, and suddenly remarked, "Why would you send him to that planet? There is a formidable being there, and it is exceedingly dangerous. A single misstep could lead to disaster." Beerus understood exactly what task Whis had imparted. If he were to intervene, everything could be resolved swiftly. However, with Chuan, the outcome was uncertain. Whis smiled and replied, "Everyone requires growth, especially Saiyans. If they do not experience battles filled with blood and fire, it becomes exceedingly difficult for them to enhance their combat power or break through their limits. In the realm of the gods of destruction, there is no one to spar with him. Thus, he needs more battles. These encounters will not only elevate his combat prowess, but may also help him find his rhythm. Once he surpasses his current boundaries, it will undoubtedly be quite fascinating. I eagerly await Super Saiyan 5. Whis expressed his anticipation with genuine enthusiasm. Chapter 146. The Mysterious Saiyan. On a certain planet within the Milky Way, this planet was shrouded in a thick layer of mist, resembling a world formed entirely of fog, rendering its interior completely invisible. At this moment, Chuan hovered outside the planet. He found himself somewhat puzzled by the task. Yet as an apprentice god of destruction, obliterating a planet was not unreasonable. Whether or not life existed, there was not his concern. He aimed to resolve the matter swiftly and return. By destroying this planet, he could resume his training, having finally caught a glimpse of progress. With a bit more effort, Super Saiyan 5 would soon beckon to him. Chuan raised one hand slightly. A terrifying force of destruction coalescing, instantly enveloping the entire universe. From a small sphere of light, it transformed into a deep purple-black, expanding rapidly until it obscured his vision. Within the planet, a figure seemed to sense something, raising its head to gaze at the sky, capturing the immense force of destruction in its sight. In the next moment, with a flash, it appeared on the planet's surface. Who dares to wreak havoc here? The individual, upon witnessing the sudden energy sphere, wore an exceptionally grim expression. A sinister smile spreading across their face as they formed a black sphere of energy with both hands, directing it toward the force of destruction. Chuan merely made a casual strike. He had not exerted his full strength. As a result, the destructive force was abruptly halted and pushed deep into the cosmos by a tremendous thrust. This left him momentarily bewildered. The impact had been so sudden that he hadn't sensed any fluctuations in energy, but as the energy sphere was propelled through the universe, he felt a powerful aura ahead. Chuan focused his gaze and saw, seemingly out of nowhere, a figure clad in green, muscles bulging as if about to burst. With silvery white hair and eyes faintly glowing with a yellow light. The mere sight of this being instilled in him an immense sense of pressure. Yet, in the next moment, he was left speechless, for he noticed that the individual had a tail. Isn't this the emblem of the Saiyans? Is this person also a Saiyan? Chuan felt uncertain, for in all the history he had come to know, such a figure had never appeared. Moreover, this individual was not merely a Saiyan. The aura emanating from him was exceedingly terrifying. Even in the absence of any overt display, that overwhelming force was profoundly unsettling, compelling him to exercise caution. It was imperative to remember that his mission was to annihilate the very planet before him. The fact that this being sought to impede him implied that he might be a resident of this world. A confrontation was inevitable. As Chuan observed the creature's tail, the stranger likewise noted his peculiarities, sparking curiosity within him. A Saiyan? Is there truly another Saiyan in this universe? Wasn't the entire race obliterated by Frieza? The stranger murmured to himself. It is I who should be inquiring about your situation. Chuan boldly posed his question. Ha! Me? I am the god of the Saiyans. You dare to ask me about my circumstances? The other responded with an air of arrogance, seemingly dismissive of Chuan's presence. Yet, Chuan remained unfazed by the brashness of the stranger's words, for the latter's strength was indeed worthy of such bravado. The intensity of his aura was undeniably formidable, though the exact extent of that power remained unclear. After sizing up the opponent, Chuan chose to disregard the distraction. His mission was unchangeable, and thus, a battle was imminent, regardless of the stranger's identity as a Saiyan. Anyone who obstructed his path would receive no mercy, especially not a Saiyan who emerged from obscurity. Whoever you are, stay as far away as possible. This planet is mine to obliterate. If you desire to avoid destruction alongside it, then keep your distance. Chuan declared impassively, channeling an immense force of destructive energy in his hands, yet refraining from releasing it just yet. In an instant, the stranger teleported directly in front of him, seizing his hand, plunging the scene into an eerie silence. From this act, Chuan understood the stranger's choice. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming battle aura surged within Chuan, who maintained his peak fighting power, having mastered the full capabilities of Super Saiyan Level 4. This was true strength. With a swift motion, he broke free from the stranger's grip and teleported again, conjuring a colossal energy wave and hurling it towards the planet before executing another teleportation. Though the stranger did not match his speed, he pursued relentlessly, his aura gradually intensifying. How intriguing! It is rare to encounter such a powerful Saiyan. However, since you are obstructing my mission, do not expect me to be courteous. Chuan's combat prowess surged once more. This time, he was genuinely serious. Regardless of whether the opponent was a wandering Saiyan or not, it was futile to assume he understood the situation. The stranger's eyes gleamed brighter, and his aura swelled to an alarming degree, reaching a level of sheer terror. Before Chuan could react, he was struck down forcefully, leaving him momentarily stunned. How could this fellow be so powerful? He has subdued me with a single blow. What a fearsome force. Chuan had always considered himself a renowned warrior in the 7th universe. Excluding Beerus and Whis, he was undoubtedly among the strongest. Yet, this mysterious Saiyan was proving to be a considerable challenge. This was a disconcerting feeling. Although their battle was brief, it was incredibly intense, scattering smoke across the planet's surface, a testament to the ferocity of their clash. Their confrontation drew considerable attention, particularly from a certain covert entity. He had chosen this secluded location precisely to avoid detection. Only by mastering supreme power could everything be manageable, otherwise, all endeavors would prove futile. This individual, adorned with purple and white hair and clad in brownish-pink attire, appeared to pose little threat, yet his facial expression was deeply unsettling. He was the Kaioshin of the West. Chapter 147, Kaioshin of the West. The Kaioshin of the West did not perish in the battle against Majin Buu. Instead, he barely survived, enduring severe injuries and a lengthy recovery process that profoundly altered his temperament. Having faced despair and death, he had come to understand that power is paramount. True supremacy lies in strength. What good is a deity at the pinnacle without the mightiest power? Thus, he conducted sinister experiments in secret, aiming to amalgamate the strongest races in the universe into a singular, perfect entity, creating the ultimate combat prowess. Consequently, the genes of the Saiyans and Frieza had been preserved. After extensive research, he ultimately developed this formidable strength. However, this was not the complete form, yet even so, it satisfied him immensely. Even Majin Buu would likely retreat in the face of such power. At that moment, the Kaioshin of the West gazed upward, a smirk gracing his lips, before vanishing from his location. The next instant, he appeared in the cosmos, witnessing the two combatants engaged in their fierce struggle. Upon recognizing them, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes. A Saiyan? Moreover, one who comprehended the power of destruction? Could there be a connection to the god of destruction? The Kaioshin of the West paused, genuinely taken aback at encountering someone associated with the god of destruction here. Since his transformation, he had revered strength and was exceedingly sensitive to its presence. Although the being he had created was indeed powerful, it did not equate to the ability to challenge a god of destruction. This realization struck him when he laid eyes on Chuan. Why would a god of destruction come here? Had he set his sights on Chuan? The Kaioshin of the West furrowed his brow, unwilling to allow anyone to disrupt his impending success, as it would jeopardize everything he had worked for. The god of destruction was notoriously unreasonable, solely focused on destruction, and even he found it exceedingly troublesome. Silka, cease your actions immediately. With the voice of the Kaioshin of the West echoing, the mysterious Saiyan abruptly halted, positioning himself behind the Kaioshin. Chuan also took notice of the Kaioshin, sensing a peculiar feeling, as the latter's life essence seemed equally elevated. It was worth noting that Chuan could now transition into the realm of the divine and was also a trainee god of destruction. Thus, he had ascended to the divine tier, yet the individual before him appeared to possess a life level akin to his own, perhaps even more exceptional, prompting a wave of confusion within him. Who are you? What is the nature of this individual? Chuan queried, posing two questions in rapid succession. The Kaioshin of the West offered no reply, instead casting a glance at Chuan before stating, "You, who comprehend the power of destruction, must surely have ties to the god of destruction. What brings you here? Regardless of your intentions, I implore you to depart swiftly. This place is not meant for you." and I wish to avoid any conflict. Although the Zijiwangshan considers the power he currently possesses to be formidable, he prefers to avoid unnecessary conflict and seeks to maintain peace. However, Chuan is not one to yield, as this is his inaugural mission as an apprentice destroyer god. How could he abandon it? Thus, Chuan shook his head slightly and replied, I apologize, though I do not know who you are. I must refuse your demands and proposals. I have my own mission. Chuan's resoluteness caught the Zijiwangshan off guard, prompting him to furrow his brow, sensing that matters were becoming complicated. The situation had exceeded his expectations, and the current trajectory of events was not as straightforward as he had anticipated. After contemplating for a moment, the Zijiwangshan slowly spoke. I am Zijiwangshan. You should know who I am. Depart promptly. We have no need to engage in hostilities. As the words of the Zijiwangshan faded, Chuan fell silent, as he was uncertain why Weiss had assigned him such a task. Nevertheless, he was aware of one thing. Since his mission entailed the destruction of the planet before him, he must fulfill it. No one could hinder his progress. Regarding the Zijiwangshan, Chuan recalled that he had been eliminated by the demon puppet long ago. Yet here he was alive. It seemed that his survival entailed considerable tribulation, and even now, he remained reluctant to reveal himself. His intentions must be far from simple, and regardless of his identity, he could not obstruct Chuan's advance. Chuan took a step forward. He had no intention of directly bypassing them to annihilate the planet. Such an act seemed implausible, as they would undoubtedly impede him, given their formidable combat prowess. In this context, he would need to resolve the opposition before proceeding with the planet's destruction. His actions ignited fury in Zirka's eyes. Without waiting for the Zijiwangshan's command, he stepped forward, his aura escalating in intensity. His hair lengthened slightly, taking on an increasingly sinister appearance. Die! This sudden assault caught Chuan utterly off guard. Who could have anticipated such a fierce attack from this individual? Nevertheless, he was not one to back down. The battle escalated dramatically, with both fighters exhibiting remarkable speed, evenly matched in prowess. The level of combat was fearsome. Had Chuan not undergone significant enhancement during this period, he would have struggled to contend with his adversary. Moreover, the destructive power he exhibited was equally formidable. Even the Zijiwangshan was momentarily taken aback, his mind tumultuous with disbelief. What was transpiring? This individual was not merely a Saiyan. He possessed the ability to wield destructive power. While this had been evident earlier, the combination of their abilities showcased a strength that was truly captivating. His heart was tumultuous with unrest. Who was this individual? He was clearly not a destroyer god, yet his combat capabilities were astonishing. Even the formidable Zirka found himself momentarily detained. What manner of monster was this? From where did he emerge? And how did he possess such strength? No, if this continued, he would find himself at a disadvantage. Zirka, unleash your full power. I command you to eliminate him. With the Zijiwangshan's directive, Zirka appeared to be infused with renewed vigor, his expression growing increasingly ferocious as his aura surged. His muscles expanded, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. With a sudden move, Zirka seized Chuan's arm, rendering him unable to escape, followed by a knee thrust upwards. Chuan immediately spat out a mouthful of water, the tremendous impact momentarily disorienting him. He quickly pivoted and grasped Zirka's other arm, and they began to grapple fiercely. Veins bulged on both their foreheads as they roared in unison. Seizing the moment when Zirka exerted force, Chuan kicked inward, sending Zirka hurtling backward, and followed up with a powerful punch, channeling his destructive energy into a forward surge. The numerous shockwaves he unleashed were not aimed with precision, as his primary intention was to obliterate the planet before him. Whether he struck true was of little concern. If his opponent did not intervene, he could inadvertently fulfill his mission of planetary destruction. However, Zirka did not retreat. He spread his arms wide, seemingly intent on absorbing all the energy waves. The sheer audacity of his confidence was astonishing. By heavens, is this fellow truly so formidable? Has he taken some enhancement? Chuan was left astounded by this display. Yet, he did not cease his assault. All his energy waves collided with Zirka, yet to his disbelief, Zirka remained unscathed, his aura growing ever more terrifying. His muscles swelled yet again, resembling a small giant, larger than Chuan by several measures, akin to a grown man towering over a child. The disparity left Chuan wide-eyed in astonishment. What was this individual? Why did he grow stronger as they fought? This resembled the transformation of Sabo. He could not afford to prolong this engagement. Given that Zirka was also a Saiyan, he resolved to pull him into the cosmos. For the time being, Zirka could still breathe the air. However, in the vacuum of space, that would be Mu Chuan's domain. Resolute, he refused to linger. Sensing that the Zijiwangshan harbored ulterior motives and sought to deny him any vulnerabilities. After all, he possessed the bloodline of the Ice Demon clan, granting him the ability to thrive in the cosmos. Ordinary beings or Saiyans could not survive in a vacuum, thus providing him a distinct advantage. With a whoosh, the energy wave struck Zirka, merely raising a cloud of smoke, as though he remained unperturbed. In a flash, Mu Chuan appeared behind him, delivering an upward kick, followed by a powerful energy blast. This was not an attempt to annihilate him. Rather, it was to liberate him from the planet's gravitational pull, shifting the battlefield to the void of space. Observing this maneuver, the Zijiwangshan's countenance broke into a smile, as if he had anticipated every aspect of this encounter. Zirka soared into outer space, and upon entering the cosmos, he promptly halted, gazing at Mu Chuan from a distance, and casually shook his arms. A cracking sound echoed, as though he were loosening his limbs, preparing to fully relax. You possess some skill, but you underestimate me. Should you fail to demonstrate your true prowess, I shall be compelled to eliminate you. Witnessing Zirka's nonchalant demeanor, Mu Chuan's eyes widened in disbelief. How was this different from his expectations? Shouldn't Zirka be hastening back to the planet's gravitational field? Otherwise, he would find himself in dire straits in the vacuum. Yet, Zirka's demeanor was unexpectedly relaxed, leaving Mu Chuan astonished. Suddenly, the Zijiwangshan interjected, "Foolish one, did you not heed my earlier words? Zirka is the most powerful warrior. Oh, you may not be aware. But Zirka is not merely a Saiyan. He is simply endowed with the bloodline of a Saiyan. He is the most formidable warrior, personally crafted by the Kaioshin of this realm, possessing the cells of all the strongest beings from the galaxy, including the combat cells of Saiyans, the unique cells of the ice demons, and many other exceptional races. A fusion of the cells from all powerful races. He has long since transcended everything. How could you possibly win? What do you have to triumph?" The West Kaioshin laughed heartily, as if victory was already assured. After all, it was immensely gratifying to reveal his most perfect creation at this moment. This was the power he desired. Although Zirka was not his ultimate dream, at the very least, he provided an extraordinary dominance. This was merely the first warrior. More powerful warriors would follow. This marked the inception of his reign over the universe. Upon hearing the words of the West Kaioshin, Mu Chuan's expression darkened. Although he found the situation quite peculiar, he had never anticipated that this was also an artificial creation. Wasn't this akin to an artificial human? Moreover, it bore a certain resemblance to Cell. Yet, Cell was not so perverse and required growth, while this fellow had debuted at his peak, now wielding such terrifying combat prowess. This left him utterly baffled. Each warrior was so formidable. Even though he had mastered the full power of Super Saiyan 4 and the destructive force with all his powerful techniques, he found it impossible to easily subdue his opponent. This was quite disappointing. However, he was not disheartened. Since such trivial tactics could not overcome the adversary, he would have to resort to genuine strength. A powerful composite warrior, indeed intriguing. To elevate Cell to this level, who knows how long that would take? You truly serve as an excellent sharpening stone. Now I finally understand why Weiss suddenly assigned me this task. It is because there exists a most suitable opponent for me. Is this my opportunity for breakthrough? Come now, let this hybrid see what it means to be a warrior nation. Mu Chuan fully unleashed his potential, no longer intending to employ trifling tactics, preparing for a direct confrontation. Upon realizing everything, the battle became the main theme. As the opponent adjusted his state, his aura surged violently. The full power of Super Saiyan 4, coupled with the offensive capabilities of destruction, propelled his combat strength to its zenith. Chapter 149. The Arrival of Super Saiyan 5. 100 trillion. 110 trillion. 120 trillion. Ultimately, Mu Chuan's combat strength settled at an astonishing 140 trillion, surpassing even his previous might in both exaggeration and incredibility. While his strength was formidable, he had not yet reached the threshold for a breakthrough. Nevertheless, possessing such immense power was already a testament to his cultivation. At this moment, his combat strength had reached its pinnacle, and as it peaked, his appearance underwent a subtle transformation. His eyes turned purple, surrounded by crackling red lightning, while his hair became a deep crimson, presenting an exceedingly bizarre sight. Even he himself was unaware of the nature of his current form, yet he paid it little mind, as long as he grew stronger. What did it matter what form he took? Observing Chuan's escalating combat strength, which felt akin to entering a divine realm, the West Kaioshin was momentarily taken aback. Was this the divine realm? No, the aura was not pure enough. But what was this phenomenon? The West Kaioshin pondered briefly, then furrowed his brow. Had the universe undergone changes beyond his comprehension during his absence? Why did this being appear so peculiar? Of course, he merely entertained such thoughts, not overly concerned. No matter how strange, it would not enable him to defeat Zirka. Zirka clenched his fists, a savage aura gradually enveloping him. His eyes turned yellow, and his hair began to lengthen. Ultimately, his hair transformed into a silvery hue, and silvery fur sprouted across his body, exuding an intensely wild essence. It seemed as though he had undergone a transformation based on the foundation of Super Saiyan 4, radiating an aura of brutal ferocity. Ha ha ha, such formidable power. Witnessing this violent aura before him, Chuan was momentarily stunned. What kind of form was this? It resembled Super Saiyan 4, but bore significant differences. Could this be? Before he could speak, Zirka suddenly declared, "Aunt, you possess Saiyan blood flowing through your veins. How utterly disgraceful. Your transformation is a mockery. I cannot fathom how you trained. Does my overwhelming combat strength instill in you a sense of despair? I am Super Saiyan 5, a being that can be called the god of Super Saiyans. What do you have to oppose me?" The surge in combat strength seemed to have driven him into utter arrogance. He regarded everything with disdain. The disparity in power between the two was starkly evident. Even though Chuan had unleashed his full combat strength, he appeared feeble before the now transformed Super Saiyan 5 Zirka. This realization etched an unprecedented gravity upon his face. "Super Saiyan 5? Let me see just how powerful you truly are." He seemed to have resolved himself. Yet, no sooner had his words left his lips than a gust of wind swept through, causing him to hunch over, eyes bulging as if cooked shrimp. Before him stood Zirka, who had already transformed into Super Saiyan 5. Zirka, appearing utterly relaxed, merely made a slight move to topple Chuan, illustrating the vast chasm in their combat strengths. "Is this your strongest combat prowess? It seems somewhat lacking. I was merely toying with you earlier, a warm-up of sorts. Now the real battle begins. Do try not to falter." As he spoke, Zirka delivered another punch. Chuan was entirely unable to regain his footing, his mind blank. At that moment, he could not perceive the trajectory of Zirka's attacks, and the terrifying intensity of his combat strength left him defenseless. In an instant, he endured a barrage of dozens of blows. Yet, he found no method to counterattack, his mind in a daze, as if all visuals had been frozen in time. However, his bodily functions were diminishing, his injuries worsening. Even the slightest movement felt laborious. It was akin to being dispatched in a heartbeat. Yet, his opponent did not hasten his demise, but rather continued to torment him gradually. The world seemed to be suspended in stillness. Witnessing this scene, the West Kaioshin crossed his arms, wearing an expression of prior expectation. Although Chuan's combat strength was indeed formidable, he did not believe that his ultimate warrior, forged from the cells of all the most powerful races, would be so weak. This is the strongest warrior, possessing such immense power. Is it not simple to dominate the universe? Moreover, he harbored even grander aspirations. If realized, he could undoubtedly wield the most powerful strength, which is the apex of divinity he longed to witness. The apex of divinity in the universe ought to possess the most formidable power. Otherwise, how could one be deemed a god? The sheer magnificence of such power is truly splendid. As the battle began to tilt overwhelmingly in one direction, the realm of destruction awaited. Weiss and the god of destruction, Beerus, had long since seen everything clearly. Even at this moment, as Chuan was being pummeled, it was all laid bare before their eyes. Beerus disdainfully remarked, "So weak, utterly powerless against such a foe, and to think he is but an apprentice god of destruction. What a disgrace. If other universe destroyers were to learn of this, how they would mock me." Beerus was quite dissatisfied. To him, the notion of having a so-called apprentice was distasteful, especially when it linked him to such a feeble individual. However, Weiss insisted on bringing that Saiyan here to train. If he were a bit stronger, it might have been acceptable, but now he was reduced to a state of utter helplessness. This was truly humiliating. Weiss, however, paid no heed to Beerus's complaints. After all, Beerus was simply that proud, feline-like figure. With unwavering focus, Weiss watched the unfolding scene, not at all surprised, for he had long known that the Kaioshin of the West was lurking there. Moreover, he had created a remarkably strong warrior. It was precisely because he was aware of this that he had dispatched Chuan to obliterate that planet. It was a form of training. The warrior race could not merely rely on cultivation. Combat was the swiftest path to power. Mere training could never forge a true powerhouse. As for whether or not change was possible, that was up to him. Chuan, whether you can comprehend or break through, ultimately rests solely upon your own efforts. The path has been laid before you. Super Saiyan 5 exists, albeit the counterpart achieved it through various genes and cells. Yet you are different. Should you truly transform into Super Saiyan 5, it will be through your own diligence that you attain unparalleled strength. Rise, swing your fists, and stir the blood of your warrior race. Weiss murmured to himself as he watched. Chapter 150, A Life on the Line. Unbeknownst to Chuan, he was the focus of Beerus and Weiss's attention. At that moment, he was still in a daze, utterly overwhelmed by the beating he had received. Was Super Saiyan 5 truly this formidable? As he regained a semblance of awareness, he found himself gravely injured, every movement a laborious task. A smile of disbelief crept onto his face. Truly remarkable. Indeed, Beerus had gone easy on him. His murmurs fell distinctly upon Beerus's ears. Beerus, wait, what does this have to do with me? How did I become involved in this? Beerus was taken aback, utterly unprepared for such a turn of events. It was the opponent who struck you. How could you claim I went easy on you? Not even Weiss could fathom Chuan's thought process. However, Chuan's reasoning was not as convoluted. He understood that his current combat prowess was effortlessly overwhelmed by Super Saiyan 5. Beerus was undoubtedly far more powerful than the opponent. And at that moment, Chuan had managed to exchange blows with Beerus. Was this not a sign of leniency? No. This was akin to releasing the ocean. Chuan lamented briefly, seizing the opportunity while his opponent had yet to strike again, and promptly took out a senzu bean, consuming it without hesitation. In the next moment, to the astonishment of the onlookers, he was restored. His speed surged considerably, and the strength coursing through him doubled. His combat power skyrocketed to 210 trillion. This was terrifying, especially given that he had just suffered unprecedented injuries, with no chance to retaliate, yet his opponents seemed to regard him with utter contempt. If they were going to let him be, then he would not hold back. Stretching his limbs, Chuan looked disdainfully at Zirka and declared, "Your arrogance will cost you dearly. How dare you go easy on me? Huh, I will show you what it means to be a true warrior race." The Kaioshin of the West and Zirka momentarily regained their composure, surprised by his recent display. However, they found it insufficient to evoke any sense of threat. Is this your capital for arrogance? Huh, a waste is still a waste. Although they did not comprehend how he had recovered so swiftly with such combat power, he remained unable to defeat me. Since you have once again regained your strength, I shall let you experience despair once more. Zirka cracked his neck, a sinister smile gracing his face. He had no intention of killing Chuan. Rather, he wished to witness the pain and despair etched upon his enemy's visage. However, the Kaioshin of the West interjected, "Zirka, enough of this game. This fellow's combat power is gradually rising, while it may not pose a threat to us. We cannot permit this to continue. Otherwise, we may find ourselves in peril." The Kaioshin of the West was rather cautious. After all, he had experienced setbacks, and everything required meticulous attention. Zirka merely nodded slightly, seemingly unconcerned. The Kaioshin of the West opened his mouth. Although he could manipulate Zirka, he could not be overly forceful, lest it incite rebellion. At times, it was necessary to yield slightly to the other party, despite a twinge of unease. The thought of Zirka's formidable combat power provided him with some comfort. Let it be. It should not pose a problem. With Zirka's power being so immense, even if Chuan improved, how could he possibly contend with Zirka? Perhaps I am overthinking this. The Kaioshin of the West reassured himself. Even with his combat power rising, Chuan did not truly believe he could defeat his opponent. However, as long as he was not instantly annihilated, there was an opportunity to consume a senzu bean, allowing his combat power to increase. The Saiyan blood coursing through him, along with the lineage of the Ice Demon race, would empower him further with each battle. As long as he was not killed instantly, he would rise anew. His provocation would only serve to infuriate his opponent, even if he were soundly beaten and gravely injured. An instant kill was unlikely. This preserved his chance for growth. He was gambling. gambling on his opponent's carelessness. Though this was a perilous endeavor, Chuan believed it was a swift method to enhance his combat power. Relying on a breakthrough to Super Saiyan 5 was evidently unrealistic. Even with the capabilities of his system, he did not believe he could easily attain Super Saiyan 5. In dire straits, he had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Boom. As expected, when he taunted, Zierka indeed focused his attention on him, and rather than ending him instantly, he opted for humiliation. His injuries worsened, making even the slightest movement feel exceptionally arduous. Aren't you tough talking? Let us see how far your bravado can take you. Pure-blooded Saiyan. Zierka flashed an evil grin, reveling in the delight of the moment. However, Chuan had anticipated such an outcome, given the vast disparity in their combat power. By his estimation, Zierka's power had reached at least 1,000 trillion, making it effortless for him to kill. Nonetheless, his opponent's personality exhibited clear flaws. Perhaps it was due to having trained from the beginning to his current strength that he was easily provoked and, in certain respects, overly stubborn. This provided Chuan an opening. Observing Zierka's momentary pause, Chuan consumed another Senzabine, restoring his injuries. His combat power surged to 300 trillion. However, he felt his body nearing its limits. Even with another recovery, the improvement would be minimal. Yet, despite this, he did not cease. This was the only strategy at his disposal. Far away in the realm of destruction, Bilusu and Wei Si exchanged glances, each reflecting a flicker of astonishment in the other's eyes. Such audacity. It was akin to wagering one's life on the character of another. This was the essence of a gambler. This individual demonstrated remarkable bravery, daring to bet his own existence. Should his provocations incite lethal anger rather than mere humiliation, his fate would be sealed. This course of action was exceedingly perilous. Bilu furrowed his brow, finding such a method utterly incongruous with his understanding. In his view, one should place all hope in oneself. Relying on others was the least prudent approach. Yet, Chuan chose precisely this path. Chapter 151, Counterattack. The Ultimate Kaioken. Perhaps this was a move born of desperation, Wei Si mused silently. The atmosphere fell into silence, for they both comprehended the vast disparity in strength. They did not entertain the possibility of victory unless a breakthrough to Super Saiyan 5 occurred. But how easily could that be achieved? Upon witnessing Chuan's recovery, Shi'er Ka paused momentarily, though his reaction was subdued, as it had been anticipated. The fact that he could still recover left him incredulous. I refuse to believe you can recover indefinitely. For every revival, I shall punish you, teaching you what it truly means to be the mightiest warrior in the cosmos. Your ignorance is appalling. Shi'er Ka's arrogance rendered him reckless, dismissing Chuan's every incremental improvement. In the distance, the West Kaishin began to sense an unsettling premonition, aware that something significant was unfolding. Although Shi'er Ka possessed formidable combat prowess, the rapid enhancement of his opponent was disconcerting, especially the alarming ability to recover instantaneously. He was well aware of the Saiyans, a true warrior race capable of immense growth when teetering on the brink of death. While there existed a threshold, it was elastic. Prolonged engagement could elevate Chuan's combat power to terrifying levels. The West Kaishin found the thought incredulous. To quell his unease, he resolved to have a serious discussion with Shi'er Ka, lest they face an opponent whose growth became insurmountable. Shi'er Ka, cease this folly. Our true objective lies within the universe, and there is no need to continue this charade. His strength is steadily ascending, albeit at a slower pace. Yet, with a few more enhancements, he could surpass us several times over. While he may not pose an immediate threat, he will undoubtedly cause us considerable trouble, obstructing our dominion over the cosmos. With the West Kaishin's words, Shi'er Ka finally calmed, observing Chuan, whose power had already multiplied significantly. Chuan, noticing Shi'er Ka's sudden cessation of hostilities, recognized that his previous tactics had completely failed. However, his combat power had now surged to 570 trillion, a result of enduring countless injuries and brushes with death. Indeed, he was nearing his limits. It seemed he had no choice but to fight with all his might. Kaioken. In an instant, Chuan was enveloped in a crimson aura, his power soaring to a staggering 140 trillion as he charged at Shi'er Ka. Caught off guard, Shi'er Ka was struck squarely, his face contorted from the impact. The tide of battle had abruptly shifted, leaving everyone stunned. Chuan had merely harnessed the innate talents of his warrior lineage to amplify his strength, pushing himself to the brink. Moreover, his usual combat power was no weakling. Few could injure him significantly. Even Bei Lu Si and Wei Si could inflict severe harm, yet they seldom struck him, limiting his potential for growth. Now, facing such an adversary, he unabashedly unleashed his full power. Furthermore, he had not previously employed the Kaioken, which, while a potent technique, placed tremendous strain on the body. Prolonged use could eventually lead to catastrophic consequences, much like Sun Wukong in the original tale, who suffered from heart disease due to overexertion. Thus, even the mighty could not escape the adverse effects of excessive enhancement. He sought to avoid such a fate, but with the limits reached and no way to achieve Super Saiyan 5, he had no choice but to utilize his current strength as the foundation for the Kaioken. What? How did his power surge so dramatically in an instant? Was he merely playing with us? The West Kaishin was flabbergasted. He had never anticipated such a terrifying display of strength at this moment, leaving Shi'er Ka utterly bewildered. Chuan did not relent. He concentrated an overwhelming force of destruction in his hands, exuding an aura reminiscent of a god of destruction. A trainee god of destruction was still a god of destruction. The sudden transformation left everyone, even Bei Lu Si and his companions, momentarily speechless. Then, Bei Lu Si chuckled. Intriguing. This fellow has been concealing his true capabilities, compelling his opponent to train relentlessly, thus enhancing his own power. Now he is truly extracting his potential. He possesses some intellect, albeit limited. However, one must be wary of being outsmarted. Should he be overwhelmed, the consequences would be dire. Despite the situation gradually tilting in their favor, Bei Lu Si remained convinced that this approach was profoundly foolish. The risks were immense, effectively placing one's life in another's hands. Wei Si, witnessing the unfolding spectacle, felt a sense of satisfaction, though it was not as he had envisioned. In his mind, Chuan should have transformed into Super Saiyan 5 in the face of despair, easily surpassing his opponent. However, he had never anticipated that Chuan would gamble his life and emerge victorious, seizing the upper hand. It was a feat only a true gambler could accomplish. The battle raged on. Shi'er Ka, momentarily stunned, attempted to retaliate upon regaining his composure. But Chuan would not grant him the opportunity. The Kamehameha wave unleashed ferocious assaults, sealing off all avenues of escape, while instant transmission flickered incessantly. Not only were Shi'er Ka's retreat paths obstructed, but Chuan struck relentlessly, seemingly intent on repaying his adversary's inflicted pain tenfold. The tumult of battle generated immense vibrations, shaking nearby planets, as shockwaves dispersed the surrounding smoke. Chapter 152, Gula's Astonishment. The West Kaishin's countenance darkened, a foreboding sense of dread washing over him. He could not have fathomed such an outcome. It had far exceeded his expectations. How insidious! From the very beginning, a strategy had been meticulously devised, deliberately provoking his opponent. Your strategy is indeed remarkably astute. However, if you believe victory is already in your grasp, you are gravely mistaken. Zierka is the most formidable warrior I have ever created. After the Supreme Kai of the West completed his statement, Zierka seemed to regain his senses, breaking free from Chuan's encirclement with a surge of speed. With a furious glare directed at Chuan, he could hardly fathom how he had fallen so low, attributing all of his misfortune to the individual standing before him. The most humiliating aspect was that he had been so easily deceived. This shame flooded his heart, pushing his rage to a boiling point. His eyes, initially a brilliant gold, began to shift to a deep crimson, and a primal aura reminiscent of a beast began to emanate from him. I will tear you apart. With that thunderous roar, Zierka vanished from sight, launching himself towards Chuan. The latter, undaunted, engaged in battle. Their confrontation was intense, each strike landing with ferocity, each collision resulting in catastrophic reverberations that even disturbed the cosmos. The distant planet resembled a candle flickering in the wind. Had there been any intent to destroy it, it would have been obliterated by now. Upon seeing the Supreme Kai of the West, Chuan had already deduced that Whis did not require him to annihilate this planet. Rather, it was likely a mere opportunity to confront the Supreme Kai and perhaps gain some insight. This understanding was paramount, which is why he chose to disregard the fate of the planet. Such a rare opportunity for a worthy adversary must not be missed. As their battle escalated, it truly reached a fever pitch. Chuan felt the blood coursing through his veins begin to boil, and he yearned for this exhilarating fight. What a thrill! Since his power had grown, Few could provide such a satisfying experience. Yet you have managed to evoke this long-lost sensation. I must admit, you possess considerable skill. Even if you are a mere hybrid. Chuan's remark was not unfounded, as Zirka was indeed a warrior forged from the amalgamation of all cells. However, to Zirka, this statement carried a different connotation. With another roar, his power surged to an even greater level. Chuan observed, perplexed, as he failed to comprehend why his opponent had suddenly succumbed to madness. Perhaps he had lost his mind. Or was it that, being an unfinished product, he could not control his emotions? Chuan was utterly bewildered. Nevertheless, he did not relent, summoning all his strength, even as the Kaioken pushed his body beyond its limits. For he sensed that victory in this battle would elevate him to unprecedented heights. During their fierce struggle, neither noticed the multitude of small drones lurking in the distant cosmos. Mere technological constructs rather than living entities. These technological insects were dispersed throughout the universe to collect accurate information and relay it back to the Galactic Emperor's organization. Knowledge of both oneself and the enemy is essential for victory. Upon learning of the myriad powerful monsters in the universe, Gula urged all scientists to exert their utmost efforts in research, resulting in some breakthroughs. However, these findings had long since changed hands, now belonging to Frieza. At this moment, all the drones transmitted everything occurring in this sector of the universe back to their base, though the overwhelming destructive power of both combatants inevitably caused some interference. Yet, even with fragmented visuals, conclusions could still be drawn. In a far-off part of the universe, a colossal spaceship drifted aimlessly, suddenly receiving a transmission on its large screen. Authorized to view it, the screen began to play footage of the battle between Chuan and Zirka. As all present witnessed the clash, silence enveloped the room. With Frieza's return, the entire Galactic Empire had once again consolidated under his control. Now, all the elite warriors of the Frieza force were gathered, their attention drawn to the battle unfolding on the screen. Is that the detestable Saiyan? Gula was the first to speak, his obsession with Chuan undeniable, and his hatred only intensified with time. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, he found it difficult to maintain composure. The disparity was staggering. When had the opponent grown so powerful? Although he had never truly held the upper hand, he had been diligently training. Where had he faltered? After all, he was a genius of the Ice Demon clan, one of the most formidable races in the universe. Yet now, he felt utterly devoid of advantage. In his astonishment, the others were equally bewildered, for they had never imagined that someone could possess such exaggerated combat prowess. In comparison, they felt that should they step onto the battlefield, they would be obliterated in an instant, unable to even participate. Bojack remained silent. The dim-witted Majin did not seem to care much about the disparity, but Bojack had truly begun to feel despondent. Time and again, one after another, they were all more powerful than him. Frieza's emergence had dealt him a significant blow. Now, their adversaries were overwhelmingly strong. Who could withstand this? It was too formidable. What could this individual possibly have consumed? It felt as though he could elevate his combat strength at a moment's notice. What was the difference? How could it be that just as he had experienced a slight enhancement, his opponent's power had surged dramatically, widening the gap? When would he ever be able to exact his revenge? Gula gritted his teeth, his hatred palpable. Yet, considering the disparity in strength, he also felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Chapter 153. The king prepares for intense training. As Gula's voices of discontent echoed, the atmosphere within the spaceship grew increasingly strange, even heavy with an inexplicable weight. Bojack and Gula felt powerless. As for the others, their strength was too feeble to comprehend the vast chasm between them. They simply gazed at the screen, transfixed by the barbaric clash unfolding. Each collision unleashed terrifying devastation. The surrounding celestial bodies had been reduced to mere dust. Such was the extent of their destructive capabilities. While everyone felt the weight of despair, Frieza remained the most composed. He had long recognized that Chuan was no longer the same. His strength was formidable, and with his training alongside Lord Beerus, such rapid advancement was not entirely unexpected. However, even Frieza had not anticipated Chuan reaching this level of power, which undoubtedly surpassed his expectations. Oh ho ho ho, this is becoming increasingly interesting. Training alongside Lord Beerus has indeed enhanced my combat prowess significantly. It appears I must take this seriously. Otherwise, being crushed along the way would be a tremendous embarrassment. Let us see. In this focused training of mine, who emerges as the stronger opponent. Frieza laughed as if there were no one present. Yet the onlookers dared not even breathe, let alone speak. Though he appeared jovial, to believe that he was in good spirits would spell disaster. Such an expression from him signified an inner turmoil brimming with wrath, carefully concealed beneath the surface. With a sharp crack, the screen shattered, and he turned to depart, exuding an oppressive aura that rendered all present utterly speechless. My dear brother, we must devote ourselves to training. Otherwise, we shall forever be overshadowed by those wretched monkeys, perpetually beneath their feet. I trust you do not wish for such a fate. Let us train diligently, not emerging until we achieve our golden form. Though the shadow of Frieza had vanished, his voice echoed throughout the spacecraft, resonating clearly with everyone. Gula clenched his teeth. He had originally intended to abstain from participation, but witnessing the formidable strength of those loathsome monkeys compelled him to reconsider. If he continued to neglect his training, he would find himself not just unable to catch up, but at risk of being swiftly eliminated. Ultimately, Gula chose to join in. The others exchanged glances, similarly dispersing, yet each harbored the same resolve: to train, to enhance their combat prowess. For as the most malevolent of legions, lacking in formidable strength rendered them no different from mere cannon fodder. Chuan could never have anticipated that his personal decisions would ignite a fervor among all the villains to bolster their own combat abilities. The imagery was almost too exquisite to contemplate. Meanwhile, the battle between Chuan and Shahar remained indecisive, both combatants sustaining varying degrees of injury. Yet, advantages existed on either side. Although Shaka possessed remarkable regenerative capabilities due to his integration of diverse cells, he had little cause for concern regarding recovery. Chuan, too, enjoyed extraordinary healing abilities, complemented by the powers of Varun Buo, rendering him akin to an immortal being. However, he was remarkably astute. Whenever he sustained significant injuries, he would consume a Shando, ensuring he maintained his Jiawangshan state while regenerating his stamina. Furthermore, his combat strength continued to rise. Consequently, the balance of battle appeared to gradually shift. Nonetheless, he was aware that his actions had drawn the attention of the Shijiawangshan Nagar. Should he display his capabilities too overtly, they might flee. To lure them into a trap, he exhibited just the right amount of strength, not too strong, yet sufficient to suppress his opponent, all the while honing his combat skills. Gradually, the fight took on an odd quality. Even Shijiawangshan Nagar sensed something was amiss, though they struggled to articulate the source of their discomfort. It simply felt wrong. Observing everything Werbuntu and Wihu, who revealed a hint of inscrutable amusement. He truly is intriguing, having reached this stage. He still seeks to use his opponent as a sharpening stone, aiming to refine his techniques to their pinnacle. Yet, given his current combat prowess, neither strong nor weak, there was truly no one suitable to challenge him. It was rare to find a touchstone for his training while simultaneously enhancing his power. Even if he could not break through to Chaoji Sayaranmu, his strength would still be formidable. Weisu offered a brief assessment. Presently, Chuan was merely wielding the combat strength of Chaoji Sayaransu. If he could transcend to the divine realm with such terrifying strength, how formidable would he become? Even Weisu dared not imagine. Beside him, Biusu licked his lips, feeling an urge to engage, as he yearned to exchange blows with a strong adversary. However, he ultimately restrained himself. Without the opportunity to exert his full strength, the match would lack fulfillment, unless Chuan were to achieve another breakthrough, perhaps prompting him to pay more heed. Unbeknownst to Chuan, his intentions had already been discerned by Yu and Wihu. At that moment, he continued to adhere to his internal strategy, refining his combat skills while steadily elevating his strength. Nevertheless, the strain of the Jiawangshan weighed heavily upon him. Even with Shandok, some burdens were irreversible. This realization made clear to him that only his own strength was truly reliable. He could not excessively rely on such enhancements, lest he face dire consequences in the future. It seemed time was ripe. Upon sensing minimal progress, Chuan suddenly declared, prompting a moment of bewilderment from Shioka and Shi Jiawangshan. In an instant, he concentrated a tremendous force of destruction in his hands, and before his opponents could fully react, it enveloped Shirka. In that moment, Shi Jiawangshan was rendered speechless. He witnessed the obliteration of Shikar firsthand, a stark contrast to the formidable power he had displayed earlier. Suddenly vanquished in an instant. What trickery is this? Surely, this cannot be reality. He was utterly astonished. Chapter 154. The Despair from Shi Jiawangshan. Shirokar's demise was swift, starkly contrasting the immense power he had initially exhibited. Anyone present found it hard to believe. Shijie Wangsun was utterly stunned, frozen in disbelief. In the realm of destruction, Bu Suo and the others were equally incredulous. This boy had hidden his strength too well. The power he had just revealed was astonishingly formidable. This mighty Jiangyu, a fusion warrior, had been dispatched with such ease. How much had he truly enhanced? No one knew, but it was clear that Chuan was indeed a hidden gem. After dispatching Saha, Chuan gazed calmly at Shijie Wangsun, his expression devoid of emotion. This unnerved Shijie Wangsun. What do you intend to do? I must remind you, I am the Jiwangsun. If I perish, this universe will stagnate, unable to function properly. He urged, do not act recklessly. Even with your destructive power, you are not a destroyer. And even destroyers must consider the ramifications of my death. At that moment, Shijie Wangsun was truly flustered. If even the powerful Shikar could be so swiftly eliminated, how long could he endure? For someone as ambitious as he, death was the ultimate horror, especially witnessing his finest creation perish before his eyes, driving him to utter despair. Before Chuan could utter a word, far away in the realm of destruction, exclaimed Chuan, make sure to give this insufferable wretch a thorough beating for daring to link his life with mine. What absurdity! A being who merely clung to existence is unworthy of being a Jensen. If he dies, so be it. There's still another Jiwangsun, one who is at least more palatable. Biusu spoke with reckless abandon, disregarding the identity of Shijie Wangsun entirely. In his perspective, if the Kaishin were not on par with his own level of existence, he might have entertained the idea of eliminating a few Kaishin for amusement. Unfortunately, he found himself incapable of such actions, as he was significantly constrained by external forces. To be precise, he was bound by the Kaishin. Should any of them perish, he too would vanish from this universe. This could be considered his Achilles heel. However, this only applied under the circumstance that all Kaishin across the cosmos were to be eradicated. As long as even one remained, he would face no issues. Extracting the most critical information from Beerus's words, Chuan slowly began to smile. If eliminating the individual before him would lead to Beerus's demise, he would certainly refrain from acting hastily. Despite Beerus's capricious nature, there were times when he proved to be quite amicable, even serving as a formidable ally. The thought of Beerus's disappearance filled him with dread, leading him to ponder the chaos that would ensue in the seventh universe. Such thoughts were enough to induce a headache. At that moment, the West Kaishin attempted to speak, but Chuan abruptly interrupted. Cease your incessant chatter. It serves no purpose. I understand this matter better than you do, and do not attempt to deceive me with such information. If all the Kaishin were truly dead, then yes, the god of destruction might also vanish. But are you forgetting that the seventh universe has more than just you as a Kaishin? The West Kaishin was taken aback. Yet Chuan had no desire to elaborate further, especially since his actions were endorsed by Beerus. Thus, he felt no need for concern. After all, as an apprentice god of destruction, the act of eliminating a Kaishin posed little burden to him. Sensing an imminent crisis, the West Kaishin's expression changed dramatically, and he dashed towards a distant planet. However, such naivety was misplaced. With a single instant transmission, Chuan thwarted his escape, swiftly gathering a ki blast and denying the West Kaishin any opportunity to speak, launching the blast without hesitation. The West Kaishin raised his hands to block, an energy barrier forming before him. Gritting his teeth, he resisted. No, I cannot die. I have yet to reach the pinnacle, nor possess the most formidable power. I am a Kaishin. How could a Kaishin possibly perish? How could the highest deities in the universe meet their end? This is absurd. This is preposterous. With each word, his desperation grew. Long ago, he had harbored discontent over not possessing the most powerful abilities as a deity of the cosmos, and the mere notion of mortality was beyond his comprehension. Now, all of that frustration had culminated in an explosive outburst, in stark contrast to the West Kaishin's frenzied outcry. Chuan remained remarkably calm, advancing slowly as the power of the ki blast intensified. Why should the Kaishin be immune to death? Let alone the Kaishin. Even a god of destruction could perish. The Kaishin and the god of destruction were fundamentally deities of the same tier, albeit the latter was more elusive to obliteration due to their strength. Yet, before the Omni King, weren't they easily erased like mere insects? What justified the notion that Kaishin could not die? Observing the West Kaishin's grotesque visage, Chuan felt a profound disdain. as he amplified his effort. The ki blast enveloped the West Kaioshin entirely. In silence, the Kaioshin, who stood at the apex of the universe, vanished without a trace. Once the energy fluctuations subsided, the universe returned to a serene state, as if the preceding battle had never occurred. However, the distant planet, affected by the chaos, served as evidence that the earlier events were not mere illusions, but had indeed transpired. Chuan took a moment to compose himself, retracting the Kaioshin's state, and his combat power gradually diminished, ultimately settling at a staggering 717 trillion. This was an astonishing figure, yet he felt a sense of dissatisfaction. Had it not been for the various means employed to elevate his strength and vanquish his foe, he would have felt considerably more vulnerable. Having witnessed Super Saiyan 5, Chuan felt an insatiable desire to reach that level himself, yet he sensed that a breakthrough was not easily attainable. Perhaps he had yet to reach his limits. Nonetheless, this experience imparted a profound lesson. Progress is an unending journey. At any moment, stagnation could lead to his own obliteration. Since his encounter with Beerus, his mindset had seemingly shifted. He had grown complacent, believing time was on his side. This was a grave mistake. Chuan reflected on his state, realizing that significant events were imminent, as the main storyline was about to commence. He understood that he needed to grow stronger, lest those with advantages surpass him. Particularly concerning was Frieza, who had undergone substantial transformation. He remained unprepared to intervene, even if other Saiyans attempted to meddle. He was well aware that a fierce battle loomed on the horizon, and he required greater combat prowess. A power level exceeding 700 trillion was insufficient. He needed to be stronger still. Even to contend with the likes of Zirka, he had to rely on the Kaioshin's state. If he could dominate his foes with his base power, it would at least signify his entry into a higher echelon of strength within the universe. Chuan's thoughts wandered extensively. Eventually, he returned to the present, gazing at the planet that had now revealed its entirety. He refused to dwell too long on it. Gathering a ki blast in his hand, he hurled the ki blast towards the planet, and in an instant, it erupted in a luminous display. The entire planet transformed into a colossal firework, blooming with magnificent brilliance against the backdrop of the dark universe. This breathtaking scene was nothing more than the price that the weak must pay. After witnessing the spectacle of the fireworks, Chuan had no intention of returning to the realm of destruction. Instead, he appeared on Namek. With a clear objective, he materialized beside the Grand Elder, sharing a knowing glance with him. "Grand Elder, it's been a while. How have you been?" Chuan greeted first. The Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter, for he remembered this extraterrestrial with a tail quite vividly. However, he was perplexed. Though he had previously acknowledged Chuan's strength, it had not reached such terrifying heights in such a brief span. Just how formidable had he become? Indeed, it had been a long time, but your power has grown immensely. Even without consciously emanating energy, I can feel my spirit quaking. This isn't merely a matter of strength. It reflects a disparity in our life levels. What experiences have you undergone? As the Grand Elder regained his composure, he began to sense the overwhelming power Chuan exhibited, which was potent enough to induce trepidation within his very soul. Such strength was not merely a result of raw power, but stemmed from a profound difference in their existential tiers. It is worth noting that the Grand Elder held a status akin to that of a deity on Earth. Thus, it was evident that his own life level was not low, especially considering his unique abilities. The scene was indeed shocking, and one could only imagine the extent to which Chuan had elevated himself in such a short span of time. Chuan waved his hand and explained that since their separation, he had been tirelessly honing his skills. Moreover, he had fortuitously encountered the god of destruction. The Grand Elder was taken aback. Encountering such a formidable entity implied that Chuan's strength was equally terrifying. The Grand Elder, initially harboring suspicions, now found his convictions solidified, realizing how astute his past decisions had been. At the very least, he had secured a favor from Chuan, which could be invaluable in times of peril. This was a gamble with guaranteed returns. Of course, the Grand Elder was also aware that Chuan had grown immensely powerful, and his reappearance at this juncture could only signify one thing. "Are you here to seek the assistance of the Dragon Balls?" Chuan, momentarily surprised, noted that the Grand Elder had discerned his intentions even before he spoke. Indeed, nothing escaped the Grand Elder's keen perception. Receiving an affirmative response, the Grand Elder wasted no time and promptly instructed the other Namekians to gather the Dragon Balls. setting aside the goodwill already established. Chuan's ascension had further bolstered his leverage. Shortly thereafter, several older Namekians appeared, transporting the colossal Dragon Balls. Once assembled, the Grand Elder, without hesitation, began to chant and summon the Eternal Dragon. In the next moment, the sky darkened as if shrouded in ominous clouds. Following this, an immense figure emerged, far larger than the dragon summoned from Earth, with capabilities that were even more formidable. "Speak, what wish do you seek to fulfill?" Chuan nodded, stating, "Eternal Dragon, I wish for you to utilize your utmost power to help me unlock my potential, achieving my most perfect state. This is my singular desire." As he spoke, the Grand Elder translated in tandem, ensuring that the Eternal Dragon understood clearly. The dragon responded, "This wish is somewhat challenging, but since you have relinquished your other two wishes, I shall use them as energy." The dragon did not allow for hesitation, harnessing all available energy. In an instant, Chuan felt his combat prowess surge dramatically. For this was the mightiest force of the dragon being employed to unlock his potential. The sheer magnitude of the energy coalescing around him was unfathomable, causing the ground beneath him to fracture and a deep chasm to form. Witnessing this spectacle, the surrounding Namekians gasped in astonishment, as though confronted with something profoundly terrifying. They could hardly fathom how one individual could attain such immense power. What race was he from? Were extraterrestrials truly this formidable? Although the enhancement Chuan experienced was remarkable, it was still utterly inconceivable to reach this level. They were unaware of the true extent of Chuan's strength. Yet the overwhelming presence he exuded was palpably terrifying and overwhelmingly dominant. As for how powerful he truly was, that remained an enigma without personal experience. Chapter 156. The arrival of the mightiest Saiyan warrior. The Namekians were categorized into two types: the intellectual Namekians, who possessed exceptional wisdom and the inherited ability to create Dragon Balls, and the warrior-type Namekians, who were naturally gifted in combat prowess and aptitude. Beyond these existing types, there existed a rare breed known as the Super Namekians, ancient and powerful beings. However, only two remained alive, originally three, but one had met an untimely demise due to his own recklessness. At that moment, all the warrior-type Namekians displayed expressions of astonishment. This power is overwhelming. It feels as though it could obliterate the entire planet. Who is this person? How can anyone be this strong? Even a Super Namekian would likely pale in comparison. This was not their first encounter with such a display of power, yet Chuan's strength continued to grow more fearsome and inscrutable. It was no wonder they reacted with such awe. Chuan's might was indeed extraordinary. Even the usually stoic Grand Elder could not mask the subtle shift in his expression. Chuckling, "What an immense aura." Even in the absence of calamity on Namek, no one could rival him, could they? This potential is truly terrifying. With the Grand Elder's contemplations, Chuan's energy surged once more, causing the ground to cave in severely, forming a vast pit into which the surrounding green waters flowed, creating a massive lake. Chuan was submerged within, yet none of the onlookers expressed concern or attempted to rescue him. They felt unworthy. After all, the sheer force of his combat power sent tremors through them, making it inconceivable that such a formidable individual could drown. The very notion was laughable. If he were to succumb to such an end, it would undoubtedly be the universe's greatest jest. With a thunderous roar, Chuan erupted from the water, suspended in midair, droplets cascading from him as his energy reached a critical threshold. His appearance began to transform, evolving into the fourth tier of Super Saiyan, with his pupils gradually shifting to a striking shade of purple, a manifestation of the bloodline of the Ice Demon clan. He regarded this as a symbol of strength, unperturbed by the change. The Namekians gazed in astonishment, questioning how he had suddenly morphed into an entirely different being. Was this a transformation? Although his aura felt slightly different, it was undoubtedly him, and his power had intensified even further. They found this peculiar, for the Namekians understood that combat power was static and could not typically be augmented through transformation, barring assimilation, which was an entirely different ability. After a prolonged silence, Woluan Jia declared, "Your wish has been granted, farewell." As Chuan raised his hand in gratitude, he watched as the Dragon Balls transformed into light and departed. He wished to express his thanks verbally, but a powerful energy within him restrained him, fearing that speaking might dissipate it. As the sky cleared, Chuan's gaze sharpened, exuding an intense, primal battle spirit. His aura expanded, enveloped in a radiant red glow and surrounded by flickering purple lightning. As his energy grew increasingly volatile, the Namekians instinctively retreated, sensing an impending event of great significance. In that fleeting moment, an air of anticipation hung heavily around them. The crimson radiance encircling Chuan began to undergo a gradual transformation, subtly interspersed with wisps of white light. Simultaneously, his red hair began to exhibit flecks of silver. This phenomenon led many to suspect an illusion, yet the majority of the Namekians bore witness to it. Could this truly be an illusion? Meanwhile, the two figures in the realm of the destroyer were consumed with excitement. It has begun. It has begun. I told you he could undoubtedly master Super Saiyan 5. It is merely a matter of time. Indeed, he was formidable, capable of easily overpowering that one individual, but when he truly transforms, he is likely to become even more terrifying. There exists a distinction between Super Saiyan 5 and Super Saiyan 4. Beerus couldn't help but reflect on this, feeling a surge of anticipation. With such an elevation in power, did this not imply he could recklessly unleash his strength? Undoubtedly, he could extract a considerable amount of power from him. He was filled with eager expectation. In stark contrast to their enthusiasm, the North Kai was utterly astounded, his jaw dropping in disbelief. This Super Saiyan was simply too fearsome. Was there no such thing as a limit? In the brief time they had spent observing, they discovered that the potential of a Super Saiyan was indeed daunting. It was ever increasing, and the rate of enhancement was astonishing. Yet, why was such a powerful race subdued by Frieza? He could not comprehend it. However, the North Kai remained unaware that the Saiyans of that era had no understanding of how to harness their power, completely oblivious to the precious warrior blood flowing within them. This ignorance rendered them seemingly weak. In contrast, under Chuan's guidance, all Saiyans had come to realize the true value of the blood coursing through their veins. Combat was indeed the shortcut. Naturally, the same applied to unlocking their potential. Chuan's aura was escalating every second, with the transformation of his hair progressing rapidly. Half of it already turned silver white. I knew I wasn't mistaken. His hair was indeed changing, shifting from red to white. Did this transformation carry a deeper significance? The crowd was puzzled. After all, they had initially seen Chuan with black hair, which had inexplicably turned red, and his piercing gaze was overwhelmingly intimidating. Now, with his hair transformed to silver white, what could this possibly signify? Even the elder was intrigued, though he understood that once Chuan's hair fully turned silver, the entire universe would tremble at his presence. This was no mere jest. Chapter 157, Super Saiyan 5. Chuan let out a fierce roar. And in an instant, his hair, which had been slowly changing color, transformed entirely to white, elongating slightly. He stood poised between Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan 3. His body hair also turned white, exuding an aura of nobility. He was undeniably a captivating sight. His unique presence, coupled with those violet eyes, rendered it impossible to meet his gaze. The violet lightning intensified around him. This was the mightiest warrior, Super Saiyan 5. Moreover, it was a transformation level achieved by Zirka. But Chuan's combat prowess surpassed his immensely, a true display of overwhelming power. After defeating Zirka, his combat strength soared to 717 trillion, which was already formidable. With the wish granted by the dragon Shinran of Namek, after unlocking his potential, his combat strength had long since surpassed 1,000 trillion, reaching a staggering 1,300 trillion. He then ascended to Super Saiyan 5, and his power surged to an astounding 13,000 trillion. Super Saiyan 5 boasts a 10,000-fold increase in combat strength in its normal state. Now, should he fight at full capacity, he might further augment this foundational strength. Yet, he already sensed an unparalleled strength. It was 10 times greater than that of the former Zirka. What kind of concept was this? With such overwhelming power, he felt a slight sense of reassurance, yet his heart remained far from truly relaxed. Only through continuous enhancement could he grasp his own destiny. This immense power was indeed unrivaled, but he needed to contemplate how to maintain such formidable strength as his norm. This would be an exceptionally arduous task. After all, the more powerful the strength, the more challenging it is to compress it into a stable form, akin to transforming a massive missile into the size of a fingernail. It was a daunting endeavor. If he could succeed, he would wield his power with ease and truly unleash its full potential. Perhaps he would master the full power of Super Saiyan 5. Now that he had attained Super Saiyan 5, It was time to return to the Destroyer realm for further training, not only to ensure his most potent power could be stabilized, but also to cultivate the divine realm. This could not be neglected. How wonderful it would be if one day they could be merged. Chuan could not help but express his thoughts. Ironically, his declaration left the two in the Destroyer realm in a state of shock. How audacious and insane a notion was this? Even they dared not entertain such thoughts. It was truly outrageous. Of course, only a Saiyan could conceive such an idea, for not every transformation could yield such terrifying enhancements. Others may experience some elevation in their transformations, but such increases are limited, and they could not even begin to compare with the divine realm. Yet, the so-called Super Saiyan transformations of the Saiyans could indeed rival the divine realm. It was utterly exaggerated. Whis stroked his chin, contemplating. It seemed this was not entirely unthinkable. Although it was exceedingly difficult, it could be regarded as an experimental endeavor. Whis, are you mad? How could such a thing be accomplished? Even if it could be done, it would undoubtedly attract objections from others. The divine cannot be studied, Beerus stated solemnly, his expression unusually grave, for it pertained to the divine. This was not just any ordinary deity. Should other angels and destroyers become aware, they would surely oppose it, and it could even draw the attention of higher powers. It would be the end of it. Whis, however, remained unfazed and replied calmly, Lord Beerus, please rest assured, I will not act recklessly. Yet, this is indeed a subject worthy of thorough investigation. Allow me to ponder it further. You are truly insane. Beerus harshly critiqued, but he ceased to address Whis further, as he could not prevent Whis from pursuing his desires. While angels are meant to assist destroyers, each angel is, in essence, a master to the destroyer. The destroyer might create a ruckus occasionally, but they genuinely possess little authority and cannot influence the angel's thoughts. Unbeknownst to Chuan, his words had sparked deep contemplation within Whis. At present, he felt his combat strength was incredibly formidable, but with no one to challenge him, he could only relent. Returning to his normal state, his combat strength remained at 1/300 trillion. This was already astonishing. He approached the elder with gratitude. I sincerely thank you, elder. Without your support, I would not have been able to break through to that crucial step. If there are any matters, feel free to contact me promptly. Simply reach out to Beiji Wang, and he will relay the message to me, Chuan stated directly. The Beiji Wang, who had been previously observing the situation, was left speechless, feeling as though his domain had unexpectedly transformed into a relay station where anyone wishing to contact Chuan had to go through him. It would not be incorrect to describe it as a relay station. Even more absurdly, he seemed to have unwittingly taken on the role of an assistant, a position he could not refuse. After all, maintaining stability in the North Galaxy required the presence of these Saiyans, whose formidable combat prowess could easily overpower any nefarious beings lurking in the universe. Thus, he found himself compelled to yield. Hastily, he contacted the Grand Elder through his thoughts. The Grand Elder, upon hearing the voice of the so-called Beiji Wang, recognized the significance of their connection. As Chuan smiled upon witnessing their successful communication, he was well aware that Beiji Wang would not act rashly, and he could assist Beiji Wang in resolving various troublesome matters. Moreover, he was now an apprentice god of destruction. Judging by hierarchy, he appeared to be even superior to Beiji Wang. However, he did not exploit his status to dominate others. Their interactions remained unchanged. Seeing that the Grand Elder and Beiji Wang had established contact, he offered a brief greeting before departing from Namek. With a swift, instant transmission, he moved from Namek to the realm of destruction. Upon his arrival, he was greeted first by the serious visage of Beerus, whose feline features bore a stern expression. Come, Chuan, let us engage in combat. Show me your full strength. Chapter 158, The Battle Against Beerus. The Realm of Destruction. Beerus' words plunged the atmosphere into a state of intense anticipation. Chuan sensed an unprecedented gravity in the air and turned to glance at Whis, whose expression conveyed a sense of helplessness. After all, Beerus had been genuinely stirred by the desire to battle. Previously, Chuan had merely been a somewhat acceptable opponent in Beerus's eyes, but now he was viewed as a worthy challenger. How could Beerus possibly ignore such an opportunity? In response to Beerus's challenge, Chuan took a deep breath, readjusted his stance, and nodded affirmatively, saying, Very well, let us fight once more. I wish to witness the true might of Lord Beerus, so do not underestimate me. To see my strength, you must first prove your own. Beerus's proclamation was not born of arrogance. Rather, It stemmed from his ability to grow stronger in the face of formidable opponents. Such was the nature of Beerus, the god of destruction of the seventh universe. Chuan remained silent, determined to display his newfound prowess without hesitation. Clenching his fists, he exerted his entire being. Veins bulging on his forehead as his aura began to surge dramatically. A radiant white light enveloped him, while purple lightning crackled intensely around him. His hair elongated gradually, and his eyes transformed from their natural hue to a striking purple, rendering him exceedingly otherworldly, as his combat power soared to an astonishing 13,000 trillion. The sheer magnitude of his strength was unmistakable. Whis observed him closely, marveling at the display. Indeed, you are a Super Saiyan 5, remarkably. You have managed to elevate your power to a staggering 100,000-fold. While undeniably powerful, this strength also possessed a certain volatility. If such raw power were not harnessed properly, its effectiveness could diminish significantly, was commented thoughtfully. Beerus, too, was taken aback. He had only glimpsed Super Saiyan transformations through a screen before. Now, witnessing Super Saiyan 5 in person, he genuinely felt the magnitude of its power, which only heightened his excitement. Licking his lips, Beerus bounced lightly on his feet, eager to engage. Come, attack me as you wish. With a swift motion, Chuan executed an instant transmission and dove downward, launching an attack from above. He eschewed traditional tactics, believing his strength had indeed increased significantly. Nevertheless, he remained cautious in the face of Beerus. Beerus was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Retreating deftly to evade Chuan's strike, countering with a sweeping kick. Chuan performed several backflips, landing gracefully before charging back at Beerus. Just as Beerus prepared to meet him with a punch, Chuan's figure suddenly vanished, leaving Beerus to strike only at an illusion. In that instant, Chuan reappeared behind Beerus, seizing his tail and hoisting him high into the sky. Gathering energy into a powerful ki blast, he unleashed a barrage of energy waves upon Beerus. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Against a formidable god of destruction, such energy waves were unlikely to inflict any real damage. Utilizing instant transmission once more, Chuan ascended to the sky, observing Beerus being bombarded below. Without hesitation, he conjured a colossal circle of destructive energy, flinging it forward to ensnare Beerus, rendering him completely immobile. Following this, he unleashed a flurry of punches upon Beerus, who was rendered defenseless and appeared to be losing ground in the battle. At that moment, the tide of combat shifted. Whis nodded in approval, recognizing Chuan's adept use of his talents and advantages, as well as his growing understanding of Beerus's combat habits. However, if he merely believed that Beerus's abilities were limited to this, he would soon find himself at a disadvantage. Beerus was simply indulging in the thrill of combat. One should never underestimate him. Almost as if to validate Whis's words, Beerus broke free from the energy circle, his hands gathering an immense amount of destructive power. His grin becoming increasingly wicked. Ha! This is exhilarating. Such a delightful battle. The destructive power he wielded was not to be trifled with. As he spoke, he formed a colossal sphere of destruction in his hands, the force within it terrifying enough to threaten the stability of the entire realm of destruction. Chuan's expression shifted as he sensed the unparalleled power emanating from Beerus. How could he withstand such might? In the next moment, his expression changed dramatically. Behind him, Beerus pointed a single finger, condensing a terrifying amount of destructive energy, seemingly intent on piercing through him. Destruction was not merely about chaos. It required the ability to compress destructive energy to its utmost potential, applying one's power with precision. Reckless destruction was the act of a fool. You must learn well. Apprentice God of Destruction. The beam of destruction shot forth, passing harmlessly through Chuan's body without inflicting any injury. Meanwhile, Chuan had already positioned himself above Beerus, extending a finger toward him. Likewise, I thank you for your guidance, Lord Beerus. This apprentice god of destruction is grateful for your teachings. Another beam of destruction was unleashed, but this time Beerus was caught off guard and could only raise his hands in defense, attempting to block the destructive force. Smoke billowed from his arms, accompanied by an enticing aroma of roasted meat. The scene fell into a stunned silence. Beerus stared expressionlessly at his hands, his demeanor inscrutable, oscillating between anger and contemplation, leaving those present uncertain of his true feelings. Chuan refrained from further engagement, as his sparring with Bai Lu Si was merely a light exchange rather than a life-and-death struggle. There was no need for a relentless battle. A gentle touch was sufficient. At that moment, Wei Si approached, applauding. Bravo, bravo. Your progress is remarkable, not only in terms of combat power, but also in your ability to wield it effectively, allowing you to control the dynamics of the battle. Your fighting techniques have improved significantly, making you increasingly unpredictable. Even Lord Bai Lu Si has been caught off guard. You are truly impressive. In response to Wei Si's commendation, Chuan humbly acknowledged, knowing full well that he was not superior to Bai Lu Si. The latter was merely toying with him, and if a genuine life-or-death fight were to occur, he would undoubtedly be the one to lose. This was an undeniable truth. Despite his formidable combat prowess, the gap between him and Bai Lu Si remained substantial. Do not underestimate yourself, Wei Si continued. While you may believe that Lord Bai Lu Si was merely indulging you, a victory is still a victory, with no room for denial. Even if Lord Bai Lu Si was careless, you emerged triumphant. Wei Si did not hesitate to admonish Bai Lu Si, recognizing that while his combat strength was indeed formidable, his penchant for playfulness often led him to underestimate his opponents, treating them as though they were beneath him. As the saying goes, even a lion must exert its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Yet Bai Lu Si, he resembled a cat toying with a mouse. This was a truth that Wei Si had long noted but had been unable to articulate until now, seizing this opportunity to deliver a gentle reprimand to Bai Lu Si. The latter merely scoffed, offering no retort, and vanished from sight. Moments later, he reappeared in his pajamas, nestled comfortably in his cat bed, preparing for a peaceful slumber. After all, the hassle of fighting was tedious. A good sleep was far more enjoyable. Should any issues arise, Chuan could be consulted, as he was now an apprentice destroyer god and possessed sufficient strength to handle ordinary matters. With that, Bai Lu Si disregarded the incredulous looks from the others and promptly began to snore. Chuan was left speechless. It was he who expressed a desire to fight, yet now lamented the troubles of battling. Quite the paradox. Wei Si merely rolled his eyes before breaking into a chuckle. Having spent ample time with Bai Lu Si and understanding his nature well, he was very much like a domestic cat, occasionally mischievous and even a bit capricious. But as long as one indulged him, he would not become irritable. Lord Bai Lu Si can be like this at times. Do not take it too seriously. However, your combat prowess has indeed reached impressive heights, yet it is essential to allow for some consolidation. Your rapid ascent requires a period of reflection, but during this time, you must also continue your previous training. I understand. Chuan nodded. His combat abilities had indeed surged at an astonishing rate, often outpacing his mastery of fighting techniques, which struggled to keep up with his explosive growth. It is worth noting that the Saiyans on Earth had only recently achieved Super Saiyan level 2, and with a bit of effort and luck, some might barely reach full power. Whether they could transform into Super Saiyan level 3 remained uncertain. Yet, he had not only attained the divine realm, but had also advanced to Super Saiyan level 5, building upon the foundations of Super Saiyan level 4. This was a truly formidable accomplishment. Naturally, aside from consolidation, he needed to diligently train within the divine realm, as he was to maintain that state while in the destroyer god realm. Wei Si's words left Chuan momentarily bewildered, questioning the sudden demand. Was it related to training within the divine realm? Though he found it perplexing, he was willing to trust Wei Si, who was, after all, Bai Lu Si's mentor. Having guidance was far preferable to navigating the path alone. At least he had a clear plan. Unbeknownst to him, however, was the terrifying depth of Wei Si's intentions. Yet, even if he were aware, he would not be deterred. One's audacity determines the extent of one's achievements. As long as one dares to dream, nothing is unattainable. In the time that followed, Chuan adhered to Wei Si's instructions, maintaining the divine state both in the destroyer god realm and elsewhere. This experience felt profoundly unique, as if he were already a deity. Although he was merely an apprentice destroyer god, the title was little more than a label, offering minimal enhancement. Perhaps, on certain levels, it was akin to mere status. However, consistently residing within the divine realm bestowed upon him an indescribable sense of self. He remained silent, methodically commencing his training while gradually absorbing the power he had mastered. Chuan immersed himself in his practice, while the chaos on Earth began to subside once more. Due to a deliberate deceleration, all the hellish warriors and androids were slowly eradicated, leading to significant advancements among the Saiyans. Their combat power had grown tremendously. Among them, a Saiyan surpassed all, being the first to break through to Super Saiyan level 3, an achievement that was nothing short of astounding. while others remained at Super Saiyan level 2. She had already attained a new height. However, the Saiyans did not perceive this as a fortuitous event, for they had witnessed a Saiyan Na's fury firsthand. Her breakthrough occurred during a battle against Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew, where the circumstances were exceedingly perilous. All hellish warriors had been vanquished, yet the androids remained intact. The two mad scientists combined all the androids to create an immensely powerful android warrior. Unfortunately, due to the absence of a core, Dr. Gero resorted to using himself as the core. The core had been destroyed in the battle, leading to this desperate measure. A Saiyan Na, filled with rage towards Dr. Gero, inflicted severe injuries upon the Saiyans during the fight, and in her fury, the second Super Saiyan 3 emerged. Consequently, all crises on Earth were resolved, and the combat power of the Saiyans escalated to a new tier. Not only the Saiyans, but even the Earthlings experienced a transformation. Since the arrival of the Saiyans, the humans had undergone a profound metamorphosis, frequently receiving blessings, while the deity and Mr. Popo continued to enhance human martial arts. The pace of advancement was significantly swifter than in the original tale, with countless individuals boasting formidable combat power. Even combat power in the thousands was not uncommon, marking a significant surge. However, this also led to varying degrees of chaos across Earth, although the vigilant oversight of the deity and Mr. Popo temporarily quelled the turmoil. Yet, this was not a sustainable solution. In the midst of this, Carl proposed an unexpected suggestion. "Are you certain this will work?" Greta questioned, not out of reluctance to follow Carl's advice, but rather due to concerns over the ethical implications of manipulating others' lives. Might Carl have a penchant for such control? Except for his inquiry, the others fell into silence, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of the proposal. Even the deity and Mr. Popo appeared to find merit in the suggestion. What, then, was Carl's proposal? Naturally, this ensures that all martial artists have tasks to engage in. Otherwise, possessing immense combat strength while recklessly wreaking havoc in the lower realms would disrupt the fundamental order. Moreover, there are now numerous controllable androids produced by Dr. Bilabi, each boasting formidable combat capabilities. Dealing with mere Earthlings would be a trivial endeavor. Carl's proposal, in essence, resembles an obstacle course, placing 7 Dragon Balls across various locations worldwide. Each Dragon Ball will be surrounded by distinct challenges, and only after overcoming all these trials can one obtain a Dragon Ball. Collecting all 7 not only grants the ability to make a wish, but also provides an opportunity to ascend to the heavenly sanctuary for guidance and training. As for convincing the Earthlings, a demonstration of the disparity in strength would suffice. Isn't that a straightforward solution? In response to Greta's skepticism, Carl nonchalantly shrugged and remarked, "What else do you propose? If we don't give them something to occupy themselves with, who knows what chaos they might unleash? Once the Earth is turned upside down, our leader will surely have our skins for it. Not only can we keep them busy, but we can also enhance their combat prowess. We cannot be their caretakers. We have our own cultivation to attend to. Without diligent training, how can we ever catch up to our leader?" Carl's words quickly garnered silent agreement from everyone present. All the Saiyans simultaneously turned their gazes toward the Kai and Mr. Popo. Their focus was not merely on the proposal, but rather on the Kai and Mr. Popo themselves. The two exchanged a glance and nodded in silent accord. "I find it feasible. This will also enlighten them that there are greater forces beyond their comprehension. They must not become complacent due to their modest combat strength. Should they become overly arrogant, it could lead to dire consequences. Gradually revealing the truths of the universe to them is not out of the question." The two ultimately reached a consensus. Thus, Carl and the other Saiyans began to strategize, scattering the Dragon Balls across various locations, each accompanied by formidable androids, the weakest of which possessed combat powers in the thousands, while the strongest exceeded 10,000. Such power is indeed terrifying for the current Earthlings, yet without some challenge, how could they possibly be motivated? After considerable preparation, time passed. The Kai, utilizing his unique abilities, manifested everything for the Earthlings. "Martial artists of Earth, you should now hear my voice. I am the Kai, the deity of Earth. Upon hearing my voice, do not be surprised or bewildered, for I have prepared a grand gift for you, scattered across the land. This is the legendary Dragon Ball. If you can gather all 7, you may make a wish and ascend to the heavenly sanctuary for training. This is your opportunity. Whether you seize it is up to you." The Kai's proclamation stirred waves of excitement, prompting all martial artists to gaze skyward, seemingly attempting to glimpse the figure above. Is this truly real? In West City, Within a martial arts dojo, many powerful martial artists gathered, their highest combat strength albeit only 200 to 300. Yet, that was still considerable. Across various cities, such dojos existed, and their martial artists exhibited impressive combat capabilities akin to a surging tide. Upon hearing the Kai's words, disbelief washed over everyone, some questioning if they were experiencing a mirage. Soon, they began to share their thoughts with one another, ultimately concluding, it was not an illusion. It was not false. This was indeed the truth. The ability to make a wish. My heavens, does that mean if I find the Dragon Balls, I can wish to become the strongest martial artist in the world? Additionally, receiving guidance from the Kai is a dream come true. A massive man, adorned with numerous scars and a fierce expression, revealed a glimmer of joy. He hurriedly packed his belongings, without a moment's hesitation, and dashed off in search of the Dragon Balls. Though unsure of how to find them, he believed everything would unfold along the way. Countless martial artists followed suit, leaving their homes with the same intent. However, this endeavor resembled searching for a needle in a haystack. Nevertheless, they remained resolute. Remembering the Kai's words, various challenges would surround the Dragon Balls, and if they could locate them, they would swiftly uncover the Dragon Balls. This became their method, and they pursued it earnestly. After wrapping up their plans, the Saiyans shifted their focus away from the Earthlings, for their combat strength was too feeble to impose any pressure upon them. Instead, their own training was of utmost urgency. No matter how strong they became, complacency was not an option, for a guiding beacon lay ahead, and that was who they needed to pursue. Carl observed the distant figure of Saiyan Na, tirelessly training, and silently shook his head. Even at such strength, second only to the leader, she still exerts herself so vigorously. The weights she bears must weigh several tons by now. To maintain such rigorous training is indeed formidable. But then again, if one were to suddenly transform into a Super Saiyan, what significance would such training hold? It would be utterly devoid of purpose. Carl, once the second strongest after Chuan, found himself gradually surpassed by others, yet he paid little mind. After all, they had known each other long enough to discern each other's talents. He was acutely aware of who possessed greater aptitude. Although he had previously maintained a lead, it was merely a matter of accumulated effort. His inherent talent paled in comparison to others. In relation to them, his gifts were woefully lacking. Thus, being overtaken was a natural outcome. Chapter 161. A New Transformation, Ultra Purple. The Saiyans immersed themselves in their training. In the blink of an eye, several years passed. In the year 749 of the age of the universe, within a half-moon-shaped house in West City, a vibrant young woman suddenly burst forth from her laboratory. I did it. I succeeded. I have finally developed the Dragon Ball radar, and it should work perfectly. This was Bulma. Upon activating the Dragon Ball radar, 7 flickering lights appeared on the display, one of which was nestled in her pocket. This particular Dragon Ball had been painstakingly acquired from others, especially since the Kai's announcement had set the entire Earth ablaze with excitement. Although every martial artist was on the hunt, the formidable strength of the androids rendered retrieval nearly impossible, deterring most martial artists. Thus, despite the passage of time, no one had been able to gather all the Dragon Balls, not once. However, the martial artists on Earth had indeed grown stronger and had acquired a few Dragon Balls. Yet they were unable to collect all 7. The Dragon Ball in Bulma's possession was obtained through financial means, all in pursuit of the Dragon Ball radar. If she could identify the precise locations of the Dragon Balls, overcoming the various challenges would not be insurmountable. It is all within human endeavor. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a goatee emerged, Dr. Brief, Bulma's father. Upon witnessing Bulma's successful creation of the Dragon Ball radar, he felt immense pride. With both hands stroking his beard, he exclaimed, "Truly, my daughter is a prodigious genius, even more gifted than I. Now that the Dragon Ball radar has been created, the path to locating the Dragon Balls is clear, and soon we shall be able to make our wishes. Moreover, we may even encounter the legendary Kaishin. It is simply astonishing." Bulma, too, displayed a look of excitement. "Father, although the Dragon Ball radar has been successfully developed, I have heard that the Guardians of the Dragon Balls are exceptionally powerful, making them quite difficult to confront. While the radar indeed reveals the location of the Dragon Balls, I also intend to gather a few formidable martial artists to ensure our success." Gripping the radar tightly, Bulma recognized the significance of her newfound asset and decided not to delay any further. She promptly launched a capsule, and a sleek aircraft materialized before her. Without hesitation, She boarded the plane and soared off into the distance. Father, I am off on an adventure to seek even more powerful martial artists. Do take care. Doctor. Brief did not attempt to stop her. Instead, he waved her goodbye. In the mountains of Baozi, another martial artist was preparing to embark on his journey, Son Goku. However, due to the transformations within Earth's martial arts realm, Son Gohan had not met his demise at Goku's hands. Rather, he had evolved into a martial arts master akin to Tedu, boasting a power level of 2,000. Under Gohan's tutelage, Goku, despite his youth and diminutive stature, had already achieved a power level of 600, a truly formidable feat now. Son Gohan had assigned Goku a task, to find the Dragon Balls. As long as I can gather all the Dragon Balls, I will have succeeded. The innocent and enthusiastic Goku nodded vigorously. Grandpa, I will definitely find all the Dragon Balls. And I will become even stronger than you. He flexed his muscles as he spoke. Son Gohan laughed heartily. Very well. I eagerly await to see how powerful you will become, but do not forget, my strength will also gradually increase. You must not allow yourself to surpass me. That is impossible. I will undoubtedly be stronger than you, and I shall protect you. With that, he grabbed his belongings and dashed off, leaving only a trail of smoke behind him. Son Gohan's smile faded. He understood that while venturing out would enhance Goku's strength, his reckless nature would likely lead to numerous troubles. However, growth is essential. One cannot develop while always being protected. Though the course of history had shifted, certain predetermined facts were converging, rendering everything remarkably reasonable. Through rigorous training in the realm of destruction, Chuan had attained an extraordinary level of combat prowess. He had not only mastered the divine realm, but could also maintain the Super Saiyan 5 form as a constant state. Although not at full power, it was still at 70, a significant improvement achieved over several years. Yet, he felt dissatisfied, knowing he still fell short. In recent years, he had predominantly focused on mastering the divine realm, which was Whis' forte. After fully mastering it, he unexpectedly experienced a breakthrough, transforming his hair into a vibrant purple, a state referred to as the divine mirror. Contrary to his expectations, the transformation did not lead to a super blue form, but rather a super purple form, a perplexing revelation that surpassed even Super Saiyan 5 in power. This unexpected change led him to speculate whether it was influenced by the bloodline of the Frozen Demon clan. What exactly did this form represent? Was it Super Saiyan or a manifestation of the Frozen Demon lineage? Chuan could not fathom it. Yet he recognized it as an unforeseen boon. Despite its somewhat feral nature, he felt a surge of cold-bloodedness. However, the power it granted was undeniably formidable, representing an optimal battle state. One can never have too many trump cards, especially when facing numerous foes. His fear of lacking firepower made him uneasy without substantial strength. During his years of training in the realm of destruction, he had not only enhanced his abilities, but had also acquired new forms and system rewards, rendering him exceedingly formidable. Even in his standard state, his combat power had doubled, illustrating just how terrifying he had become. Today, he finally emerged from his training. It is essential to balance rigorous training with relaxation. An obsession with training can lead to madness. Thus, he resolved to return to Earth for a visit. Whis, I shall take my leave now. Do not worry, I will manage everything here. Chuan, do bring back something delicious. He signaled an okay gesture before vanishing from the realm of destruction. Chapter 162, The New Generation of Earth Warriors. On Earth, at the Kaishin Temple, the first batch of challengers arrived. Indeed, it was a group. After years of competition, martial artists who initially sought to hoard the Dragon Balls found themselves unable to contend with the androids, ultimately compelled to unite with other martial artists to face the trials together. However, mere collaboration was insufficient, as they still lacked the means to locate the Dragon Balls. Bulma's emergence provided a clear direction for all martial artists. Nevertheless, this process took several years. In the year 753 of the Age of the Universe, the 16-year-old Son Goku had achieved a combat power of 20,000 and secured the final 4-star Dragon Ball, effectively concluding this trial. Each Dragon Ball had been claimed by different individuals, leading to a natural alliance among them to ascend to the Kaishin Temple. Bulma was included in this assembly, which comprised 8 individuals: Son Goku, Bulma, Krillin, Tien, Kairatsu, Piccolo, Old, Yamcha, and Yajirobe. The gears of fate turned, and by sheer coincidence, they found themselves united. However, Due to the altered timeline, Piccolo did not wreak havoc as he once did. Although he possessed immense power, he could not dominate alone. Consequently, he was not defeated by Son Goku, but instead collaborated to obtain the Dragon Balls. Observing this formidable assembly of Earth warriors, the Kaioshin and Mr. Popo felt immense satisfaction. Mr. Popo, we have succeeded. Through our efforts, we have cultivated so many powerful Earth warriors in just a few years. At the very least, we now possess the ability to defend ourselves against extraterrestrial threats. Indeed, the Kaioshin expressed his genuine excitement. Had events unfolded as they once did, there would have been few warriors with even moderate combat capabilities. Without witnessing the Saiyans and their formidable power, they would never have aspired to train Earth warriors. Now, it felt like reaping a bountiful harvest, filling them with exhilaration. After momentarily regaining his composure, the Kaioshin announced, "Congratulations. You have all successfully completed this fundamental trial. Since you achieved this together, renewing your agreement will indeed be somewhat challenging. However, there will be a special trial ahead. If anyone can achieve the best result, they will not only reap greater rewards, but also be granted the opportunity to make a wish." What do you all think? The celestial deity slowly stepped forward, and the characters on his cloak and attire were strikingly radiant. The gathered crowd seemed to pay little attention to his words, their glances shifting between the celestial deity and the great demon King Piccolo. Sun Wukong was taken aback. It was truly identical. Could there be two great demon kings? What an impressive feat to split a person into two. How was that even accomplished? The others were equally astonished. Meanwhile, the great demon King Piccolo wore a grim expression, casting an annoyed glare at Sun Wukong, as if regarding him as a fool. What did he mean by splitting a person into two? Although the reality was as such, it sounded exceedingly strange when uttered by Sun Wukong, leaving others unable to accept it. Silence. Piccolo growled, his eyes then narrowing in dissatisfaction as he regarded the celestial deity. Who would have thought we would meet again in such a manner? Piccolo's heart was tumultuous. He had indeed aspired to conquer the world, and initially, all had been normal. Yet, at some point, martial artists began to grow increasingly powerful. Many had nearly reached his level, which compelled him to train vigorously, leaving him no time to cultivate subordinates or even contemplate world domination. He was swept along, losing all thoughts of supremacy. Now, he found himself in the Celestial Hall. Reflecting on the past few years, Piccolo felt no urge to complain. It was indeed overwhelming. Especially with that little brat nearby, there was no doubt it was Sun Wukong. After all, Sun Wukong was a Saiyan, albeit a low-ranking warrior. He had lost his memories after a head injury and had truly become a martial arts enthusiast. Because of this, his desire to train was all the more sincere, and his progress was remarkable, rising from obscurity to fame that resonated throughout the world. The crowd listened to Piccolo's words, sensing a juicy revelation ahead. The celestial deity wore a complex expression, gazing upon the face so similar to his own. He had not anticipated that this step would cause Piccolo to forget his intentions of world domination, driven instead to train relentlessly. Presently, his combat power had reached 18,000, indicating that he too had been training fervently over the years. Yet, due to age, his talent had considerably diminished, making it challenging to catch up with others. Nevertheless, he still ranked among the top fighters on Earth. I certainly did not expect to meet again in such a manner, but I feel quite fortunate. If it weren't for this move, you would have surely brought ruin to the lower realms. At least now, everything seems to be well. The celestial deity smiled, disregarding Piccolo's displeasure, for his expression was already a ghastly green. The celestial deity then addressed everyone present. Your ascent to the celestial hall signifies that you are among the most powerful warriors on Earth. However, do not delude yourselves into thinking you are the strongest. There are always those stronger than you, and your journey has merely begun. You will face certain trials ahead. If you succeed, your combat power may increase several-fold. This shall mark the beginning of your transformation. After the celestial deity's proclamation, the crowd appeared indifferent, as if they believed he was merely boasting. After all, their combat power was unrivaled on Earth. Who could compare? Among them, Yamcha exhibited the most arrogance, wearing an expression of disdain towards all. The others, to varying degrees, shared the sentiment of pride. Having emerged from a sea of martial artists, their inherent combat abilities and dispositions were already formidable. Even in the presence of the celestial deity, they did not display much reverence. Chapter 163, A Fortuitous Surprise. In the face of the haughty Earth warriors, the The celestial deity merely smiled, unconcerned. After all, they would soon find themselves in tears. Bobo stepped forward, stating, "Due to your large numbers, we cannot determine whose wish the Dragon Balls will belong to. Thus, it will depend on who performs the best. They would first undergo a simple test, enduring their immense pressure." After speaking, Bobo shifted slightly, and behind him appeared several imposing figures. Their aura was extraordinary. These were the Saiyans. They too wished to observe the caliber of Earth warriors cultivated through their methods. Upon seeing the Earth warriors, they seemed quite satisfied. Although the highest combat power was merely 20,000, one must remember how weak Earth had once been. It could be said that they were all quite inept. Now, to possess such formidable combat power was already quite commendable. At that moment, Adam suddenly pointed at Sun Wukong, his expression revealing astonishment and suspicion. He is a Saiyan." Adam's exclamation immediately drew the attention of everyone present, especially the Saiyans, who turned their gazes towards Sun Wukong, particularly focusing on the tail that was swaying in the wind, unlike theirs, which were coiled around their waists. This caught the attention of the Earth warriors, who had started to find these figures rather peculiar, though they had not noticed the details due to their overwhelming aura. However, Adam's words made everyone aware. "They all have tails, and Sun Wukong has one too. What does this mean? A tail? They also have tails," Bulma exclaimed. While humans on Earth came in all shapes and sizes, it was noteworthy that no humans possessed tails until now. Moreover, they bore a striking resemblance to Sun Wukong. Could there be a connection? They exchanged bewildered glances. At that moment, even the celestial deity and Bobo felt a wave of astonishment. It was truly identical. There was no mistaking it. The tail belonged to a Saiyan. Everyone was taken aback. Even the Saiyans present found it hard to believe. They had thought they were the last of their kind. While there could still be many Saiyans scattered across the cosmos, encountering one on Earth was unexpected. It seemed this warrior was quite powerful. How interesting to encounter a wandering Saiyan here. Typically, those sent to other planets were all low-ranking warriors. So this individual likely shared a similar fate. However, he appeared too young. Could he have been sent away around the time Planet Vegeta was destroyed? It felt plausible. But as a Saiyan, shouldn't he have adhered to the orders given upon being sent to other planets? Once grown, he was meant to conquer and destroy that planet. Yet now, it seemed he had forgotten his mission. This was rather strange. They conversed among themselves, seemingly oblivious to the gazes of others, continuously scrutinizing Sun Wukong, especially his eyes, which evoked feelings of profound unfamiliarity. This is hardly the demeanor of a Saiyan. Which Saiyan possesses such innocent and naive eyes? Even if they have undergone slight changes, they do not perceive their hearts as inherently kind. It is merely due to their interactions with their own kind and the Earth, their home base, that they exhibit a relatively better disposition. When faced with adversaries or outsiders, they become the most ruthless of demons. As the discussions unfolded, Sun Wukong scratched his head in slight confusion and stepped forward. "Why do you also have tails, and why are they identical to mine?" Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, the Saiyans exchanged glances, and at that moment, they could genuinely ascertain that this Saiyan before them might have forgotten. Perhaps an unforeseen incident caused him to forget the Saiyan mission. However, this may not be entirely detrimental. We are the most formidable warrior race in the universe, the Saiyans. And you are indeed one of our kin, albeit one who has long forgotten the mission. What experiences have you undergone? My grandfather once told me that when I was a child, my mischievous nature led me to fall off a cliff, resulting in a head injury. Sun Wukong replied earnestly. The group of Saiyans suddenly understood. No wonder he lost his memory. It was due to a head injury that he forgot the Saiyan mission. Yet, this might not be such a bad thing, as Planet Vegeta has long been destroyed, rendering the old ways of the Saiyans obsolete. Whether one remembers or not no longer matters. Nevertheless, discovering a fellow kin is indeed a joyful occurrence for them, as it signifies an increase in their numbers. So it is, but it hardly matters. After all, our mother planet has been annihilated, and remembering it is of no consequence. Although you are a low-level warrior, achieving this level is commendable, yet your combat power remains inadequate. Henceforth, we shall provide you with more rigorous training. If you do not improve swiftly, you may indeed become a liability. One must grow stronger. Otherwise, we would feel embarrassed to present you before the leader. Cao and the others conversed among themselves, completely disregarding the Earth warriors. Initially, their curiosity had been sated, but now they naturally harbored a sense of dissatisfaction. While you are of the same race, Is it not a bit inappropriate to ignore us so blatantly? Suddenly, Yamcha spoke up, shattering the prior ambience, and the atmosphere grew tense. The Saiyans turned to look at him. Indeed, it is rare to discover a Saiyan who has forgotten the important matters, leaving others neglected. That is truly a transgression. However, while a combat power of 20,000 is barely acceptable and exceeds the limits of past low-level warriors, it cannot be considered sufficient now. Allow me to demonstrate true power. Chapter 164. The overwhelming combat power of the Saiyans. Yamcha's sudden interjection did not incite anger among the many Saiyans present. They were not inclined to quarrel with someone of such low prowess. They exchanged glances. Who shall take on this task? Only one person is needed to exert pressure. There is no requirement for many. Among all the Saiyans present, any one of them could effortlessly crush all the Earth warriors. A mere finger could instill a sense of despair within them. Therefore, it does not matter who steps up. Allow me to take the lead. At this moment, Yaddam stepped forward. Among everyone, his strength was neither particularly strong nor weak, merely average. Yet he bore a specific task, to care for Morin Buo, as his temperament was relatively gentle, making him well suited for nurturing. However, because of this, he had few opportunities to showcase his abilities. Each time he was overshadowed by others. After all, he is also a Saiyan and desires to make his mark. You have all taken the limelight. Every battle has featured your presence. While I remained in the background, allow me to take this opportunity to demonstrate my skills. You may proceed. A Saiyan shrugged, stepping aside with arms crossed, watching with keen interest. How long do you think these Earth warriors can last? Not long. Given their current combat power, they cannot endure for long. Even the former Frieza would have them kneeling instantly. Not to mention now, with Yaddam's formidable strength, if he were to get serious. It would not merely be a matter of willpower. The disparity is too vast. The crowd exchanged remarks, their expressions relaxed and dismissive, hardly taking any of the Earth warriors seriously. Even the strongest among them, Suin Wukong, did not garner much concern. What of the Saiyans? Although a low-level warrior has achieved such formidable combat power through effort, it still falls short. If there is a degree of awareness, it is not impossible to bring one along. The Saiyans' condescending demeanor did not escape the notice of the Earth warriors, and even Tianxian and Babaxian were unfazed. This left them feeling quite uncomfortable. Buerma clenched her fists in dissatisfaction and said, "You are far too dismissive of others. While your strength may indeed surpass ours, such a lack of respect is exceedingly impolite." Buerma's words seemed to ignite a fuse. Yakulubi also stepped forward. "Yes, you are truly looking down on us. We have gone through numerous trials to obtain the Dragon Balls and reach this divine realm. Are we to be so underestimated?" In contrast to them, Baekda Malong appeared much calmer, for he could sense Tianxian's emotions, and thus did not dare to belittle the Saiyans before him. Tian Fan remained grave throughout, uttering not a word. In response to the crowd's words, Yaddam mumbled in exasperation, then stated, "We have already accorded you considerable respect. If it were not for the leader's specific instructions, we would not concern ourselves with the fate of the Earth. Our involvement is already a testament to our regard. As for why not everyone participates, that is naturally unnecessary. Regardless of your thoughts, you will soon understand." Yada did not elaborate further, for explanations held little significance. It would be better to demonstrate through action the chasm of disparity. Yada's remarks rendered the Earth warriors momentarily silent, after which they silently assumed their stances, preparing to engage. However, before they could make a move, a tremendous aura suddenly descended, and all the Earth warriors felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon them. This rendered their bodies immobile, and their expressions shifted dramatically. What? This aura? They acutely sensed the power, for within this immense pressure, they found themselves unable to move. Even the mightiest, Suin Wukong, felt the strain, his veins bulging as he struggled. This was merely a preliminary display. At this moment, only 500,000 units of combat power were revealed. To convey the disparity, it was essential to manifest more than a slight edge. His effortless gestures left all the Earth warriors in disbelief. Just then, an artificial being approached slowly. This android, created by Dr. Bela Bay, was a guardian type. Although its combat power was formidable, its skills were predominantly defensive. It carried a large display screen, a new type of detector capable of measuring combat power. As the guardian-type android set the detector aside, he proceeded to evaluate the combat prowess of all the Earth warriors prior to the competition, subsequently directing it toward Yudong. This was intended to demonstrate the capabilities of the Earth warriors. Upon witnessing the readings on the detector, each warrior experienced a moment of clarity. Was this truly their combat power? However, when the scene shifted, the terrifying figure of 500,000 in combat power from Yudong left them utterly astonished. What was happening? Was this some kind of joke? A combat power of 500,000. That was 25 times stronger than Suan Wukong. What kind of concept was this? No wonder they felt an overwhelming pressure, as if a colossal mountain were pressing down upon them. Incredibly strong, it was simply overwhelming. Was this the combat power of the Saiyans? Did this mean that Suan Wukong could potentially reach such heights as well? Amid their shock, the Earth warriors glanced at Suan Wukong, as he belonged to the same race, and thus it seemed plausible that he too could achieve such levels. Yet, before they could fully comprehend the situation, Yudong chuckled softly. This was merely the beginning. Did you think my combat power was merely this feeble? Many years ago, our combat power had already surpassed this figure. We merely feared that an immense aura would plunge you into despair. I will gradually increase the pressure of my combat power. Whoever can endure until the end shall be granted the final wish from the Dragon Balls. Of course, since you have all ascended to the realm of the divine, it indicates that you possess some potential and are among the elite warriors on Earth. There is no doubt that you are worthy of cultivation. Unleash your full strength, and let us see if you can satisfy us. The words of Yudong caused all the Earth warriors present to lose their composure. This was not even the most formidable combat power. My heavens, how terrifying must it be if he had reached such a level years ago? How immensely powerful must he be now? They were bewildered and momentarily at a loss for words. Soon after, Yudong's combat power began to rise gradually, and the values on the screen incrementally increased. Suddenly, the figure of Xian now appeared around the Earth warriors, swiftly grasping Bulima and pulling her out of the aura's oppressive range. Her combat power was too weak. Merely sensing the pressure was sufficient, and there was no need for her to truly participate. The others nodded in agreement. When the Guardian-type android had produced the detector, they already knew the combat powers of all the Earth warriors present, including the fact that Bulima's power was not strong. It could even be said that it was merely slightly above that of an ordinary person. The initial reluctance to exclude her was simply to allow her to experience the sensation of pressure. After Bulima was taken away, Yudong's aura intensified, causing the values on the detector to rise by tens of thousands. When the combat power reached 700,000, Colleen, Yamcha, and Jiaozi could no longer withstand the pressure and collapsed to the ground. Though they struggled, it was evident that they were finding it exceedingly difficult. Ultimately, they were reluctantly eliminated. As the combat power surged to 750,000, Yakalubi also fell. At 800,000, Tianjin Fan could no longer endure, and Baik Damawang was similarly approaching his limit. Sensing that the moment was right, Yudong abruptly increased his combat power to 1,000,000, unleashing an overwhelming aura. The three warriors coughed up blood. Tianjin Fan and Baik Damawang immediately fainted, while Suan Wukong, though conscious, found the pressure to be terrifying. His entire body felt as if it were encased in lead, rendering him immobile, and he was close to suffering internal injuries. Nevertheless, Yudong did not relent, for in times like these, it was exceedingly easy for Saiyans to enhance their power. The more desperate the situation, the greater the potential for strength. A mere 20,000 combat power seemed utterly out of place for them. However, if Chuan were to know Yudong's inner thoughts, he would undoubtedly commend him for his bravery. Although Suan Wukong's trajectory had already deviated from the original narrative, the Chosen One was still the Chosen One. Given the right opportunities, he would ultimately soar. At that point, it would be unclear who was strong and who was weak. Yudong was utterly unrestrained, as his combat power continued to rise slowly, and the others did not intervene, for they too wished to observe the limits of this lower-tier warrior. As for Tiandi and Bobo, they had long been acquainted with Saiyans and understood that they could enhance their strength through combat. This was also Suan Wukong's opportunity. When the combat power escalated to 1,400,000, Suan Wukong could no longer endure and fainted on the spot. Thus, the testing reached a temporary conclusion. Observing the unconscious Suan Wukong, many Saiyans nodded in agreement. Expressing their satisfaction, he was not overly weak. His combat power may not have been formidable, yet his willpower was astonishing, as he managed to withstand the pressure of 1,400,000 with his own 20,000 combat power. That was a staggering 70 times. The thought was terrifying. If the roles were reversed, they might not have been able to achieve such a feat, which elicited a hint of admiration from them. This was not merely about combat power. It was purely about willpower. This lower-tier warrior was indeed formidable. Though his combat power was not strong, his willpower was extraordinarily impressive. With such terrifying willpower, it was likely that he would soon catch up to them. Moreover, considering how far they had already come, as long as he could keep pace, most things would go smoothly for him. At this moment, they were also curious about the heights to which Chuan Wukong could ascend. While they conversed, the android began feeding the Xiando to each warrior, and in the blink of an eye, they returned to their original state. Each one was left awestruck. After all, a miraculous herb that could restore one instantly was bound to evoke wonder. Was this the power of the divine? As they marveled, Chuan Wukong suddenly sprang to his feet, for he had just experienced unprecedented pressure. After consuming the Xiando, his combat power surged to 35,000, a truly terrifying figure, with an astonishing rate of increase. At this moment, the detector remained active, naturally revealing his combat power. Wukong, when did your combat power rise to 35,000? Colleen was the first to notice. Utterly dumbfounded. Just moments ago, he had been at merely 20,000, and now he had soared to 35,000. Was this not terrifying? The others were similarly captivated, turning their gazes toward the detector, and soon exhibited expressions of astonishment. Was this not exceedingly rapid? This was directly double their own power. What a joke! They felt utterly bewildered. How could this happen? Did the others secretly assist Chuan Wukong? They could not comprehend it. Witnessing this scene, Yidong smiled with satisfaction. Do not be alarmed. This is the unique talent of our warrior race, the Saiyans. The more they fight, the stronger they become. Whenever they sustain serious injuries in battle and recover, their combat power will invariably increase to some degree. Even injuries sustained during training will result in varying degrees of enhancement, contingent upon one's physical resilience and tenacity. The battle-hardened nation becomes stronger with each conflict, thriving on warfare and growing through combat. This is the essence of the Saiyans. Adam's words brimmed with profound pride. In the past, they merely regarded the Saiyans as an ordinary race. Yet after years of reflection, they have come to understand the terrifying ferocity of the warrior blood that courses through their veins. It was simply that King Vegeta had never grasped how to harness it, nor could he even lead effectively. Had it not been for Chuan, they would have remained oblivious to the preciousness of their own bloodline. As Adam elucidated their heritage, all the Earth warriors stood in awe. It was no wonder that this group of tail-bearing Saiyans exhibited such formidable power. Their astonishing innate talents were almost beyond belief. Was it truly possible to perpetually enhance oneself through combat? Even Sun Wukong, upon hearing such a revelation, felt a surge of astonishment, yet certain thoughts within him found validation. The 166th chapter unveils an unconventional entrance. No wonder, after each injury, Wukong's combat prowess seemed to surge, yet the increments were so subtle that they had gone unnoticed. No matter how hard he strived, he always fell short. Hearing Adam's explanation, Krillin murmured to himself. They were of the same ilk, with Wukong as his aspiration. Yet the chasm between them only widened. Even now, having ascended to the heavenly temple, the disparity was glaringly apparent. Their gap may only grow larger, until Krillin finds himself unable to catch up. Clenching his fists, his eyes hardened with resolve. I will not surrender easily, regardless of innate talent or race, with effort. I shall one day close the gap. This declaration was not merely for himself, but a rallying cry for all present. In an instant, the warriors ignited with determination. Being behind was not daunting, but lacking the courage to pursue was truly fearsome. Observing the rekindled spirit among the Earth warriors, many Saiyans nodded in satisfaction. Though their strength may be somewhat lacking, their spirit and resolve were commendable, compensating for much of the gap in innate ability. Indeed, impressive resolve, yet systematic training is essential. We will tailor your training based on your individual circumstances. The extent of your gains will ultimately depend on your own efforts. One-on-one training? Such a notion was largely impractical, as they too had their own training obligations and could not squander time on this. As for the training arrangements, those were the purview of the heavenly being and Mr. Popo, yet their strength was not formidable. While knowledgeable, their training capabilities were somewhat lacking, primarily imparting only skillful techniques. Ultimately, reliance on artificial beings was necessary. For both training arrangements and combat partners, the artificial warriors were the most practical and efficient solution. However, just as Dr. Belabe was preparing to assign the artificial beings for training, all the Scions simultaneously raised their heads. This action sparked suspicion among everyone present. What was occurring? Why had their expressions shifted so suddenly? Do you feel that? A strange and potent aura has just flickered by, remarked Ashina. Though fleeting, the pressure it exerted was immense, making her uncertain if she could contend with it. How could this not weigh heavily on her? The Scions nodded in agreement. Their reaction startled the heavenly being and others, for they were acutely aware of the terrifying strength of this group. If they were wary of an adversary, it implied that the enemy must be even more formidable. If even they could not confront this foe, the mere thought of the enemy was chilling. Is there really something? Why did we not sense the aura? Yamucha pondered, having felt nothing at all, which left him perplexed. The other Earth warriors shared similar sentiments. Despite their considerable combat prowess, they had indeed detected no aura. Dr. Belabe, operating the detector, overheard the Science dialogue and could not afford to be careless. Yet, even his most sophisticated instruments registered no energy fluctuations. Could it be an illusion? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a flash of light swept across the sky. A figure staggered into their view, enveloped in a violet glow, with hair cascading in purple. A cataclysmic aura permeated the air, causing the surrounding space to shroud in mist. Purple energy waves, purple lightning. This spectacle left everyone present in sheer astonishment. Could such an aura truly belong to a mortal? Especially for the Earth warriors, who had just encountered an unprecedented aura. Now faced with an even greater presence, one so vast that it defied numerical description. What manner of being is this? Conversely, the Scions, initially unsettled, began to recognize the figure before them. After careful scrutiny, they exchanged glances. The boss? Is that not our leader? When did he transform into this? Furthermore, the aura he now exuded was even more immense than years prior. Could it be that he attained a new level of mastery under Lord Beerus? Astonishing. Upon realizing Mu Chuan's identity, relief washed over them, yet they were equally taken aback. This was a brand new form. The sheer magnitude of his combat prowess genuinely startled them. After all, among the Scion ranks, only Ashina currently stood as the strongest, capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 3. Yet their leader? His transformations varied frequently, each time amplifying his strength, creating an ever-present feeling of being out of reach. Meanwhile, the Earth warriors, having overheard the Scions, could not help but gape in disbelief. This was indeed their leader? They had grown so powerful, and it appeared he had not even revealed his true strength. The overwhelming aura he exuded was unforgettable, and the terror inherent in it was palpable. If he were to target them intentionally, they would be reduced to mere dust in an instant. The thought alone was terrifying. Leaving aside the reactions of those present, this figure was indeed Mu Chuan. Initially, he had departed from the god of destruction's realm, and logically, he should have reached Earth swiftly. However, unforeseen complications arose. His instant transmission was interrupted, and he was even ensnared in temporal turbulence. Despite his formidable strength, it was uncertain whether he could navigate the chaos without being affected. Yet within the time stream, he encountered an extraordinarily powerful being, conjuring a name in his mind that filled him with apprehension. But he could not fathom why that being would manifest now. Moreover, the Dragon Ball world had already undergone significant transformations, making the appearance of that individual perplexing. It seemed that this being had not yet attained their peak strength. Yet their presence was undeniable. If given the chance, it could spell disaster. But as it was, their encounter amidst the temporal turbulence remained uncertain. The 167th chapter heralds the first meeting with the Chosen One. It is truly troublesome, and one cannot ascertain whether that individual has genuinely fallen into this timeline. Should he indeed manifest, it would spell considerable chaos. This world has long been set in motion by the fluttering wings of a butterfly. Why then does it continue along its predetermined path? No, it must have been disturbed. Otherwise, how could he possibly appear in this temporal juncture? Mu Chuan felt a profound sense of distress. He had encountered Zamasu, the very being who has thoroughly disrupted the fabric of time and space. And he is an exceptionally formidable adversary. His anti-human disposition, regardless of the timeline, cannot be allowed to prevail, lest he bring ruin upon all humanity. When Mu Chuan first laid eyes on Zamasu, an electric shock coursed through him, leaving him utterly stunned. Fortunately, their meeting was merely a fleeting encounter. And though they had sparred amidst the tumult of the time stream, Zamasu's prowess was not to be underestimated, particularly in his current ultraviolet form. It was precisely due to his formidable strength that Chuan was able to exit the chaotic time stream unscathed. Yet he remained vexed by the uncertainty of whether Zamasu had indeed fallen into this timeline. Uncertainty is often the most troublesome of all. After contemplating for a moment, Chuan realized that he could not ascertain the truth. He then cast all thoughts aside and glanced towards the Temple of the Gods. To his astonishment, he found it bustling with activity. Has it become so lively? It appears that many more individuals have gathered. After a long absence, the Temple of the Gods has indeed become a hub of activity. Boss. A throng of Saiyans, upon seeing Chuan restored to his normal state, flew towards him with exuberance. He is the one who guides their path forward. Years have passed, and they have missed him dearly. They surrounded Chuan, recounting the events of recent years, even boasting about their newfound strengths. After all, through their own diligence, their combat capabilities had seen significant enhancement, particularly Saiyan Na, who had become the second individual to achieve Super Saiyan 3. Listening to their tales, Chuan felt immense satisfaction. At the very least, they had not neglected their training, each one earnestly striving to elevate their combat prowess. Even Earth has been developing slowly under their guardianship. Very well done. You have all performed admirably. I just sense that numerous powerful beings have emerged upon Earth, indicating substantial progress under your stewardship. Moreover, during this time, you have not neglected your training, which is commendable. Your efforts have not been in vain. Receiving Chuan's praise, the Saiyans present were filled with elation. Regardless of how much their power had increased before Chuan, they remained but his subordinates. Furthermore, they were acutely aware that no matter how hard they tried, surpassing Chuan was an insurmountable task. With their current strengths, they could not even compare to Chuan from several years prior, let alone the Chuan who had trained in the realm of the god of destruction for such an extended period. Their strengths were indeed on entirely different levels. The group slowly descended from the air, approaching the god and Mr. Popo. Gazing at the familiar figures after such a long time, Chuan could not help but smile. God, Mr. Popo, it has been ages. Chuan, long time no see. How has your training with Lord Beerus been? Haha, quite well indeed. My strength has seen tremendous improvement, but I only found the time to return to Earth after years of training. I had not anticipated such significant changes on Earth. So many powerful beings have emerged, a far cry from years past. While speaking, Chuan also observed the Earth warriors ascending to the Temple of the Gods. As expected, they were all familiar faces. However, he was taken aback to see that the Demon King Piccolo was still alive and thriving, boasting considerable strength. And he had even ascended to the temple alongside other Earth warriors. This was indeed unexpected. Given the current trend, it seemed unlikely that a younger Piccolo would re-emerge. After all, seeing the older Piccolo's formidable strength, few could stand against him, and he did not exhibit the same maniacal tendencies as depicted in the original story. Chuan felt a sense of surprise, yet he had no desire to intervene. The trajectory of the world had already shifted, and there was no need for excessive interference. Let it change as it will, flowing naturally. As he observed the Earth warriors, they too were scrutinizing him. To them, all Saiyans were terrifyingly powerful beings. Yet such formidable entities displayed utmost respect towards this sudden arrival, piquing their curiosity. Although it was evident from their words that he was the Saiyan leader, they wondered just how powerful one must be to attain such a status. They recalled the moment Chuan had appeared, his purple hair and the aura of violet energy surrounding him. The oppressive force he exuded instilled fear even in their hearts. Reflecting on it now, they felt a sense of dread. What kind of strength did he possess? As everyone fell into contemplation, Sun Wukong suddenly stepped forward. Are you also a Saiyan? Chuan paused, taken aback by this unexpected encounter with the Chosen One, but he quickly regained his composure, smiling gently as he replied, as you can see, I am indeed a Saiyan, but that state you just exhibited. Chuan looked at the hesitant Sun Wukong and waved his hand. That is beyond your current understanding, for your strength is still insufficient. As a member of a warrior race, combat is our shortcut to enhancing our power. Beyond our normal state, we possess methods to elevate our strength further. This involves transformation, which allows us to amplify our combat power. But one must first achieve an extraordinarily formidable baseline. Otherwise, it remains unattainable. You are still far from that point. Focus on your training. He did not wish to elaborate further, as explanations would hold little meaning, given their lack of comprehension. Of course, demonstrating his power might provide a more intuitive understanding, but he found it too cumbersome and unnecessary. Thus, he chose not to display it. Sun Wukong understood that his current combat power was too weak, so he refrained from pressing further, silently noting this prerequisite in his mind. Only those with strong baseline combat power could hope to transform. But to what extent must one reach? He was uncertain, but at the very least, it should align with the combat power displayed on the monitor, 1 per million. That should be a baseline target, right? In an instant, he set his sights on 1 per million as his goal. Chapter 168, Beerus descends upon Earth. The Earth Warriors have truly established a home within the Temple of the Gods, each person diligently training towards their individual goals to defeat the androids before them. The God and Mr. Popo, taking into account each individual's circumstances, have assigned them varying combat challenges. Therefore, as long as they fulfill their objectives, they can enhance their strength while also receiving corresponding rewards. The androids before them are not their ultimate target. What they most desire to surpass are the Saiyans. To this day, they vividly recall the events of that fateful day. However, they do not aim too high. They are all committed to their training. In contrast, Bulma has fully integrated into the Temple of the Gods, and due to her innate talents, she has become a remarkable asset, akin to Dr. Briefs. The Earth Warriors have all experienced different developments, and their strengths continue to grow gradually. During his time in the Tianxindian, Chuan finally grasped all the circumstances at hand, and he was quite satisfied with the performance of the Saiyan people. Achieving Super Saiyan Level 3 in such a short span of time was beyond his wildest imagination. This rapid advancement was solely attributed to his omniscience and the assistance of the system. It could be said that he was a step ahead. Moreover, his vision was not confined, which contributed to his relentless combat prowess. However, the other Saiyans did not share his expansive perspective, yet even so, their remarkable progress compelled him to regard them with newfound respect. Of course, all the Saiyans were acutely aware of the tremendous transformation their leader had undergone, particularly in his ultra-purple form, a state they might never attain. Nonetheless, Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan 5 were within their reach. It was astonishing to discover the remarkable malleability of the Super Saiyan bloodline. Super Saiyan 4 was not the pinnacle. Above it existed Super Saiyan 5. Yet, they had yet to even reach Super Saiyan Level 3. As everyone reflected on this, Garueta could not help but exclaim that although a bright path awaited them, they had not even achieved the basics, let alone advance to higher realms. His words struck like a dagger, making all the Saiyans present acutely aware that they needed to exert greater effort in their training. Although they had not been negligent in their practice, they must strive even harder, surpassing their previous efforts. Chuan's thorough explanations were not meant to boast, but rather to make them recognize the feasibility of their endeavors. After all, one requires motivation. Without it, one may mistakenly believe they have already exerted sufficient effort and even lose their way amidst their attempts. Only by establishing clear objectives can one forge ahead with vigor. Ashina, on the other hand, possessed Super Saiyan Level 3 strength and needed to deliberate on how to master Super Saiyan 4. However, upon reflection, she realized that caution was imperative. Transforming into the Golden Great Ape required them to become lower-tier warriors, and once they entered that form, they might lose control. Despite having previously mastered the power of the Great Ape, this uncertainty mandated that they could not afford the slightest slack in their efforts. A year passed in training, and Chuan spent a full year on Earth. One day, he unexpectedly received a message from Wei Si. Chuan, "Can you hear me?" Chuan thought. He knew that under normal circumstances, neither Lu Si nor Wei Si would reach out to him lightly. The rarity of this contact filled him with a peculiar premonition. "Forget it. I shall make a personal visit." Before he could reply, Wei Si's voice echoed in his mind, and in the blink of an eye, two figures appeared before him. The god of destruction Lu Si and Wei Si had directly arrived at the Tianxindian. This occurrence halted all training instantaneously, and everyone looked on in bewilderment at the sudden appearance of the two. The Earth Warriors were confused, as they did not sense any energy. However, the expressions of all the Saiyans in the Tianxin were quite exaggerated, especially those of Tianxin and Mr. Bobois. As if by instantaneous teleportation, they appeared before Lu Si and his companion in the blink of an eye. "Lord Lu Si, I am the god of Earth," he exclaimed. "Oh," Lu Si waved his hand dismissively, displaying indifference. Tianxin also bore no objections, smiling awkwardly as he stepped aside, not daring to delay for even a second. Witnessing Tianxin and Mr. Bobo's demeanor naturally piqued the curiosity of all the Earth warriors. What kind of individuals could evoke such astonishment in everyone present? Furthermore, even the powerful Saiyans dared not make a sound, a sensation quite peculiar indeed. In response to Wei Si and Bi Lu Si's sudden arrival, Chuan felt genuinely taken aback. Wei Si, Lord Bi Lu Si, why have you come so suddenly? Has something happened? Indeed, they encountered a bothersome individual who insisted on organizing a so-called fighting tournament. Participation was unavoidable lest they be looked down upon. While it mattered little whether they participated or not, Chuan still wished to quell the opponent's arrogance, and the rewards for victory were not insignificant. Bi Lu Si expressed his dissatisfaction. Upon hearing his words, Chuan could easily deduce the identity of the troublesome individual. It was undoubtedly Bi Lu Si's twin brother, the god of destruction Xiangpa from the 6th universe. However, compared to Bi Lu Si's might, Xiangpa seemed slightly inferior, yet he was still a god of destruction. And his power was not to be underestimated, merely a comparison to Bi Lu Si. Listening to Bi Lu Si's remarks, Wei Si smiled gently, having grown accustomed to Bi Lu Si's nonsensical ramblings. The two frequently engaged in various forms of rivalry, whether over culinary delights or battles, akin to fire and water. Yet when it came to matters of affection, no one could surpass them, both being exceedingly proud. Chuan, do not heed Lord Bi Lu Si's exaggerations. This matter is quite significant. The individual organizing this fighting tournament holds the same status as Lord Bi Lu Si, being Xiangpa, the god of destruction from the 6th universe, and also Lord Bi Lu Si's twin brother. Chapter 169, Broadening the Horizons of Earth Warriors. The 6th universe? God of destruction? Twin brother? As Wei Si's words reached the ears of everyone present, they found it difficult to comprehend. Perhaps only Chuan grasped the situation in an instant. Noticing Chuan's lack of response, fearing he was unaware of the world structure, Wei Si began to elaborate. We currently reside in the 7th universe, where Lord Bi Lu Si serves as the god of destruction, while Xiangpa is the god of destruction of the 6th universe. The 7th and 6th universes are akin to twin brothers, nearly identical. Moreover, everything possesses both positive and negative aspects, existing in pairs. The same holds true for the universes. There are a total of 12 universes, with the 1st and 12th forming a pair, the 2nd and 11th forming another pair, and so forth. As long as the sum of two universes equals 13, they constitute a pair, each comprising positive and negative aspects, although they are fundamentally the same universe. As Wei Si expounded, the eyes of everyone present widened in astonishment. They had never encountered such concepts before. The universe was already so vast. Yet there existed not only one but many more universes, and the notion of positive and negative aspects suggested that an identical planet might exist in another universe. How marvelous! The multitude of Saiyans felt their horizons expand instantaneously. They had previously believed that the universe was sufficiently immense, only to discover that beyond it lay more universes. An astonishing revelation. This elevated their perspective to unprecedented heights. The Earth warriors, who had recently arrived at the Tianxin, were astounded. They had scarcely recovered from their initial shock and had previously regarded other planets as vast territories. They had never anticipated that within the boundless universe lay such an enormous world, and that beyond the universe, there existed yet more universes. What an extraordinary world this was. The excitement is palpable, even though it feels exceedingly distant for us. Merely contemplating the prospect stirs a fervor within. To ascend such a lofty stage and engage in battle with formidable warriors would undoubtedly be exhilarating. I eagerly anticipate the day I might reach such heights, leaving no regrets behind. The multitude of Earth warriors is ablaze with enthusiasm. Although they have not yet attained this level, the very thought invigorates their spirits. The anticipation is overwhelming. If given the opportunity to cultivate their skills at this moment, there would be no trace of complacency. They would strive relentlessly. For how else could they witness such a splendid world? Sun Wukong is equally exhilarated. However, compared to the others, he casts a glance at Chuan. For he understands that the sudden appearance of these two enigmatic figures is due to the presence of this Saiyan. If he can reach such a pinnacle, does that not imply that Sun Wukong too could explore this magnificent world? What level of combat prowess has he attained? Previously, he could only glean a glimpse. But with the comparative distance now established, he gains a more intuitive understanding of the disparity in power. His heart swells with anticipation. Observing the elation of the crowd, Weiss responds with remarkable composure. In the universe, there indeed exist planets that mirror one another, yet due to divergent experiences, they may encounter varying fortunes throughout history. Two planets may embark upon different developmental trajectories. Thus, while two universes may possess identical celestial bodies, the transformations within them may not necessarily align. For instance, in the sixth universe, there are also Saiyans, yet their developmental paths differ. What? A collective gasp of astonishment arises among the Saiyans. There are indeed Saiyans in another universe. This revelation leaves them incredulous, curiosity igniting within them. The prospect of clashing with Saiyans from other universes would surely be a stroke of fortune. This is the fervent thought coursing through their minds. Noting that he has spoken sufficiently, Weiss shifts the conversation. In the sixth universe, there also exists a planet Earth, albeit one that has become desolate. It has been entirely devastated, which is precisely why Lord Kampa has organized this battle tournament, aiming to reclaim ownership of Earth. Each universe will dispatch 5 warriors, and the universe with the most victors shall claim the prize. Should the 7th universe falter, Earth will be relocated to the 6th universe. However, if victory is achieved, not only will they secure ownership of Earth, but they will also obtain the Dragon Balls. With Weiss's elucidation, all present grasp the significance of this so-called battle tournament. They sense that this truly represents the stage for genuine power. Nevertheless, some have taken note of the Dragon Balls, though they hesitate to dwell on it, particularly regarding the notion of relocating Earth. The very thought is profoundly shocking. Yet, with so many universes now aware of the potential for such relocation, it may not be as unattainable as it seems. However, they remain unaware that moving Earth from the 7th universe to the 6th is far from straightforward. Without the Super Dragon Balls, it is nearly impossible. Neither gods of destruction nor angels possess the capability to accomplish this. Of course, this is something Beerus and Weiss will not explicitly state. While Chuan is cognizant of this, he is reluctant to elaborate further. He understands that Beerus' unexpected arrival may be an indication that he wishes for Chuan to be one of the competitors in the tournament. Yet, he does not wish to decline. Engaging with stronger opponents would allow his power to escalate rapidly, especially as a sense of urgency stirs within him. Power is paramount. Beerus interjects, Chuan, your combat strength is commendable. Though you are merely a trainee god of destruction, you are still qualified to participate in the tournament. Thus, you shall be one of the competitors. I expect to witness your prowess. There must be no room for error. Should you lose, do not blame me for being unsparing. Beerus states this with an air of nonchalance, appearing almost threatening, yet his expression remains devoid of malice. This inscrutable demeanor leaves no room for underestimation in Chuan's mind. Chapter 170. The Selection of Competitors. Aside from myself, I wonder if Lord Beerus has any other competitors in mind? Chuan is not surprised by his own selection. After all, he has showcased formidable strength as a trainee god of destruction, a wielder of destructive power. If he were not to compete, it would surely suggest that Beerus holds this tournament in low regard. Upon hearing Chuan's inquiry, Beerus pauses momentarily before responding. Currently, only 2 competitors are known, you and a powerful individual named Manaka. As for the other 3, they have yet to be determined, but they must possess considerable strength. Chuan's unexpected question prompts Beerus to consider the selection of competitors, for choosing weaklings would be untenable. If the 6th universe were to triumph, the consequences would be dire. While Beerus feigns indifference, Earth is not merely a hub of warriors. It is also a sanctuary for exquisite cuisine. Losing such a paradise would rob him of restful slumber. Thus, victory is imperative. Yet, with so many formidable beings in the universe, who should be chosen? Observing Beerus's contemplation, Chuan suddenly proposes, Lord Beerus, might I be allowed to select the other 3 candidates? I believe there are 3 individuals with commendable strength. While they may not be the absolute strongest, they would certainly prove useful, and even if mistakes arise, I can cover for them. I assure you, I will not disappoint you. Seizing this rare opportunity for combat, Chuan is determined to advocate for himself. His combat prowess is already formidable, and whether he seizes this chance for further growth remains to be seen. However, he is acutely aware that this represents a significant opportunity for the Saiyans. Encountering stronger foes could catalyze tremendous growth in their abilities. This opportunity must be pursued. As his words resonate, the eyes of all the Saiyans in attendance sparkle with anticipation. Although they perceive their own strength as lacking compared to their leader, they are unwilling to miss out on such a rare opportunity. After all, it is a chance that may not present itself again. They watch eagerly. Though none dare to speak, their gazes fixed intently on Chuan. Beerus, somewhat astonished, is curious about the caliber of warriors Chuan might select. Since you have made such a claim, do share whom you wish to choose. While they need not be among the top 5 in the universe, they must at least possess a discernible level of strength. Let us not suffer the embarrassment of failure on a grand scale. Rest assured, Lord Beerus, I will not make hasty choices. The 3 I wish to select are among the mightiest Saiyan warriors, Saiyan Na, Ka-Er, and Gurueta. They each possess formidable combat prowess, even within the cosmos. As Chuan called out the names, 3 individuals stood up in unison. Beerus and Whis glanced over. Although the trio did not display overwhelming prowess at that moment, their regular combat power had already surpassed 5 million. Should they undergo a transformation into Super Saiyans under such circumstances, their battle strength would indeed be formidable, approaching the pinnacle of the universe, albeit not faltering. Whis nodded, acknowledging their potential. They possess a certain level of skill. While not exceptionally strong, they are certainly not lacking. Beerus concurred. Since you have spoken so highly of them, I shall grant them a chance, but they must engage in some training first. Even if they do not secure a ranking, they must not embarrass themselves. I refuse to appear inadequate before that fat pig. Rest assured, Lord Beerus, I will provide them with specialized training for a period. Although time is limited, I will strive to ensure they make significant progress. Chuan assured confidently. This was not mere arrogance. In such critical moments, it was far better to enter the hyperbolic time chamber, a veritable sanctuary for training. With the tournament still some time away, they had ample opportunity to improve. The 3 individuals, having received affirmation, could not contain the excitement that flickered across their faces. This was a chance to battle against formidable warriors from other universes. Even without the certainty of victory, the experience would certainly broaden their horizons. This is incredible. To witness the strength of warriors from outside our universe will undoubtedly lead to immense growth, exclaimed Grida, his fists clenched in determination. He felt a profound satisfaction at this opportunity and was resolute not to be eliminated early. It was imperative to showcase his formidable abilities. Yet he recognized that even among the gathered, his strength might not rank highly. Thus, he could only strive to catch up in the final moments. In contrast to Grida's fervor, Carl remained notably composed, though a closer look at his clenched hands revealed an inner tumult. With the selection of participants confirmed, excitement rippled through the crowd, with many speculating whether they would witness the clash between 2 universes. After all, this was a rare opportunity to broaden their perspectives. It seemed Whis had overheard their discussions, as he smiled and remarked, each universe will have designated seating, so even if you attend, it will be permissible. You will be able to observe the true battles between the strongest. For the majority, this presented a significant opportunity for growth and enlightenment. Each universe harbored powerful beings, and only by encountering more formidable opponents could one escape the confines of their own limited vision. As representatives of the 7th universe, it was essential to observe and learn. If even a few individuals gained insight, the 7th universe would experience substantial advancement. The excitement among all present was palpable, especially among the Earth warriors, who had not anticipated such a benefit. They had already begun to recognize the immense power of the Saiyans, a strength seemingly insurmountable. Now, they would have the chance to witness battles beyond their universe, a notion that was simply unbelievable. Chapter 171. Intelligence on Zamasu. Amidst the excitement and fervor of the Saiyans, curiosity surged within them. They were well aware of Chuan's formidable strength, yet they were equally intrigued by the special abilities of Manaka, singled out by Lord Beerus. How powerful could he be to be mentioned in the same breath as Chuan? Their minds swirled with questions, yet they hesitated to inquire, burying their curiosity deep within. Had Chuan been privy to their thoughts, he would have found himself at a loss for words, for Manaka's situation was indeed complicated, too complex for a simple explanation. As the roster for the tournament solidified, Chuan deemed it necessary to share his concerns. If Beerus took them seriously, they might be able to preempt any potential issues involving Zamasu. Lord Beerus, I have a matter of great importance to report, though it is somewhat peculiar. Chuan's sudden declaration caught both Beerus and Whis off guard. The careful manner in which he approached the subject indicated the gravity of the situation. The two listened intently as Chuan recounted his encounters, detailing how he had come across Zamasu and the circumstances surrounding his appearance. As Chuan's words settled in, a look of seriousness crossed Beerus's face, while Whiss's previously warm smile gradually faded. Temporal disturbances? And he possesses the Patera earrings of a Kai. The existence of such an individual was indeed alarming. Beerus and Whiss exchanged glances, each perceiving the weight of the matter. Manipulating time was a grave offense, especially when involving an unknown entity. We shall conduct a thorough investigation. Should any suspicious elements arise, we will address them decisively. Given the divine nature of this issue, we cannot afford any negligence. We will begin our inquiries within our own universe, but we must not dismiss the possibility of involvement from other divine beings. Whiss spoke with utmost caution. Any disruption to the peace must be managed with precision, ensuring such individuals do not pose a threat. Observing the seriousness with which Beerus and Whiss regarded the matter, Chuan felt a sense of relief. He understood the true nature of Zamasu, yet he could not afford to reveal too much. If he spoke too plainly, it might lead to suspicion directed toward himself, a predicament he wished to avoid. While he understood the intricacies of Zamasu's situation, he could only hint at the need for investigation, hoping to avert any catastrophic mistakes. Chuan felt a sense of frustration. He had become immensely powerful, yet he found himself concerned about Zamasu, a being that represented a significant anomaly, transcending the very fabric of order. Upon receiving this information, Beerus and Whiss departed Earth with grave expressions, fully aware that they needed to search for Manaka while also delving into the unfolding events. Once the Destroyer and his companions had left, the assembled Saiyans erupted in exhilaration. They had restrained their enthusiasm in the presence of a god, but now, with their departure, they could no longer contain their excitement. This is amazing. We finally have the chance to battle against even stronger opponents. Engaging with such powerful beings will undoubtedly elevate our abilities. They cheered, recognizing the rarity of this opportunity. Amidst their exuberance, Chuan merely rolled his eyes. One must not be careless, especially you, Kaur and Garuda. Although your combat abilities are somewhat acceptable, you must at least attain the 3rd level of Super Saiyan. Axiana, you need to enhance your base combat power. Even though the time until the martial arts tournament is neither too short nor too long, with intensive training, it is still possible to improve your regular combat strength. As for breaking through to Super Saiyan 4 in such a short time, that is unnecessary to contemplate. Chuan articulates the strengths and weaknesses of each of them. Ultimately, their combat power is insufficient to participate in this tournament. Indeed, they are somewhat lacking. However, having such an opportunity is valuable for broadening their horizons, especially since he believes he will not be defeated by the warriors of the 6th universe. Chuan's words calmed them down. This rare chance made them reluctant to face an early elimination. Even if they could only compete once, they did not wish to suffer a humiliating defeat. Subsequently, Kaur and Garuda chose to enter the hyperbolic time chamber, where time flows at a rate of 1 year inside for every day outside, providing ample opportunity for rigorous training. Axiana also entered a state of cultivation, not daring to waste a single moment. The other Saiyans were also training intensively, although it was not their business. Seeing others seize such an opportunity naturally spurred them to swiftly enhance their combat power. Once their strength increased, who could predict similar opportunities might arise for them? Otherwise, when opportunities present themselves, they might be unable to grasp them. As the Saiyans immersed themselves in their training, the group of Earth warriors found themselves sidelined. They had androids as opponents, yet without the supervision of the Saiyans, they felt something was missing. Even with the presence of the Kai and Mr. Bobo, they still sensed a lack of motivation. It seemed that the Saiyans had no time to manage them. Tianjin Fan murmured to himself after glancing over. Nevertheless, he has always been a disciplined individual, unaffected by the changes of others in his training, and instead, he became more focused. In a short while, they would witness the warriors of other universes, potentially exceeding his expectations, yet this was also an excellent opportunity to expand his horizons. The other Earth warriors were similarly influenced and immersed themselves in their training. With everyone practicing diligently, Chuan appeared the most relaxed. However, he stroked his chin, observing the Earth warriors' efforts. In his view, there was still considerable room for improvement among the Earth warriors, but the pressure was insufficient. They needed an increase in pressure, or else they would become too complacent. Chapter 172, The advancing Earth Warriors. Chuan slowly approached the Earth Warriors, and amidst their puzzled gazes, he revealed his intentions. Merely battling androids would be rather dull. Instead, allow me to assist you in your training. The Earth Warriors were taken aback, contemplating whether he was jesting. The Saiyans had already left them in the dust, and now a more powerful Saiyan was offering to help them train. This felt surreal. Just as their confusion and uncertainty lingered, Chuan spoke again. Continue your regular training, and I shall impose a certain degree of pressure on your energy while also adding some weight. Training in such a unique environment will undoubtedly lead to significant improvement. Without waiting for the Earth Warriors to respond, Chuan raised his hands, and everyone was suddenly subjected to 10 times the gravity, causing them to collapse to the ground. Only Suan Wukong fared slightly better, managing to bend his knees a bit before standing upright, though he too appeared strained. Yet this was just the beginning. The gravity upon you will increase over time. If you do not adapt quickly, you will be overwhelmed by the weight. Of course, I possess the ability to help you recover swiftly, but you must endure the agony of having your bones crushed by the weight. Chuan maintained a smile. Yet every word he uttered caused the faces of the Earth Warriors to change drastically. Even Bike felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Was he truly this ruthless? Those who are the most severe often speak such words in a calm manner. This left them no room for any delusions of safety, and they began to attempt to move their bodies, even as the gravity pinned them down. However, adapting was one thing. Moving under such gravity was quite another. They had not forgotten Chuan's earlier mention of energy pressure, which instilled an inexplicable urgency within them, as if someone were pursuing them from behind. In an instant, their fighting spirit surged. Witnessing his handiwork, Chuan couldn't help but smile. He was not being overly harsh. Rather, the Earth Warriors possessed immense potential. Excluding the pure Earthlings, Tianjin Fan, Bike, and Suan Wukong all had considerable latent power if they trained diligently. They could potentially reach an astonishing level. But it depended on their commitment to training and the presence of proper guidance. If the Earth Warriors rose to prominence, it would benefit him by alleviating some pressure. However, the Saiyan strength was ultimately not the best path for development. As the Earth Warriors gradually began to acclimate to the tenfold gravity, Chuan slowly increased the gravity further while also releasing a hint of energy pressure. This caused yet another shift in the expressions of the Earth Warriors. Was it truly necessary to escalate things so quickly? Just as they were beginning to adjust, the intensity increased, making them feel as if their very organs were being crushed. They had never imagined training could be so excruciating. Yamcha grimaced, struggling more than anyone else due to his comparatively weaker combat power and adaptability. He had never aspired to be a formidable Earth Warrior. He merely wished to obtain the Dragon Balls and make a wish. Little did he expect to find himself in such a predicament. Yet now, he had no choice. If he did not strive with all his might, he risked becoming utterly ineffectual. The others were not faring much better, though they were slightly better off than Yamcha. The pressure was mounting. Yet the Earth Warrior's strength was also rising rapidly, though they lacked an accurate detector to confirm it. If they had won, it would undoubtedly reveal their combat powers were steadily increasing, a process that was ongoing. Chuan controlled the intensity of their training, and he too was training. Albeit at an extremely formidable level, this was merely a subtle refinement for him. Achieving tremendous strength within a few days was unrealistic. Even he did not believe it feasible. The system could only enhance his abilities, making him more versatile, while the increase in combat power seemed negligible. Perhaps the system did not intend for him to become invincible directly. Otherwise, he could have acquired powerful abilities at various times. However, after such a long duration, the combat power gained from the system was merely in the millions, which was inconsequential to him. The abilities remained paramount. A day later, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber swung open. Carl and Greta emerged, their battle suits tattered, hair slightly unkempt, and their bodies adorned with numerous injuries. However, their aura revealed a significant enhancement in their combat prowess. The other Saiyans gathered around, as their primary objective for entering the room of spirit and time was not to merely bide their time, but to attain the Super Saiyan 3rd level. Carl, Greta. Without waiting for questions from the crowd, the two nodded in affirmation. At that moment, their hearts brimmed with excitement. After a full year of rigorous training, they had finally reached the Super Saiyan 3rd level. Pressure breeds motivation. Under normal circumstances, even a year might not have sufficed to achieve such progress. Yet, aware that they were to represent the 7th universe in battle, They exerted themselves in intense training and combat, enabling them to attain the Super Saiyan 3rd level. Their standard combat power had now reached an astonishing 7 million, a formidable force indeed. This advancement is substantial, yet we must adapt to our current state. Otherwise, we may not unleash our full potential when it truly matters, Carl remarked, reflecting on his present condition. Greta nodded in agreement, and then turned her gaze towards Asienna. Asienna, it's your turn to enter the room of spirit and time. Given your current combat strength, if you train inside, you should experience a considerable enhancement. Strive to elevate your power within this limited time. You might even reach the Super Saiyan 4th level. Chapter 173, The Conspiracy for the Super Dragon Balls. Surely, it cannot be that simple. In terms of our innate abilities, the Super Saiyan 4th level is a threshold. Without the oversight of our leader, we would hardly dare to cross it. Asienna shook her head, dismissing Greta's optimism. They were indeed lower-tier warriors, and despite their extensive training, their combat strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. Nevertheless, their innate talents were an undeniable reality. Little did they know that their potential had been enhanced by the Dragon Balls, yet whether this would impact their transformation into a great ape remained uncertain. Asienna stepped into the room of spirit and time alone. Given her current strength, the other Saiyans were not quite capable of training alongside her. Furthermore, the other Saiyans did not feel an urgent need to enhance their power, hence they refrained from entering the room. Time passed swiftly. This day marked the commencement of the Xiang Pa martial arts tournament. Everyone was prepared, training had officially ceased, and all were silently awaiting the event. Even the Earth Warriors had halted their training. In a brief span, they had officially surpassed a combat power of 100,000. This achievement was entirely due to Chuan's efforts. Yet every Earth Warrior felt a flicker of fear upon encountering him. Their increase in strength was significant, but the sensation was still intimidating. Chuan was indifferent to others' perceptions of him. At that moment, a shimmering figure materialized. Weiss appeared in the heavenly palace. It seems everyone is nearly ready. Let us not waste time and proceed to the arena. Weiss surveyed the crowd, noting that all participants and spectators had gathered. He tapped his staff, and everyone in the heavenly palace was transported away. It felt as if they traversed through a space-time tunnel, absorbing the vastness of the cosmic expanse. Is this the universe? It truly is vast. We are now traversing through the cosmos, even preparing to leave this universe. The Earth Warriors were exhilarated. This was their first time departing from Earth, and they were witnessing the true visage of the universe, a thrill that was impossible to quell. No one offered admonishments or sought to halt them. After all, anyone witnessing such a spectacle would be equally awestruck. Before long, they arrived at an unnamed planet. This desolate world, nearly akin to an asteroid, had been transformed into an arena by Xiang Pa. In the center stood a colossal stage, surrounded by numerous spectator seats. And two grand signs were raised on either side, proclaiming the names of the 6th universe's god of destruction, Xiang Pa, and the 7th universe's god of destruction, Beerus. The grandeur of the scene left all present in awe, as it was their first encounter with such a sight. Is this the 6th universe? It doesn't seem too different. But this arena is indeed massive. I wish to battle on such a stage. Sun Wukong exclaimed with enthusiasm, despite lacking the qualifications. Others shared similar sentiments. However, before they could fully assess the arena, Bulma's exclamation drew their attention. Ah, everyone look. It's the Dragon Balls. Enormous Dragon Balls. At Bulma's urging, they followed her gaze and beheld a multitude of gigantic orange-yellow orbs surrounding the unnamed planet. Upon closer inspection, they realized these were indeed Dragon Balls, supersized versions. Dragon Balls. My heavens, are these truly Dragon Balls? They are countless times larger than those on Earth. The Earth Warriors were utterly astonished at the sight of these colossal Dragon Balls. For their quest for the Dragon Balls had led them to the Heavenly Palace. Their obsession with the Dragon Balls surpassed that of anyone else. Yet, they had never anticipated encountering such enormous Dragon Balls. It was truly a shocking revelation. Even the other Saiyans were taken aback, as each orange-yellow orb resembled a planet. Only Chuan remained composed, for he was already aware of the immense size of the Super Dragon Balls. Currently, Xiang Pa had only gathered 6 of the Dragon Balls. To make a wish, 1 more Dragon Ball was needed. These Super Dragon Balls, once assembled, could grant virtually any wish without limitation, as they were crafted by the Dragon God Zalama. While Dragon Balls on Earth could grant wishes, they were still bound by certain restrictions. If a wish exceeded the energy capacity of the Earth's dragon, it could not be fulfilled. However, the Super Dragon Balls were different, capable of realizing any desire. Chuan explained to the others, "When I beheld these 6 Super Dragon Balls, I too felt a stir within. For many aspire to gain immense power through the Dragon Balls. I am no exception. If given the chance, I would not hesitate to use the Dragon Balls to acquire greater strength. After all, Zamasu attained immortality through them. Why could I not seek even more formidable power? Especially with the upcoming martial arts tournament, should victory be achieved, these 6 Dragon Balls could be secured. Afterwards, Bulma could create a dragon radar to search for the Super Dragon Balls across the universe. It was likely that they would soon be found. Certainly, while the idea is commendable, it requires the consent of Beerus, as this is a prize between Beerus and Xiangpa. I must devise a strategy to persuade Beerus to grant me the Dragon Balls. Acquiring the Super Dragon Balls would be immensely beneficial, allowing me to wish for anything I desire. This warrants careful contemplation." Everyone remained in a state of shock when a group emerged from the shadows, led by a somewhat rotund feline, accompanied by several formidable individuals. This was indeed the 6th Universe's contingent. Chapter 174. The martial arts tournament officially begins. They have arrived. The participants from the 6th Universe have made their entrance. It was the vigilant Son Goku and his companions who first noticed the approaching figures, each with an unwavering gaze, their eyes betraying a hint of indifference. The competitors from the 6th Universe included the Saiyan Cab, Frost, the Assassin Hit, Bergamo, and the Metal Man. In addition to these 5 contestants, there also stood the God of Destruction, Xiangpa, and the Angel, Vados. Their entrance was rather unremarkable, yet the aura they emanated was extraordinary, instantly captivating the attention of all present. Karl observed a figure ahead, and his expression shifted dramatically. Could it be Frieza? It was indeed strikingly similar to Frieza. With his exclamation, the crowd turned to look, spotting a figure behind Xiangpa that bore a remarkable resemblance to Frieza, almost identical. This revelation caused a collective gasp of astonishment. If that was Frieza, how could they possibly compete? Frieza's current combat prowess was formidable, leaving only their leader with a chance of victory, while they themselves had no hope whatsoever. Amidst their astonishment, Chuan waved his hand, reassuring them. "You need not be concerned. That is not Frieza, merely a member of the Ice Demon clan from the 6th Universe. Have you forgotten? The 6th and 7th universes are twin universes, possessing planets that are mirroring opposites of one another. What exists in the 7th universe also exists in the 6th, and this individual merely bears a resemblance to Frieza. It is evident that he is not Frieza at all, but rather a member of the Ice Demon clan from the 6th universe." Following his explanation, the tension in the crowd gradually subsided. After all, facing the real Frieza would indeed be an immense burden. On the spectator stands, a slight panic had also ensued. Non-participating Saiyans present were similarly anxious, as they were slowly informing the Earth warriors of Frieza's notorious exploits. However, Chuan's timely clarification alleviated the confusion. Piccolo swiftly relayed the information to the others, dispelling their alarm. Yet even so, they came to realize the multitude of dangers lurking within the cosmos. The number of powerful beings was indeed staggering. The vastness of the universe was beyond their expectations, filled with so many formidable individuals. Son Goku clenched his fists in excitement, his face alight with fervor. As a warrior at heart, the knowledge of so many strong opponents stirred his spirit, although he recognized that his current fighting capability was insufficient, compelling him to remain seated in the stands. Xiangpa approached Beerus with an air of confidence, declaring, "These are my competitors. Let us commence without further delay. Let the contest begin. Regardless of the outcome, we shall emerge victorious." Beerus, unfazed, replied with calm composure, showing no fear of Xiangpa. Hearing Beerus' words, Xiangpa's frustration boiled over. Yet he refrained from engaging in a war of words, huffing in annoyance before returning to his position. Before long, Bergamo ascended to the fighting stage. He was a large, orange bear, imposing in size but seemingly somewhat cumbersome. From his aura, he did not appear to be a formidable opponent. Upon his arrival, the representatives of the 7th universe were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances, reluctant to waste time against an adversary who seemed rather unthreatening. Who will take the stage? They pondered. He appeared weak, and his presence was not intimidating, perhaps possessing some hidden ability. No one volunteered to fight, as they desired to engage only with strong opponents. believing that true competition was meaningful only against the powerful. With no one stepping forward, Carl finally spoke up. I shall take the lead. It is merely a battle of attrition. I will swiftly deal with him and then move on to the others. Carl leaped onto the fighting stage. Chuan chose not to intervene directly, as even though the sixth universe possessed some capable warriors, they did not pose a significant challenge to him. Neither Saiyan Cab nor Assassin Hit warranted his involvement, as he sought to hone his fighters. He hoped that through this battle, one or two of the Saiyans might achieve the transformation into Super Saiyan 4, which would be a genuine advancement, a transcendental leap. If they had not yet reached Super Saiyan 4, assisting them would indeed be a challenge. Moreover, he felt an inherent sense of urgency. As Carl took his place on the fighting stage, he surveyed his opponent, clenching his fists and letting out a slight roar. His hair instantly transformed to a golden hue, radiating with a brilliant light, accompanied by crackling bolts of energy. His combat power soared to an astounding 2.8 billion. This was his initial fighting strength, and he had no intention of holding back. He showcased his might from the onset. The sheer magnitude of his power drew the attention of all present, eliciting astonished reactions. What was happening? He seemed to have transformed, his presence now exuding a ferocity that far surpassed his previous state. My heavens, what is going on? The spectators were dumbfounded, utterly unprepared for such a development. The overwhelming energy he radiated left them gasping for breath. Now, with this transformation, his immense aura had surged exponentially, and even they could sense its terrifying weight. The Earth Warriors felt that if they were to step onto the stage, they would surely be crushed by this colossal force. Was this truly possible? Son Goku glanced at the surrounding Saiyans, pondering aloud. How is he capable of this? To transform and amplify his strength so drastically is unfathomable. In response to Son Goku's inquiry, a Saiyan explained, "Do not be so astonished. This is an ability unique to Saiyans, which can also be described as a talent." The Saiyan ability? The crowd collectively gasped, realizing that they had previously assumed Saiyans were merely a martial race, growing stronger through combat, unaware of such remarkable innate abilities. This was indeed astounding. Chapter 175. Carl unleashes his full power. We Saiyans are indeed a race of warriors, growing stronger with each battle, as you already know. However, beyond this, we can transform into great apes. Upon transforming, our combat power multiplies tenfold from our original strength. This was the most primal method of fighting. Yet, after the destruction of Planet Vegeta, our leader modified the transformation, granting us specific powers. Several Saiyans chimed in, eager to provide a thorough introduction to their abilities to this newcomer who had yet to fully integrate with their ranks. If it were someone else, they might not even bother to engage. However, being of the same Saiyan lineage, it is only natural to converse meaningfully. At the very least, to make the other party aware of the noble blood that courses through their veins. As the Saiyans recounted their tales, the audience gained a profound understanding of their history. From the destruction of Planet Vegeta to their current evolution, they possessed an array of extraordinary abilities, among which Chuan played a pivotal role. This revelation left everyone astounded. The transformation into a Super Saiyan could yield such an exponential increase in strength. It was simply unbelievable. It felt as though they were wielding some sort of cheat code. No wonder they were referred to as a warrior race, with such innate talents and powers. Who could rival them? Their base combat power was already terrifying, and the thought of further transformations sent shivers down the spines of many Earth warriors. In the arena, with Carl's transformation, Xiang Pa was equally stirred. There were indeed Saiyans in the sixth universe, yet they lacked the ability to become what one might call Super Saiyans. Nor did they possess tails. Beerus, seemingly aware of Xiang Pa's thoughts, floated over like a specter and provocatively remarked, "In the seventh universe, every Saiyan can attain the form of a Super Saiyan, and once transformed, their combat power increases dramatically, by hundreds, even thousands of times. And all of this power remains under control. The Saiyans, a remarkable race." Beerus relished in provoking Xiang Pa, who visibly seethed with anger, his face turning a shade of green. This brought Beerus much delight as he leisurely returned to his seat. How infuriating! Why is it that the Saiyans of the seventh universe are so extraordinarily powerful, while we, from the twin universe, are not? Xiang Pa furiously pounded the table. Although the Saiyans of the sixth universe possessed considerable strength even without transformation, the potential for transformation would yield combat abilities that were unfathomable. He dared not imagine such a reality, yet it seemed unrealistic. Beside him, Jay pondered. He was taken aback to learn that Scions from other universes could do such things. Not only did they have an extra tail, but they could also become Super Scions. Was it possible for them to achieve this transformation as well? He bore no resentment or negativity. Instead, witnessing the scene before him stirred a contemplative spirit within him. Being of the same race, there was no reason for the 7th universe to have the ability to transform into Super Scions, while the 6th universe could not. This seemed implausible, but it warranted thorough exploration. Amid their discussions, the battle in the arena commenced. Carl launched the first attack, vanishing from sight only to reappear before Bottomo, delivering a fierce strike. He anticipated some form of reaction, yet Bottomo did not flinch, absorbing the blow without a scratch. This momentarily surprised Carl. How could he emerge unscathed? Although he hadn't unleashed his full power, that was still a significant blow. It was clear he could not underestimate anyone. Carl leapt behind Bottomo and, seizing the moment of surprise, unleashed a series of relentless strikes. However, his attacks seemed to have no effect, leading him to realize that such simple strikes would not yield any results. Once again, he gathered energy for a key blast and sent it hurtling towards Bottomo. While Bottomo staggered back a few steps, he quickly regained his footing, firmly planting himself in the arena. This puzzled Carl. Why did Bottomo refrain from attacking? It was entirely one-sided, with Carl unleashing a continuous barrage of fists, feet, and key blasts. He truly was giving it his all. The onlookers were struck with fear at the display, but Xiang Pa remained unfazed, seemingly indifferent. This caused the warriors of the 7th universe to grow increasingly anxious. Despite demonstrating such terrifying combat prowess, Bottomo showed no signs of retaliation. How strange. Not only did he refrain from counterattacks, but his defense was formidable enough to withstand all of Carl's assaults. Was he merely a defensive fighter? Saiyan Na observed the battle, analyzing the situation from the sidelines. Ultimately, she concluded that there was something amiss with Bottomo. Shortly after her realization, Carl altered his strategy. Instead of continuing his relentless assault, he appeared beside Bottomo. His sudden presence elicited a flicker of unease on Bottomo's face. In the next moment, Carl seized Bottomo and hurled him forcefully away. Following their earlier test of strength, Carl understood that Bottomo would not retaliate, and with such strong defenses, even his full power could not break through. If Bottomo would not engage, the only option left to claim victory was to throw him out of the ring. However, Bottomo's large stature proved to be a challenge to displace. Carl's earlier throw had only pushed him to the edge of the arena. Yet, Carl was determined not to allow Bottomo to return to the center of the ring. Continuing in this manner would lead to an endless waste of time. So he unleashed key blasts while simultaneously pushing Bottomo outward, denying him any opportunity to react. To the astonishment of the spectators, Bottomo was propelled out of the arena by the key blast, truly sent flying without a chance to resist. This dramatic turn of events left everyone in attendance dumbfounded. Was this truly a battle between universes? It felt almost farcical, a being with no combat power, possessing only defense and speed, could ascend to the grand stage of the universe. It was indeed unimaginable, yet they had witnessed it. Chapter 176, Saiyan Na vs. Frost. Is this how it ends? The Earth warriors gaped in disbelief. In their minds, battles between universes should be intensely fierce. Yet, this match had left them utterly bewildered. What was happening? Upon seeing Bottomo ejected from the arena, Xiang Pa momentarily froze, then cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. Cough, cough. Bottomo may be powerful, but he has his weaknesses. Mistakes are inevitable. However, the warriors of the 6th universe are incredibly strong. Frost, you are up. In an effort to reclaim their honor, Xiang Pa commanded Frost to enter the fray. Frost, a member of the ice demon race resembling Frieza, lacked the overwhelming presence of his counterpart. Yet, his visage alone exuded immense pressure. Upon Frost's entrance, Saiyan Na charged forth. This guy is mine to deal with. Seeing that face reminds me of Dr. Gero. It infuriates me. Saiyan Na harbored lingering resentment towards Dr. Gero. Even though he had been completely eradicated, her inner fury had not subsided. The association between Frieza and Dr. Gero implied a shared allegiance. Now, encountering someone strikingly similar to Frieza, she felt it was high time to vent her frustrations. Why wait any longer? After all, if Frieza was no match for her, this individual would serve as an adequate substitute. Observing the formidable Axiana, all the Scions present could not help but shudder, for she is the only surviving female of their race. Her temper is notorious, and her strength ranks just below the leader. Truly, no one dares to provoke her. The fierce expression she wore hinted at the grim fate awaiting her opponent. One could not help but feel pity for the adversary. After all, who dared to provoke her? It was no surprise that he bore an uncanny resemblance to Frieza. One could only hope he would muster his full strength from the outset. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. A flicker of sympathy passed through the eyes of the onlookers. In moments like this, testing the waters is quite common, but facing Axiana, if one wished to probe without showcasing their full power, they were truly courting disaster. They need not even look. The impending scene was already clear. The multitude of Saiyans in the stands felt the same, some even unable to bear the sight. Upon ascending to the arena, Axiana cast a glance at her opponent and spoke slowly. Since you hail from the Frost Demon clan, you must have the ability to transform, correct? Unleash your full power and assume your ultimate form, or you shall not last long. Frost replied, how presumptuous of you. While it is true your universe emerged victorious in the last battle, underestimating your opponent is the gravest mistake. The likes of Bardock have graced the arena by the grace of Lord Beerus, and I am not the same as him. Not the same? Axiana tilted her head, her disdain unapologetically evident without a hint of concealment. Are you not all weaklings? I give you 3 seconds. If you do not transform, I shall end your life. 3, 2. Really, I am at a loss for what to do with you. Frost shook his head. Since it is your request, I shall oblige. As Frost's words fell, his aura began to swell, and his body gradually transformed. His height increased slightly, yet his figure became hunched, and the back of his head elongated, rendering him a grotesque creature. This was his second form. Upon witnessing this, Axiana let out a cold snort. In the next moment, an explosive sound filled the air. Boom! A golden flash erupted as Frost was struck hard, his mouth agape in shock as he coughed up blood. Axiana, undeterred, unleashed 2 powerful energy blasts, sending Frost hurtling into the sky. Although he did not fall out of the arena, his pitiful state drew the attention of all present. In that instant, Axiana transformed into Super Saiyan 3, showcasing her utmost combat prowess. Since she had chosen to strike, she would unleash her full strength rather than gradually increase it like squeezing toothpaste. Such an approach would be foolish. This transformation left all spectators, particularly those from the 6th universe, dumbfounded, as they never anticipated anyone would reveal their full power from the outset. This was utterly incongruous with their understanding. Were battles not typically fought by gradually discerning one's opponent as strengths? They were bewildered yet profoundly shocked. Axiana gazed at the struggling Frost with palpable disdain. I have already told you to reveal your full strength. Why pretend? Had I not held back, you might very well be dead by now. Once on this stage, do not expect your opponent to show mercy. The weak do not deserve victory. Frost, hearing Axiana's words, wore an expression of profound agony, not only from the beating but also from humiliation. He could hardly believe he was being so thoroughly dominated, especially in front of so many witnesses. In the midst of his fury, he felt his body begin to morph once more, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into his final form. This form bore an uncanny resemblance to Frieza, evoking a sense of familiarity among the onlookers. Axiana could not help but smile slightly. Now, that is more like it. If you had revealed your true abilities sooner, we would not have had to endure this farce. Let us conclude this swiftly. You have forced my hand, Frost growled, his expression a mask of fury, his teeth clenched, portraying his desperation. However, a flicker of resentment danced in his eyes. With a powerful push off the ground, he lunged forward, executing a sudden flash of movement. The two engaged in combat, their speed astonishing. At that moment, they were truly clashing, with Frost appearing somewhat disadvantaged. The spectators could distinctly sense the disparity in their powers, as they were well acquainted with the nuances of battle. As their tremendous fighting spirit erupted, the outcome seemed predetermined. Yet, just as they reached this conclusion, a subtle change swept across the faces of those present. Chapter 177. The Downfall of the Despicable One. Axiana's speed began to wane, and her reactions grew sluggish. Several times, she appeared to pause deliberately. What could this mean? Was her opponent truly that formidable? Observers noted the stark contrast between Axiana's initial dominance and her subsequent errors, leaving them puzzled. However, while the crowd remained in the dark, Chuan, expressionless, gazed ahead with disdain and remarked, Axiana, be wary of his arms. He is employing deceit. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly among all present, betraying his lack of restraint. He had long anticipated that Frost would resort to such underhanded tactics, yet he refrained from providing a warning, believing that sometimes one must learn through experience. Regardless of the opponent, one must always remain vigilant, for enemies do not adhere to honorable methods. Chuan's words sent shivers down the spines of those assembled, their vision momentarily blurring. Beerus and Whis exchanged startled glances. Really? How did you discern that? I had observed carefully when he made his move. After all, one must never underestimate any adversary. Chuan's response was astute, devoid of any flaws. Yet it left Beerus feeling somewhat skeptical. Upon hearing her leader's words, Axiana intentionally evaded Frost's attacks, ensuring no physical contact was made. Although she occasionally felt disoriented and her awareness dulled, she understood that it was precisely because of her engagement with him that such sensations arose. It was highly probable that he was employing extremely unscrupulous means. Despicable wretch, Axiana thought, her anger igniting further upon seeing his face. Frost, however, smirked coldly. What do you know? As long as I achieve victory, what does it matter how I accomplish it? People only remember the victors. The vanquished fade from memory. As long as I claim victory, who will recall the means by which I attained it? They will only know that I, Frost, am the victor. His statements were indeed extreme, yet there was a kernel of truth within them. Axiana, however, paid no heed to his rhetoric. In her eyes, this despicable character could not be allowed to triumph. Axiana gritted her teeth and once again erupted with immense fury, her battle power surging past 3.5 billion, slightly surpassing her previous strength. In contrast, Frost's battle power was merely around 2 billion. Despite having attained his strongest form, he was ultimately no match for Frieza. Frieza possessed not only innate talent but also unwavering determination and, in certain respects, an irreplaceable charm that prevented him from resorting to such despicable tactics. On the other hand, Frost was unscrupulous in his methods. Do not struggle. Although your current battle power is formidable, the toxin I have injected into you will inevitably slow your speed. Had you not attacked first, you would have succumbed long ago. You should be grateful that you initiated the assault. Glaring at Frost's contemptuous expression, Axiana's disgust was palpable, fueling her resolve not to falter. Even as her vision blurred, the mere sound of Frost's repugnant voice ignited a flicker of rage within her. As if her anger could negate all the toxins coursing through her veins. Her speed increased. With agility, she evaded Frost's attacks twice in quick succession and then unleashed a powerful punch that struck him squarely. What? Frost exclaimed in shock. Utterly unprepared for her counterattack despite being heavily poisoned. He had not even formulated a response when a massive fist obscured his vision, followed by a violent impact. Axiana's gritted teeth echoed throughout the arena. The despicable scoundrel deserves to rot in hell. As her words fell, an onslaught of energy blasts rained down like a torrential downpour. The blurriness of her vision rendered her unable to aim accurately, prompting her to unleash a barrage that engulfed the entire arena. Frost was unable to evade, sustaining multiple hits from the energy blasts, each eliciting a cry of anguish. In an instant, Axiana pinpointed his location, teleporting directly in front of him. With both hands raised, an overwhelmingly terrifying energy wave coalesced between her palms. Farewell. Go to hell and repent. Before her words could fully resonate, the terrifying shockwave penetrated Frost's body, leaving him without a shred of reaction. The next moment, Frost collapsed in shock, unable to resist, as the sudden turn of events was far too abrupt, even catching the destroyers present off guard. Frost had met his end. The crowd collectively gasped. Just moments ago, he had been at a disadvantage, his movements sluggish and dull, seemingly destined for defeat, yet inexplicably, he had turned the tide and eliminated his opponent. This was an unprecedented occurrence. Although the first match had concluded with a victor, such a violent conclusion was beyond anyone's expectations. The spectators were dumbfounded, realizing that they were merely participants, while the true authorities were the destroyers and angels. With apprehensive glances, they turned to Kampa. Kampa himself was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that Frost had fallen so abruptly, an outcome he had never dared to imagine. Yet, he felt no sympathy. Frost's underhanded tactics to secure victory had already contravened the tournament's rules and displayed a blatant disrespect towards him. How could he possibly defend Frost? However, having lost 2 consecutive matches weighed heavily on his heart, filling him with frustration. Why is this happening? He was such a formidable warrior, yet he still lost. If another defeat occurs, it will truly be the end. Kampa's outburst resembled that of a child in despair. This scene left everyone astonished. The image of the destroyer had shattered like glass, leaving the spectators feeling an unsettling dissonance. The once mighty destroyer was not as formidable as they had imagined. Chapter 178, The Strongest of Universe 6. Kampa's tantrum froze the atmosphere, leaving everyone speechless. Even the participants from Universe 6 broke out in a cold sweat. Had he not been a destroyer, they would have spoken out. Ha ha ha, this destroyer is quite entertaining, remarked Sun Wukong, scratching his head and offering a high appraisal of Kampa. Perhaps only he would respond in such a manner. After venting his frustrations, Kampa leaped up with a sudden burst of energy, fists clenched tightly. Damn you, Beerus. I shall see just how strong your allies are. Next up, I will send in Caulifla. Ha ha ha, but it's not just you who has Saiyans. I have them too. Kampa laughed triumphantly, as if victory were assured. Beerus, however, remained indifferent. Caulifla hesitated, pointing at himself and asking, Lord Destroyer, do you truly want me to fight? Shouldn't the real trump card be the one to restore our momentum? I can't do it. Caulifla's face betrayed a hint of panic. Although he was also a Saiyan, he could not transform into a Super Saiyan. It was not that the Saiyans of Universe 6 were incapable of transformation. It was just that he personally could not. He was amiable and exceedingly kind, having never lost his temper. This had led to his inability to transform, primarily fighting in his base form, which, although powerful, felt inadequate against the prowess displayed in the previous matches. Lord Destroyer, I believe it would be better to send Hit into the fray. If I step in now, we are bound to lose again, and that would truly put us at a disadvantage. Caulifla was self-aware, facing a Super Saiyan from Universe 7. He did not believe he could triumph with his base form alone, unless he could also transform. However, he was acutely aware of his limitations. And after Kampa insisted on sending him, he revealed his trepidation. This revelation left the spectators stunned. Was this surrendering before the battle even began? How could one know their fate without even stepping into the ring? Moreover, it was uncertain who would be fighting next. A Saiyan must step up. Combat was the fastest avenue to enhance strength. After all, they bore the blood of a martial race, the Saiyans. Why shy away from battle? The Saiyans in the audience were incensed. United in their identity, they could no longer bear to watch. Why are you afraid to fight? Even if you lose, at least you can unleash your fighting spirit. To assume defeat before the battle has even begun is astonishing, especially for a Saiyan. Not only the Saiyans, but others in attendance also frowned, questioning how a participant could exhibit such cowardice. Kampa regarded Caulifla, observing the seriousness in his eyes, and ultimately sighed. Very well, then. I shall reserve you for the final match. Do not let me down. In the words of Xiang Pa, he was acutely aware that if it came down to the final match, Jia Bei would be unable to take the stage as the last performer. His psychological fortitude was insufficient, compounded by a lack of confidence in his own abilities. Moreover, he was a gentle and benevolent soul, one who had never lost his temper. Could such a person truly deliver an outstanding performance? Xiang Pa felt uncertain, sensing the odds were not in favor of Jia Bei, since Jia Bei had voluntarily withdrawn. Only one formidable contender remained, Killer Shite. As for why Metal Man was not deployed, it was because Metal Man could not secure a decisive victory. Only Killer Shite possessed such prowess. He could not afford another defeat. Shite, the next match is yours. If you win, the energy cube will belong to you. After making this declaration, Xiang Pa pointed to an energy cube behind him, the very condition that had compelled Killer Shite to engage in battle for him. Otherwise, Shite would have remained uninvolved. Shite nodded slowly, stepping onto the arena. This dramatic scene left everyone present in disbelief. Yet as Shite stood on the platform, the crowd instinctively rubbed their eyes. How formidable! His aura surpassed that of Frost, and he did not even seem to be deliberately radiating his energy. Such an overwhelming presence was undoubtedly the ace of the sixth universe. Could we possibly triumph? It was no wonder they harbored doubts, for Shite's energy was so potent that it incited self-doubt among them. Even Carl and Saiyan Na wore expressions of unprecedented gravity. While the previous two opponents had exhibited some respectable abilities, Shite was simply terrifying. Nevertheless, Guru Tao was not prepared to concede defeat. Killer Shite, it seemed, was the ace of the sixth universe, possibly even its strongest warrior. I shall give it my all. Guru Tao ascended the platform with a serious demeanor. As he stepped onto the stage, Chuan specifically cautioned him, for Shite's combat power was indeed fearsome, and his skills were difficult to defend against. This was the true might of the sixth universe. I have heard you are the strongest in the sixth universe. I look forward to your guidance. Guru Ta stated upon his arrival, immediately amplifying his combat power to its zenith, transforming into Super Saiyan Level 3. He had anticipated this moment, therefore. He felt no hesitation. Upon becoming Super Saiyan 3, his power skyrocketed to an astonishing 2.5 billion. Such a formidable combat strength. Yet, before Shite, this power was utterly inadequate. Shite simply stood there, his demeanor cold, as if all that transpired was of no concern to him. This only intensified the pressure. Come on, let us end this swiftly. Once I deal with you, I must attend to others. Do not keep me waiting. Chapter 179, Ace Against Ace. Super Saiyan 5 at full power. Guru Ta did not allow Shite's words to provoke his anger, despite his typically carefree nature. He recognized the strength of his opponent, even treating him as a superior. Taking a deep breath, he warned, "You had best be careful." With that, he surged forward with explosive speed. However, Shite seemed capable of predicting all his movements, appearing effortlessly before him, landing punches without fail. The two engaged in a fierce clash, the battle igniting instantaneously. The arena became a blur of their figures, but from the onset, Guru Ta found himself at a disadvantage. No matter how he attacked, he could not land a blow, each attempt thwarted by Shite. In mere moments, Guru Ta was left battered and breathless, while Shite remained unscathed, exuding an air of ease that astonished all onlookers. How could this be? The combat power of the Saiyans was terrifying, yet before Shite, they held no advantage. Was he not a monster? Yamcha's eyes widened in disbelief. They had truly experienced the might of the Saiyans, yet this supremely powerful Saiyan was toyed with by Shite as if he were merely a plaything. This was a truly fearsome creature. If they were to step into the arena, it was uncertain whether they could even approach their opponent. Not only Yamcha, but others also expressed their astonishment. Indeed, there are always greater forces beyond comprehension. Initially, 2 matches had led them to believe the 7th universe was strong. Yet little did they know that their ace had yet to appear, now dominating with overwhelming power. Chuan observed this scene, having anticipated it from the outset. For Shite was undeniably formidable, especially with his time-skip ability. Each instance allowed him to pause for 0.1 seconds, granting him the foresight to intercept his opponent's attacks. This was precisely why Guru Ta could not even graze his opponent. What will you do? Push your limits. Chuan mused with anticipation. Guru Ta gasped for breath, his eyes fixed on Shite, his mind racing for a strategy. Even transformed into Super Saiyan 3, he found it impossible to compel Shite to reveal his true strength. The opponent's methods were so peculiar. Throughout the battle, Shite had hardly initiated any attacks, yet it seemed he could foresee all of Guru Ta's actions. What was the secret? If he could indeed predict, then with such power, Guru Ta might not last long. He could not remain passive any longer. An idea struck Guru Ta, and without further contemplation, he unleashed another surge of energy. Diving forward, summoning massive energy blasts, launching them relentlessly at the arena. Regardless of whether they struck, he continued to rain down energy blasts as if it were a downpour, engulfing the entire arena. Prediction? What if there were no thoughts in his mind to predict? That was his countermeasure. However, in the next moment, Guru Ta's expression froze. Shite appeared to dance upon the arena, effortlessly evading each of his attacks, gradually closing the distance. In the blink of an eye, Shite was before him. Guru Ta felt a flash before his eyes as a punch struck him squarely in the face, followed by a knee to his stomach, causing him to spit blood and revert from Super Saiyan 3. Shite's foot swept across the ground. Is killing a violation of the rules? Shite regarded the crowd with a chilling expression. This immediately startled everyone. Xiang Pa hastily exclaimed, "Do not act recklessly. This is merely a friendly spar. Winning is winning." Yet, despite his words, his lips curled into a grin that was difficult to suppress, revealing his teeth. His smile was impossible to conceal. He even cast occasional glances at Bai Lu Si, his demeanor provocatively daring. Bai Lu Si merely rolled his eyes, offering no response. In an instant, Chuan materialized on the arena, exchanging a brief glance with Shite before swiftly relocating Gua beneath the stage. He harbored uncertainty about his ability to defeat Shite, as he sensed the latter's formidable strength, having never truly engaged in battle with him. He was at a loss as to who was superior. He believed himself to be no slouch, yet his opponent was undeniably powerful. After dealing with Guru Da, he ascended the arena, fully aware that allowing Imo Na Ka to take the stage was out of the question. He knew all too well that Imo Na Ka was merely a pretender, utterly incapable of matching any Earth warrior's prowess. Thus, he found himself as the sole remaining contestant. His confidence was steadfast, though not blind. Now, allow me to be your adversary. Chuan observed his opponent intently as his hair began to undergo a transformation. It elongated gradually, shifting to a silvery hue, while his pupils morphed into a deep purple. Purple lightning crackled around him, embodying the full power of Super Saiyan 5. This overwhelming surge of combat power instantly captivated the audience, prompting gasps of astonishment from all present. What manner of transformation is this? How can his hair turn white? Furthermore, the intensity of his aura is astonishing, evolving so rapidly. It seems as though everyone possesses the potential to transform. My goodness, this is utterly extraordinary. This ferocious energy surpasses even the previous 3 Saiyans by a considerable margin. Moreover, have you noticed that his transformation is entirely different from what we witnessed before? Does he possess multiple forms? All Earth warriors were engulfed in confusion. This bewilderment only intensified as the sheer magnitude of his power exceeded their comprehension, reaching heights that seemed unfathomable for a mere human. Is this truly attainable? Even the god of destruction, Xiang Pa, and Ba Duo La appeared taken aback, for this aura was undeniably formidable. Is this the Ace of Beerus? He indeed possesses impressive abilities. Chapter 180. The unexpected arrival of future Trunks. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? A different kind of Super Saiyan. Beside the arena, Jia Bei gazed at Chuan, now transformed into Super Saiyan 5, in a trance. In the 6th universe, Saiyans can also attain the Super Saiyan form. Yet he had never witnessed anyone achieve this particular transformation, having never himself transformed into a Super Saiyan. Thus, he felt an immense yearning within. In contrast to the others, they were utterly astounded. This was their first glimpse of Super Saiyan 5. The ferocious energy and overwhelming combat prowess made it abundantly clear to them how terrifying this form truly was. Even the god of destruction was caught off guard. Shite regarded the transformed Chuan with a faint smile creeping onto his face. Once a cold-hearted assassin, he found himself invigorated by the impressive display of his opponent's strength. Now this is more like it. If you cannot demonstrate your true abilities, this battle will be dreadfully dull. Come, let me witness the pride of the 6th universe. Chuan's combat power had significantly escalated. Previously, it reached a mere 13 trillion. However, his strength was in a constant state of enhancement, bolstered by breaking through limits and gaining experience from each battle. Now, merely maintaining Super Saiyan 5, his combat power soared to an astounding 200 trillion. There was no doubt about his might. The audience held their breath, their gazes fixated on the 2 powerful auras clashing on the arena. They were merely testing one another, exchanging energy without launching an initial attack. Suddenly, a tremendous sound reverberated through the sky as if an unknown force had manifested. Following a distortion, a massive chasm appeared overhead, capturing everyone's attention. What is this? How could such an anomaly occur? The spectators were perplexed, recognizing that this phenomenon was not the result of anyone's actions. It seemed to have emerged inexplicably, leaving them in a state of uncertainty. All the Saiyans remained silent, glancing at the god of destruction and the angel, their brows furrowing slightly. It is strange. There seems to be an extraordinarily powerful energy approaching. What could this mean? The immense disturbance in the sky resembled a black hole, intermittently flashing with lightning and thunder, exuding an air of danger. Even from a distance, the sense of imminent destruction permeated the atmosphere. Approaching this phenomenon could yield unforeseen consequences. In contrast, Beerus, Xiang Pa, and others regarded the spectacle in the sky with contemplative expressions, sensing a familiar power. Time and space, the power of time. Lord Beerus, this must be the power of time, right? This dimension seems to be disrupted, yet the cause remains unclear, Whis remarked with intrigue. Although it appeared to involve the manipulation of time, this was trivial to Whis, who could also manipulate time himself. He could even reverse its flow. Yet tampering with time is a grave offense. Even deities bear significant responsibility for such actions. Upon hearing Whis's words, Beerus scoffed. I wonder which fool thought it wise to engage in such antics. Tampering with time is a serious crime. Even gods would not dare to tread lightly. Yet Xiang Pa, you do seem rather incompetent. How could someone dare to wreak havoc in your domain? This is unacceptable. Beerus, unconcerned about the power of time, viewed it as a mere trifle. However, the audacity of someone to manipulate time within Xiangpa's realm intrigued him, prompting him to mock the god of destruction without hesitation. Xiangpa, initially perplexed, felt his anger rise upon realizing the truth. Someone had indeed dared to meddle with time in his territory. This was unforgivable. Whoever it may be, they were doomed. I, the god of destruction, shall obliterate you, Xiangpa declared vehemently. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Chuan and Shite ceased their tentative exchanges, now fixated on the phenomenon in the sky. In that moment, a multitude of images flooded Chuan's mind. This scene felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of his previous encounter with temporal turbulence while traversing from the world of destruction to Earth, where he had encountered Zamasu. Yet now, they were in the 6th universe. Could this individual have returned? Moreover, how audacious to appear before the god of destruction. Even as a trainee Kaioshin, wielding the time ring, he would still appear insignificant before a god of destruction. Just as he was lost in thought, a glimmer of light flickered within the black hole. A machine abruptly materialized. It was an orange-yellow contraption emblazoned with the logo of Capsule Corporation. Upon witnessing this machine, Chuan's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Initially suspecting Zamasu, he was instead confronted by Trunks. This development promised to be quite interesting. The sudden appearance of the machine drew the attention of all, for an unexpected occurrence during the heated tournament was bound to captivate everyone. The machine descended slowly, and from it emerged a blue-haired youth, sword in hand, his eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment. He appeared remarkably youthful, yet his body bore the marks of battle. Trunks surveyed his surroundings, feeling an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity. Was this not the West City from 17 years ago that he had envisioned? Why was he here? His mind was filled with confusion. As he glanced around, he was taken aback. There stood a youthful son Wukong, Bulma, an elderly Piccolo, and the familiar faces of Earth's warriors. To his astonishment, there was even a god of destruction. This revelation left him in shock. What was happening? Which time period was this? Had some unforeseen event occurred? Or was it a consequence of insufficient energy that brought him here? Uncle Wukong had yet to reach adulthood, and it seemed his mother had not yet encountered his father. Trunks gazed at the scene before him, falling into silence. This was not the timeline he sought. The reason for this anomaly eluded him. Just as he was lost in thought, a gigantic feline visage suddenly loomed before him, nearly brushing against his face. Chapter 181. Information from the future timeline. Hey, who are you, you rascal? Do you realize that tampering with time is a grave offense? The voice emanating from the cat face bombarded him with questions, startling Trunks into taking a step back. He then recognized that this was a face strikingly similar to Beerus. Who are you? Me? Zampa pointed to himself. Incredulous that Trunks did not recognize him, it was infuriating. You don't even know who I am. I am the god of destruction. The god of destruction from the 6th universe. Where did you come from? Don't you know that playing with time is a serious crime? Facing Zampa's aggressive demeanor, Trunks found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. After all, he had indeed traversed time to arrive here. Although the destination and timeline were not as he had imagined, he had undeniably meddled with time. Moreover, he noticed that this cat-like figure, resembling Beerus, was also a god of destruction from another universe, adding to his confusion. What was going on? Wasn't he supposed to have crossed over to West City 17 years ago? How had he ended up here, in the 6th universe? Hey, I'm talking to you. Why are you in a daze? Zampa was infuriated. This young man not only ignored him, but also seemed lost in thought. It was utterly ridiculous. Just as Zampa was about to lose his temper, Chuan appeared before them. Lord Zampa, perhaps we should let this young man explain what has transpired. Something significant must have happened to him. Given the circumstances, let us pause the tournament for now. Chuan's suggestion was timely, and Zampa reluctantly agreed, though he still harbored lingering resentment towards Trunks. Chuan understood that Trunks' appearance indicated that Zamasu's arrival was likely imminent. That individual had undoubtedly reached this point in time. Confronting Zamasu single-handedly would be challenging. If a god of destruction were present, obliterating him would be relatively effortless. Of course, it was also possible that Zamasu could be eliminated. He had simply been overlooked. Trunks approached Beerus. Lord Beerus. You know me, which is intriguing. I hail from a future timeline, and my identity is not something I can disclose, as it could have significant ramifications. In my future, the world is steeped in despair. Having been ravaged by the emergence of androids, the majority of humanity has been slain. The Earth's warriors have nearly all perished. However, after the first temporal journey, I successfully encountered the rising Earth warriors, and through our combined efforts, we enhanced our strength. Upon returning to my original timeline, peace was momentarily restored, but then a terrifying figure emerged. Trunks recounted his experiences, sharing all that he could articulate, for this was not the same temporal juncture he had previously traversed. Some details needed repeating, but fortunately, he was not revealing his identity to anyone of critical importance. To avoid suspicion, he discreetly mentioned his identity, ensuring those in the distance remained unaware. This would not adversely affect him. Nevertheless, it still left a profound impact on those listening. And then came the crux of the matter, a being claiming to be Sun Wukong. As Trunks spoke these words, he discreetly glanced towards the stands, where a genuine Sun Wukong was present. However, he would not mistake him for Zamasu. After all, at this point in time, Sun Wukong was still a child, not yet having matured. The audience, who had been listening intently, was suddenly astonished. Sun Wukong? All the Saiyans turned their attention to the young warrior who had landed on Earth. Although his combat prowess had significantly improved, could he truly reach such heights? The Earth's warriors leaped down from the stands. Are you referring to me? Sun Wukong inquired, puzzled. Trunks shook his head. No. It is merely that this other person claimed to be him, and he bears an uncanny resemblance. He wears black clothing, and we refer to him as Black Wukong. Black Wukong? The crowd gasped. It felt as though Sun Wukong had become the mastermind in the future timeline. What's going on? Sun Wukong scratched his head, equally bewildered. That guy, when he appeared, stated that for the sake of justice, he would annihilate all of humanity on Earth. And he did just that. As Trunks recounted this, his fists clenched tightly, memories of humanity's slaughter flooding his mind. In the future timeline, nearly all of Earth's inhabitants had been eradicated. No, it can be said that they were all extinguished. To annihilate all Earthlings? In the name of justice? Indeed. And he claimed to have obliterated several other planets and their inhabitants as well. Within a year, Earth was nearly devoid of life. He destroyed everything, including all the Earth's warriors. As Trunks shared his tale, the despair permeated the air. The entire human population had been wiped out, leaving only him to resist alone. The weight of that hopelessness was palpable, as if everyone were experiencing it firsthand. However, the mood was abruptly shattered when Beerus interjected. Is this the reason you traverse time to arrive here? Do you realize that this is forbidden? All timelines flow linearly. If someone from a specific point in time travels to another, regardless of their actions, even something as trivial as picking a flower, it could lead to the destruction of civilization in the future. Even the smallest act could result in the obliteration of an entire planet, with consequences even more severe. This is the price of tampering with time. Even gods are not exempt. Beerus's words shocked everyone present. Trunks, too, was jolted from his sorrowful reverie, feeling a surge of panic. Yet, Chuan suddenly spoke up. Lord Beerus, do you recall the spatial turbulence I mentioned earlier? I suspect that this individual is the Black Wukong he described. P.S. The publication fee has been received. Though modest, it suffices to treat myself to a chicken leg. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone for their unwavering support, especially to the esteemed individuals who have gifted me. Chapter 182. The Appearance of Zamasu. Is he the formidable warrior you mentioned? That indeed piques my interest. Beerus stroked his chin, lost in thought. According to the information provided by Chuan, the ability to create temporal disturbances, coupled with a strength comparable to his own, signifies a person of considerable caliber. It is essential to note that Chuan's strength is no trifling matter, particularly when he is exerting himself to the fullest, a fact well understood by Beerus. But what are you all discussing? Trunks, having overheard Chuan and Beerus, was immediately engulfed in panic. The Black Goku was an enemy from the future. In search of hope, Trunks had boarded the time machine to the past, originally intending to seek assistance. However, through a twist of fate, he found himself in an even more distant era. But what were they just speaking of? Could it be that Black Goku has already made his appearance? How could this be? Observing Trunks' evident distress, Chuan spoke calmly. Whether you believe it or not, I indeed encountered the Black Goku you mentioned some time ago. He bears a striking resemblance to Son Goku, appearing as a grown version of him, and possesses formidable fighting prowess. While returning to Earth from the God of Destruction's realm, I experienced temporal turbulence, during which we clashed. Although neither of us unleashed our full power, we fought fiercely to escape the time distortion. Trunks was taken aback. What on earth is happening? Is it possible that Black Goku also utilized a time machine to arrive here? That seems implausible, too shocking to comprehend. It was then that Trunks noticed the individual before him seemed somewhat unfamiliar, yet he felt an odd familiarity with Lord Beerus, sensing something amiss. Who are you? I am a Saiyan from the 7th universe. The 7th universe Saiyan? Trunks was profoundly perplexed, feeling as though events had spiraled beyond his grasp, heading towards an unpredictable direction. Subsequently, someone began to introduce the cosmic information to Trunks, further deepening his confusion. In his timeline, there was no such Saiyan, and the trajectory of events appeared entirely different. Could it be that his time travel had caused some errors, resulting in these unforeseen changes? He could not ascertain, but there was no time for further contemplation. If Black Goku truly has descended, preparations must be made promptly. That being is extraordinarily powerful, undeniably malevolent, and terrifying. As long as he exists, he seeks to eradicate all humanity, sparing neither Earth nor any other planet. Trunks stated through gritted teeth. This revelation struck a chord with everyone present. The Earth warriors were expressions of grave concern. What manner of powerful being could instill such despair in one of formidable strength? Their combat prowess barely reached tens of thousands, utterly ignorant of the sheer terror embodied by such a mighty warrior. Gradually, they began to draw parallels with the martial arts tournament they had witnessed. They could not help but glance at the still-growing Son Goku, their gazes laden with intrigue. This caused Son Goku to shake his head, exclaiming, "Please do not misunderstand. I would never commit such heinous acts. How could I ever desire to annihilate all humanity? Please do not project such notions onto me." They all recognized that Son Goku would never resort to such actions, having spent ample time together to understand his character. Nonetheless, a sense of disbelief lingered in their hearts. Just as silence enveloped them, Xiang Pa clenched his fists, his anger surging within. "Hey you, not only are you toying with time, but now you are regaling me with an array of convoluted tales. Do you realize you have ruined my plans? It is entirely due to you that my martial arts tournament has been abruptly halted. You have committed a grave error." Faced with this rotund feline that bore a striking resemblance to Lord Beerus, Trunks dared not retort, for he was, after all, a god of destruction. A single misstep could lead to his obliteration. "I deeply apologize, esteemed god of destruction. It was not my intention." Trunks' expression was one of sincere regret. Fully aware that his unexpected arrival had disrupted the impending tournament, and he had no grounds to defend himself. It was already a considerable favor that he was not being held accountable for his time travel, and he dared not harbor any further expectations. Upon witnessing Trunks' demeanor, Xiang Pa remained calm for a moment before donning a contemplative expression. "Since you have sincerely acknowledged your mistake, I shall grant you an opportunity, a chance for me to pardon you. As you hail from the future, you must have encountered many delectable dishes. Why not prepare a meal for me to sample? If it satisfies me, I shall overlook your transgressions." Xiang Pa crossed his arms behind his head, whistling nonchalantly. His request left everyone present speechless. Others might have been unfazed, well aware of the temperaments of gods of destruction and angels, but the Earth warriors were utterly astonished. What sort of demand is this? Prepare a meal? Is it truly that casual? Are there no stringent requirements? Or is this some sort of trap? They were at a loss. Trunks, taken aback momentarily, quickly nodded. For someone who has survived in the future, food itself is incredibly precious. Whether due to the rampage of the androids or the havoc wrought by Black Goku, the future had endured countless disasters, rendering food a rare commodity. Simple sustenance was already a delicacy, let alone dishes that had been thoughtfully prepared, as they possessed their own unique culinary techniques. Trunks affirmed, "I will exert every effort to prepare a feast worthy of the god of destruction, and I shall give it my utmost. Then let us see your performance." As it seemed the tension had subsided, everyone inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. If a conflict had erupted, it would have been truly disastrous. Yet, at that precise moment, the area where the black hole had appeared erupted with thunderous roars, terrifying lightning engulfing the vicinity. A dark mist flashed, seemingly splitting the very sky apart. All eyes were drawn to the spectacle. Having just healed, the black hole suddenly tore open. Terrifying lightning crackled around, and the sky above was swiftly shrouded in ominous clouds. Chapter 183, Xiang Pa's Fury. The stormy sky illuminated with a blinding flash, revealing a silhouette slowly materializing. Where's this? As the smoke dissipated, a figure clad in black, with dark hair, stood suspended in the air, gazing down with an expression of indifference. The crowd remained puzzled. However, Trunks gasped in astonishment. Black Goku. Oh, so it is you, Trunks. I never expected to find you here. It appears my time travel was not in vain. I have finally located you. A sinister and cold smile crept across Black Goku's lips as he surveyed his surroundings, recognizing many familiar faces. Then, he caught sight of an incredibly familiar yet strange figure. Son Goku. I did not expect to encounter a Son Goku who is yet to mature. How intriguing. This must indeed be the past. His aura was overwhelmingly potent, creating an oppressive atmosphere that instilled fear upon his arrival. All the Earth warriors found themselves frozen, unable to move. The others also sensed the immense power of He Wukong. Naturally, Trunks reacted most intensely, for this was the nemesis of his mother, an unforgivable adversary. At that moment, Y suddenly exclaimed, Lord Beerus, look at that man's right hand. Indeed, it is the time ring. The gods of destruction and angels present immediately recognized the time ring adorning He Wukong's hand, a possession exclusive to the Kaishin. This revelation piqued their interest significantly, as the situation became increasingly intriguing. At that instant, He Wukong also noticed the gods of destruction, displaying a flicker of surprise on his face. Beerus, astonished by the unexpected appearance of two gods of destruction, remained composed despite the fact that he currently lacked the combat power to contend with them. Nonetheless, he had his own trump cards. Hey, how did you get here? Trunks shouted angrily. Although this was not the timeline he wished to inhabit, the arrival of He Wukong filled him with rage and unease. Ha! He Wukong laughed heartily. Trunks, did you think you were the only one capable of time travel? Unfortunately for you, I can do it too. And my presence here is all thanks to you. He Wukong's demeanor was exceedingly indifferent, his expression cold. Yet, in the next moment, a change flickered across his face as he spotted Chuan. He Wukong had not simply arrived at this timeline. There had been unforeseen circumstances along the way. However, ultimately encountering Trunks could be considered a fortuitous coincidence. Long time no see, Chuan greeted, recalling the fierce encounter they had previously, where he had nearly claimed He Wukong's life but was thwarted at the last moment. I didn't expect you to be here. It certainly makes things lively. You're quite amusing, Zamasu. Do you really believe you can succeed? Chuan calmly remarked. His words instantly left He Wukong momentarily stunned, a hint of panic evident on his face. How did this being know his true identity? Logically, he had never revealed it. Yet this individual, whom he had encountered for the second time, was aware of his true nature. How do you know? It doesn't matter how I know. But do you truly think you've hidden it well? At this moment, everyone present was taken aback, utterly perplexed by the turn of events. Ordinarily, He Wukong's appearance would coincide with Trunks' arrival, making Trunks the most knowledgeable about him. Yet, it seemed that Chuan was the one who truly understood the essence of the being before them, even articulating his genuine identity and name. From He Wukong's reaction, it was evident that Zamasu was indeed his true name. This revelation astonished all assembled, including the gods of destruction, who, despite their surprise, did not overly concern themselves with it, especially at their level where certain matters were deemed insignificant. However, one individual took great interest in this revelation, the god of destruction, Kampa. As everyone remained in a standoff, his eyes had already amassed a considerable fury, particularly directed at Zamasu hovering in the sky. His wrath swelled. After all, this fighting tournament was organized by him personally, and the repeated interruptions were a significant source of embarrassment, especially before Beerus. Damn it! Time and again. Do you truly believe my temper is so forgiving? Kampa's furious roar startled everyone present, for they had not anticipated such ire from him. At that moment, Beerus discreetly pointed at Weiss with a gleeful expression, saying, This fellow is angry. Now the fun begins. Lord Beerus, you are far too gleeful at another misfortune. What does it matter? A sudden overtime match could be quite entertaining. It's just what he needs to burn off some calories. Otherwise, he'll continue to balloon from all that eating. He doesn't even resemble my twin brother. Zamasu was captivated by Kampa's words, but before he could respond, Kampa began to ascend slowly, nearly at eye level with him. At that moment, Zamasu felt an unprecedented pressure. He had once acted with impunity in the future world, knowing the destruction goddess' strength. However, he had never directly confronted one. By eliminating the Kaishin, He had ensured the god of destruction's demise naturally followed. With the god of destruction gone, the angels would succumb to slumber, allowing him to act freely. Now, however, he faced not one but two formidable gods of destruction, along with two angels and other powerful beings, causing the calm demeanor he had exhibited to falter for the first time. Even with the time ring, he could not significantly amplify his power, merely granting him a slight edge in escape. Lord Kampa, Zamasu began, but before he could finish his sentence, Kampa had already amassed an overwhelming force of destruction in his hand, launching it forward. The air erupted in sound as the void behind him detonated. Chapter 184, Kampa vs. Hey Wukong. Kampa's sudden offensive startled everyone present, especially the Earth Warriors, who displayed expressions of sheer terror. The recent competitors had already instilled an unprecedented pressure. Now the god of destruction had entered the fray. The power emanating from him was astounding, surpassing that of the previous contestants by a considerable margin. Truly formidable. They wondered when they might ever reach such heights. The crowd murmured in astonishment, genuinely feeling the overwhelming strength of the god of destruction, a power that transcended their own capabilities by countless levels. However, Son Goku appeared particularly exhilarated. Since witnessing the arena battles, he had been in a state of fervor, for he was a martial arts enthusiast, deeply passionate about combat. The stronger the opponent, the more thrilled he became. Their reactions were in stark contrast to Zamasu's, who sensed a terrifying wave of destruction approaching him, an intensity unlike anything he had felt before. And it was destruction energy. He was intimately familiar with it, otherwise, he would not have been the first to eliminate the Kaioshin. Now, facing a god of destruction left him utterly bewildered. Lord Kampa, I believe there must be some misunderstanding. Zamasu attempted to explain. However, Kampa would not allow him the chance. Not only had Zamasu diminished his dignity, but in front of so many witnesses, allowing him to maintain his composure was unforgivable. The purpose of this tournament had been to showcase his strength before Beerus, but he had instead been reduced to a mere jester, inflating his anger further. Zamasu's presence had become a convenient outlet for Kampa's pent-up frustration. Suspended in the air, surrounded by a purple aura, Kampa gathered multiple spheres of destructive energy in his hands, hurling them towards the surroundings. The Zhou dynasty gave rise to a fragmented realm, where even the time ring possessed by Zama struggled to pierce the void, rendering escape a daunting challenge. His expression shifted dramatically. The turbulence surrounding him was overwhelming, making the opening of time and space virtually impossible. Truly, as a god of destruction, his power was formidable. Given the opportunity, he would undoubtedly eliminate all gods of destruction, lest they jeopardize his plan to obliterate humanity. Even now, his desire to annihilate humankind remained unquenched. In his eyes, humanity ought not to exist. Were it not for their presence, how could the universe be subjected to ceaseless destruction? Without humanity, the cosmos would dwell in tranquility, free from war, devastation, and ruin. This was his conviction. As reason eluded him, Zama's gradually initiated a counterattack, channeling dark energy waves into his hands. Each attempt required multiple energy blasts, barely managing to fend off a surge of destructive force. It was evident that he was straining under the pressure. However, his energy suddenly surged, growing increasingly terrifying with each confrontation, akin to a Saiyan. Despite appearing quite disheveled, he was steadily advancing, his power gradually escalating. Zama's frequently cast glances at Sun Wukong beside him. Each sighting triggered a cascade of combat techniques in his mind, enhancing his physical synchronization. His power incrementally improved. If only he could observe Sun Wukong's fighting style, it would significantly bolster his combat prowess. Regrettably, the Sun Wukong of this timeline was far too weak. Otherwise, they could engage in a proper duel, allowing him to adapt to this body more effectively. Amidst the battle, Zama's found moments to contemplate. Observing the skirmish overhead, he appeared quite beleaguered but had not sustained serious injuries, merely resisting the onslaught. It was clear that Kampa was not exerting his full strength. After witnessing this scene, Chuan shook his head slightly. Initially, he had believed he could leverage the power of the gods of destruction to eliminate Zama's. However, it seemed increasingly unlikely. Even Beerus would not act recklessly, and any intervention from him would likely mirror Kampa's efforts. Upon reaching the level of a god of destruction, certain matters lose their significance, and they do not intervene lightly. Although aware of the immense threat posed by Zama's, they would not eliminate him before a crisis emerged. Based on current observations, Both Beerus and Kampa seemed to exhibit a reluctance to fully engage. It appeared that Chuan would have to take matters into his own hands. Fortunately, Zama's combat strength was not overwhelmingly formidable at this moment. With careful management of his power, he believed he could vanquish him. Moreover, Zama's had yet to engage in battle with Sun Wukong, leaving room for him to fully synchronize with his body. The potential for resolution remained viable. With these thoughts in mind, Chuan began to stretch his limbs. His actions immediately drew the attention of everyone present. As the ace of the seventh universe, he was naturally the focus of scrutiny. His warm-up signaled to all that he was preparing to take the stage. Was the leader about to enter the fray personally? Hadn't the god of destruction already intervened? Observing the opponent's apparent lack of resistance, it seemed that victory was imminent without further intervention. Yet, upon closer inspection, despite the god of destruction's formidable power, the Black Wukong was not easily defeated. Speculations swirled among the Saiyans regarding their leader's imminent participation, and they were filled with anticipation. Having not witnessed Chuan in action for far too long, how far were they from their leader? This uncertainty heightened their eagerness. Meanwhile, the Earth Warriors were equally exhilarated by this rare opportunity, a chance to resume the interrupted duel against a new adversary. Chapter 185. Chuan takes command of the battlefield. The Sixth Universe's members also cast curious glances, particularly the assassin hit, as their battle had yet to conclude. Observing the Seventh Universe's ace in action presented an excellent opportunity for study. Just how powerful was the Seventh Universe's champion? Hit mused, his previously stoic demeanor shifting. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, and Beerus remarked, Chuan, are you truly going to enter the fray? Indeed, this individual had an extraordinary background and could not be left unchecked. Otherwise, the timeline could face dire consequences, potentially leading to chaos in their own universe. He could not be allowed to survive. While this sentiment was valid, the moment he traversed time, chaos had already begun to manifest. Killing him now could exacerbate the situation. Exiling him would be the most prudent course, Beerus suggested cautiously. However, Chuan shook his head. Lord Beerus, observe the ring he wears. You must recognize it, the time ring. Even if we banish him to the future, he could still traverse timelines and return to this one. He remains an unknown variable. If we do not resolve this matter now, it could become exceedingly complicated. There may even be a version of him existing in this timeline. Should he ally with that iteration, what calamity might ensue? Chuan spoke candidly, unafraid of skepticism, as this was merely his conjecture. Who could know that he was already privy to everything? His words rendered Beerus and Whis silent. They had always prioritized cautious approaches, often ignoring matters that did not directly concern them. In that moment, they began to reflect on their own perspectives. Meanwhile, Chuan remained unfazed by their deliberations. The gods of destruction and angels had existed for eons, viewing matters with a depth not often grasped by others. Some issues could not be elucidated with mere words. Regardless of their acceptance, Chuan was resolute in his desire to see Zama's eradicated. In an instant, he teleported onto the battlefield. However, rather than launching an immediate attack, he approached God of Destruction Kampa. Lord Kampa, I believe you have vented your frustrations sufficiently. Allow me to take over from here. You? Both combatants halted, surprised by Chuan's sudden pronouncement, with Kampa regarding him with a hint of confusion, unsure why Chuan would make such a declaration. Yes, Chuan affirmed resolutely. Permit me to take action. Let me deal with him. Kampa glanced at him, then turned to Beerus and Whis, noticing Beerus giving a rare nod of approval. Seeing this, Kampa swiftly returned to the planetary surface. Very well, the battlefield is yours. He offered no further commentary, for he had already exhausted his energy and had no intention of executing his opponent. It was better to leave the battlefield to others. In that moment, silence enveloped the scene. Chuan truly confronted Zamasu. No, this is the second encounter. The first was amidst the chaotic currents of time and space. A battle where he was utterly suppressed, for his opponent wielded the time ring, constantly countering his every move. However, the current situation was markedly different. The balance of power had shifted. The sudden change in adversaries caught Zamasu somewhat off guard, but he quickly regained his composure, a cold smile spreading across his face. Oh, it is you once again. Though your combat prowess displayed in the time rift was indeed formidable, facing me, you stand no chance. Humanity deserves annihilation. Even you are no exception. The shift in opponents rejuvenated Zamasu's confidence. After all, his strength was still somewhat strained against the god of destruction. Even against a relatively weaker opponent like Kampa, he found himself under immense pressure. Had he not recognized the god of destruction's previous panic, the introduction of a new adversary could alter the dynamics entirely. Do you think just because the opponent has changed, you have any hope? Chuan chuckled coldly, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. You are merely a pitiable extremist. You claim humanity should be eradicated, yet what do you represent? Are you not the greatest virus yourself? Your actions lead to the destruction of the universe and the environment. You have even thrown time and space into disarray. Is this what you call maintenance? What do you understand? Zamasu's face flushed with anger, as those words struck at his very core. I am purging. Once all of humanity is eliminated, the universe will return to tranquility. This is the natural order of cosmic function. A virus must be eradicated. Only then can the universe operate normally, preventing the emergence of chaotic entities. Zamasu's ideology remained as extreme as ever. Chuan waved his hand dismissively. And what do you amount to? Are you not the greatest virus of all? With your alterations, seizing Son Goku's body, and even killing the Supreme Kai, what do you truly represent? He understood that his words would not waver Zamasu, yet some truths needed to be voiced. An extreme egoist will always cloak their actions in grandiloquent justifications. How could his deeds be any less destructive than those of humanity? He even sacrificed the lives of the Supreme Kai, the god of destruction, and the angels. While the angels merely slumber, their slumber still disrupts the cosmic balance, rendering him more of a virus than any he seeks to eliminate. How absurd! Just as Zamasu attempted to retort, Chuan instantaneously teleported, striking Zamasu's abdomen with a powerful punch before he could utter a word. The blow pierced through, leaving Zamasu reeling. In the next moment, Chuan was enveloped in a purple aura, his hair transforming into a vibrant purple, with lightning crackling around him. He ascended to super purple, his combat power reaching a staggering 10 quintillion. This was 5 times the strength of Super Saiyan 5, and such overwhelming power allowed him to swiftly penetrate Zamasu's defenses, inflicting an injury that would be difficult to heal. This spectacle left all present utterly astonished, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Chapter 186. Each other as sharpening stones. Chuan's sudden assault plunged the arena into silence, all eyes wide with incredulity. Is he really this strong? Whether from Universe 6 or Universe 7. Everyone sensed the sheer might Zamasu possessed, yet to see such a formidable opponent pierced so easily was beyond their comprehension. Our leader has grown even stronger. Indeed, while they knew of this form, witnessing it firsthand was terrifying, evoking a feeling akin to facing Lord Beerus. After uttering this, Greta discreetly glanced at Beerus, relieved to find him unresponsive, silently chiding himself for speaking so freely. Provoking Beerus could lead to dire consequences. Others shared a similar sentiment, albeit unsure how to articulate it. If they felt this way, how much more so for the others? The Earth Warriors, in this martial tournament, truly opened their eyes. Not only did they learn from previous battles, but the current conflict also proved immensely enriching. It was worth it. Though they could not enhance their own power, they genuinely broadened their horizons, and with an expanded perspective, their ambitions naturally grew more far-reaching. Truly, their leader, a Saiyan, demonstrated unparalleled strength, establishing absolute dominance from the outset. The enemy was formidable, yet seemingly not as powerful. It was said he was the true savior of the Saiyans, having rescued them from near extinction during a catastrophic event that nearly obliterated their race. It was in a crucial moment that he saved the surviving Saiyans, ensuring their continued existence. Demon King Piccolo spoke quietly, feeling a profound shock as he finished his statement. The others gazed at him in astonishment, finding the revelation hard to believe. How could such a powerful Saiyan have faced annihilation? Who possessed such strength? Though the Earth Warriors were intensely curious, they were equally intrigued about how Piccolo had come by this information. How do you know this? Yachirobe suddenly interjected. We have been training together. You couldn't have secretly gathered this intel. Besides, would others confide in you about such matters? The group turned to him, sharing their skepticism. They had always been together in training and had rarely separated. How could Piccolo have learned this? Moreover, given their current power levels, they hardly warranted others sharing such confidential information with them. Facing their doubts, Piccolo offered no elaborate explanation, merely gesturing to his ears. My hearing is exceptional. I can perceive sounds from great distances. During my training in the sacred world of the Kais, I overheard many intriguing stories. This was one of them. Subsequently, the group began to gossip, watching the fierce battle above while whispering among themselves. Yet, they remained oblivious to the subtle twitch of Beerus's ears, his expression unchanged. Whis also cast a glance. With their capabilities, they could easily multitask, observing the battle above while remaining attuned to everything around them. Meanwhile, Kampa, who had stepped aside, watched the combat in the sky with a hint of surprise on his face. This kid possesses considerable strength. He seems quite powerful, and it appears he has yet to fully unleash his potential. Perhaps his combat prowess is simply overwhelming. He pondered, unable to adjust to the situation at hand, curious about where Beerus had found such a treasure. If he could acclimate to the power within him, his combat abilities could undoubtedly ascend several tiers. Kampa commented while observing, feeling an intense envy, yet he did not fall into despair. After all, he too had his trump card, the assassin hit, a warrior with an undefeated record. Confronting Chuan is not an insurmountable task. From the moment he was penetrated, Zama's was driven to madness, utterly unprepared for the downfall he faced, especially at the hands of this Saiyan. Yet, why had he never encountered such an individual? He had not even heard of them, and the strength exhibited by this being was overwhelmingly potent, swiftly subduing him. Coupled with his injuries, his control over his body had deteriorated significantly. You wretched being. Once I master the combat techniques of Suan Wukong, it will be your demise. Just wait. Zama's muttered fiercely as he struggled to defend himself. Despite enduring relentless blows, he simultaneously adapted to his body's coordination, allowing him to harness the formidable power of Suan Wukong. Moreover, his inherent combat prowess was exceptional. Otherwise, he would not have been chosen as a candidate for the Kaishin. Due to his unparalleled talent, his adaptation was remarkably swift, and as he acclimated, his aura began to expand, restoring a measure of his confidence. However, Zama's was utterly oblivious to the fact that Chuan could have ended his life at any moment. Instead, after the initial onslaught, Chuan had been using him as a sharpening stone to hone his own combat abilities. Consequently, after Zama's was thoroughly injured, Chuan had been familiarizing himself with his current state. This state was extraordinarily unique, combining the enhancements of a Super Saiyan, the might of a destroyer, and the growth potential of the Ice Demon clan. It was overwhelmingly powerful. Could it be the amalgamation of three abilities? Through continuous combat, he sensed his power gradually escalating, more than doubling from its initial level. This was exhilarating. Chuan had never previously experienced such a rapid enhancement in strength, effortlessly achieving this remarkable level. Was this not the epitome of a combat power extractor? Chapter 187. The Astonishment of Zama's. Chuan was indeed steady. Despite having the capability to swiftly conclude the battle, he chose to prolong it, indicating a certain satisfaction with his combat prowess. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances at the battle above and swiftly reached this conclusion, for their discerning eyes could hardly be deceived. Of course, the reason for his steadiness lay in the necessity to refine his combat strength while simultaneously inflicting severe injury upon his opponent. This was truly a conservative approach. From Beerus's perspective, such a method was entirely superfluous. A direct finish would suffice. Demon King Piccolo's ears perked up, and his expression became uncontrollable. What had he just heard? A seemingly evenly matched battle was, in fact, a deliberate display of restraint, all while honing one's strength. How utterly insane. My heavens. This truly exemplified the warrior spirit. In that moment, Piccolo comprehended what it meant to be a combat-oriented race, a people born for battle. Others around him noticed the uncontrollable expression on Piccolo's face and were eager to know what astounding revelations he had just heard. Yet they hesitated to inquire. Their curiosity piqued. They were acutely aware that Piccolo had gleaned something astonishing, yet they tread cautiously, for they were but the least of the Kurami. Should they provoke even one of the powerful beings around them, they would all be doomed. Thus, they refrained from speaking, despite knowing the magnitude of the news Piccolo had received, for fear of attracting trouble. As everyone harbored their own thoughts, the battle in the sky had reached a fever pitch. Chuan's power had surged to 30 trillion, and even then, he did not perceive himself operating at full capacity. He had not even truly tapped into his potential. It was evident just how formidable his state was. If he could genuinely engage in focused training, even torturing Frieza would be a trivial task. Even if Frieza transformed into Golden Frieza, he would always be one step behind. This overwhelming strength enlightened him to the truth. Power is the essence of confidence. Now, he was not inclined to prolong the confrontation any further. It was not that he lacked the desire to enhance his abilities, but rather because he understood that if this dragged on, Zama's might escape. Despite Zama's frenzied attempts at vengeance, given the opportunity, he would undoubtedly flee without hesitation. A being of his nature would exploit any available opening in an instant, for he was profoundly deranged. It was time to conclude this battle. Chuan clenched his fists, and a swirling purple aura enveloped him, with violet lightning crackling around him. The surrounding space began to exhibit signs of instability, his pupils dilating as the purple hue spread, as if forming an intricate pattern. It was a sight that evoked a sense of profound mystery. Ha ha ha. Are you attempting to amuse me? You speak of resolving the battle. Yet it has dragged on for so long without any resolution in sight. Do not engage in empty bravado. It serves no purpose. You cannot detain me. Should I wish to depart, I can do so at any moment. Upon hearing Chuan's words, Zama's erupted into laughter, deeming it the most amusing jest he had ever encountered. Yet, Chuan offered no explanation, merely responding coolly, "If you can leave whenever you wish, then depart and show me." This statement struck Zama's profoundly, shattering his composure. While it was true that if the surrounding space remained stable, he could indeed leave this temporal realm at will, ever since Xiangpa intervened, the environment had become profoundly unstable. Even with the time ring in his possession, he dared not act recklessly. This was the very reason Zama's had refrained from taking action until now. Chuan's words filled him with an unprecedented sense of humiliation. Fine. Since you insist on this, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Zama's placed a hand on his wound, which began to emit a faint green glow as he utilized his energy to perform a recovery technique. Though he could heal, it drained an immense amount of stamina, preventing him from reaching his peak power. Nonetheless, it was a necessary sacrifice. If he continued to bear his severe injuries, he would be unable to confront Chuan. Thus, he had no choice but to resort to this method. As he began to recover and was about to boast, a terrifying force of destruction barreled toward him. With a resounding crash, he was startled into making a swift retreat, moving a distance away. When he turned to look back, he found the spot he had just occupied now engulfed in a terrifying aura of destruction, the surrounding space further shattered. This scene left him dumbfounded. Zama's could hardly fathom that his opponent possessed such a capability. Destructive energy? How could this be? Was this not a power exclusive to the destroyers? No, it was impossible. How could you possibly wield destructive energy? Who are you? Only a destroyer can command such power, and you lack the divine essence. You could never be a destroyer. Who on earth are you? Zama's was utterly astonished, and in this moment, a hint of panic flickered across his demeanor. The mere glimpse of the iceberg that Chuan revealed was sufficient to completely disconcert him. At this instant, those around him, particularly Xiangpa and Baida La, were equally taken aback. Was this truly the power of destruction? Although they had already sensed it quite distinctly moments ago, they still sought confirmation, for without it, they could not fully assure themselves. Beerus nodded, with an air of pride, stating, "Indeed, do not underestimate him. Despite merely being a Saiyan, his combat prowess is formidable. He has even grasped the power of destruction through his innate talent. He is a genius. Presently, he serves as the apprentice god of destruction for the 7th universe, and should an opportunity arise, he may very well be promoted." Naturally, the opportunity he referred to was self-evident, yet Beerus spoke candidly without a hint of reservation. Once Chuan unleashed his destructive power, all present could no longer maintain their composure. Xiangpa's eyes darted around, as if plotting mischief. Beerus cast a disdainful glance, admonishing, You gluttonous fool, best not harbor any designs. He is already the apprentice god of destruction of the 7th universe. If you dare to scheme, I will ensure you receive a daily thrashing." Upon hearing this, Xiangpa deflated like a punctured balloon, fully aware that Beerus could indeed follow through with such threats. Although it may not last long, even a brief period of torment would lead him to question his very existence. Moreover, should this matter reach the ears of others, he would be ridiculed for eternity. Merely contemplating it felt utterly unworthy. Zama's astonishment remained unabated. As the heir of the Kaishin, he possessed considerable knowledge regarding the gods of destruction. It was widely understood that anyone wielding the power of destruction would experience a significant augmentation in strength, for the power of destruction was akin to the purest form of annihilation. The fact that this individual before him was merely an apprentice god of destruction left him utterly bewildered. In his perception, only a god of destruction could inflict genuine harm upon him. Yet here he was, in this inexplicable dimension, not only facing setbacks, but also encountering someone so unexpectedly formidable. The notion of an apprentice god of destruction was beyond his comprehension. Everything felt unreal, a mere facade. Chuan, however, was unconcerned by Zama's plight. His own strength had surged, and he had grown increasingly adept at wielding his ultraviolet state. Thus, Zama's had become irrelevant. There was no way he could allow Zama's to escape, for that would spell disaster. Regardless of the veracity of the situation, Chuan executed a swift instant transmission, appearing beside Zama's in an instant, his hands emanating an overwhelming destructive force. Facing Zama's, he had no intention of employing a Kamehameha wave, which felt uncertain. Rather, the power of destruction would undoubtedly obliterate him. As the destructive energy enveloped him, Zama's truly felt the threat of death. Panic seized him. No, you cannot kill me. If I perish, this entire dimension will descend into chaos. Furthermore, I possess time rings here. Irrespective of what happens to this dimension, the future will undoubtedly spiral into turmoil. Do you not consider the ramifications of temporal chaos? Confronted with imminent peril, Zama's found himself utterly helpless, yet he had been overly presumptuous. Chuan was not Trunks. He had no intention of pondering the consequences for other dimensions. Moreover, even if the time rings remained in this dimension, they would not truly fall under his jurisdiction. There were greater powers at play, such as Beerus and Whis. Consequently, Chuan paid no heed to Zama's pleas for mercy, and the terrifying power of destruction surged forth. Zama's found himself unable to flee. The surrounding space had already fragmented, saturated with destructive energy that constrained him at every turn. He could only watch helplessly as the destructive force descended upon him. Despite his frantic struggles, no amount of effort could withstand the radiant power of destruction. Everything would turn to dust beneath its brilliance. A dazzling light erupted, reminiscent of a splendid firework blooming upon this nameless star. Everyone instinctively lifted their gaze to behold this magnificent spectacle, as silence enveloped the scene. Expressions froze on the faces of the onlookers, who were utterly astonished that such a formidable enemy could be vanquished before their very eyes with such apparent ease. It was surreal. Among them, Trunks, who had previously battled Zama's numerous times over the course of a year, was the most astounded. To him, Zama's had always been a powerful adversary. Yet he never anticipated that such a formidable foe could be so effortlessly dispatched in this timeline. The speed of the encounter surpassed his wildest imagination, leading him to momentarily question if it was merely an illusion. However, the reality before him was indisputable, leaving no room for disbelief, though the awe within him was undeniable. Such strength. This formidable Black Goku had been swiftly subdued. Was this the essence of the legendary Super Saiyan? Moreover, this transformation of the Super Saiyan appeared distinct from any he had ever witnessed before. In this moment, Trunks belatedly recognized the uniqueness of Chuan. In his memory, Super Saiyans were characterized by golden hair. Even the second transformation maintained the same golden hue and fiery aura. Yet Chuan's current ultraviolet form illuminated the boundless potential of the Saiyans. If he could also attain such immense power and transform into this formidable state, perhaps the future would not be plagued by successive calamities. Ultimately, it was his own inadequacy that had led to such turmoil. Trunks reflected deeply within himself. As Chuan descended to the ground, Trunks hurriedly approached him. "Greetings. I am immensely grateful to you for eliminating the foe from my future. Thank you sincerely." In response to Trunks' gratitude, Chuan waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for such formality. That individual had some enmity with me, as you may not know. I encountered him amidst the temporal turbulence not long ago. Had I not possessed a modicum of strength, I would not have emerged from that chaotic realm. The grudge was established at that time. Coincidentally, you lured this fellow here, allowing me to settle the score. Do not dwell on it too much." Chuan spoke candidly, acknowledging that while this was not the primary reason, Zama's presence posed a genuine threat to this timeline. Any potential peril to his life could not be overlooked. It must be extinguished at its inception, never allowed to flourish. As for the Zamas of the future, while he had been dealt with, the Zamas of this era remained a lingering threat. However, Chuan felt no urgency. Sometimes, it sufficed to guide events subtly. Upon hearing Chuan's words, Trunks' face displayed clear astonishment. for he had not anticipated that Black Goku would arrive in this timeline and engage with its inhabitants. Was he not supposed to have followed Trunks? The situation felt remarkably strange, yet Trunks lacked a thorough understanding of temporal theories. As Trunks turned his head, he immediately spotted the time machine parked not far away. The exhilaration he felt from vanquishing his enemies swiftly diminished, and his spirits began to wane. He realized that while he possessed the fuel required to journey into the past, he lacked any means to return, which cast a shadow over his mood. The time machine was devoid of fuel. Chuan patted Trunks on the shoulder, urging him not to dwell too much on the situation. Although the time machine was out of fuel, he believed Trunks knew what needed to be done. After all, the inventor of the time machine should also be the one to procure its fuel. While the process might take some time, success was indeed a possibility. Chuan was aware that it would take a considerable amount of time for Bulma to fully mature, yet if they began their engagement now, success could come sooner than anticipated. Moreover, Earth was not lacking in scientists and scholars. With the advent of extraterrestrial technology, Earth had already entered a phase of vigorous development. Whether in martial arts or technology, each domain was advancing at an astonishing pace. As long as they navigated their efforts wisely, the grand project was not beyond reach. Upon hearing Chuan's words, Trunks' face lit up with surprise, yet it quickly morphed into a mask of confusion. How did Chuan seem to know everything? When he attempted to inquire further, Chuan had already moved to Beerus' side, leaving him bewildered. Shaking his head to dispel his uncertain thoughts, he glanced at the still maturing Bulma. His emotions were complex, but he understood that if he wished to return to the future, he could only rely on the time machine. Currently, only his mother could create the time machine and its fuel. However, given the present circumstances, he had no idea when that would happen. Yet, it offered a glimmer of hope. You concluded the battle remarkably swiftly. I initially thought you might wish to train further or enhance your combat abilities. Beerus remarked nonchalantly upon seeing Chuan approach. Although he would have liked to train more, it was rare to find someone with whom he could fight without reservations. However, this individual was also quite perilous. Should he escape, chaos would ensue. But do you realize that killing him would also lead to chaos? After all, he is a being from the future. Beerus maintained a stoic expression, seemingly questioning, while Whis observed with a serene smile, remaining silent throughout the exchange. Chuan understood Beerus' nature perhaps better than Beerus himself. Despite his impassive facade, Beerus was not truly angry. He merely sought to express his thoughts. Since arriving in this timeline, everything had become thoroughly chaotic, and if not resolved promptly, matters would only grow more convoluted. Given that Trunks was from the future, was it possible he retained his original identity in this timeline? Chuan believed thorough investigation was warranted. Should they uncover his identity and resolve the issue beforehand, it would likely prevent the situation from escalating too severely. Whis interjected, indeed, that individual possesses a time ring, indicating a connection to the Supreme Kai. Although we are unaware of how he acquired the time ring, it should be traceable to some extent. I have also memorized his energy signature. Encountering something similar would certainly reveal his identity. Whis approached the matter with utmost seriousness, acknowledging the plethora of factors involved, leaving no room for carelessness. At that moment, Campo approached. This matter does not require your intervention. I will handle it personally, and I have memorized that rogue's energy signature. Since he has disrupted my plans and created considerable trouble, he should not elude my grasp. If I find him, he will know true regret. Although Campa had initially vented his frustration, the potential lingering issues now weighed heavily on his mind. The situation was indeed resolved, yet the gravity remained. How could someone traverse time? Moreover, this individual hailed from the future and had perished in Universe 6. Any unnecessary complications could potentially lead to calamity for Universe 6. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Furthermore, he spotted the distant yellow time machine, which only compounded his headache. Truly, none of these individuals are reliable. Do they genuinely believe they can toy with time? Such actions come at a monumental cost. Even at their level, they dare not approach time recklessly. Despite the angel's formidable powers, they too refrain from misusing time, which can only rewind 3 minutes at most, highlighting the inherent challenges. Beerus, uneasy about Campa's sudden assumption of responsibility, knew his twin brother was not the most meticulous person and could be rather careless. Are you certain you can manage? Should you make a mistake? The fact that such an individual acquired the Supreme Kai's time ring indicates he is not merely connected to the Supreme Kai, but possesses a significant identity. Do not act recklessly. The consequences could be severe. Beerus felt compelled to issue a grave warning. Kampa, however, was undeterred. With a target in mind, he had lost interest in the ongoing tournament and turned to leave. These 6 Dragon Balls are yours as compensation. We shall have an opportunity to spar again. As Kampa walked away without looking back, Chuan hesitated, wanting to intervene. He truly wished to stop him, for he did not believe Kampa was someone capable of handling significant matters. The potential for disaster loomed large. Yet, considering that Bulma was beside Kampa, he felt a modicum of reassurance, as she was at least somewhat dependable. Then, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Dragon Balls, Dragon Balls. They are giving them to us. This was indeed an unexpected turn of events. Chapter 190. The Ultimate Destination of the Dragon Balls. Watching Kampa depart without a backward glance, Beerus smirked slightly. Although he had been critiquing Kampa, he couldn't deny the bond they shared as twin brothers. Some things did not require explicit acknowledgement. Kampa was indeed a prideful individual. However, possessing 6 Dragon Balls was of little use. One needed all 7 to make a wish. Observing the surrounding Dragon Balls, each appeared as large as a planet, yet they were merely 6 in number. The wish remained distant. At that moment, Bulma rushed over. Lord Destroyer, if you do not mind, I could attempt to search for the final Dragon Ball. I believe I can do it. Beerus glanced at Bulma, his expression one of mild curiosity. Trunks, standing nearby, tensed up. Although she was not his mother from his own timeline, she undeniably was his mother. The god of destruction is an exceedingly capricious being, and any misstep could lead to grave consequences, which causes him immense anxiety. Lord Beerus is still unaware of the current circumstances, so I implore you not to take it too seriously. Trunks' performance left everyone present momentarily stunned, and even Whis regarded him with a rare expression of contemplation. The onlookers were perplexed. Why would this time-traveling youth suddenly exhibit signs of nervousness? Was it possible that he had some connection with Bulma? Such thoughts began to swirl in their minds. As the situation grew more convoluted, Chuan felt compelled to interject. Lord Beerus, Earth also possesses Dragon Balls, though they were crafted by the Namekians. The one responsible is the Guardian of Earth, whom I believe you have encountered. He is the creator of the Dragon Balls. Now Beerus comprehended Bulma's implication. So you mean to say that because Earth has the Wish Balls, you have already mastered the method to locate them? Chuan nodded. After all, this was the truth. Although he was aware of the whereabouts of the final Dragon Ball, he could not divulge this information. Revealing too much could raise suspicion, and given his current strength, he dared not expose himself, especially with an angel in proximity. If it were merely Beerus, he would have no need for such caution, as Beerus is inherently lethargic and tends to overlook many matters. This would indeed make things easier for him. However, Whis' presence made him feel somewhat uneasy. Since you possess the means to locate the Wish Balls, let us expedite their creation. If you can find the last Wish Ball, I shall grant you some conveniences. Beerus uttered this rare concession, which was quite remarkable for him. Upon hearing his words, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe that Beerus would utter such a statement. Is this truly the same unpredictable Beerus? Whis smiled subtly at the exchange. Everything was understood without the need for words. Upon witnessing Beerus's behavior, Chuan's initial excitement gradually waned, for he understood that the Dragon Balls would ultimately not be given to him. No matter how well he performed, Beerus would never entrust them to him. Given Beerus's unusual demeanor, coupled with his decisions in the original narrative, Chuan began to harbor suspicions. As for seizing the Dragon Balls, that was simply unrealistic. Not to mention whether he had the strength to do so. Even if he were to accidentally acquire a Dragon Ball, he would still be unable to summon the Eternal Dragon, as he lacked the language of the gods. This was the crux of the matter. At this moment, having received Beerus's consent, the warriors of Earth turned their attention toward the other Dragon Balls, brimming with curiosity. After all, the Dragon Balls on Earth were merely the size of a fist, which already seemed quite miraculous, granting them any wish they desired. However, encountering a Dragon Ball the size of a massive planet left them utterly astonished. This was indeed an eye-opening experience. These Dragon Balls were enormous, unlike anything they had ever seen before. If the small Dragon Balls on Earth could grant any wish, what could this Super Dragon Ball possibly bestow? Could it grant them the title of the strongest in the universe? Could it bestow upon them eternal, boundless life? The Earth warriors animatedly discussed among themselves, their excitement palpable. However, Beerus and Whis paid little heed to their chatter. For beings of their stature, eternal life was well within reach without the need to rely on the Dragon Balls. Moreover, They held disdain for the act of using the Dragon Balls. Making a wish through the Dragon Balls invariably generates negative energy, and every gain comes with a price. They had no need to take such risks. In contrast, the Earth Warriors and all Saiyans were lost in dreams of what wishes could be fulfilled. As they gazed around, Bulma focused intently, equipped with various tools for unforeseen circumstances. After a while, her face lit up with excitement. Incredible! I did not expect the energy contained within these Dragon Balls to be identical to that of Earth's. Thus, the original Dragon Radar can be employed, albeit with some slight optimization. Her exuberance captured everyone's attention, igniting a wave of enthusiasm. Is that true? Absolutely true. Moreover, it won't take many days to produce. It merely requires a bit of effort. Bulma exuded confidence, asserting that they were essentially creating the same item with only minor functional enhancements. Meanwhile, Beerus remarked with a hint of exasperation, the Wish Balls share a common origin. The Super Wish Ball was crafted by the dragon god Salama, while the Earth's Wish Balls were made by the Namekians, passed down from dragon god Salama, which led to the proliferation of Wish Balls across various regions. His explanation enlightened the crowd. They had not realized there existed such a deity capable of creating Dragon Balls, which implied a formidable power. Chapter 191, Whis' Compensation. In an instant, diverse images filled the minds of the onlookers as they contemplated the vastness of the universe. One universe encompasses numerous galaxies, with even greater expanses beyond. And astonishingly, there are 12 such universes. The mere thought was unfathomable. Among them, there existed a dragon god capable of creating Dragon Balls. Their aspirations reached an apex. While the crowd was lost in their thoughts, Whis quietly approached Chuan, gently patting his shoulder. His tone noticeably softer as he spoke. You must be eagerly anticipating the acquisition of a Wish Ball, am I correct? Without allowing him a chance to respond, Whis continued. I know you seek the Wish Ball. Although I am unaware of the nature of your desired wish, it is prudent to refrain from using the Wish Balls lightly. While they can indeed fulfill wishes, they can also impose significant burdens on the universe. Despite all this, it is ultimately because Lord Beerus finds them useful. However, I shall provide you with a form of compensation. You have long sought to enhance your combat power. I can facilitate a rapid increase in your strength. But it requires the right opportunity. Chuan turned to Whis, his expression one of disbelief. Even if Beerus were to directly take the Super Dragon Ball, he would have no grounds to protest. Yet, he never anticipated Whis would take the initiative to remind him, offering to enhance his combat power as a form of compensation. This uplifted his spirits immensely. Could it be? Was Whis truly willing to teach him a cultivation technique? If that were the case, it would be a tremendous gain. Such thoughts raced through his mind. After all, a method to quickly elevate combat strength could only be achieved through cultivation techniques. If he were to rely on the usual methods of improvement, progress would be slow. Moreover, Whis had been quite clear, evidently demonstrating ample sincerity. What more could he say? Let us wait until this matter concludes, and I shall guide you diligently. With your innate talent, you are undoubtedly capable of cultivating to an exceedingly formidable level, perhaps even reaching the standards of a destroyer god. Wei Si rarely adopts such a serious demeanor, for the role of a destroyer god is no trivial matter. Attaining such power would mean possessing a combat ability of terrifying proportions. Chuan sensed Wei Si's earnestness and had no doubt that he would train him with the same rigor as he would a destroyer god. After calming his thoughts, Chuan slowly remarked that the Dark Wukong must have originated from the future, implying that he should also have a physical form in this timeline. He felt a sense of familiarity about everything, even possessing the unique time ring of the Kaioshin, leading him to believe that his identity was far from ordinary. Having reaped the benefits, Chuan no longer lingered on the matter. The priority now was to swiftly deal with Zamasu, whether from the future timeline or the present. Zamasu was indeed a formidable opponent. His blatant declarations indicated a desire for Wei Si to truly comprehend where to begin. Wei Si fell into a contemplative silence, as the issues at stake were monumental. You must understand that if that individual is indeed a god, regardless of whether he is a Kaioshin, we cannot act directly. Engaging in combat between gods could result in catastrophic repercussions, potentially even affecting the fabric of time itself. Moreover, this concerns a god of destruction. Wei Si remained apprehensive about the emergence of such problems, whether it be a destroyer god or himself, should they engage with other deities. It could plunge the entire timeline into chaos and potentially attract the attention of the Omni King. That was certainly not a scenario he wished to witness. Chuan fully comprehended this, and he had never contemplated relying entirely on the destroyer god, as that was indeed unrealistic. Previously, he had considered depending on Xiang Pa to eliminate Zamasu, but now he realized how naive that thought had been. However, if Wei Si could locate Zamasu's whereabouts, he could take action personally. Thus, he expressed this notion. Is that so? That is certainly feasible, albeit not ideal. Nevertheless, that individual is undeniably too dangerous and could disrupt time at any moment. Such individuals must be eradicated swiftly to prevent the entire universe from descending into chaos. Though he did not appear to be within the seventh universe. After Wei Si concluded his thoughts, he began his search. For others, locating someone in the vast universe would be a daunting task, but for an angel, it was quite simple. Given the shared aura and the lack of knowledge regarding his identity, all that was required was to ascertain his connection to the Kaishin, and he might even be a Kaishin from another universe. With this information in hand and utilizing the aura emanating from the individual, locating him would be a swift endeavor. Wei Si first searched the seventh universe, and upon discovering that the person he sought was not there, he quickly transitioned to another universe. This process continued for some time until a smile reappeared on Wei Si's face. He had found him. It turned out to be in the 10th universe. Chuan exclaimed, so soon? Of course, with the individual's identity and aura, searching for him was indeed a simple task. Wei Si paid no mind to this, but knew they had to ascertain whether this was indeed the Dark Wukong. Chuan prepared to accompany him. If the opportunity arose, he would eliminate all dangers at their inception, ensuring that such crises would not manifest. Meanwhile, Bulma had completed her research. Although most of her materials remained on Earth, to upgrade and optimize the radar to better suit the Super Dragon Balls, she would need to return to Earth. Thus, Bulma expressed her thoughts. Wei Si smiled and nodded. Very well, I shall return you all to Earth. Subsequently, everyone gathered together, preparing for their journey back to Earth. They traversed the vast expanse of the universe and ultimately descended upon the sacred world of the Kais. The others began to assimilate the gains from their recent endeavors. Bulma dashed into Dr. Barris's laboratory, her mind racing with various ideas as she sought to swiftly construct the Dragon Ball radar and discover what the Super Dragon's dragon was truly like. Chapter 192. Analysis of the Ultraviolet Power Form. I want to accompany you all. Trunks interjected timely. Upon their return to Earth, everyone commenced their training, including the Earth Warriors. They had witnessed more formidable battles and were no longer satisfied with their current strength. They had developed broader ambitions. Naturally, they also harbored a desire to seek out Dark Wukong, yet they were acutely aware of their own limitations. Merely approaching him could result in dire consequences. Reflecting on this, they decided against it. Even Son Goku, upon realizing that the dark figure was indeed his counterpart, had remained silent while diligently training alongside the others. Once everyone had departed, Trunks finally spoke. Beerus and Wei Si exchanged glances but remained silent, as this matter did not concern them, and they preferred not to become overly involved. Chuan cautioned, you must consider carefully. The opponent's strength is formidable. If it comes to a confrontation, I may not be able to protect you. You must trust me. I will not hold you back, Trunks replied earnestly, eager to uncover the true identity of Dark Wukong. Although the current threat had been neutralized, if the Dark Wukong from this timeline remained unresolved, similar events could transpire. He was determined to resolve it himself. Upon seeing Trunks' serious demeanor, Chuan nodded. For future Trunks, he had no substantial expectations. He was the only Saiyan who had not faltered. Having endured apocalyptic events and calamities, Trunks had learned to cherish life more deeply. After receiving a definitive answer, a smile spread across Trunks' face. It was the best news he could hope for. Once everything had been settled, Wei Si gradually stated, since we have returned everyone to Earth, it is time to head to the 10th universe, is it not? The journey will require time and effort. We should depart promptly. The group nodded in agreement, placing their hands upon Wei Si. In the blink of an eye, the four of them vanished. The rest of the group observed their departure, many wishing to join but understanding that too many participants would only complicate matters. Even the other Saiyans were eager to join. Given the immense power displayed by Dark Wukong, they realized it was not yet their time to intervene. Their involvement would only hinder progress, and any resultant irreversible losses would be catastrophic. Thus, they remained silent, recording everything mentally while fervently training, not only to increase their own strength, but also to revisit and reflect upon all combat experiences. immersing themselves in a form of visualization. The four individuals traversed time and space, as the entire dimension seemed to glide swiftly through the cosmos. Truly remarkable, Trunks surveyed his surroundings, discovering that he was enveloped by the vastness of outer space, a spectacle that ignited a profound curiosity within him. He had never before witnessed such a marvel. At that moment, Whis offered a gentle smile and said, Chuan, as I mentioned previously, I owe you a compensation. Now, let us take this opportunity to converse. Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Despite his formidable combat prowess, he recognized that it was still insufficient against truly powerful adversaries. The guidance of an angel was indeed a rare blessing. Trunks, standing nearby, observed the exchange, feeling a sense of bewilderment, yet sensing that something extraordinary was about to unfold. Whis continued, the Super Saiyan purple form you previously manifested is essentially an extension of the destructive power. Perhaps your cultivation of destruction has granted you this form, which can also be referred to as the self-extreme skill. It is a manifestation of the power of a god of destruction. This form is triggered by instinct and possesses limitless potential. Since you have already grasped the destructive power, you are well aware of its nature. As Whis elaborated, Chuan's eyes gleamed brighter. Initially, he found his state rather peculiar, sensing a hint of the ice demon bloodline within. He had presumed it to be a flaw, but to his astonishment, it turned out to be a form of the god of destruction. This was an alternative application of destructive power. He had thought that mastering his own strength and awakening the bloodline within would elevate his abilities, but he realized he had been entirely mistaken. At that moment, Beerus interjected. When you embark on your training, you must contemplate the essence of destruction. Destruction is not merely obliterating something with a key blast. It is about erasing a particular entity from existence entirely, a process akin to reaching zero. Each time an object is annihilated, it releases an even greater surge of power. If you wish to advance, you must relinquish everything and reconstruct yourself. Beerus spoke lazily, yet his meticulous explanation revealed a genuine concern. Otherwise, his apathetic demeanor would not have prompted such a detailed response. Chuan suddenly comprehended that if he desired to enhance his strength, he must focus on this aspect of training, mastering the more potent self-extreme skill, also known as the super purple form. To abandon everything and reconstruct oneself? Indeed, it was only through such a transformation that his destructive power would grow stronger, thereby amplifying his abilities. Once he adeptly mastered this, he might truly reach a new standard. Chuan began to ponder silently, as all of this was aimed at enhancing his strength. He had initially wished to learn the self-extreme skill from Whis, for he believed it to be exceptionally powerful, providing a measure of self-defense once mastered. However, he never anticipated that he had unknowingly grasped the self-extreme skill already, leaving him quite astonished. Could this be the form of Vegeta? Indeed, power is infinite. As long as he could fully harness this force, he would dare to confront a god of destruction. Chapter 193. The Zamasu of the Present Time and Space. The desire for battle peaked at this moment. Yet Chuan was acutely aware that with his current strength, he was no match for any god of destruction. His desire to confront a god of destruction did not specifically refer to Beerus. He regarded Beerus as the most formidable among all the Kaioshins, who often allowed leniency. Such a duplicitous demeanor utterly failed to ignite any interest within him. Trunks, overhearing their conversation, felt a mix of confusion but recognized the gravity of the situation. The prospect of training alongside a god of destruction, particularly in the same type of power, was astounding. Trunks yearned for such formidable strength, believing that if he possessed it, the future world would not be so ravaged. Ultimately, his own combat prowess was insufficient. Given the opportunity, he hoped to enhance his strength in this past timeline, so that when his power grew, the time machine would once again be operational. Only through strength could he protect those he wished to safeguard. Trunks resolved to remain in this past timeline to cultivate his power after resolving all matters, determined to grow stronger. This thought inevitably led him to contemplate his father. However, this timeline felt peculiar, so different from what he knew, and he had no idea where his father might be, especially since events had already changed. He wondered if his father would cease to exist. Though he understood this was an alternate parallel timeline, his heart was still laden with complex emotions. As they each contemplated their own thoughts, they unknowingly arrived at Universe 10, where Whis guided them to the Kaioshin realm of that universe. At that moment, there were only two individuals present, the current Kaioshin and an apprentice Kaioshin. When Gawasu spotted Beerus and his companions, he hurried over. Lord Beerus? It is indeed a rare occasion to see you here. I truly apologize for not welcoming you properly. Though Gawasu appeared aged, he was in good spirits, exuding warmth and approachability. Beerus greeted him in return but did not linger in pleasantries, bluntly inquiring about Zamasu's whereabouts. Looking for Zamasu? Gawasu was perplexed. Why had Beerus traveled so far just to seek Zamasu? After all, Zamasu was his chosen successor due to his exceptional combat talent, a quality he greatly valued. For a Kaioshin, combat ability was often lacking, yet Zamasu was a prodigious fighter. It was precisely for this reason that Gawasu had appointed him as his successor. Although he was aware of some underlying issues within Zamasu, nevertheless, he was gradually addressing them. Now, he was puzzled as to why Beerus had journeyed from Universe 7 to seek Zamasu. While he was curious, he did not refuse. Please wait a moment, Lord Beerus. I will summon Zamasu right away. As Gawasu finished speaking, a figure slowly approached from a distance, moving with an air of tranquility, as if everything else were inconsequential. The atmosphere grew tense, Chuan and Trunks fixated on the approaching figure. Although the appearance and aura seemed slightly different, the essence remained unchanged. It had to be him. The two exchanged glances, each detecting a trace of gravity in the other's expression, for if Zamasu truly was Black Goku, it was indeed extraordinary. To their astonishment, Black Goku was a Kaioshin. It was no wonder his power was so formidable, treating all mortals as mere insects. Such a being was utterly despicable. Trunks gritted his teeth as he gazed ahead, fully aware that the one responsible for the impending destruction of the future world was not the Zamasu before him. Yet the latter undeniably harbored such intentions. If given the opportunity to grow stronger, Zamasu would undoubtedly regroup and plunge the entire world into chaos. This inner turmoil left Trunks conflicted about whether to act abruptly. However, before he could reach a decision, Chuan gently tapped his shoulder, signaling him to relax. Do not be overly tense. Regardless of the potential threat he poses, it is not yet your turn to intervene. I shall resolve this matter. Trunks glanced at Chuan, silently nodding in agreement, and resumed observing the approaching figure. Unlike Black Goku, this presence bore a somewhat similar aura and posture. While uncertainty lingered, the resemblance was striking. Had a new visitor arrived in the realm of the Kaioshin? It seemed prudent to prepare some tea as a gesture of hospitality. Zamasu, having noticed the silhouettes, spoke slowly but had yet to take any action when Guavas intervened. Zamasu, the god of destruction from Universe 7, wishes to meet with you. Upon hearing Guavas' words, Zamasu hesitated momentarily before regaining his composure and slowly approached the group, displaying an air of calmness. I am Zamasu, esteemed god of destruction of Universe 7. How may I assist you? Beerus merely scrutinized him without uttering a word. Upon seeing Zamasu, he had already deduced that this individual was indeed Black Goku. The energy emanating from him was identical, yet the reasons behind his malevolent actions remained a mystery. Nevertheless, Beerus chose to remain silent. Having accomplished what he set out to do, Chuan, you take the lead, he instructed, echoing Whis' earlier sentiment. Battles between deities were strictly forbidden, and even the thought of annihilating another god, regardless of their status as an apprentice, was inconceivable, just as Chuan's position as an apprentice god of destruction mirrored Zamasu's. Both were being groomed to become the next god of destruction and Kaioshin. As Beerus concluded his statement, Chuan locked eyes with Zamasu. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, encapsulating the tension in the air. Chapter 194. A moment of weakness, Zamasu's fury. The exchange of glances between Zamasu and Chuan sparked a flicker of emotion. Did Chuan harbor an inkling of suspicion? Yet, he chose to remain discreet, for the responsibility of the ensuing events rested solely upon him. His demeanor remained composed. In contrast, Trunks could no longer restrain himself, for the individual before him could very well be Black Goku, the harbinger of doom in the future. Such a being had no right to exist. What brings you here? Zamasu inquired coolly, his expression revealing nothing of his inner thoughts. Chuan met his gaze and stated, I have heard tales of an exceptionally gifted fighter residing here, and having learned of such a legend, I sought the assistance of Lord Beerus to come in search of this individual. I wish to engage in combat with them. What say you? He refrained from mentioning names, but Guavas erupted in laughter at his words. I never expected you to be aware of this. Though I am unsure of how you acquired this information, it is indeed true. Zamasu is a prodigy in martial arts. His unparalleled talent is why I have chosen him as the next Kaioshin. Yet, he still requires training. Guavas beamed with pride at the praise of his apprentice. But he failed to notice the subtle shift in Zamasu's expression, which quickly returned to its previous state. Chuan, keenly observant, became even more convinced of his earlier suspicions. So, Zamasu was indeed the fighting genius. Why not engage in a sparring match? Chuan feigned eagerness, for if he did not present himself as a martial arts enthusiast, his actions would appear rather abrupt. While others might understand his character, he had to maintain this facade in the realm of the 10th universe. Zamasu paused thoughtfully before responding. Very well, let us engage in a friendly spar, though the Kaioshin realm may not withstand our battle. Perhaps we should relocate? Upon his suggestion, Guavas expressed confusion. The Kaioshin realm is quite stable. Why not spar here? Relocating seems unnecessarily cumbersome. Zamasu explained, albeit with a rationale that lacked conviction. It is primarily to avoid any damage to the Kaioshin realm. Despite the flimsy justification, Guavas accepted it without further inquiry. Chuan nodded, finding no fault in Zamasu's choice. Nor was he surprised by it. Soon after, they all followed Zamasu as he teleported to the lower realm. They arrived on an enormous planet inhabited by primitive humanoids. Yet no one paid them any mind. Beerus and the others observed, recognizing this as a rare opportunity. Trunks, however, felt a twinge of concern. Although Zamasu's true form was yet to be revealed, if he indeed resembled Black Goku, his strength would likely be formidable. Nevertheless, Trunks felt somewhat reassured. After all, the powerful Black Goku had been defeated by Chuan, so the threat posed by Zamasu, who had not yet fully matured, should be manageable. Amidst all present, only Guavas was oblivious, believing this to be a genuine sparring session, watching with keen interest as the two prepared to clash. In stark contrast, the two opponents bore expressions of calmness, silently assessing one another. After a lengthy pause, Zamasu finally spoke. How did you come to know this? Oh, know what? Chuan feigned ignorance. No need to pretend. You must have sensed something amiss. How did you uncover my identity? Take a guess. Zamasu fell silent, raising his hands as a purple energy enveloped them, forming two blades. Choosing not to respond or speculate, he launched an attack. With a thrust, his blade seemed intent on tearing apart the very fabric of space, causing ripples in the air. Chuan had anticipated this. The moment Zamasu struck, he vanished in an instant, reappearing behind him. A punch was unleashed, transforming Chuan into his ultra form, the so-called Super Purple. Though he had yet to fully harness this immense power, his combat prowess was undeniable. As he struck, a wave of destructive energy surged forth. Zamasu's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily retreated, yet he realized that the force of annihilation appeared to pursue him relentlessly. This revelation caused his demeanor to change profoundly. Guavas, too, displayed a hint of surprise, for he was, after all, a Kaioshin. One can naturally sense the immense destructive power emanating from him. This was precisely what left him in disbelief. How could one individual possess such a force of annihilation? Was he perhaps a harbinger of destruction himself? With a sense of otherworldly curiosity, he turned his gaze towards Bylus, who had now slowly approached his side. As the apprentice destroyer of the 7th universe, he was undoubtedly gifted, and it was precisely for this reason that he sought to engage in a serious contest with your heir to broaden his horizons. Bylus coldly articulated this, as if to lend a semblance of justification to the situation. Wace wore a smile upon his face. Upon hearing Bylus's words, Guavas nodded silently. He indeed felt the might of Chuan, who could easily suppress Zamas from the outset. A truly remarkable feat, however. As an apprentice destroyer, this was somewhat understandable. Should he fully mature into a proper destroyer, he would undoubtedly rank among the universe's elite. Such power was not excessive. Guavas accepted this reality. Yet, in the next moment, the battlefield seemed to undergo a violent transformation. Zamas, who had been under relentless assault, began to exhibit a shift in his expression, losing the calm demeanor he once possessed. Damn humans. They must be eradicated. If it weren't for humanity, how could so many civilizations in the universe have been destroyed? Wretched humans. Chapter 195. The Return of Black Wukong. Chuan paid little heed to Zamas's furious outburst, continuing to deliver a relentless beating. With such an extremist, no amount of reasoning would bear fruit. He had his own rationale. Rather than waste breath, it was far more prudent to subdue him first. This scene left the onlookers astounded, with even Guavas's expression showing slight alteration. He had clearly heard Zama's angry shout. He was well acquainted with Zama's, who could be somewhat callous at times, yet Guawas believed he could still be nurtured and saved. However, Zama's recent display had led him to question that belief. Glancing around at Bylus and Weiss, he slowly began to reconsider the future. If this were merely a sparring match, why the need for such grand gestures? He felt ensnared in a conflict that he could not extricate himself from, and for a moment, his expression fluctuated wildly. Then, at that moment, as Chuan prepared to unleash a wave of destructive energy to obliterate Zama's, a thunderous flash illuminated the sky, and a colossal black hole began to materialize. A thick cloud of smoke billowed forth. Instinctively, everyone raised their heads to gaze at the heavens. Trancus recognized this eerily familiar scene, his teeth nearly grinding to dust as he clenched his fists tightly. Dark One, it appeared that matters were growing dire. Bylus quickly grasped the situation as he surveyed the unfolding scene. As the smoke cleared, a tall figure emerged before them, Black Wukong. I told you, nothing should be delayed, otherwise, it will hinder our plans. The eradication of humanity must be expedited. Who knew they would arrive so swiftly, leaving me unprepared? But now that you are here, we can truly commence our endeavors. The dialogue exchange between Zama's and Black Wukong suggested that the latter's arrival had imbued Zama's with newfound confidence, dissolving his earlier anger and frustration. What remained was an overwhelming sense of assurance. Chuan observed all of this with keen eyes, yet felt no particular surprise upon Black Wukong's appearance. He had harbored some suspicions. Although he had previously slain Black Wukong on the nameless planet of the Sixth Universe, the latter wielded the Time Ring and possessed an immortal body, which made him exceedingly difficult to deal with. It was undeniable that while Zama's combat prowess was not the strongest, he was certainly the most troublesome. Fixing his gaze upon Black Wukong, Chuan stated nonchalantly, I knew you would come. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. I do not believe you will be so easily vanquished by me. Now, it seems you two have indeed intertwined your fates. Chuan understood that these two beings were essentially the same individual. Black Wukong was the future incarnation of Zama's, who had yet to fully seize control of Suan Wukong's body. Thus, while they appeared as two distinct entities, they were fundamentally one and the same, capable of comprehending each other's thoughts. Not quite two beings, yet undeniably one. Black Wukong regarded Chuan, his expression largely unchanged despite having faced death once before. This experience had allowed him to thoroughly grasp Suan Wukong's power. You appear rather unfazed. It seems you have already uncovered everything. But what of it? Even if you know too many secrets, you possess no means to contend with us, especially since I hold the gift of immortality. What do you have to oppose me? Immortality? Chuan replied with a cold smile, showing little concern for the notion of being unkillable. It merely implied one could not be slain. Yet this suited him perfectly. Having an immortal sparring partner was an extraordinary stroke of fortune, especially for any Saiyan. He could leverage this opportunity to rapidly enhance his combat prowess. Of course, the opponent also bore the blood of a warrior race, inherently formidable and capable of growing stronger through battle. Nevertheless, Chuan had faith in his own talents. Stepping forward, he felt his aura surge dramatically, the violet flames swirling around him as lightning gradually enveloped the space. It felt as though the very fabric of reality was fracturing, as if to be obliterated by his destructive power. Black Wukong observed this transformation, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he clenched his fists, his own aura beginning to swell. Is that all it takes to become a Super Saiyan? I can do that too. After you killed me, I truly mastered Suan Wukong's body. This formidable vessel grants me unparalleled strength. Now I can also transform into a Super Saiyan. As he spoke, his aura did not wane. Instead, his hair began to shift in color alongside the rising energy. The once white aura now shimmered with hints of black, transitioning to a striking pink hue, and his hair followed suit, becoming a vibrant pink as well. This transformation was nothing short of mesmerizing. All present were taken aback by this spectacle, particularly Trancus. Previously, Black Wukong had not transformed, yet already possessed such immense power. Now, in this form, it signified a substantial enhancement. Coupled with his immortality, could he truly be defeated? Trancus was filled with doubt. Bylus and Weiss, however, found the situation increasingly intriguing. They had not anticipated another Saiyan. Yet they remained uncertain about how he had acquired this Saiyan body. The circumstances were becoming ever more captivating. However, a being like this was ultimately unnecessary. If Chuan could not resolve the matter, then I shall personally intervene to eradicate him. Bylus had grown unusually serious, as he had recognized Zama's threat, despite being a destroyer whose essence was rooted in destruction. However, his destruction was merely a means to ensure the proper functioning of the universe. He did not harbor the same desire as Zama's to eradicate all of humanity. Such a notion is indeed perilous. With the transformation of He Wukong, a tremendous aura emanated from him, and Armas, upon witnessing this, felt an increase in his confidence. After all, He Wukong is Zama's, and Zama's is also He Wukong, merely beings from different timelines. Chapter 196. Gervis is killed. Zama's stood proudly in the air, casting a disdainful glance around. This is the complete mastery of Sun Wukong's power. According to your Saiyan customs, I shall refer to it as Super Saiyan Peach. Come, let us engage in a grand battle once more. He Wukong stepped forward, enveloped by a pinkish aura, and his combat power surged once again. Everything around him was obliterated, with boulders flying in all directions, drawing the attention of all. Chuan stared intently at his opponent, taken aback by the rapid escalation of power. He had initially believed his own strength would surpass that of his adversary. Little did he know, he had severely miscalculated. At this moment, Gervis gazed at the transformed Zama's, his faith beginning to crumble. Yet, this was his most cherished disciple, one he had devotedly mentored. He had never anticipated that his pupil would descend into such darkness, though he had always been aware of Zama's troubled character. But this was not a descent into darkness. Zama's, cease this at once. Otherwise, you shall be destroyed. Gervis roared, feeling as though his vision was beginning to blur. Perhaps he was utterly incapable of accepting the reality before him. Zama's heard his words, merely glancing at him before dismissing him entirely. This deepened Gervis' sorrow. Taking advantage of everyone's distraction, he rushed into the battlefield and positioned himself before Zama's. Stop. This is all my fault. If I had guided you properly, such a calamity would never have occurred. You stand no chance. Gervis understood that, no matter how formidable Zama's strength or how terrifying his combat talent, in the eyes of the god of destruction, he was but an insignificant insect. There was simply no way to harm a god of destruction, and Zama's could easily be obliterated. This was a fate he could not bear to witness. Thus, he had no choice but to put himself in peril to halt Zama's. However, Zama's showed no gratitude. Perhaps he believed humanity deserved annihilation, and all who dared obstruct his actions must be eradicated. You do not comprehend. All of humanity must be eradicated. All must be purged. As long as they are parasites of this world, they do not deserve to exist. All who impede my plans must be eliminated, without exception. As Zama's uttered these words, a change flickered in his gaze, and his hands transformed into deadly blades. Witnessing this scene, Gervis felt a profound anguish, for Zama's was preparing to strike him, a reality that was difficult to accept. The others present observed this unfolding drama with rapt attention. Beerus remarked, "This grand performance is becoming increasingly intriguing. Even the act of slaying a master has emerged." The situation had become somewhat extreme. Even Whis, witnessing the spectacle, exhibited a shift in his expression. After all, every angel serves as a mentor to the gods of destruction. If such issues plagued the gods of destruction, would that not lead to chaos throughout the entire universe? The mere thought was catastrophic. Whis contemplated this. Yet he knew such calamities were unlikely to manifest. Gervis registered disbelief, unable to fathom that his disciple would attempt to take his life. Yet regardless of his incredulity, Zama's had already initiated his attack, appearing beside him in an instant. Before Gervis could react, he was pierced through by Zama's handblade. His face remained a mask of disbelief. In truth, he could have evaded the strike, but there is no greater sorrow than death. He simply did not wish to escape. Thus, he perished at the hands of Zama's. Even in his final moments, he bore no resentment toward Zama's, simply gazing at him quietly, his expression conveying a multitude of unspoken words. This left everyone in stunned silence. Yet, even so, Zama's felt no remorse. The extermination plan for humanity must proceed. If the parasites were not eradicated, the universe would plunge into irreparable ruin, repeating the same tragic cycle. Humanity should not exist. Those who shield humanity are no different from them. Zama's cold and unfeeling demeanor made it abundantly clear just how deeply his madness ran, instilling a chilling fear in all who beheld him. Meanwhile, Beerus began to grasp the gravity of the situation. They had never anticipated that a Kaioshin could be so easily slain. but they had not foreseen that Gervis would willingly sacrifice his life. Though he had relinquished his existence, his life was intertwined with that of the god of destruction. Now that Zama's had taken his life, did this not imply that the god of destruction of Universe 10 had also perished? This was disastrous. If Gervis had died, then Rangsai, the god of destruction of Universe 10, would certainly not survive. Rangsai, resembling an elephant, was not particularly powerful among the gods of destruction. Yet he had now met an untimely demise in such an inexplicable manner. If he were to learn of these events, he would undoubtedly go mad. Beerus was left in a state of shock. He had not anticipated the situation would escalate to this extent. He had wished to remain uninvolved. Yet he had not considered this aspect. Whis' expression grew solemn, as the death of a Kaioshin would also spell the demise of the god of destruction, plunging the accompanying angels into slumber. This was a matter of great consequence. The situation had deteriorated significantly. Trunks stood in shock. Logically, he was surrounded by powerful beings, both gods of destruction and angels. Yet, despite this formidable company, none had intervened to prevent the murder of the Kaioshin. What was happening? Why did it feel as though matters had not improved, but rather worsened? Trunks could not comprehend. His perspective differed from that of the others. He was more conservative and cautious. As long as the enemy could be dealt with, any method employed was commendable. He never considered fairness. After all, a moment's negligence could lead to utter defeat. However, his strength remained somewhat lacking. Otherwise, he would have acted directly. Chuan was equally taken aback by the current circumstances, unable to accept how events had unfolded. He had taken action, yet it seemed nothing had changed. Chapter 197. Beerus takes the stage. It was not a matter of a perfectly healthy Kaioshin. You are hastening your own demise. Chuan, finally recovering from his shock, realized that, had it not been for Gervis' sudden dash forward, he would not have been killed. One must remember that Beerus and Whis were present beside Gervis. Even if Zama's had 100 times the courage, he would not dare act recklessly. Yet, now he had lost his life, and along with it, the god of destruction of Universe 10 had fallen, plunging the angels into a deep slumber. How utterly unfathomable. He was left speechless, though he quickly regained his composure. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a barrage of blows upon He Wukong. Although a swift resolution was unattainable, he intended to make his opponent experience the formidable strength of the Saiyans. Meanwhile, Beerus gradually regained his composure, his expression more solemn than ever before. Previously, he had exhibited an air of nonchalance, for a god of destruction finds little in the universe worthy of his concern. Yet, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. The Kaioshin was dead, the god of destruction was also perished, and the angel had succumbed to slumber. They were all deities of the same caliber, and allowing the perpetrator to roam free was utterly unacceptable. With a thunderous sound, Beerus materialized before Zamasu, disregarding the lifeless form of Guavas. He wasted no words, instantly condensing a terrifying force of destruction that caught Zamasu off guard, sending him reeling and causing him to spew blood. I advise you not to interfere, Beerus-sama. I am merely executing a grand design, the extermination of humanity. Surely, this aligns with your role as a god of destruction. After all, humans are but parasites in this universe. If they are not obliterated, they will lead to the annihilation of all. You do not wish to witness such a scene, do you? Despite being bloodied, Zamasu spoke with chilling composure. Furthermore, even if you wish to kill me, it would be futile. I possess immortality. No matter how you strike, I shall not perish. What use is destruction? Zamasu's confidence was palpable, for he indeed possessed the gift of immortality. Thus, while his strength was not overwhelmingly powerful, he proved to be a vexing adversary. Beerus remained silent, opting instead for direct action, which resulted in Zamasu frequently coughing up blood, sustaining grievous injuries in the process. Perhaps Zamasu was correct. He truly did possess immortality, but what of it? If he could not die once, he could be slain twice. If twice proved insufficient, then 10 times. If 10 were inadequate, then 100. Zamasu would taste the agony of living in a fate worse than death. Beerus executed this plan with precision. Once he truly engaged, his aura transformed entirely, no longer displaying the casual demeanor he had shown in his earlier confrontation with Chuan. He launched lethal attacks with increasing ferocity and strength. Ultimately, beneath an overwhelmingly terrifying force of destruction, Zamasu was utterly obliterated. On the other side, He Wukong stood in shock, his mind reeling from the realization of Beerus's extraordinary power. How could he be this formidable? Even though Zamasu had not acquired Sun Wukong's body, he still possessed unparalleled fighting talent. Yet, such a being could not withstand Beerus's might and was swiftly annihilated. The terror was palpable. Truly, Beerus was a force to be reckoned with. However, He Wukong murmured to himself, even if you can kill me, you cannot truly eradicate me. They both possessed immortality, the genuine kind. Just as he pondered this, Chuan's figure appeared around him. Before he could react, a powerful fist struck his face, unleashing a wave of destructive energy. Chuan had shifted into a serious mode. Since the adversary had committed such acts, he could not let him escape unscathed. Cannot kill you? Even if I cannot end your existence, I will bring you to the brink of despair. Currently, Zamasu's combat prowess was not formidable compared to either Chuan or Beerus. Thus, once Chuan truly engaged, both Zamasu and He Wukong were swiftly eradicated. Yet, it was not long before the two reappeared, seemingly unscathed, though their spirits bore signs of strain. Even with their immortality, the reality of death was palpable. The sensation of facing death, despite their knowledge of their invulnerability, brought forth a profoundly terrifying experience. They exchanged glances and fled in different directions. However, Whis had anticipated their actions and gently tapped his staff, enveloping the entire planet in a barrier of energy. Even with their time rings, escape was not feasible. Realizing their entrapment, they understood that fighting was their only option. Chuan and Beerus exhibited remarkable synergy, each selecting a target, preventing the other from approaching easily. Yet, their relentless assaults swiftly led to the demise of both enemies once more. But soon after, they resurrected again, entering an endless cycle of torment. Even with their immortal status, being killed repeatedly was a harrowing ordeal. Beerus resembled a merciless assassin, executing each strike with brutal efficiency. This was a manifestation of his wrath. Meanwhile, Chuan ceased to focus on enhancing his own strength. The time for that was not now, and he could not afford to use any potentially problematic situations as practice. Thus, Zamasu truly suffered. Trunks, witnessing this scene, was left dumbfounded. He had never imagined that the seemingly invincible figure of darkness would be killed time and again, unable to mount any form of resistance. He could not ascertain how many times they had been slain. Both Zamasu's minds were on the brink of madness, teetering towards insanity. In that moment, Chuan suddenly addressed Beerus. Beerus-sama, though our cyclical torment may lead to his ultimate breakdown, it is not a viable solution. I propose we gather the Super Dragon Balls and wish for him to lose his immortality. Only then can we easily eliminate him. Continuing this way is not sustainable. Upon hearing Chuan's words, Beerus nodded in agreement. While he believed that the power of destruction could obliterate all, Zamasu was indeed a formidable foe. No matter how he attacked, he could not be slain. This was the first time he encountered such a troublesome adversary. It was sensible to realize that prolonging this struggle was futile. Thus, utilizing the wish-granting Dragon Balls was a sound strategy. Initially, he had intended to restore the Earth of the Sixth Universe, but now, given the greater need, it was prudent to prioritize dealing with Zamasu. This individual posed too great a threat. Upon hearing this, Zamasu's expression turned ashen. His immortality was granted through the use of the Super Dragon Balls. Without that, he would never have attained such a state. If the Super Dragon Balls could be employed to wish away his immortality, he would no longer be a formidable force. In that instant, panic engulfed him. No, my plan is not yet complete. You cannot do this to me, Zamasu roared, exerting every ounce of strength he possessed. Though it proved largely ineffective, he aimed to break free from Beerus's grasp and draw closer to He Wukong. Observing this, Chuan swiftly intervened to distance them. This was a desperate gambit. Fusion? Such thoughts were futile. He Wukong was horrified. This was not the first instance of encountering such foresight from Chuan. It seemed as though he anticipated their every intention. This sensation was truly chilling. How did you come to know all this? Why are you so utterly aware of everything? What exactly is going on? Tao Hong He Wukong was taken aback, and this shock rendered his movements somewhat sluggish, causing him to fall into a disadvantageous position. Chuan cast a cold glance. I possess an abundance of knowledge, including your every thought and action, and I am entirely aware of your hidden cards. How does it feel to be so unnerved? As he spoke, he unleashed his power, demonstrating a terrifying strength, having fully mastered the self-extreme technique. His destructive force had reached unprecedented heights. His combat power had officially surpassed 1,000 Jing and was rapidly escalating towards even greater magnitudes. The thrill of battle was propelling his strength forward. Especially after hearing this explanation, he understood the nature of his current state. With a clearer comprehension, his pace of improvement accelerated. Previously, he had merely regarded this as a more advanced transformation of a Saiyan, mistakenly interpreting it as an extension of the bloodline power of the frozen demon clan, which led to his misjudgment. Consequently, his combat power had not increased swiftly. But now, it was different. He had realized that this was the self-extreme technique, representing another application of destructive intelligence. His combat power was soaring rapidly. Tao Honghe Wukong was no match for him. Not only was he at a disadvantage, but he was also sustaining injuries and was on the verge of defeat. Meanwhile, Zama's was being restrained by Bylus. Zama's combat power was inherently weak. Although he possessed talent, it was only respectable among the Kaioshin and insufficient among the gods of destruction, leading to his swift capture by Bylus. Bylus then observed from the sidelines. Trankus watched the fierce battles unfold, his heart overwhelmed by shock. As he had never witnessed such intense combat, the god of destruction is simply too powerful. If in the future timeline the god of destruction had not perished due to the death of the Kaioshin, then Tao Honghe Wukong would have faced no threat whatsoever. He would not have stirred a single ripple. Trankus thought to himself. He believed that Tao Honghe Wukong had merely discovered the correct method. Otherwise, how could the future timeline have become so dire? Yet, he remained unaware that Zama's was not as simple as he appeared. They could still merge. Possessing immortality and abilities akin to the Tao, this was only under extreme circumstances. Chuan had completely suppressed Tao Honghe Wukong, leaving no room for retaliation. While everyone else merely watched, this left him utterly speechless. Although he could eliminate Tao Honghe Wukong directly, prolonging the fight would consume considerable energy. And he lacked the means of Bylus to restrain Tao Honghe Wukong, who was indeed stronger than Zama's. Bylus, do not just stand by idly. Come and assist in completely restraining this individual. I lack such capabilities and can never restrain him. We must fully contain these two. And only then can we use the Super Dragon Balls to break their immortality. This is the only way to resolve the situation. Chuan called out to Bylus, who continued to leisurely observe. This was an underestimation of his capabilities. Bylus scoffed and then joined the battle. With his involvement, the battlefield shifted dramatically in favor of one side. Tao Honghe Wukong was utterly powerless to resist and was soon captured. At that moment, both versions of Zama's were truly restrained. Escaping was out of the question, and even moving was impossible. Finally, these two were contained. Otherwise, the situation could have become far more troublesome. Oh, you seem to know quite a bit, Bylus remarked with interest, glancing at Chuan. Chuan pointed at the earrings on their ears. This pair of earrings could facilitate their fusion, leveraging their own strength and thoughts. Should they merge, their power would multiply exponentially. Moreover, they were essentially the same individual, and upon merging, their combat power would not only become formidable, but their minds would remain largely unchanged, which could lead to disastrous consequences. A powerful Zama's, combined with his immortality, would be beyond our capacity to confront. Chuan's words were undeniably harsh. Yet Bylus did not refute them. His combat power was indeed formidable, but facing an immortal being posed significant challenges. Chapter 199, Bulma rises to the occasion. The seventh Dragon Ball. Chuan was quite familiar with Zama's. This remarked from the side. Chuan's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly composed himself and replied nonchalantly. I once visited a planet known as Yadila, inhabited by the Yadila people. Although their combat power was not strong, they possessed various peculiar abilities. My instant transmission and key control were learned from them, and I also became aware of a fusion skill they possessed. They mentioned an item that could facilitate fusion through earrings, and based on their descriptions, I suspect the earrings on Zama's ears are of the same nature. Although this is merely speculation, their recent actions have only solidified my conviction. Vis smiled gently, not responding, yet this demeanor sent a shiver down Chuan's spine. If he had solidified his belief, he felt a wave of panic wash over him. Indeed, squinting eyes are always the most terrifying. This saying holds true in any context. He then changed the subject. Now that we have restrained both Zama's, the next step is to see if we can locate the Super Dragon Balls. But what about him? Trankus pointed at Guas, who could be considered the first casualty of this battle, and not even on the main battlefield. The thought left everyone present speechless. It was remarkable. Had he not suddenly charged into the fray, this situation might not have arisen. After a moment of silence, Byleth spoke first. Let us take him along. If possible, we can wish for his resurrection with the Dragon Balls. If it can be done, great. If not, then it cannot be helped. Byleth was somewhat sentimental. After all, if merely one Kaioshin had died, it would not matter much, but he also bore the life of a god of destruction. That could not simply be overlooked. Vis tapped his staff, and a surge of energy enveloped Guas, causing him to slowly float into the air. He then announced, "Let us return to the 7th universe. We still need to check if the radar has been made, and we must see if we can find the Dragon Balls." Subsequently, everyone followed Vis in a spatial leap, appearing on Earth in the 7th universe. Just as they materialized in the heavenly realm, they were immediately spotted by Bulma, who had been waiting nearby. "At last, you have returned. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. What do you think this is?" Bulma produced a colossal radar, which far surpassed the ordinary Dragon Ball radar in size, being several times larger. As a young girl, she struggled to hold it up. In that moment, everyone gathered around her, including the Earth warriors who were still training, aware of Bulma's success in creating the Dragon Ball radar. However, they were filled with skepticism. While the regular Dragon Ball radar could indeed locate Dragon Balls, it was limited to Earth, a mere planet in the vast universe. They had also witnessed the so-called Super Dragon Balls, each equivalent in size to Earth itself. Could the Dragon Ball radar genuinely find them? Moreover, these Super Dragon Balls were scattered throughout the cosmos. The thought left them doubting the radar's efficacy, yet a glimmer of hope remained. As the crowd closed in, Bulma promptly activated the radar. With a firm press of a button, it began emitting magnetic waves. Success! This was the radar I developed. It could search for Super Dragon Balls across the universe. Yet, the radar did not display any Dragon Balls. Yamcha remarked from the side, expressing concern. Their ability to locate Dragon Balls had previously granted them access to the Kai's realm, so they possessed a certain understanding of the radar. Now, seeing this oversized device without any visible signals left them questioning its effectiveness. Previously, they could at least see the distances to all the Dragon Balls, which was quite convenient. Bulma rolled her eyes. "What are you thinking? Do you have any idea how vast the universe truly is? Even with the Dragon Ball radar, locating them is not a swift endeavor. It can only react if the Dragon Balls are relatively close. Otherwise, their whereabouts remain unknown." As she explained, the crowd finally grasped the radar's purpose, realizing it differed significantly from their expectations, leading to a sense of disappointment. However, contemplating the enormity of the universe, they understood. If it could encompass the entire cosmos, such a thought was indeed daunting. Nevertheless, this Dragon Ball radar would require considerable effort from them. As everyone pondered, Chuan suddenly suggested, "We should revisit the unnamed planet in the 6th universe. There are originally 6 Dragon Balls there, and we can test whether this radar is effective. If it proves useful, we can take our time searching. With sufficient time, what is there to fear?" The group nodded in agreement. Thus, Weiss led them once more to the unnamed planet. "Bulma, can you check if the radar can display the other 6 Dragon Balls?" Bulma nodded and took out her massive Dragon Ball radar, pressing the button with determination. With a series of soft beeps, several dazzling lights appeared on the radar. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? How could there be 7 Dragon Balls? Bulma was utterly stunned. They had known about the 6 Dragon Balls from the start, yet the radar showed an unexpected 7th. This revelation left her in disbelief. The others were drawn to her exclamation, gathering around to count the lights on the radar. In an instant, they too counted 7. However, upon glancing around, they saw no other Dragon Balls besides the 6 they were aware of, and the radar's indications appeared peculiar. In the next moment, they all looked down at their feet. Could this be the other Super Dragon Ball? It was highly probable. The radar displayed the 7 Dragon Balls clustered together, and the 6 were indeed right before their eyes, as Super Dragon Balls were immense and easily visible. With no other planets in sight, it seemed that the unnamed planet beneath them was infinitely likely to be the location of the Super Dragon Ball. The radar's position corroborated their thoughts. It appeared they were correct. The planet beneath them was indeed the Super Dragon Ball, merely obscured by the passage of time and debris, resembling a planet. Once the precise location of the Dragon Ball was determined, everyone collectively sighed with relief. At least they would not have to scour the universe. For searching for Dragon Balls was an arduous task, especially on a single planet. Imagine the difficulty across the cosmos. To put it more harshly, they didn't even know which universe to search in, relying solely on blind chance. Furthermore, the radar was somewhat limited, unable to probe great distances, meaning a search could become laborious. Now, however, they had saved considerable effort. Everyone stand back. I will reveal the true form of this Super Dragon Ball. Chuan declared casually, preparing to clear away the debris. Weiss led the group into the sky, protecting everyone within a barrier, ensuring there was oxygen even in outer space. Chuan unleashed a powerful energy wave upon the unnamed planet. A brilliant flash of light erupted, prompting everyone to instinctively close their eyes. When they reopened them, an orange-yellow glow illuminated the scene. The once massive unnamed planet now revealed its true nature as an enormous Super Dragon Ball. From a distance, the 7 Dragon Balls clustered together caused an inexplicable sense of relief and awe among the onlookers. These Dragon Balls were indeed massive. Each one surpassed the size of Earth, leaving them to ponder the terrifying power contained within. If wishes could be made with these Dragon Balls, would any desire truly be unattainable? They couldn't help but think about it, for even the smaller Dragon Balls on Earth could grant most wishes, and surely these Super Dragon Balls had even fewer limitations. However, they merely speculated. Once the Dragon Balls returned to their original form, Chuan approached Weiss. Weiss, the Dragon Balls have revealed themselves. We now have all 7. We can summon Shenron and make our wishes. Weiss nodded and began to utter a series of mysterious incantations, words that none could comprehend. Curiosity piqued among the crowd. What was Weiss saying? It felt entirely incomprehensible. This was, of course, because it was the language of the gods, understood only by divine beings. To summon Shenron, one must speak in this tongue, much like how the Dragon Balls of Namek required the Namekian language. With this explanation, they finally understood the significance of that language. And at that moment, they realized that even if they had found the Super Dragon Balls, their inability to speak the divine language would prevent them from summoning Shenron. This was an insurmountable hurdle. As Weiss completed his incantation, the 7 Super Dragon Balls began to shimmer with an orange light. And it seemed as if they were all linked together, their brilliance intensifying. A brilliant beam of light pierced through the cosmos, revealing a terrifying and colossal figure. It was a gigantic divine dragon, composed of shimmering gold. Its immense body circled the entire universe, rendering it impossible for the onlookers to grasp the entirety of this divine being. It resembled a deity of the cosmos. Witnessing such a gargantuan dragon, everyone instinctively gasped in awe. This was true magnificence. Was this the legendary super divine dragon from the universe? Its size was incomprehensible, making the dragons of Earth seem utterly insignificant in comparison. The Earth warriors, familiar with their own dragon, understood that it was not particularly large in the grand scheme of things, yet it was still imposing to them. However, there was simply no comparison to the super divine dragon. As they beheld this colossal creature, both Weiss and Bylus regarded it with curious eyes. For it was their first encounter with a dragon of such peculiar nature, capable of granting wishes, a truly remarkable invention. Speak, how shall we wish? Weiss inquired, turning to Chuan. Although this creature was immortal, devising a wish to strip it of its immortality required careful consideration. Chuan pondered for a moment, fully aware that Zamasu possessed not only immortality, but was also an apprentice Kaishin. The nature of other timelines remained uncertain, yet he felt it imperative to eliminate all potential threats to prevent future complications. After much contemplation, Chuan finally articulated, "Let us wish to eradicate Zamasu's immortality across all timelines. While I cannot ascertain its feasibility, it is worth a try." As soon as he finished speaking, Weiss utilized the divine language to convey the wish to the super divine dragon. The dragon nodded in acknowledgement and responded in kind with divine words. A radiant light then erupted. Zamasu and Black Wukong, standing nearby, displayed palpable terror as they sensed a certain power within them dissipating. In an instant, they were engulfed in overwhelming fear. Had they retained their immortality, being defeated would merely result in imprisonment. They never anticipated that matters would unfold in such a manner, far exceeding their expectations. "Stop, you vile humans!" Zamasu bellowed through gritted teeth, but his cries were in vain. The Super Dragon Balls had already fulfilled the wish. Upon completion, all the Dragon Balls transformed into a shooting star, vanishing into the horizon, their destination unknown. Yet, no one cared about the Dragon Balls. Their attention shifted to Black Wukong and Zamasu, whose faces were now ashen, steeped in despair. Chapter 201. The Appearance of the Omni King. Without their immortality, how could they continue to act so arrogantly? The air of a Kaioshin engaging in such depraved actions, ridiculous. Trunks regarded Black Wukong and Zamasu with a cold smirk, unwilling to grant them any semblance of kindness. Restraining his emotions without outright killing them was already a considerable feat. Without immortality, Zamasu resembled a tiger stripped of its fangs. While he retained formidable combat prowess, it paled in comparison to those present. Furthermore, both were restrained by Byleth, leaving them utterly ensnared. Chuan glanced at the despondent faces of Black Wukong and Zamasu before turning to Trunks. "You shall handle Black Wukong. This is likely the best resolution." Trunks nodded, eager for vengeance. Countless vengeful spirits cried out, urging him to drag them into the depths of hell. With bated breath, Trunks silently roared, his hair standing on end as bolts of lightning encircled him. Perhaps due to the impending retribution, his combat power surged. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and struck at Black Wukong. He never wasted words. Black Wukong was cleaved in two, and soon thereafter, he was hacked apart as mercilessly as Frieza had been. The sight of him being torn to shreds rendered all onlookers breathless. Sun Wukong, standing aside, closed his eyes. It was, after all, a reflection of himself. Watching his likeness being mutilated was profoundly unsettling, even though he knew it was not his exact visage. After Black Wukong was reduced to countless pieces, Trunks unleashed a shockwave, and Black Wukong vanished entirely, his essence dissipated. Zamasu, witnessing this horrific scene, was engulfed in sheer terror. Black Wukong was, in essence, a version of him from another timeline, brutally slain before his eyes. This filled him with primal fear. Yet, his fate was no better. Chuan unleashed a wave of destructive energy, denying Zamasu any opportunity to speak. After all, villains often perish due to their verbosity. Should he engage in unnecessary dialogue, unforeseen complications might arise, so it was best to resolve matters swiftly. As the dust settled, everyone exhaled in relief. Chuan turned to Trunks and asked, "What are your plans moving forward? Will you train on Earth until your time machine is sufficiently recharged, then return to your timeline?" Trunks nodded. "That is my intention, but it seems it will take quite some time to fully replenish the energy of the time machine." As he spoke, he cast a discreet glance at Bulma, astonished to see a younger version of her. However, given Bulma's current condition, it was uncertain whether the time machine could be recharged successfully, meaning a return would not be an immediate affair. It appeared to be a long-term endeavor. Since that is the case, why not come to the realm of destruction to train alongside me? To protect your world, you must possess formidable strength. I believe you still have room for improvement. Training with me may allow you to reach unprecedented heights. Only with great power can you safeguard those you wish to protect. Chuan extended the invitation. However, before Trunks could respond, Byleth interjected, clearly displeased. "Hey, what do you think you are doing? You cannot casually invite someone to the realm of destruction. That is my territory. What if my peaceful slumber is disturbed?" Upon hearing Byleth's comment, Trunks attempted to explain, but Chuan interrupted him, saying, "What does it matter if the realm of destruction is so vast? Our training will not disturb Lord Byleth. Moreover, Trunks is an exceptional chef. Whatever he prepares will taste even more exquisite. The realm of destruction could greatly benefit from his talents." Chuan's expression was earnest, as though he were advocating for the inclusion of a vital asset to the realm of destruction. Byleth fell into contemplation, resting his chin on his hands as he considered the proposition. Gradually, he replied, "If his culinary skills are indeed commendable, then we may keep him in the realm of destruction for now. However, he shall be responsible for our daily meals." Trunks immediately responded, "Lord Beerus, there is absolutely no problem. I will take care of everything." With Beerus's approval, Trunks could truly train in the realm of destruction, which would be immensely beneficial for him. After all, there was a possibility of receiving guidance. That was the most crucial aspect, as long as he could obtain insights from either Beerus or Whis. It would be incredibly advantageous. Even the current Chuan did not consider himself superior to either of them. He still had a long way to go. At that moment, just as everyone was preparing to return to Earth, a disturbance in space caught their attention. They all instinctively turned to look. For anyone capable of causing a disturbance in the universe must possess formidable strength. However, upon looking, they discovered three peculiar figures. These strange individuals appeared to be clad in suits resembling that of a certain electric shock hero, albeit in a bluish-purple hue, which seemed somewhat odd. The leader among them was a short individual. As everyone was curious about who they were, Beerus and Whis froze, their pupils dilating in shock as they rushed forward. "Lord Zeno, what brings you here?" Beerus exclaimed, a hint of terror etched on his face. After all, the appearance of Zeno signified something of great consequence. Furthermore, with Zeno present, there was a real possibility that both universes could face annihilation. How could this not instill panic in Beerus? Whis was equally unsettled. Initially, the onlookers were filled with curiosity, but upon witnessing Beerus's reaction, their intrigue only intensified. They were desperate to uncover the identity of the individual who could provoke such fear in Beerus. This person must either possess extraordinary strength or hold an astonishing identity. Chapter 202, The Might of Zeno. Zeno? The crowd exclaimed in unison, their expressions betraying their confusion. Indeed, Beerus and Whis had reacted in an overly exaggerated manner. With their immense strength, who could instill such fear in them? What kind of being could evoke such trepidation? The crowd was perplexed. When Chuan caught sight of Zeno, he too felt a wave of astonishment, but he quickly regained his composure. Observing the curious gazes directed at him, he slowly spoke. Zeno is an incredibly remarkable figure. If each universe has a god of destruction and a supreme Kai, accompanied by a so-called angel, these beings represent the apex of each universe's strength. However, beyond them exists an omniscient and omnipotent deity known as Zeno. Zeno wields boundless power, capable of erasing any universe at will. Ages ago, 6 universes were erased, leaving only 12 in existence due to various circumstances. As Chuan elaborated, the crowd was left in stunned silence, a chill creeping up their spines. More powerful than a god of destruction? What manner of being was this? No wonder Lord Beerus reacted so strongly. If they provoked Zeno's displeasure, the 7th universe could be obliterated, which would be catastrophic. The onlookers felt an overwhelming urge to ingratiate themselves, but given their own abilities, they feared they might inadvertently offend Zeno and thus refrained. Upon learning about Zeno, everyone became hesitant to move. Even their breathing grew noticeably subdued, as if they were treading on eggshells. Chuan, however, paid little mind to the crowd, lost in contemplation regarding Zeno's unexpected appearance. Why had Zeno come? Logically, everything had already shifted. Sun Wukong had not yet fully matured, making it impossible for him to be acquainted with Zeno. What, then, was Zeno's purpose? Chuan shared the same sense of uncertainty. In the distance, Zeno observed Beerus and Whis rushing towards him and casually greeted them. Lord Zeno, may I inquire about your intentions here? You did not announce your arrival. Otherwise, we would have been ready to welcome you. Zeno replied, I discovered something amusing, which is why I came to take a look. Amusing? Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, unable to comprehend what Zeno found amusing, but they dared not inquire further. However, Whis spoke up, Lord Zeno, might I request your assistance? A being from the future has traversed time and arrived here to wreak havoc. He has caused varying degrees of destruction in both the future and present timelines, and although we utilize the Super Dragon Balls to eliminate him, we are still apprehensive about potential repercussions. Could you perform a thorough eradication? Whis had initially hesitated to voice this request, but considering the current situation, he felt compelled to ensure that Zamasu was completely eradicated. No one could guarantee he wouldn't return. After all, the Dragon Balls had merely stripped him of his immortality. Zamasu could exist across various timelines, as chaos had already emerged in several of them. With Zeno's intervention, many issues could be promptly resolved, alleviating their fears of future troubles. Zeno pondered briefly before responding. Very well, let us completely eliminate this individual. Whis provided a detailed description of Zamasu's appearance and various pertinent information. With a mere wave of his hand, Zeno enveloped the surroundings in a wondrous power, which traversed through the timelines, causing Zamasu to seemingly vanish from existence. It appeared effortless and simple. However, as Beerus and Whis witnessed this, they breathed a sigh of relief. Surely, this must conclude the matter. Had Zeno truly eradicated Zamasu across all timelines? The crowd remained bewildered. Although they had heard Chuan's prior explanation, witnessing such a straightforward act left them skeptical. It seemed too easy. When they confronted Zamasu, they had felt an unprecedented strength. Had it not been for Beerus's might, they might have been unable to contain Zamasu. If he had retained his immortality, the destruction he could cause was unimaginable. Yet Zeno had merely waved his hand to eliminate him? They found it hard to believe. Chuan, however, resolutely stated, Indeed, do not harbor any doubts. Zeno is the supreme existence in the universe. To eliminate Zamasu is a trivial task for him. We can finally breathe easy. Upon hearing these words, the crowd genuinely felt reassured. After all, they had harbored their own concerns, fearing Zamasu's return. No one could predict the extent of destruction he could unleash across different timelines. The assembled individuals were relieved. Yet, Chuan sensed an unusual premonition. Although many events had altered due to his presence, it seemed certain matters were manifesting in different ways. He felt that Zeno's appearance was not as simple as it appeared. He patiently awaited to see what transpired. Once everything had been resolved, Zeno finally ceased his actions, appearing immensely satisfied. Beerus and Whis also breathed a sigh of relief. Although that fellow's combat prowess is not particularly formidable, his repulsiveness is undeniable. No matter how one attempts to eliminate him, he remains unscathed. The situation would become exceedingly troublesome if another one were to emerge from a different timeline. Thankfully, after the intervention of Quan Wong, Zamasu has been eradicated across all timelines, leaving him with no escape route. This exemplifies the immense power of Quan Wong. Once this matter was resolved, Beerus inquired anew, "Esteemed Quan Wong, what intriguing and entertaining event were you referring to earlier?" To be candid, he was quite curious. It is indeed rare to witness an event that would entice Quan Wong to travel such a distance in keen interest. However, a single utterance from Quan Wong left him utterly bewildered. "I wish to organize a grand tournament, a combat competition encompassing the entirety of the universe." Beerus was taken aback, feeling a strange familiarity with this proclamation. Upon hearing Quan Wong's declaration, Chuan's suspicions were confirmed. Although circumstances had changed, some aspects remained unchanged. Once again, the trajectory returned to its original course. Quan Wong had whimsically decided to prepare for a combat tournament. This was markedly different from the tournament organized by Xiangpa. Although Quan Wong appeared amicable, an inherent coldness and ruthlessness lay beneath the surface, an existence devoid of emotion, naturally incapable of harboring any feelings. It was evident that this tournament would involve all 12 universes, each boasting an array of formidable warriors. The stakes were undeniably monumental, irrespective of the outcome. It seemed that the enhancement of his power was progressing too slowly. At this pace, he would be unable to emerge victorious in the tournament. A strategy must be devised. Given the circumstances, Chuan did not dwell on the feasibility of thwarting Quan Wong's plans, for such a notion was unrealistic. Rather, he contemplated how to elevate his combat strength in the shortest possible time, for that was the only path to peace of mind. Combat is indeed the most effective method, yet it is not an easy endeavor. A combat tournament? Beerus and Whis exclaimed in unison. Not long ago, Xiangpa had hosted a tournament, which, although not particularly successful, was still a vivid memory. They could only consider it a sparring match. However, should it involve Quan Wong, it might encompass all universes, teeming with powerful combatants. Yes, a combat tournament. I observed the previous tournament you organized with Xiangpa, and while it was commendable, it was rather rudimentary. Such an exciting event deserves grander arrangements, summoning the mightiest warriors from all universes to participate. Only then would it be truly captivating. Upon hearing Quan Wong's words, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Beerus's brow. The implications were staggering. While each universe possessed its own champions, the competition would inevitably result in a definitive victor and loser. What would happen if they lost? What if they won? In either scenario, the stakes appeared perilously high. A glance at the seventh universe revealed a lack of exceptionally powerful individuals. Only a handful were noteworthy. And compared to other universes, they might not measure up. How could this not unsettle Beerus? Yet, Quan Wong seemed unconcerned, having come solely to inform Beerus and Xiangpa of his intentions. The reason for his individual notice stemmed from the inspiration drawn from their previous tournament, thus signifying a gesture of respect. Beerus and Whis fell silent, while Quan Wong elaborated on the rules. Given that it was a combat tournament, there must be winners and losers, otherwise it would lack any significance. It was provisionally established that the victor would have the opportunity to train in his domain, while the loser would face the annihilation of their universe. With an innocent demeanor, Quan Wong uttered these words, leaving everyone present utterly astounded, cold sweat erupting instantaneously. The annihilation of a universe upon defeat? Was it truly necessary to escalate matters to such an extent? While they might have borne a more conventional cost, the prospect of losing their entire universe was unfathomable. What distinguished this from an all-or-nothing gamble? Yet, they found themselves with no choice in the matter. The assembly was left dumbfounded, never having anticipated such an outcome. The stakes were indeed astronomical. A sense of impending doom enveloped them. Once defeated, an entire universe would face obliteration. Among the 12 universes, who could genuinely guarantee they were the strongest? Forget about being the strongest. Simply avoiding last place would be a stroke of luck. Yet, no one could assure such an outcome. The atmosphere erupted in chaos. Not only the warriors of Earth, but all Saiyans were left in a state of shock. They believed their combat strength was formidable, yet in comparison to other universes, the hierarchy of strength remained unclear. The enormity of such stakes incited immense pressure. Chuan felt a heavy weight in his heart upon hearing Quan Wang's declaration. Even though he had anticipated this turn of events, the reality of the situation was sobering. Matters were spiraling out of control. His current combat strength was inadequate. To label it as weak would be relative, especially when juxtaposed against the champions of other universes. Even with mastery of the self-extreme technique and the transformation into Super Saiyan 5, these were his assets and strengths. However, in comparison to the other universes, the balance of power was uncertain. Merely relying on the memories in his mind would not suffice. Only through direct engagement could he ascertain the true extent of their strength. This realization instilled a sense of urgency within him. Although Quan Wang was not convening the tournament immediately, time was not on his side. A solution must be found. His combat prowess remained insufficient. He could not afford to stagnate. Although gradual cultivation could yield improvements, the pace was dishearteningly slow. By the time the tournament commenced, he would likely see minimal enhancement in his strength, and he could find himself facing obliteration at any moment. Chuan's demeanor was grave. It was not unwarranted, for currently, he was the strongest in the 7th universe. According to the original narrative, that title belonged to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Yet, those two had not progressed at all, and relying on them was an unrealistic expectation. All the pressure had fallen squarely upon his shoulders. Faced with this mounting burden, he resolved to exert himself more fervently. Meanwhile, Beerus and Whis remained in a state of shock, frozen in place. Should Quan Wang decide to erase a universe, it would not merely affect that universe. It could lead to the obliteration of all gods. Naturally, Whis was the exception. This realization placed unprecedented pressure on Beerus, who turned to glance at Chuan, his current ace. Yet, who could predict whether other universes harbored even more ruthless beings? As for Monaka, no one understood him better than Beerus. He was merely a weakling, devoid of any real strength. He could deceive others, but in a life-or-death scenario, he would be utterly useless. Since Quan Wang announced the tournament, more than half a year has passed, during which Chuan and the others have been diligently training in the realm of the gods. Aside from Bulma's quest for the Dragon Balls, the focus lies on the search for the Super Dragon Balls. This endeavor was specifically requested by Whis, who seeks to resurrect the god of destruction from Universe 10, whose demise was indeed quite unjust. Consequently, during the past 6 months, everyone has been engrossed in their own pursuits. Whether they are Earth warriors or Saiyans, each individual has been diligently training, regardless of the necessity of their efforts. The thought of participating in the tournament and the potential annihilation of the entire universe in case of defeat spurred them on to train with fervor. Their training in the realm of the gods of destruction has also yielded considerable benefits. Though not many are aware, they constantly witness formidable beings engaging in combat, and over time, they naturally assimilate a wealth of knowledge. The combat prowess of the Earth warriors has significantly surpassed that of the Jinyu force, marking a qualitative transformation. Among them, Son Goku stands out as the strongest, with his battle power reaching 200,000. However, even this is insufficient in the realm of the Kaioshins, where he can at best spar with the Earth warriors, unable to venture into higher tiers of combat. In the distance, a thunderous sound reverberated, prompting the Earth warriors to cease their actions and glance towards the source. They were witnessing yet another fierce confrontation, and they admired the Saiyans not only for their ability to enhance their battle power during combat, but also for their capacity to transform and amplify their strength. Their battle power has been on the rise, particularly since their arrival in this intense battleground. As Tianjin Fan and the others observed, they were acutely aware that their own talents were not as extraordinary as they had once imagined. While they were indeed unparalleled on Earth in comparison to others, their gifts paled in significance. No matter how hard they toiled, they could not measure up to the Saiyans. Even the least formidable Saiyan surpassed them in strength. Having encountered numerous warriors from across the universe, they recognized the truth that beyond every horizon, there are greater beings, and without relentless training, they would amount to nothing. As they reflected on these thoughts, they could not help but gaze at Son Goku. the most powerful among them, and also the one with the greatest potential and talent. They might not reach his level, but Goku undoubtedly could, as he too bore the blood of a Saiyan, albeit without sufficient time to develop. Given enough time, Goku would certainly not fall short. Indeed, Goku would not disappoint. They had resigned themselves to their fates, yet Goku's potential and talent offered them a glimmer of hope. Goku did not respond to their musings, but instead observed the situation in the distance. He then turned to Piccolo and commanded, "Piccolo, increase the gravity." Without hesitation, Piccolo amplified the gravity by a factor of 100. In the next moment, Goku found himself prone on the ground, yet he did not succumb to immobility. It merely became a struggle. Nevertheless, he persevered, refusing to concede. Without effort, he could never hope to enhance his abilities, let alone reach the heights of other Saiyans. With a role model and a goal, he charged forward. Meanwhile, the combatants were Trunks and Carl, both of whom had entered a state of complete immersion. Their similar strengths led them to engage in relentless training since their arrival in the realm of the gods of destruction, each session pushing their limits. A week prior, they had both experienced breakthroughs during their battles, ascending together to the third tier of Super Saiyan. This was indeed a cause for celebration, yet they remained unsatisfied. Having glimpsed a higher vista, they were unwilling to settle for the status quo. Carl aspired to catch up with Chuan and was therefore compelled to train vigorously. Seizing this excellent opportunity, not only were there numerous challengers here, but they also occasionally received guidance from Beerus, making it an invaluable experience not to be missed. Trunks, having genuinely experienced the vulnerability of being overpowered, found no solace in his second-tier Super Saiyan form. After being defeated by Black Goku, he felt an urgent need for strength and power. Although he had achieved a substantial breakthrough, it was still insufficient. He needed to grow even stronger. Thus, both individuals possessed their respective ambitions, which in turn inspired many others to train fervently without regard for consequences or injuries. This atmosphere invigorated everyone around them. In the distance, Chuan silently observed, taking in the training of all the Saiyans. Whis, witnessing the scene, felt a sense of satisfaction. It appeared that everyone was putting forth great effort. If this continued, they might secure commendable ranks in the tournament. Whis was quite pleased with their performance, for they were all to participate in the tournament, fighting for Universe 7. The more they enhanced their battle power, the less likely they would face a humiliating defeat in the tournament, and perhaps even achieve victory. Given the stakes concerning Universe 7, both Beerus and Whis would personally provide guidance whenever possible, benefiting everyone present immensely. The most notable transformations were seen in Carl and Trunks, who had surpassed their limits, though others also experienced changes, albeit to a lesser extent. Now, as they observed everyone training with fervor, Chuan had also entered a different state. He no longer needed to battle incessantly, as the only worthy opponents left were Beerus and Whis, who were often occupied with instructing others, leaving him with no one to spar against. This allowed him to relax completely. However, this did not imply that he would cease to train. His focus shifted from combat to unlocking his potential, feeling the power within himself. For only through such self-exploration could he unleash the utmost strength of his energy. The more adept he became at mastering this, the more he could awaken the limitless potential within. Chapter 205, A Bold Proposal. What a truly exhilarating battle. The clash between Carl and Trunks concluded, and both reverted to their normal states, feeling immensely refreshed. After all, their combat capabilities were evenly matched, and they had fought with all their might. The sensation of unlocking their potential allowed them to truly appreciate the thrill of battle and the subsequent enhancement. Indeed, however, they sensed that they were nearing a bottleneck. Although there was still some room for improvement, their familiarity with each other made it difficult to engage in life-or-death combat. If this continued, it seemed unlikely that they would achieve significant progress. Trunks felt his rate of advancement gradually slowing. His earlier rapid growth might have been due to the accumulation of experience, especially after the ordeal with Black Goku, which had spurred his potential. However, now that potential had manifested as battle power, it inevitably began to plateau over time, lacking the rapid progression experienced in the realm of the gods of destruction. Carl wholeheartedly agreed. Yet, he found himself without a viable solution. In the vast expanse of the seventh universe, their combat prowess is indeed formidable, with few entities capable of threatening their existence. Although there are those stronger than them, most are known acquaintances, which diminishes any substantial sense of oppression. At this juncture, Chuan appeared before them in a flash of instantaneous movement. I see you are in search of more exhilarating battles? Trunks and Karn nodded in agreement. We have reached an impasse, no matter how fiercely we spar. Our familiarity with each other stifles any significant growth. The disparity in strength when facing you, our leader, prevents us from entering a life-or-death struggle, thus hindering our improvement. They replied in unison. Ah, I understand, Chuan mused contemplatively. Since you yearn for thrilling combat, I propose a plan, but we must involve everyone. Perhaps this could serve as an opportunity. He murmured to himself, disregarding the presence of Kar and Trunks. Subsequently, he summoned all, gathering every Saiyan and Earth warrior present. During our extensive time in the realm of the God of Destruction, I believe everyone has made considerable progress. However, continuing this training has become somewhat mundane, and our advancement has begun to plateau. Therefore, I propose we collectively seek worthy opponents. Chuan's suggestion left everyone momentarily stunned. Seek worthy opponents? Are there truly any left in this entire universe? Especially the Earth warriors, who were entirely unaware of the dangers lurking within the cosmos, felt a mix of confusion and excitement upon hearing these words. Meanwhile, the Saiyans fell silent, pondering who might be suitable adversaries, especially considering their now formidable strengths. In the blink of an eye, Saiyan Na's pupils widened as a thought struck her. You cannot mean the Frieza force. With a Saiyan Na speculation, a shiver rippled through the Saiyans, as they too recalled that they were not the only beings of extraordinary power in the universe. There existed another legion, one that undoubtedly harbored terrifying entities. The Cosmic Emperor himself instilled fear in their hearts. Although their own combat abilities had become exceedingly impressive, they still lacked the courage to confront Frieza, a truly fearsome foe. It seemed that only Chuan might possess the qualifications to engage with him. Frieza? Who was this individual? Yamcha and the others exchanged bewildered glances, as their knowledge of such cosmic titans was minimal. Had it not been for their association with the Saiyans, they would never have qualified to step into the realm of the God of Destruction, let alone be privy to such information. Frieza is a cosmic demon, often referred to as the Cosmic Emperor. This malevolent race has ruled over the universe for countless years, dominating every planet within it. The Frieza force operates akin to mercenaries, undertaking any task for profit and acquiring numerous resource planets to sell to others. The Earth warriors were utterly perplexed. There exists such a figure in this universe? He sounds more terrifying than the so-called Kaioshin. However, as the others elaborated, they began to grasp the existence of Frieza and realized he was in direct opposition to the Saiyans. Upon this revelation, they felt an overwhelming dread. To confront such a powerful adversary, especially one that harbored animosity towards them, seemed a daunting challenge. The other Saiyans initially fell into silence, but soon their voices rose with excitement. Let us do it. Regardless of him being the Cosmic Emperor, as long as we have our leader by our side, we need not fear him. Even if we cannot defeat Frieza, we can leave that to our leader. If we can't handle Frieza, surely we can contend with his subordinates. The Saiyans were filled with fervor, recognizing this not merely as an opportunity for revenge, but as a chance for a thrilling battle. The struggle for survival would undoubtedly enhance their combat abilities. Observing their enthusiasm, Chuan felt a surge of excitement within himself, though he hesitated to dampen their spirits. While he understood their aspirations, he knew that the Frieza force had evolved significantly. After all, he was well aware of Frieza's transformations. The foe had grown immensely powerful, surrounded by formidable allies radiating an intimidating aura. While the Saiyans were indeed strong, whether they could withstand such threats remained uncertain. Thus, he had put forth this audacious proposal. Chuan felt an itch for combat. With Frieza having undergone considerable enhancement, it would serve as an excellent sharpening stone for his skills. Only through such trials would he be adequately prepared for the upcoming tournament. Chapter 206, The New Frieza Force. The proposal was accepted, and everyone readied themselves. Soon, all joined hands and gathered around Chuan, and in an instant, they vanished from the realm of destruction. Observing their departure, Whis and Beerus exchanged contemplative glances. Lord Beerus, what do you think are their chances? This will be a grueling battle. While their combat power is commendable, even Chuan, despite his remarkable strength, pales in comparison to the current Frieza. That individual possesses exceptional talent. Otherwise, how could he be hailed as the most gifted among the frost demons? Beerus dismissed the notion of Chuan's chances outright. His skepticism stemmed from his awareness of Frieza's current strength, having fully mastered his golden form, achieving a combat power that surpassed even a myriad of levels. Indeed, Chuan's power may not yet match such heights. At present, he can only reach about half of Frieza's strength. Yet, let us not forget his ability to tap into his latent potential with the Kaioken technique. Though it places immense strain on his body, it can significantly amplify his combat power. This could very well surpass Frieza's abilities. Upon hearing this, Beerus came to a realization, his mind racing back to the implications of Chuan's capabilities. Since there is little to occupy us in the realm of destruction, why not observe the unfolding events? At that moment, on the other side of the universe, Frieza, having trained diligently since his defeat, had finally emerged with his golden form restored. In that instant, he reclaimed the confidence of the Cosmic Emperor. Aside from him, Gula also possesses terrifying combat prowess. Having now reached an astounding 100 trillion, his entire being can attain the golden form at a staggering 90%. Although he may not surpass Frieza, he is undoubtedly far more formidable than he once was. Surrounding them are various malevolent warriors, including the likes of Majin and Bojack. Among them is a particularly powerful fighter, the evil energy wave, who has already transformed into his ultimate form. His combat strength is exceptionally formidable. He has quietly emerged due to the chaos of the underworld, initially seeking merely to spar with Frieza. In the end, however, he succumbed to Frieza's allure and overwhelming strength, becoming the most formidable trump card in Frieza's arsenal. Frieza, with such immense power and influence at our disposal, why not swiftly dominate the entire universe? If we encounter those detestable monkeys, our strength will undoubtedly allow us to dispatch them with ease. Since Gula mastered the golden form, he has become somewhat arrogant, completely disregarding the vastness of the universe. After all, he once boasted only a power level of several hundred million and dared to claim supremacy. Yet his current strength is magnitudes greater than before, an almost trivial matter to manipulate. Frieza cast a glance, instantly silencing Gula. Oh dear brother, do not be so short-sighted. This universe is immensely vast, teeming with powerful beings. Do not let a modicum of strength lead you to arrogance. Should you become overly confident, beware of losing your very life. Despite Frieza's confidence, he does not truly believe that no one in the universe can rival him. He is acutely aware that Beerus could effortlessly eliminate him, even with his golden form. Compared to a god of destruction, he remains insufficient. Thus, it is not yet time to become complacent. Gula, however, held a sense of disdain within. He did not believe that anyone else in the universe could stand against him. Aside from Frieza, of course. If we are not to conquer the universe, shall we seek vengeance? Gula inquired. Frieza gently swayed his tail, his gaze fixed on the horizon. At that moment, they found themselves in the base of Frieza's army, a technologically advanced planet where the majority of Frieza's forces were concentrated. Without significant combat power, Frieza had limited the movements and freedoms of most individuals, eager to enhance his own strength while encouraging his army to grow alongside him. Consequently, after such a lengthy period, Frieza's army has experienced a remarkable leap in power. Gula's words struck a chord with Frieza, prompting a myriad of thoughts. Revenge is indeed a given. Yet the timing is not quite ripe. Frieza was preparing to articulate his plans when, before he could speak, a sudden sound interrupted them. Before them appeared a group of familiar figures. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the Saiyan warriors. Frieza narrowed his eyes in disbelief, questioning whether he was mistaken, as they had just been discussing them when they appeared before him. Meanwhile, Gula erupted into an uproarious laugh. Ha 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 ha, what a fortunate coincidence. I had intended to seek out your group of monkeys. Yet here you are, delivering yourselves to your doom. How splendid. The individuals before Frieza and Gula were none other than Chuan and his companions, having instantaneously transported from the realm of the gods of destruction. In that moment, as Gula laughed heartily, the gathered warriors offered no response, merely sizing up the situation. This appraisal was quite alarming. Everyone grew tense, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Frieza and Gula, far exceeding their expectations. The Earth warriors dared not move. They were merely fodder, their combat strength ranging from tens of thousands to 200,000, formidable among ordinary beings but utterly inadequate against the cosmic overlord. The two groups locked eyes, the air seemingly frozen in time. Finally, Carl broke the silence. Boss, it feels like we've hit a brick wall. They're a bit too strong. Although they had previously defeated Frieza, and were no longer paralyzed by fear. Witnessing this renewed Frieza and sensing his overwhelming energy left them breathless. At that moment, fear descended once more. Chapter 207. Frieza's defense is breached. Karl's words brought the Saiyans back to reality, and they nodded in agreement. No need to ask. They are just too strong. While their pride in their slightly enhanced combat strength was understandable, their instincts as warriors, being Saiyans, after all, were sharp. Upon their arrival, they immediately sensed the formidable might of Frieza's army. With a subtle perception, they realized that not only Frieza and Gula, but even the evil warriors behind them were incredibly fearsome. Whether they could prevail was still an open question. Are we really going to engage them? Adam swallowed hard. His combat strength was not particularly strong among the Saiyans, but he was still a key player. Yet now he felt the pressure. Although he need not concern himself with the strongest, the opponents truly were formidable. The Earth Warriors were even more flustered. Is this what they call the Cosmic Overlord's army? How incredibly strong. A collective gasp escaped the Earth Warriors. While they had suspected as much, the palpable sense of oppression they felt now truly frightened them. Was this the battle they were to partake in? They feared they might be obliterated by the very forces they were supposed to face, regretting their involvement in this conflict. The rest felt the weight of the situation, yet Chuan remained silent, narrowing his eyes as he stared at Frieza. He had come to a certain conclusion. Indeed, Frieza, once provoked, would undoubtedly engage in rigorous training, and now he had mastered the golden form. His power could reach an astonishing level, yet whether he could reach his peak remained uncertain. Currently, my own power stands at merely 430 trillion, still a distance from his might. However, by employing the Kaioken technique, despite the increased strain, victory would surely be within grasp. While others panicked, Chuan remained composed, for he possessed genuine strength. As both parties scrutinized each other, Frieza spoke first. Oh dear, who might this be? Is it not the mighty warrior race, the Saiyans? What a pleasure to see you again. I have missed you dearly. Indeed, he did miss them. The thrill of striking them, the sound of their cries, and their defiant gazes were all deeply etched in memory. Ah, how delightful. Chuan retorted instantly, denying Frieza the opportunity to deliver his taunts. In that moment, silence enveloped the scene. Even those behind Chuan regarded him with peculiar expressions, for his words bore a considerable impact, akin to a nuclear bomb being dropped into the ocean. Even Frieza's army fell silent in an instant. How amusing. You remain as infuriating as ever. Whenever I see you, it fills me with rage. Once I am enraged, none can stand in my way. Indeed, you cannot stop yourself from being beaten. Chuan retorted once more. Frieza, unfazed, merely took 2 steps forward, and in an instant, a brilliant yellow radiance enveloped him. The next moment, his new form made its grand entrance. Golden Frieza. In that instant, he unleashed his most formidable combat prowess, his fury palpable. Standing there with an impassive expression, Chuan refused to back down, a violet aura swirling around him as his hair gradually transformed from black to a rich purple, exuding a torrent of ferocious power. This was the pinnacle of his self-mastery. Ziji, Jiggong, Chao Zi. Is this the audacity that emboldens you to provoke me? How bold. Yet, it still falls short. Boom. Frieza dove fiercely, landing a punch in the air, creating a sound akin to a sonic boom, sending shockwaves through the surroundings. Buildings and machinery erupted, debris flying as chaos ensued. The onlookers fled in terror, utterly unprepared to withstand such overwhelming force. Following suit, Chuan retaliated with a devastating strike. One unleashed destructive energy, while the other wielded the power to shatter time itself. At that moment of collision, cracks began to mar the surface of the planet, and numerous structures were obliterated. The ensuing shockwave was terrifying, prompting a mass exodus from the battlefield. The intensity of their clash reached its zenith, leaving witnesses utterly astonished. My goodness, this is utterly terrifying. Yakalobi shrieked from the sidelines, utterly unprepared for such a fearsome confrontation. Initially, he had merely hoped to benefit from the chaos, but witnessing this spectacle, it seemed that the stakes were life and death. He felt immensely unfortunate. Ever since he had joined this group in search of the Dragon Balls, he had been compelled to train and elevate his power, though his true desire was never to become stronger. Yet, in such dire circumstances, to remain stagnant was to invite demise, leaving him no choice but to reluctantly enhance his abilities. The crowd distanced themselves from the center of the battlefield. Yet even from afar, The terrifying aftershocks suggested that this planet was on the brink of catastrophe. How frightening it was, the ferocity of their battle. Was this the cosmic Emperor Frieza? His power was indeed formidable, perhaps even surpassing that of the leader. Yamcha observed gravely from a distance. Due to their prolonged interactions, the Earth Warriors now referred to Chuan as their leader, alongside the other Saiyans. After Yamcha spoke, the assembled crowd gazed intently ahead. This was a battle of kings, and they witnessed Frieza for the first time, leaving an indelible impression. So powerful, strong enough to instill a sense of despair. They could hardly fathom that such terrifying beings existed in the universe. How had they trained? They had fought tooth and nail, yet had only managed to attain combat powers in the tens of thousands, rendering them little more than cannon fodder in comparison. But what of others? To the Earth Warriors, these beings seemed akin to the Saiyan monstrosities. Just as they were entranced by the battle, waves of formidable energy approached them. A chill ran down their spines as they turned to see a menacing group soaring toward them. It was Frieza's army. Leading the charge was Cooler, his golden aura momentarily stunning those present. Then, they were all taken aback. Chapter 208, Super Saiyan 3 vs. Golden Cooler. Frieza? The crowd paused, and upon seeing this golden form, their first thought was of Frieza. However, a closer examination revealed it was not him. Though it bore a resemblance to Frieza, they dared not let their guard down. Carlton, fueled by rage, transformed into Super Saiyan 3, his combat power surging dramatically. Yet, while his strength was considerable, it was not enough to contend with the formidable Golden Cooler alone. At this moment, Axiana and Trunks also ascended to Super Saiyan 3. Among the Saiyans, only the three of them could achieve this form, while the others remained at Super Saiyan 2. Although they were at full power, they still paled in comparison. Nonetheless, their foundational combat prowess had surpassed 10 million, granting them formidable strength. Excluding Carlton, Trunks, and Axiana, Grida faced the sinister energy wave directly. This foe exuded an aura of terror. Though he doubted his ability to prevail, he recognized that challenges breed motivation. Perhaps this battle could propel him to Super Saiyan 3, as he had always felt discontented that he could not reach that level while others could. Now, he could seize this opportunity to unleash his potential. Come, let you be the stepping stone to my ascension to Super Saiyan 3. The other Saiyans sought their opponents, most banding together to confront the threat. Despite the Frieza army's relatively small numbers, their combat strength was undeniable. Without cooperation, victory was uncertain. Cooler eyed the three Saiyans before him. Though they radiated powerful energy, he dismissed them entirely, for he was now in his golden form, the pinnacle of combat prowess. What could mere Saiyans do against him? Unless, of course, it was Chuan. A pack of filthy monkeys. I have long desired to eradicate you all. Were it not for Frieza's folly, you would not have survived to this day. However, unlike Frieza, I shall show you no mercy. Enough with your empty rhetoric. Axiana scoffed. Just as Cooler prepared to retort, he suddenly sensed a glint of danger and swiftly evaded. Trunks had struck. Without a moment to spare for idle chatter, Trunks launched an all-out attack, amplifying his energy to the maximum. Following closely was Carlton. The two displayed remarkable synergy, as they had been training together in the realm of destruction, and now they were able to manifest that harmony. Caught off guard, Cooler found himself in a precarious position. Of course, this was also due to his overconfidence. Cooler's combat power was indeed formidable. Though it could not compare to the two titans on another battlefield, it was undeniably greater than that of the three present. Super Saiyan 3 was insufficient. As Cooler regained his composure, his expression darkened, and he clenched his fists tightly. Very well, you have truly enraged me, and I shall show you what it means to be a true cosmic warrior. With a thunderous roar, a mask suddenly enveloped his face, enhancing his mysterious aura and differentiating him further from Frieza. Once the mask obscured his visage, his power surged slightly, not dramatically, yet his presence transformed, becoming more menacing and terrifying. With a swift motion, Karer felt a chilling flash, followed by an excruciating pain as Gula's fist struck his abdomen, driving him into the ground. He had yet to comprehend the situation. The other two were equally stunned, their faces etched with disbelief. What? Trunks, who had engaged in the most battles with Karer, was particularly incredulous, as both were well aware of each other's strengths. How could this opponent be so formidable? Nevertheless, he hesitated not, brandishing his sword repeatedly. Yet he found himself incapable of inflicting significant damage. Gula effortlessly deflected each strike with his hand, his speed astonishing. Ashina, meanwhile, unleashed energy waves from the side. But Gula dodged each one with ease. A thunderous crash erupted as Kotter sprang from the ground, albeit in a disheveled state, yet he remained unharmed. Chaos ensued among the three of them. They had exhausted their abilities, yet they found it impossible to subdue Gula, who appeared to be in complete control of the situation. At that moment, the tides of battle seemed to tilt. Their skirmish, along with the primary battlefield, and even the lower tiers, was being relentlessly suppressed. The Frieza force was overwhelmingly powerful. It was improbable that a few exceptional individuals could dominate them, rendering their position increasingly passive. During the fray, Chuan and Frieza observed the unfolding chaos. Upon witnessing the considerable advantage in the lower battleground, Frieza could not contain his delight. This was the fruit of his labor, a chance to redeem himself. "Oh, you tail-bearing monkeys, this time you shall find no escape. If you dare to provoke me repeatedly, I shall show you what it means to be a true cosmic emperor. Both you and your companions shall remain here." Frieza's arrogance was unmistakable. With every advantage in the air, it was no wonder he felt triumphant. Yet, Chuan remained unfazed, having witnessed the combat below. Although the odds appeared daunting, he held unwavering faith in his companions. The Saiyans feared nothing more than a challenge. It was precisely because they engaged with Frieza's forces that they could achieve greater growth. Even when faced with the brink of death, they could emerge victorious from dire straits, seizing the opportunity for immense progress, whether they were Saiyans or Earth warriors. This battle would mark their resurgence. Seeing Frieza's insufferable demeanor only fueled Chuan's resolve to teach him a lesson. Chapter 209, The Fierce Battle. Do you believe you have already triumphed? You underestimate your opponents. Without absolute certainty, who would dare to seek confrontation? Who is truly the fool here? Chuan muttered softly, indifferent to whether Frieza heard him. In the next moment, a crimson glow enveloped him as he decisively unleashed the Kaioken. Considering his body's limits, he only activated the threefold Kaioken. Nevertheless, his power instantly surpassed Frieza's. Frieza's face revealed a flicker of astonishment. He had never anticipated such fluctuations in an individual's combat prowess. Just moments ago, his strength had been overwhelming, yet now he found himself surpassed? No, this was my new golden form. How could your power exceed mine? By what means could you compare? With a roar, Chuan charged forward, vanishing in an instant as Frieza attempted to retaliate. He reappeared behind Frieza and delivered a devastating punch. Frieza barely managed to block, but each strike landed with crushing force, and he lost the initial composure he had once held. Instead, he felt utterly overwhelmed. Despite his intense training aimed at redemption, he found himself humiliated once more. How could he endure this? The battle escalated, the ferocity and speed reaching terrifying heights. Impossible. This cannot be. You cannot be this powerful. This is all a mirage. Frieza mumbled amidst the chaos, as though entrapped in a delirium. His movements did not cease, yet the current reality remained unchanged. He was being relentlessly overwhelmed and slowly succumbing to defeat. With each surge of energy, Chuan's strength grew, and the battle shifted rapidly. Suddenly, two figures appeared in the distance, Beerus and Whis. Their rare presence here indicated they had come to enjoy the spectacle. Observing the melee, both revealed expressions of intrigue. I knew this place would offer a grand show. This battle is indeed captivating, Beerus remarked, his interest piqued. Despite the apparent chaos, the battlefield had clearly divided into four distinct zones. The first and most formidable was the clash between Chuan and Frieza, yet the tides had already begun to shift, causing Beerus to lose interest after a mere glance. The outcome was already determined. Next came the second zone, where three Super Saiyans battled against the formidable Gula. Though Gula initially underestimated them, he soon showcased his true prowess, single-handedly suppressing the trio. While their strength paled in comparison to Gula's golden form, their teamwork remained remarkably cohesive, allowing them to endure for an extended period. Moreover, by pushing their limits, they gradually improved during the fight, preventing an immediate defeat. However, if this continued, the situation would become dire. They might not withstand it. The three possessed considerable strength, yet if one could break through their limits, the balance of the battle would truly shift. The enemy was formidable, yet seemingly not as powerful. Without a breakthrough, they risked losing. Whis nodded thoughtfully, deeming the situation manageable. These three were reliable and showed great potential, having previously lacked opportunities for life or death experiences. The stronger one became, the harder it was to find such battles. Now, they had the chance to truly excel. Beerus's gaze shifted to the third zone, where the remaining Scions clashed. However, the most attention was drawn to the encounter between Greta and the evil thought wave. In truth, it was a scene of Greta being thoroughly dominated. Despite his combat power surpassing 10 million and reaching full power in his Super Saiyan 2 form, the evil thought wave had ascended to its second form, far exceeding his expectations, leaving him utterly outmatched. From the beginning until now, it was fortunate he had persevered, or he would have already been annihilated. As for the others, the remaining Scions had also found their opponents, yet the circumstances were equally grim, indicating a clear disparity in dominance. This sight evokes a sense of precariousness. However, they are Scions, the so-called warrior race, known for their growth through battle. Remarkably, they are evolving at an astonishing pace. As everyone focuses on their surroundings, witnessing the relentless onslaught upon their comrades, an inner fury begins to swell within them. I cannot afford to lose. I absolutely must not fail. Each individual silently shouts this within their hearts, which drives them to unleash their full potential whenever they find themselves on the brink of despair. This battlefield is undoubtedly fierce, yet the advancement of the Scions is also quite evident. On the other hand, the battleground of the Earth Warriors is not as intense as one might imagine, for their combat prowess is rather limited, especially considering that the Frieza force is not particularly formidable. For the Earth Warriors, their strength is just sufficient to serve as adversaries, without exceeding the limits of their capabilities. Consequently, this battleground is relatively mild, allowing them to navigate it with considerably more ease than others. Their power is truly formidable. It feels as though merely approaching them could result in collateral damage. Tianjin Fan casts a glance around, sometimes feeling overwhelmed. Despite their diligent training, it seems they can only contend with such cannon fodder. They lack the qualification to even engage in the battle occurring nearby. Nevertheless, Tianjin Fan does not succumb to despair. He merely voices his thoughts. Without strenuous training, how could one possibly attain such formidable combat strength? Regardless of whether he can catch up, as long as he exerts himself, he will not fall drastically behind. After some contemplation, Tianjin Fan resolves to focus once more. Chapter 210, Greta's Desperate Struggle. A thunderous crash reverberates as Greta is slammed to the ground. Even as a Super Saiyan at full power, the disparity between his combat strength and that of the evil energy wave is immense, especially as the latter has seen significant enhancement during this time. He is overwhelmed as effortlessly as a father disciplines a child. While battles in other arenas are still undecided, he has already suffered defeat. Bruised and battered, he appears quite wretched. Carl glances over from a distance, feeling a twinge of anxiety. However, his distraction allows Gula to seize the opportunity, delivering a vicious swipe with his tail that sends him crashing to the ground. Dare to fight me and lose focus? You underestimate me. Gula scoffs. Since mastering his golden form, few have captured his attention, only Frieza remaining as a notable opponent. Thus, he exudes a considerable confidence. Carl is significantly impacted by this blow, realizing he is powerless to assist and must rise once more. The battle resumes. Meanwhile, the evil energy wave approaches slowly, as if victory is assured, showing no haste. With each step, it imposes tremendous pressure upon Greta. How humiliating. Others have already transformed into Super Saiyan 3, while I cannot even achieve that form and find myself lagging behind. Lying on the ground, Greta gazes up at the sky. At this moment, the battlefield seems to have isolated him, and he no longer deliberately observes his surroundings, as he feels utterly powerless. Amidst the chaotic energy around him, he watches the spectacle above, and gradually his vision begins to blur. All else fades into oblivion, leaving only a small that expands into a dazzling radiance, resembling a halo before his eyes. Greta's heartbeat intensifies with each thump. Suddenly, a peculiar sound catches the attention of the evil energy wave, which looks on in confusion, seeing Greta lying on the ground in a daze. The sound emanates from Greta himself, growing louder, and with it, his body begins to change, slowly swelling. Fur sprouts from his skin, resembling the hair of a gorilla. Upon witnessing this transformation, the evil energy wave's expression shifts slightly, though confusion prevails. No one at this moment has noticed Greta's metamorphosis. As time passes, Greta's form expands several-fold, transforming him into a colossal ape. At the instant of his transformation, an earth-shattering roar erupts, startling everyone. What on earth? How did such a massive giant ape suddenly appear? The Earth Warriors are astonished to see the giant ape. questioning the nature of this event. Conversely, the Saiyans, upon witnessing this transformation, scan their surroundings and realize that Greta stands alone among them, clearly identifying him as the giant ape. Their expressions change dramatically. As Saiyans, they understand that such a transformation occurs only when one is utterly overwhelmed. Moreover, most of them are lower-tier warriors. Even with immense combat strength, once transformed into a giant ape, they lose rationality, becoming mere destructive machines. This is dire. It seems Greta is unable to defeat that opponent and is now resigned to transforming into a giant ape. While this newfound power is indeed formidable, the loss of reason is perilous. The others grow anxious. They wish to assist, yet each is entangled in their own battles, unable to extricate themselves. Chuan observes this scene. Also ensnared by Frieza, he could quickly resolve his own situation, but now he wishes to see if Greta can surpass his limits. I will grant you a moment. Should you fail to transcend your limits, I shall intervene. I hope you achieve a satisfactory outcome, he muses as he channels his power, amplifying it once more. He activates the fourfold Kaioken. His battle prowess surpasses Frieza's by an entire measure. The battle intensifies. In the distance, as Greta transforms into a giant ape, his power multiplies tenfold. Yet, he can only barely contend with the evil energy wave. Defeating it will not be a simple task. At this moment, he finds himself at a disadvantage. Fortunately, he possesses a distinct advantage. In his giant ape form, he has completely lost his rationality, engaging in battle without any strategy. As the saying goes, wild punches can defeat seasoned masters. In this moment, he unleashes terrifying destructive power, obliterating everything in his path. Such overwhelming destruction renders the evil energy wave incapable of making any progress. For a time, the battle reaches an impasse. However, while his transformation into a giant ape grants him immense power, such rampant destruction will inevitably lead to an eventual limit. If the battle does not conclude swiftly, he too will exhaust his strength. Greta rampages, destroying everything around him. Yet, no one notices that beneath his frenzied exterior, a glimmer of clarity remains in his eyes, and he struggles to regain his awareness and consciousness. Due to the overwhelming power and his inherent status as a lower-tier warrior, he found himself unable to swiftly command the transformation into a great ape. However, it was noteworthy that all the Saiyans present had successfully mastered the might of the great ape, thus maintaining their rationality amidst such colossal strength, still possessing a flicker of resistance. As he expanded the battlefield, even Bo could not easily make his move. Yet, while all eyes were keenly focused, they suddenly beheld Greta transforming into a great ape, gradually enveloped in a radiant glow, his entire being shimmering with a golden luminescence. This spectacle immediately captured the attention of the crowd. Chapter 211. The Reappearance of the Golden Great Ape. Upon witnessing this remarkable scene, a wave of astonishment washed over everyone, for their minds hearkened back to the words of their leader. He had once stated that if one could transform into a great ape while retaining their intellect, they might have the chance to evolve into a golden great ape. Further still, this would lead to the ascension into Super Saiyan Level 4. At this moment, Greta's performance mirrored precisely what their leader had described. The onlookers were engulfed in a mix of shock and anticipation. Chuan felt an immense sense of gratification upon witnessing this event. His reluctance to intervene stemmed from a desire to observe whether Greta could indeed transcend this threshold. Although he could not leap directly from Super Saiyan Level 2 to Level 4, such a leap was not entirely unfeasible. The battle he had specially selected for them was not in vain. Saiyans must fight. For what is a warrior race if not one that grows through combat? After casting a glance, Chuan chose not to dwell further on the matter. The very occurrence of this phenomenon indicated that defeating the malevolent energy wave would pose little challenge. A victory in one arena would naturally lead to an accumulation of power across the others, bringing the end ever closer. Both Beerus and Whis, upon witnessing this scene, were equally astonished. Though they had seen Super Saiyan Level 4 before, witnessing the transformation from normal form to Super Saiyan Level 4 was still an extraordinary experience. It was a visual feast. Indeed, Saiyans were a remarkable species, often able to break through in dire situations, and now they had yet another formidable warrior, surpassing the strength of the previous three. This boded well for their participation in the upcoming combat tournament. They were not without confidence, after all, as they could surely secure additional advantages. Whis narrowed his eyes with a smile. If the other forms were merely passable, then Super Saiyan Level 4 was indeed a significant achievement. At the very least, they would not be without capable fighters for the tournament. Beerus wholeheartedly agreed, unable to suppress a smile. Apart from those who were already aware of the true nature of the Golden Great Ape, there was a group of Earth warriors who were utterly perplexed. Having seen Greta transform into a great ape was already astonishing, but now he had turned golden as well. How miraculous was that? How could he suddenly transform into this golden hue? It felt profoundly different. Was it not merely a color change? Did they not sense it? His energy had grown immensely, to an unfathomable degree. Upon witnessing Greta's transformation into a golden great ape, the Earth warriors not only voiced their confusion, but also felt an overwhelming, terrifying aura that made them gasp in disbelief. The Saiyans were indeed formidable. Conversely, Son Goku watched the distant battlefield undergo successive transformations, now witnessing the metamorphosis into a great ape. This stirred a sense of doubt within him. Could all Saiyans achieve such feats? Was it possible for him to transform into a great ape as well? He was uncertain. Yet a voice within whispered the truth to him. While everyone was concerned for Greta, once he fully assumed the form of the golden great ape, his eyes sparkled with newfound vitality. The initial fury dissipated entirely. It could be said that having completely mastered his intellect, he now fully harnessed this form. For the first time, he was able to control the great ape form, which filled Greta with immense wonder as he gazed at his hands and then towards the distance. A radiant light shone forth, revealing his current state, entirely forged from gold, appearing remarkably distinct. Was this truly the golden great ape that their leader had spoken of? Once transformed into the great ape form, as long as he could maintain control over his intellect, there was a chance to become a golden great ape. And upon achieving this, he could ascend to Super Saiyan Level 4. Greta mused to himself. In the next moment, as if to validate his thoughts, yellow lights began to appear around him, gradually dissipating from his form while his body slowly shrank. Gradually, all his fur turned black, and he reverted to his human form. However, he was now a stark contrast to his previous self. His hair was a dark crimson, and his locks cascaded well below his shoulders, exuding a wild essence. His aura had intensified dramatically, far surpassing his former self. At this moment, he could be considered the strongest among the Saiyans, second only to Chuan. As he subtly sensed his own ferocious yet colossal power, he realized the true essence of strength. Super Saiyan Level 4. This was indeed Super Saiyan Level 4. It was undeniably powerful, far exceeding Super Saiyan Level 2 by countless measures, his entire being brimming with vigor. After achieving Super Saiyan Level 4, he refrained from rushing into battle, opting instead to quietly familiarize himself with his newfound strength. Meanwhile, the nefarious energy wave observed him with trepidation, unwilling to make a hasty move. All present were subtly appraising Greta, who had transformed from a previously weak figure into a being of admiration and awe. This sudden metamorphosis left everyone astounded. Had he transformed once again? He exuded a wild and feral energy, filled with overwhelming strength. Saiyans were truly blessed. Yachirobe, witnessing this scene, could not help but express his thoughts, for he was a true slacker. He had never desired to cultivate, yet he wished he possessed Saiyan blood, for that would have accelerated his combat prowess, unlike the painstakingly slow progress they experienced, akin to that of a snail. The disparity was infuriating. Yachirobe's words resonated with the unspoken sentiments of others, as envy and jealousy could hardly encapsulate their current emotions. Meanwhile, Son Goku, after a few glances, reverted to his focus, diving back into the fray against Frieza's forces. He was inherently a warrior. Observing the advancements of others while his own growth felt negligible spurred him on to strive harder, regardless of reaching their level. Simply becoming a Super Saiyan would signify substantial progress. Chapter 212, Greta's Showcase. A gentle breeze swept by, as Gurueda savored his formidable combat prowess. At this moment, he had truly surpassed everyone, emerging victorious and no longer trailing behind others. With his eyes wide open, a chilling aura enveloped him. His current combat strength had reached hundreds of billions, far exceeding his previous limits, even surpassing the formidable Saiyan Bo. A mere glance at Saiyan Bo made the disparity apparent, yet he remained humble, aware that there would always be greater forces beyond his own. Despite attaining Super Saiyan Level 4, he understood the saying that there are always stronger beings out there. Moreover, the adage that villains often perish due to excessive chatter rang true. Given his immense strength, He resolved to end the battle swiftly, leaving no room for error, especially since others awaited his support. With a hint of regret, he thought, "You failed to defeat me when I was still grappling with this newfound power, which means your chances are gone. Now it is my time to shine." Guru Ada stepped forward with a speed akin to instantaneous movement, delivering a powerful punch to Xian Yinbo's abdomen before he could even react. The speed was overwhelming, instantly revealing the gap between them. Seizing Xian Yinbo's tail, Guru Ada flung him away, appearing in the distance to deliver a kick. Xian Yinbo was treated like a mere ball in Guru Ada's hands. If he were still in Super Saiyan Level 3, he would have been unable to contend with Xian Yinbo, but now, transformed into Super Saiyan Level 4, he was a vastly different entity. The clash resounded with thunderous echoes. Xian Yinbo was utterly defeated, unable to retaliate, and the once dominant warrior found himself in a precarious position among the most beleaguered on the battlefield. Others dared not approach, as Guru Ada exhibited an overwhelming combat strength that only Frieza and Gula could potentially match. The rest were mere fodder, and any attempt to join the fray would be tantamount to delivering themselves to defeat. Thus, Frieza's army hesitated to advance, and even Bojack refrained from stepping forward, recognizing that any reckless move would lead to his downfall. The battle was short-lived. Xian Yinbo was swiftly incapacitated, losing his combat capability. Observing the defeated foe, Guru Ada murmured, "After all, he was a powerful adversary. With the upcoming martial arts tournament, having someone like him might help eliminate the weaklings. I wonder if he will be obedient. If not, I may have to deal with him as well. For now, I shall leave him be." Awaiting the orders from the Supreme King, Guru Ada pondered the martial arts tournament organized by the Supreme King. They had trained tirelessly for the past 6 months in preparation for this event, fully aware of the dangers posed by the inclusion of other universes. The stakes were high, as a loss could potentially erase an entire universe. Even with his newfound strength, doubt lingered in his heart. Fortunately, they had the formidable Chuan by their side. Without him, despair would have surely set in. After concluding his battle, Guru Ada joined the fray against Gula, who was currently dominating the other fighters. They had no chance to counterattack. While Super Saiyan Level 3 was undeniably powerful, it paled in comparison to Golden Gula. They quickly found themselves on the back foot. If it weren't for their numbers and excellent teamwork, they would have already faced defeat. Upon joining the battle, Guru Ada instantly took on the role of the primary attacker. "You provide support," he commanded as he entered the fray, showcasing a terrifying level of combat strength. Although he could not completely suppress Gula, he improved their situation significantly, offering a glimmer of hope to the others. However, despite his efforts, he could not truly overpower Gula. He merely slowed their inevitable defeat. This was not a sustainable strategy. Suddenly, Guru Ada gritted his teeth and declared, "Your power is too weak. Find a way to enhance it and give it all you've got. The next phase is mine." Without waiting for agreement, he sent the others flying, confronting Golden Gula alone. His boldness astonished everyone. As they understood his intent, he was urging them to attempt the transformation into the Golden Great Ape. Though they were not averse to taking risks, they questioned whether Guru Ada could truly handle it alone. They wanted to voice their concerns, but the resolute look in Guru Ada's eyes silenced them, leading them to nod in agreement. 3 of them collectively gazed skyward. Although Trunks lacked a tail, he too wished to attempt the transformation into the Great Ape. Golden Gula, witnessing the audacious Saiyan who had sent the others flying and now stood alone against him, found the situation hard to comprehend. He paused momentarily before erupting into laughter. "Ha! You foolish monkey. Do you truly believe that defeating Xian Yinbo qualifies you to face me? Your transformation is indeed impressive, but do you really think you can withstand my might? Who knows if I can withstand it? One must try." Guru Ada refrained from making the first move, aware that even as Super Saiyan Level 4, he was no match for Golden Gula's overwhelming power. His only strategy was to buy time, prolonging the battle to increase their chances of victory. Golden Gula was intrigued, eager to witness whether they could indeed manifest such formidable strength. He observed with keen interest. Yet he was also acutely aware of the consequences of inaction. Frieza would undoubtedly eliminate him if he appeared to be lenient. Chapter 213. Disappointment for Trunks. Gula was unbothered by being scrutinized, knowing that if he let his guard down, Frieza would not hesitate to strike. Despite being brothers, the Frost Demons were ruthless. If there were no conflicts or interests at stake, things might be different, but once such dynamics arose, the situation changed drastically. Therefore, Golden Gula was indeed curious to see if they could unleash extraordinary combat strength. However, a glance at another battlefield quickly dispelled his curiosity. With a thunderous crash, he unleashed a kick, causing ripples in the fabric of space. Guru Adao approached the battle with utmost seriousness, refusing to let any carelessness slip through, no matter the circumstances. The two engaged in a fierce clash. The speed and intensity of their exchanges were extraordinary. Guru Adao aimed to slow the pace of the battle. For the slower the tempo, the more time he could buy, enabling a more manageable response as the fight progressed. However, how could his intentions possibly escape the keen perception of Huangjin Gula? He yearned to slow the pace, yet Huangjin Gula insisted on accelerating it. This contradiction rendered their battle particularly bizarre, yet the ensuing turbulence was equally exaggerated. Meanwhile, due to Gerudo's defense, they found themselves with a momentary reprieve, and, almost instinctively, they gazed skyward. There hung a full moon. They had just discerned something amiss. Gerudo had indeed glimpsed the full moon. Perhaps it was due to the uniqueness of this planet that the full moon now hung high in the sky, granting them an opportunity. As they stared, their eyes suddenly focused. A rhythmic thumping echoed. Two colossal heartbeats resounded. Kaur and Axionea's bodies began to undergo transformation, gradually swelling as if they were morphing into giants. A more ferocious and tumultuous aura surged forth. This was the essence of the great ape. Trunks surveyed his surroundings and noticed that both individuals were slowly transitioning into their great ape forms, while the full moon he had been observing remained still. A flicker of disappointment crossed his face. Indeed, despite being of the Saiyan race, without a tail, witnessing the full moon would not enable him to transform into a great ape. This rendered him utterly powerless. He had initially contemplated a desperate gambit. Although transforming into a great ape would mean losing his rationality, it might still allow him to ascend to Super Saiyan level 4. Yet, it appeared that not only was he a half-breed, but he also lacked a tail. This was truly problematic. Watching the two around him gradually begin their transformation into great apes, he instinctively took several steps back, creating distance between them. Although they were comrades in the same trench, they had now truly become mindless giants, and should they go berserk, he would be in grave danger. After distancing himself, he observed the distant battle, realizing he could no longer participate, not solely due to his insufficient power, but also because he could offer no assistance. He glanced around, taking in his surroundings. The first circle was one he could not engage in. Next was Huangjin Gula. Despite Gerudo's efforts to hold him at bay, it was clear they were struggling and appearing quite beleaguered, yet they were managing. Furthermore, with two allies transforming into great apes, his intervention seemed unnecessary. In an instant, he understood what he must do. Trunks directed his gaze toward another battlefield, where other Saiyan people were clashing with Bojik. The intensity of that fight was palpable, and upon witnessing it, his eyes brightened. Given his current fighting prowess, he could swiftly resolve the conflict there. Then, he could gradually provide support. This plan was certainly feasible. Since he could not engage on a higher battlefield, he would swiftly flatten the remaining circles. Resolute in his decision, Trunks soared toward Bojik. His movement drew the attention of those nearby, startling Bojik and his group. Although they were currently in a position of dominance, with a formidable Huanmarin on their side, the sight of Trunks revealed his overwhelming strength. Even Huangjin Gula dared to confront him. Now, in their midst, would he not sweep them away? Damn it! Why did it seem that the scales were gradually tipping? That guy had left Huangjin Gula's battlefield and come directly to confront them. How could they respond? Though Trunks was merely a Super Saiyan level 3, the pressure he exerted was sufficient to draw the attention of all present, particularly the Frieza force, who trembled in fear. The formidable enemy was occupied, while they were merely insignificant minions. How could they cope? Upon seeing Trunks, the other Saiyan people's eyes sparkled with renewed hope, and their expressions radiated excitement. Excellent, excellent. With you here, it will be much easier to deal with this rabble. The Saiyan warriors expressed their exhilaration. The arrival of support meant they could swiftly conclude this skirmish. However, just as Trunks was about to strike, Bojik suddenly exclaimed, "Do not make a move. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless. If I truly unleash that giant, the consequences would be unimaginable. You must consider this carefully. Push me too far, and everyone will suffer." As he spoke, Bojik brandished an instrument, the vessel containing the seal of Huanmarin. Should he destroy this seal, the Huanmarin would emerge in all its madness. Currently, the Huanmarin retained some semblance of reason and exhibited formidable power, if it were to lose its rationality and act unchecked. The horror would be unfathomable. The crowd immediately hesitated. They exchanged glances, seemingly seeking consensus in each other's eyes, and ultimately nodded in silent agreement. Although this might lead to catastrophic destruction, they had no choice but to extricate themselves quickly. Otherwise, the other two battlefields would be in peril. They could not afford to prolong this any further. As if in unison, all the Saiyan warriors launched their attack, catching Vegeta completely off guard. Chapter 214: An unexpected resolution to the battle. The collective onslaught of the Saiyan warriors was something Vegeta and his comrades had not anticipated, leaving them reeling. Especially Trunks' intervention, which decisively tilted the battle in their favor. The strength of Super Saiyan Level 3 was extraordinary. While it may not measure up to Huangjin Gula or Frieza, against the other warriors, Super Saiyan could indeed dominate. In no time, Vegeta and his team were subdued. This outcome was hardly surprising. Once the Saiyan gained the upper hand, they would not allow themselves to be caught off guard. Of course, Trunks did not eliminate them outright, for he perceived that, despite their commendable combat abilities, they posed no significant threat. Defeated this time, they would have no opportunity for retaliation in the future. The reason he spared them was not only due to their potential utility in future interuniversal competitions, but also because they could serve as practice dummies to enhance his strength. Such considerations were indeed far-reaching. At that moment, he observed the surrounding battlefield. Many circles were beginning to change as victory was secured, for not everyone possessed the same fortitude. Witnessing the Frieza force, most began to sense an impending crisis, their hearts naturally unsettled, leading them to falter. They had yet to engage, but their performances were already shifting the tide in various battlefields. This could be described as a chain reaction. Aside from a few specific battle circles and individuals, most could conclude their skirmishes. Continuing to drag this out held little significance. Unless they intended to use the Frieza force as practice, it was time to wrap things up. Trunks murmured to himself, affirming his thoughts and actions. He promptly organized others to quell the surrounding battles, naturally adapting his approach based on the individuals involved. The Earth Warriors would refrain from intervening unless genuine life-threatening situations arose, striving to create a relatively safe environment for combat. After all, it is through battle that one truly grows. Such opportunities are indeed rare. However, any situation or individual that posed a potential threat to their lives would be swiftly neutralized, allowing them to fight without the burden of mortality weighing on their minds. Gradually, many members of the Frieza force had fallen on this planet. While their numbers were indeed substantial, they could not withstand the formidable strength of the Saiyans and their fellow Earth warriors. In contrast, the other two battle zones remained intensely engaged. One featured Cooler, while the other showcased Frieza himself. At this moment, Cooler was exerting every ounce of his power. Ensnared by three Super Saiyan 4 Saiyans, their formidable combat prowess was compounded by their remarkable tenacity. A solitary Saiyan would have been easily dispatched by him. Yet now he faced three. Their coordinated efforts proved to be exceedingly troublesome, leaving Cooler in a dire predicament. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. These detestable monkeys are perpetually bothersome. Why do they constantly manage to enhance their strength? What is their limit? Do they truly consider themselves a warrior race as they claim? What nonsense! Golden Cooler let out a furious roar. He vehemently refused to acknowledge the Saiyans as a warrior race. To him, it was merely a derisive notion. Did they genuinely believe themselves to be warriors? They were but a weak race in his eyes. If any race could be deemed a warrior race, it would be the Ice Demons, he thought disdainfully. Yet, despite these thoughts, he found himself overwhelmed by the three Super Saiyans, unable to break free as the other battlefields had long begun to subside. Now there remained only their two arenas, intensifying his frustration. It must be said that the Saiyans were indeed formidable. Even before transforming, their power was terrifying, and upon transformation, their combat ability increased exponentially. Which race could compete with such strength? The Earth Warriors, having witnessed the Saiyans in battle, were truly awestruck. It was utterly absurd. Their standard combat power was already formidable, and with the ability to transform, each transformation yielding a corresponding multiplicative increase, it was simply outrageous. Observing the Saiyans engaged in battle and recalling the earlier skirmishes among the other three, the Earth Warriors felt a pang of envy. If only they could possess such levels of skill and ability, they would undoubtedly wield tremendous combat power. Regrettably, as this thought crossed their minds, they couldn't help but glance at Sun Wukong, the Saiyan they knew, who, it seemed, had yet to achieve the form of a Super Saiyan. Nonetheless, a burgeoning spirit began to manifest. This indomitable little creature grew stronger with every fight. Yajirobe remarked with a glance, "They're all monsters, unbeatable monsters that grow stronger with every battle. It's simply cheating. Given enough time, these beings will evolve into something truly terrifying. To secure an early victory, one must annihilate these foes swiftly. Prolonged engagement only hinders success." This insight was clear to the Earth warriors. While they recognized its value, it was of little consequence since they were allies, not enemies. Had they been adversaries, their concerns would have been considerable. However, as allies, they could barely suppress their smiles. The situation for Golden Cooler was undoubtedly precarious, a fact evident to all. Yet resolving it would not be a simple task. In a more advanced battle zone, the average observer would struggle to comprehend the scene unfolding. The two figures, instead of engaging, merely locked eyes, surrounded by an aura of terrifying energy clashing silently. This invisible collision instilled a profound sense of danger in the air, one that was instinctively felt, causing all to refrain from approaching. Just a glance sent shivers down their spines, illustrating the sheer peril contained within. Chapter 215, Golden Frieza versus Self-Extreme Technique. Frieza flicked his tail in the air, his expression decidedly grim, almost grotesquely so. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the defeat of his Frieza force. The only remaining contender was Golden Cooler, whose downfall was merely a matter of time, as the other battle zones had already been subdued. Cooler found himself incapable of overcoming his current adversaries, and the inevitable outcome was apparent. Frieza found it incredulous that the Saiyans had grown to such heights. "If I, the great Frieza, underestimated you, know this. Even if my entire Frieza force were annihilated, as long as I remain, you shall gain nothing," he declared, his words imbued with unwavering confidence. He had never doubted his strength, and despite previous setbacks, his power was indisputable. Frieza's aura intensified, embodying the adage that kings face kings, generals face generals, and soldiers face soldiers. With the soldiers' fates already decided, it was time for the kings to confront one another. As Frieza's words resonated, his energy surged to its zenith, enveloped in a golden glow that rendered his aura even more terrifying, causing the very planet to tremble. The ground cracked with a resounding boom, prompting all present to widen their eyes in astonishment, instinctively retreating. Even from a distance, the overwhelming force was palpable, instilling a sense of caution. How could they not be wary? They understood that even at a safe distance, survival on this planet was not guaranteed, as they could not exist in a vacuum. Yet, there was little they could do. The danger emanating from Frieza was constant and terrifying. Had it not been for their leader, none could hope to contain him. The Saiyans felt a growing anxiety. This was the stark reality. However, upon seeing Chuan, their concerns were somewhat alleviated. There was no need for excessive worry. Although Frieza was undeniably powerful and his demeanor unprecedented, they still had their leader by their side. They felt a wave of anticipation swell within as they observed the figure poised against Frieza. Chuan felt the overwhelming aura emanating from Fu Li-Sha, and he did not yield in the slightest. Both were unleashing their power. An immense force of destruction instantly enveloped the area. A purple flame surrounded Chuan, and his hair transformed into a deeper shade of purple. His mastery over this power had become remarkably proficient. Previously, he had only managed to withstand Golden Fu Li-Sha with the Kaioken, but things were different now. Through their past battles, they had developed an understanding of each other's strengths. Moreover, Chuan had experienced a breakthrough during the fight, utilizing the form of his self-ultimate technique. His combat power had surpassed a staggering level. He could be said to truly stand against Fu Li-Sha. Upon sensing Chuan's altered energy, Fu Li-Sha's lips twitched slightly. Just moments ago, he held the advantage in their altercation, and fearing that their battle might affect others, he had chosen to hold back. However, he never anticipated that this Saiyan would experience such rapid enhancement in such a brief encounter. This was astonishing. Not only had Chuan improved, but his elevation was also remarkably exaggerated. Previously reliant on other means to barely match Fu Li-Sha, he now possessed the strength to stand on equal footing. How could this not leave Fu Li-Sha astounded? Simultaneously, it solidified his resolve. These wretched monkeys must not be allowed to persist. If they were to fully mature, it would pose a significant challenge. They could grow stronger through battle, and they had already grasped the method to enhance their combat prowess. Such beings could not be spared. Otherwise, they would become an obstacle to his ambitions. Fu Lisha firmly resolved to act. With a sudden burst, he launched himself forward, producing a sound akin to an explosion. His speed was astonishing, so rapid that it was almost imperceptible to the naked eye, resembling instantaneous movement. Chuan reacted with equal swiftness, executing a true instantaneous movement, and he had grown adept at using this technique in combat. Each time, he appeared at the position just before his opponent's movement, effectively seizing the initiative. This left Fu Lisha perplexed. Of course, his movements were not limited to a single trajectory. Had they been, they could easily be anticipated. The two engaged in a fierce contest of speed, and soon, their powers collided once more. With a resounding boom, they clashed, akin to planets colliding, unleashing terrifying energy. Even Gula, on the sidelines, occasionally faltered, providing others with the opportunity to capitalize on his momentary distraction, illustrating the consequences of losing focus. The intensity of the battle between Fu Lisha and Chuan was nothing short of extraordinary. Their conflict grew increasingly fierce, drawing the earnest attention of Beerus, who watched intently. Whis, seizing the moment, inquired, "Lord Beerus, should one of them fall in battle, leading to death, whom should we save?" "Save whom? They are both talents of our universe. We cannot afford to lose them in such circumstances. Regardless, they must ascend to the grand stage," Beerus replied. "It would be a pity for such strength to go untested against other universes. Internal strife is not an option." Beerus had long since resolved that, no matter how fierce their battle became, it would never result in a true life-or-death outcome. Should an unexpected turn occur, he would naturally intervene, as possessing such formidable strength required him to contend with other universes. Otherwise, the loss of the entire universe would be nothing short of absurd. Beerus was notably cautious. Chapter 216, Fu Lisha's Defeat. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Whis cast a glance, surprised that Beerus would voice such thoughts, indicating his serious consideration of the tournament hosted by the Omni King. Naturally, as it was organized by the Omni King, every destroyer god had to take it seriously, otherwise, the risk of annihilation loomed. While the two conversed, the battle ahead escalated to a fever pitch. The conflict intensified, and the other battles had long since ceased, with participants keeping their distance, wary of being caught in the crossfire. The spectacle was increasingly astonishing. Even Gu La found himself utterly astounded. Fu Lisha was remarkably powerful. Although he had fully mastered his golden form, the strength he exhibited now was beyond comprehension. If Fu Lisha was formidable, what of that Saiyan? Gu La had long been observant of the Saiyans, yet he could hardly believe that even in his complete golden form, he was evenly matched with the Saiyan. How could this be? The magnitude of power was staggering. He found it difficult to accept. In truth, it was not just him. Even Fu Lisha felt similarly. How could this wretched monkey be so strong? What on earth is happening? Fu Lisha roared in anger, his emotions boiling over. After all, it was his hatred for the Saiyans that had driven him to cultivate such immense power, believing that with mastery over the golden form, he would be invincible. Yet he had never anticipated that even with this mastery, he was merely equal to his opponent. Furthermore, the Saiyan had merely transformed his hair to purple. If he were to employ that technique again, doubling his power once more, Fu Lisha would be at a loss. The unwillingness to concede fueled his continued effort. With a tremendous force, Fu Lisha gathered destruction energy in his hands, unleashing a torrent of energy that scattered through the air like petals in a breeze, engulfing the starry sky in destructive rays. Fortunately, Whis had shielded the entire planet, preventing its ruin, as the energy struck at its core. Otherwise, the planet would have been obliterated. Nonetheless, the scene left everyone in shock. It was indeed outrageous. Chuan evaded all attacks, countering while advancing, even employing instantaneous movement. Each shift drew him closer to Fu Lisha. Gradually, he applied unprecedented pressure on Fu Lisha, causing him to momentarily lose his composure. Seizing the opportunity, Chuan unleashed a terrifying energy wave, grazing Fu Lisha's face and leaving a trail of scratches, blood oozing forth. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Everyone observed in awe, with the onlooking beings from other universes utterly astonished, for it was their first time witnessing their king in such a vulnerable state. Though he had faced adversity before, this time he had truly emerged reborn, having become immensely powerful. Yet, even so, he was still being pressured. Moreover, had Fu Lisha not evaded that last attack, it could have struck him squarely in the face, potentially costing him his life. It was perilously close. Had their king not dodged, it would have been a matter of losing his prestige while bolstering the confidence of others. The king would absolutely not fall. As the battle had concluded, numerous extraterrestrial beings found themselves irresistibly drawn together, seeking solace in unity against the overwhelming oppression imposed by the Saiyans. They dared not let their guard down. However, witnessing Frieza's demeanor, a wave of anxiety swept over them, as it seemed there was no glimmer of hope for victory. This sentiment was not limited to the ordinary aliens. Even the defeated entities like Xian Bo felt a sense of dread. If Frieza were to succumb, their fate would be dire, undoubtedly bleak. An air of apprehension enveloped everyone. In stark contrast to the other Saiyans, they felt a surge of exhilaration, as their concerns about their leader's ability to triumph over Frieza appeared wholly unfounded. Who was their leader, after all? He was the formidable force that had guided their growth. His strength was unparalleled, and the sheer intensity of his presence was palpable. They had yet to attain the form of Super Saiyan 3, while their leader had transcended to a level they could scarcely comprehend. Adam, observing from the sidelines, noted their profound admiration and envy, acutely aware of their own insignificance in comparison. Although they too possessed Saiyan blood, transformation eluded them, and they understood all too well the arduous path to becoming a Super Saiyan. Their desires to transform were overshadowed by the grim reality of their limitations. Even the second level of Super Saiyan was a daunting milestone, and achieving it had already significantly amplified their battle prowess. If they sought further enhancement, it would merely involve augmenting their base fighting capabilities. Attaining a more formidable transformation was a Herculean task. Not everyone could ascend to Super Saiyan 3. Even those few who had achieved this form had done so by sheer serendipity, and now there was even a Super Saiyan 4th level, which was attained through innate talent and hard work, not by mere desire. Consequently, the form that Chuan currently possessed seemed to them an unattainable pinnacle, eliciting inevitable reverence. Frieza, his expression darkened, had briefly believed he was on the verge of defeat. Had he not reacted swiftly, the consequences would have been dire. Yet, upon regaining his composure, his inner turmoil surged with fury. It was intolerable to be defeated once more. Although the moment of life and death had not yet arrived, he was undeniably being suppressed, which greatly unsettled him. Continuing the fight seemed futile, and he recognized that no matter how much he enhanced his combat capabilities, victory was not within reach, especially with his forces thoroughly vanquished. The main troops had been subdued, and the ordinary extraterrestrial beings were utterly ineffective, marking a complete and utter failure. Chapter 217, Invitation. How infuriating. Having been bested by that insufferable monkey once was more than enough. I refuse to concede defeat so easily. If Golden Frieza cannot vanquish you, then I shall elevate my form. I am eager to see just how far you can go. Frieza declared with a haughty demeanor, resolved not to engage further, as it would serve no purpose. Defeat was defeat, and prolonging the struggle would only lead to further humiliation. He was, after all, the Cosmic Emperor. Such disgrace was unwelcome. Thus, realizing he was unable to turn the tide, he decided to concede, knowing he was a prodigy of the Ice Demon clan. With diligent training, he could cultivate formidable combat prowess over time, and he was more than willing to wait. As for the Saiyan, he recognized that this Saiyan was indeed powerful, but whether he could grow stronger remained uncertain, a source of Frieza's confidence. Chuan, undeterred by Frieza's pride, was acutely aware of Frieza's terrifying potential, not to mention Golden Frieza. If he committed to training, he might even reach Diamond or Black Gold forms, possibilities yet unknown. Each transformation was formidable in its own right. Naturally, Chuan held his own abilities in high regard. He was no longer intimidated by Frieza's potential ascent, as he too was evolving at an accelerated pace. Facing a moderately strong opponent was preferable, otherwise, finding worthy adversaries would become increasingly challenging. As for certain contenders, he paid them little mind, recognizing their slow growth and limited power, which rendered them incapable of challenging him. Since you believe yourself to possess such formidable strength and exceptional talent, why not participate in the tournament hosted by the Omni King? There, you can face the strongest from all universes, and your prowess can be put to the test in the arena. Chuan spared Frieza not only because he had encountered a worthy adversary, but also due to Frieza's undeniable strength, which could provide a safeguard if they entered the tournament. Although Chuan was indeed powerful, other universes harbored formidable beings as well. He was aware that even he could not take on multiple foes alone, particularly against some exceptionally challenging opponents he now faced. Thus, having Golden Frieza on their side meant that weaker adversaries wouldn't require his direct intervention. He could focus on the monstrous threats. With these thoughts in mind, he extended an invitation. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, unable to fathom why Chuan would issue an invitation at such a precarious juncture, especially to Frieza. What was his reasoning? Why invite someone so untrustworthy? Grida was the first to voice his disbelief, recalling Frieza's notorious reputation, his disdain evident despite his own inability to match Frieza's strength. The other Saiyans shared similar sentiments, harboring little trust for such an ally. The enmity between the Saiyans and the Ice Demon clan was well known. Why unite them? A wave of incredulity washed over the crowd, some struggling to accept the situation. Yet, Carl maintained a semblance of composure, cautiously stating that while he perceived Chuan's actions as somewhat questionable, he could understand his rationale. The group of Saiyans regarded Carl with incredulity, astonished by his perspective. Before they could voice their thoughts, Carl continued, asserting that regardless of their opinions, they must recognize the multitude of formidable foes lurking in the cosmos. Without their leader, victory might be unattainable, and they ought not to be overly arrogant, even as they had achieved the 4th level of Super Saiyan. Whether that would suffice against other universes remained uncertain. Moreover, who among them could stand as a worthy warrior? Carl's words silenced the assembly as they realized their combat prowess, while commendable, was merely adequate in the grand scheme of the universe. Even members of Frieza's army could rival them in strength. What if placed among the 12 universes? Upon reflection, it becomes evident that such a notion is utterly unrealistic, and they possess no assurance of triumph. After witnessing the silence enveloping the gathering, a somber voice emerged from Carl. It is precisely for this reason that the leader is in search of a more suitable approach, even with his singular strength. It is exceedingly difficult to turn the tide, unless he reaches an unprecedented level of power, perhaps even surpassing Lord Beerus. However, such a feat cannot be accomplished in a short span of time, and the commencement of the martial tournament remains uncertain, leaving us unable to completely dominate the other universes. Relying solely on the leader is an arduous task. Thus, the only recourse is to seek allies of greater strength, with Frieza being a reluctant candidate. Of course, this is contingent upon Frieza's agreement. Carl meticulously analyzed all available information, causing the fists of the assembled Saiyans to clench involuntarily. They had not consciously contemplated this until now. Upon reflection, they recognized that, while their combat prowess was decent, it paled in comparison to the collective strength across all universes. At best, they were merely passable. But could they truly secure victory? They must not fall victim to annihilation at the hands of the Omni King. Ultimately, it is their own inadequacy that renders them speechless. What can they do against those stronger than themselves? Strive for improvement. This was the unspoken thought among all present. In the distance, Beerus wore an expression of astonishment, having never anticipated that Chuan would so generously extend an olive branch, inviting Frieza into their fold. This was a considerable shift in dynamics. Initially, he presumed Chuan would resort to either rendering Frieza speechless or eliminating him altogether. Such an unexpected turn of events might stem from an awareness of formidable foes in other universes, prompting this strategy. Otherwise, given the enmity between the Frost Demons and the Saiyans, a handshake would have been inconceivable. Whis articulated a crucial point. Upon hearing Chuan's words, Frieza's shock was palpable. Disbelief etched across his face. Could this creature be in his right mind? Chapter 218. The Arrival of the Grand Minister. Ah, how amusing. I never expected to hear such words from the great king. Are you expressing pity for me? Frieza cast a glance at Chuan, his eyes radiating cold indifference, a chilling aura beginning to envelop him. What nonsense is this? Are you jesting? I would never ally with you filthy monkeys, even if the universe were to perish. So be it. This wretched universe can be obliterated without a second thought. Frieza roared, unleashing an energy that drew the attention of all present, leaving them hesitant to gaze in his direction. Yet, at that moment, a faint voice whispered in Frieza's ear. The previously furious Frieza suddenly froze, his body stiffening as he mechanically turned his head, revealing a figure that had materialized behind him. Beerus. With a cold demeanor, Beerus regarded Frieza with an unyielding gaze. The words Frieza had been about to utter were swallowed back, as he acutely sensed the chilling aura radiating from Beerus. Should he dare to utter another word, The consequences would be dire. Lord Beerus, he stammered, what were you saying about a dirty universe? Beerus harbored considerable disdain for Frieza. That remark not only belittled the seventh universe, but also struck a blow to Beerus himself, making it impossible for him to remain passive. Had it not been for the need for a powerful contender, he would have already extinguished Frieza's life, allowing no room for such insolence. Frieza, feeling the threat of death, fell silent, refraining from uttering another word. Even though he had mastered his golden form, he was still far from the level of a god of destruction, a mere contender in a league above him. Once Frieza fell silent, Beerus coldly stated, regardless of your willingness, you must participate in the upcoming martial tournament. Otherwise, I will kill you on the spot. You may attempt to flee, but I assure you, escape from my grasp is impossible. If you perform adequately in the tournament, I may show you some leniency, possibly sparing your life. Beerus's voice was devoid of emotion, leaving Frieza acutely aware that he had no choice in the matter. Before Frieza could respond, Beerus vanished from his presence, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of relief. The aura that Beerus had exuded was overwhelmingly perilous, instilling within him the constant fear of losing his life. It was quite terrifying. Upon witnessing that Beerus had resolved the situation, Chuan wasted no time in gathering everyone to depart. The training had concluded, and with Frieza now participating in the martial tournament, their objectives had been met. As they departed, Frieza watched with a grim expression, his countenance darkening. Having grown so powerful, yet still feeling so powerless was infuriating. The notion that he, the cosmic Emperor Frieza, had been reduced to such a state only fueled his anger. How intolerable! Should I find an opportunity, I will ensure that all of you pay dearly. Even Lord Beerus, you shall wait. Frieza endured in silence, not from any sense of submission, but rather because he was acutely aware of his inferiority in strength, recognizing that a god of destruction was far beyond his current capabilities. Yet, he believed that with diligent training, he could eventually surpass a god of destruction, confident in his own potential. His combat power had already reached a terrifying level. Surpassing a god of destruction was merely a matter of time. Of course, that would require patience. Frieza clenched his fists tightly, releasing his pent-up fury in a violent motion that caused the planet to erupt in dazzling light. As Frieza traversed this planet, witnessing the legion of warriors at his feet, his rage intensified. How could such formidable fighters be unable to withstand those filthy monkeys? It was utterly disgraceful. A bunch of worthless fools. With that, he stormed off, convinced that his current strength was insufficient and that he needed further training. Regardless of whether he wished to participate, he must possess formidable combat power. Unable to defy Beerus, he resolved that if he were to enter the martial tournament, he must not bring shame upon himself. After all, he is the cosmic Emperor Frieza. Thus, Frieza embarked once more on the path of rigorous training. Upon Chuan and the others returning to the god of destruction's realm, a figure suddenly captured their attention. Clad in deep blue attire with a mane of white hair, he appeared as if adorned with a halo, a significant emblem emblazoned on his belt, exuding an angelic aura. Observing this scene, the other Saiyans were momentarily perplexed. However, those aware of his identity were struck with fear. The Grand Minister. Beerus gasped in astonishment. At his exclamation, all present recoiled, for anyone capable of eliciting such a reaction from Beerus was undeniably formidable. The god of destruction is among the most elite beings in the universe, and to provoke such a display of vulnerability from him speaks volumes of the Grand Minister's terrifying presence. The last time such an event occurred was with the Omni King. Who might this be now? Who is the Grand Minister? In the hearts of the crowd, an immense sense of confusion lingered, yet they dared not voice their inquiries, as they sensed the formidable aura emanating from the opposing party. Even Wei Si could not help but rush forward. For this Grand Priest was the one who commanded all the angels, serving as a crucial aid to the Omni King. Upon witnessing the Grand Priest's arrival, Chuan's pupils constricted, and a notion swiftly emerged in his mind. The Grand Priestess' presence likely signified the imminent commencement of the martial tournament, as the Omni King had previously issued a specific notification regarding it. Thus, it must be approaching swiftly. This thought instilled a sense of urgency within him. He had initially believed there would be ample time for training. Regardless of how much his combat prowess might improve, the others would also experience a slight enhancement. The other universes were exceedingly powerful, and he could not afford to be careless in the slightest. The Grand Priest slowly turned to face all those present, locking eyes with them. In that instant, the crowd collectively held their breath. Chapter 219. Preview of the Tournament of Strength. The Grand Priest surveyed the assembly, his expression remaining inscrutable and unchanged. The Omni King has commanded me to inform you that, in order to lend an air of formality to the martial tournament, a preview match will be held to warm up all the universes. However, this preview match would differ from the official tournament. The losers would not face any punishment, yet they were still expected to give their utmost effort. Each universe is to select 3 participants. The Grand Priest stated coldly, devoid of any semblance of compassion. His words immediately heightened the tension among all present, as they had not anticipated the introduction of a preview match before the tournament had even begun. Even though the losers would not face penalties, who could predict if there might be any additional repercussions? Moreover, no one wished to lose, especially when facing the formidable warriors from other universes. Of course, on a brighter note, there was an advantage to be had, as it would provide an opportunity to gauge the true strength of the other universes. Knowing oneself and one's adversaries ensures victory in 100 battles. To be only partially informed about the enemy could lead to easy defeat. Upon hearing the Grand Priestess' proclamation, Beerus, slightly anxious, replied, "Very well, Grand Priest, we understand. We shall prepare swiftly." After selecting their candidates, they would depart immediately. The other universes began their preparations as well, and I shall notify those that have yet to be informed. This preview match must be taken seriously, as it will lead directly into the official martial tournament, which the Omni King refers to as the Tournament of Strength. Upon concluding his speech, the Grand Priest did not engage in any further pleasantries and simply vanished. He departed without a trace, exuding an icy demeanor that suggested a complete absence of emotion. However, none dared to voice any dissent, for he was, after the Omni King, the most powerful being present. Who would dare to complain? Not even Beerus and Wei Si could muster the courage, while the others remained silent, watching as the Grand Priest disappeared from their sight. After a considerable amount of time had passed, they finally dared to exhale deeply. The pressure was overwhelming, and it felt as though the Grand Priest could have suffocated them had he lingered any longer. This oppressive presence was entirely different from that of Lord Beerus. It was a gaze that truly disregarded life itself, embodying a profound indifference. At that moment, everyone gasped for breath, having refrained from speaking during the Grand Priestess' presence. Only after his departure did they allow themselves to relax somewhat. It was not just they who felt this way. Even Beerus and Wei Si appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. Chuan, however, seemed relatively composed, as he understood that as long as they did not offend the Grand Priest, they would not be eradicated. Of course, confronting the Grand Priest had imparted an unprecedented sense of pressure upon him, a pressure that felt entirely distinct from that of facing Wei Si and Beerus. After a brief moment of respite, Beerus cast a sharp glance at the assembly and said irritably, "The Grand Priestess' aura is indeed extraordinarily powerful. Do not casually compare a mere destroyer god with the Grand Priest. Such comparisons are utterly without merit. The Grand Priest is the leader of all angels and serves at the side of the Omni King. In terms of strength across all universes, the Grand Priest ranks among the top 5. With a mere finger, he could crush all destroyer gods. I wonder just how powerful this Grand Priest truly is. Moreover, refrain from discussing the Grand Priest casually. If word gets out, it could lead to dire consequences." Following Beerus's words, the assembly was left utterly astounded. They had indeed sensed the terrifying strength of the Grand Priest, but they never fathomed that he would rank among the top 5 across all universes. Just how fearsome must that be? In that moment, everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. Yet, they also understood one crucial point. The Grand Priest was the supreme leader of all angels. Subsequently, they glanced at Wei Si, who also exuded an unfathomable depth. It had always been Beerus who took action, while Wei Si seldom intervened, and when he did, the battles were concluded almost instantaneously. This left them unable to discern the true extent of his power. Even such a formidable angel had a superior leader, and that superior was the Grand Priest. Contemplating this made it clear just how terrifying the Grand Priest's compatibilities must be, thus broadening their horizons significantly. Everyone was absorbed in digesting the information they had just received. Meanwhile, Beerus fell into deep contemplation, for he needed to select 3 individuals to participate in the preview match, and time was of the essence. Who should he choose? Should he summon that Frieza character? Beerus pondered, recognizing that with only 3 slots available, selecting individuals of insufficient caliber could lead to their downfall at the hands of other universes. If they were to reveal their full strength, they might be seen through, and losing in the tournament of strength would spell disaster. Such thoughts left him in a state of indecision. At this moment, Chuan seemed to discern Beerus' internal struggle and said calmly, "Let us participate in this preview match. The others have also recently mastered Super Saiyan 4th stage. While they may not be exceedingly powerful, they are still presentable. This preview match will allow them to fully comprehend their own strengths and simultaneously observe the formidable powers of other universes. I will ensure their safety." Chuan articulated his thoughts, noting that although they would encounter other universes in this preview match, the lack of severe penalties for losing rendered it an excellent opportunity for practice, as well as for understanding the strengths of their adversaries. Beerus was swayed by Chuan's reasoning and nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us proceed with your inclusion, along with 2 additional Saiyans. Sometimes, you can utilize this opportunity to hone your skills and strive to master your strengths, ensuring that you do not falter." With Beerus' decision made, the roster of participants was effectively finalized. Naturally, the specific individuals would still require discussion, but the 2 additional participants would be chosen from among those capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 4. While this was a training exercise, they could not afford to be too lackluster, or else defeat would be a source of embarrassment. Once the selections were complete, everyone joined hands once more, as Wei Si prepared to lead them to the site of the preview match, while the others could be said to be merely there to witness the event and broaden their horizons. Chapter 220. The Gathering of the 12 Universes. The scene of the preview match. One by one, the diminutive arenas descended slowly like elevators, converging towards the center where an enormous platform awaited, the stage for the preliminary matches. With the emergence of these smaller arenas, the gods of destruction and angels from each universe began to arrive, their expressions grave and solemn. The irritable god of destruction from Universe 10, Romushi, cast a glance around, landing on the descending god of destruction from Universe 6, Xiangpa. "Xiangpa, have you nothing better to do than to host a fighting tournament with Beerus? If it weren't for you two, how could Lord Kampa possibly have convened this power tournament?" This preliminary round was mercifully devoid of punishment, yet in the power tournament, a loss would mean the annihilation of an entire universe. It must be understood that this was entirely your doing. As Romushi spoke, the other gods of destruction joined in denouncing Xiangpa. If it were merely a friendly competition, any god of destruction would have relished the opportunity, for in the vast expanse of time, they often found themselves bored, and this was a form of amusement. However, when the stakes involved the potential erasure of universes, it transformed from entertainment into a torment. In response to the collective outcry, Xiangpa scoffed, "Why should our tournament concern you? Besides, even if we didn't host a fighting tournament, if Lord Zeno wished to hold one, none could oppose him. Spare us the unwarranted accusations. If you are dissatisfied, step into the ring and prove your mettle." Xiangpa was unyielding, though he could not best Beerus. He was not so weak as to be unable to contend with the other gods of destruction. His words silenced the others, who were left in a foul mood. Even if they were to engage in a brawl now, it would yield no benefit, for Lord Zeno had already established the rules for the power tournament, which could not be altered. They could only give their all. The current preliminary match also provided an opportunity to observe the strong from other universes, a point of interest for all the gods of destruction. Failing in their protests, Romushi remarked that Beerus always arrives late. What a diva! To which Xiangpa retorted without hesitation, "If you could defeat him, you could arrive last too." Undeterred by their collective ire, he stood his ground. Romushi, silent, clasped his hands behind his back, watching the arena in quiet contemplation. The other gods of destruction mirrored this behavior, all awaiting the unfolding events. Soon, a small arena descended, revealing the denizens of Universe 7. Compared to the other universes, Universe 7 was notably populous, filling the arena to capacity. As Beerus made his entrance, all the gods of destruction cast sidelong glances. Romushi coldly remarked, "Indeed, it seems you always make a grand entrance, as if you were the king of destruction." Beerus, crossing his arms, fixed Romushi with a chilling gaze, which rendered the latter utterly silent. Though Romushi harbored discontent, he dared not voice it further. Not only could he not match Beerus, but he was also acutely aware that he had perished once before. Were it not for Beerus, he might have been obliterated from existence. His provocations were merely attempts to rally support against Xiangpa and Beerus, for it was their tournament that had precipitated Lord Zeno's power tournament. Should Romushi not attempt to incite conflict, It could lead to a united front against universes 6 and 7. With Beerus's arrival, all universes had officially gathered. Here stood 12 gods of destruction and 12 angels, alongside the champions from each universe. The warriors of Universe 7 observed the 10 platforms, each occupied by a god of destruction and their angel, flanked by the strongest from their respective universes. This spectacle piqued their curiosity. So many warriors, they exclaimed. Each individual exuded a unique aura of strength. The figures at the forefront were undoubtedly the gods of destruction, akin to Lord Beerus, with the angels beside them. Behind them stood the formidable warriors of their universes. As they observed, their admiration grew, despite the distance and the inability to sense the opponent's auras. The overall impression was one of undeniable power. The Earth warriors remained silent, merely spectators in this grand event, with no opportunity to showcase their abilities. However, the Saiyans still had a chance to participate. Among them, only 3 had attained the 4th transformation of Super Saiyan, ensuring they would not face embarrassment. The others, lacking this mastery, refrained from stepping forward, aware that they were not the pinnacle of fighters in Universe 7, and thus could not contend with the might of the other universes. Yet, this only fueled their fervor. The sight of so many strong beings ignited their desire for combat, as battling such formidable foes would significantly enhance their prowess. As the warriors of Universe 7 scrutinized the strengths of their counterparts, the other universes were equally engaged in mutual observation. Every individual was acutely aware of the scrutiny, for none could predict who would emerge next or who their adversaries might be. However, through various signs, they hoped to glean insights that could provide an advantage. Notably, Universe 7 drew the most attention, as other universes had but a handful of representatives, while Universe 7 was brimming with warriors. Furthermore, with Beerus being the last to arrive, it was impossible for him not to attract attention. As all were engaged in their assessments, Lord Zeno and the Grand Priest gradually appeared, instantly capturing everyone's focus. The Grand Priest floated before them, announcing, "Now that the representatives from all 12 universes are present, I will outline the rules for the preliminary matches. The rules are quite simple. The tournament will follow a one-on-one format. There are no time constraints. The match continues until one opponent concedes or is rendered incapable of fighting. There will be no penalties for losses in this preliminary round." As the Grand Priest elaborated on the rules, the audience listened intently, relieved to hear that there would be no repercussions for defeats. This alleviated some pressure, transforming the event into a mere exhibition of skill, providing an opportunity to gauge their opponents. The power tournament was drawing near. As everyone quietly awaited the actions of the Grand Priest, they observed him intently gazing ahead, whereupon a luminous screen materialized before them. On it, 12 numbers were seen sliding randomly. Each side aligned with 12 numbers, and when they finally ceased, the corresponding numbers would signify which universe was paired with another. This was a completely random mechanism. The Grand Priest did not delay further. With a swift gesture of his hand, the screen began to spin wildly. Eventually, the numbers on both sides settled on 9 and 7. This prompted all the destroyers to simultaneously glance towards the 9th universe and the 7th universe. The opening would feature representatives from these 2 universes. Now, let the 9th universe and the 7th universe each send forth a contestant. As the Grand Priest's words resonated, the 9th universe and the 7th universe commenced their selection process. The 9th universe, fortunately, had a small number of participants, bringing only 3 competitors, with no extraneous individuals accompanying them. In contrast, the 7th universe was brimming with contenders, leaving onlookers baffled as to who among them were the actual competitors. Carl, Greta, and Axiana exchanged glances. Naturally, it was impossible for Chuan to take the stage first. Thus, it fell to the 3 of them, who would have to choose 2 to represent them, leaving one unable to participate. They communicated their thoughts through silent gestures. "Let me take the lead." Carl broke the silence. "Since this is the first match, we must showcase the might of our universe and not allow our opponents to underestimate us." The other 2 nodded in agreement. The reason for choosing Carl was his considerable combat prowess and relative reliability. He was steady and composed, unlikely to act recklessly during battle, ensuring they would not lose points in the inaugural match. Chuan patted Carl on the shoulder. "Have confidence and boldly display your strength. I believe in your capabilities, and this is a splendid opportunity to learn from the powerful beings of other universes. Cherish this chance. It could lead to significant advancement in your abilities." Carl nodded, Recognizing this as an exceptional opportunity that warranted serious consideration, he felt he lacked the innate talent and strength of his leader. So he relied on diligence and determination to forge his formidable combat skills. In the seventh universe, the competitors ranged from exceedingly weak to completely incapable of holding their own. Given the chance to engage with the powerful beings from other universes, this was undoubtedly an opportunity not to be missed. Thus, he approached the stage with utmost seriousness. Upon his ascent to the platform, a figure emerged from the ranks of the ninth universe, a red wolf, reminiscent of a red wolf, known as Bajir, a formidable warrior from the ninth universe. Once both contestants ascended the stage, the battle commenced at the Grand Priest's command. Immediately upon the signal, Karl transformed into Super Saiyan Level 4. He had no intention of transforming sequentially, as that would not only fail to showcase his maximum strength, but also exhaust his stamina unnecessarily. Such an approach would be counterproductive. Moreover, he sought to avoid any missteps and instead reveal his most potent combat prowess. A tremendous aura enveloped him, capturing the attention of all present. Just moments ago, he had appeared rather weak, yet a single transformation unleashed such formidable power. What an extraordinary race this was. All the destroyers and warriors from various universes gazed in awe. The Saiyans from the sixth universe widened their eyes at this spectacle, for their transformations differed from those of the seventh universe Saiyans. There was a clear distinction in their forms. The sixth universe Saiyans lacked tails, while the seventh universe Saiyans possessed them. These subtle differences left the Saiyans of the sixth universe in a state of astonishment. Gabe, is this what you described as the Saiyans of the seventh universe? They are indeed different, possessing an essential distinction. Each Saiyan from the seventh universe had tails, and their transformations were not the same as theirs. Kefla observed Karl with great curiosity. Gabe, being overly kind-hearted, found it impossible to transform into a Super Saiyan. However, Kefla was different. She had already mastered the transformation into a Super Saiyan, albeit with slight variations compared to the seventh universe. Hence, witnessing this scene genuinely piqued her interest. Of course, the transformations of both universes' Saiyans were largely similar. It was merely that Karl had directly ascended to Super Saiyan Level 4, leading them to believe that the transformations of the seventh universe Saiyans were somewhat different. Gabe was well aware that the transformations of the seventh universe Saiyans bore certain similarities to those of the sixth universe Saiyans. He quickly offered an explanation. Upon hearing this, Kefla's curiosity deepened. If there were indeed higher stages of transformation, could it be that they too could attempt such advancements? If they could achieve a more elevated transformation, their combat strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. The mere thought was exhilarating. Thus, the two remained fixated on the unfolding events, eager to discern the unique qualities of the Saiyans from the seventh universe and glean any insights they could.